Chapter 1. Greetings, everyone. I am Uchiha Kai currently. I have no particular hobbies, but as for my future aspirations, I am determined to become the first Hokage of the Uchiha clan in the Hidden Leaf Village and dedicate all my strength to this village. Within the Ninja Academy, a 7-year-old boy seated in the last row stood up with an air of authority, boldly proclaiming his dreams to his classmates. All the children's gazes converged upon him. Even the young instructor at the front, seemingly in his 20s, turned his attention towards the boy after a brief silence. A wave of laughter erupted, with some classmates even excitedly pounding their desks in mirth. The teacher at the podium displayed a hint of disdain. However, as a teacher in Ninja Academy, he quickly masked his disapproval with a faint smile. Gesturing for the boy to sit down, he then addressed the other students, saying, "Kai's ambition is indeed commendable. Dreams are worth acknowledging now. The next student may introduce themselves. I am Yamanaka Kawa. I have no hobbies, and my dream is to become the strongest in our clan." I am called one by one. They began their self-introductions, promptly sitting back down after speaking. Kai remained seated, resting his head on the desk, observing each introduction, but he paid no heed to their words. He didn't absorb a single syllable. That earlier introduction was so cringe-worthy it felt like my skin was crawling. But I suppose this is the necessary rhythm of development, isn't it? He mused to himself. He could distinctly sense the teacher's disdain for the Uchiha clan. Yet such feelings seemed inconsequential to him in the world of ninjas, particularly for one bearing the Uchiha surname. Survival necessitated a keen mind and attention to detail. Today marked the first day of enrollment at the Ninja Academy, where no actual lessons were held. It was merely a time for introductions and to arrange tasks for the following day. Before everyone was dismissed early as he lingered at the school gate, the scene before him was exactly as he remembered. A massive tree loomed, its sprawling branches adorned with a swing. A child sat on the swing, gently swaying back and forth, eyes closed, savoring the sensation of rising and falling, while his thoughts drifted back to the past. At the age of 7, he had already spent 7 years in this world. Who knows why this happened? One moment he was asleep, and the next he found himself in this realm. A promising youth, he never anticipated that everything would begin anew. Entering the world of ninjas was one thing. The crux of the matter was that he was born into the Uchiha clan. This year marks the 54th year of Konoha, and Uchiha Kai was born in the 47th year, 2 years younger than Uchiha Itachi, yet 4 years older than the future protagonist, being a soul that does not belong to this world. Uchiha Kai possesses an unparalleled clarity regarding the trajectory of the Naruto universe. Not only does he grasp the overarching direction, but he is also intimately familiar with the temporal milestones that lie ahead. Each time he senses an impending event, a shiver runs down his spine. "Kai, are you waiting for me here?" While swaying on the swing, a voice reached Kai's ears. He opened his eyes, planted his feet on the ground, and brought himself to a halt. "Who else would I be waiting for? How was your first day at the Ninja Academy?" Uchiha Kai leapt from the swing and approached a chubby boy of his age, a broad smile adorning his face. Uchiha Yamashita. To Kai, despite being just a child, Yamashita's personality earned his admiration and fondness. They were neighbors, living in close proximity to one another. In response to Kai's inquiry, Uchiha Yamashita awkwardly chuckled, scratching his head in embarrassment before speaking. "Kai, I think I should remain within the Uchiha clan for my studies here. I don't know anyone, and more importantly, I am unfamiliar with many things also. Hikari is only 3 years old. If I spend the entire day here, no one will look after her." Uchiha Hikari, Yamashita's younger sister, lost their father during the aftermath of the Third Shinobi World War when he accidentally triggered an explosive tag. Their mother, unable to cope with the loss, fell gravely ill and soon departed from this world, leaving behind Yamashita, merely 5 years old, to care for his over 1-year-old sister. Uchiha Kai's circumstances were not dissimilar. His father was deemed a perennial low-ranking shinobi, through a stroke of fate, awakened a Sharingan. Consequently, he was thrust into the battlefield at the onset of the Third Shinobi World War, and Kai had never laid eyes on his father since birth. His mother, for reasons unknown, vanished when he was just 4 years old, likely meeting a tragic fate. Yet, despite their similar predicaments, there existed a significant distinction. Uchiha Kai was well off. Although his father was a perennial low-ranking shinobi, it mattered little. His mother, not a member of the Uchiha clan, ran a ninja tool shop on the streets of the Uchiha district. While not the wealthiest in the village, she left Kai with a considerable inheritance. As for Uchiha Yamashita, the circumstances of this household are entirely different. Relying solely on his father, a Chunin from the Uchiha clan, to fulfill missions and support the family's expenses, the meager earnings ultimately left little for them. Tragically, after his father's demise, the compensation was usurped by his uncle, leaving the siblings in a state of abject misery. Nevertheless, Uchiha Yamashita never once contemplated relinquishing his responsibility towards his sister. Despite the arduous challenges of childhood, he ensured that she was well cared for each day. It is precisely for this reason that Kai held a profound admiration for him. And with the substantial wealth accumulated by his family, he generously sponsored the two siblings. Daily over time, Uchiha Yamashita developed a deep-seated respect for Kai. Much of this sentiment stemmed from gratitude. Without the support of Uchiha Kai, the struggle of the siblings within the Uchiha clan would likely have led to their untimely demise. The Uchiha clan, while a family, resembled a village within a village, divided into two distinct factions. The elite ninjas, those who could awaken the Sharingan, were afforded ample respect and admiration within this community, fostering bonds akin to brotherhood. Conversely, those who could not were often regarded as lesser beings, barely above the status of stray dog. This harsh reality underscored the clan's reverence for martial prowess. Yamashita, I see you are still troubled by such matters, Kai remarked, casually draping his arm over Uchiha Yamashita's shoulder, guiding him forward with an affable smile. If you are worried, then let Aunt Yin look after Hikari from now on. She has little to do at home anyway. That cannot be. Aunt Yin is your hired caregiver. It seems rather inappropriate to have her watch over Hikari, Yamashita protested, though his expression betrayed a sense of anticipation, mingled with shyness. What is there to be concerned about between us? From now on, focus on your studies at the Ninja Academy, without fretting about home. Suddenly, Uchiha Yamashita halted, bowing his head in response to Kai's words. When he lifted his gaze, tears cascaded down his face like a torrential flood. Large droplets fell one by one onto the ground. Hey, what's going on? Kai exclaimed, releasing his hold around Yamashita's neck, his face a picture of astonishment. We have already troubled you too much over these years, even to enter the Ninja Academy. You provided us with 20,000 Ryo, but rest assured, I will train diligently, and in the future, I will repay your kindness with my very life. Uchiha Dai-san wore a serious expression, tightening his fist before him, and called out loudly to Kai. Perhaps we should reconsider. Our focus must be on diligent practice, striving to swiftly ascend into the ranks of ninjas. Just look at Uchiha Itachi. He graduated in his first year of school and is likely already on the cusp of becoming a Chunin. With such a prestigious family background, coupled with his relentless efforts and remarkable talent, it stands to reason we too might achieve rapid graduation. What remains is to thoroughly absorb the knowledge presented to us. Isn't he still not a Chunin? What do you mean he's not? His strength has undoubtedly reached that level. It's merely that the village has yet to formalize his status. But fret not. I am confident that you, Dai-san, will not be inferior to Uchiha Itachi in the future. Really? Is that true? Absolutely, without a doubt. As Uchiha Kai and Dai-san strolled along, their shoulders linked, laughter and conversation flowed freely between them. There are two pathways to enter the Ninja Academy. The first involves paying a tuition fee of 20,000 Ryo. While not exorbitant, it remains a significant expense for a typical ninja family. The alternative route is through special enrollment, personally designated by the Hokage or the upper echelons of Konoha, which incurs no fees whatsoever. However, within the village of Konoha, there exist various places of learning. Each clan maintains dedicated facilities for the study of their unique ninjutsu. Yet, those trained within these confines often serve merely as the family's sharp weapon. Devoid of deep emotional bonds, the Uchiha clan possesses such a place as well, though its teaching methodology is rather singular, primarily focused on the rapid enhancement of strength, and this is not enforced. Thus, the two chose to attend the Ninja Academy instead for Uchiha Kai. The decision stemmed from a desire to conceal certain matters more easily. How are the students of this cohort faring? In a spacious, clean, and orderly office, an elderly man, approximately 60 years old, with disheveled hair and a pipe clenched between his teeth, sat. As he observed the individual before him, he gently tapped the ash from his pipe and inquired, Lord Hokage, all the detailed data has been compiled here for your review. This time, the registrations include members from various clans. The Hyuga clan has 3 young applicants this generation. The Uchiha clan 2 and the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans collectively registered 4 individuals. The remainder is predominantly composed of ninjas from civilian families. The speaker, wearing sunglasses and a black headscarf, exuded an air of composure, despite his youthful appearance of around 20 years. The elderly man seated before him was none other than the current 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Upon hearing the report, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened momentarily before he inquired, Ebisu, how are the two from the Uchiha clan faring? Humph. The Uchiha clan has only a couple of prodigies. The rest are utterly mediocre. The 2 who enrolled today haven't even mastered chakra, yet they lack even the most fundamental knowledge of chakra absorption. It's unlikely that the Uchiha clan will produce another like Itachi. Ebisu scoffed, adjusting his sunglasses and speaking with disdain, since you've stated it so plainly. If you aspire to become an elite teacher, you must exert yourself diligently. Everyone here is an elite of Konoha. In the years to come, the safety of the entire village will rest upon their shoulders thus. Your responsibilities as a teacher will be quite significant. I shall set this aside for now. I will review it thoroughly later. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with a calm demeanor, revealing no overt emotions. Ebisu had already gleaned the information he sought from the third Hokage's words. The focus on nurturing the Uchiha clan henceforth, he need only adopt a hands-off approach. With a slight smile, he bent down and said, "If there's nothing else, Hokage-sama, I shall take my leave should you require anything further. The third can summon me at any time." Understood. As the office door closed, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and emptied the entire ashtray in one go. He gently placed the items on the desk, glancing at the materials Ebisu had left behind. Initially uninterested, his curiosity compelled him to open the bag and inspect its contents one by one. The earlier documents were rather unremarkable and lacked allure, however. Upon flipping to a page detailing aspirations, the old man couldn't help but chuckle. To become the first Hokage of the Uchiha clan, an admirable ambition. Let us see if you possess the potential to achieve that dream. From the moment they entered the Ninja Academy, these students began their daily routine of leaving in the morning and returning at night, repeating this cycle. Nevertheless, at least they enjoyed 2 days of rest each week. Kai. Bang! In an instant, the swirling snow blanketed the ground, transforming it into a white canvas. Uchiha Daisuke, in a flurry of urgency, burst through the door, calling out loudly as he ran within the courtyard. A woman who appeared to be around 30 years old was gently sweeping the snow from the ground, creating a path. Upon seeing the hurried Daisuke, she set down her broom and greeted him with a warm smile. "Daisuke has arrived." "Hello, Aunt Yin." Daxian swiftly halted his steps, standing there with a serious demeanor, bending down heavily to greet the woman before him. "It's a rare opportunity to have a couple of days off. Why aren't you at home, resting properly? You've come out so early in the morning." Aunt Yin approached, gently brushing off the snow that had settled on Daxian's shoulders. "I'm here to find Kai, you know. Aunt Yin, I can now condense chakra. I can truly condense chakra." Uchiha Daxian exclaimed excitedly, grinning broadly as he spoke to Aunt Yin. "Daxian, you are truly remarkable. Such wonderful news. I'm sure Xiao Kai will celebrate heartily today. However, she is still asleep, so it would be best not to disturb her. He'll go buy some delicious food, and we can have a lovely meal together at noon. You should also invite him to join us." Aunt Yin continued to wear her gentle smile, displaying no overt signs of surprise. After all, what was there to be astonished about? Beginning to master chakra at the tender age of 7 is rather late for a ninja. Indeed, that rascal Kai is quite something. He excels in everything yet refuses to allow anyone into his room. Dyson slightly reined in his earlier excitement, pouting as he expressed his gratitude. "I am truly thankful for all your help in caring for Hikari, Aunt Yun. Once I become a ninja in the future, I will earn money and buy you countless delicious treats." His words brimmed with anticipation as Aunt Yun affectionately tousled Daisan's hair. Though Aunt Yun was merely a servant of the Uchiha clan, summoned by Uchiha Kai, both he and Daisan, along with his siblings, regarded her as family. Having no children of her own and having lost her husband in the Third Shinobi World War, Aunt Yun considered the affairs of Daisan and his siblings as her own. Inside the room, Uchiha Kai was currently hanging upside down from the beams, his feet perched on the rafters, while his body dangled down with arms crossed. The floor was strewn with sheets of white paper, each densely inscribed with text. Everything lay spread out before him. And this peculiar boy was inverted to admire his own creations. There seemed to be an imperfection somewhere, yet he could not articulate precisely what was amiss. Murmuring to himself, he gathered his chakra and, in an instant, plummeted toward the ground. Just as his body was about to make contact, he gently supported himself with his right hand, executing a seamless aerial rotation before landing silently on the floor. Grabbing a sheet of paper from the ground, he sat down and meticulously studied the contents. "I have arranged the 12 hand seals for ninjutsu creation according to the programming method of grouping them by ABC. Even breaking down the techniques from the sealing scroll into a programming format should not be so difficult. Why then can I not create it in the manner I desire?" Kai sat upon the ground, inhaling deeply before closing his eyes to contemplate the source of his troubles. Indeed, as he had mentioned earlier, the Book of Seals was something he had perused several years prior. This artifact could be deemed one of the most clandestine secrets of the Hidden Leaf Village. Yet, 3 years ago, at the tender age of 4, Kai had stealthily ventured into the Hokage's office to examine its contents. Being a transmigrator, he was not devoid of any advantages. Upon his arrival in this world, he had initially been bewildered. Once he ascertained that this was not merely a dream, he was abruptly taken aback. As a member of the Uchiha clan, others typically awakened with a single tomo, even for those prodigies who might initially manifest a double tomo. For Kai Uchiha, such procedures seemed unnecessary and cumbersome. Astonishingly, merely 2 months after his birth, his Sharingan had manifested itself in the world. This occurrence was so extraordinary that neither his deceased parents nor anyone else could have anticipated it. Furthermore, by the age of 1, he had already confirmed his chakra presence. The Uchiha clan was known for its limited chakra reserves, generally considered below average within the broader ninja world. However, the moment he became aware of the chakra energy coursing through him, it startled even him. Despite the absence of a systematic guide, something that could only exist within the realm of fiction, he had at least come to understand his current situation. He possessed immense mental prowess. Although his physical age was merely 7, his soul had experienced decades. This substantial mental capacity was the reason he could awaken to the Manjiki Sharingan so swiftly. At the age of 4, the entirety of the Hidden Leaf Village was thrown into chaos with the emergence of the Ninetales, coinciding with the birth of the protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki. Sensing the turmoil that engulfed the village, with all defenders focused on the Ninetales, Kai was able to effortlessly breach the defenses surrounding the Uchiha clan, which were guarded by numerous umbu. He stealthily infiltrated the Hokage's office, a place devoid of any witnesses. Perhaps the higher-ups of the village could hardly believe that someone would possess the audacity to steal the Book of Seals. However, such events were not entirely foolproof. No one could have fathomed that the Book of Seals indeed contained genuine seals. Had it not been for Kai's meticulous precautions prior to opening it, he would undoubtedly have been unable to evade the assault unleashed from the Book of Life. After hastily examining its contents, he swiftly closed it. Yet the means of reloading the attacks conjured within remained elusive. Furthermore, aside from glimpsing the first 2 entries of the sealed tome, the remainder lay ensconced in a state of confinement, utterly inaccessible. Nevertheless, this experience marked the singular flaw he had inadvertently left in his life. The Uchiha clan, for all its shortcomings, possessed a remarkable asset akin to a library. This sanctuary housed a vast collection of tomes, and astonishingly, even the scrolls of ninjutsu were openly displayed within its confines. No restrictions were placed upon any member of the Uchiha clan wishing to peruse these texts. Even children devoid of any prowess were free to leaf through them, with no one to deter their curiosity. Naturally, the majority of those frequenting the place were of C rank or lower. With the wealth of knowledge he had encountered, the remaining time was devoted to studying and deconstructing ninjutsu, systematically arranging all hand seals in an alphabetical order, in hopes of uncovering distinct patterns within. Yet, it proved futile. It appeared that the creation of such formidable offensive techniques remained an enigma without practical application, leaving him uncertain as to where the shortcomings lay. Kai gently placed the paper in his hand upon the ground. Following this, he abruptly rose, hastening to the doorway, and flung open the door to the room, only to be met by a fierce gust of wind. Amidst this tempest, a flurry of snowflakes cascaded down, sending the scattered manuscripts across the floor soaring into the air. Upon witnessing the scene outside, Kai swiftly closed the door once more with a heavy thud. Lo and behold, it was snowing. He shuddered. Turning to the bedside where he donned a thick cotton coat, wrapped a scarf around his neck, and picked up a white mask from the bed. However, he chose not to open the door this time. Instead, he secured the bolt and leaped out of the window, vanishing instantaneously from that place. The snow-laden landscape, transformed overnight, enveloped the entirety of Kanahagakure and its surroundings. Every tree donned a silvery cloak, with some branches bending under the weight of the snow. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, a figure darted swiftly through the forest. Aside from the faint footprints in the pristine snow, which attested to the passage of a person, the rest of the area remained unchanged. Yet, it was not long before, with the howling wind and relentless snowfall, the footprints were swiftly concealed once more. Shadow clone technique. As he advanced deeper into the woods, Uchiha Kai raised his right hand and called out softly. In an instant, a cloud of white smoke enveloped him, and within the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 identical copies of himself emerged. These clones then proceeded to dash in various directions. Transformation technique. While the original continued onward, one clone remained behind, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Perched upon a branch, it formed a series of hand seals, and in an instant, transformed into a bird, alighting upon the treetops. The Forest of Death. Beside the village of Konoha lies the largest forest. Yet it is simultaneously considered the most vulnerable point in the village's defense. This forest, when viewed as a whole, resembles an enormous labyrinth, and under ordinary circumstances, few would venture within its depths. Of course, members of the Umbu still guard the area connecting the village to the Death Forest. Fortunately, one of them belongs to the Uchiha clan, which occupies the outermost region of the village. Thus, it is precisely in that area connecting to the Death Forest that no one stands watch. Given the Uchiha clan's formidable strength, they have long since become complacent, firmly believing that no one would dare approach their clan from the direction of the Death Forest. In fact, they are convinced that no one possesses the audacity to directly assault the Uchiha clan. This situation effectively provides Kai with a natural barrier. Activities that would typically be impossible can be undertaken within the confines of the Death Forest. As long as one avoids drawing excessive attention, it is unlikely anyone would notice. With light footfalls and astonishing speed, Kai traversed the forest, soon arriving at a small stream. The flowing waters had not frozen, yet the small puddles nearby were completely encased in ice. The snow covering the ground was minimal due to the sheltering canopies of the towering trees above. In fact, beneath the denser foliage, the ground remained largely untouched, devoid of any snow cover. Perched on a branch, even though he was aware of the absence of visitors in this area, Kai remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. Once assured of his safety, he gracefully leapt to the ground. Let us give it a try. Raising his hands, Kai swiftly began to form seals at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, his hands fluidly moving back and forth in front of his chest. Water release, infinite barrage. Suddenly, a water sphere with a diameter of approximately 20 centimeters materialized before him. With a forceful thrust of his right hand, the sphere erupted, unleashing a barrage of water droplets that shot forth into the distance. The droplets surged forth like bullets, and in the blink of an eye, a nearby tree was riddled with a multitude of small holes, each punctured by the relentless assault. The power of the attack was formidable. Water release, infinite barrage. Once more, he swiftly formed seals and conjured another water sphere, meticulously examining every detail as before. After attempting this technique several times, Kai finally ceased his efforts. The trees before him were left in disarray. One had even toppled over, yet it had not fully collapsed to the ground, being propped up by another nearby tree. The attack was fixed in position, incapable of movement, and exhibited a fan-shaped trajectory, capable of covering a radius of 50 meters, able to target both individual and group foes. The advantages include rapid attack speed, formidable strength, and extensive range. However, the drawbacks lie in its immobility, excessive hand signs, and prolonged sealing time. After analyzing the concept of the ninjutsu he had created, Kai let out a resigned sigh and ultimately deemed it worthless ninjutsu. As Null tightened around Kai's neck, he was instantly engulfed by a sensation of suffocation that surged through his mind. The overwhelming feeling nearly compelled him to activate his Mangeki Sharingan to eliminate this individual. Yet, he understood that if he truly unleashed it and failed to dispatch both of them in an instant, he would undoubtedly face his demise. Suppressing his angry impulses, he found that the burgeoning sense of confidence rendered him speechless. Brother Shursui, this individual must be one of our Uchiha clan. Upon hearing Itachi's slow approach, Shursui slightly relaxed his vigilance and released his grip on Kai's throat. Cough, cough. As he regained some composure, Kai began to gasp for air, accompanied by violent coughing fits. If I recall correctly, you should be from the civilian district, right? What brings you here? Itachi inquired, towering over Kai. Cough. I merely took a wrong turn and unwittingly ended up here, Kai stammered. Get away from here. If you dare approach this place again, I will kill you. Shursui interjected coldly, refusing to allow Kai to finish his sentence. Such an attitude, one of frigid disdain, was not something one would expect even from a fellow clansman, let alone directed at an outsider. The thought that they might even be related through generations made the disdain all the more surprising. Brother Shursui, I am not your brother. Do not address me as such. Despite having endured such humiliations, Kai stood up, his face brimming with anticipation as he called out. However, his words remained unfinished. For Uchiha Shursui interrupted once more, his brow furrowed in distaste as he remarked, If my memory serves me correctly, your name is Uchiha Kai, is it not? Indeed. You were given the opportunity to study within the clan's domain, yet you chose to spend your own money to attend a ninja academy. After half a year at the school, it is astonishing to find that you have not even grasped the basics of chakra. When did our Uchiha clan produce someone as inept as you? Uchiha Itachi spoke with a similarly harsh tone, his disdain and contempt seemingly more pronounced than that of Uchiha Shursui. Kai feigned a demeanor of despondency, lowering his head in silence. Devoid of any desire to entangle himself further in the circumstances, he turned and strode directly towards the path not far ahead. What a waste. Even after the individual had departed, Uchiha Shursui lingered behind, disdainfully muttering a curse under his breath. Within the Uchiha clan, the two were undoubtedly figures of immense prominence. Exalted above the masses, one was the youngest and most illustrious prodigy of the Uchiha lineage, while the other was the son of the clan leader. Having graduated from the Ninja Academy in his first year and awakened his Sharingan to the level of 2 Tomo, they epitomized the very definition of life's victors. It was only natural for them to look down upon those from impoverished districts, whose highest aspirations amounted to merely attaining the rank of a chunin. Kai did not dwell too much on the matter. As he observed the two individuals turning away and continuing towards the training ground, he rolled his eyes, pouted, and let out a faint sigh. A thought crossed his mind. No wonder that scoundrel met his demise so early. Although such thoughts lingered, he soon found solace. A slight smile gracing his lips. In the vicinity of their earlier position, atop the treetops, a black crow perched at the summit of a grand tree. Notably, the crow had activated its 2 Tomo Sharingan, its gaze fixed intently on the happenings within the training ground. Uchiha Shursui repeatedly demonstrated his body flicker technique, tirelessly imparting knowledge to Uchiha Itachi. Yet, all of this had not escaped the crow's keen observation. With a sudden bang, the crow transformed into a plume of white smoke. However, during its disappearance, both Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi turned their eyes towards the treetop simultaneously. Did they sense something? Uchiha Shursui inquired. There seemed to be signs of chakra activity over there. Uchiha Itachi responded with a serious expression. Do you think it was that little brat from earlier? Impossible. I specifically checked with my Sharingan. Although he has chakra, it is exceedingly weak, nearly negligible. Uchiha Itachi replied, recalling that from the moment he first detected Kai, he had been scrutinizing him through the Sharingan to determine whether he was employing a transformation technique to approach them. Ultimately, the result revealed that while the chakra within him was present, it was woefully scant. Little did they know the immense effort Kai had expended to alter this condition. After dispelling his shadow clone, Kai continued to stroll leisurely along the snow-covered path, glistening with a silvery sheen. Each breath he exhaled produced visible mist, particularly striking in the still air. The surrounding landscape had transformed into a uniform hue, the dazzling reflections causing Kai to squint slightly as he walked. The moment the clone returned, the two sets of memories began to converge. In his mind, the image of Uchiha Shursui instructing Uchiha Itachi on the use of his body flicker technique vividly resurfaced. This fellow is remarkably clever. Having conceived the idea of using a shadow clone while his true self swiftly traverses to each clone, thereby creating a technique that seamlessly connects all the clones. Normally, this should involve traversing through the chakra realms one creates, much like the Flying Thunder God technique, which seems to follow a similar format, does it not? Kai Weiwei pondered for a moment, her mind inevitably beginning to contemplate the specifics of such a method. The ability to swiftly traverse to a location marked by her chakra could indeed be considered a form of instantaneous movement over short distances. That rascal Uchiha Itachi would likely never master it. Kai offered a light-hearted mockery, acknowledging that such matters necessitate formidable competitiveness and remarkably precise chakra control. In terms of chakra mastery, Uchiha Itachi undoubtedly stands as an exemplar of strength. However, at this juncture, his mental prowess certainly does not reach such heights. It would be worthwhile to further explore this intriguing method of escape. With a grin stretching across his face, Kai continued to stroll leisurely, hands tucked into his pockets. As for the chakra reactions within his own body, Kai had mastered a particular technique by the age of 4. During the time when the beloved wife of Namikaze Minato, Kushina, was still alive, he frequently received various items from her. Eventually, he gleaned some knowledge of sealing techniques from her, and, tailored to his own circumstances, he applied certain seals upon himself. The objective was quite straightforward. After all, the Byakugan possessed by the Hyuga clan and the Sharingan are prevalent throughout the village of Konoha. Should his modest abilities be discovered, he might find himself abducted by the Umbu for human experimentation. As the Uchiha clan made their way toward Konoha, Kai ambled along, lost in contemplation. Before him, a group of children encircled a young girl squatting on the ground, hurling taunts and laughter in her direction. Not far off, another child sauntered toward them, a boy with yellow hair. The black-haired girl was being ridiculed as the Byakugan monster by the others. Kai could not help but twitch his lips in disbelief. Although he was aware of all the circumstances, he never anticipated encountering such a ludicrous situation. It was utterly absurd. Truly beyond comprehension. Despite feeling a sense of incredulity regarding the presence of these individuals on this path, a smile gradually spread across his face. He hastened towards them and, observing the group of young rascals mocking him, he bellowed, "What mischief are you up to, you little scamps?" They appeared to be merely 3 or 4 years old. And he towered over them significantly. Regardless of the circumstances, confronting 3 little ones should pose no considerable challenge. "Who are you to meddle in our affairs?" one of the youngsters retorted, visibly disgruntled. "Oh." Kai smiled slightly and approached the individual before him, deliberately adopting a fierce demeanor. Leaning close to the person's ear, he declared, "I am of the Uchiha clan." The moment the name resonated, the young one visibly panicked. For the majority of ordinary villagers in Konohagakure, the Uchiha clan was akin to a nightmare. Especially after their role in the guard forces, the actions of the Uchiha had incited wrath and resentment within the village. They often apprehended individuals over trivial matters, subjecting them to torment before releasing them. This likely sowed the seeds of peril that ultimately led to their clan's demise. Thus, upon hearing the name Uchiha, the young one immediately became flustered, hurriedly signaling his 2 companions to flee the scene. "Are you all right?" Gradually crouching down, Kai smiled gently and patted the shoulder of the little girl before him. "And no, I'm fine." As she lifted her head, the tears on her face were still quite evident. He had encountered members of the Hyuga clan a few times. Even after seeing the Byakugan multiple times, he still felt a sense of discomfort. Nevertheless, the little girl was undeniably adorable, with her black hair framing her delicate face, and the tears only stirred an instinctive urge to comfort her. What a charming little girl. "But you must be from the Hyuga clan, right? What brings you here?" Aye. She seemed at a loss for words. Yet, Kai found himself greatly intrigued by her. The eldest princess of the Hyuga clan, the future leading lady, Hinata Hyuga. A beloved figure in the hearts of many. "Aha. You are truly delightful. Why not become my wife from now on?" Kai suddenly blurted out this unexpected proposition. Hinata, who had just regained her composure, widened her eyes in disbelief. Perhaps at her age, the concept of marriage was beyond her comprehension, yet she surely possessed some vague understanding. "You jerk, what are you doing?" The blonde-haired individual, who had been standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback by Kai's words before rushing over to stand beside him. "Yeah, who are you?" Kaming, feigning ignorance, inquired of the little one. "Sir, I am none other than Uzumaki Naruto." "What do you intend to do by bullying such a tiny girl?" Naruto exclaimed. Kai smiled faintly, then reached out to ruffle Naruto's hair. Yet, in that fleeting moment, in a dimly lit space, an immensely formidable being suddenly opened its eyes, emanating an aura of terror. Upon sensing the external circumstances, it became evident that this was indeed a fearsome entity. At present, even with 8-fold courage, one would hesitate to confront this creature. After all, it was evident that countless eyes were observing this scene from the surroundings. "So, your name is Naruto Uzumaki. Quite an impressive little fellow." Grinning, Kai chose not to dwell on the matter too deeply. He had no desire to attract unnecessary trouble, nor to be scrutinized by others, intentionally or otherwise. "Ah well, I shall indulge in some food now." Just as he uttered the words, a rumble echoed from Naruto's stomach, instantly rendering him awkward, as he bowed his head in embarrassment. Never mind. Our encounter is a stroke of fate. Let us go. I shall treat you to ramen." "Is that for real?" Naruto exclaimed with excitement. "What do you mean, is that for real? Help him up, and let us go have a bite to eat. Then, we shall escort her back. It is obvious she must have wandered into this area by mistake." Kai gestured towards Hinata Hyuga, who remained crouched on the ground, and with a hint of exasperation, addressed Naruto Uzumaki. "Leave it to me. I am quite familiar with this village, and can ensure she reaches her home safely." Naruto promptly responded with unwavering confidence. After a moment of hesitation, he contemplated personally escorting her to foster some goodwill, but ultimately dismissed the idea. The members of the Hyuga clan were not individuals he wished to engage with. After all, it would not be long before he would need to devise a means to depart from this village swiftly. Waiting for the fateful Night of Annihilation would render any efforts futile. "Very well. I shall leave the rest in your capable hands." Kairu slightly nodded, then turned around, his hands tucked into his pockets as he continued walking towards the direction of Konohagakure. Hinata suddenly spoke up, her face still flushed with shyness. Yet at least Kairu's gaze was now upon her. The petite girl stood up and bent down slightly, her voice barely above a whisper as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you so much. No need for thanks. Hurry up, we're off to eat ramen. Ramen. As they walked along, Naruto Uzumaki had his hands stuffed in his trouser pockets, his head held high and chest out as he strode forward, chattering incessantly as they went. Should we intervene? Kai led the two little ones, meandering gently towards the heart of the village. Due to the heavy snowfall, many shop doors were currently shut tight. Kai walked ahead, with Naruto Uzumaki striding alongside him, while the bashful Hinata followed closely behind. However, in the shadows, several masked figures, clearly members of the Umbu from Konohagakure, lingered atop the rooftops. One individual, donning a fox mask, inquired of his companion. What is there to report about this? We can simply relay our observations during the evening debriefing. Reporting on the antics of a few children seems rather trivial, remarked a figure with a tiger mask. But that one belongs to the Uchiha clan, retorted his companion. I am aware he is merely a first-year student at the Ninja Academy, still unable to harness chakra, nothing but a liability from the Uchiha clan. Thus, we need only watch. There is no need for excessive seriousness. Understood. Upon this acknowledgement, aside from one individual who diligently observed the trio's every move, the remainder merely engaged in idle chatter. Ichiraku Ramen. This establishment is situated in what could be considered the prime location of all Konohagakure. It stands at the intersection of two T-shaped main roads, visible from a great distance and undeniably prominent. Adjacent to the shop, there are no other establishments, resulting in virtually no competitive pressure. Regrettably, it is merely a small stall, though the awning extending outward can shield against some wind and snow. Overall, patrons sit upon high stools, leaning over a counter that juts out for dining. There are 5 positions available, accommodating only a limited number of guests at once. What would you like to eat? Order whatever you desire. Today, I shall treat you, Kai generously proclaimed to Naruto and Hinata, glancing at the menu hanging on the wall. Really? Then I would like a large bowl of ramen, with some squid rolls. If that's all right, Naruto cautiously inquired. Indeed. And you, Hinata? Kai gazed at Hinata and inquired. I can, still as bashful as ever. She responded in a barely audible voice. With a silent sigh, Kai leaned against the counter, his height perfectly aligning with its edge. He even had to tiptoe slightly to glimpse what lay within. Ah, welcome. I didn't expect to have such young patrons today. What would you like to have? A warm and amiable man appeared from behind the counter, likely around 35 years of age, his smile exuding a gentle warmth. Hello, sir. Could we please have 3 large servings of ramen, with all the toppings included? Thank you. Kai leaned directly on the counter and inquired, 3 servings? The owner of Ichiraku Ramen appeared somewhat surprised. He then extended his head over the counter to take a glance below, only to discover 2 even shorter figures. Oh, Naruto is here too. The owner clearly recognized Uzumaki Naruto. After exchanging a simple greeting and a smile, he considered that the 2 little ones might struggle to reach the counter if they were both leaning over it. Thus, he swiftly retrieved a small dining table from a side shelf within the establishment. He also brought out a few smaller stools specifically for them. Please wait a moment. You can sit here for now, the owner of Ichiraku said with a smile before hurriedly returning to the kitchen. In a short while, 3 large bowls of ramen were placed before each individual, all containing the same generous portions. The toppings overflowed, creating a delightful mound in each bowl. One could easily discern various meats, squid, and meatballs among the abundant ingredients, which were truly plentiful. How sumptuous! Exclaimed Uzumaki Naruto, his excitement palpable as tears began to well in his eyes. Let us eat quickly. On such a cold day, it will get cold if we don't hurry. As Kai spoke, he was the first to pick up his chopsticks and began to eat heartily, without a hint of pretense. Hinata, although still enveloped in shyness, gently took up her chopsticks and began to savor her meal. I'm so full, exclaimed Naruto Uzumaki, having polished off an entire bowl, rubbing his belly in satisfaction as he let out a contented burp. Surprisingly, the young lady from the Hyuga clan managed to finish her substantial bowl entirely, leaving no trace behind. As for Kai, his bowl still held a considerable amount, reflecting a lesser appetite. After all, at such a young age, consuming an entire bowl would surely feel overwhelming. By the way, big brother, what is your name? Naruto suddenly pondered, his curiosity piqued as he turned to Kai. My name? I am Uchiha Kai. However, I dare say our paths may not cross again, so consider this encounter a stroke of fate. I would be delighted to treat you both today. And should our fates intertwine once more, I would gladly extend my hospitality again. He smiled lightly before rising to inquire with the owner of Ichiraku about the total cost. All right, young patron, that will be 1,200 ryo. What? How can it be so expensive? That's enough for my living expenses for an entire month. Upon hearing such a sum, Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. Here are 2,000 ryo. There's no need for change. As for the remainder, young Naruto, you are familiar with him. So consider it a treat for him to dine with me twice more. Kai casually handed over 2 banknotes to the owner of Ichiraku Ramen, stating with an air of nonchalance, no problem. He can come by any time. To his surprise, the owner replied, I did not expect such generosity from a young guest. We are currently running a promotion, so here are 3 discount coupons for you. I hope you will grace us with your presence again in the future. With that, the owner retrieved 3 cards from behind the counter and handed them to Kai. However, after merely glancing at them, Kai tossed the cards in front of Naruto, saying, I have no use for these. Perhaps you can take them another day? Oh. Naruto was momentarily taken aback, but quietly tucked the coupons into his pocket. I am Hinata, she said, her voice soft and filled with gratitude. Thank you very much for your hospitality, brother Kai. Having already stepped away from Ichiraku Ramen, she noticed her clan members approaching and politely bowed slightly to Kai, her tone shy as she spoke. Without waiting for a response, she turned and hurried towards her family. Kai observed the scene before him, his heart betraying no emotion. He regarded it merely as a diversion, an inconsequential affair in the grand scheme of his existence. Little one, I must take my leave now, he remarked casually, giving Naruto a light pat on the shoulder before turning away and departing. Naruto stood rooted to the spot, his desire to call out stifled by uncertainty. In the end, he could only watch the retreating figure, silently lingering in place, words caught in his throat. Meanwhile, Ebisu, as the instructor at the Ninja Academy, stood at the podium, earnestly elucidating the foundational knowledge of the ninja arts. His lecture was fervent, perhaps even a tad verbose. Yet, when he turned to survey the attentive crowd, he spotted one individual who had slumped over his desk in slumber. Noticing the densely scrawled notes on the blackboard, Ebisu swiftly seized a piece of chalk and hurled it with considerable force towards the student lounging at the back. Uchiha Kai, if you wish to sleep, why not do so at home? Must you impose your slumber upon the Ninja Academy? Since your arrival, you have spent every class in a state of unconsciousness. Pray tell, what have you learned? To this day, you have yet to grasp even the basics of chakra control. If this continues, I shall have no choice but to expel you. Ebisu bellowed, his ire unmistakable. Teacher Ebisu, I believe it matters little whether you attend to such a slacker. He occupies merely a seat. Came the derisive laughter from the other students in the room. As for Uchiha Kai, he groggily lifted his head, rubbing the spot where the chalk had struck. Faced with this scenario, Ebisu could only shake his head in disbelief, suppressing his anger with a deep breath. He struck the desk with his book, demanding silence. Settle down. Everyone, let us continue with the lesson. As he turned back to write on the blackboard, he couldn't help but internally lament the presence of such a lackluster individual from the Uchiha clan. Regardless of the laughter and remarks of others, Kai remained utterly unfazed, exhibiting not even a hint of extraneous emotion. He was completely indifferent to their opinions of him. As the gazes of those around him shifted away, he laid his head upon the table and succumbed to slumber. He was of the same age as Uchiha Daisuhan and had entered the Ninja Academy concurrently, the sole distinction being their assignment to separate classes. The reason for his daytime slumber was akin to that of an owl. He was entirely nocturnal. During the day, he appeared lethargic and listless, but as night fell, he sprang to life. He swiftly secured the door and adeptly maneuvered through the window to venture outside. The heavy winter snow had dissipated. Although the weather was not particularly warm, it was far from the biting chill of a snow-laden day. Within the depths of the Death Forest, he employed the same tactics as before to gain entry, dispatching his shadow clones to transform into various animals and soar toward the horizon. The chakra of all clones, including his own, was nearly entirely concealed, ensuring that it remained dormant. Even under the scrutiny of the Byakugan, it was barely perceptible. After all, in the ninja world, creatures infused with chakra were exceedingly numerous, and possessing even a trace amount was entirely commonplace. Most individuals, however, deemed such practices beneath them. In truth, few clans within the entire ninja realm possessed the ability to detect such nuances. The Hyuga clan, in particular, was the source of Kai's greatest concern. Lightly attired, with the sky devoid of clouds and a full moon illuminating the ground, The area where Kai frequently visited took on an enchanting quality. A patch of open ground had emerged along the banks of the stream. Though modest in size, it was undoubtedly secluded enough for most endeavors. With a determined spirit, he prepared to reflect upon his previous endeavors and assess whether his recent creations bore any fruit. Placing his small backpack on the ground, Uchiha Kai took a moment to stretch. He then clasped his hands together, and his eyes transformed into the mesmerizing form of the Sharingan. However, he was not foolish enough to exhaust his ocular power in this place. It would be a waste of precious vision. His intent in activating the Mangeki was to scrutinize the flaws in the ninjutsu he was about to create. As he recited the hand seals inscribed on paper, he found the process somewhat foreign, thus it did not progress swiftly. Fortunately, the number of required seals was limited, and even at a leisurely pace, he completed them in under 2 seconds. Once the hand seals were finalized, Kai's gaze shifted to the distance. He then swiftly crossed his hands and proclaimed, "Ninjutsu, fire release, firefly explosion." As the ninjutsu was unleashed, Kai, with the clarity afforded by the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, beheld a profoundly astonishing sight before him. Some 10 meters away, a web-like formation enveloped the entire area, with chakra points manifesting every few centimeters, all interconnected. The extent of this coverage could be directly influenced by the quantity of chakra he infused, and he could also manipulate the distribution of these chakra points according to his wishes. Explode. With a forceful clap of his hands, all the densely clustered chakra points erupted simultaneously. The amount of chakra he had channeled was rather meager, resulting in a rather inconsequential explosion. After all, Kai's intention was straightforward: to assess the practicality and efficacy of the ninjutsu. The capacity and range of the explosion were no longer subjects requiring examination. This was indeed satisfactory. It felt quite adequate for large-scale assaults. This technique seemed promising, yet he had yet to witness the actual impact and aftermath of such an attack. At least within the confines of the Hidden Leaf Village, the likelihood of such an attack landing was virtually non-existent. However, it was wise to prepare in advance, ensuring that his years of training were not in vain. Boom! Just as he reveled in his triumph, a distant shadow clone suddenly detonated, transmitting all that it had perceived back to his consciousness. With eyes closed, he absorbed the images relayed from the clone, a figure adorned with a mask. Yet the forehead protector unmistakably bore the insignia of the Hidden Cloud Village. However, the critical detail was that this individual appeared to be cradling a child. What was happening? Why had they come here? Kai suddenly opened his eyes, wearing an expression of disbelief. He was aware that the arrival of Yun-In village to the lumber area had been arranged over a month ago, finalized only in the daylight hours. However, he was taken aback that matters had escalated by nightfall. What perplexed Kai was why the other party had ventured into the Forest of Death and was advancing deeper within. Shouldn't such issues have been resolved by the Hinata clan? Alas, what did it matter to him? He quickly gathered his backpack from the ground, meticulously checking for any traces left behind. The scene was devoid of any evidence, so he hastily donned his backpack. Just as he intended to depart from that place, an unexpected thought crossed his mind. He cast his gaze towards the direction in which the person from Yun-In village had fled, and in an instant, he dashed toward that location with remarkable speed. Meanwhile, the individual from Yun-In village, while running, kept glancing back as if evading something. Navigating through the forest, each landing was deftly placed upon the branches, indicating that this individual possessed at least the prowess of a Seichnin, exhibiting commendable vigilance, yet lacking in awareness. With a sudden bang, seizing the opportunity when the opponent turned back, Kai delivered a powerful kick that struck the intruder squarely in the face. The sheer force sent the individual, who had been propelled forward, hurtling backward and plummeting downward. The child he had been holding slipped from his grasp, and just as the child was about to crash to the ground, Kai leapt towards a sturdy tree, snatching the child from the air with remarkable speed, landing safely on a nearby branch. "Kai, big brother." The voice was faint, yet the sudden turn of events sent a shiver down Uchiha Kai's spine. To his astonishment, the little girl had recognized him. In the following instant, Kai swiftly employed a transformation technique, assuming a different appearance, confident that the individual from Yun-In village had not yet discerned his identity. "You have mistaken me for someone else." Kai wore an expression of utter disbelief, hastily concocting an excuse to brush it off. However, the fallen ninja from Yun-In village had already regained his footing and detected their presence. Yet, it seemed that this individual harbored no desire to linger. Upon realizing the existence of others, he promptly sought to make his swift exit. "Still thinking of fleeing?" Kai wrapped one arm around Hinata Hyuga, and in the blink of an eye, he had moved to stand before her, with a single hand forming seals. And accompanied by a sudden surge of lightning in his grasp, Kai shouted, "Lightning release." Chidori sharp spear. Almost instantaneously, a blade of lightning, approximately 10 meters in length, pierced through the opponent's right arm. As Kai slightly raised his hand, the severed arm fell to the ground. In the next moment, he executed a swift body flicker to appear directly in front of his adversary, delivering a powerful kick to the chest. The tremendous impact, coupled with the injury to the arm, left the foe sprawled on the ground, motionless. Hinata. A voice resounded barely 5 seconds later. An individual rushed forward at an astonishing speed, launching an immediate assault on Kai. However, Kai had no intention of engaging in combat. He swiftly retreated and raised his hand in a gesture of peace, exclaiming, "Do not misunderstand. I merely saved her. It is that individual you should be apprehending." With that, he gently placed Hinata on the ground and leaped away several meters. Hinata's father, Hayashi Hyuga, hurried to check on her condition, relieved to find she was unharmed. However, his gaze turned to the fallen figure, bloodied in the midst of the battlefield, and an intense fury ignited within him. Do not kill him. But it was too late. Hayashi dashed forward, piercing through the opponent's chest with a swift strike. Sigh. Kai shook his head helplessly. Who are you? After resolving the situation with the visitors from Yunin village, Hyuga Hazashi furrowed his brow and inquired towards Kai. I saved your daughter. And yet this is the attitude you present? The conduct of the Hyuga clan is truly disappointing. I apologize. I acted impulsively just now. Please forgive me. As Hyuga Hazashi held his daughter, he lowered his head. What had been said earlier was indeed correct, regardless of the circumstances. It was the other party who had rescued his daughter, and it was rather inappropriate for him to address them in such a manner. Who I am is of little consequence, but it seems you have encountered a significant predicament. The members of the Umbu will likely arrive here in approximately 3 minutes. I suggest you contemplate how to manage the situation at hand. If a reasonable solution is not found, your Hyuga clan will undoubtedly face repercussions. Kai was reluctant to involve himself in such matters, merely offering a brief warning. Wait. As Kai prepared to depart, Hinata Hayashi hastily intervened and inquired about the meaning behind his words. Indeed, if an agreement could be reached with the Hinata clan, then on the fateful night of the Uchiha massacre, he could potentially escort the Uchiha siblings, Mountain and his sister, to safety. Was this not a golden opportunity? Kai halted abruptly, contemplating the situation, and immediately turned back. He leaped to a point approximately 10 meters away from Hinata Hazashi, then smiled slightly and remarked, There are about 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining before the arrival of the Umbu. I do not mind lending you a hand. However, you must promise me one thing. What is it? In the future, I mean, in the event that the Uchiha clan faces annihilation, I need you to ensure the safe passage of 2 Uchiha children out of Konoha. But fret not, there will be no burden on you. For I shall bring those 2 children directly to you. They belong to the civilian district, thus posing no threat to the village. How does this condition strike you? The Uchiha clan facing extinction? I am merely speaking hypothetically. Very well, I agree to your terms, considering it a debt of gratitude for saving my daughter. However, what do you mean by suggesting that our Hyuga clan might attract trouble? Hinata Hazashi had acted impulsively just moments ago, but upon regaining composure, he quickly discerned the implications of the situation. He was curious to see how the individual before him would respond. This man hailed from the Hidden Cloud village, and the 2 villages were currently negotiating a collaboration. Their intent was clear, to abduct Hinata solely for her Byakugan. Given that lives had been lost in this matter, the Hidden Cloud village would undoubtedly seize upon this incident to instigate conflict. It seemed they had not anticipated the prospect of an alliance with Konoha. Otherwise, this situation would not have arisen, would it? Kai leisurely inquired. It seems we still have some time, even if the hour of departure is already upon us. As the leader of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Hazashi could somewhat surmise the purpose of this visit from the Hidden Cloud village. However, you mentioned that killing him would pose some trouble for my Hyuga clan. What sort of trouble do you mean? Hazashi asked. Trouble? Kai found himself at a loss for words, yet he longed to depart from this place, unwilling to become entangled in these matters. Ultimately, he remarked that it was inevitable for the Hidden Leaf village to use the pretext of war to demand retribution from the Hyuga clan for the death of the individual. And that individual was indeed you. Presently, there was no escape from the Umbu, who had already infiltrated this forest of death. While you might evade demise, the fate of your brother remains uncertain. However, Solutions to such predicaments are not without merit. The crux lies in what the Hyuga clan leader is willing to sacrifice. A sacrifice? Allow me to assist you in resolving this issue, provided that your Hyuga clan can furnish me with cells derived from Hashirama Senju. How can that be possible? Where would the Hyuga clan acquire such a thing? Hyuga Hayashi inquired, furrowing his brow. His curiosity regarding the identity of the person before him intensified, and he discerned that the individual was employing a transformation technique. Moreover, based on the chakra emanating from this person, they should be an extraordinarily powerful individual. Why then would they choose to adopt such a guise? There are individuals from your Hyuga clan within the roots. That scoundrel Danzo possesses an abundance of such resources. Find a way for your people to procure it. There is no rush to utilize it. Just bring it forth, and when time permits, I shall visit you. With a calm demeanor, Kai spoke, followed by the urgent reminder that there were merely 30 seconds left before the arrival of the Umbu. Very well. I assure you, I shall do my utmost to assist you in this matter. Hinata Hizashi, acutely aware of the impending situation, recognized that the adversaries would soon arrive. Spiraling sphere. He deftly formed a chakra sphere with one hand, a technique devoid of hand seals, and swiftly maneuvered to the lifeless body of the fallen ninja from the hidden cloud village. He pressed the sphere against the grievous wound he had previously inflicted. In an instant, the sharp incision transformed into a gaping hole. You may claim to be merely taking a stroll. As long as you deny it, the hidden cloud village would not dare assert that they dispatched someone to capture Hinata. The evidence bears no connection to your Hyuga clan. Simply maintain your denial, and we shall eagerly anticipate our next encounter. As Kai spoke, he vanished in the blink of an eye. The risks he took were considerable. Should he linger any longer and attract attention, his escape would become exceedingly arduous. What difference would it make, even with formidable strength? It wouldn't be long before such occurrences would inevitably draw the notice of the Uchiha clan. Thus, he must return at once, ensuring that no errors or traces were left in his wake. Indeed, as soon as Kai's heels left the ground, within mere moments, a multitude of figures swiftly materialized, each clad in combat attire befitting a ninja, their faces obscured by masks. Hyuga Hayashi chose not to retreat, instead standing quietly while embracing Hyuga Hinata. Upon the arrival of the Umbu members, they paused momentarily upon witnessing the fallen ninja from the village of Cloud. It was then that the leading figure, noticing only Hyuga Hayashi standing there, approached him with a tone tinged with inquiry, asking the Hyuga clan leader if an explanation was warranted regarding the situation. How absurd! What explanation do you seek from me? This matter has nothing to do with our Hyuga clan. Surely, you possess the sight to discern that the wounds upon him are not of our making. I merely happened to accompany my daughter here and fortuitously witnessed the skirmish between two individuals. I was taken aback by how swiftly the other party departed. You arrived almost immediately after they had left. Do you truly believe this incident bears any connection to my clan? Hyuga Hayashi furrowed his brow, retorting with a sharpness that matched the inquiry directed at him. Even now, the Uchiha clan, the most formidable in the Hidden Leaf Village, had not been eradicated. In terms of numbers and strength, the Hyuga clan undeniably surpassed them, given that the members of the Hyuga clan were among the most numerous of all clans. The conditions for awakening the Byakugan were significantly less complex than those for the Sharingan, compounded by the long-standing system of main and branch families, which meant that the entirety of the Hyuga clan predominantly heeded the words of their leader, Hyuga Hayashi. My apologies. Upon our arrival, we found only you present here. Thus, we naturally inclined to direct our suspicions towards you, inadvertently overlooking other possibilities. We hope you can forgive us, Hyuga clan leader. If possible, we would appreciate your cooperation in our forthcoming investigation. The masked leader, donning a dog-faced mask, addressed Hyuga Hayashi with politeness. Very well. I never anticipated that my outing would lead to such an uncomfortable encounter, Hyuga Hayashi remarked, turning to depart. Yet, such a statement would scarcely be believed, even by a canine. Who could possibly accept that the leader of the Hyuga clan would aimlessly wander into the depths of the Forest of Death, a location several kilometers from the village with no pathways leading to it? Nonetheless, without any substantial evidence at hand, even if there were, none dared to impede the steps of the Hyuga clan leader. Take the body back and conduct a thorough examination to ascertain the circumstances surrounding this incident. The leader commanded loudly, as the darkness enveloped the area, obscuring any clarity regarding the cause of death. Third Hokage, do you not owe our village of Cloud an explanation regarding this matter? We approached you with sincerity to forge an alliance, yet now, one of our own has perished within your territory. If this matter is not addressed, then it seems that the village of Cloud will have no choice but to engage in battle with Kanahagakure. In the Hokage's office, a burly figure loomed, his strength a mystery. With both hands pressed firmly on the Hokage's desk and leaning forward, he glared fiercely at Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage. Yet, the third Hokage remained silent, seated calmly as he continued to smoke his pipe, enveloping the entire office in a haze of smoke. He was not alone. 3 elderly advisors sat beside him, their gazes fixed upon the furious representative from the village of Cloud. Confronted by such a brazen attitude, the third Hokage spoke deliberately, assuring that the village of Cloud would receive an explanation. However, he noted that the investigation was not yet complete, and once clarity was achieved, they would convey the findings. Until then, he suggested they take some time to rest. What more needs to be investigated? It was Hinata Hisashi who was killed. Is there any doubt that requires further inquiry? You must present us with Hisashi's body, or we shall declare war. Bring it on. Do not think for a moment that we, Kanahagakure, fear you. At that moment, Danzo, who had been quietly simmering with anger, abruptly rose to his feet. Slamming his right hand onto the table, he pointed an accusatory finger at the envoy from the village of Cloud, clearly stating his position. From a standpoint of firmness, Danzo clearly outshone the third Hokage. One was embroiled in internal strife, while the other acted impulsively and without foresight. It was no wonder that the village of Leaf found itself in such precarious circumstances. Is this truly the stance of Kanahagakure? The Cloud Ninja inquired. Danzo, sit down and behave. The third Hokage reprimanded, taking a heavy drag from his pipe before exhaling slowly. He reiterated that they would indeed provide an explanation. But as of now, there was no evidence implicating Hinata Hisashi in the murder. Consequently, they would have to await a definitive conclusion. If the village of Cloud could not bear this, then war would be unavoidable. Additionally, may I inquire why your people were found deep within our death forest? Shouldn't you also provide an explanation for that? This question left the Cloud envoy momentarily speechless. They could hardly claim they were there to pursue the princess of the Hyuga clan. Ultimately, they could only clench their fists, seething with anger. Muttering a final remark before turning to leave the Hokage's office. The audacity of the village of Cloud was astounding. To act so brazenly within the Hokage's office warranted a decisive response, to make them truly understand the consequences of their actions. Even if it means igniting the fourth great ninja war, it matters not. Upon seeing that the other party had departed, Danzo immediately rose in fury, exclaiming, "The third great war has only just concluded, and we have yet to recuperate. How can we engage in battle?" The third Hokage, with a countenance of resigned helplessness, then remarked, "How do you propose we address this matter? If not handled properly, it could certainly lead to significant trouble. We now await the results of the autopsy. Should it be confirmed that Hyuga Hisashi is responsible, I shall place the burden squarely upon the Hyuga clan. It is of no concern to us. How they choose to manage it is solely their affair." The elder, who had been quietly seated, leisurely expressed this sentiment to the third Hokage. "I share your view. Yet if the examination reveals no trace linking them to the Hyuga clan, this issue may prove far more complicated than anticipated," spoke Tsunade. These individuals were all elders closely associated with the Hokage, and any major decisions were typically made collectively by the 4 of them before being disseminated. After considering the advice of the 2, the third Hokage hesitated momentarily before sighing in resignation. Just then, a knock echoed at the door of the Hokage's office. Before the third Hokage could respond, Danzo bellowed, "Enter." The person who entered was an ANBU operative, their face obscured by a mask. Immediately dropping to one knee and presenting a document. "Has the autopsy report been completed?" inquired the third Hokage. "Yes, Lord Third. The preliminary results indicate no signs of wounds related to the Hyuga clan on the body, nor any trace of Hyuga Hisashi's chakra. However, the nature of the wounds is peculiar. They exhibit meticulous control of force. There are 2 distinct injuries. One has severed an entire arm, accompanied by burn marks, which we believe to be the result of lightning release. Yet, thus far, no known jutsu within Kanahagakure corresponds to such a technique, though it bears some resemblance to Kakashi's Raikiri, albeit with notable variations. The lightning marks have not affected the surrounding area, which raises our suspicions. The second wound is a massive perforation in the chest, a gaping hole that could only have been created by the 4th Hokage's Rasengan. The residual chakra is unmistakable. Yet we have yet to identify anyone matching this type of chakra. The operative reported earnestly, having meticulously examined the overall condition. Nevertheless, The jutsu responsible for such injuries piqued even their curiosity, those who specialized in assassination. After all, one has yet to witness such an innovative application of ninjutsu. Unless Kakashi has developed a more advanced version of his Raikiri, but that fellow has always remained in the Umbu, making it unlikely for him to act in such a manner. Are you certain? Danzo inquired with a furrowed brow, his tone grave. Yes, Lord Danzo. Very well. Leave the items behind and return for now. The third Hokage gently tapped the ashes from his pipe, maintaining a calm demeanor as he spoke. Understood. With that, the individual swiftly exited the Hokage's office. As the door closed once more, a flicker of doubt crossed the serene face of the third Hokage. What should we do now? Danzo asked. What do you mean, what should we do? I believe we should directly place the blame on the Hyuga clan. Mito Gate-on, without a moment's hesitation, bluntly proposed his thoughts. That is unacceptable. The Hyuga clan is currently the largest family in our entire Konoha village. If we unjustly assign this matter to them, the ensuing repercussions could rival those caused by the Uchiha clan. I believe it would be wiser to find someone else to take the fall. After all, it's a case of death without a clear target. Handling this would be much simpler. Kirin Kamaru stood up, voicing his perspective while directly countering Mito Gaiden. In his view, this was an exceedingly perilous course of action. Unless we can definitively confirm that Hyuga Hayashi is responsible, we cannot shift the blame onto the Hyuga clan. However, it appears that this is rather improbable at present. Moreover, if we were to proceed in such a manner, not only could it provoke an adverse reaction from the Hyuga clan, but it might also lead to even greater calamities. And these few individuals, if merely subjected to a few careless words, could jeopardize the hard-won peace, potentially tearing Konoha apart. Currently, we already have the restless Uchiha clan to contend with. Should the Hyuga clan encounter issues as well, this village may find itself devoid of substantial strength. Let us proceed, conduct a casual investigation, and select someone from the prison to handle this matter for the time being. We can deliberate on the subsequent inquiries later. The third Hokage concluded, weighing the pros and cons, deeming this to be the most reasonable approach. Danzo had little objection to this course of action. After all, his intentions were clear. Whether or not it pertained to the Hyuga clan, this issue was not as significant as it initially appeared. Not to mention, there is currently no evidence pointing towards Hyuga Hayashi. The Hyuga clan, have you awakened? Today, you are permitted to rest. Starting tomorrow, you must train diligently. In the room, Hyuga Hizashi sat quietly, hearing some movement from the bed. He turned to glance, and there was Hinata, her eyes wide with curiosity, staring back at him. Although the little girl remained silent, Hizashi could not suppress his burgeoning curiosity and inquired about the identity of the person from the previous night. I don't know, Hinata replied without hesitation. Hizashi had no desire to pursue the matter further and turned to leave her room. As Hinata lay on her bed, closing her eyes, the events of the previous night replayed vividly in her mind, with Uchiha Kai's face etched firmly in her thoughts. Nevertheless, she believed this memory would remain buried within her, hidden from the knowledge of anyone else. Life in the village flowed swiftly, and unbeknownst to her, 2 years had passed, seemingly without significant change. The routine at the Ninja Academy could be described as both monotonous and tedious, compounded by the daily taunts from peers. Yet, for Kai, such matters elicited little concern. Even when labeled as the underperformer, he exhibited no visible reaction. He endeavored to fade from everyone's awareness, spending class time sleeping. Despite being in the 3rd year of ninja training, his abilities were limited to merely channeling chakra, with no comprehension of techniques like the shadow clone, transformation, or substitution jutsu. Unperturbed by his shortcomings, he was indifferent to the opinions of others. Hey, you're here again. As dawn broke, on a narrow path, Uchiha Kai jogged steadily, with beads of sweat on his forehead indicating he had covered a considerable distance. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed past him, accompanied by a fleeting figure. Noticing Kai running, the figure halted, and upon Kai's approach, they began to jog together at a leisurely pace, giving him a thumbs up. After all, their names were indeed quite similar. Might Guy, the training enthusiast of Konoha, was undoubtedly among the elite. Kai-senpai up so early? Uchiha Kai greeted him with a smile. Hey, you seem to have been up even earlier than me. I thought you would last only a day or two, but here you are, a month into it. Truly commendable. Unlike Might Guy, who spoke with an unflinching demeanor, Uchiha Kai found himself panting, yet resolute. For him, mastery of ninjutsu and chakra posed no insurmountable challenge. Even devoid of extraordinary enhancements, his keen intellect and photographic memory could lead him to remarkable achievements. However, the crux of the matter lay in taijutsu. It served as the foundation for all physical endeavors. While chakra could provide assistance, without a robust physique to match, speed would remain an elusive dream. Initially, he had not anticipated encountering Might Guy during his pursuit of physical conditioning, yet fate had conspired to bring them together. Senior Kai, my stamina is nearly depleted. Perhaps you should run ahead. Uchiha Kai gasped, his footsteps gradually slowing. In stark contrast, Might Guy maintained his pace alongside Uchiha Kai, even playfully retreating as he observed the young boy, who appeared around 8 or 9 years old. With a thoughtful expression, he inquired, "How long have you been running around the village? This should be your 3rd lap since departing from the Uchiha compound. Damn, am I becoming too lethargic? I must resolve to rise early and train diligently. However, your unwavering spirit is truly commendable. I never had the chance to ask, why are you so determined to push yourself?" Might Guy, filled with a mix of regret and introspection, shifted his demeanor. His curiosity piqued as he gazed at Uchiha Kai. "While I possess chakra, I have never been able to master ninjutsu. Even the most fundamental techniques elude me. I have always been at the bottom of my class. Thus, I strive to catch up with my peers. I've heard that you rely solely on taijutsu to become a ninja, and I aspire to be like you, Senior Kai?" Uchiha Kai replied earnestly as he swallowed hard. Upon hearing these words, Might Guy felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, recalling his own struggles as the underdog in his class. He had a modicum of chakra, yet it served little purpose. Unable to learn the ninjutsu employed by others, he had relied solely on his efforts to reach his current level. It was indeed a commendable aspiration. "If you are willing, I shall guide you in your training," he proclaimed. "Really?" Uchiha Kai exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. He then stopped, bending slightly as he struggled to catch his breath. "I will need your assistance moving forward, Sensei Kai. Do not overthink it. Training is arduous, especially when it involves taijutsu." Might Guy displayed his signature radiant smile, and as the two continued their run, he pondered for a moment before declaring, "Since I have already contemplated teaching you training, I shall bestow upon you a gift. Tomorrow, your first objective is to run 10 laps around the village, and we shall convene in the woods at the front of the village." In truth, Might Guy held no particular concern regarding the lineage of Uchiha Kai. To him, the Uchiha Kai before him bore a striking resemblance to his own childhood, particularly in terms of relentless effort. The span of 2 months had already revealed to him the tenacity and perseverance of Uchiha Kai. Throughout this period, Might Guy took the initiative to inquire about Uchiha Kai's background at the ninja school, driven by a natural curiosity as he often encountered him. The information he obtained aligned perfectly with Uchiha Kai's own words. He was indeed the lowest performer in the entire class, exhibiting an almost abysmal level of skill. Were it not for his heritage from the Uchiha clan, one might easily mistake him for a mere civilian ninja. Kai momentarily froze, but as he continued to run, a grin spread across his face as he said, "Then I will trouble you with this, Teacher Guy. Tomorrow, I shall run 10 laps around the village, without missing a single one. This is the essence of youth. Henceforth, let us ignite the flames of our youth. I have decided to run 20 laps tomorrow to celebrate this occasion." Might Guy chuckled, his smile wide. A striking contrast stood beside him, a mere 9-year-old Uchiha Kai, whose name bore a close resemblance to his mentor's. To an outsider, this pairing might seem peculiar, for it was no clandestine affair. They were openly running around the entirety of Konoha village. Might Guy had already established himself as an elite jonin of Konoha, a titan in the realm of taijutsu. When it came to physical prowess, it was hard to imagine anyone in the world surpassing him, though this training regimen was undeniably intense. Uchiha Kai recognized that at his current stage, further exploration of ninjutsu and chakra mastery was not advisable. The primary reason for not pursuing this path earlier was his body, which was still in a phase of growth. The strain from absorbing and training could impose significant burdens on his developing physique. However, at this age, he would no longer be adversely affected. With an abundance of chakra coursing through his body, complemented by supplementary training, his physical condition would soon undergo a remarkable transformation. The following day, Teacher Guy, may we take a moment to rest? At the crack of dawn, while most remained ensconced in slumber, the duo trudged along the road. One large and one small. Uchiha Kai's eyes were nearly bulging from exertion. To evade detection, he had deliberately sealed most of his chakra before their run. Yet, the sheer intensity of the physical activity almost led him to lose control and unleash the Sharingan. This is indeed youthful vigor, little Kai? Might Guy appeared unfazed. merely panting slightly. Upon hearing Uchiha Kai's plea, he waved encouragingly, giving a thumbs up. Uchiha Kai found himself on the brink of collapse. After all, at the outset of their endeavor, Might Guy had tied a 20-pound weight to each of Kai's limbs. Given the sealed chakra, running with an additional burden of 80 pounds was nothing short of a Herculean task. Even without the weights, completing 10 laps would have felt like a near impossible feat. Keep pushing, little Kai. I believe in you. After all, you were taking strides towards your youth, running backwards, yet despite this, Uchiha Kai could not keep pace with Might Guy. Each stride felt immensely burdensome, as if he might collapse at any moment. However, amidst this struggle, Uchiha Kai discovered an intriguing phenomenon. Through this relentless physical exertion, he was not only pushing his limits but also experiencing a remarkable enhancement of his mental fortitude. Throughout the course of this run, there were several moments when he nearly lost control and activated his Sharingan. After all, while chakra can be sealed, the Sharingan cannot be restrained. Just 2 more steps, just 2 more steps, he urged himself, even as each step felt as heavy as a mountain. Yet, he maintained a belief that propelled him forward, continually reminding himself to press on. As he approached the end of his run, he felt as if he had become a mere shell of his former self, devoid of thought, with only his body instinctively moving forward. With his eyes closed and his body leaning forward, his legs began to move on their own. Running a lap around the Hidden Leaf Village was approximately 30 kilometers. And not only was he restrained from using his chakra, but he was also burdened with an additional 80 kilograms. Kai, have you made up your mind? Are you truly considering taking him on as your disciple? Above the Hokage rock, Might Guy had already completed his 20 laps and was now seated beside his old friend, Kakashi Hatake. Both held bottles of drink in hand, and Kakashi had set his mask aside, having observed the recent transformation of young Uchiha Kai, whose dedication to physical training mirrored that of Might Guy in his youth. Curiosity prompted Kakashi to inquire. Yes, I made my decision yesterday. If he can run 10 laps around the village, I will take him on as my student. However, this morning, I increased the challenge by adding the 80-kilogram weight. Now you see the importance of an individual's willpower to persevere. That is the most vital quality. Never bow to youth, but more importantly, did you notice the attire he is wearing? Might Guy grinned as he posed the question. Kakashi's expression turned to one of bemusement at the mention of the attire. After all, one could hardly expect a normal individual to don the tight-fitting outfit that Might Guy favored. Nevertheless, Kakashi understood that wearing such garments during weighted runs was indeed beneficial for the body. Are you not concerned that he is from the Uchiha clan? Kakashi inquired calmly once more. What of the Uchiha clan? In the Hidden Leaf Village, you, Kakashi, are also of noble lineage, while I am but a commoner. Yet our bond remains strong. Thus, I do not concern myself with his origins, Might Guy replied. Although Mike was still smiling and speaking, Kakashi had never seen his friend so serious before. Understanding his friend's character, he could only let out a resigned sigh. He picked up the drink beside him and took a hearty sip before standing up and saying, I must take my leave now. There are numerous matters in the village that require attention these days. If you have no pressing concerns, I suggest you lend a hand as well. Oh, Kai responded simply, his body scarcely shifting. As he watched Kakashi leap directly from the summit of the Hokage rock, his heart remained unperturbed. Perhaps it was time. Suddenly, the thought of Uchiha Kai crossed his mind, prompting Might Guy to smile gently before rising and leisurely making his way toward the small grove at the village's edge. Uchiha Kai had long ceased to run. He was merely moving forward with great difficulty, step by arduous step. It was unclear when he had slipped into a state of semi-consciousness, yet his body continued to mechanically advance. Before him, Might Guy had presumably marked a white line just prior to their departure, where he now stood in wait. Within his line of sight, he discerned a figure slowly approaching from the distance, the pace so sluggish it was almost akin to walking. The figure stumbled, as if on the verge of collapsing at any moment. However, the instant the silhouette drew closer, Might Guy's eyes widened in disbelief. Uchiha Kai emanated white steam. His head bowed, and his body propelled forward autonomously. With each step, he left behind distinct footprints, though the ground was not paved with stones. Its hardness was not far off. The force he exerted was astonishing, each step leaving a clear imprint that evoked a sense of dread. On the very first day of special training, he had already opened the 8 gates, and I have yet to begin instructing him. Might Guy gasped, incredulous. He recalled his own experience of opening the first gate after 2 or 3 months of rigorous training, remembering his father's first special training session during his youth, which involved running 10 laps around the village with added weight. Bang! Just 10 meters from the finish line, perhaps his body could no longer sustain its advance, and he fell heavily to the ground. Might Guy was about to rush forward to assist, but to his astonishment, Uchiha Kai staggered to his feet once more, taking 2 or 3 steps forward before collapsing again, yet the finish line loomed ahead. He attempted to rise twice but ultimately failed, resorting to crawling slowly toward the endpoint. Witnessing this, Might Guy clenched his teeth and tightened his fists. Then, he inhaled deeply and shouted, "Little Kai, youth is right before you. The finish line is within reach. Keep going." Rather than rushing to support him, he stood at the finish line, his body trembling with excitement, vocally encouraging Uchiha Kai. Whether it was instinct or the echo of his call, Uchiha Kai gripped the ground with both hands, gradually inching forward. Even as blood began to flow from his fingertips, an indomitable will propelled him onward. Ultimately, the moment his right hand grazed the white line, his body could no longer withstand the strain, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Simultaneously, Might Guy swiftly crouched down, unhesitatingly hoisting Uchiha Kai onto his back, and rapidly traversed the woods towards an unknown destination. Upon awakening, Uchiha Kai suddenly opened his eyes, sitting up quickly, only to be engulfed by excruciating pain that surged through his entire body. The intensity of the agony compelled him to cry out involuntarily. "Brother Kai, you're awake," Uchiha Hinata exclaimed, her excitement nearly propelling her into the air at the sight of Kai regaining consciousness. She hurriedly fetched a glass of water and personally brought it to him. "How did I get back?" Kai once again reclined, gazing upon the familiar surroundings. Wasn't this his own room? Even turning his head elicited a sharp pain from the muscles in his neck. Curiously, he inquired of Ing, "How did I end up here?" "Your brother brought you back, and it seems that Teacher Kai has already arranged for your leave," Ing replied in her sweet, childlike voice. "Oh, how long have I been asleep?" 2 days. 2 days had indeed passed. Kai now feels an overwhelming sensation of immobility throughout his body. The excruciating pain emanating from within makes even the act of breathing a reminder of the agony coursing through his chest muscles. "Ing, why don't you go out and have some fun? I need to rest a little longer." Kai inhaled deeply and then spoke to Ing. "All right, Brother Kai. Call me if you need anything." He then performed the reverse seal technique. Enduring the excruciating pain, he raised his hand, channeling chakra into his right palm, and pressed it against his chest. Instantly, his chakra surged forth, alleviating the intense throbbing in his muscles for a fleeting moment. Furrowing his brow and gritting his teeth, he struggled to rise from the bed. Earth-style, underground navigation. Upon uttering the incantation, he pressed his right hand against the ground, which transformed from solid earth into quicksand in an instant, causing him to vanish beneath the surface. However, in the subterranean realm, the depth remained uncertain. Yet an expansive space lay before him. This chamber was comparable in size to his own room, furnished with an array of amenities. The only absence was windows, rendering it a completely enclosed environment. The surrounding area was inscribed with various coarse runes, all belonging to the art of sealing. As he descended, Kai could not suppress a pained cry. He stumbled onto a bed crafted from earth, took a deep breath, reclined, and then formed hand seals, lightning release. In the next moment, the body of Uchiha Kai began to radiate with brilliant flashes of lightning. The overwhelming sensation compelled Kai to cry out once more. Yet in this secluded space, no matter what actions he undertook, the outside world remained oblivious. Even the loudest cries could not penetrate beyond. Most importantly, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan rarely cast their gaze towards the Uchiha, lest they provoke a response deemed as a challenge. Hence, barring exceptional circumstances, the Hyuga would refrain from such scrutiny. Thus, Kai's presence in this clandestine underground sanctuary was remarkably secure. The lightning-charged chakra stimulated his cells, promoting rapid relaxation, albeit with inherent risks. Precise control over chakra release was imperative, otherwise, he risked severe injury. This method was inspired by the conditions he envisioned in the hidden cloud village, crafting a training regimen better suited to his needs. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he lacked the protagonist's extraordinary regenerative abilities, thus necessitating alternative approaches. "Little Kai, it seems you are recovering quite swiftly. Now, let us continue to ignite the flames of youth." Today's goal remains: run 10 laps around the village with an 80-kilogram weight before proceeding to further training. The following day, Uchiha Kai appeared as if he had completely overcome all adversities. "Today, with no obligation to attend the Ninja Academy, I decided to venture over to Might Guy's place." The familiar starting point, marked by a white line I had drawn a few days prior, still stood prominently. Ah, indeed, it is time to embrace youth, and thus, I shall commence. Uchiha Kai grinned widely, inhaling deeply before launching himself forward in a swift dash. Might Guy, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback, yet soon fell into step beside him. This time, the run was markedly different from the last. His stamina had evidently surpassed previous limitations. Where once 10 laps required an entire day and could even leave him faint, merely 3 days of rest had transformed Uchiha Kai. As he completed the first 5 laps, he appeared scarcely winded, his complexion unchanged and breath steady. His speed remained consistent with earlier performances. Such remarkable training aptitude seemed almost innate, as if he were born for the art of physical combat. Might Guy's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing that the rate of progress was significantly greater than he had anticipated. By the end of 10 laps, although utterly exhausted, they had finished at least 3 hours sooner than the previous day. Despite being drenched in sweat and breathing heavily, there was still a spark of vitality within them. In a nearby grove, after a brief respite, Might Guy sprang into action, having procured several massive tree stumps from an unknown source. With one hand, he hoisted a stump aloft and leapt into the air, driving it firmly into the ground. Each stump had a diameter of at least 50 centimeters and measured 2 to 3 meters in length, though once embedded, only a little over a meter remained above ground. The ensuing training regime demanded 2,000 punches delivered to the stumps. Should he falter, 1,000 push-ups would await him. This is the essence of youth. So let us seize the moment. Might Guy flashed a broad grin, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth as he proclaimed, "No problem." Uchiha Kai, seated nearby, sprang to his feet like a fish leaping from water, clenched his fists, and began attacking the stumps with astonishing speed. As twilight approached, Uchiha Kai continued to toil through his push-ups, even as exhaustion rendered him nearly incapable of rising. Yet, he persevered, gritting his teeth in determination. It was truly unexpected that from the Uchiha clan emerged a fool who could not utilize chakra, yet simultaneously a prodigy of physical prowess. It was a mystery why their lineage consistently produced individuals of such potential. After all, this grove was situated near the village's outskirts, and their relentless training naturally drew the attention of many passers-by. As for Might Guy, the majority of Konoha's inhabitants were already well aware of his capabilities. Even without the ability to wield ninjutsu, no one in the village would dare to belittle his presence, for the sheer strength he exhibited was undeniably formidable. Yet, how many individuals can truly endure such formidable training? Who could argue otherwise? Nevertheless, this matter is not one we ought to fret over. The Uchiha clan is set to convene tomorrow, and this gathering holds monumental significance for us, as those rascals seem poised for rebellion. Thus, we must seize the moment to engage in our own affairs. The man adorned with a fox mask grumbled to his companion, after which several figures vanished into the woods. Ah, what a delightful sensation. Beneath the night sky, Uchiha Kai reclined upon a large stone, gazing at the myriad stars above and listening to the soothing sound of flowing water nearby. To him, this experience was extraordinarily pleasant. His body sprawled in a relaxed manner on the stone, with his wide eyes absorbing the gentle breeze and the murmurs of the river cascading below the cliff. The weariness of the day seemed to evaporate in an instant. 9 years have passed. Just 2 more years until that fateful event. Suddenly, an idea struck Uchiha Kai, causing him to sit upright. 2 years? Tomorrow, the Uchiha family will hold their clan meeting. Could it be that the scoundrel might meet his end today? And in this very river's vicinity? A sense of urgency gripped him as he pondered the timing of these events and the precise location along the southern He River. Rising to his feet, he peered through the moonlight towards the river ahead. The area behind him belonged to the Uchiha clan, while the expanse before him connected to the outskirts of Konoha, traversing through the treacherous death forest. This indicated that the possible area for these occurrences was rather limited. As for the Uchiha clan's meeting, it bore no relevance to Uchiha Kai whatsoever. The assembly comprised only those of Chunin rank and above, while the Genin and common folk were dismissed as inconsequential. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a clear target and direction in mind, Kai swiftly summoned his clones. As they materialized, they transformed into crows and various other birds, each taking flight to perch intermittently along the riverbanks. The ultimate evolution of the Byakugan necessitates the amalgamation of all ocular powers, leading one to ponder the result of combining the powers of every Sharingan user. Having completed his earlier actions, Uchiha Kai now needed only to patiently await the arrival of a significant catch, without the need to remain vigilant. He continued to recline there, contemplating the annihilation of the Uchiha clan 2 years hence and how he might acquire some Sharingan for himself. The reason for his care regarding the scattered clones was that the original narrative had begun to exhibit slight deviations, and there existed elements in reality that instilled fear within him. Uchiha Shirsue's Kodo Amatsukami. This ability directly obliterates all memories, forcibly altering one's thoughts, a profoundly terrifying and unsolvable predicament for Kai. However, the means to escape this predicament is rather straightforward. Simply remove one's own eyeballs in advance. The thought elicited a smile from Kai, who closed his eyes to savor the tranquility of the moment. In the world of ninjas, experiencing such an atmosphere is indeed a rare luxury. Taking a deep breath, he stretched out his arms, as if immersing himself in a realm apart from reality. An hour later, the bird transformed from his shadow clone began to show signs of drowsiness. Although the technique of Raiden could invigorate cell activity and stave off fatigue, the weariness accumulated throughout the day lingered within his body. With the hour nearing midnight, feeling sleepy was entirely natural. Even in avian form, he struggled to keep his eyelids from succumbing to the weight of slumber, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Just as he closed his eyes, a sudden sound pierced the stillness, jolting him awake. Instantly alert, the bird turned its head toward the source of the noise. There, a shadowy figure staggered along the banks of the Nanha River, swaying unsteadily, clearly bearing severe injuries. Perhaps unable to support his own weight, the figure collapsed onto a large rock, erupting into a fit of violent coughs. It was Itachi Uchiha. Meanwhile, another shadow clone sensed a figure rapidly emerging from the Uchiha clan. Itachi had swiftly distanced himself from the Uchiha compound, moving at considerable speed. Without needing to ponder, Kai deduced that this was likely a prearranged meeting between the two. With a minute and a half remaining, it seemed ample time. Having calculated the potential encounter's timing, the clone instantly transformed into a plume of smoke, relaying all observed details back to the original's mind. Lying down, Kai was on the verge of dozing off when the incoming information jolted him upright. In an instant, he vanished from his spot, hastening toward the direction of Itachi Uchiha. As he approached, still a distance away, Kai halted abruptly, casually placing his hands in his pockets and strolling leisurely along the riverbank. Upon hearing the cough, he rushed over, feigning surprise as he inquired, "Who is it?" Gradually closing the distance, he was taken aback upon recognizing the face before him, exclaiming, "Brother Shirsue, what has happened to you?" As he spoke, Kai hastily made his way towards Uchiha Shirsue. Even at this moment, upon seeing his fellow clansman, Uchiha Kai, Shirsue's expression remained one of disdain. Yet, weakened by his injuries, he could hardly move. Leaning against a large rock, he feebly inquired in the dead of night, "What are you doing here? This is hardly the time for such talk. I must hurry and take you back to the clan. What has happened to you?" As he approached, the distance between them dwindled to merely 2 or 3 meters. Despite knowing that his opponent lacked strength, Uchiha Shirsue's eyes remained in the state of the Mangeki Sharingan, revealing his alertness and readiness for any threat. "Get lost. Don't linger here," Shirsue coldly rebuked, refusing Kai's offer of assistance, and struggled to stand. "Brother Shirsue, allow me to fetch help," Uchiha Kai exclaimed anxiously, turning around only to stumble over the stone and fall to the ground. However, sensing that Itachi would arrive in less than a minute, he vanished in an instant as he fell. Initially indifferent to Kai's presence, Shirsue was momentarily stunned by the abrupt disappearance. Yet, just as he registered this, a piercing sound reached his ears. A bolt of lightning pierced through his chest. Uchiha Shirsue was known for his quick reflexes, but alas, he was gravely injured and had not taken sufficient precautions against Uchiha Kai. "You bastard. Just think about it. I've seen you 7 or 8 times and have been scolded 6 of those times. Since you're doomed anyway, let me see you off." Kai smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth and leaned close to Uchiha Shirsue's ear, whispering softly. The latter's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet, even in the face of impending death, he instantly unleashed the power of his Mangeki Sharingan. Having reached this point, how could one possibly allow that individual to use any more of his abilities? Turning around, my right hand swiftly brushed past his face. Uchiha Shirsue fell to the ground without even a cry. What a pity, just one, but that sufficed. The technique employed was derived from Kakashi's Chidori. It was commendable in many aspects, yet the noise it produced was simply too loud. Spatial movement. The Mangeki Sharingan abruptly manifested, and I immediately harnessed the power of my right eye. Instantly, The eye displayed a crimson center surrounded by 4 swirling scythes. As the power of my right eye activated, I vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Had this individual not belonged to the Uchiha clan, I would have likely annihilated every thought within his mind. However, given that he was Uchiha Shursui, no one would ever be able to probe into the memories of this corpse. Even if the information fell into the hands of Danzo from Konoha, he would never permit an investigation into such matters. Just as I departed, Uchiha Itachi arrived at the scene, drawn by the sound. Upon witnessing Uchiha Shursui lying in a pool of blood, his face smeared with crimson, he appeared as though he had stopped breathing altogether. Overwhelmed by disbelief and unable to accept the reality, his body began to tremble, and he abruptly knelt on the ground. After a prolonged moment, he rushed to embrace Shursui, his mouth agape but unable to produce a sound, tears cascading down his cheeks. Gazing at the gaping wound in Shursui's chest, his eyes widened in horror, and the hand that clutched Shursui's clothing tightened with all his strength. Perhaps overwhelmed by his emotions, his once sharp gaze began to shift in color. The original tomo of his Sharingan swiftly transformed into the Manjiki. Were I to witness this scene, I would likely succumb to a torrent of blood from my brain, for it was astonishing how little I had altered the original narrative. Aside from acquiring an eye, everything else unfolded as it was destined to. Utilizing the capability of my right eye, I returned in an instant to my dwelling, deep within the subterranean space. Upon my return, I could not help but shut my eyes tightly, clutching my right eye in agony. It hurt like hell. Kai expressed his exasperation, remarking that it would be wise to use it sparingly in the future. After all, what if it were to lead to blindness? Kai murmured to himself, reflecting on the power of those eyes, a subject he had thoroughly studied years ago. The right eye commanded the ability of spatial manipulation, essentially granting him the power to escape. It bore some resemblance to the flying thunder god technique, yet was fundamentally distinct. With his current strength, he could teleport approximately 2 kilometers in one go without a target. However, when lacking a specific destination, he merely needed to ascertain the direction of his departure. And in an instant, he could vanish from his original location. For Kai, this ability served primarily as a means of survival, which is why he felt no urgency to leave the Hidden Leaf Village. He could depart from this wretched place at his leisure. As for the power of the left eye, it was indeed a unique enhancement of the Uchiha clan. This ability differed somewhat. It governed the manipulation of time, allowing him to foresee events occurring within the next minute, and even reverse his own experiences by up to a minute. This capability was truly formidable. Even if he were to be ambushed and struck in the heart, as long as he could reverse the outcome in time, he would remain alive and well. When it came to anticipating an opponent's abilities, he need only activate his Manjiki Sharingan during combat. Regardless of the nature of the attack, he could instantly discern the situation for the next second. Of course, without entering the eternal stage, Kai would refrain from overexerting his eyes, for the risk of blindness loomed large, a cost far too great. Feeling somewhat calmed, Kai extended his right hand, examining the gruesome object within it. His entire hand smeared with blood. The sight was undeniably unsettling. Was this the Manjiki of the heavenly gods? It appeared nothing extraordinary. With a faint smile, he raised his left hand, forming the hand seal for Earth Release, Subterranean Voyage. He returned to his room, retrieving a scroll from beneath his pillow. He then placed the eyeball at the center of the circular runes inscribed on the scroll, channeling chakra into it with his right hand and declaring, "Seal." In the next moment, the eyeball vanished, leaving behind a prominent seal inscribed on the scroll. He closed the scroll and wiped his hands with whatever was at hand. Despite the excitement within, his body succumbed to fatigue, and he collapsed onto the bed, slipping into a deep slumber within moments. Early the next morning, Uchiha Yamashita hurriedly raced over. At that moment, the three were enjoying breakfast, and upon seeing the flustered Yamashita, Kai, curious, inquired about his haste, suggesting that he must not have had breakfast yet and inviting him to join them. Oh, Yamashita did not decline, pulling up a chair to sit down. He took a large bite of a flatbread while exclaiming, "You won't believe it. Something significant has happened. Brother, please refrain from speaking while eating. You're making quite a mess." Uchiha gazed at her elder brother with a look of exasperation. Noticing his sister's disdain, Uchiha Dashin quickly covered his mouth. "Eat slowly. There's no need to rush. What is you in such a flurry?" Aunt Yun maintained her gentle smile, having already risen to pour a glass of milk from the kitchen as Dashin approached. She delicately placed the milk before him. suggesting he take a moment to drink before resuming their conversation after the meal. Dashin hurriedly swallowed the food in his mouth, his eyes widening as he cautiously declared, "Something monumental has occurred. The prodigious youth of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shursui, passed away last night." "What?" Aunt Yun's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression revealing her shock. Although she appeared to be just an ordinary maid, she was, in fact, a ninja of modest skill, a low-ranking genin. However, she was undeniably aligned with the Uchiha clan's more radical elements, a staunch supporter of their rebellion against the village, particularly since her husband had been sacrificed as cannon fodder during the Third Shinobi World War. Thus, she harbored an intense hatred for the village. Yet, what could she achieve with her limited power? Despite her inability to participate in clan meetings, Aunt Yun was well aware of their intentions. Yet with Uchiha Shursui's demise, all hopes would likely dissipate into nothingness. What a pity, Kai responded briefly. Regardless of whether Uchiha Shursui is alive or deceased, it bears no relevance to him. He continued to consume his meal, entirely indifferent to the unfolding events. "Kai, are you not astonished?" Deshawn inquired. "Of course I'm astonished, but what good does that do? Brother Shursui is undoubtedly a formidable figure in our clan, renowned on the battlefield as the Shunshin Shursui. If even he has fallen, then the forces behind this must be far more powerful than we can fathom. What can we possibly achieve with our limited strength?" As Kai spoke with an air of nonchalance, he lifted his cup of milk and drained its contents in one swift motion. After gently placing the cup down, he stood and declared, "All right, another arduous day of training awaits." Although residing in the civilian district of the Uchiha clan, the path to school always led him through the outskirts of the clan meeting area. Today, the atmosphere among the Uchiha was particularly somber. Many walked with their heads bowed in silence, as if mourning a great loss. In the Hokage's office, Uchiha Fugaku clenched his fists and addressed the third Hokage. "Sir, can you provide clarity on the circumstances surrounding Shursui's death? Surely, you must have a conclusive answer." It was unusual for Danzo to be present today, especially given that Shursui had only passed away the previous night, yet here he was, his head wrapped in bandages. "What brings you here today, Fugaku?" "The loss of Shursui is deeply felt by all, but why direct your inquiries at the third Hokage?" Danzo inquired, his brow furrowed in curiosity. It was perplexing. He had merely injured Shursui, and the notion of his death seemed improbable. Danzo had come early to gauge the unfolding situation. If Shursui were still alive and had divulged details to Fugaku, it would undoubtedly escalate tensions between them. To his surprise, Shursui had indeed died that very night, a revelation that eased Danzo's anxiety. The fatal wound on Shursui was inflicted by Kakashi's Chidori from Urambu, a technique that is unmistakable in its signature and impact. Fugaku remarked coldly, a hint of disdain in his tone. Chidori's distinctive nature and the extensive damage caused by lightning techniques made it easily identifiable among the renowned jutsu of Konohagakure. Impossible. Kakashi was on duty at the Hokage Tower last night, surrounded by many witnesses who can attest to his presence. He could not have killed Shursui, and even with his prowess, he would not stand a chance against him. The third Hokage, though aware of Shursui's demise, remained ignorant of the details surrounding it. However, observing Fugaku's demeanor raised suspicions that Shursui might have perished under the grasp of Chidori. Why not summon Kakashi to confront this matter directly? Fugaku suggested, dismissing further elaboration. "There is no issue in calling Kakashi, but are you certain that the wounds on Shursui correspond to the Chidori technique?" Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. It was utterly perplexing to ascertain the root of the issue at hand. The fact that Kakashi had remained in the Hokage building yesterday was indisputable. Thus, where did this dilemma stem from? Setting aside the question of whether Kakashi could contend with the adversary, the mere existence of this situation instilled a profound sense of unease. What uncertainty could possibly remain? The scars inflicted by the lightning release, Chidori, were strikingly evident. "Do you dare to question the judgment of the Uchiha clan?" Uchiha Fugaku was teetering on the brink of fury, his words laced with sternness and a hint of a roar. "Tomorrow, I shall ensure that everyone assembles to confront this matter directly. We mourn the loss of Shursui as well. There must be accountability for these events. Therefore, I suggest you return for now, and we shall reconvene tomorrow once we gather more information." The third Hokage slowly rose to his feet, momentarily deflecting the gravity of the situation. "We await a satisfactory response from the Hokage." His words were imbued with an unmistakable undertone of threat. After finishing his statement, Uchiha Fugaku turned and departed. Only two individuals remained at the scene, and the third Hokage cast a dissatisfied glance at Danzo, calmly inquiring, "This matter must surely bear some of your influence, Danzo? What does it have to do with me?" Danzo replied nonchalantly, "Having known each other for so many years, there's no need for me to elaborate. Whether it pertains to you or not is irrelevant, yet I hope this matter concludes here. I possess my own judgment regarding the Uchiha clan, so I expect you to remain discreet for a while." The third Hokage's words indicated a deep understanding of Danzo, and although he suspected this matter might involve him, he maintained a remarkably composed demeanor. There was no contemplation of punishment. As for Uchiha Shursui, just as Guy had surmised, it appeared that neither the third Hokage nor Danzo, nor even the Uchiha clan themselves, dared to probe into the depths of his mind. After all, he harbored an overwhelming amount of sensitive information, be it pertaining to Konoha or the Uchiha clan. Regardless of the specifics, such intelligence was not meant for outsiders. "Ah, Kakashi, you seem rather discontent today." On the summit of the Hokage Rock in Konoha, Might Guy and Kakashi sat together, with Guy having arrived later. He tossed a bottle of drink to Kakashi and settled beside him, observing the expression on his face with curiosity. "You must be aware of Shursue's demise, correct?" Kakashi inquired. "Indeed, I am well aware of this matter. The crux lies in the cause of his demise. According to the confirmation from the third Hokage, I was summoned to ascertain that the reason for Uchiha Shursue's death was, astonishingly, the very technique I had devised, the lightning release. Chidori. How could this be?" Might Guy was undoubtedly taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Just look at it. You must find it incredible as well, right?" "I feel the same way. Since its inception, I have never entrusted Chidori to anyone. The critical point is that the perpetrator not only killed Uchiha Shursui, but also managed to leave the scene unscathed, indicating an extraordinary level of power. However, I cannot fathom the identity of such a person, one who not only masters Chidori, but also possesses remarkable speed." Kakashi's mind swiftly traversed the ranks of elite ninjas within the Hidden Leaf Village, yet he could not identify anyone fitting this description. With astonishing speed and immense strength. Even the scars on Uchiha Shursue's body reflected a different timeline. Yet, such an individual, even when grievously wounded, would not be easily withstood by an ordinary person. In this vast village, there appeared to be no one who could match these actions. This situation was indeed perplexing. As you mentioned, it seemed to describe Kakashi himself, capable of simultaneously achieving remarkable speed and mastering Chidori. Might Guy turned his gaze towards Kakashi, inquiring further. Uchiha Itachi provided insight, having witnessed the use of Chidori. In mere seconds, upon his arrival, there was no trace of the opponent, nor even a sensation of their chakra, indicating that their speed had reached the level of instantaneous movement. "Do you believe I possess such swiftness?" Kakashi rolled his eyes in exasperation. The crux of the matter is that while the Uchiha clan may not pursue this further, and the Hidden Leaf Village may choose to investigate amicably, the majority will ultimately presume it to be Kakashi's doing. This burden feels as if it has been thrust upon him, even if he were to disassociate himself from it. The lingering stench may remain. This is the fundamental reason Kakashi felt discomfort. Observing his dear friend in such distress, Guy was at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he imparted with a serious tone, "It feels as though a storm is brewing. To hear you utter such words is truly surprising." Kakashi responded with a playful jest. Following that, as if a thought struck him, he curiously inquired, "What about Uchiha Kai?" "It's still too early to say. However, he is indeed an exceptional individual, possessing perseverance and the ability to endure. I believe he may even surpass me in the future." "Oh, to receive such high praise from you? You will understand in due time." A smile crept across Kai's face. It was quite astonishing that these two individuals, sharing the same final character in their names, had unexpectedly found themselves together. Might Guy had seemingly never experienced such emotions before. Whenever the name Uchiha Kai was mentioned, an uncontrollable joy welled up within him. In the village of Konoha, there existed an elite jonin willing to take on the role of a mentor. As long as arrangements were made with the school, daily attendance was not mandatory. Occasionally attending to grasp the fundamentals of education sufficed. Presently, this was the case for Uchiha Kai, as even when Might Guy was on missions, the remainder of his time was devoted to arduous physical training. This not only honed his physique, but also allowed him to cultivate his mental fortitude, which was of paramount importance to the Uchiha clan. Every day, he set a goal for himself, running 10 laps around the village, an endeavor that had ceased to be merely a basic exercise. The initial months had appeared exceedingly challenging. Yet after a year, this routine became second nature. Running 10 laps was now merely a warm-up. The burden he carried had escalated from an initial 80 kilograms to nearly tenfold. Nevertheless, he managed to complete the 10 laps in merely 2 to 3 hours. His speed was such that the dust kicked up behind him seemed to dance in the air. 5,000 punches. In the woods, the number of broken wooden stakes was countless. The punches he unleashed left visible afterimages, and the rapid succession of impacts resonated against the stakes. Remarkably, the entire sequence of 5,000 punches lasted no more than 2 minutes. Yet the wooden stake bore a massive dent from the force of his strikes. Truly, he was a formidable individual. As Might Guy embarked on his mission, he was acutely aware that Uchiha Kai was unlikely to slack off. However, as a precaution, he entrusted Kakashi with oversight before his departure. Throughout it all, Kakashi had remained in the shadows, meticulously observing the now 11-year-old boy. Kai had indeed grown taller, but more importantly, his physical prowess had reached terrifying heights. Kai and I, a tender voice called out, followed by a figure cautiously approaching from the periphery, glancing back as if fearful of being discovered. Hinata Hyuga? What was she doing here? Kakashi murmured in confusion from his perch in the tree. Ah, my little wife has arrived. Kai paused momentarily, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he greeted those around him. In an instant, Hinata Hyuga's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, while Kakashi, seated at a distance, could not suppress a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth. It was utterly incomprehensible how the younger generation could engage in such behaviors. Was it truly acceptable to utter such words? If that old fellow Hayashi Hyuga were to discover this, he would undoubtedly be furious. Here was a man in his 20s, devoid of a girlfriend. Yet this young lad had already honed his skills in courtship to such a remarkable degree. Unable to bear the embarrassment any longer, he closed the book in his hands and promptly leaped away. Brother Kai, I brought you something to eat, Hinata said bashfully, her head lowered, as she shyly extended her lunchbox. How truly grateful he was. Kai did not hesitate, reaching out to take it. He then remarked, I am not particularly hungry at the moment. Why don't you sit for a while and wait a few minutes while I complete my 5,000 leg kicks? After that, I will come over and chat with you. Sure, Hinata replied with a gentle smile. Kai placed the food box on a nearby wooden stump and then proceeded to the largest stump nearby. His kicking speed, while not as swift as his punches, was still remarkably quick. Each kick against the massive stump generated a noticeable vibration, accompanied by a faint sound reminiscent of an air burst. Hinata sat quietly, her arms resting on her legs, cradling her chin in her hands. Brother Kai, I am quite curious about something. Why do you possess such formidable strength, yet choose not to showcase it? This question had lingered in her mind for quite some time, but she had never found the right moment to voice it. Though she had been in a semi-conscious state back then, the scenes she witnessed were enough to leave her in awe. Perhaps at the age of 3, one might not fully grasp the significance of such power. But as she matured, her curiosity regarding this matter grew ever stronger. It was perplexing that one so powerful would refrain from revealing their strength. Oh, you mean that? Kai Weiwei smiled gently, her hand lightly tapping the surface of the wooden stake. In an instant, a surge of chakra began to radiate outward. The technique of earth release, in essence, utilizes the tremors of the earth to detect whether there are any presences in the vicinity. Once it was confirmed that no one was around, she continued, there are many things you may not comprehend. However, when you consider a person's strength, what truly defines it? Surely it must be akin to that of the Hokage, right? But to speak frankly, for a genuine powerhouse, he may well be regarded as inconsequential. What I aspire to emulate is the first Hokage. Perhaps only by achieving such a level can one be deemed truly formidable. True strength transcends mere power. It embodies the ability to safeguard those one cherishes and to protect what one holds dear. Thus, such a person can be considered strong. Whether it be through immense power or unwavering will, both are integral facets of true strength. In time, Hinata, I believe you too will evolve into a formidable presence, especially as you prepare to enter school in a few months. Have you made any plans for what lies ahead? As Kai ate, he inquired about the culinary delights of the Hyuga clan, suggesting that their fare was undoubtedly superior to that of the Uchiha clan. Hinata hesitated for a moment before responding. It appears that I do not possess any grand aspirations. Indeed, it seems somewhat premature to discuss such matters at this point. And what about you, Brother Kai? She asked, her large, endearing eyes wide with curiosity. Me? I merely wish to live well. I harbor no significant ambitions. This dream of mine might just be an indulgent fancy. My desire is to amass considerable wealth and then savor the exquisite flavors of the world. At this juncture, Kai paused, placing his food container down with a serious demeanor. Perhaps what I truly seek is freedom, a state devoid of constraints, where I can freely follow my thoughts, engage in the pursuits I desire, behold sights I have never seen, and experience landscapes I have never felt. This might indeed be the deepest yearning of my heart. Freedom, you say? That is indeed a commendable ideal, Hinata remarked, her mind drifting back to the rigorous training imposed by her father, particularly the indoctrination regarding family obligations. There was a time when she had never contemplated the essence of freedom. However, envisioning the scene Kai described, where one could act in accordance with their own thoughts, was that not also something she aspired to? A life unshackled, unbound, allowing for the relinquishment of all constraints. Do you understand the price one must pay for freedom? Kai rose to his feet and inquired. Hinata offered no response, merely shaking her head slightly. As a child of merely 6 or 7 years, she could hardly comprehend the cost of what is termed freedom. Kai, however, wore a serious expression. He took a measured step forward and, in an instant, vanished from her sight, reappearing to deliver a powerful kick to the training post he had just used. With a resounding crash, the massive stump splintered into fragments. The price of freedom lies in diligently training when one finds themselves unable to grasp it, dedicating every moment to secure future liberty, and using one's strength to claim everything for oneself. In a world where power reigns supreme, all must be communicated through might. Otherwise, how can one ever attain freedom? I understand now. I shall strive even harder from this moment forth. Hinata stood up, smiling faintly, and raised her hand to clench her fist, signaling her determination. Ah, what do you truly understand? What freedom do you seek? In the future, become my beloved wife, and I shall protect you. In that way, you too can attain freedom, unbound by any limitations, rendering your efforts unnecessary. Kai was just serious moments ago, yet he has transformed into this demeanor with a mere turn of his face. Without further ado, I must return to my training. Hinata pouted, for every time she visited, Kai almost always uttered such words. This little girl seemed to have grown accustomed to this routine. Over the past year of training, Hinata had lost count of how many times she had come. If the intervals were long, it might be once every half a month, while shorter visits could occur every 2 or 3 days. In the earlier days, Kai had been quite curious, but eventually, he became desensitized to the situation. It has been less than a year. Observing the petite figure departing with a lunchbox yesterday, weaving through the woods, indeed evoked a sense of insecurity. There are still a few months before this cohort of students commences their studies, which signifies that it has been less than a year since the Uchiha clan was annihilated. Roughly speaking, there should be about 8 months remaining. The specific date is firmly established, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, this timeline should remain unchanged. Kai exhibited no signs of panic. It had been 2 or 3 months since he last attended the Ninja Academy. In any case, such matters merely required a formal request. As for whether he would return in the future, it truly mattered little to him. He seemed devoid of much inclination to continue his training. Approaching a grand tree, he settled himself upon the ground beneath it, leaning against the sturdy trunk, with his hands resting behind his head. He gazed up at the fluffy clouds drifting across the sky and gradually closed his eyes. Brother Kai, do you really think I look all right in this outfit? In the civilian district of the Uchiha clan, even upon reaching the threshold, Uchiha Hikari hesitated, glancing at her attire with a hint of shyness before speaking up. Yes, you look splendid. Quite lovely, in fact. Today marks your first day at the academy, so be sure to make a good impression. Kai surveyed the surroundings before affectionately ruffling Ying's hair and chuckling. This is truly excessive. Why didn't you inquire of me? Deshawn, seemingly a tad envious as Ying's older brother, questioned with a hint of jealousy. If you don't want to ask, then so be it. He made a playful face, pouting slightly. All right, enough of this nonsense. The school term is about to commence, and we have little time left. Let us set off without further delay. Kai, with his hands tucked into his pockets, gave a light pat on the shoulder of Dakshin. At least from his perspective, today promised to be an eventful day. After all, it was the first day of school, a time when unexpected individuals often made their appearance. As they approached the school gate, the atmosphere indeed buzzed with excitement. Individuals not typically seen were all present today. From a distance, he could already spot the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, alongside the renowned Uchiha Itachi, celebrated as the strongest among the younger generation of their clan. Beside them was an even younger lad, nearly the same age as Ing. Yet his arrogant demeanor was quite irksome. The esteemed members of the Uchiha clan had never deigned to look down upon others. They regarded the world through their elevated nostrils. Kai, big brother. Before they even reached the school entrance, a young boy with golden hair spotted their group and rushed over with remarkable speed, beaming with a broad smile. He stood before them, his head lifted as he called out to Kai. Naruto, it's been a while. I suppose today marks your entry into school as well? Kai tilted his head and scrutinized the other person before inquiring. Since it was personally arranged by Lord Hokage, I shall commence my studies here today. This individual, who may very well become your classmate, is named Ing. You must assist one another in the future, as it is likely that you will share a class. Regardless, you will undoubtedly be fellow students of the same cohort. Kai placed his hand gently on Ying's head and kindly introduced Naruto Uzumaki. Hello, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, and my dream is to become Hokage. I am delighted to be your classmate. Naruto beamed, his smile wide and infectious, as he politely bent his body in a respectful gesture. Despite no one having explicitly taught him etiquette, he seemed to have absorbed it from somewhere. And though it was not entirely refined, it was certainly commendable. I am equally pleased to meet you, Ing replied, bending slightly in a courteous manner. This is not the time for idle chatter. We should proceed swiftly. It won't be long before things commence. There will be no lessons today. After our introductions, today's activities will conclude. Please hurry and check the class assignments. Kai gazed towards the entrance of the school, a smile gracing his lips as he waved his hand. After all, his perceived little wife had arrived here, following in the footsteps of her father. From a distance, she began to gently wave, as if anxious that Kai might not see her. We'll head over first, but remember to pick me up at noon, Ing called out, darting a few steps ahead before turning to Kai and Dashin. Rest assured, I shall come to fetch you. Dashin replied. The students had already entered, marking the commencement of the first-year enrollment at the Ninja Academy, while other classes would not begin for several days. Despite the students having entered, the parents lingering outside showed little inclination to depart. Just as Kai and Dashin were about to turn back, a voice halted him mid-step. Turning around, he was met by the unmistakable figure of Uchiha Itachi, who was approaching with purpose. Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, had long since departed without notice. With a slight smile, Kai inquired, "What brings the esteemed heir of the Uchiha clan to me?" Upon hearing this, Itachi appeared momentarily displeased, furrowing his brow slightly. Though he did not overtly display his feelings. "I wish to have a word with you. Do you have a moment?" Itachi asked. "Of course," Kai readily agreed, turning to pat Dashin on the shoulder. "You head back. Today, Ing finally enters school, so let us have Aunt Yin prepare something delicious for lunch." "Oh, all right," Dashin replied, perplexed. Although Itachi was of the same clan, it was indeed surprising that such a lofty figure would seek out individuals like them. "Very well, Lord Itachi. What is it you wish to discuss?" Kai inquired without glancing back at Dashin's retreating figure. "Let us walk and talk," Itachi suggested, his hands clasped behind him, exuding an air of authority that was both subtle and commanding. Kai followed closely behind him, intrigued to discover the reason for this unexpected visit. Having spent many years within the Uchiha clan, their exchanges had likely not exceeded 10 words. What was there to communicate or discuss in such a relationship? As they journeyed back to the Uchiha compound, the usually reticent Itachi suddenly spoke, remarking on Kai's recent commendable reputation. Although he could not fully utilize chakra for ninjutsu, he was hailed as a prodigy of taijutsu, even earning praise from his own teacher, Might Guy, who acknowledged Kai's considerable talent. It was anticipated that in just a few years, he might even reach Guy's level, a rather surprising prospect for their clan. Should I be pleased or flattered by such praise? What do you mean by that? Itachi halted, turning to question Kai. I find myself at an impasse. I, too, wish to wield ninjutsu. I aspire to awaken my Sharingan and prove my worth as a member of the Uchiha family. The crux of the matter is my inability to do so. Thus, I must seek alternative paths to survive in these chaotic times, don't you think? This is not a matter of talent. Taijutsu demands relentless training, an unwavering resolve to transcend one's limits. There is no such thing as innate talent. Apologies. Itachi felt he had perhaps misspoken, or perhaps he was chastised by this younger individual, 2 years his junior. Remarkably, Itachi offered an apology to Kai. Yet, he soon followed with another question. What are your thoughts on the will of fire? Wherever the leaves drift, the will of fire burns. But can this fervor, or the leaves themselves, ever reach and ignite the Uchiha clan? Kai retorted nonchalantly. What do you mean? I wish to become Hokage. That is my dream and my ideal. Do you think, Lord Itachi, that this is mere folly? I yearn to protect this village, yet with my current lack of strength, can my aspirations truly be fulfilled? As long as your heart is set on the village, anything is possible, including becoming Hokage. According to Might Guy, your current prowess is already comparable to a genin. That is why I came to speak with you. If you are willing, you can terminate your studies at the Ninja Academy and officially become a ninja at any time. What do you think? Itachi inquired. Is it truly that simple? Kai was instantly intrigued. He never anticipated that such matters would be conveyed not by Might Guy himself, but rather by that fellow, Uchiha Itachi. This revelation was indeed quite surprising. So, do you wish to pursue this path or not? Perhaps by the end of the year. But for now, it is not feasible. Once one becomes a ninja, the obligation to undertake missions arises, and there are still many skills I have yet to master. When I have sufficiently learned everything from Teacher Kai, I will naturally choose the path of a ninja, dedicating my strength to this village. However, I am well aware of my current circumstances. Kai spoke candidly. Since the decision has been made, I have nothing more to say. Itachi Uchiha sighed as he spoke, and in an instant, he quickened his pace, disappearing from Kai's side shortly thereafter. Throughout the exchange, Kai found himself perplexed, unable to comprehend what Itachi truly wished to convey or what his intentions were. Nevertheless, he mused that, regardless of the circumstances, the true conclusion of all matters would soon be revealed. Early in the morning, as was customary, the first task upon rising was to run around the entirety of Konoha village. Upon circling nearly half of the Uchiha clan and arriving at the grove where Might Guy trained, Kai unexpectedly encountered another young individual. From a distance, he found himself at a loss for words. The attire and appearance of the two individuals today were quite bewildering. While the fitted clothing was not inherently problematic, the way they donned it was rather amusing. "Good morning, young Kai," Might Guy called out, waving his large hand energetically at the approaching Uchiha Kai. "Good morning, Teacher Kai." Kai halted before them, observing the young man sporting a hairstyle and outfit identical to Might Guy's. Uchiha Kai's mouth twitched in curiosity, prompting him to inquire whether this was Teacher Kai's son. That cannot be said lightly. I have no wife, so how could I possibly have a son? His name is Rock Lee, and he will be your junior from now on, Might Guy replied with a broad smile, giving a thumbs up. He promptly introduced Lee, stating, "This is the little Kai I mentioned earlier. Now that he has chosen to follow me, your training must commence in earnest. Rest assured, Teacher Kai, I will practice diligently and swiftly," Rock Lee declared enthusiastically. Indeed, Lee's personality mirrored that of Might Guy, making it plausible that they were father and son. The 12 young warriors destined for greatness were already being established with their respective traits. Even though this young man appeared somewhat eccentric, his spirit suggested a potential for becoming a formidable force. "Teacher Kai, unless there are other matters to attend to, I shall resume my running. We can discuss the remainder once I complete my lap." Uchiha Kai smiled broadly. He felt indifferent towards Rock Lee. After all, it was likely that their paths would not cross significantly in the future. As for whether they were acquainted, it truly mattered little. "Let us take a day off from training today. There is no need to rush. I would like to assess how your 8-gauge training is progressing. Then we can engage in some sparring, allowing Lee to truly experience it." Might Guy, with his characteristic exuberance, opened his mouth to speak, revealing a broad grin adorned with 2 rows of gleaming white teeth, as he proclaimed his timeless phrase, "This is youth." In the heart of the forest, he eagerly inquired, "Little Kai, may I first ascertain how many gates you have mastered in your training?" True to his nature, Might Guy continued to smile widely as he asked, "First gate. The opening gate. Open." Upon the unlocking of the first restriction, there was no significant change in his demeanor, yet the veins on his forehead bulged prominently. "Second gate. The healing gate. Open." Instantly, a cyclone materialized around him, and a powerful force began to radiate outward. "Third gate. The life gate. Open." "Fourth gate. The suffering gate. Open." As he successively opened up to the 5th gate of the 8 gates of Biryaku, blue steam began to emanate from his body, indicating the gradual release of immense power. It appeared that his strength had reached its zenith. So swiftly to the 5th gate. Might Guy himself seemed quite astonished. Yet he quickly masked his surprise with another grin. "5th gate, the sealing gate. Open." Mimicking Uchiha Kai's earlier actions, Might Guy also unlocked the 5th gate, and blue steam began to rise from his form as well. Meanwhile, Rock Lee had distanced himself, witnessing the spectacle unfold from afar. "Come on, little Kai. Let me see how your training has progressed over these past 2 years." Might Guy beckoned, signaling Uchiha Kai to commence his assault. "Here I come, Teacher Kai." With that declaration, Uchiha Kai surged forward at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, leaping into the air and executing a downward kick. Might Guy swiftly evaded to the side, and as the strike impacted the ground, it created a massive crater within a few meters radius. Witnessing this, Rock Lee's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom such formidable power. This fellow, his strength rivals that of a beast. Might Guy's eyes also widened in astonishment. To think that a mere downward strike could wield such tremendous force. He mused that even he might not achieve such simplicity in execution. "Teacher Kai, you seem distracted." Just as Might Guy was marveling at Uchiha Kai's prowess, another attack was launched, this time a soaring kick aimed directly at his head. Realizing there was no time to evade, Might Guy raised his arm to shield himself, eager to gauge the extent of Uchiha Kai's current strength. Boom! At the moment when the forces collided, the ground beneath Might Guy buckled under the immense pressure. Even he was propelled away by the overwhelming force. Yet for someone as formidable and skilled in taijutsu as Might Guy, such an attack was likely inconsequential. He leaped into the air and landed steadily on the ground. Uchiha Kai, not affording his opponent a moment to react, charged forth with astonishing speed once again. Might Guy began to take the encounter more seriously, and the two engaged in a rapid exchange of strikes, the sounds of their clashes resonating through the air. The trees in the surrounding forest, which were not particularly large, began to topple one after another. Some trees were even severed in half by powerful kicks before they could fall completely. The sheer ferocity of this display thrilled Rock Lee, who watched in awe. Stop. After several minutes, the battleground was left in utter disarray. The ground was riddled with deep craters, and every tree in the vicinity had been uprooted. The commotion attracted numerous members of the Umbu, who arrived with concern, fearing something catastrophic had occurred. Among them was Kakashi, who, despite being on duty, could not part with his book. Upon confirming that the clash was between Might Guy and Uchiha Kai, he observed with interest, alternating his gaze between the fight and his reading material. He was also astonished by the progress Uchiha Kai had made in just 2 years. His taijutsu had reached a terrifying level. As the battle seemed to reach its climax, Might Guy suddenly shouted, and both combatants landed firmly on the ground. Compared to Might Guy, Uchiha Kai was still lagging behind. Despite both wielding similar strength, Might Guy appeared completely unfazed, while Uchiha Kai was left gasping for breath after their rapid movements. "I'm sorry, Teacher Guy. I still fall short compared to you," Uchiha Kai said, lowering his head in shame. Upon hearing this, Might Guy couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. What a statement. Well, you haven't even shed your weights, yet your progress is indeed quite remarkable." Might Guy swiftly waved his hand, trying to maintain an air of composure as a teacher. It was hard not to feel a sense of awe at how far they had come in just 2 years. What would happen if you were to have another decade? "Is this a joke?" One of the Umbu members standing beside Kakashi exclaimed incredulously. It's a bit hard to comprehend, I assenti it. Can you imagine that the fellow who once ranked at the bottom of the class has now risen to a status where he could potentially dominate the entire grade with his physical prowess? Although Kakashi's statement is merely his estimation, it undeniably carries no hint of exaggeration. At the tender age of 11, having progressed to what should be the 5th year of ninja training, while many are still contemplating their ascent to the rank of Genin, Uchiha Kai's display of taijutsu suggests that even the average nin would struggle against him. While we can only marvel at this, Mato Guy is genuinely exhilarated. This is a person he has personally mentored, who may one day surpass even him. An involuntary sense of pride fills his heart. In such a moment, it is a feeling that defies verbal expression. "You, my young pupil, I now feel there is little left for me to teach you. I have imparted to you the methods of the remaining 3 gates. As for how far you can cultivate, that solely depends on your own determination and perseverance. But I have faith that you will excel." Seated side by side on a fallen tree are 3 individuals, Mato Guy in the center, flanked by Uchiha Kai and Rock Lee. Mato Guy gazes at Uchiha Kai, whom he has trained for 2 years, and his heartfelt emotion is unmistakable. "Thank you, Teacher Guy. Without your guidance, I would not have achieved this success. If I ever have the chance in the future, I will surely repay your kindness." Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Kai rises and approaches Mato Guy. Just as the latter wonders what he is about to do, Uchiha Kai suddenly bows deeply. With utmost respect, he addresses Mato Guy. Why say such things? This is rather moving. I have done nothing. It is all your effort. You have caught me off guard, and I find myself awkwardly scratching my head, yet by the end of it, I could feel a lump in my throat as tears streamed down my face. Teacher Guy? Brother Kai's words are truly touching. Isn't it so? These two, clad in matching attire, can't help but embrace each other in tears at the mere utterance of a single phrase. While one may not fully comprehend it, it is a moment that will not be repeated. How about I treat you to lunch? Let us go for barbecue today, as a warm welcome for Lee. It's rare to encounter such a wonderful teacher like you. So please, feel free to order anything you desire. Uchiha Kai generously offers. Aren't you training today? Might Guy inquired with curiosity, emphasizing the importance of balancing work and rest. Thus, he decided to forego training today and suggested they take the opportunity to explore their surroundings and engage in meaningful conversation. He encouraged inviting Kakashi-sensei, as a larger gathering would undoubtedly create a more lively atmosphere. No worries, today we must indulge in a hearty meal. However, there's no need for you to cover the expenses. Your teacher has earned quite a bit. Might Guy grinned broadly and gave a thumbs up. Until this moment, they remained oblivious to the deeper events unfolding around them, including the subtle changes in Uchiha Kai's expression. I am grateful that Kakashi-sensei could join our gathering. Although our interactions have been limited, your guidance has greatly influenced me. Perhaps, had I not borne the Uchiha surname, our camaraderie would have flourished even more. He expressed heartfelt thanks to Guy-sensei for his continuous mentorship and extended a warm welcome to Rock Lee. Holding a drink, he sat beside Kakashi while Might Guy and Rock Lee occupied the opposite side. Their attire, hairstyles, and overall appearances were remarkably similar, creating a sense of unity. After addressing the group, Uchiha Kai turned to Rock Lee and remarked, I am delighted that you have chosen such an admirable teacher. Although Guy-sensei may appear carefree and somewhat unrefined in many aspects, he is undeniably a man brimming with passion and ideals. He enjoys spicy curry rice and curry udon, showing little fuss about his meals. However, due to his delicate stomach, he cannot consume too many cold dishes. Remember this well, should I meet an untimely end. You will be entrusted with his care. His words, though simple, evoked profound emotion in the two seated across from him, their hands clasped together, straining forward, tears streaming onto the table. Kakashi found himself at a loss for words, glancing at Uchiha Kai, feeling as though he was witnessing a farewell speech. Little Kai? Kai-senpai. The two opposite him were visibly moved, tears flowing freely, their emotional state perplexing yet undeniably genuine. It must be said that they were both individuals of deep sentiment, capable of shedding tears over just a few heartfelt sentences. Come now, we are in a restaurant with many onlookers, Kakashi softly reminded them, aware that the gazes of numerous patrons had turned toward their table. Although this scrutiny posed no real threat, the awkwardness rendered the meal tasteless. Enough of this. Let us begin our feast. Uchiha Kai swiftly drained the beverage from his cup and, seated there, picked up his chopsticks to deftly retrieve a piece of meat from the grill, dipping it into the sauce before him. After all, having resided in this village for so many years, he harbored a modicum of affection for this place. He had experienced both warmth and indifference. Yet he pondered whether the outcome of life in any corner of the world would not be fundamentally the same. Here, even a simple meal of barbecued meat could evoke an abundance of laughter and joy. Among the inhabitants of Konohagakure, he knew but a few, yet in this world, all those he had come to know were gathered here. Departing from this place would lead him to an unfamiliar realm. He understood the implications but felt utterly powerless. No locale exists solely in light, devoid of darkness. This is the essence of reality, which all must confront. Kai, what is the matter? Why did you summon us so early? We haven't even finished school yet. The teacher will surely have objections. Indeed, Brother Kai, what has transpired? At the entrance of the ninja school, Uchiha Kai sat upon a swing beneath a great tree, observing the anxious Uchiha Daisuke and Uchiha Hikari as they hurriedly approached, their curiosity evident in their inquiries. Particularly Uchiha Daisuke, who occasionally glanced back at the ninja school, fearful that arriving late might incur the displeasure of their teacher. I have called you out for a reason. Follow me. Kai rose from the swing with an air of nonchalance, casually uttering a phrase before turning away and leading them in another direction. Although Uchiha Yamashita was not as exceptional as one might have imagined, even at the 5th grade level of the Ninja Academy, he could hardly be considered the bottom of the class. Yet, he certainly did not stand out as particularly remarkable either. He could only be regarded as a rather mediocre and conventionally skilled ninja. Nevertheless, it is not difficult to envision that upon the conclusion of his 6 years at the ninja school, he would seamlessly ascend to the rank of a genin in the Hidden Leaf Village. Despite their curiosity, the two companions remained silent as they observed Uchiha Kai beginning to depart, and thus followed suit without uttering a word. What is this place? Why have we come here? They found themselves before a seemingly secluded wooden house, modest in size, its interior space appearing rather confined. It was anyone's guess how long it had been since anyone had entered, for the house was cloaked in dust. Aside from a solitary bed, there was little of note within. The windows were in disrepair, and cobwebs adorned the ceiling, remnants of years long past. As they stepped inside, their footprints left stark impressions upon the dusty floor, particularly evident upon pushing the door open, which felt as though it could be easily dislodged with a little more force. The wooden floorboards creaking underfoot, sealing technique, barrier of seclusion. With hands forming seals, he forcefully pressed down onto the ground. In the next moment, a transparent hue enveloped the room, rendering it invisible even to those with the Byakugan peering from outside. Though dilapidated, the house was situated in a relatively bustling area of the Hidden Leaf Village, albeit towards the back. It seemed that the ninja family that once resided here had long since vanished, and the prolonged vacancy had left the place in a state of disrepair. It would not be long before nature's relentless decay caused the wooden structure to collapse. While it was uncertain who had once inhabited this space, it was undeniably a clandestine area now, nestled within the city yet unnoticed by passers-by. Kai and Inuyasha's eyes widened, suddenly feeling a sense of unfamiliarity towards Uchiha Kai. Now let me explain why I brought you here. You have about an hour until the ninja school dismisses for the day. Therefore, it is imperative that you listen closely to what I am about to say. Under no circumstances are you to leave this room until tomorrow, when, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I shall personally come to retrieve you. So I must ask you now, are you willing to leave the Hidden Leaf Village for a life beyond its borders? Uchiha Kai inquired, although he was eager to learn the responses of these two individuals, and in a certain sense, he shared a relatively favorable relationship with Uchiha Dushan. However, should the latter express a firm desire to remain in the Hidden Leaf Village, Kai would personally escort them back to the Uchiha clan. The fate that awaited them was all too predictable, yet it was not a matter of concern for Kai. What exactly has transpired? Uchiha Dushan questioned. This evening, the Uchiha clan will face total annihilation, which implies that none shall survive. Hence, I wish to ask you, are you willing to remain within the Uchiha clan? Or would you prefer to accompany me as we depart from the Hidden Leaf Village? What nonsense is this? Uchiha Dushan exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Kai. Such an event seemed utterly inconceivable to him. The Uchiha clan was such a vast family. How could its demise be so easily proclaimed? Who possessed the power to enact such a fate? Whether you choose to believe it or not is entirely up to you. If you trust my words, then stay here until tomorrow morning when the relevant news will unfold. Even confined within this room, you should be able to hear the happenings. Simply wait until dawn. If the events do not transpire, then I shall concede my error, and I would welcome that outcome. Yet, can reality truly unfold as we wish? Should that dreadful moment arrive, there will be no sanctuary left for any member of the Uchiha clan within the Hidden Leaf Village. And all we can do is find a way to escape this village. Observing the grave demeanor of Uchiha Kai, Uchiha Dushan, who had always placed unwavering faith in his words, felt a shift in his expression. Nevertheless, he grasped Kai's arm firmly, his face set with seriousness as he implored. I trust you. I have always believed in whatever you have said. However, you must at least enlighten us on how you came to know such information. Since you seek the truth, I shall reveal it to you. Kai Weiwei smiled softly and let out a sigh, then gradually closed her eyes. In the next moment, her eyes suddenly flew open, revealing a pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan before the two little ones. Is this not the Sharingan? Uchiha Dashin widened his eyes in disbelief, even taking a step back in astonishment. He swallowed hard, while Uchiha Ing, who had remained silent beside him, was so startled that she covered her mouth. This is the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, a unique eye of the Uchiha clan. How many are aware of its ultimate potential? This is merely one of its forms, and I shall gradually enlighten you. As for the three-tomo Sharingan you are familiar with, that is merely an evolutionary stage of the basic form. If survival permits, I will also endeavor to awaken this power within you in the future. These eyes grant me the ability to perceive many things, which is why I have brought you to this place. You need only to stay for a night, and you shall comprehend the events that are to unfold. Kai spoke earnestly, taking a step forward to gently pat Uchiha Daisen on the shoulder. Both Uchiha Daisan and the ever-watchful Uchiha Hikari were rendered speechless by the scene before them, their eyes wide in stunned silence. Daisan's gaze was particularly bewildered, a mixture of disbelief and fear washing over him, as a torrent of thoughts surged within. This moment was entirely unforeseen, a notion he had never dared to entertain. His understanding of the Sharingan limited solely to the three-tomo variant. As for the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, he had never even heard of it until now. Kai's lips trembled, his eyes wide. Daisan was at a loss as to where to place his hands. As long as you remain here, I assure you that you will be safe. Remember, no matter what transpires tonight, you must not venture outside. Do you understand? Kai once again reminded them, and Uchiha Daishin was uncertain if he had truly absorbed the information. Yet he mechanically nodded in response. He remained ensnared in his previous thoughts, utterly astonished and at a loss for how to articulate his current feelings. When Kai turned his gaze toward Hikari, the young girl nodded vigorously, akin to a woodpecker pecking at a tree. She harbored no doubts regarding his earlier statements. Irrespective of whether the Uchiha clan would face annihilation, the present circumstances necessitated their trust in Kai's words. I shall return for you tomorrow. Provisions have already been prepared. As he spoke, Kai produced a small scroll from his robe. Despite the dust that lingered on the floor, upon unrolling the scroll, a prominent seal was inscribed in its center. Crouching down, he infused his chakra into it, and instantly, an array of items materialized before them, including clothing, blankets, and even 2 packed lunches. Remember, under no circumstances should you leave this room. Otherwise, no one will be able to save your lives. He reiterated. Their fates were now sealed within these walls, for he could not accompany them indefinitely. If they could not manage this simple task, it would only signify that their fates were sealed. As the door swung open and he stepped outside, he raised his right hand to summon 2 shadow clones. At the moment he crossed the threshold, the clones transformed into their likenesses. Thus, they strode confidently into the street, making their way toward the Uchiha clan's territory. The moment the dilapidated door closed behind them, the 2 individuals inside disregarded the dirt beneath them and plopped down onto the floor. Uchiha Daishin sat in silence for several minutes, still in a state of shock. Hikari, on the other hand, seemed to have a lesser reaction to the situation, though astonished. Her greater surprise stemmed from the prospect of the Uchiha clan's potential destruction. As for Kai's own matters, she paid them little heed. So many questions remained unanswered, and Daishin suddenly felt a surge of realization. However, as he stood, he swiftly halted, glancing at the door mere steps away, and retreated, sitting obediently back down. Observing the scattered items on the floor, he found that even hunger was no match for his current state of mind. What he truly desired was to wait until nightfall, peering through the crack in the door to see if the outside world would indeed unfold as Kai had predicted. The Uchiha clan would be eradicated? Brother, what is wrong? Hikari inquired, observing Daishin's restless behavior of standing and then sitting in a daze. It's nothing, he replied. Remember what Kai just said. If the Uchiha clan truly faces annihilation tonight, then it is likely that we will not survive for long either. We shall remain here for the night. So let us refrain from speaking and quietly sit together. Do you understand? Daqiang reiterated Kai's words, concerned that his younger sister might not comprehend the gravity of the situation and could inadvertently wander outside. If an entire clan could be exterminated, the fate of the 2 of them was even more precarious. Yes, I understand. I won't go anywhere today. I'll stay here with my brother. Ing responded, rising to sit on the blanket beside him. They awaited the arrival of nightfall in silence. The stillness within the room was punctuated only by their breathing. Yet there remained at least an hour and a half until dusk. This waiting felt suffocating for the 2 of them, each afraid to utter a word for fear of disturbing those outside. However, this tranquility did not last long. As darkness began to envelop the surroundings, the sound of swift footsteps resonated from above. It was evident, even by the slightest twitch of a toe, that ninjas were rapidly converging in significant numbers toward a specific direction. Daqiang lifted his head, acutely sensing the situation, and worried that Ing might become frightened. He stood and gently pulled her into an embrace. According to prior reports, all members of the Uchiha clan had returned, with the exception of Sasuke, leaving everyone else present. You are responsible for the clan's territory in the front. I shall handle the remaining civilian areas, commanded Itachi, his expression grim, tears of blood streaming from his eyes, his demeanor appearing utterly drained. Before him stood a figure clad in a mask that concealed all but one eye. This individual, with hands clasped behind his back and wearing a black robe adorned with red clouds, exuded an air of ominous dread. "Oh, no problem. It should conclude swiftly." The masked man replied calmly, as if addressing a matter of little consequence. "Then let us commence," Itachi stated coldly, and with that, he departed the location. Reappearing in the civilian district. The majority of the Uchiha clan resided in this area. Altogether, nearly 900 individuals belonged to the clan, with approximately 500 residing here. Despite most of the inhabitants lacking the Sharingan, at most awakening only 2 Tomo, for Itachi, his aim was absolute extermination. Armed with a long blade, he moved swiftly. Initially met with smiles from those who encountered him. Though perplexed by the sight of a man brandishing a knife at their doorstep, there was little apprehension in their hearts. As the son of the Uchiha clan leader, he was hailed as one of the most formidable figures among the younger generation of the Uchiha clan. Many speculated whether Itachi Uchiha might one day ascend to the position of the 5th Hokage of Konohagakure. However, what they encountered today was far from the idealized figure of their fantasies. He was undeniably a being of demonic caliber. "Ah, Master Itachi, you've arrived." Upon the opening of the door, Itachi, holding a knife and slightly bowing his head, displayed an expression of utter indifference. The elderly man who had opened the door, upon recognizing Itachi, exuded warmth and was about to extend an invitation for him to enter when, in a sudden flash, Itachi vanished into the courtyard. Yet, the elderly man abruptly clutched his throat, blood gushing through his fingers. As he collapsed to the ground, he was left bewildered as to why Itachi had acted in such a manner. Grandfather, a child, seemingly around 4 or 5 years old, playing in the courtyard, was about to rush over when a kunai pierced through his chest. "Itachi, have you lost your mind?" A man wrapped in a scarf emerged to investigate the commotion. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, he stood in stunned disbelief, eyes wide as he beheld Itachi slay his own son. With a furious roar, he brandished a kitchen knife. But to Itachi, such a foe was pathetically weak. Shadow clone technique. With a cold lift of his hand, 2 clones materialized, each wielding a knife and swiftly dispersing into the surrounding area. Within mere minutes, the cries of chaos echoed throughout the civilian district, the pungent scent of blood rapidly saturating the atmosphere. How ruthless! To wield such brutality against his own kin, even the defenseless infants were not spared. He was indeed a terrifying presence. Atop the highest point of the roof, a clone of Uchiha Kai, transformed into a bird, observed the unfolding scene with quiet detachment. Everything seemed to pass before his eyes. There were not merely a single raven. Dozens of them circled above the Uchiha clan, each bearing witness to the gruesome slaughter. The Uchiha clan grounds. In stark contrast to the civilian district, this place was rife with activity. While he knew the precise timing of the massacre and was aware of those involved, he had long been curious as to how they managed to annihilate the entire Uchiha clan within a mere half-hour. At last, clarity dawns. The masked figure before me requires no personal intervention. For those members of the Uchiha clan whose strength is somewhat lacking, the entity clad in pure white emerges from the ground and directly infiltrates their bodies, compelling them to take their own lives by slitting their throats. The swiftness of this act is nothing short of astonishing. It seems the time has come to confront this situation. Observing all of this, Uchiha Kai exhaled heavily through his nostrils and slowly rose to his feet. However, before him lay 3 lifeless bodies in the room, arranged side by side in stark display. These were the handiwork of Uchiha Itachi, who, employing his shadow clones amidst the carnage, had deftly procured 3 corpses of individuals similar in age and physique to the victims. With no one else around, it was inevitable that Aunt Yun would return to her home by nightfall. Although a sense of regret lingered, there was little that could be done. This woman excels in her endeavors, yet her heart bears an overwhelming burden of hatred. To keep such a presence close or to rescue her would pose an excessive danger to oneself. Kai had no reason to engage in such perilous endeavors. The so-called emotions scarcely existed at all. Stepping into the courtyard, he cast a glance back at the place he had called home for over a decade, releasing a sigh that revealed a hint of bitter amusement on his face. Itachi Uchiha, that fellow, would likely arrive here within a minute. Thus, as Kai leaped forward, the entire house erupted in a tremendous blaze behind him. Simultaneously, a masked man from the Uchiha clan had already neutralized all present, leaving a scene of carnage with bodies strewn across the ground, blood pooling in torrents. It was estimated that at least 100 individuals had perished in this single area, likely during a clan meeting. Yet, among the fallen, there was no sign of Fugaku Uchiha. Once the masked man had dispatched everyone, He placed his hand upon the eye of one of the corpses, preparing to act when Itachi appeared, his demeanor utterly devoid of warmth. His eyes radiated the power of the Sharingan, exuding an aura that was chillingly formidable. "Ah, quite swift. Have you already finished over there?" the masked man remarked, halting his actions and rising, his tone laced with intrigue as he regarded Itachi. "Not yet. It will take a few more minutes. However, you must not touch anything here. I have other uses for their eyes, and if you truly desire them, I can spare you 5 pairs." Itachi stepped forward, his voice still as frigid as before. Perhaps for reasons unknown, the masked man smiled slightly, retreating a step as he replied, "Very well." In such a tense moment, he was wary of the possibility that others from the Hidden Leaf Village might suddenly arrive. Thus, his mindset remained vigilant, primarily focused on the periphery. Had he taken the time to sense the aura emanating from Itachi, he might have discerned some unsettling truths. After the masked man retreated, Itachi surveyed the 100 corpses before him. Though he understood the harshness of this world, the first encounter with such a bloody scene stirred his stomach. Yet, he suppressed the wave of nausea within, inhaling deeply in silence as he approached the first corpse. With a gentle sweep of his right hand, he brushed over the face, revealing a pair of eyes now cradled in his palm. Just then, Itachi's timing proved fortuitous, as his shadow clone remained stationed elsewhere, vigilant. After all, to annihilate one's entire clan, any individual with a semblance of conscience would refrain from rushing to this place immediately after the act. It reflects a person's mentality. One should at least remain in place for nearly a minute before arriving. This indicates that this doppelganger could only afford a maximum of 5 minutes to acquire so many pairs of eyes. On another front, the moment Uchiha Itachi ended the last life, he may have been unable to contain the tumult of emotions within himself, collapsing to the ground in tears. Although he had long felt the gaze of an observer upon this scene, he lacked the inclination to investigate who it was. Having personally slain so many of his kin, even Uchiha Itachi struggled to bear the weight of guilt in his heart. His emotions erupted after taking the last life, leading him to kneel and succumb to despair. This mirrored what Kai had initially envisioned. After merely a minute, he wiped his tears with his sleeve, gradually rising to his feet, his expression reverting to the earlier cold indifference. At this moment, the entire Hidden Leaf Village had descended into chaos. Even ordinary citizens had noticed the commotion surrounding the Uchiha clan. After all, Kai had set his own house ablaze, the towering flames illuminating half the village, despite the Uchiha clan being a considerable distance away. Nevertheless, this intense light had captured the attention of many. As for the Hyuga clan, positioned to the east while the Uchiha clan lay to the west, they were certainly quite far apart. Yet, most members of the Hyuga clan stood atop their rooftops or ventured forward, activating their Byakugan to observe. Hyuga Hayashi furrowed his brow, though he refrained from using his Byakugan, simply directing his gaze toward the Uchiha clan's direction. The soaring flames, coupled with the rapid approach of Umbu ninjas, made it evident that something monumental had transpired. "Chief, shall we not intervene?" inquired a curious member beside Hyuga Hayashi. "When the Uchiha clan faced extermination, my demand was to escort 2 children out of the Hidden Leaf Village." Hyuga Hayashi's thoughts suddenly drifted back to a few years prior. Although 2 to 3 years had passed, that conversation remained vividly etched in his mind. Escort 2 children out of the Hidden Leaf Village. The Uchiha clan faces annihilation. Someone had known the outcome years ago. Who exactly was that person? Hyuga Hayashi muttered to himself. Over the years, he had inquired multiple times with his daughter, yet all responses had been met with negation. This implied that Hinata had never disclosed who had saved her. The clan leader, observing that Hyuga Hizashi did not respond, promptly reiterated his point. "There is no need. Today's matter does not concern the Hyuga clan. Everyone should return. Take this time to rest well. The Hyuga clan shall undertake no tasks this evening. Even if the Hokage himself were to issue a command, the entire Hyuga clan shall rest today." Hyuga Hizashi stated gravely. "But clan leader, wouldn't such a stance provoke the Hokage?" Another voice interjected. "If the Uchiha clan were indeed annihilated today, do you truly wish to witness the Hyuga clan descend to such a fate?" As the leader of the Hyuga family, Hizashi cast a frigid glance at the individual beside him. The overwhelming aura he exuded compelled the other to step back hastily, taking a deep breath before bowing respectfully and replying, "Yes. How much longer must you linger here? I have yet to lay a hand on your parents. I merely restrain them. Will you not take action yourself?" In the Uchiha territory, as Uchiha Itachi's clone continued to swiftly and relentlessly gather the eyes of the Uchiha clan. The masked man could no longer contain his impatience, though he spoke with a seemingly amicable tone. My true self will handle the matter personally. My task is merely to collect these items. Do you have an objection? Itachi's clone retorted, lifting his gaze and halting his actions, fixing a cold stare upon the masked man. No, no, no. This matter has nothing to do with me, since your true self will handle the remainder. It seems I am excused. However, I believe we should expedite the resolution so that we may finally depart this cursed place. The masked man waved his hands dismissively. Leave first. I will handle the affairs here and will seek you out thereafter, Itachi's clone replied. Very well, since you have stated it thus, what more can I say? The masked man responded nonchalantly, observing that the situation was nearly resolved. The air was thick with the stench of blood, which had flowed from the plaza down the drainage system, creating a gruesome scene. The masked man turned, and suddenly, a vortex appeared before him. In the next moment, his entire being vanished within the swirling mass. Confirming that the individual had departed, Itachi's clone continued to methodically gather the eyes, as there were not many left at the scene. Yet, he sensed that the true Uchiha Itachi would soon arrive. Pausing momentarily, he then transformed into the likeness of the masked man. That should suffice, I trust. With a smile, he bent down, placing his hand over the eyes of the motionless figure on the ground. With a casual flick, 2 eyeballs appeared in his grasp. He unfurled a scroll, pressed the eyes onto it, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. The most prudent method of preservation, after all, was to enclose them within a sealing scroll. For even after a decade, when retrieved, they would appear as pristine as the moment they were sealed away. What are you doing? Having concluded the massacre in the commoner district, Uchiha Itachi rushed over, only to be met with a scene of bodies strewn haphazardly across the ground. As he observed the actions of the masked man, his expression darkened with growing fury. With a chilling tone, he inquired, what is there to be concerned about? Regardless, I will not be the one to take them, others will do so. Why bother about who retrieves these items? Imitating the masked man's demeanor, the clone effectively conveyed the latter's unsettling essence. Particularly when he lifted his gaze, the kaleidoscope pattern of his Sharingan momentarily disoriented Itachi, stripping him of his usual discerning judgment. No matter how meticulous a person may be, in such a fraught moment, burdened by immense pressure, how could one possibly be attentive enough to sense the presence of another's clone? Your parents are inside the house, already under control. The rest is up to you. My true self has departed, and I hope you can resolve things here swiftly. The inner clone, having seemingly collected the final piece, reminded Itachi. At that moment, a profound darkness enveloped Uchiha Itachi's expression. He disregarded further concerns and turned towards his family's direction. Having amassed so much, he decided against taking Uchiha Fugaku's. Prolonging the endeavor could risk exposure. With a faint smile, the clone, standing still, patted the scroll behind him and vanished in the next heartbeat. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha perimeter, Uchiha Kai quietly observed the unfolding events from afar. The masked man's clone appeared suddenly, respectfully presenting a scroll to Kai before dissipating into a cloud of smoke. Throughout, that clone, whether assuming Itachi's visage or that of the masked man, was ultimately a manifestation of Uchiha Kai himself. Subsequently, the true self raised his hand, transforming into a more unfamiliar guise. With a sigh, he withdrew a pure white mask, gazing towards the direction of the Uchiha clan, lamenting, "It seems there will no longer be an Uchiha clan in the future." Having spoken, he silently donned the mask and, with a leap, swiftly began to move in another direction. The members of the Hyuga clan received their orders without delay, despite the lingering curiosity about the ultimate developments. This time the command is indeed obligatory, compelling everyone to return home and rest. While each individual is eager to comprehend the unfolding events, participation in this matter is strictly prohibited. In truth, it is not only the Hyuga clan that is excluded. All prominent families within Konoha have received identical directives. They are to refrain from involvement with the Uchiha clan's affairs and abstain from any matters concerning the village on this night. Even if the village were to face destruction, it would bear no relevance to these clans. Amidst this isolation, Hyuga Hizashi sits alone in the hall, a cup of tea beside him, his expression remarkably serene. He appears to be waiting for someone. Tilting his head and stretching his neck, Hizashi, as the head of the Hyuga clan, contemplates the gravity of the situation. Although the precise nature of the events remains unclear, It is evident that something momentous has transpired within the Uchiha clan this evening. This is a matter of concern for every prominent family. Will the impending calamity befall their own clan? Should that day arrive, how will they manage the fallout? Lost in thought, a figure suddenly materializes in the hall, adorned with a mask and exuding an unfamiliar aura. Hisashi is not taken aback. Rather, he greets the newcomer with a measured tone, acknowledging, "Ah, you have arrived." It seems the head of the Hyuga clan remembers the agreement made years ago. Uchiha Kai, equally composed, responds, "Indeed, Your Grace, I recall how you saved my daughter back then. I am grateful for your reminder. Otherwise, the Hyuga clan would have undoubtedly faced significant losses." As Hisashi speaks, he slowly rises and takes a couple of steps toward the masked Kai. As the largest clan in Konoha, the Hyuga clan is well aware of the discussions that took place between the Hokage, Danzo, and the emissary from the Hidden Cloud Village. Had they not possessed sufficient evidence, the outcome would have surely been no different. Despite the untimely demise of Hyuga Hayashi, the narrative has been delayed by nearly a year, indicating that while some elements remain unchanged, others can indeed be altered. Today, I trust you comprehend my purpose for visiting. As I previously stated, I come with merely 2 inconsequential children. I hope this will not impose too much difficulty on your esteemed Hyuga clan. I wonder if the head of the Hyuga clan is still willing to honor our original agreement? Kai inquired with a calm demeanor. Indeed. However, I am quite curious about one matter. How did you come to know that the Uchiha clan would face annihilation several years ago? And what is your true identity? This matter is of little significance, and as for my identity, that is even less relevant. The skies are vast and the roads long. Henceforth, the Uchiha clan shall no longer exist. Provided no insurmountable issues arise, my dealings shall not intersect with Konohagakure. My presence here is solely to remind the Hyuga clan leader to adhere to the agreement made years ago. The 2 children are already positioned on the outskirts. Tomorrow, I shall ensure they arrive directly at the gates of Konohagakure. The Hyuga clan need only escort them outside the jurisdiction of the Umbu's surveillance. As for the remainder, I shall personally lead them away from this realm of turmoil. Kai spoke, expressing his belief that the Hyuga clan would ultimately honor their commitments, weighed against the potential repercussions. Beyond this, I wish to pose a question. How do you perceive Konoha's forthcoming approach towards our Hyuga clan? Hinata Hisashi, taken aback, never anticipated broaching such a topic with an outsider. Were this information to become public, the astonishment it would provoke is beyond imagination. Since the conversation has ventured this far, I am unreserved in sharing further insights. With the obliteration of the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan naturally ascends to become the largest family in Konoha and indeed the world. Such power invariably breeds trepidation among others. The 3rd Hokage is not as benevolent as one might envision. The place where green leaves flutter may not manifest my will, but rather the decay of withered branches. To ensure that your Hyuga clan remains unscathed, it would be prudent to refrain from assuming control of Konoha's security forces. Should the 3rd Hokage propose that you take on this perilous responsibility, delegate the task to the common shinobi, with the authority reverting directly to the Hokage. If the order is delivered under duress, consider leveraging the Hyuga clan's withdrawal from Konoha as a bargaining chip. At that juncture, all prominent clans, in their quest for self-preservation, are likely to offer a similar response. With the Uchiha clan's annihilation this evening, you might seize this opportunity to eliminate the root organization altogether. This constitutes my counsel to you, the leader of the Hyuga clan. Kai's assertion is rooted in the original narrative trajectory. It is imperative to recognize that the annihilation of the Uchiha clan stands as a pivotal reason for the eventual downfall of the 3rd Hokage. In a climate of pervasive trepidation among all clans, how could they genuinely pledge their allegiance to the Hidden Leaf Village? Each individual harbors a moral compass within, and the passive observation of the Uchiha clan's demise was fueled by the palpable indignation their actions incited. Perhaps, for all involved, this was deemed the most judicious arrangement. Yet, it simultaneously served as a fundamental catalyst for the disintegration of unity among the clans and the village. In light of the response from Kai, Hisashi Hyuga had already contemplated this notion. After all, his extended presence in this gathering was dedicated to devising a strategy for the forthcoming challenges. The manner in which Kai spoke remarkably aligned with his innermost thoughts, which only heightened Hinata Hisashi's curiosity regarding the true identity of this masked individual. What could possibly grant him such intimate knowledge of the situation? Thank you for your response. Henceforth, the Hyuga clan shall adhere to our agreement and ensure the safe passage of the two entrusted individuals beyond the watchful eyes of Konoha. However, how do you intend to depart? Hisashi inquired. Please do not trouble yourself, esteemed clan leader. I possess my own means of exiting this place. Tomorrow, I shall await the Hyuga clan's response at a distance of 10 miles beyond the confines of Konoha, and thus, I shall refrain from further intruding upon your evening. Kai nodded and, in a swift turn, vanished from sight. Who could this person be? Hinata Hisashi stood pondering, aware of the formidable power possessed by this individual, who seemed to have an uncanny understanding of all matters, as if their actions were always ahead of time. It felt as though they had personally experienced the events yet to unfold. Such a person gave him an eerie sensation. The following day, as dawn broke, the entire Konoha village was in turmoil. News had spread that the Uchiha clan had been annihilated, leaving only Uchiha Sasuke, the younger brother of Itachi Uchiha, alive. Nearly 900 members of the clan had perished in a single night, with no survivors apart from this young boy. In a dilapidated room, two children had curled up together throughout the night, their faces revealing exhaustion and dark circles forming around their eyes. It was unlikely that anyone could find rest. They could faintly hear the clamor of the day outside. The Uchiha clan had truly been eradicated, not a soul remaining. It seems you two did not fare well yesterday. A sudden voice echoed in their ears, and Uchiha Kai materialized in the room. The tension that had gripped them instantly dissipated. Ing, sitting on the floor, momentarily stunned, quickly sprang to her feet, tears streaming down her cheeks. She rushed into Kai's embrace. You rascal, we were genuinely worried that you might have perished as well. Although Deshaun did not express his emotions as overtly as Ing. Tears silently cascaded down his face. Despite a night filled with anxiety, nothing had occurred, but the moment Kai appeared and their spirits relaxed. Deshaun's eyes underwent a subtle change. Kai brother, it is such a relief that you are unharmed. Ing cried, then looked up at Kai and asked, is it true that the Uchiha clan has been exterminated? Indeed, they have been wiped out. Itachi Uchiha, along with another accomplice, took it upon themselves to ensure that everyone perished, with one exception, Itachi's own younger brother. Kai did not conceal his words. Aunt Yun has also passed away, leaving merely a few of us from the Uchiha clan. In a moment, I shall seal the chakra responses within both of your bodies. Particularly you. Do not exhibit excessive emotional fluctuations. Take a good look at your current situation. Kai spoke as he directly picked up a dust-laden mirror from the table. After blowing on it, he held it up to Daxian. The moment Daxian caught sight of his own eyes, he immediately widened them in astonishment. A Mangeki Sharingan. Ing was also momentarily taken aback. However, she quickly began to contemplate how to escape from this place. Brother Kai, we cannot remain here. We must not stay in this village. Otherwise, we will all meet our demise. Therefore, I will seal the chakra signatures within both of you. Today, all eyes are focused on the annihilated Uchiha clan, and vigilance regarding the outside world will be significantly relaxed. Consequently, you must make your way to the entrance of Konoha village. At that time, members of the Hyuga clan will escort you out. Once we have evaded the village's surveillance, I will lead you to another location. The Hyuga clan? Daxian felt incredulous. Why would the Hyuga clan assist them in their escape? You need not concern yourselves with that matter, nor should you inquire or seek information from anyone. Several years ago, I made an agreement with the head of the Hyuga clan. All you need to do is leave this place. What about you? Daxian furrowed his brow in reluctance and rushed forward to grasp Kai's arm, questioning him. Do you still have the presence of mind to worry about me? Kai replied, I managed to keep you alive amidst the turmoil of the Uchiha massacre, and I will ensure your safe departure from this chaos. Do you truly believe this place can confine me? So rest assured, once you leave, I will also depart. We shall meet outside. After all, leaving you two fools behind could very well lead to your demise from starvation one day. Kai rolled his eyes, adopting an expression of exasperation. He spoke with an effortless ease that momentarily improved the atmosphere. The fate of the Uchiha clan seemed to hold little significance for them. Even if they were to be annihilated, what would it matter? After all, within that family, their status had always been one of the lowest. Aside from a tinge of sorrow for Aunt Yun, who had cared for them, it appeared that others harbored little emotional connection. In fact, many individuals had not uttered a word to them until their demise. I comprehend now, Kai. Truly, I am grateful to you. Uchiha Daishan inhaled deeply, stepping back to bow profoundly in gratitude. Ing mirrored his actions, also stepping back and bowing deeply. The words echoed Kai's sentiments. considering their tender age. It seemed unlikely they would survive long after leaving the village under their current circumstances. We have known each other for so long, having grown up together. Why speak such things? Thus, he instructed them to head towards the entrance of Konoha, where members of the Hyuga clan would escort them away. Yes, Daishan now behaved like an obedient subordinate. Perhaps for Kai, they were merely two well-behaved children. However, for Daishan, it felt as though their relationship had undergone a significant transformation from that moment onward. As they walked down the street, the wind today felt particularly strong, reminiscent of the farewell to the spirits of the Uchiha clan. The weather was not especially warm, even slightly chilly, prompting both to wrap their faces with scarves tightly. Their attire had also been changed, making them resemble ordinary villagers. Uchiha Daishan held his sister's hand tightly throughout their journey. The townsfolk, whether moving along the path or seated in conversation, were predominantly discussing matters concerning the Uchiha clan. The number of ninjas on the streets seemed greater than usual, with figures darting across rooftops becoming increasingly conspicuous. At that moment, it was uncertain just how many individuals remained with the Uchiha clan. Yet, the destination and purpose for the two of them remained clear. They were headed towards the village entrance. Typically, the entrance was guarded by two chunin who managed registrations. And today was no different. Unlike their usual demeanor of nonchalance while stationed in the booth, both emerged unexpectedly. Their curiosity compelled them to discern what had transpired within the village, while simultaneously yearning to partake in the unfolding events. However, reality dictated that they remain in their current location. The two little ones stood not far from the entrance, as Konoha had yet to issue any orders for lockdown. Even so, there were hardly any individuals to be seen at the entrance. Are you the issuers of the task? As the two of them gazed intently towards the entrance, four figures suddenly descended beside them. They bore no masks, yet their eyes unmistakably revealed their identity as members of the Hyuga clan. The issuers of the task? This was something Kai had instructed them to declare if they encountered the Hyuga clan. Without hesitation, Daishin promptly affirmed, "Indeed, we are the issuers of the task." Having established their identities, it was now imperative to fulfill the escort mission. One of the Hyuga clan members, upon confirming their identity, immediately began addressing the other three. Understood. They chorused in unison, showing little concern for the identities of those before them. After all, their clan leader had personally designated them for this mission, with the sole directive to transport them to a location far removed from the village at all costs. During this process, they were forbidden from inquiring about any identities or information. Though curiosity lingered, their role as executors compelled them to adhere strictly to the command. The escort mission for the Hyuga clan now required them to venture beyond the village. At the entrance, the peaceful leader of the Hyuga clan commenced dialogue with the guards. However, observing the two youngsters, the guard hesitated and inquired whether they had the approval of the Hokage. The Hyuga clan does not require the Hokage's approval to execute tasks. Why delve into such details? Yet, how much do you know about the affairs within the village? What has become of the Uchiha clan? The eagerness to uncover this matter compelled the guard's curiosity, completely disregarding the Hyuga clan's independent undertaking of missions. After all, within such a vast village, the activities of the Hyuga clan were common knowledge. They had conducted numerous businesses outside and frequently departed on their own. This matter was hardly within their purview of concern. Nevertheless, seizing the opportunity to gossip was something another individual eagerly anticipated. They are all dead, every last one of them. Itachi Uchiha annihilated the entire clan, leaving only his younger brother, Sasuke Uchiha, alive. Thus, it seems there is no longer an Uchiha clan. The Hyuga clan member responded succinctly. He then beckoned to the three individuals behind him and the two youngsters. How ruthless. To think that so many from the Uchiha clan could be extinguished in a single night. Such a person truly deserves condemnation, the guard muttered. Yet his attitude towards the Uchiha clan mirrored that of the majority, although one may feel a sense of disdain towards them. The complete annihilation of the Uchiha clan evokes a tinge of sorrow. The few remaining members of the Four Symbols clan, accompanied by two young ones, departed from the village with an air of nonchalance, drawing little suspicion in the process. As they journeyed forth, they took turns using their Byakugan to survey the situation ahead. Approximately 2 miles outside the village, one of them suddenly remarked on the significantly reduced presence of the Umbu personnel today. Given the circumstances surrounding the Uchiha clan, it was only natural that everyone would be preoccupied with that matter. After all, they were tasked with verifying the number of personnel to ascertain if anyone in their group might still be alive. Regardless, this affair bore no relevance to them. Their duty was to ensure the mission target reached its destination, after which this matter would no longer concern them. Truly, they embodied the essence of a ninja. Particularly this individual in his 20s or 30s, whose words revolved almost entirely around the mission at hand. As for the trivial matters, they held no significance for them. Following this statement, his gaze briefly lingered on the two young ones. Despite a flicker of curiosity regarding their identities, the command they received compelled him to suppress his inquisitiveness. Within the village, what was the true state of affairs? Why had such events unfolded? With the Uchiha clan obliterated, on a rooftop, Might Guy clenched his teeth in frustration, his fists tightly balled, yearning to rush forth and assess the situation. However, Kakashi stood firmly in his path. Observing the tears streaming down Guy's face, Kakashi inhaled deeply, shaking his head in resignation. He comforted Guy, saying, "We cannot involve ourselves in this matter. Although we are unaware of the exact developments, a report will emerge soon. There remains a possibility that little Kai could still be alive." Yet, despite these words, Kakashi harbored little faith in such a notion. He was uncertain of Itachi's true power. But the notion that one individual could annihilate an entire clan seemed implausible without the involvement of others. The fact that an entire family could be wiped out, let alone by a single person, was staggering. Knowing full well the futility of the situation, he nevertheless attempted to reassure his companion. This was a lamentable necessity. None of the Uchiha clan could remain uninvolved in this tragedy. While Might Guy may not possess considerable intellect, he was certainly capable of understanding the gravity of their non-involvement. Kakashi, though the sole survivor of his own family, was equally bound by the duties of the Umbu. Nevertheless, this family has participated in the construction of the entire Hidden Leaf Village, thus it holds a noble status within the community. Consequently, regarding this matter, his stance mirrors that of other prominent clans, remaining passively observant and refraining from involvement. Thus, he finds himself with ample time to sit and watch Might Guy, fearing that this individual might succumb to fury and rage over the loss of his disciple. Yet, certain truths are universally acknowledged, and Might Guy is no stranger to them. Nevertheless, the inner turmoil of anger is indeed indescribable. The corpses of all the deceased members of the Uchiha clan have been lined up in a row, encompassing both those from the clan's domain and the civilian quarters. Presently, they occupy this space at Uchiha Plaza, with the bodies nearly covering the expansive area. Each individual is draped in white cloth, having endured the passage of a night. However, the overwhelming stench of blood has caused those who have only recently become shinobi, or those who have never encountered such scenes, to succumb to waves of nausea. This spectacle is not only shocking in times of peace, even in wartime. Such a sight would be rare. Take, for instance, the Third Great Ninja War, during which the total casualties in the Hidden Leaf Village amounted to merely over 3,000. A toll that was reached over the span of 2 to 3 years. Yet, in a single night, the death toll of the Uchiha clan has reached such a horrifying number. Among this chaos, some have voiced their considerable dissatisfaction. Danzo, the corpses, having been turned over for inspection, revealed that those who had awakened the 2 and 3 Tomo Sharingan, save for Uchiha Fugaku, still had their eyes intact. However, the eyes of all others had been taken. This revelation ignited a profound rage within him, as all his efforts had yielded nothing but disappointment. Yet, surrounded by shinobi, he could not allow his emotions to surface too overtly. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, has not once appeared at this scene, seemingly indifferent to the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. After all, this elder has already begun to convene the heads of various clans. Merely a day after the Uchiha's extermination, he could not restrain himself from gathering the clan leaders to discuss the allocation of the security forces. Lord Third, should we not prioritize addressing the Uchiha clan's demise? Is it not premature to consider which clan will oversee the security forces at this juncture? Before the third Hokage could voice his thoughts, Hayashi Hyuga was the first to express his opinion. I concur with the Hyuga clan leader's perspective. I too concur. The responsibilities of a Hokage are overwhelming, leaving little room to attend to numerous matters. If it were possible, I would prefer to entrust the duties of the security forces to the Hyuga clan. What is your perspective on this? The third Hokage cast a glance towards Hyuga Hisashi and inquired. I regret to inform you that the Hyuga clan cannot accept such a burden. What if it is imperative for the Hyuga clan to take on this responsibility? The third Hokage pressed further. The situation concerning the Uchiha clan is already laid bare before us. Their deceased have yet to receive proper burial rites. And now the third Hokage hastily seeks to pass this burning hot potato to our Hyuga clan, to avert a potential recurrence of the Uchiha clan's tragic fate. Should the third Hokage insist on this course of action, the Hyuga clan will have no choice but to withdraw from Konohagakure. Hisashi's stance was particularly resolute this time. The situation has escalated to such a degree that there is no longer any need to fear the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. I believe we should adhere to the earlier suggestion and allow the civilian ninjas to manage this issue, with jurisdiction resting with the Hokage. Narashikaku, the strategist beside the third Hokage, added, albeit as one of the many clans within Konoha. Given the current circumstances, it is essential for all clans to unite to prevent the misfortunes that befell the Uchiha from befalling them. What do you truly mean by this? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a hefty puff from his pipe, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the gathered individuals. If the matter at hand merely concerns the jurisdiction of the security forces, the Hyuga clan has no objections and will not involve itself further. If there are no other pressing issues, we shall take our leave. Hisashi rose, evidently unwilling to continue delving into this topic. Following suit, the leaders of other clans silently stood as well. Now it was the third Hokage who felt a twinge of anxiety. If the clans were indeed to unite in such a manner, then not only would his position as Hokage be precarious, but even the Sarutobi clan would not fare as well as anticipated. The entire village depends on these clans for support, and if they all withdraw, the repercussions for the village would be dire. Please sit. This matter is a result of my oversight. I shall reflect on your opinions moving forward. Sarutobi Hiruzen conceded with resignation. He had anticipated that this issue would not unfold smoothly, but never did he imagine it would prove to be so arduous. Once he noted the tension easing among the group, Hiruzen proceeded to announce that Uchiha Itachi was to be designated an S-rank rogue ninja. Is this how the matter concludes? What role did the root play in all of this? We cannot believe this matter. It seems that only another Uchiha could perpetrate the annihilation of an entire clan. Shouldn't the Hokage provide a reasonable explanation for this? Hinata Hisashi inquired once more. Having broached the subject, he no longer cared about maintaining decorum. Although the root did not partake in this affair, I shall revoke Danzo's elder privileges. I believe this would suffice as an explanation for all. That old fellow, truly deserving of being the longest-serving Hokage. His decision-making, amidst choices, is remarkably swift. Consequently, every clan now finds itself at a loss. Those who ought to speak and act have done so, and now we await the unfolding of subsequent events. Regardless, this incident serves as a profound lesson for all clans. The unity among them, I fear, shall reach unprecedented heights from this day forth, all to prevent oneself from becoming the next Uchiha clan. At the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf Village, this location now lay 10 miles beyond the surveillance zone. The Umbu ninjas within the village could not possibly reach this area. The members of the Hyuga clan cautiously surveyed their surroundings, confirming the absence of anyone before presenting a scroll to Yamashita, stating, "This is entrusted to you. Our task here is now complete, and the remaining journey is yours to undertake. By the way, what are your names?" Just as the leader handed the item to Yamashita, one of the others curiously inquired. "Silence. Have you not read the ninja manual?" The leader snapped back angrily, immediately commanding, "Mission accomplished. Everyone return at once." As he gazed at the scroll and watched the figures of those individuals depart, Yamashita felt utterly bewildered. He never expected to leave the Hidden Leaf Village in such a manner. It was an entirely unanticipated experience for his first departure. "Brother, what did they give us?" Aki asked with curiosity. "This should be for Kai," Yamashita sighed, turning to glance back toward the Hidden Leaf Village, and then remarked with a sense of nostalgia. "From now on, we shall refer to him as Lord Kai. We can no longer address him as we did before. Do you understand? Why? Everyone else is gone. Only a few of us remain. Were it not for Kai, do you think our fates would differ from theirs?" Yamashita clenched his fists, eyes shut tight. For the first time, he felt his own insignificance in terms of strength and, simultaneously, a profound sense of helplessness. "Oh, I understand now." Aki nodded in comprehension. "What are we discussing?" As soon as the gentle sound of Ying's footsteps faded, a familiar voice immediately resonated in the ears of the two. "Kai, dear Kai." Ying turned to glance, and there, not far away, sat Kai upon a large rock. The sight of this scene instantly stirred excitement within the two. Kai leaped down from the stone, approaching with a cheerful smile as he playfully tousled Ying's hair. What a delightful way to address him, calling him brother suits perfectly. After gently ruffling the other person's hair, Kai raised his hand and lightly tapped the other's head, inquiring, Lord Kai, from now on, I shall adhere to this title without fail. Were it not for your presence, my sister and I might have perished in this tumult. Uchiha Daisen clenched his fists and bent forward, clearly expressing his resolute stance. Why concern ourselves with so much? We are, after all, good friends, among the Uchiha clan. You are indeed our only companions. I have come to regard you as family. Thus, it is imperative to ensure your safety through this ordeal. We need not dwell on other matters. Our lives together lie ahead, and who knows what challenges await us. Let us forge ahead. Kai gently patted the shoulder of Deshawn, a gesture that signified his acknowledgement of the fellow's attitude. However, having coexisted for such a long time, he had never considered regarding the other as a subordinate. This item, after all, was bestowed by the Hyuga clan. Deshawn grinned and lifted his head before directly handing over the scroll to Kai. Fortunately, they still remembered. It was time to hasten their departure from this place of turmoil, though they were yet uncertain of their destination. Kai casually took the scroll, already carrying two on his back, and inserted this one into the satchel behind him. He then rested his arm on Dashin's shoulder and spoke to the two with a notably relaxed tone. Where are we headed next, brother Kai? Ing tugged at Kai's sleeve, her curiosity evident as they walked. Where to? I haven't contemplated a destination. However, we must proceed to a more stable location. For now, our priority is to earn some money. We can devise a plan thereafter. Yet, I seem to have forgotten this matter, and the funds on hand will scarcely sustain us for a month. As Kai spoke, he released his grip on Dashi's shoulder and swiftly took 2 steps forward. Feeling the gentle breeze against his face, he gazed at the world before him, extended his arms wide, and took a deep breath, exclaiming, This is the essence of freedom. Kai, are you all right? Ing wondered if he might be suffering from some grave illness. Having narrowly escaped death, she still felt a lingering sense of trepidation. Yet he was able to utter such words. Am I all right? What could possibly be wrong with me? We are utterly free now. It is time to embark on our journey towards freedom, to explore the wonders of this world, and eventually find a place devoid of ninjas, where we can settle down and dedicate ourselves to learning. Kai suddenly turned around, raising his hand to point at the 2 individuals, his expression abruptly becoming serious as he loudly proclaimed, I will now train both of you, so you must prepare yourselves mentally. Even in the pursuit of freedom, one must possess their own strength. Rest assured, Lord Kai, I shall strive with all my might. Daxian immediately stood tall, lifting his nose and shouting. You mustn't call him Lord Kai anymore. Indeed, Lord Kai. Kai wore a rather speechless expression, yet he did not wish to dwell on such trivial matters. Once again, he felt the gentle caress of the wind from the outside world, and soon after, a group of adolescents embarked on their forthcoming journey. Hey, Lord Kai. What are we doing at the casino? The establishment was a cacophony of voices, a veritable melting pot of diverse characters. The expansive casino was nearly bursting at the seams with patrons. As far as the eye could see, there were throngs of people. Each gaming table was flanked by a dozen spectators, even for those unacquainted with such venues. The enormous sign emblazoned with the character for gambling made it abundantly clear where they were. Uchiha Kai had already completed his transformation technique, assuming the guise of a robust giant. His formidable musculature and striking height instilled a sense of trepidation in onlookers. Striding confidently into the casino with the 2 youngsters in tow, his bare-chested appearance seemed rather incongruous alongside the children. Upon entering, all eyes were momentarily drawn to him. However, this fleeting attention quickly dissipated as everyone resumed their pursuits at the gaming tables. What was the purpose of their visit? Naturally, it was to earn some money. Kai spoke as he swiftly retrieved a pair of sunglasses from his pocket and adorned his face with them. In this manner, the subtle shifts in his eyes remained imperceptible to the outside world. Striding confidently, he circled the casino, where the security personnel cast unwavering gazes upon him, apprehensive of any potential mischief. After a brief acquaintance with the rules, he approached a simple dice game, where the gameplay was straightforward. One could either wager on high or low, or directly predict the exact number. The odds for predicting the number stood at 25-1, while betting on high or low offered even odds. The majority of the players at the table favored the latter approach. With his imposing stature, Kai stood aside, prompting those in front to part and grant him passage. Place your bets, the reveal is imminent. From his pocket, Kai produced a stack of banknotes, and upon reaching the table, he boldly wagered the entirety of his cash on the number 13. Kai, this is our entire living expenses, Ing exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. Should they lose, they would likely be left destitute. What is there to worry about? Trust in my fortune. Kai, seemingly indifferent, calmly addressed Ing. Coming here and hoping for good fortune. A large stature does not equate to favorable luck. A nearby gambler erupted in loud derision. It has begun, the dealer announced, as he lifted the dice cup and nonchalantly declared, 13 points. It appeared that he had scarcely noticed the situation moments prior, observing that the bets placed on the smaller numbers were evidently more numerous, while those on the larger numbers were quite scarce. Just as Kai was contemplating a substantial win and the prospect of reclaiming all his money, he gently tapped the table and, with a fierce expression, inquired, "What about this? I still have a 13. At that moment, the dealer finally took notice, his eyes widening in disbelief, utterly astonished by Kai's fortuitous streak. Incredible! Such luck! To strike it so swiftly, at 25 times, exclaimed a bystander, astonished. This amounts to 50,000 taels, if calculated at 25 times. That totals 750,000 taels. Kai did not require assistance in his calculations. He calmly reached for his capital and addressed the dealer with poise. The sum in question could hardly be deemed exorbitant. It likely fell well within the dealer's purview. Without further ado, he retrieved a substantial stack of bills from a nearby box, placing it before him and gently nudging it toward Kai. Next round, the dealer proclaimed loudly, as everyone present perceived Kai's earlier success to be merely a stroke of luck, an accidental triumph akin to stumbling upon a dead mouse. Both Dashin and Ing were left astounded, initially intent on seizing the considerable fortune, yet before they could act, Kai placed all of his money once more on the 13. Wait. How could there possibly be another 13? Dashin exclaimed in trepidation. Indeed, how could the same number appear again? Quickly, let us take the money and leave. We must secure our winnings without delay. The dealer, unable to tolerate the disruption, recognized the potential impact on his own performance. Should Kai indeed withdraw the funds, it would be disastrous. Thus, he promptly began to shake the dice cup, which he then brought down with a heavy thud onto the table. With no one daring to place further bets, the moment to reveal the results had arrived. The dealer, brimming with self-satisfaction, clutched the cup tightly before suddenly lifting it. However, upon gazing at the numbers on the dice, his eyes widened in disbelief. 2, 2, 5, 6? He questioned his own eyesight, unsure if he had miscalculated. The dealer even began counting on his fingers to ascertain the total. Upon arriving at the final tally, he turned around, his expression darkening and vacant. Behind him stood a rather corpulent individual, dressed decently, who, sensing the dealer's demeanor, approached with measured steps. You scoundrel, win or lose. The rules of our casino are clear. Winnings are taken, losses must be paid. What are you playing at? Without hesitation, the man slapped the dealer, then yanked him back, stepping up to the gambling table to inspect the situation. 13. Remarkable, it truly is 13. How much must be paid? As the casino owner personally announced the score, gasps erupted from those gathered around the table. Even patrons at other tables began to flock over, intrigued by the commotion. It was only then that the owner noticed the stacks of money resting atop the 13. His eyes nearly bulged out in shock, his mouth agape in disbelief. Shengwei, a total wager of 800,000 taels has been placed, and at an odds ratio of 125, your total payment amounts to 20 million taels, Kai calmly remarked. At this moment, the expressions of Dashin and Ing were scarcely better than that of the casino owner. They were both etched with terror, their eyes wide open in disbelief. It was unfathomable that their remaining funds had dwindled to merely 50,000 taels. Under ordinary circumstances, this amount would suffice for no more than a week's expenses. Yet it had unexpectedly transformed into such a sum. If they refrained from extravagant spending, I surmised that it could last them a lifetime. Pay up, the casino owner, though astonished, maintained a commendable demeanor. A box filled to the brim with money was promptly retrieved from the back. As for counting the funds, Kai had no intention of engaging in such matters. Dashin, take the money and let's leave. Upon seizing the opportunity, it is prudent to retreat when circumstances are favorable. Persistently pursuing an adversary within a gambling establishment could yield unforeseen repercussions. Rather than risking such outcomes, it is wiser to withdraw. Following this command, Dashin promptly approached and seized the heavy box with an eager grin. Ing, too, unreservedly gathered the 800,000 000 tails resting upon the table. And the trio turned on their heels, departing the casino under the watchful gaze of many. It is worth noting that the casino proprietor exhibited commendable restraint, opting not to dispatch anyone in pursuit, nor would he jeopardize his standing for such a trifling sum. Upon exiting and entering a narrow alley devoid of onlookers, Kai swiftly resumed his original demeanor. Observing the box of money clutched by Dashin, a grin unfurled across his face. Master Kai, you truly are remarkable. In the future, when we find ourselves in need, we should simply venture to the casino. Before Dashin could articulate his thoughts further, Kai delivered a swift punch to his head. With a slight twitch of his lips, he remarked, "This power is derived from the Sharingan. Having an excess of eyes could lead to blindness. Were it not for dire financial straits, I would not resort to such measures." Although he voiced these sentiments, Kai found himself intrigued by a particular matter. Why? When employing the power of his left eye to foresee events within a minute's span, did he feel no discernible sensation? His previous experience with the spatial power had been accompanied by excruciating pain. Yet, during recent encounters with the Mangeki Sharingan, he had not only been pain-free but also devoid of any substantial discomfort. While he struggled to explain this phenomenon, it was ultimately a welcome development. After all, the power of the Sharingan should be used sparingly, serving as a hidden trump card for future endeavors. This way, he need not fret over the risk of blindness until a solution could be found. Although he now understood that utilizing Hashirama's cells could transform the Mangeki Sharingan into the eternal Mangeki, he lacked the knowledge to conduct such research. This ignorance marked a significant vulnerability for Kai. Brother Kai, can you truly employ the Mangeki Sharingan in gambling? Is it possible to perceive the cards within? Queried the siblings. Their curiosity piqued. Indeed, Master Kai, the Mangeki Sharingan is far more formidable than I realized. The two siblings leaned forward, eagerly inquiring. Why are you both so invested in this matter? Focus on your training. When you awaken your own Mangeki, all will be revealed. Kai curled his lips in a playful manner and, immediately breaking into a grin, exclaimed, "We have been subsisting on vegetarian fare for over a month now. With such a windfall, we should indulge in a sumptuous meal. What do you wish to savor? Feel free to choose anything. Each of us can also acquire a few sets of clothing. As for the remaining funds, we shall seek a place to purchase a residence and settle down there. In the time that follows, we can dedicate ourselves to training you two rascals. Hooray, I want to feast on barbecued meat." One declared. "I too desire barbecued meat," came the enthusiastic reply. "Not a problem. We have ample resources. Indulge as you please." However, as they walked, Ing, filled with curiosity, inquired, "But if we spend so lavishly, won't it run out quickly? What is there to fret about? If we exhaust our funds, we can always devise another way to replenish them." Kai casually ruffled Ying's hair and remarked, "Unbeknownst to us, 5 years have slipped away quietly. Time has passed so swiftly that it hardly felt tangible. Within the confines of a grand estate, the vastness of the area was almost exaggerated. The courtyard boasted not only artificial hills, but also flowing streams, while the architecture of the house was exceptionally exquisite. However, on the outer pathways of this residence, 3 individuals were running with great difficulty. At the forefront was a remarkably handsome young man, clad only in a tank top and shorts, his feet adorned with sandals. Uchiha Kai. 5 years have elapsed, and he is now 16 years old, possessing a striking appearance that has transformed entirely from his former self. The youthful softness has faded from his features, revealing a face that seems meticulously sculpted. His chiseled features include large eyes and a prominent nose. With his black hair cascading down, his charisma palpable even from a distance of several meters. Following closely behind him, running with a height that exceeds Kai by a considerable margin, was Dajan. Though he was also quite handsome, his physique appeared much more robust than Kai's. His closely cropped hair and well-defined facial features presented him as a muscular figure, bare-chested and clad only in shorts, utterly devoid of any pretense as he sprinted along the path. As for Ing, the once tiny child has now blossomed into a 12-year-old girl. The tank top and shorts seem to have been their consistent attire throughout the years. With her hair tied in a ponytail, she appeared spirited and competent. "Kai, could we perhaps forego the lightning release body enhancement today?" Dajan inquired while running. "What are you thinking? Just look at how much time has passed. You've had years to improve, yet your current burden can only be increased to a mere 1,000 gene. This is truly inadequate. The rigorous training is essential for enhancing your mental fortitude. Furthermore, it will relax both your body and mind. In a month, We will elevate your weight to 200 gene, with daily tasks that are relentless. Morning will be devoted to taijutsu training, and afternoons to ninjutsu practices. This regimen cannot be altered. As Kai ran effortlessly, he casually remarked, "Brother Kai, we are out of money." In response, Ing, who was trailing behind, immediately retorted, "Acquiring more items is not an issue, but the crux of the matter is that these things require money, and they are exceedingly expensive. Not to worry. This afternoon, let's take a trip to the casino." "You are thinking too much, my Lord Kai. Just the other day, I heard that all the casinos have banded together to prohibit you from entering their establishments." Deshawn grinned as he spoke. "How can that be? Brother Kai, how can it not be? Over the past few years, we have spent an exorbitant amount of money, particularly on these instruments. The total expenses must have surpassed 1 billion taels. You frequent the gambling tables, often leaving with tens of millions each time, which has led to the current situation where they are unwilling to let you into their casinos," Ing said, exasperated. "Whether it be the training of physical techniques or ninjutsu, there is a significant commonality. They all require money. Maintaining such a vast estate demands funds, as do the numerous garments. Thus, their lifestyle has become akin to that of the nobility. Yet, precisely because of this, their expenditure is alarmingly swift. How much do we have left?" Kai abruptly halted his steps and turned to inquire of Ing. After all, this young girl was now in charge of the finances. Even he, Uchiha Kai, was unaware of how swiftly his family's wealth was depleting. With over 1 million ryo still remaining, sustenance was certainly not a concern. However, when it came to procuring other items, that was an entirely different matter. Ing and Deshawn, too, came to a stop, expressing their thoughts. In the past, possessing such a sum of money would have alleviated any worries. They could have comfortably indulged without a care for financial matters, but the situation had changed. Merely purchasing a single item now required the expenditure of tens of thousands of ryo, or even more. How swiftly the money dissipated. Kai, with his hand thoughtfully resting on his chin, remarked, "Of course it's fast. Brother Kai, your bespoke attire costs nearly 1 million, and there are at least 100 sets in your room. Just the expense alone is quite substantial." Ing rolled her eyes and pouted in retort. "Ing, refrain from such remarks. That money rightfully belongs to Lord Kai. He may spend it as he pleases." Dashin reprimanded, although they now enjoyed a relationship of equality and camaraderie. Yet, deep down, Dashin harbored different thoughts. "Well, if we lack funds, we shall simply seek alternative venues if those casinos deny us entry." After spinning in place a couple of times and pausing in contemplation, an epiphany struck Kai. He grinned widely and earnestly addressed the two. "Since this place proves unworkable, let us venture outside and seek a grand opportunity elsewhere. We need not fret about financial matters. To go out? Is it truly possible to leave this place?" Staying here was undeniably pleasurable. Despite the occasional appearance of ninjas, they were few in number. The surroundings were relatively comfortable, with mountains and water, and life here was exceedingly convenient. The area was inhabited by ordinary folk, presenting no threat whatsoever. Even the ninjas who came here were of average capability. Although still within the land of fire, they were at a considerable distance from the Hidden Leaf village. Living here, without safety concerns, was indeed a delight. However, prolonged residence in one location inevitably leads to feelings of monotony and boredom. A brief excursion could provide a sense of fulfillment. "Lord Kai, do you mean to seek out a casino outside?" Dashin inquired, puzzled. "What casino?" "We shall directly seek out individuals to extort. We will target those who are both wicked and wealthy. I believe I know just the person." With that, he suggested they prepare to embark towards the land of waves. In his mind, Kai envisioned a certain individual, a person characterized by wealth and a penchant for mischief. From his recollections, this individual possessed wealth that could easily rank among the top 10 in the world. With such an abundance of riches, he would no longer have to fret over financial concerns. A trip to the land of waves? That would surely allow for an exquisite feast of seafood. Ing, filled with excitement, inquired eagerly. However, even if such a journey were to take place, it would be a matter for tomorrow, unrelated to the present. Thus, today's training objectives must be accomplished with diligence. Therefore, let us commence our weighted running without delay. Kai raised his hand and shouted loudly, prompting the remaining two individuals to follow him, their expressions reflecting a sense of despair as they ran behind. Each stride stirred up a cloud of dust, and the ground trembled slightly beneath their feet. Under Kai's rigorous training, the two had made significant advancements in their abilities. Although their potential within the Uchiha clan was considered merely average, mastering the right training techniques could elevate them to the level of their exceptionally gifted peers. As dawn broke and the heavy gates slammed shut, Deshawn secured the key in place. He then turned to face the carriage before him. Just as he was about to board, Kai abruptly halted him, advising him to remove the burdens he carried. Otherwise, the two horses would be exhausted before long. Oh, Deshawn quickly understood, bending down to lighten his load, starting from his legs. Although the items seemed inconsequential when they struck the ground, the impact cracked the floor beneath them. Indeed, he felt considerably relieved. After completing this task, he took his seat at the front of the carriage, gently flicking the reins to urge the horses forward. The carriage was rather standard, featuring a side door that opened to reveal a framework primarily constructed of glass. Inside, curtains could be drawn to shield against the glaring light from outside. The carriage comfortably accommodated 4 individuals, and the overall space was quite spacious. Perhaps due to their early start, Kai and Ing settled in the rear, propping their legs on the front seat and adjusting their postures before dozing off. Meanwhile, Deshawn was left to shoulder the burdens of labor, driving the carriage forward while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Earth release, earth flow wall. The carriage proceeded steadily along its route, encountering no issues whatsoever. However, upon reaching the region where 2 great mountains converged, a remarkable transformation occurred. Merely on the second day of departure, an unexpected situation arose. The surrounding environment was indeed quite pleasant, adorned with lush greenery and vibrant flowers, creating a picturesque scene. Yet, as they leisurely advanced, a disturbance suddenly erupted from the distant ground, followed by an earthen barrier resembling a wall that obstructed their path ahead. Towering mountains flanked both sides, and a group of 12 individuals swiftly emerged from the rear. Each bore a knife, their expressions twisted into lecherous smiles. Soon after, 2 or 3 figures descended upon the earthen wall above, their faces concealed by masks, rendering their emotions indiscernible. The only certainty was that, judging by their prowess, these individuals unmistakably belonged to the ranks of ninjas. After a long wait, they had finally encountered some small fry. However, judging by the appearance of the carriage, it seemed to indicate wealth, at least enough to sustain them for a few days. One rather unsavory-looking individual on the earthen wall brandished a hook that bore a resemblance to a rope, squinting with a smirk as he remarked, "Regardless of their wealth, let us resolve this swiftly." Another individual positioned in the center, visibly impatient, furrowed his brows and chimed in, "Lord Kai, we've encountered some trouble. May I test my current abilities?" Among the adversaries, there should be 1 J-nin, 2 Ch-nin, and 2 Jinin. I've trained tirelessly, but have never had the opportunity to put my skills to the test. I humbly request your permission. Polite yet eager. The mountain dweller turned to inquire through the glass at the back. I wish to experience this as well. Hikari could hardly contain her enthusiasm. Sitting up straight and earnestly addressing Kai. Go ahead, but be swift in your actions. Once the Sharingan is displayed, leave no survivors. Kai remained leaned against the wall, his eyes remaining closed. With the aid of his staff, he had long since sensed the presence of this group. However, he deemed their strength to be exceedingly feeble. Thus, allowing these 2 to hone their skills seemed quite acceptable. Understood, Lord Kai. All right, Brother Kai. One leaped from the carriage, while the other opened the door and simultaneously descended. Eliminate them, commanded the leader atop the earthen wall, his tone nonchalant as he waved his hand. I shall deal with the front. You take care of the rear. Daxian instructed his sister, fully aware that those lingering behind the carriage were primarily ordinary individuals, posing no real threat. The only potential danger lay with the adversaries ahead. Very well, Daxian declared, having trained for several years. Now it was time to practice with them, to allow them a taste of what it truly meant to endure the rigors of relentless training. With that, he shed the constraints of his burden and, in a mere flash, found himself atop the earthen wall, swiftly executing a powerful kick. Initially, he had assumed that those aboard the carriage were merely commoners. After all, ninjas would never opt for such a mode of transportation. Caught off guard, the leftmost lower ninja had no time to evade and was sent flying by a single kick, colliding heavily against a tree trunk, falling still and lifeless. It's a ninja. The others, witnessing this, immediately heightened their alertness. Earth release, Yellow Spring Marsh. The middle ninja, standing firm, reacted with commendable speed. As he retreated rapidly, he began to form hand seals with remarkable swiftness, subsequently slamming his hands onto the ground. Just as Daxian prepared to advance, he found his body unwittingly sinking into the marsh beneath him. Yet, with a simple exertion, he quickly freed himself and leaped into the air. In an instant, he appeared before the middle ninja, opting to forego ninjutsu altogether, and delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending him hurtling backward. Perhaps fate was unkind, as he collided with a tree, striking a broken branch that pierced through his body from back to front. Struggling to voice a cry, he reached out, hoping for salvation. But his head tilted as consciousness slipped away. This bastard, perhaps witnessing the demise of two of his comrades, had stirred discontent within the upper ninja. He swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing the fire release, fire dragon technique. With a thunderous roar, a massive fireball erupted from his mouth, and before it could touch the ground, it rapidly transformed into two colossal fire dragons that surged towards the mountain. Yet, for him, this attack was sufficient, though the speed was regrettably slow. Swiftly sidestepping, the two fire dragons collided directly with the rocky wall ahead. Boom! A powerful explosion resonated, causing boulders above to plummet down. Retreat. We must leave this place. Having deduced the formidable strength of his opponent after two failed attempts, he was acutely aware of another presence within the carriage, a figure that had yet to reveal itself. Regardless of the true extent of the adversary's power, persisting under the current circumstances seemed increasingly futile. Thinking of escaping? The three-tomo Sharingan ignited with intensity as he unleashed his chakra, assuming a stance for attack. Raising his foot, he vanished from his position in an instant. His speed now markedly accelerated. In this terrain, filled with rocks and trees, such rapid velocity could easily lead to a collision with the obstacles if one lacked the Sharingan's foresight. In the blink of an eye, he positioned himself directly in front of the departing Jainin. The moment his opponent beheld his eyes, their gaze widened in disbelief. Uchiha! They exclaimed incredulously. Dismayed, he furrowed his brow and swiftly formed hand seals. In a mere 8 gestures, several diminutive fireballs materialized beside the Jainin. Ninjutsu, fire release, firefly explosion. He immediately retreated, and the small fireballs erupted violently, leaving the Jainin with no opportunity for response. The figure was left charred and blackened beyond recognition, rendering any hope of salvation utterly futile. Having dealt with this adversary, he did not linger and swiftly traversed the forest, pursuing the remaining foes along the mountain's edge. Each movement was nearly instantaneous, and those fleeing comprised only a handful of ninjas. As these ninjas desperately attempted to escape, they scarcely had time to react before being dispatched with a single strike, sealing their fates. As for the ordinary bandits, their demise was even more assured. Minutes later, Hikaru, how fared your encounter? The two had returned to the carriage, and with a grin, Deisuhan initially intended to boast about his accomplishments, only to be met with Hikaru's disdainful retort. You took that long? I've been back for quite a while. Is it the same? Our opponents were entirely different. The great mountain spoke without uttering a word. He soon began to reflect upon the events that had just transpired, conducting a thorough review of his recent combat engagement. Aside from the formidable ninjutsu skills imparted to him by Kai, which were indeed powerful, he found himself limited to unleashing merely a handful of small fireballs, albeit compressed. After all, the quantity of chakra within his body was not extraordinarily vast, and being able to conjure even a few was commendable. Since they had already arrived, was there any need for concealment? A voice emanated from the carriage as the two siblings continued to discuss their battle outside. Kai, with an air of nonchalance, uttered a remark that left them momentarily stunned. Following this, the carriage door gradually creaked open, and Kai stepped down at a measured pace. Clad in a white checkered shirt paired with a casual blazer, he appeared particularly dashing today. Upon descending from the carriage, his gaze shifted directly to the right front. Are there still others present here? The great mountain was taken aback, and both individuals instinctively assumed a combat-ready stance. This was an oversight they had previously failed to notice. Even with the activation of their Sharingan, they had not detected the presence of others in the vicinity. The immediate instinct was to question whether these individuals were affiliated with the band of robbers. Kai's gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the area ahead, yet he had yet to discern the identity of the presence lurking there. He could merely sense an extraordinarily vast chakra gathering in that vicinity. This alone indicated that someone undeniably existed in that place. Have you been detected, Mr. Itachi? A calm voice resonated, followed by two figures landing directly on the path before them. The attire adorned with black and red clouds was strikingly familiar to Kai. However, the crucial matter was not the garments they wore, but rather the identities of the two individuals. One of them was unmistakably Uchiha Itachi. It had been more than 5 years since they last crossed paths, and Itachi now bore an aura of ill health. His slightly emaciated frame, coupled with a lackluster expression, suggested a troubling state. Nonetheless, there was no doubt regarding his formidable strength, especially with the presence of another formidable figure alongside him, Kisame. The Sharingan? It was astonishing to encounter such a phenomenon unwittingly in this location. Years ago, I annihilated the Uchiha clan. Who are you? Itachi took a couple of steps forward, initially drawn to the commotion out of curiosity. However, upon arriving, he was met with the sight of the Sharingan's emergence, initially believing that the adversaries had obtained the eyes of his clan. Yet, upon witnessing the moment the Sharingan was deactivated, he realized something else entirely. These individuals were undoubtedly from the Uchiha lineage. Considering their apparent age now implied that at the time of his clan's destruction, they must have been at least 11 or 12 years old. However, he had no recollection of anyone capable of awakening the three-tomo Sharingan in that era. Itachi Uchiha. Ing instinctively called out the name. Although she had not witnessed the decimation of the Uchiha clan firsthand, she knew him to be an absolute force of nature. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the figure before her, and an involuntary wave of fear began to wash over her. You survived the massacre. Tell me, who are you? Itachi's expression contorted into a snarl, and he suddenly opened his eyes wide. His Mangeki Sharingan appeared exceptionally terrifying. To think it was you. It truly has been a long time, Master Itachi. Kai exhibited little vigilance, wearing an expression of indifference. He even moved a bit closer to them. However, upon hearing this address, Uchiha Itachi immediately furrowed his brow, his mind racing to recall who this young man before him was. It was quite unexpected to encounter Mr. Kisame here. Do you know me? Now it was Kisame's turn to be bewildered. How could this young man recognize him? It was their first meeting, and given the tone of his speech, he seemed to possess an unsettling familiarity, devoid of fear towards either of them. Are you Uchiha Kai? Itachi furrowed his brow, mentally sifting through memories of the entire Uchiha clan. The only individual who matched the figure before him was indeed Uchiha Kai. Tentatively, he inquired, and Kai responded with a calm smile and applause. Who would have thought? Young Master Itachi possesses such an impressive memory, remembering someone as insignificant as myself. I had thought we would never meet again in this lifetime, yet here we are today. It may be deemed an accident, but it also seems quite reasonable. Enough. Do not address me in such a manner. Uchiha Itachi, instead of launching an immediate attack, angrily reprimanded Kai. Huh? Itachi, what? Do you believe you are unworthy of such a title? While I harbor little sentiment regarding the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, it is undeniable that the lives of 873 clan members lie in the balance. Even those innocent infants met a tragic end at your hands. TSK, I must say, I hold a certain admiration for you. Kai, with a slow and mocking demeanor, remarked, this is not Konoha. Though I have resided here for several years, I harbor no fear in the presence of Uchiha Itachi. Even should the two of you confront me together, what of it? Before I make my move, I have a curious question to pose. Itachi, his clenched fist gradually relaxing, inhaled deeply and turned his gaze towards Kai, inquiring, on the night of the massacre. How did you manage to survive? Uchiha Itachi, do you truly believe that everything lies within your grasp? Perhaps you should open your eyes and take a closer look at me. With a subtle smile gracing his lips, Kai slowly raised both hands, clenching his fists with newfound resolve. Though one might not discern the extent of his chakra, in the next moment, he was enveloped by an overwhelming surge of energy. The sheer magnitude of this chakra left even Kisame wide-eyed in disbelief. Weren't you unable to utilize chakra? Itachi asked, surprise evident in his voice. Thus, I reiterate, a tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be felled by the wind. Kai calmly retracted his chakra release, and he didn't mind engaging in a conversation with this long-unseen acquaintance. With a gentle tap of his toes on the ground, a square stone pillar suddenly emerged behind him. Standing approximately 40 to 50 centimeters tall, Kai sat leisurely, crossing his legs and observing the two individuals before him. He continued, I have never disclosed to outsiders that I am incapable of utilizing chakra. I merely stated that my chakra reserves are somewhat limited. Had it been otherwise, do you believe I could have survived the night of the clan's massacre? Nonetheless, I have grown quite fond of this tranquil existence and have no desire for it to be disrupted. Therefore, it is my belief that, in your eyes, Itachi Uchiha, apart from your foolish younger brother, The remainder of the Uchiha clan has perished. These three show no interest in the glory of the Uchiha clan. But as we have fortuitously crossed paths, let us regard today as a mere encounter. I wish to avoid any conflict with you two, and thus propose we act as if we have never met. The Uchiha clan has been obliterated. Your existence in this world is unwarranted." As he spoke, Itachi Uchiha prepared to unleash the power of his Mangeki Sharingan. "Mr. Itachi, be cautious." At that moment, Kisame abruptly interjected. Itachi, already attuned to the impending danger, swiftly shifted to the right. Just as he moved, a fireball materialized at his previous location, expanding rapidly into a circular form before contracting again. The fireball radiated a striking crimson hue, its diameter extending to approximately 2 meters, creating an elliptical crater on the ground. Had he failed to reposition himself in time, this singular attack could have instantaneously incinerated Itachi. The response was swift. The attack served merely as a warning. We harbor no intention of engaging in battle. However, should it come to that, I would certainly welcome the opportunity to entertain young Master Itachi thoroughly. As Kai spoke, a faint smile danced at the corners of his mouth. Yet his demeanor remained devoid of any superfluous expressions. However, this was only true until he completed his sentence. Once his words hung in the air, his countenance grew increasingly frigid as he continued. "How many more times can you utilize those eyes?" The technique, known as Tsukuyomi, is not universally beneficial. Such formidable illusions require mental fortitude to sustain. When the spiritual energy of another overwhelms yours, the only outcome of your Tsukuyomi will be its adverse effects. You ought to be grateful that you did not resort to that move. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to send you both to another world. Upon finishing his statement, his expression reverted to one of indifference. He then turned away, addressing the still combat-ready Deshawn's siblings. "Why the formality? Let us go." "Oh." Deshawn appeared utterly bewildered. To him, Itachi Uchiha was undeniably an invincible force. Indeed, without Kai's presence, the two of them would surely have been soundly defeated by Itachi. Deshawn paused momentarily, maintaining a composed posture, and hurriedly approached the front of the carriage, swiftly seating himself. After casting a glance back to ensure his sister had boarded, he gently waved the reins, urging the vehicle onward. The earlier obstruction of dirt walls had now yielded an opening wide enough for passage. They paid no heed to the expressions of Itachi and his companion standing to their right. In light of the current situation, Itachi hesitated to take action. His mind was beset by numerous questions. However, when the other spoke those words, he was instantly transported back to the day he had personally annihilated his clan. The internal struggle, coupled with the guilt stemming from witnessing the surviving members of the Uchiha clan, weighed heavily upon him. More troubling was the realization that the other was acutely aware of the capabilities of his eyes. Perhaps it was accurate to label this sensation as fear. Such feelings left him uncertain about how to act, or rather, reluctant to make a move. "Mr. Itachi, are you all right?" Kisame inquired with genuine concern, observing Itachi's dazed stance. "I'm fine," Itachi replied, taking a slow, deep breath before turning to Kisame and asking, "What do you think of that guy's strength?" "Terrifying." The ghost shark promptly provided his response. However, Uchiha Itachi could only shake his head in resignation. The primary issue was that when they were first attacked, the Mangeki Sharingan had already discerned a significant detail. An overwhelming amount of energy, identical to that of their assailant, enveloped their surroundings. This indicated that similar attacks had already targeted the two of them. They had not even realized when it had happened. The opponent had not performed any hand seals. Yet there were at least 100 potential energy attacks capable of annihilating everything within a circular area surrounding them. This was precisely why Uchiha Itachi refrained from taking action. However, after they departed, those attacks gradually dissipated. This implied that their adversary had never intended to engage them in combat. "Mr. Itachi, that person from earlier must also be a member of your Uchiha clan, right? I thought they were all exterminated. Why are there still 3 alive?" Ghost Shark inquired, puzzled. "I am unsure." Reflecting on past events, Itachi, despite his reluctance to revisit that fateful night, found his thoughts being forcibly drawn back to why he had spared those 3 individuals. His mind corrected itself as he recalled that upon reaching their location, a sudden fire had erupted in Uchiha Kai's house. Yet, he still felt an unease. After the flames subsided, he had made a point to verify and confirm the presence of 3 corpses within the dwelling. Thus, he had not given it much thought. After all, they were merely 3 individuals of ordinary strength, hardly worthy of excessive concern. Now, in retrospect, it seemed peculiar that he had not killed them. Why would their bodies be found within the house? Considering the current circumstances, who were those 3 corpses? Ultimately, encountering living members of the Uchiha clan today did not wholly surprise or infuriate Itachi. There was also a substantial degree of astonishment and unexpected joy. Yet, when it came to Uchiha Kai, the hidden desire to eliminate them still lingered deep within. Primarily, he feared that they might target him, and subsequently, Uchiha Sasuke. However, having been unilaterally overwhelmed before the battle even commenced, and with so much information revealed, Itachi felt compelled to approach the situation with caution. Let us depart. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Itachi continued onward silently. Ghost Shark followed behind, uncertain of what to say. Yet, after just a few steps, he curiously asked, "Aren't we going to kill them? There are still tasks to be completed. I believe it is best not to complicate matters further." Itachi Uchiha spoke without turning his head, dismissing the inquiry without a moment's contemplation. He remained perplexed by various matters, particularly the most elementary question: how did the 3 individuals manage to survive that fateful night of the clan's annihilation? How did they escape the heavily guarded Hidden Leaf village? Who assisted them in their departure? What was the true nature of Uchiha Kai's strength? Could it be that he had been concealing his capabilities from the very beginning? The weight of these questions bore down on Itachi, leaving him increasingly incredulous. The more he pondered, the less clarity he found. The carriage continued along the relatively smooth road, moving approximately 1 or 2 kilometers away from the earlier location. Finally, unable to quell the curiosity bubbling within her, Hikari turned her body to closely observe Kai. There were numerous inquiries she yearned to voice, yet she struggled to articulate them. The crux of the matter was that he lounged there, legs crossed over the front seat. "I shut as if you were on the verge of slumber." "Kai, that was Itachi Uchiha we encountered, wasn't it? Why don't we just eliminate him? We could avenge the entire Uchiha clan." Hikari could no longer suppress her inner turmoil and asked the question that plagued her thoughts. "Does the fate of the Uchiha clan hold any significance for you?" Kai did not open his eyes. Instead, he calmly inquired. At the very least, he had taken the life of Aunt Yun, and for that alone, he was unforgivable. Kai finally opened his eyes and turned to the slightly irate Ying, stating, "I can save you all. If possible, I can certainly bring Aunt Yun out as well." Ying's eyes widened in astonishment. Even Dashin, who was driving the carriage, perked up to listen. "If Aunt Yun were to join us, it's likely none of us would have survived until now. Her death would indeed be a profound loss for me. However, there is something you must understand, a matter I have never mentioned before. Aunt Yun could be considered a ninja, albeit a low-ranking one. Yet, she is among the most warlike factions of the Uchiha clan, harboring deep resentment towards the village and the Uchiha family. Therefore, should we bring her out, a stable life would be utterly unattainable for us and for your safety. I must silently accept the predetermined fate of the Uchiha clan. As for the lives of others, they are of no concern to us. I hold no animosity towards Itachi Uchiha. As long as he does not turn against us, I have no interest in who he truly is. Furthermore, eliminating him could provoke significant trouble, which is entirely unnecessary for us." Kai elucidated that although the siblings still held deep gratitude towards Aunt Yun, given that the events had transpired many years ago and the deceased could not be resurrected, the emotional weight had naturally faded over time. The reason Uchiha Kai wished to avoid any conflict with Itachi was to prevent significant alterations to their current existence. Should Sasuke, who had traversed from the future, seek him out, his present capabilities would render him vulnerable to a relentless pursuit for an extended duration. Although Ing did not fully grasp the implications of Kai's words, she understood one sentiment: it was for the sake of the two of them. A sudden wave of emotion struck her, causing tears to cascade down her cheeks as she instinctively leaned against Kai. Outside, DSHN, who was driving the carriage, inhaled deeply, attempting to suppress his own unwelcome tears. Reflecting upon the myriad of experiences they had shared, it dawned on them that they had always leaned upon Kai for support. From financial aid during their childhood to the preparations during their clan's extermination, he had shouldered the burden of caring for them, patiently guiding their education and ensuring they lived carefree lives. After calming the tumultuous emotions within, DSHN allowed a smile to cross his face before sharply cracking the whip against the horse's rear, significantly accelerating their pace. The village of Konoha appeared unchanged from several years prior, retaining its original visage, save for the absence of any Uchiha clan members upon the streets. At that moment, The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose hair was now streaked with gray, remained as he always was, leisurely seated with a pipe in hand, gazing intently at the round crystal ball before him. His gaze, however, began to redden as he became engrossed in the scenes unfolding within the crystal. Just as he was captivated, a bird suddenly alighted outside the window, prompting Sarutobi to shake the ash from his pipe and place it gently on the table. Rising to his feet, he opened the window, but the bird showed no intention of departing hastily. The third Hokage seized the bird and examined it closely, retrieving a small note from a ring on its leg before releasing it back into the wild. Upon reading the note, the otherwise composed third Hokage's eyes widened in disbelief. His brow furrowed, and he bellowed, "Summon Danzo immediately." "Yes, sir," came the response from a masked figure who knelt before him as the door slightly opened. The individuals from the Dark Faction received their orders and promptly departed with remarkable speed. Sarutobi Hiruzen, on the other hand, once again picked up the small note, examining its contents in disbelief as he murmured, "Is it possible that there are still survivors from the Uchiha clan?" Before long, Danzo, leaning heavily on his cane, forcefully pushed open the door to the Hokage's office. Entering this space felt akin to returning home. Danzo was now a figure enshrouded in bandages, with his left arm extensively wrapped, and both his head and right eye similarly swathed. Although he was uncertain why Hiruzen had summoned him, he made his way directly to a nearby chair and nonchalantly seated himself, inquiring, "What did you call me here for?" "You were responsible for tallying the deceased of the Uchiha clan back then. Did you notice anything amiss during that process? Or perhaps, was there a discrepancy between the number of deceased and the figures you recorded?" Hiruzen asked. "Who could possibly remember such data?" Danzo retorted. "But take a look at this." The third Hokage handed the note to Danzo, then reached for his pipe, filling it with tobacco, lighting it, and taking a puff before speaking again. Danzo examined the note, his expression mirroring the incredulity of the third Hokage moments earlier. "Are you certain of this information?" he asked cautiously. "The information is undeniably accurate, which is why I summoned you to inquire about the verification of the Uchiha corpses. We could never have imagined such a situation in the past. The village was so securely guarded that even if there were survivors, they would have been dealt with. But now, not only are there still individuals alive, but they also managed to leave the village unscathed. This aspect is something we never anticipated." Danzo furrowed his brow in contemplation. They had meticulously verified the number of deceased from the Uchiha clan multiple times, initially believing that the third Hokage had summoned him for a different purpose. It was shocking to learn that some members of the Uchiha clan were still alive outside the village. The previous concealment stemmed from concerns that the third Hokage might use this matter as an excuse, but now it seemed unnecessary. Danzo continued, "According to our records, the Uchiha clan should have had 878 members, yet we only accounted for 873 corpses. Initially, we thought those missing might have been destroyed. However, based on the new information received, it appears the figures align. If I recall correctly, this Uchiha Kai was the remarkable young man who trained in taijutsu under Might Guy, wasn't he? If such is the case, it should not be difficult to investigate the identities of the other two individuals. One is of similar age while the other is around 12 or 13 years old. Surely, such matters could be unraveled within half a day. However, I feel there is little need to pursue this line of inquiry if the contents of this letter are genuine. Their likely next destination is towards the Land of Waves. I shall immediately dispatch personnel to eliminate this nuisance," Danzo declared, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips as he rose, intent on departing. At that moment, the third Hokage slowly stood up, pressing his hands heavily upon the desk. Upon hearing the commotion, Danzo halted abruptly, turning to inquire, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" "Ensure it is handled thoroughly. Rest assured, I will see to it," replied the third Hokage, whose demeanor had shifted dramatically upon learning that there were indeed surviving members of the Uchiha clan. Unlike Sasuke Uchiha, as long as Itachi Uchiha remained alive, the entire village of Konoha would dare not act against him. However, the external situation remained precarious. It was clear that this intelligence must have originated from Itachi, albeit it merely disclosed their numbers and the name of one Uchiha Kai, alongside their intended direction, without mentioning any details regarding their strength. After all, what could a mere slip of paper convey in terms of information? The Land of Waves borders the Land of Fire, separated by roughly 500 meters of sea. The distance is not great, as the Land of Waves is essentially an island, directly adjacent to the Land of Fire. Uchiha Kai and his companions chose to travel by carriage, a prudent decision to conserve chakra, for one cannot save what is not expended. The sole drawback, however, is the sluggish pace, covering only a little over 100 kilometers in a day. For a ninja, at full speed, such a distance could be traversed in approximately an hour. Even allowing for rest, a ninja team could progress at an expedient rate. My Lord Kai, the path ahead is blocked. We may need to proceed on foot from here. As the carriage came to an abrupt halt, Daishan drew back the curtain and announced to the others. Their path was now entirely concealed by trees and underbrush. Yet the salty tang of the sea was discernible in the air, with humidity noticeably higher than in other locales. Have we arrived already? Sitting up and stretching languidly, he appeared quite groggy. Throughout the journey, Kai found himself alternating between walking and dozing off, for a leisurely lifestyle was a rarity for him. Although he had settled in a particular location, his daily routine was largely dominated by rigorous training. Even on days when he refrained from training himself, he was still responsible for instructing two others. Consequently, his days were filled with a palpable intensity and fulfillment. This was precisely why he opted against employing the swift movements of a ninja, instead favoring the leisurely pace of a carriage. Even Hikari initially shared this sentiment, cherishing the opportunity to rest comfortably during the journey. The relentless intensity of their training left little room for such moments of ease, making this interlude all the more precious. After all, they were not pressed for time, and there was no necessity for the hurried existence one might typically envision. As they opened the carriage door, both descended from their respective sides. The road seemed to reach a terminus. However, the tracks left by other vehicles suggested otherwise. Illusion. Kai immediately sensed that something was amiss. The stretch of road ahead had been ensnared by an illusion, crafted with the intent of halting their progress. After merely a few days, encountering such a multitude of troubles was indeed exasperating. Kai let out a deep sigh. The two individuals, Deshawn and the other, remained utterly bewildered. Yet Kai exclaimed loudly, "Is anyone there? My Lord Kai, what is the meaning of this?" Deshawn inquired, but Kai chose not to respond. Instead, he gestured for silence, followed by a swift hand seal, a faint smile gracing his lips. With a sudden motion, he extended his palm forward and declared once more, "It seems there is indeed no one here." Since there is no one, Kai extended his hand and clenched it fiercely. Instantly, a powerful shockwave erupted throughout the forest, causing the crimson spheres to retract inward. In the blink of an eye, what was once a thriving grove transformed into a desolate expanse. The area that had been filled with towering trees now lay flattened, and the ground bore numerous indentations. The attack did not produce any explosive sounds. The only audible phenomenon was the subtle diffusion of shockwaves. There were still a few survivors, and their strength appeared formidable. Following the initial onslaught, masked figures remained to their right. However, the condition of one among them seemed dire. His right arm had been entirely severed. As for the casualties from the earlier assault, it was likely that only they were aware of the true toll. What a formidable attack! Dashin's eyes widened in astonishment. This technique was one that Kai had taught him. Yet, his own mastery was woefully inadequate. He had not anticipated the sheer terror emanating from Kai's execution of it. Ing also wore an expression of disbelief. The two siblings could easily surmise the magnitude of Kai's power, yet they had never experienced it firsthand until now. The overwhelming force of the attack made it abundantly clear, and remarkably, Kai appeared to have suffered no consequences. While astonished, Dashin nonetheless recognized that these individuals might be approaching them with intent. However, he had sensed nothing prior to this moment. He immediately shifted into a state of vigilance. Surprised by how swiftly the news had spread, it seemed that Konoha truly held them in high regard. Kai spoke leisurely, then turned to the few individuals ahead and inquired, "You must belong to the route, am I correct?" Retreat. The masked figures, now disinterested in any further engagement with him, realized with certainty that they were no match for him. With this realization, their only task was to return and report, rendering the remainder of their presence inconsequential. Were they truly to depart now? Kai gently lifted his foot, and before it could touch the ground, he vanished from sight, only to reappear directly in front of them. The group, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, was momentarily stunned. However, Kai, unfazed, calmly inquired whether they would like an explanation. Wind release, he mused. Sensing the tension in the air, it seemed prudent to forego further dialogue, as his adversaries showed no inclination to converse, instead opting to engage him directly in combat. Kai naturally understood the intentions of this group. Since no information could be gleaned, There was no necessity to pursue it further. With a sigh, he swiftly maneuvered through their ranks, as if he were to release them. However, upon returning to the vicinity of the carriage, Kai possessed a gleaming dagger in his hand. Standing beside the carriage, he gently sheathed the dagger. Compared to shurikens, he had a preference for this weapon, at the very least. It proved far more practical in hand than the former. Yet, the moment the dagger was sheathed, the individuals at the rear remained utterly still. Before long, one of them delicately touched their neck. Silently, they removed the mask from their face, revealing a faint, bitter smile. Almost immediately, blood began to seep from their neck. As Kai opened the carriage door, the group collapsed in unison onto the ground. Get in. The next battle is entrusted to you. Unless extraordinary circumstances arise, I shall refrain from intervening. Kai lifted his foot and stepped onto the carriage, plopping down with a thud. In the midst of this, he spoke up. Understood, Lord Kai. Deep within, Deshawn felt a surge of excitement and anticipation. The relentless training had yet to yield significant advancement. Although Kai had personally engaged in combat drills with him, the prolonged experience of defeat had left Deshawn with a sense of isolation. As for Ing, the young girl could only manage a wry smile as she settled into the carriage. She could feel the gentle caress of the sea breeze. As this location was not far from the coast, after the initial wave of attacks, the path ahead became evident, and the outline of the distant shoreline was clearly visible. Brother Kai, you haven't asked what we are doing here all this way, Ing inquired curiously, glancing at Kai, who lay with his eyes closed. Of course, we are here to earn money. There's a wealthy individual in the Kingdom of Waves, but I can only hope that he is still alive. Kai closed his eyes and began to contemplate the current timeline. If all went according to plan, they should still be able to catch up. However, having lived in a place devoid of ninja gatherings for so long, he found himself woefully uninformed about the world beyond. My Lord Kai, Deshawn remarked, we are not far from the seaside now, but there is no bridge connecting us. It seems the carriage must remain here. He surveyed the long slope leading down to the shore, noting the absence of any bridges, and as they moved forward, he continued speaking. Not to worry. We are not far from our destination. Indeed, from this vantage point, one could discern the island of the land of waves ahead, although a considerable distance separated them. The large island was still quite visible. Excuse me, could you tell me where I might find Cardo? Upon arriving at this island in the land of waves, it appeared rather small from a distance, yet once on its shores, it revealed itself to be quite charming. The surroundings exuded a sense of comfort. Regrettably, it seemed that life here was almost entirely dependent on the sea, with a rather monotonous lifestyle and a lack of vibrant areas. As they ventured into a village, it was indeed a rare sight to encounter another person. With a gentle smile, Kai approached the man of this household to greet him. The man, upon noticing Kai's dapper attire, could surmise without a doubt that his ensemble was of considerable worth and likely belonged to someone of noble standing, presumably connected to that fellow. Cardo, however, he dared not resist too vehemently and politely replied, I'm sorry, I'm not sure. The man, who was initially about to leave, immediately turned back into the house and slammed the door shut. This action left the three observers utterly bewildered. Uchiha Kai possessed commendable survival skills, yet he was severely lacking in perception. In this regard, he fell woefully short, capable of detecting presences only within a range of 200 to 300 meters. He could employ both earth release and wind release techniques to extend his range, but this was limited to sensing other ninjas, as their chakra could resonate with his own. The situation was entirely different when it came to ordinary individuals. Relying on these two methods to discern one's presence was utterly futile. On such a vast island, locating a single person proved to be quite the challenge for the trio. Based on his recollection, Cardo was well known throughout the land of waves, so they had initially thought to casually inquire with someone. However, the outcome was far from what they had anticipated. Lord Kai, shall I go in and ask? Deshawn stepped forward, exuding an air of authority as he addressed Kai. What are you doing? We are merely here to find someone, not to stir up trouble. If he is unwilling to respond, we can simply ask someone else. Kai rolled his eyes, appearing utterly speechless. It was unclear what prompted such a notion. Brother Kai, who exactly is the person we're searching for, Cardo? As the three turned to leave, preparing to seek out others, Ing curiously inquired while walking. After all, since their journey commenced, they had only known they were here to acquire wealth, either through earning or seizing it from others. Yet, to this moment, they remained unaware of the identity of their target. Confronted with Ying's question, they pondered the uncertainty. Kai did not respond directly, Instead, he offered a slight smile to the other party. Subsequently, the trio inquired at nearly every household they encountered. Yet, the reactions of the residents seemed uniformly resistant. Each person exhibited a strong aversion, either shutting their doors resolutely or remaining utterly silent. Some even brandished weapons, prepared to confront them. Ultimately, after questioning a multitude of individuals, they gleaned not a single piece of useful information. The half-day spent was essentially wasted. However, despite the pervasive refusal to engage, Kai maintained an admirable composure, exhibiting neither anger nor dissatisfaction. As they approached the next household, Kai pondered whether it was time to reconsider their approach. A smile still graced his lips as he walked towards the dwelling. "Lord Kai, have you found a solution?" Dahan inquired earnestly, having grown up together. They shared a mutual understanding. Dahan, especially, could surmise that Kai must have conceived a plan, given the slight upturn of his lips. "Ah, it seems I have thought of something." "Really?" Ing exclaimed with excitement, but then shyly added, "Could we perhaps go eat first? We haven't had a bite since early morning, and I am quite famished." Of course. Kai rubbed his head as the three of them arrived at the front of the modest dwelling they had observed. The house was rather unremarkable. After all, living in the land of Bo, the overall living conditions were generally similar. The somewhat dilapidated structure stood with two children playing joyfully in front. The main gate stood ajar, allowing wisps of smoke to drift from the courtyard. "Greetings, little ones." Kai approached with a warm smile, squatting down to observe the two little ones engrossed in their play with pebbles. Gently, he greeted them. "Hello, young ones. Is there something you need?" The little girl appeared somewhat timid, likely unaware of his presence until he drew near. As she noticed his friendly demeanor, she quickly shuffled her index finger to her side, sitting on the ground with a hint of fear in her eyes as she inquired, Sir? I truly apologize for the interruption, but I seem to be lost. I have been wandering for a day and cannot seem to find my way. Might you know where I can find someone named Dasna, the gentleman renowned for his bridge building in this land?" "Dasna, you say? What do you seek from him?" the little girl asked once more. She appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, dressed in tattered clothing, with noticeable holes in her knees. The little boy, seemingly 2 or 3, sat quietly, oblivious to any dangers surrounding them, merely observing the scene unfold. "My sincerest apologies. Indeed, it is Dasna I seek. We hail from the Fire Nation's capital and have heard of Mr. Dasna's exceptional skills in construction. We wish to request his assistance in building a larger house in our city." Kai continued to smile gently as he retrieved a stack of money from his pocket, which appeared to amount to no less than 100,000 taels. For a family of their standing, such an amount would likely require selling off their entire estate, a notion that seemed utterly implausible. In fact, for the little girl, it was probable that she had never encountered such a sum in her lifetime. It was likely that the woman busy in the kitchen heard the commotion outside and curiously stepped out to investigate. However, upon seeing the lavish attire of the three individuals, her immediate reaction was one of apprehension, leading her to instinctively pull her two children back behind her for protection. "Mother, he is inquiring about the whereabouts of Grandfather Dasna, and we hail from the capital of the Land of Fire. We wish for Grandfather Dasna to assist us in constructing our home," the little girl explained, peering out to address the woman. "Are you not from the Cardo?" the young woman asked, her face betraying a mix of fear and concern. "Cardo? You must be referring to the affluent merchants of the Land of Waves, correct? This is our first visit to this land. Although we have heard of the name Cardo, we are indeed not affiliated with them. Our purpose here is solely to seek out Mr. Dasna. I became lost upon entering the Land of Waves. Only knowing that he resides by the seaside, I initially thought the Land of Waves was not particularly vast, but to traverse it entirely would surely require considerable effort." Kai patiently elucidated, subsequently offering a stack of money in his hands, stating, "Our time is rather precious, so if you wish to save us some, consider this sum as a token of our gratitude." Perhaps apprehensive of the women's potential trepidation, he stepped forward and placed the money atop a nearby stone, then retreated 2 steps to allay their suspicions. The women's gazes were almost entirely fixated on the money, their breaths unconsciously quickening as they swallowed hard. Licking her slightly parched lips, one of them hesitantly inquired, "Are you speaking the truth?" Indeed, perhaps it was the power that wealth imbued, as the woman hurried forward, swiftly grasping the money in her hands. She then raised her hand to point into the distance, saying, "The location of Dasna is straight ahead. You need to walk for about 3 miles. The large bridge has been constructed for several dozen meters, and you should be able to see it along the seashore before long. His home is right at the bridge's head." Moreover, he is the sole inhabitant there, making it easy to find. The woman spoke candidly, divulging all she knew without any concealment. Thank you. Kai Weiwei smiled politely, bowing slightly in acknowledgement. She then turned and began walking in the direction indicated by the woman. The two siblings followed closely behind her. Mom, does this mean we won't have to go hungry anymore? Yes. Tomorrow, I will buy you some candy. The cheerful chatter of a family of three emerged from the back room. However, for the trio who had already departed, the content of their conversation held no significance. It was astonishing that the citizens of a nation could live in such a manner. If it were solely the doing of that Kadwa, it would hardly seem realistic. The kingdom of Bo was entirely surrounded by tranquil seas, and relying solely on seafood should have sufficed for a decent livelihood. The surrounding waters were remarkably calm, posing no threat whatsoever. As for their means of survival, that was not a concern for Kai. Following the direction indicated by the woman, the three of them advanced along the beach. Although there were no formal paths, the sandy shoreline offered a direct connection to the distance ahead. Before long, they could see a massive bridge extending several dozen meters in the distance. Is that real? Ing pointed towards the distant bridge, though it seemed quite far away. The structure was unmistakable, its grand form clear to see. However, she quickly backtracked, turning to Kai and asking, Brother Kai, weren't we supposed to find someone named Kadwa? Why are we suddenly looking for that old man with a name starting with Da? After questioning so many people without finding Kadwa's whereabouts, it seemed more prudent to observe the situation ahead rather than wait idly for an opportunity. I don't understand. You will once we turn back. They continued to converse as they walked, savoring the refreshing sea breeze. Yet, the beach carried a certain briny scent, which might be quite unsettling for those unaccustomed to such aromas. As the three approached, they left behind a trail of clear footprints in the sand. It was merely a couple of miles, and even walking, the distance was not great. Standing at the bridge's entrance, they gazed at the wooden structure. Although only part of it was visible, its exquisite craftsmanship was truly remarkable. Indeed, a testament to the skill of its creator. Grumble. Just as they were admiring this scene, Ying's stomach audibly protested. Brother Kai, can we find somewhere to eat first? With a sulky pout, Ying asked in a feeble manner, Let's go to his house then. But please refrain from calling my name. They should be there by this time, I presume. Who is it? Why bother knowing so much? Let us go. Kai spoke as he led two individuals toward a house not far ahead. In this vicinity, there was indeed only that solitary dwelling in the distance. The place where Dasna resided was partially constructed over water and the other half on land. True to his reputation as a master in the field of architecture, the house he built exuded an exquisite appearance, with a pathway seamlessly connecting it to the road. If one were to say that this elderly gentleman lacked financial resources, the craftsmanship of the house would certainly deserve high praise. Apologies for the interruption. May I inquire if anyone is home? As they walked along the wooden path and arrived at the entrance, they did not knock, but rather politely called out. Upon hearing the commotion outside, the door swung open instantly. A child, seemingly no more than a few years old, appeared first, followed closely by a young woman, undoubtedly the mother of the little one. Excuse me, may I ask what brings you here? The woman inquired. We sincerely apologize for the intrusion. We are merchants from the capital of the Land of Fire. We intended to explore the fishing industry here in the Land of Water, but upon our arrival, we became somewhat lost, having not had a drop to drink since morning. We were wondering if it might be possible to have a meal here. With courteous inquiry, Kai immediately added, We are prepared to cover the expenses. It turned out they were esteemed guests from afar, so please do come in. Upon hearing this, the woman promptly smiled and graciously invited the three individuals into the dwelling. Coincidentally, it was the very moment when the aroma of cooking wafted from within, making it difficult to decline such hospitality. For was it not the very reason for their visit? How troublesome. Kai politely bent down, embodying the demeanor of a gentleman, which took the woman by slight surprise. The siblings behind him mimicked his gesture, and they soon followed her into the room. Before entering, they removed their shoes and left them at the threshold, stepping into what could be considered a living room in their socks. As they crossed the threshold, Kai could not help but internally scoff at the gathering before him. He indeed expected to find them here, given the calculated timing. Within the room, there was more than just the woman. Several individuals were seated, engaging in conversation while awaiting the meal. The most striking among them was Kakashi, adorned with a mask and sporting a mane of white hair, his forehead bearing the forehead protector of the Hidden Leaf Village. Notably, he was accompanied by three young companions. Initially, The unexpected guests did not pique their interest. However, upon seeing the newcomers, Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment as he swiftly rose to his feet. Apologies, these individuals are merchants from the Land of Fire's capital, here to investigate matters concerning seafood, but they seem to have lost their way. Consequently, they will be joining us for lunch, the woman promptly clarified after leading them in. Mindful of Kakashi and his companion's presence. Oh, merchants from afar, since you are already here, please make yourselves comfortable. Although the newcomers appeared youthful, their attire was undeniably striking. The elderly gentleman seated at the innermost part of the table immediately stood, courteously inviting them to sit. He wore glasses, sported a beard, and his hair appeared quite disheveled. Given his age, it was undoubtedly Dasna. I truly apologize for the intrusion. I did not anticipate such a crowd today, Kai expressed, feeling slightly out of place. No need to worry. It's quite delightful to have a larger gathering. Dasna replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively, unconcerned by Kai's words. Throughout this exchange, Kakashi's gaze remained fixed on Kai. As for the other two, he had not encountered them before. After all, the total number of ninjas in the Hidden Leaf Village likely exceeded 20,000, and with so many Uchiha clan members, most were relatively obscure. Kakashi-sensei, is something the matter? Naruto Uzumaki, noticing Kakashi's demeanor, inquired with a hint of confusion. He also caught sight of Kai, whose appearance seemed vaguely familiar, though the years had dulled his recollection. Kakashi, too, suspected he might have misidentified the person before him. After all, the Uchiha clan was annihilated that fateful night, with the name of Uchiha Kai among the deceased. In such a vast world, it is quite normal to find one or two individuals with similar appearances. My name is Dasna. May I inquire how to address you? Young sir? Upon seeing the three seated before him, Dasna immediately broke into a smile and asked, I am Suki, this is Yamashita, and the other is my sister, Hikari. Once again, we express our gratitude to Mr. Dasna for his warm reception. Kai placed his hands gracefully upon his crossed legs, and, with a polite inclination of his head, responded, it is you, brother you. There is no need for such formality upon your arrival here. However, I must mention that you spoke of your endeavors in the seafood industry. It seems that our nation, the Land of Waves, does not have many ventures in that domain at present. Dasna interjected, this is precisely why my family has sent me to conduct an investigation. We have always collaborated closely with the Land of Water, but recently, their regulations regarding aquatic products have become increasingly stringent, and their prices have escalated excessively. Thus, we thought it prudent to assess the situation in the nearby Land of Waves. Today marks my first day here, and to my surprise, I have encountered a ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village. Kai glanced at Kakashi with a slight smile. The resemblance between the young man and a little fellow I once knew is quite striking. However, I am genuinely curious as to how you discerned that we are ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village. Kakashi squinted his eyes and inquired with a smile. It is, of course, due to this. He pointed to his forehead protector, indicating its significance. The implication was straightforward. It was the headband upon his brow. After lowering his hand, he continued, I have indeed had dealings with the Hidden Leaf Village. 2 years ago, I even visited it to undertake a C-rank mission, which involved having ninjas safeguard a portion of our cargo as it entered the capital. Thus, I am naturally aware of the identities of ninjas. His words were delivered with such nonchalance that Deshawn and Ning widened their eyes in disbelief. The ease with which he spun such a tale, coupled with its fluidity, made it almost believable. Had they not spent time living with Kai, they might have been inclined to accept his words as truth. Since the matter of identity was not broached, let us consider the fabrication of a mission to the Hidden Leaf Village. One can only wonder how many tasks a village can receive in a year. Kakashi, the elite jonin, might not even know the answer to that. Furthermore, it is unlikely that he would have any clarity regarding which specific mission was undertaken. Thus, even a casual remark carries a considerable degree of credibility. I see, but surely there must be individuals in the Land of Fire engaged in fishing for marine life? Why then did you choose to come to the Land of Waves? Despite all that had been said, Kakashi still posed his inquiry with caution. The answer is simple. It's economical. Kai spoke candidly, promptly elucidating that the Land of Fire, with its ever-improving living conditions, has seen a scarcity of labor due to the rising costs. In contrast, the Land of Water has remained relatively isolated, leading to a significant interruption in many aspects. Consequently, establishing seafood collection here may prove to be far more economical than hiring locally in the Land of Fire. While it may initially seem more cost-effective to remain in the Land of Fire due to reduced shipping expenses when dealing with smaller quantities, the advantages become considerably pronounced with larger volumes. For us merchants, the pursuit of profit is paramount. Is it acceptable to exploit others for profit? One glance at this arrogant individual reveals him to be Uchiha Sasuke, whose very visage provokes annoyance. Sasuke, do not speak recklessly. Kakashi swiftly interjected, smiling apologetically at Kai. I hope you won't take offense. Of course. However, it seems this young fellow may not be well informed. Since we have already crossed paths, perhaps it's fate. I wouldn't mind sharing a bit more. Kai also maintained a smile as he gazed at Uchiha Sasuke, while the others looked on with curiosity, including Dasna, who wondered what this fellow could possibly articulate. Kai spoke slowly, articulating that to understand the essence of a merchant, one must first comprehend what a merchant truly is. Our role is to procure goods. Commodities are transported from one location to another for the purpose of sale. In this context, what we can offer to the nation of Bo is the potential for everyone to reap benefits, preventing a situation where some families struggle to find sustenance. Once they acquire the skills necessary for independent operation, they can naturally reject the terms we present, signifying a time when they can sustain themselves without reliance on others. This encapsulates the essence of commerce, initially enabling this impoverished nation to gradually achieve self-sufficiency, while we also attain our desired outcomes. Just as in the present, what capabilities do you, a young ninja, possess? If offered 100,000 Ryo to eliminate someone, would you accept? Surely, you would not, for you possess sufficient wealth, rendering such a risk and responsibility unnecessary. However, what if the sum were 1,000,000 Ryo, or 10,000,000 Ryo, or even 100,000 Ryo? If you decline, rest assured, there are others who would not. Some may even be willing to accept sums exceeding 10,000 Ryo, thereby creating a disparity across eras. Do you comprehend? Kakashi no longer harbored doubts regarding the identity of his interlocutor. After all, Kai's explanation was exceedingly comprehensible. The tasks you are reluctant to undertake are often embraced by others, primarily because they lack your financial resources. The mere struggle for survival propels individuals to endure hardship in this world. At such times, even the slightest incentive may compel someone to act. The most astonishing aspect was the presence of the brother and sister from the Dashi family. What Kai articulated was nothing short of a revelation, shattering their preconceived notions. When had the individual they had followed for so long become so astute in the realm of commerce? What was he even saying? Naruto, with a visage full of questions, dared not voice his thoughts aloud, and instead leaned closer to Kakashi, whispering his inquiries. I have learned much, indeed, as Mr. Moon suggested. If it is at all feasible, I implore you to extend your assistance to the citizens of our land of waves. As long as the price is reasonable, I believe many of our people would be willing to accept your help. Dasna spoke with utmost seriousness, his faith in Kai's identity as a merchant now unwavering. One must admit, Kai's approach was quite impressive. Judging by his attire, he indeed resembled a true merchant. His opulent garments exuded an aura of trustworthiness. Oh, my sincerest apologies for keeping you waiting, esteemed guests. During their conversation, the woman who had earlier welcomed Kai and his companions, now Dasna's daughter-in-law, approached with a platter of dishes. She courteously set it on the table and returned to serve additional courses, ultimately placing a large bowl of rice before them all. Once they had eaten and quenched their thirst, Dasna inquired, might we stay here for a few days? Perhaps until we have fully comprehended the entirety of the seafood situation in the land of waves before our departure? Kai sat there, inquiring of the elderly gentleman beside him, while swiftly retrieving a substantial stack of money from his pocket. Holding his top hat with both hands, he respectfully placed it before Dasna and declared, we are prepared to pay the corresponding fee, 500,000 taels. This sum is undoubtedly considerable. A wave of sympathy washed over Ing, though she ultimately refrained from voicing her feelings. I apologize. Is there any inconvenience? Kai asked, noticing Dasna's momentary bewilderment. No, not at all. It is merely that it would not be a problem for young master you to stay here for a few days. As for the payment, I believe there is no need for such formality. Dasna began to push the money back towards him, but Kai immediately waved his hand in refusal, saying, during our conversation, I have come to admire Mr. Dasna's endeavors. Of course, if you find it inappropriate. Then let this sum be considered a donation towards the construction of the bridge for the Land of Waves. Really? If the money were purely for Destined himself, the old man might have felt a bit embarrassed to accept it. However, if it were indeed a donation for the bridge's construction, it took on an entirely different significance. Regardless, the bridge was theirs to build, and the costs involved would be substantial. With 500,000 taels, they could certainly make significant progress in many aspects. Then I shall not be modest. You may stay here for the next few days, and I will arrange a room for you shortly, though the accommodations are rather humble. I hope you will not mind, Destined said with a broad smile, showing no hesitation in accepting the funds. Mr. Destined, you are too courteous. If possible, I hope you might assist us further with seafood in the future. However, I am merely here for a brief investigation to assess the local seafood conditions and determine whether they meet our family's requirements, as well as to understand the pricing arrangements here. Therefore, I apologize for the intrusion over the next few days. Kai once again spoke politely, his demeanor significantly enhancing the elderly man's fondness for him. However, throughout their conversation, including the mealtime, Kakashi, this cunning old man, remained observantly fixated on them. Over the course of more than 5 years, appearances had undoubtedly undergone considerable changes, although traces of familiarity lingered in his features. They evoked a sense of recognition that felt elusive and uncertain. The extermination of the Uchiha clan made it inconceivable for anyone to believe that a deceased individual could return to life. Kai, why are we staying here? And why spend so much money? If we fail to earn money this time, we'll be left with nothing but dirt to eat. After their midday meal concluded, Kai casually invented an excuse to venture outside and assess the situation. He promptly led the two siblings away. As they departed, skirmishes had already commenced on the bridge. The conflicts among the ninjas were of no concern to them. Their singular purpose for being there was to earn money, and nothing else held any significance. Thus, they had no intention of intervening to assist anyone. Stay for a few days? I hadn't contemplated the duration of our stay. As for the financial matters, rest assured, if all goes well, we should be able to meet him by tomorrow. As Kai spoke, he had unknowingly distanced himself several miles from the bridge. Yet, he remained seated upon a stone by the sea, gazing towards the bridge in the distance. Despite the considerable space between them, he could still discern the location on the other side, shrouded in a thick mist, although the specific scenes of battle were obscured. Staying here allowed him to anticipate the unfolding events. With a deep breath, he closed his eyes and formed a simple hand seal. In an instant, a fierce wind surged forth towards the bridge. During this process, he could clearly perceive the overall situation on the bridge, as well as the individuals in the surrounding area, each infused with chakra energy, distinctly visible to him. I found it. Kai suddenly opened his eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Based on the information gathered during lunch, it was understood that Kakashi and his companions had just arrived to undertake their mission today. As for waiting for the target to personally arrive at this location, it would require at least another fortnight, if not longer. They did not possess the luxury of time or the inclination to wait for such an extended period. Have you found him? Lord Kai, is it the one named Cardo? Deshawn inquired from behind. Close enough. Kai did not hasten to rise. The bridge was still bustling with activity. However, during this moment of perception, he discovered another group of individuals nearby, 3 in number, resembling a small team stationed close to the Dizuna residence. Initially, he had not detected their presence during his arrival, thus unaware of their concealment. Yet, it was reasonable to deduce that they were also dispatched from the Hidden Leaf Village, likely to prevent the precious Naruto Uzumaki from being abducted. Master Zabuza, are you unscathed? In a nondescript small house nestled within the dense woods, a figure clad in black attire and sporting a simple braid, adorned with a ninja village headband, knelt by the bedside. With an appearance that blurred the lines of gender, this individual exhibited concern as they witnessed the man on the bed slowly awaken. This mission is proving to be quite challenging. Zabuza, lying on the bed, took a deep breath, his expression becoming pensive as he massaged the pain in his chest. Glancing down at the bandages wrapped around him, he sat up and declared, "Next time, it will surely succeed. I have faith in you, Master Zabuza. Indeed, the next endeavor will be triumphant. So let us go together next time, Haku." "Yes, Master Zabuza," Haku replied, swiftly rising to pour a glass of water from a nearby table and hurriedly presenting it to Zabuza. For now, it was essential to rest adequately before seeking out that fellow, Kato, to explain the situation. Little did they anticipate facing the copy ninja Kakashi this time. It appeared that a raise was in order for that individual. Zabuza bore a grave expression, neglecting the offered water, gripping the cup tightly, ignoring his injuries. He stood to stretch his shoulders, eyeing the large blade propped against the wall, a malevolent grin spreading across his face as he grasped the hilt. I suspect that Kato will not be inclined to offer any increase, Haku remarked, rising to his feet as well. Humph. If he refuses, I would not hesitate to eliminate them. Such words were indeed bold, yet I wonder if either of you could kindly inform me of Kato's whereabouts? Zai Bujan raised his great sword towards the entrance, and as his voice echoed, another voice emerged from outside. This was merely a rudimentary dwelling, constructed from simple wood and planks, with limited space and negligible sound insulation. Suddenly hearing a commotion from outside, Zai Bujan furrowed his brow and swiftly flung open the door. Standing at the threshold were three individuals, who, in Zai Bujan's eyes, were mere youngsters. There was no sense of malice emanating from them, nor any release of chakra energy. Who are you? Bai swiftly dashed out from within the house, positioning himself protectively in front of Zai Bujan, his expression grave as he assumed a combat stance. Addressing Kai and the others, "We shall not disclose our names, nor do we have any interest in your identities," one of them replied. "What I seek to know is merely the whereabouts of Cardo, or rather, where he currently resides. After all, we have inquired extensively. Yet not a soul has been willing to provide us with answers, which has become quite the source of frustration." Kai wore a gentle expression, resembling a caring older brother as he spoke to Bai. "Why waste words with them? Eliminate them," he commanded decisively. "Huh? How dull. Go engage him for a bit. It could serve as good practice. However, you must refrain from using chakra. Your opponent is a ninja of the ice shield, and this is something you need to keep in mind. His most formidable attack is the magic mirror ice crystal, which ensnares individuals within a mirror-like construct. Its flaw lies in its immobility. Thus, as long as your speed and reflexes are sufficiently swift, this attack will pose no threat to you." As Kai issued instructions to Ing, he simultaneously revealed information about the opponent. It would have sufficed to remain silent, but once spoken, his words left Bai, who seemed oblivious to the distinctions between genders, wide-eyed in astonishment. Despite the seemingly modest prowess of the trio, they possessed a clear understanding of their own strengths and optimal attack strategies. DSH observed the situation, pondering that fairness is essential in combat. Momochi no Zabuza, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, was merely a beleaguered soul toiling for monetary gain, currently wounded. As long as his involvement did not sway the battle between them, there was no need for concern. However, if he chose to intervene, then swiftly eliminating him would be the only course of action. Kai once again spoke calmly to the towering mountains. The reason for his words was straightforward. He aimed to instill a sense of psychological pressure on his opponent before the battle even commenced. Understanding the adversary's combat style renders the ensuing conflict almost devoid of significance. In circumstances where strength is equal, possessing knowledge of the opponent's tactics can almost guarantee an invincible position. Who exactly are you? The disdain that once graced the face of Momochi Zabuza had vanished, replaced by a solemn expression. The absence of a ninja headband on his opponent's brow confirmed one thing. He was certainly not a ninja. After all, even rogue ninjas typically sport the headbands of their respective villages, as these are symbols of identity. While there are exceptions to this norm, such instances are exceedingly rare. "I ask again," he pressed. "I have stated that I have no intention of fighting either of you. I merely seek the address of one individual." "Is that too much to ask?" Kai inquired. "Since you have managed to find me, it is evident that you are aware that Cardo is my employer. Under such circumstances, how could I possibly betray him? However, the true measure of strength can only be determined through combat. We have reached this point, and if we do not take decisive action, we shall remain in this stagnant state." "Very well. However, we are not far from the village of Konoha, and I presume you do not wish to attract any trouble. Likewise, we share the same sentiment. So what shall we do?" As Kai delved into contemplation, Bai suddenly performed a series of swift hand seals, followed by a vigorous thrust forward, unleashing a barrage of ice spikes that hurtled directly toward him. The assault was indeed formidable. However, before the icy projectiles could reach Kai, Ing instantaneously materialized in front of him, leaping into the air with a powerful kick that shattered every single ice spike. "You are destined to battle with me. Since Brother Kai has already made arrangements, we have no intention of taking your lives, so please engage with me." Ying's earnest gaze fixed upon Bai, though her earlier ambush had ignited a flicker of anger within her. "Ice release." Bai acknowledged the initiation of this confrontation. Yet, just as he completed his hand seals. And before he could utter a single word, Ing propelled herself forward with an explosive force, leaving only an afterimage in her wake as she rapidly charged at the androgynous figure. Upon closing in, she executed a powerful kick, forcing Bai into a defensive retreat. The release of his jutsu was interrupted, but just as he sensed an opening in Ying's assault and prepared to counterattack, her upward strike came crashing down with tremendous force. Boom. Fortunately, the ever-reliable Momochi Zabuza swiftly seized Bai's attire, yanking him back just in time. Ying's descending attack collided with the ground, creating a violent impact that left a deep crater approximately 1 meter in diameter. Had such force struck a person, it would surely have left them grievously injured, if not dead. Seizing the opportunity, Bai quickly executed a series of rapid hand seals. Ice release, 1,000 killing water needles. With a sudden thrust of his right hand, thousands of ice needles coalesced around him, all aimed at Ying's position. Confronted with this unexpected and potent assault, Ying immediately retreated with remarkable speed. Yet the ice needles seemed to pursue her relentlessly, freezing the ground beneath as they fell. As the icy projectiles drew perilously close, Ying summoned all her strength to leap into the air. Fire release. No, that one do. Brother Kai forbids the use of ninjutsu. Just as she began to form hand seals, a realization dawned upon her. Kai had instructed her to combat her opponent using only martial arts. Understanding that this was an opportunity for her growth, she promptly relinquished her intent to cast a jutsu. As she plummeted toward the ground, she accelerated with incredible speed, launching herself toward by the moment her feet touched the earth. Just as she approached, her form split into 3, each advancing from different directions towards Bai. Mirror Ice Crystal. With a flourish, she extended her arms outward, conjuring a series of mirrors that radiated around her. The inward-facing mirrors served as instruments of attack, while the outward-facing ones formed a protective barrier. Bang! The several figures that separated from Ing converged once again in midair. They continued with their original method, plummeting at high speed to augment their striking power. One foot struck directly against the uppermost ice crystal, producing a sound that, while not particularly loud, heralded the impending chaos. Subsequently, the surrounding ice crystals began to shatter gradually. As for the figure encased in white, the impact of such an assault rendered their complexion pallid, with a trace of blood visible at the corner of their mouth. Throughout this encounter, Todai Nujin stood vigilant, his gaze unwavering, ever watchful for threats from the mountains and Kai. Stop, he commanded, recognizing that White had already succumbed, rendering further attacks largely futile. Kai abruptly halted the advance of the attacking Hikari, exclaiming, "I am sorry, Zabuza. I concede." Both parties came to a standstill, and in an instant, Hikari retreated behind Kai. As for Bai, a young man with an appearance reminiscent of a delicate maiden, he bowed apologetically to Zabuza, expressing, "You are formidable. I can divulge Kato's location. However, I am curious as to why such powerful individuals seek him." Zabuza paid no heed to the defeated Bai. His expression icy as he took a couple of steps forward and inquired of Kai. He was indeed intrigued to gauge Kai's capabilities, but his instincts warned him that this youthful figure was far beyond his reach, undoubtedly belonging to a realm of sheer terror. "What purpose do you have in seeking him?" Upon being questioned, Kai momentarily felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet he composed himself and earnestly replied, "I am out of money." "What?" Zaibujan's lips twitched slightly, but considering the formidable strength of his interlocutor, he inquired, "Do you intend to accept a mission from Cardo?" "Not interested." Instead of going to him for a task, wouldn't it be easier to simply abduct him? "I've heard that fellow is quite wealthy, ranking among the elite in the world. He must possess a considerable fortune. Besides, he is not engaged in any noble pursuits. Eliminating him would mean all that wealth becomes mine." Kai, in a state reminiscent of a lifeless fish, spoke nonchalantly about his intent to rob someone, as if the possessions in question were inherently his own. Upon hearing this, Zabuza's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated such an audacious approach. It is a cardinal sin for a ninja to lay hands on civilians. How dare you, a rogue ninja, utter such words? Have you truly lost your senses? Over the years of relentless warfare, how many innocents have perished by the hands of ninjas? That number is likely unfathomable, and yet, have you ever witnessed anyone caring about such matters? It was quite perplexing to hear such noble rhetoric emanate from Zabuza's lips, leaving Kai utterly speechless. "What is the monetary reward for this mission?" Kai inquired, observing Zabuza, who seemed momentarily taken aback. His impression of this rogue was surprisingly favorable, prompting him to patiently ask again. 5 million Rio. Zabuza replied. How about we collaborate? I will share 50 million Rio with you. It is likely that in any realm, such a sum could prove a daunting challenge for even the greatest of heroes. It was indeed curious that someone like Zabuza, so seemingly desperate for funds, would still accept missions. Observing his demeanor, it was evident that he was in dire need of money, which led Kai to extend an invitation. Why exert so much effort while injured? If you opt not to participate, how can Kato expect to compensate you for the completion of this task? I agree. Zabuza responded with an impassive expression. This is excellent. It saves us the trouble of inquiring about your residence and searching for you. Now, you can simply lead the way. Kai's lips curved into a subtle smile as he spoke. After finishing his words, he leisurely approached Bai. Tao Dizai Bujan couldn't help but wonder what this fellow was up to, immediately bracing himself for any potential actions. To his surprise, Kai gazed at the young man, who bore a resemblance to a girl, and requested, Please bring me 2 ice cubes. I wish to observe the proportions of the ice release structure. Bai paused momentarily, lifting his gaze to meet Zai Bujan's. And perhaps sensing a silent cue from the other, he began to prepare. Wait a moment. Kai swiftly intervened, gently closing his eyes before abruptly opening them, revealing the 3-tomo Sharingan gleaming before him. Zabuza's eyes widened in astonishment, taking a step back. Even Haku felt a twinge of curiosity, though he remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. He could, however, sense the formidable power emanating from Kai. A flicker of fear stirred within him, but at that moment, he heard Kai declare, All right, let's begin. Through the 3-tomo Sharingan, Kai observed the intricate process of chakra accumulating within his opponent's body, while also possessing the ability to replicate their techniques. Yet, this ability held little utility for him. What truly captivated him was the curiosity surrounding the origin and proportions of ice release. As Haku meticulously formed a diamond-shaped block of ice in his hands, he graciously presented it to Kai. Upon grasping it, a sphere of chakra coalesced at the center of his palm, causing the ice block to hover within the luminous orb. Minutes passed, and Kai's lips twitched, his expression contorting increasingly. Damn it, he exclaimed, clenching his other fist. The onlookers noticed his grimacing visage, though unaware of the specifics. They sensed Kai was enveloped in fury. Seeing this, Haku quickly positioned himself in front of Zabuza once more. Lord Kai, what has transpired? Dyson inquired, his face a mask of confusion, genuinely unaware of the unfolding events. Uchiha Kai rarely displayed such emotions, prompting a wave of concern among them. This is ice release. This is ice release, he shouted, exerting force as he crushed the orb and the ice block within it. Kai displayed a visage of agony before abruptly pivoting and seizing Deshan's shoulder, exclaiming, after over a year of experimentation, I never anticipated this wretched thing would be so simple. Deshan was at a loss for words, and even more so were Bai and Tao Dizai Bujan. One couldn't help but wonder if Kai harbored some grave affliction. Kai, are you all right? Ing inquired with curiosity. Of course, I am, he replied, raising his right hand and then closing his eyes. At that moment, a blend of water and wind chakra began to manifest at the center of his palm. With cautious precision, he commenced the delicate fusion of these elements. Before long, a shard of ice began to materialize in his grasp. Bai stared in disbelief, his eyes widening in astonishment. Tao Dizai Bujan's internal composure appeared to shatter instantaneously. When did the bloodline limit become so effortlessly attainable? Kai the ice, Ing exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, only to be swept up in excitement thereafter. Truly, you are remarkable, Kai. Who would have thought you could manifest such a thing? Deshan murmured. No longer shall we fret over the sweltering summer heat without access to refreshing beverages. Kai gazed at the ice cube in his hand, a smile stretching across his face as if it were about to reach his ears, his laughter brimming with enthusiasm. You cannot possibly be exerting yourself solely for the sake of enjoying cold beverages in summer, can you? Zabuza asked incredulously, unable to contain his curiosity. What else could it be? Its offensive capabilities are rather feeble, yet its utility is undeniably vast. The sweltering heat can be quite unbearable, but with this skill, the future promises to be far more enjoyable. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards Kai, who had such a useful companion by his side. He is merely my tool. In response to Kai's praise, Zabuza shot him a sidelong glance and promptly altered his tone. Why not sell me your tool? Kai regarded the other person's demeanor with a sense of exasperation before calmly inquiring. Zai Bujan stole a glance at Bai, who was equally observing him. After a moment's hesitation, Zai Bujan expressed his lack of interest, yet confessed to being quite intrigued by Bai. He mused that it was widely believed the Uchiha clan had been entirely extinguished, and you must surely be one of their kin. Having previously encountered a young member of the Uchiha clan, he was taken aback to find another here. What a surprising turn of events. There are myriad unexpected occurrences. Some individuals' fates are indeed beyond control. However, discussing such matters now serves little purpose, for darkness shall soon envelop the land. Is it not time to embark on a journey to behold the visage of our benefactor? Kai was not entangled in this matter. He directly inquired of Zabuza. Zabuza, now injured, suggested that Dashi carry him and guide the way. Yes. Before Bai could finish speaking, Kai promptly dismissed the notion. Turning to Dashi, he gave a brief instruction. Just as Dashi stood before Zabuza, who adamantly refused, insisting there was no need. If you are so eager, then go ahead. However, I must caution you that Kato is accompanied by several ninjas, some of whom may very well possess the strength of Jonin. Given my current condition, I am hardly capable of contributing much in terms of combat. When did I ever say you needed to fight? Such arrogance. Ing rolled her eyes. Her expression tinged with disdain. Indeed, it was him. On the bridge, Kakashi released the messenger hawk from his grasp, perusing the information relayed from the village. Upon connecting the dots with the so-called merchants from Chengdu, he swiftly discerned their identities. Kakashi was astounded. At first glance, he felt a profound familiarity with them. However, with so many members of the Uchiha clan perished, even Uchiha Kai's name was inscribed among the fallen. How could one possibly resurrect from such demise? Rising in shock, his brow furrowed in disbelief. He never anticipated that Konoha would issue an order for him to eliminate Kai. Recalling their earlier interaction, Kai, let us dine together at noon. On Hokage Rock, Kakashi gazed at the melancholic Might Guy and, with a gentle smile, inquired, I apologize, Kakashi, but I have other matters to attend to. Might Guy, shrouded in gloom, declined without hesitation and leapt from Hokage Rock, leaving only Rock Lee standing behind. Kakashi, still unaware of Kai's true circumstances, was about to ask when Rock Lee interjected, Kakashi-sensei, it is customary for Kai-sensei to feel this way on this day. He is likely reminiscing about his late brother, Kai. Hearing Lee's words, Kakashi recalled that this day marked the anniversary of the Uchiha clan massacre. With his thoughts returning to the present, he gazed skyward, furrowing his brow and pondering. Kai, how would you confront such a situation? Dashi, it seems we landed from this direction, did we not? Gazing at the opulent structure nestled halfway up the mountain, reminiscent of a palace, one cannot help but be awestruck by its grandeur, illuminated even as nightfall descends. The sheer magnificence of this edifice is truly breathtaking. Wealth certainly has its advantages. However, Kai wore an expression of utter disbelief. Turning his head towards the distant shoreline, he raised his hand, pointing in that direction as he inquired of Dashin. Ultimately, all three were left speechless, for their landing point was undeniably connected to this very place. With even a modicum of attention to their surroundings, they surely would have noticed. Yet, it was surprising that after exerting so much effort, they found themselves still here. It indeed seemed they had come from that direction. Dashin's lips twitched in response. Despite being the most formidable of their kin, none of the three possessed the foresight required. Had even one of them cast a glance around, they might have spared themselves such exertion. The matter likely could have been resolved long before. Had they arrived earlier in the day? Have you been here before? Asked T-Dai no Sakan. Never, came the response. Are you certain that Cardo is here? Kai's expression abruptly turned icy. It was hardly feasible to disclose to others that he had previously visited this place, merely failing to observe its nuances. Indeed, he was present here, yet numerous guards were stationed, and that cautious fellow, Cardo, had even deployed in excess of hidden sentinels. Zai Bujan had offered a timely reminder. During his inaugural visit, Zai Bujan had already begun to scrutinize the circumstances, remaining vigilant of Cardo while executing his mission, genuinely concerned that once the task was accomplished, Cardo might turn against the two of them. Surveying the opulent residence, their group circumvented a small earthen incline, arriving directly at the steps. The height of the steps connected seamlessly to the villa ahead. Even the illumination flanking the stairs exuded a gentle radiance. However, it was equally evident that the perimeter was heavily fortified, with each guard donned in sleek black suits. The patrolling personnel, armed with batons, numbered at least 100. Every ninja present was to be eradicated, while I would take charge of the outer perimeter, leaving the internal ninjas to do Shan. As for the ordinary individuals within, every effort would be made to spare their lives. After all, we were not acquainted with Cardo's appearance. An unfortunate mistake leading to the wrongful killing of an innocent would be regrettable. As Kai spoke, he raised his right hand, forming a single-handed seal, and then slowly extended it forward. Water style, infinite assault. In the past, Kai had deemed this ninjutsu to be utterly worthless, for it only radiated within a fixed area. However, the situation was now transformed. At an elevation of approximately 10 meters above the ground, water spheres materialized every 50 meters or so. Once he confirmed that he had enveloped the entire vicinity of the villa, Kai clenched his fist with great intensity. In the next moment, torrents of water began to release droplets rapidly, attacking outward like bullets. This method of assault was now most effective for establishing a fixed position while swiftly reducing the entire area to ruins. The greatest advantage of this attack was its utter silence, rendering it a rather discreet approach. Witnessing Kai unleash his power for the first time, Zabuza's eyes widened in astonishment. In the blink of an eye, over 100 individuals collapsed to the ground. Within less than 30 seconds, the metallic scent of blood permeated the entire area. As crimson liquid began to trickle down the steps, the perimeter had been dealt with. Kai spoke as he lifted his feet and began to ascend the staircase. The others followed closely behind. Taozi and Zai Bujan observed the marks left by the recent assault on the ground, where even the marble slabs were riddled with countless holes. This was the indiscriminate nature of the previous attack, revealing its most significant flaw. Within the affected area, there was virtually no living creature left. The assault had effectively enveloped the entire zone in a circular coverage. Each colossal water sphere maintained an attack radius of 50 meters, ensuring that anyone within this range could be silently eliminated. Particularly haunting were the bodies sprawled on the ground, each pierced by more than one gaping wound. As they ascended further, the pungent scent of blood intensified, becoming almost unbearable. Blood began to trickle down the edges of the steps, and upon witnessing this scene, Bai exhibited a flicker of fear. Zai Bujan furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the expressionless youth before him. Truly extravagant. Pushing open the grand doors, they beheld a brilliantly lit hall, a paragon of architectural splendor. The grand chandelier hanging above was undoubtedly a luxurious masterpiece, its opulence evident even to the most casual observer. "Who are you?" Kai glanced around and sighed, only to be abruptly interrupted by the guard stationed behind the door, who shouted loudly. He peered through the ajar door and was about to curse the decision to allow strangers inside when he noticed the ground outside strewn with bodies. Although the darkness obscured the blood, the overwhelming stench of it surged into the room as the door swung open. "Stop them!" The guard, clad in a black suit, bellowed. The once quiet hall was soon filled with the rapid sound of shuffling footsteps. With a swift motion, Dajan brandished two double-edged daggers, one in each hand, and in the blink of an eye, the two guards collapsed to the floor. "Bai, lend a hand," Dajan commanded. "Kai, brother." "I shall assist as well," Ing exclaimed, unable to resist the urge to charge forward upon witnessing the unfolding chaos. Outside, there were hundreds gathered. A surprising number for such a vast villa. Moreover, a few ninjas were interspersed among them. After all, this was the land of waves, a nation devoid of ninjas. Even if money had procured these shinobi, their skills were woefully inadequate. Nevertheless, they still possessed a strength greater than that of ordinary individuals. Kai and Zabuza ambled forward, unhurriedly. Ahead, a chaotic melee unfolded among three individuals, yet within this villa, the majority remained mere ordinary folk. Although Kai had previously instructed the commoners to capture alive whenever possible, the burly figures clad in black suits were evidently not Kato himself, rendering any further restraint unnecessary. With swift and decisive strikes, they fell one after another, their demise occurring even more swiftly than the slaughter of chickens. Amidst this turmoil, some ninjas engaged in their own clandestine activities while anxiously observing the encroaching figures. Ultimately, before they could unleash their techniques, blood erupted from their necks. I find myself pondering why, in the presence of ninjutsu, one would resort to such close combat methods. Zabuza noted that both Deus Han and Ing predominantly employed physical techniques, utilizing daggers to swiftly conclude their skirmishes. In such scenarios, wouldn't it suffice to launch a powerful ninjutsu instead? In a duel between experts, the outcome could be determined in mere seconds. For instance, if we were to fight, the time you spent forming hand seals could very well be the moment I would end your life. Thus, One must question the necessity of ninjutsu when it can indeed serve as a rapid means to resolve conflict. Nevertheless, this approach allows them to refine their combat skills even further. Calmly, he spoke, but soon turned serious as he looked at Zabuza and asked, "You must know Kato, right?" "Yes. You must quickly locate that individual. Do not delay lest you fall victim to a fatal mistake." Understood. Although Zabuza did not consider them partners, they were, in essence, in the same predicament. Thus, he nodded earnestly. However, just as he took a step forward to find Kato, two figures leaped down from above. They appeared to be in their 30s or 40s, and the leader, arms crossed and a smirk upon his lips, wore an expression of disdain. "Zabuza, it seems you have failed to complete Lord Kato's task, and yet you dare to betray your master? If this word gets out, who would dare entrust you with a mission?" The leader questioned, his gaze still laced with contempt, despite knowing that Zabuza was a high-ranking ninja. Zabuza paid no heed. But just as he prepared to respond, the man lowered his arms, placing them in his pockets, and declared, "Regardless, it matters not. You shall all perish here today." As his words fell, two of the 4 or 5 individuals behind him charged forward, while the others swiftly began forming hand seals. Fire release, fire dragon technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. A series of attacks ensued. It must be said that their coordination was quite impressive. These 3 had likely been comrades even before arriving here. With the assistance of wind release, the power of fire release escalated significantly. Water release. What use is water now? At this moment, should one not retreat instead of exerting such effort? As Zabuza stubbornly attempted to advance, it was evident that he was resolute. Kai grasped the corner of his clothing and abruptly yanked him outside. Boom. As the two exited, a tremendous blaze erupted at their previous location, engulfing the doorway and violently thrusting debris outward. Fire release, firefly explosion. The moment they landed, Kai swiftly formed hand seals. As he unleashed his power, a series of small fireballs surged into the interior of the house. However, their quantity was notably limited this time. Before the occupants could react, he clenched his fist, and in the next instant, a silent explosion occurred once more. Even the opulent villa suffered the loss of several corners, particularly in the front area, which appeared on the verge of collapse. The absence of supporting pillars caused the structure above to emit a creaking sound. This maneuver eradicated the smoke released by the previous attack in an instant. Upon re-entering, only 4 or 5 massive craters remained on the floor. Aside from one shoe-clad foot, there were no traces left behind. Hevela, to his astonishment, had perished so easily, gazing at the solitary foot resting at the edge of the deep pit. Clad in a black leather shoe paired with a vivid red sock, Zabuza couldn't help but express his thoughts. "Do you recognize him?" Kai, filled with curiosity, inquired. He had previously been a jonin of the Hidden Mist Village, possessing considerable strength, yet it was surprising that he ultimately met his demise in this very place. As he spoke, a sense of relief washed over him for not having confronted Kai back then. After all, had that transpired, he likely would not have survived the earlier assault. Not to mention, even the prior attack involving water droplets would have been beyond his endurance. It was astonishing how both water and fire release techniques had been executed with such creativity. Upon their arrival, the battle on the side of Deus Han had already reached its conclusion. The ninjas lay defeated, while the remaining ordinary folk, paralyzed by fear, cowered on the ground, clutching their heads. No one was concerned about their plight. After all, they posed no threat and thus merited little attention. As for you, make sure to find a suitable place to cleanse yourselves shortly. Kai arrived before the towering mountain and the flickering firefly. The bloodstains upon them had nearly saturated their garments. Their faces and hands were a sight too grim to behold. Had I known that this blood belonged to others, it would indeed be quite terrifying. "Where's Cardo?" The icy demeanor of Zabuza approached a figure sprawled on the ground, inquiring. "In the bedroom, in the bedroom." The prostrate man dared not lift his head, merely extending a finger toward the direction of Cardo's chamber. In such a vast villa, locating a single individual amid numerous rooms could prove arduous for an ordinary person. Yet for them, it was hardly a challenge. Having determined the direction, the group of 5 commenced their journey toward that spot. However, the last to depart was Zabuza, who, while walking, began forming hand seals. Water style, water clone. Instantly, a clone emerged from his side, seizing the beheading sword from his grasp. The next moment, a resounding echo reverberated from the second floor of the hall. Even those ordinary individuals who had already surrendered could not escape the impending fate. In a dimly lit room, Were it not for the moonlight filtering through the glass, it would have been a place where one could not see one's hand before one's face. Behind the bed, a lecherous man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, huddled there, while a young girl, seemingly no more than a teenager, squatted beside him. However, the attire she wore was telling. The footsteps outside grew increasingly closer, each step seemingly heralding the approach of death. The woman inside the room had begun to fearfully cover her mouth, overwhelmed with terror and unsure of what to say, curling up in the corner. This tense atmosphere did not linger long, as the footsteps suddenly ceased. Just as a lewd smile spread across the man's face, believing the intruders had departed. The door to his room was suddenly kicked open with great force. Snap! The crisp sound rang out, followed by the illumination of the room's lights. At that moment, both parties could clearly see one another. The woman's eyes widened in terror, and disregarding her state of undress, she instinctively attempted to flee. Thud! Just as she reached halfway, Kai raised his right hand and extended his index finger, unleashing a surge of chakra that pierced through the man's skull like a bullet. Who on earth are you? The old man, crouching naked in the corner, exclaimed loudly. We meet again, Mr. Cardo. Zabuza entered from the doorway. Cold indifference etched upon his face as he addressed the exposed old man. Zabuza Momochi? How could it possibly be you? Perhaps due to overwhelming excitement. Cardo's voice has begun to crack. It is a pleasure to meet you for the first time, Mr. Cardo. Though I sincerely apologize for the manner in which we are meeting. With a courteous and graceful demeanor, Kai placed his right hand upon his chest and slightly bowed, embodying the essence of a true gentleman as he spoke. We have already arrived. Is it truly necessary to maintain such formality at this juncture? It is increasingly perplexing to comprehend this fellow Kai, especially considering that all of his adversaries have been vanquished. What purpose does such elaborate etiquette serve now? We are here to seek assistance, and we must not neglect the requisite courtesies. With a gentle smile, Kai Weiwei took a few steps forward before finally sitting down on the bed, which still bore a hint of an odor. Perhaps out of disdain. She casually pulled the sheets aside. Who are you really? If you do not speak soon, I shall remain silent as well. You mentioned seeking my assistance. Go on. As long as it is within my power, I shall have no objections. Cardo, seemingly unaware of where his confidence stemmed from, stood up unabashedly. Although Ing was just a young girl, she did not display much shyness and chose to turn and leave the room. I have heard that you possess considerable wealth. Thus I wish to request a small loan. What does Mr. Cardo think of this proposition? Kai smiled politely while tossing a piece of clothing from the bed to the other person. Kato, as expected of someone who has amassed considerable wealth, had likely encountered such grand occasions many times before. Initially, he may have felt a sense of trepidation, but gradually he began to reclaim his confidence. Donning the garment, though merely a bathrobe, he still exuded an air of arrogance and inquired, What sum do you desire? Since Mr. Kato has already spoken, I trust you do not mind guiding us to view your treasures? Kai rose leisurely, raised a finger towards Cardo, and then beckoned him, stating, There is no need for such formality. Simply voice your desires, and I shall fulfill them. Cardo, however, was not naive enough to fall for such simplicity. His astute business acumen had been fully utilized. Thus, he promptly suggested, What if we propose 100 billion taels? Upon hearing this staggering figure, the two individuals, who had long been impoverished, suddenly widened their eyes in astonishment. Such an immense sum was something they had never even heard of, let alone witnessed. After exerting considerable effort, they had only managed to secure 50 million taels as per their agreement. In comparison to this colossal figure, it seemed utterly insignificant. It had always been said that Mr. Cardo was one of the world's foremost tycoons. Considering our journey from such a distant land, what do you think? Kai inquired with an air of nonchalance. Yet in the blink of an eye, his gaze transformed into a kaleidoscopic Sharingan, an overwhelming aura instantly enveloping the room. Not only did Kato feel the immense pressure, but even Zabuza, standing behind Kai, sensed the gravity of the situation. However, he remained oblivious to the unfolding events. I did not come here to negotiate with you. If I so desired, I could easily devote some time to scour both the surface and the depths. Yet, such an endeavor might cost Mr. Kato the companionship of your young lady, perhaps allowing her to explore a different realm. Alternatively, Mr. Kato could personally escort us, thereby conserving some effort. What do you say? Kai once again opened his mouth to inquire. The inexplicable pressure, compounded by the glimmering power in the other's gaze, made Cardo swallow hard. The sense of superiority he had painstakingly cultivated moments ago was abruptly shattered. If forced to choose between wealth and life, he would undoubtedly prioritize his existence above all else. Given the decisive demeanor of the other party, it was clear that this statement was not merely a threat. "I will guide you." With trembling hands, the diminutive Cardo no longer exuded the imagined aura of dominance. He staggered out, tightening his bathrobe, and then began to lead several individuals away from the room. They had remained inside, ignorant of the circumstances outside, only aware that danger might be imminent. However, upon stepping through the door and witnessing the scene below, Cardo's eyes once again widened in terror. To his astonishment, everyone was already dead, an outcome he had never anticipated. Cardo's room was on the 3rd floor, yet he was surprised to find a small door at the side of his chamber. Upon opening it, he was met with an enveloping darkness. Nevertheless, as he flicked the switch, a narrow staircase extended downwards. It was at least 50 or 60 meters long, suggesting that this treasure trove was buried deep underground. Following his lead, several individuals began to descend the staircase. When the lights at the bottom flickered on, they revealed a rather spacious area, devoid of any contents, save for an opulent door at the forefront. The reliefs adorning it appeared to be crafted from gold, but what lay beyond remained a mystery. Cardo entered a code on the panel beside the door, which could be deemed high-tech for this era. Approaching the door, he turned the massive handle twice. As everyone watched with bated breath, unexpectedly, he pressed the red button in the center with a sudden force. The door began to rotate at an astonishing speed. "Brother Kai, it seems he has entered." Ing's expression was one of sheer bewilderment. She could hardly believe someone had managed to enter right beneath her nose, especially while they remained outside. "That scoundrel has tricked us all," Dajan exclaimed, moving forward to unleash a fire jutsu to melt the door. However, after the attack, the door showed no signs of change, its surface still cold to the touch. Quite intriguing. Kai never anticipated that Cardo would resort to such tactics. Clearly, he had left himself a way out from the very beginning of the design. "What are we to do now?" Tao Di asked in frustration. "Truly, I never intended to kill you. This is a predicament of your own making." Kai's eyes gradually transformed into kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Although the massive iron gate could withstand ninjutsu assaults, it could not obstruct perception. Despite his relatively weak sensory abilities, he found no difficulty in perceiving through the thick iron door. Space. Harnessing the power of his right eye, Kai did not exert himself excessively. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position. Zabuza's eyes widened in astonishment once again. However, when he noticed that Deshawn and his sister remained unchanged in their expressions, he and his companion could only stand silently, awaiting the outcome. With a series of mechanical clicks, the heavy iron door began to creak open. The sight that met their eyes rendered everyone utterly speechless. As for Cardo, he lay lifeless on the ground, utterly defeated. "So much money," Deshawn exclaimed, his eyes wide, yet hesitant to step forward. He swallowed hard, rendered momentarily dazed. Zabuza, too, experienced this magnificent spectacle for the first time. The sheer volume of money would likely require them a year or two just to count. Though a tinge of envy flickered within Zabuza, he could only smile wryly and state, "As long as we stick to the portion we agreed upon." His tone was notably gentle, and Bai nodded in agreement with a slight smile. The interior of the room was a veritable treasure trove. The space appeared quite spacious, encompassing at least 200 square meters, with shelves lining the walls, laden with all manner of precious items. Some artifacts were so rare that they had never even been seen before, not to mention the heaps of gold coins in the back. The cash piled in front was unfathomable. An estimate would suggest at least 1 trillion. "Why are we still dawdling? Let us go inside." As Kai observed several individuals still standing in a daze, he promptly beckoned them over. Meanwhile, he began to admire the array of items displayed on the shelves. Most of the objects were crafted from gold, undoubtedly of significant value, and there were even some rare treasures among them, along with many unfamiliar artifacts. "Brother Kai, with so much wealth, we will never have to worry about money again," exclaimed Ing, her small face alight with excitement. She then leaped onto the pile of cash, lying atop it. It is worth noting that this stack of cash was no less than 1 meter high, 2 meters wide, and 2 meters long, with each bill valued at 1,000. Such an immense quantity must total in the hundreds of billions. As for the gold coins behind, their value was even more staggering. "Lord Kai, it seems there are far too many items here. The scrolls we brought may not suffice," Dasha remarked, having taken a cursory glance at the scene. He then produced 3 or 4 scrolls and placed them before Kai, stating, "Indeed, it appears we are lacking." Kai did not deny, and then he glanced at Zabuza and his companion, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Mr. Zabuza, you may take a bit more, but if possible, would you care to join us? He paused, then continued, on second thought, let us stick to the originally agreed portion. We have no further intentions regarding the remainder. As for joining you, we have no plans in that regard. Zabuza declined without a moment's hesitation. Oh, what a pity, then. Forget the agreed sum of 50 million. After all, I never anticipated such a substantial amount. Let it be 200 million, so at least you won't have to continue wandering with your adorable little brother. Seek a stable place to reside. The world of ninjas is not one you can navigate easily. Your lack of strength is your greatest weakness. Kai indeed holds a favorable impression of these two. At the very least, he is not inclined to wish for their premature demise. Thus, I extend my gratitude. The matter of severing ties does not seem to weigh heavily on his mind, yet this individual conducts his affairs with remarkable propriety. He is unwilling to take even a penny more, considering he has already consented to part with 200 million. However, it appears that this group is so impoverished that they lack even a single scroll. Fortunately, there are still several chests on site. Each of the two men carries 2 chests filled with riches, departing under the watchful eyes of the 3. Whether they desire the remaining treasures is their concern. But as for what remains, my Lord Kai, it has been neatly packed. Although the scrolls could not be accommodated, what is left is not much, and I shall bear the burden. In less than half an hour, the entire treasury has been nearly emptied. As for the scrolls, they need not be mentioned, now. On the ground lies a large backpack, approximately 1 meter in diameter and at least 50 to 60 centimeters in width. One need not ponder too deeply to surmise the weight of such an object. We do not seem particularly hurried. Let us examine the room for any valuable or entertaining items to take along. Once everything is packed, we shall rest here comfortably. You may indulge in a soothing bath, and we shall set off at dawn for our return journey. As the gentle breeze whispered and the clouds drifted lazily, only the lifeless body of Cardo remained conspicuously in the vast treasure trove. Why had they not returned? On the bridge, Kakashi, having received today's news, found himself unable to sleep. He sat there, his gaze fixated on the direction of the Dazuna residence. Initially, he had believed that Uchiha Kai and his companions would surely return, yet as time wore on, they remained absent. Though uncertain of the events that had transpired, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. With knowledge of their identities, he surmised that they were certainly unrelated to the so-called maritime affairs. Their encounter seemed merely coincidental. Yet the pressing question remained. What was the purpose of their arrival in the land of waves? Having pondered for an extended period, he was still unable to discern their intentions. As midnight approached, Kakashi rose, preparing to depart. However, he instinctively noticed a figure on the distant sea. Zabuza Momochi? Kakashi was taken aback. Despite the distance and unclear visibility, the silhouette beneath the moonlight was unmistakably him. It appeared that he was attempting to traverse the sea from the direction of the land of fire. Although the situation was unclear, Kakashi leapt from the bridge, landing steadily on the water's surface, and swiftly began to pursue Zabuza's direction. Lord Zabuza, someone is following us. Having finally reached the shores of the land of fire, they too had spotted the figure on the water. Forget it, let us go? Zabuza sighed in resignation, knowing that if the pursuer was serious, they would undoubtedly catch up, especially since both of them were laden with 2 boxes each. Under such circumstances, they could not run swiftly. Regardless, Zabuza decided to see if the figure was indeed pursuing them, and he began to sprint at an angle. Yet, after barely covering 2 miles, the sight before them, illuminated by moonlight, caused both to halt in astonishment. The once verdant forest had transformed into a scene of devastation. What should have been a lush woodland bore the unmistakable marks of a brutal ninjutsu attack. Lord Zabuza, there's a scent of blood. Upon stopping, Haku cautiously surveyed their surroundings, the metallic tang in the air needing no further reminder. Zabuza, observing the traces on the ground, was instantly reminded of the fierce battle that had recently unfolded. The type of attack that Kai employed at the entrance appears to have left the very traces before us. Before they could exchange further words, Kakashi swiftly leapt in front of the two. Yet, this was no time to ponder their motives. The scene unfolding was truly astonishing. Through the reflective points, Kakashi materialized on the ground and retrieved an object, the Konoha ninja headband. Despite the scorch marks present, Kakashi recognized it immediately. Was it from the umbu or the root? Kakashi furrowed his brow, surveying his surroundings while muttering to himself. He had not paid attention to the figure trailing behind them. But now that they stood before him, Zabuza could easily discern their identity. Kakashi, I am quite curious as to why you are following us, Zabuza inquired, a look of wariness on his face. Normally, Haku would position himself protectively in front of Zabuza, but this time, he seemed to abandon that intent, pulling Haku back and approaching Kakashi instead. For the two of them, defeating Kakashi would not pose a significant challenge. Of course, it depends on what you intend to do. I did not expect you to have survived yesterday. It seems the credit lies with that little girl beside you, Kakashi remarked. Little girl? Haku was momentarily speechless. We will no longer impede your mission. After all, those who issued the task are dead, so this mission is naturally concluded for me. We intend to depart. Do you wish to engage in another battle? Zabuza declared, placing the 2 boxes behind him and assuming a combat stance. What did you say? The individuals who issued the task are dead? Kakashi found it hard to believe, suspecting it to be a ruse. They are dead. Everyone from the Cardo organization has perished. Zabuza replied nonchalantly. You killed your own employer? Don't jest. We would never commit such an act, but that does not mean others would refrain from doing so. Although he had been involved, Zabuza was not responsible for Cardo's death. He saw no reason to bear that burden, as such a reputation could lead to significant complications. Was it Uchiha Kai and his companions? Kakashi suddenly connected the dots, his curiosity about what the 3 Uchiha were doing in the Land of Waves now making sense. If that were the case, everything fell into place. Uchiha Kai and his comrades were indeed driven by monetary motives. I'm afraid I have no obligation to disclose such matters to you. If you wish to know, you must investigate for yourself. If a battle is what you seek, then let it commence. If not, we shall take our leave. Tao Dizai Bujan has lost the desire to meddle in such matters. Although he harbors curiosity about Uchiha Kai, given the circumstances, he suspects that their situations may not differ significantly. A person who is both ruthless and intelligent is someone he prefers not to engage with a second time. Observing Kakashi's lack of action, he turned to Bai and declared, Let us depart. Leaving Kakashi alone amidst the remnants of chaos, he recognized that while the current scene was beyond resolution, future considerations loomed large. Casting a meticulous gaze around, Kakashi stowed the ninja headband he had just retrieved into his pocket, then suddenly darted towards the direction of the Namishi home. Ultimately, their mission was ostensibly complete. The orchestrators were all deceased, and even those assigned to the task had vacated the premises. Thus, lingering in this location served little purpose. Yet, despite the conclusion of this venture, messages from the Hokage of Konoha continued to surface. Should Uchiha Kai arrive in the Land of Waves, an opportunity to eliminate all Uchiha would present itself. This was the mission outline. Whether to act upon it was a different matter. Yet Kakashi still yearned to meet that individual. Inside the dilapidated villa, it was likely only the 3 eccentric ones could have committed such acts. The area bore the stench of blood from the deaths of 1 to 200 people, yet astonishingly, they managed to find a place to rest for the night. Foregoing bathing was understandable. However, the ability to sleep indicated a formidable mental fortitude. As dawn broke, the 3 of them each bore heavy bundles. After ransacking the vault, the villa still held an abundance of valuable items, including decorations and more. The young girl, Ing, even rummaged through the deceased, leaving no one unsearched. In truth, the spoils were not substantial, but with time on their hands, why not? Deshawn carried the heaviest load, while Kai also managed a large parcel. These items were undoubtedly weighty, yet for them, it felt as light as carrying mere sheets of paper, merely a slight inconvenience. My Lord Kai, may I assist you with your burden? It is rather light, and my left hand is free. Upon leaving the villa, the trio exhibited no haste, instead strolling leisurely along the path. Approaching the seaside, Deshawn promptly addressed Kai. There is no need. Let us proceed as such, for the distance is not considerable. I hope our carriage has not been stolen. Kai remarked that the carriage had already been stationed there for over a day, and it was uncertain whether it would still be there now. This outing had indeed yielded a bountiful harvest. Henceforth, we would no longer need to fret over financial matters. I also longed to acquire a grand bed and indulge in the pleasures of life. Ing had already begun to envision the lifestyle that lay ahead. At this moment, Kai, with a tinge of regret, noted that the chairs from their place appeared exceptionally fine, yet it was regrettable that they simply could not be transported. Otherwise, he would have gladly carried their chairs and furniture back. With such wealth now at hand, one could always commission replicas later. Dashin nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Cardo was indeed a person who truly knew how to save her life. The furnishings within his abode were opulent, each piece more extravagant than the last. Particularly in the third floor area, it was likely that any item there would not be valued at less than 1,000,000 taels on the market. Yet, as Kai had aptly pointed out, they were simply unmovable. Otherwise, they would have certainly transported everything back. Do you think we should enlist the help of 2 cooks upon our return? That way, we could train peacefully without the hassle of meal preparation? Kai suddenly inquired at this point. After all, the task of cooking had predominantly fallen upon Aang. The two of them, being men, had never engaged in such activities. Typically, they preferred dining out when free, and fortunately, the streets were not too distant. I believe it is feasible, Deshawn proclaimed. Absolutely not, Aang immediately retorted, puffing her cheeks in indignation, then fixed her gaze upon them, demanding, do you think my cooking is subpar? Not at all. We merely wish for you to allocate more time for your cultivation. I refuse. Cooking provides a rare opportunity for relaxation, and thus, this matter is non-negotiable. Ying's thoughts were predominantly centered on this. In contrast to the arduous training, she preferred to seize the fleeting moments of respite during practice to indulge in some leisure. Finding a couple of servants for such a vast residence posed no significant challenge. After all, the task of cleaning, often euphemistically labeled as training, was indeed an exceedingly tedious endeavor. Delegating such responsibilities was hardly an issue. One cannot expect to personally attend to every task. Well then, let us defer this discussion until we return. Our journey begins today, and we shall not be home for at least 4 or 5 days. Kai held a parcel in one hand, while gently ruffling Ying's hair with the other. As they spoke, the 3 friends walked across the surface of the sea, their footsteps making it seem as though they were traversing solid ground. They continued their banter, seemingly undeterred by their unique surroundings. Their current location was positioned at opposite ends of the island from where Dasna resided, one situated in the northeast and the other in the southeast, both places being among the closest to the land of fire. The carriage remained, along with the 2 horses, which had yet to come ashore. From a distance, they could see the horses grazing on the grass. Before leaving, they had deliberately loosened the horses' restraints, leaving them untethered. This raised concerns about the possibility of their horses or carriage being stolen, given the substantial wealth they carried. Even the value of 10 horses paled in comparison. However, possessing a carriage would certainly facilitate their journey back, sparing them the burden of carrying cumbersome items. Indeed, it was a surprise to find both the horses and carriage intact, a fortunate occurrence in such an unfrequented place. Dajan, who had been keeping his head down, lifted it at these words and noticed the horses and carriage as well. They had traveled quite a distance, and daylight was beginning to break, though the sun had yet to make its appearance. Nonetheless, the surroundings were becoming increasingly clear. I'll go fetch the horses. Dajan gently placed his belongings on the ground, causing a notable tremor due to the weight of the large parcel filled with gold coins and items, which weighed no less than 700 or 800 pounds. He then turned and headed toward the grazing horses. However, just as he had not yet covered 5 meters, Dajan abruptly retreated, his expression turning serious as he scanned the area with heightened vigilance. Seeing her brother's demeanor, Aang quickly dropped her belongings to the ground. Meanwhile, Kai maintained his calm composure, opening the carriage door and tossing his parcel inside. Kai, it's been quite a while. To their astonishment, it was Kakashi who approached, accompanied by Naruto and 2 others. Lord Kai, there are 3 more ahead in the trees. The towering mountains served as a reminder. Faced with this situation, Kai approached and soon realized that Kakashi and the others were present. After all, his own perceptive abilities were quite feeble, and the other 2 were not much better. However, this predicament indeed placed them in a rather passive position. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Kai did not rush to respond. Instead, his mind wandered to the necessity of finding a teammate with exceptional sensory skills in the future. Otherwise, at such close quarters, if the opponent's speed of attack were too swift, it could pose a significant threat. Kakashi-sensei, are you mistaken? Aren't they called Suki? How could they be called Kai? Inquired Naruto Uzumaki, his brow furrowed in confusion. The other 2 young companions shared a similar expression of bewilderment. They had been summoned before dawn, only to find themselves waiting for these individuals. Although they had shared a meal, they did not truly know each other, save for knowing each other's names. Even if you choose not to respond, I already know you are Uchiha Kai, although I am unaware of how you survived in the past or how you left the village. Could you enlighten me on your purpose for coming to the Land of Waves? Kakashi, despite being well-informed, still wished to hear Kai's explanation. However, this unspoken thought was overshadowed by the astonishment of Uchiha Sasuke, who had been silently observing from the sidelines. Initially expecting to undertake a mission, His excitement dissipated upon realizing it was these individuals who had arrived. The name mattered little. What was significant was that they bore the Uchiha surname. Kakashi-sensei, what did you just call him? Sasuke asked, his eyes widening in disbelief. Naruto had ignored him earlier, and there was no hope of engaging with Sasuke now. Turning, Kai placed the bag that had been resting on the ground into the center of the cart. He then calmly dusted off his hands and fixed a steady gaze upon Kakashi. The two locked eyes, remaining in silence for a considerable time, before Kai let out a soft sigh and took a deep breath, adjusting his clothing. With his right hand over his heart, he politely bowed and addressed Kakashi-sensei. Witnessing this exchange, the prepared Daisen and Hikari paused, quickly retracting their defensive stances. Kakashi-sensei? Sakura Haruno's gaze darted between Kakashi and the bowing Uchiha Kai, her lips twitching as if her brain's CPU were overheating. Naruto, having been frozen in place since hearing Kakashi refer to the other as Uchiha Kai, stared wide-eyed. In a matter of moments, tears welled in his eyes, his lips and hands trembling as he softly exclaimed, "Why, you're really brother Kai? It is truly you. After so many years apart, you have grown, and now you appear to be taller than I. While I am unaware of how you have spent these years, it is not merely a matter of reaching out to us. I wonder why you have not contacted your master." Kakashi stepped forward and gently patted Gaia's shoulder, his tone devoid of reproach, instead resembling that of a concerned elder. "Master, I am no longer merely a teacher." At the final meal, before it concluded, Guy stood and ceremoniously bowed to Might Guy, exclaiming, "Master." This utterance moved Might Guy to tears at that moment. In the realm of ninjas, the term teacher is commonly used, while master is reserved for exceptional circumstances. To many, the word master carries significant weight, akin to that of a revered mentor. I apologize. I cannot comply with that. It took nearly my entire life to survive that calamity, and I exhausted every means to escape the village safely. As an elite J-nin of Konohagakure, the circumstances surrounding the Uchiha clan are likely well known to you, Kakashi-sensei. Thus, it is perhaps better for all if certain things remain unspoken, allowing us to treat each other as strangers. This statement, though tinged with a semblance of falsehood, remains the most convincing, reflecting the genuine plight I once faced. There is an element of sincerity in the desire to become strangers, to no longer know them. To live a life of leisure and joy, severing all ties with the world of ninjas. Although circumstances often defy our intentions, I believe I have never committed any egregious acts. Kakashi's expression grew somewhat solemn as he inquired about returning to the village to clarify matters. At least what should I say? Should I inform them that I just killed over 40 people from Konohagakure? Or should I mention other matters? I have never wished to have any connection with the village. However, I am well aware of how you came by this information. It is not that we cannot coexist with the village, but rather that the village cannot accommodate us. With that said, I hope you can convey this message. Even now, we harbor no animosity towards Konohagakure. Should there be another occasion, I would not hesitate to obliterate that place myself. Kai calmly uttered the most ruthless words. At present, all that needed to be discussed had been discussed, and all necessary meetings had taken place. Further conversation seemed devoid of meaning. Turning abruptly, he addressed Dahan, instructing him to fetch the horses and prepare for departure. "Understood, my lord," Dahan replied, unperturbed by the situation at hand, as he ambled towards the grazing horses. However, just as Dahan approached, and while the atmosphere remained tranquil, 3 vigilant figures lurking at a distance suddenly sprang into action. A burst of fire release instantly caused 2 horses to collapse to the ground. The moment the acrid smoke enveloped the scene, it became painfully evident that the 2 horses were irretrievably lost. Such cruelty was truly excessive. Kai was undoubtedly left speechless. Even Kakashi could not have anticipated that they would strike so suddenly. Who were they? Haruno Sakura inquired with curiosity, fully aware that her question would elicit no response. Kakashi, execute the orders. The 3 individuals leaped effortlessly to Kakashi's side, each donning a mask, undoubtedly members of Konoha's Umbu. It was reasonable to assume they had received the same orders as Kakashi. However, unlike Kakashi, they were likely unaware of the events that had transpired the previous day. "Lord Kai, I have seen them," Daisen exclaimed, his face twisted with anger, yet he refrained from taking action. Kai merely waved his hand casually, then smiled and remarked that this, too, is a form of cultivation, isn't it? Go. Stop. It remains a mystery how Kakashi and his companions communicated among themselves. As one of the masked individuals issued a command, the other 2 immediately rushed forward with remarkable speed. However, Just as they were halfway through their movement, all three came to an abrupt halt. Kakashi swiftly pushed the forehead protector covering his left eye up to his forehead, revealing a fully expanded Sharingan, its three tomo glaring intently. From the very beginning, Kai appeared to remain motionless, yet the three Jonin clutched their throats one by one. After a prolonged pause, blood erupted violently. These individuals would likely remain oblivious to the nature of their demise until their last breath. The three young ones brought by Kakashi widened their eyes in disbelief. Standing at the forefront, Naruto Uzumaki seemed to have forgotten how to breathe. To them, such an assault felt utterly insurmountable. Lacking the ability to gauge their adversary's strength, they recklessly charged forward. The situation in Konoha has indeed deteriorated. It is baffling how they could even hope to join the Umbu with such feeble prowess. Remember my words, should there be a next time. I shall personally annihilate the entirety of Konoha. Kai spoke calmly, preparing to depart. Although there was no horse, Ing obediently entered the carriage first. Just as Kai was about to step into the carriage, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly shouted loudly, "Stop." Kai truly paused for a moment, while Dajon furrowed his brow, gazing intently at the little fellow. "Pray tell, how did you manage to survive at the hands of that individual? Hasn't the Uchiha clan perished? How is it that you remain alive?" Sasuke shouted vehemently. "Shouldn't you have contemplated this matter thoroughly before speaking? Why is it that the entire clan was slaughtered, yet you, the instigator's younger brother, remain unscathed here? If death were to befall anyone, should it not have been you first? Yet, the reality is otherwise. There are many things you will come to understand in due time." Kai spoke, a slight smile gracing his lips as he ascended the carriage. At the moment the door was closed, Dashin, who had been lingering outside, approached the front of the carriage. With a mere lift of his hand, the entire carriage was effortlessly lifted, and as he turned, the carriage commenced its journey. It is worth noting that including the weight of the carriage itself, along with its cargo and passengers, the total weight exceeded 1,000 kilograms. Yet, in Dashin's hands, it seemed akin to maneuvering a lightweight toy. Kakashi did not pursue any further. Even with the use of his Sharingan, he had failed to discern how those three Umbu had met their demise. Years had passed, and Uchiha Kai was no longer the person he once knew. Each individual harbored their own thoughts, while Kakashi remained furrowed in concern, his expression grave. Even though the speed of their departure was not swift, he dared not chase after them. From a pragmatic standpoint, he had not intended to engage in any conflict. He merely sought to meet and ascertain the situation. Naruto displayed a hint of disappointment. Upon learning that name, he had already been reduced to tears. In his life's memories, the first person to show him kindness was Uchiha Kai. However, he felt no right to speak of the tragic fate that befell the Uchiha clan, nor did he possess the words to express his feelings. Deep within, he yearned to keep Kai with him, yet despite the lengthy wait, he found himself at a loss for words. Though he may not be exceptionally bright, he was not foolish enough to remain silent. Amidst his scattered thoughts, the specifics of the Uchiha clan's annihilation remained a mystery to them all. Thus, they stood there, powerless, with heads bowed in silence. Among them, it was Uchiha Sasuke who harbored the greatest fury. He stood rooted in place, fists clenched, his gaze locked onto the receding carriage. The impact of the other's words struck him profoundly. Everyone had perished. Why was he still alive? As the brother of the instigator, why did he continue to exist? Reflecting on the earlier exchange, Sasuke's fists tightened in anger, accompanied by a sense of helplessness. The calmest among them was Sakura. She had no knowledge of the other's identity. Yet, after their extensive conversation, she understood that the three individuals were likely members of the Uchiha clan. "Kakashi-sensei, is that really Brother Kai?" Naruto broke the prolonged silence, having stood still for quite some time. Yes. But Brother Kai, he doesn't use ninjutsu, does he?" Now that the situation had unfolded, Naruto's heart was filled with overwhelming confusion. "I don't know, but he is undoubtedly Uchiha Kai." When Kakashi uttered these words, his gaze deliberately shifted towards Uchiha Sasuke. It is likely that this fellow harbored no recollection of who Kai was. Even among his own clan, Sasuke probably possessed not the slightest impression. Such is the nature of training. Suddenly, both arms exerted tremendous force, with fingers embedding themselves into the wood of the cart's front. Dashin, pulling the cart, seemed increasingly exhilarated, and his speed escalated correspondingly. In the blink of an eye, he had already covered a distance of over 100 meters. It is crucial to note that at such a rapid pace over a bumpy terrain, the occupants of the cart endured considerable suffering. After an indeterminate distance, Dashin finally came to a panting halt. The moment he stopped, The cart door was abruptly kicked open, and Ing stumbled out, still dazed. Ultimately unable to bear it any longer, she leaned against a nearby tree and began to vomit. Kai displayed a look of utter bewilderment, and fortunately, his strength was considerable enough that he grasped the wooden seat beside him, preventing himself from being jostled too violently. Lord Kai, look at me. I can run much faster than a horse. Dashin exclaimed, grinning foolishly, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Bang! You fool! Ing suddenly lunged forward, delivering a fierce punch that landed squarely on Dashin's head. The immense force of her blow sent him crashing to the ground, still seething with indignation. She followed up by kicking her brother's head with her foot. It was only after she ceased her assault that she noticed a large bump had formed on her own forehead. During the tumultuous ride, the poor girl had inadvertently collided with the roof of the vehicle multiple times, which explained her furious outburst. After enduring the blow, Dashin sprang back up, seemingly unscathed, with a silly grin plastered across his face as he looked at his sister, devoid of any remorse. Let us take a break for a moment. Kai observed the demeanor of the two siblings and gently crouched down, touching the ground lightly. Almost immediately, 3 stone pillars emerged by the roadside. Remarkably, this pace surpassed that of a galloping horse. In the span of merely 1 or 2 hours, they had traversed over 100 kilometers. What would typically take 1 or 2 days to cover was now accomplished in such a brief period. The crucial aspect was that riding in a carriage was far more exhausting than running on foot. Brother Kai, do you think Konoha village will send someone to pursue us? Inoue seated herself beside Kai, and as the earlier dizziness dissipated, she posed the question with piercing clarity. The once jovial Dashan's expression shifted to one of seriousness, for this matter weighed heavily upon them. Indeed, they are likely to continue sending pursuers. Kai spoke nonchalantly, his demeanor remarkably calm. However, upon witnessing the despondency of the two, he immediately raised his hand to comfort Ing, assuring her not to worry. The times have changed. We are no longer the vulnerable selves we were a few years ago. Now, we possess sufficient strength to ensure that our tranquil lives remain undisturbed. So, rest assured, our only task ahead is to relish life. Yet, despite his reassurances, their recent outing had inadvertently exposed their whereabouts. While they would not be tracked down immediately, prolonged investigation could reveal their location. In the Hokage office of Konohagakure, the third Hokage wore an expression akin to one who had ingested something foul. Present with him were Mito Gate, Akatsuki Shokurin, and Danzo, 3 esteemed elders. The atmosphere was thick with silence, each elder lost in contemplation. The third Hokage continuously puffed on his pipe, astonished by how events had escalated to this point. Even Danzo, known for his incessant chatter, had succumbed to silence. How shall we resolve this? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired gravely, glancing at the other 3. Reports had already reached them regarding Kakashi and his team, detailing the situation thoroughly, especially the alarming speed of Uchiha Kai, which even the Sharingan could not perceive. In a mere instant, the 3 Anbuj Nin had perished. Such formidable prowess left none of the 3 present daring to claim they could match it. I conducted an investigation. That individual had not yet become a ninja when he departed the village. Now, with such overwhelming strength, perhaps we could persuade him to return. If he were to serve the village once more, it would be a tremendous boon for us, suggested Akatsuki Shokurin, audacious in her proposal. She had just suggested recruiting someone they had previously attempted to assassinate. Surely, anyone with a modicum of sense would reject such an idea, wouldn't they? Having robbed one of the world's few billionaires, it was clear that the individual now possessed an abundance of wealth. Why would he return to Konohagakure to undertake missions? If you had just escaped an assassination attempt, would you willingly go back? Mito Gate turned to the elderly woman, then directed his gaze towards Sarutobi. Given the current circumstances and the formidable strength of our adversary, I propose we officially designate him as an S-rank rogue ninja. This would serve as a clear message to other villages that any future occurrences are not our concern. As long as he poses no threat to us, there is no need for concern. No, the Uchiha clan is inherently malevolent. If we can continue to dispatch assassins, we must find a way to eliminate them directly. Danzo must be fuming inside after suffering such substantial losses. Thus, for this half-hearted endeavor, this old man is indeed incapable of proceeding. Who do you think should be sent? The village's elite combat force is limited. Do you consider it worthwhile to sacrifice them for a single individual? Furthermore, it is evident from the information that throughout the ordeal, the opponent did not even activate their Sharingan. Relying solely on ninjutsu and taijutsu, they have already demonstrated remarkable strength. It is crucial to remember that they belong to the Uchiha clan, whose true power lies not in these two aspects, but within their eyes. Mito Minion's assertion was indeed accurate. The essence of the Uchiha clan's strength resides in those eyes. Currently, aside from their ocular abilities, we have surpassed them in other areas. Not to mention the magnitude of power that their eyes could unleash. I cannot allow members of the Uchiha clan to roam freely. Their current lack of animosity towards the village stems from their insufficient strength. Given our apprehension, they are undoubtedly not a significant threat, thus we must proceed to eliminate them. Danzo insisted on his stance. No, we absolutely cannot allow the village to face further troubles. We must silence. Listening to the quarrel between the two, the usually silent third Hokage finally erupted, slamming his palm heavily on the table and bellowing loudly. Then, with an exasperated expression, he declared that the matter would follow Minion's suggestion to designate Uchiha Kai as an S-rank rogue ninja of Konohagakure, notifying all parties that henceforth his affairs would have no relation to the village whatsoever. This matter is thus resolved. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not even grant Danzo the opportunity to speak. After much contemplation, and taking into account the opinions of those present, it was indeed unnecessary at this juncture to create an enemy for oneself, based on prior investigations and subsequent developments. The third Hokage remained perplexed as to how these individuals managed to depart. Thus, after pondering for a moment, he lifted his gaze to the group and inquired how the Uchiha clan had left the village all those years ago. Was there any investigation conducted regarding this? An investigation was carried out, though many years have since elapsed. According to the recollections of those who manned the gates at the time, there were only 3 circumstances under which individuals exited. On the morning following the night of the massacre, 2 children from the Hyuga clan were escorted out. However, considering the long-standing relationship between the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, this scenario seems implausible. The remaining 2 circumstances involved individuals who were concealed within merchant caravans, either hiding among the traders or within crates. This possibility appears to be the most likely. Tuanza remarked, yet one cannot help but acknowledge the cleverness of this individual, who swiftly eliminated the most probable outcomes. However, one might conjecture that anyone in his position would likely arrive at the same conclusion. Historically, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, while not necessarily at odds, have long existed in a state of profound indifference towards one another. Consequently, the Hyuga clan would never extend their assistance to members of the Uchiha clan seeking to depart. There is no need to dwell excessively on this matter. Let us proceed with our predetermined course of action and promptly disseminate this information. The third Hokage has grown weary of further deliberation. The resolution for each village typically adopts this method. Ninjas who abandon the village and express no desire to return are categorically labeled as rogue ninjas, and such matters usually fade into obscurity. The underlying objective is to convey to other villages and individuals that any attacks or incidents initiated by those who leave the village bear no relation to Konohagakure. Although Tanzo harbored some dissatisfaction internally, the others were in disagreement. Even with his ability to mobilize the root, such combatants posed no threat to the adversary. Dispatching over 40 individuals, and not a single one returning, speaks volumes. At last, they have returned. It seems they have procured a new cart from somewhere, and even the large bundles within have mysteriously vanished. After all, one encounters a plethora of goods utilized by ninjas along the way, including sealing scrolls, making it quite effortless to stow these items away. And as for the cart itself, that is an even less daunting task. With such considerable wealth amassed, acquiring a few of these items hardly requires significant effort. The roads remain, as ever, primarily composed of gravel. As they approach the towering mountains, the sight of the 3 prominent characters spelling Duan Street elicited an involuntary exclamation of wonder. Presently, they reside within this very region. Here, ninjas are a rarity, if they appear at all. However, one can assert that this locale undoubtedly belongs to the prosperous domain of the Land of Fire. The initial decision to settle here was primarily influenced by the abundance of casinos in the vicinity, providing the simplest means to secure initial funds. Duan Street is a vibrant hub of entertainment, dining, and leisure, situated not far from the capital of the Land of Fire. It could be considered an extension of the capital itself. Almost all large-scale entertainment facilities are concentrated in this area, creating an integrated zone for dining, recreation, and shopping. This amalgamation ultimately led to their choice of residence. Their dwelling is located 1 or 2 kilometers from the bustling street, nestled at the mountain's foot. The primary advantage of this arrangement is that the 3 of them reside there together. Thus, Their daily training revolves around the towering mountain, and if possible, they also choose to train around the entirety of Duan Street. Even from a distance, the vibrancy of Duan Street is palpable. By simply lifting the curtain on the side of the carriage, one can witness the throngs of people bustling about. The distant sounds of the street's lively atmosphere are unmistakably clear even from this spot. "My Lord Kai, shall we take a stroll through the street before returning?" DSHN inquired, opening the front window and turning to Kai, who was gazing out at the scenery. "I'm hungry. Let's have a meal first. I adore the udon noodles there. It's been ages since I last had them, and I truly miss them," Ing exclaimed, her mouth watering as she turned and embraced Kai's arm, playfully asking, "Brother Kai, shall we go eat?" Kai wore an expression of helplessness. Ing indeed possessed the visage of a beauty, with her exquisite black hair framing her face and a delicate fringe accentuating her charming features. Her large, expressive eyes, adorned with long lashes, contributed to her undeniable allure. While her youthful countenance still bore hints of innocence, she exhibited a remarkable maturity compared to her peers, a testament to the years of training that had not gone in vain. Upon receiving instructions, Dashin ceased to dwell on other matters. As the cart traversed the threshold marked by the sign of Short Sea Street, a familiar sense of vivacity enveloped them once more. Despite the trio's routine being predominantly centered around training, they had frequently ventured to this vibrant street. Returning home, their abode was neither extravagant nor ostentatious. This was why, during their time in Cardona, Kai had even contemplated bringing back some of the furniture. Fortunately, the distance made such an endeavor impractical. While their street might be somewhat distant, a silver lining emerged. The land had been acquired at a relatively modest price, yet its expanse was quite considerable. Inside the hall, the siblings were brimming with anticipation. Upon their swift return, they immediately unsealed the enchanted scroll, summoning forth its contents, which soon accumulated into a substantial pile in the living room. They had scarcely examined these items before, hastily packing away anything that seemed remotely valuable. Their objective was to ascertain which items held greater worth and, in the process, evaluate the total value they had brought back. "Kai, would you like to join me in experiencing this?" Ing inquired, pointing at the heap of items on the floor. Her curiosity piqued as Kai approached leisurely. "I think I'll leave this to you. I'm off to take a nap," he replied. Kai waved his hand and said, "All right. I will call for you before dinner." Ing, undeterred, immediately smiled and turned, plopping down on the ground to begin sorting through the various items scattered about. Among these treasures were a collection of gold artifacts adorned with jewels, including teapots and cups, essentially an array of items. All were crafted from gold, and particularly, the handles of the cups sparkled with exquisite red gemstones that seemed to radiate light. It was clear that Cardo truly knew how to indulge in luxury. "I never imagined even gold armor would be crafted. However, it seemed rather impractical, didn't it?" Dashin picked up a suit of golden armor, which indeed appeared formidable and striking. Yet, its utility seemed almost non-existent. "I mused that it would serve splendidly as a decorative piece in the hall." Ing looked up at this scene, her gaze drifting to a corner of the hall. Although we had previously been quite affluent, the hall had always lacked adornments beyond a few sofas and furniture. However, placing the golden armor in that corner would undoubtedly exude an air of grandeur. "That's true," Dashin exclaimed, lifting the armor high to scrutinize it, confirming his plan. He then gently set the armor aside and resumed examining the other items before him. "This piece is rather splendid. I could certainly display it in my room." He casually picked up an eagle-shaped casting, undeniably made of gold. "No, these items belong to the household, and they absolutely cannot be relocated to my room," he protested. "There are so many items, and this one looks quite appealing. Surely it wouldn't hurt to keep it in my room?" Dashin asked, a look of grievance on his face. "Household items must remain in the household, so it is absolutely out of the question," I replied, shaking my finger lightly. Ultimately, Dashin had to relinquish this notion. Ing was not one to engage in mindless tasks. She meticulously categorized everything, conducting checks while simultaneously counting the quantities, jotting down notes in a notebook. I must say, the young girl excelled in her attention to detail. To our surprise, there was a locked box, which seemed far from empty. Dashin stumbled upon a black box within this collection. The box was undoubtedly exquisite, albeit wooden, with an iron lock. I recall this. It appears to be something from Tato's bedside table. Given how well it was wrapped, it must be quite valuable, so I decided to take it. Ing received the box from Dashin's hands, but after merely examining it for a moment, she swiftly tore off the lock. Had there been any hesitation, Dashin? Seated across from her, would not have exhibited the slightest twitch at the corners of his mouth. Upon opening the box, she was greeted by the sight of two glass vials containing liquid. One was transparent while the other was a striking blue, appearing rather appealing. And nestled within was an accompanying instruction manual. Gently placing the box on the ground, she unfolded the manual, prompting Dashin to lean in closer, eager to discern the contents within. What a scoundrel Cardo is. It was utterly unexpected for him to harbor such peculiar interests. Dashin remarked calmly as he read the explanatory text aloud. Indeed, what a rogue. For someone so affluent to concoct such dubious potions. In a fit of indignation, Ing crumpled the paper in her hand and aimed to toss the box out the door. Observing this, Dashin quickly snatched the box back, rolling his eyes and muttering that it ought to hold some value. There was even an identical box among the heap of goods. Ing, upon discovering another black box amidst the assortment, eagerly cleared away the other items to retrieve it, assuming it to be of the same nature. She once again pulled down the lock without hesitation. However, the contents were evidently different. Inside, there was another manual, which she glanced at briefly before tossing it to Dashin, declaring it to contain 2 bottles of perfume that appeared rather exquisite. Only an old lecher could possess such taste. You may have them. Oh, Dashin exclaimed upon receiving it. The fragrance of the perfume was of little concern to him, yet he noted that the bottles in the 2 boxes bore a striking resemblance. The only distinction lay in the colors, as the perfumes displayed a delicate shade of red. As for the 2 vials of potions, they were entirely dissimilar. Taking out all 4 bottles, he carelessly discarded the boxes aside. If arranged on a shelf, the assortment of colored vials would surely serve as a captivating display. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kai returned to his room, initially feeling quite fatigued. However, upon lying down, his wide eyes remained unblinking, devoid of any inclination to sleep, even with his eyes closed. His mind was remarkably active. After much internal struggle, he sat up in exasperation. Clad in his pajamas, he appeared strikingly different compared to his usual suit. He seemed to embody 2 entirely distinct styles. Slipping on the slippers left on the floor, he approached the desk diagonally across from the bed, where he sat gazing at the materials he had long been researching and developing. It had been ages since he had delved into ninjutsu. Kai gazed upon the thick stack of papers on the table. Despite feeling an overwhelming fatigue in his body, the vigor of his mind kept sleep at bay, compelling him to randomly select one and delve into its contents. Spirit communication. Kai gazed upon the peculiar object before him. Over the years, he had conducted extensive research, and nearly every summoning had yielded bizarre entities. These beings, summoned at random, were not bound by any contract and thus held little significance. The elements of this spirit summoning technique were presumably designed to ascertain a specific location. By adjusting the coordinates, one could summon creatures from that particular vicinity. But what would transpire if these parameters were inverted? With that thought, he swiftly took up a pen and began to sketch on a blank sheet of paper. In no time, a fresh diagram of the spirit summoning technique emerged, flawlessly rendered before him. Quite intriguing. Let us see what whimsical entity can be summoned, he mused. He formed the necessary seals, bit his finger, and utilized his blood as a medium for the summoning. Yet, in the very next moment, as a radiant light enveloped him, Kai suddenly had a realization. His eyes widened, and in an instant, he vanished. It was only at that moment that he comprehended the implications of employing the so-called spirit summoning technique in reverse. It was, in essence, reverse summoning. This meant he was directly transported to the location of the target, akin to a reverse invocation. How ironic that this astute individual, who had devised so many intricate concepts, ultimately stumbled in his own research. Who could possibly fathom where he had been summoned? Kai felt as though he had plummeted from the heavens, his descent entirely unrestrained. With a resounding thud, he seemingly collided with something before plunging into a lake. Emerging from the water with a gasp, he quickly expelled the liquid from his mouth. Steadying himself, he pressed his hands against the surface of the lake and stood up. Observing the viscous substance trickling from his hands, he rubbed it slightly, and an immediate wave of nausea washed over him. It was as if he had been entirely enveloped by this slimy residue. Nevertheless, the locale resembled a lake, albeit one with a rather peculiar hue. How foolish it was! Kai wore an expression of agony, for the so-called foolishness he referred to was, in truth, a reflection of himself. Merely experimenting with a ninjutsu had nearly led to his own demise. Should such an incident occur within the ninja realm, he would undoubtedly be the first to experience it. Although the viscous substance continued to drip incessantly from his body, fortunately, it bore no distinctive odor. Standing upon the surface of the lake, He scrutinized his surroundings with utmost care. Beyond the nearby trees, the landscape faded into a thick mist, obscuring any semblance of clarity. Not only was it impossible to discern the situation around him, but even his sensory perception had been severely hindered. What manner of place was this? Kai wore a look of utter perplexity. He then raised his hand, took a deep breath, and formed a series of seals for wind release. Just as he was about to unleash the technique to discern his surroundings, an unexpected voice echoed in his ears, seemingly emanating from right beside him. A chilling sensation coursed through him, creeping from his heels to the nape of his neck. Kai was startled, immediately leaping away with a countenance of vigilance, even summoning his kaleidoscopic Sharingan in an instant. After all, he was still unaware of the nature of this strange place, fearing that he might inadvertently bring harm upon himself, which warranted such a heightened state of alertness. "Apologies, did I frighten you?" A sweet voice resonated once more. Turning in the direction of the voice, Kai quickly discerned its source. However, upon seeing the figure, he was rendered utterly speechless, standing there in a daze, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Breaking the surface of the lake was a head adorned with blue hair, complemented by porcelain skin and large, expressive eyes that were fixed intently upon him. Most striking was the adorably captivating visage of the individual. "Pardon? My sincerest apologies. It is I who should be apologizing. I accidentally stumbled into this place and did not anticipate that you were bathing. I am truly sorry, truly sorry." Kai had been staring for quite some time, and when he suddenly came to his senses, his hair stood on end. It was not out of fear. This was purely a matter of embarrassment. Who could have anticipated that such an unexpected event would lead him to this peculiar place? He swiftly turned to leave, but just then, a voice called out once more, asking how he had arrived there. He halted, facing away from the speaker, feeling utterly mortified. Nevertheless, he took a deep breath, swallowed nervously, and explained. "While I was researching a certain ninjutsu technique, I inadvertently ended up here. I truly did not intend to intrude upon your privacy. I had no idea such a situation would arise. I hope you can overlook this mishap, and I would be grateful if you could inform me of my whereabouts and how I might exit." Kai spoke rapidly, as if this was the only way to alleviate his own embarrassment. However, the girl in the lake seemed entirely unbothered by the situation. With her hands resting on the water's surface and her chin propped on her arms, her expression remained serene. Yet the sight of the figure before her filled her heart with joy. In response to Kai's hurried inquiries, the girl gradually emerged from the water, her form entirely unclad upon the lake's surface. She then walked slowly towards him. "There is no way out from here. I have lingered in this place for over 1,000 years, so I am quite curious about how you managed to arrive," she spoke in a calm manner. In an instant, Kai furrowed his brow, feeling her approach, and mistakenly assumed she had donned her clothing. A mere glance over his shoulder left him momentarily paralyzed, his mouth twitching involuntarily. "What is your name?" "Uchiha Kai. You mentioned you have been here for a millennium?" Kai observed the indifference of the girl before him. Even in her nakedness, she appeared utterly unaffected. Nevertheless, he averted his gaze elsewhere and, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Indeed, I have lingered here for a millennium. And by the measure of sunrises and sunsets, it seems an eternity has passed, has it not?" Her long, azure hair cascaded down to her waist, complemented by matching blue eyebrows and a pair of large, glistening eyes. Her fair visage made it almost inconceivable that she had existed for over 1,000 years. Yet, based solely on her appearance, she seemed no older than 13 or 14. "What is your name?" Kai asked. "A name? I seem to lack one," she replied. "Could you possibly don some clothing?" Kai pressed, feeling a sense of urgency. The significance of names was trivial at this moment. He still had not grasped the nature of her existence and was uncertain whether she posed a threat. If she were to attack, he might find himself without the opportunity to react. "Like the attire you wear?" The young girl waved her hand, and instantly, she wore a nightgown identical to Kai's. This was merely an illusion created by chakra. In essence, she remained unclothed. Although he understood the reality of the situation, her current appearance alleviated some of the awkwardness. The two exchanged glances. For the young girl, the figure of Uchiha Kai before her was the sole visitor to this place in a millennium. "What is this place?" "Surely, you must know," she asked. Kai inched closer and inquired, "Is this the place?" "There is no name for it, but if one must, you may refer to it as the Wetbone Forest." "Nanny?" Kai's eyes widened in astonishment for a fleeting moment, but he quickly regained his composure and inquired, "The Wetbone Forest? Shouldn't there be a colossal slug here?" Bang! As soon as Kai's words fell, the young lady instantly became irate. Delivering a swift kick to his chest, the force propelled Kai through the air, soaring over the lake's surface. Yet, it seemed she had no intention of relenting. In the blink of an eye, she teleported directly above Kai, landing another powerful punch to his chest that sent him crashing against the shore. Kai himself was perplexed, wondering why a mere statement could provoke such a fierce reaction from the woman. However, the fury that once enveloped the girl who had washed ashore seemed to dissipate entirely. Yet her countenance remained frigid as her azure eyes looked down upon Kai, declaring, "I am indeed the slug you referred to." Despite the overwhelming shock, it would be misleading to say that nothing transpired. Kai had never anticipated that she would abruptly resort to physical aggression. As soon as she finished her words, she waved her hand, and a surge of energy enveloped Kai's form, instantly healing his injured body. Kai sprang to his feet, his face contorted with surprise. With his back turned to the young lady, his astonishment was palpable. He had not anticipated that this unexpected turn of events would strike him so profoundly. "I am not a snot-nosed brat. If one were to categorize me by species, I ought to be a slug." The young girl spoke again, her expression transforming into one of endearing innocence as she approached Kai with dainty steps. She feigned a look of concern and, with a tone of heartfelt apology, said, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have hurt you." In an instant, Kai was overwhelmed by a feeling akin to wanting to cry without tears. Such an adorable little girl had suddenly transformed into a violent loli, and now, having reverted to her previous state, he couldn't help but question whether she had been here for too long, giving him an impression of a split personality. Nevertheless, he turned his head, smiling gently at the girl before him, his hand instinctively raising to ruffle her hair. Yet, halfway through, he quickly withdrew it. With a slight smile at the corners of his mouth, he said, "It's all right. Although I am uncertain about the situation, it seems I may have been the one to offend you first. I truly should not have referred to it as snot." Just as he was about to say snotworm, the memory of her earlier violent demeanor caused him to shrink back. It was not merely a question of strength. He was still bewildered about his whereabouts, and he certainly did not wish to engage in a confrontation with such a charming little girl. After a considerable passage of time, "You are the first person to engage in conversation with me in this place. Previously, I had been in a deep slumber at the bottom of this lake, and I never anticipated that someone would finally come to keep me company. Being here all alone is exceedingly lonely." When she fell forward, the little loli appeared incredibly excited. Yet as she spoke towards the latter half of her words, her head drooped, revealing a face of disappointment. Initially, he felt some sympathy, but she suddenly lifted her head, displaying a peculiar smile as she remarked, "I suppose I won't be so lonely anymore from now on. After all, those who come here cannot leave. I have already spent thousands of years in this place, so no one will ever depart." The environment here, though pleasant, and the presence of such a lovely little girl made staying here seem tolerable. However, recalling her earlier snotworm demeanor, Kai couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief, raising his hand and exclaiming, "I certainly do not wish to remain here. Besides, you cannot leave either." The little loli pouted, placing her hands behind her back, appearing utterly indifferent. Observing her adorably whimsical expression, Kai felt a wave of exasperation, though he was not as disheartened as he had imagined. What a web of lies. At the very least, I know that Senju Hashirama and Senju Tsunade have visited the wet-bone forest. So how could it be that no one has come for a millennium? Surely, you must have ventured outside as well. Kai leaned forward and inquired. He felt little curiosity regarding the sudden transformation of the large slug into a person. After all, his recollections of both the dragon's cave and the frog-infested mystic wood mountain indicated that their bosses always took on human forms. Thus, there was nothing particularly intriguing about this phenomenon. The existing impressions he held offered scant details about the slug in the wet-bone forest. It was merely noted that it had never summoned its entirety. Yet, no one had ever witnessed its true form. Therefore, the abrupt shift to such an adorable, lowly-like appearance starkly contrasted with the other two bosses from the sacred lands, which genuinely surprised Kai. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that this entity was of a bug-level existence. What he never anticipated was encountering it. Regardless, this journey seemed unlikely to bear any negative consequences. By sheer happenstance, he found himself in this peculiar place. Initially, he had merely wished to experiment with summoning techniques to see if he could evoke anything particularly interesting. Yet, here he was, directly encountering this. In response to Kai's words, the little loli did not rush to reply. Instead, she maintained a relaxed demeanor, hands still clasped behind her back, and strolled leisurely ahead. After covering a considerable distance, she turned around to find Kai still standing in place, an slightly displeased, asked, "Why are you still dawdling? If you wish to know the answer, follow me." Kai wore a perplexed expression, yet he found himself compelled to follow suit, intrigued by the intentions of the other party. However, after a brief walk, the little girl came to a halt as a thick fog enveloped the surroundings, obscuring all visibility. Standing there, she suddenly exhaled with great force, and a powerful gust of wind swept through the area. The moment the mist dissipated, the scenery revealed before him was undoubtedly magnificent. Why had they stopped? Curiosity sparked within Kai as he inquired, "Is it impossible to pass through?" The little girl raised her hand and gently reached forward, and in an instant, a translucent barrier materialized before them. This appeared to be a confined space, though its origins remained a mystery. Over a millennium ago, in a bid to pilfer a morsel, one found themselves ensnared in this wretched place, a confinement that endured for 1,000 years. However, the natural energy within this realm could escape, and the spiritual essence could also expand. Thus, in the tedium of a millennium, a spirit was conjured, coalescing with the natural energies outside, in a region known as the Wetbone Forest. As for the little columns and the small sonata you mentioned, they have ventured into the realm beyond this barrier. No one can enter this place, nor can those who reside here ever depart. Observing the growing despondency on the other's face, Kai initially sought to offer words of comfort. Yet he was soon struck by a different thought. If outsiders cannot enter, how did I manage to come in? Oh, indeed? The little girl seemed momentarily frozen, her eyes widening as she gazed at Kai. If that is the case, then surely there must exist a means to exit as well. So we need not remain trapped here. With a wide grin stretching nearly from ear to ear, Kai seemed to be brimming with renewed vigor. As he contemplated the situation, his mind raced, and he quickly conceived an admirable plan. After all, from this vantage point, he could observe the surrounding area and clearly identify the target location. Perhaps he genuinely could find a way out. "Does that mean we can leave?" the little girl murmured. "Of course. Then will you take me with you? Don't you enjoy being here?" Kai inquired, curiosity piqued. "Being confined to one spot for a millennium, I doubt you'd relish it either. Having visited the ninja world a few times, I am eager to savor those delectable dishes. However, as a spiritual entity, I cannot experience any flavors. So I long to venture out." "Stop playing the pity card," Kai retorted, rolling his eyes at her pitiful facade. Despite her appearance as a seemingly innocent girl, she was, in reality, a creature that had lived for millennia, which was rather unsettling. The notion that she was now feigning vulnerability was perplexing. At this juncture, an idea struck Kai, and with a mischievous grin, he remarked, "You claim to be a slug. Does that not mean you can teach me how to harness natural energy? If so, I could take you out in exchange. What do you say?" Although arriving here was merely a stroke of fate, encountering this little girl was equally serendipitous. Regardless, the unexpected outcomes had proven rather fortuitous, presenting him with an extraordinary opportunity. It would be a shame not to take action now. The crucial point, however, lay in the girl's abilities. With her regenerative and restorative powers, she was practically a healer. If he could persuade her to accompany him, regardless of her inherent strength, merely having her by his side would allow him to unleash his most formidable techniques without hesitation. No longer would he need to worry about running low on energy. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Kai could hardly contain his excitement, itching to whisk her away immediately. "Really?" the slug asked, her face a canvas of confusion. "Please, do not tell me you can't." A thought suddenly emerged in Kai's mind. If that is indeed the case, then how could it be that I truly do not possess this ability? The little girl, with her adorably innocent expression, seemed to strike directly at the core of his knowledge gap. "How could you not know? As for Senju Hashirama, how could I possibly be aware? That was something he practiced on his own. It appears that one simply needs to blend two types of energy in equal proportions for a successful fusion. Then, naturally, one can enter sage mode, and I would merely provide guidance from the sidelines. It is crucial to absorb the excess natural energy carefully to prevent any bodily transformations caused by an overabundance of it. Thus, you too may attempt this. Once you have absorbed a significant amount of natural energy, I will assist you in guiding it out." This was the only method the little girl could conceive. "Indeed, it is as such." Kai sighed, but soon as if a thought struck him, he suddenly inquired about how to harness the natural energy from this place. "Surely it doesn't involve biting into something like that great serpent in the Dragoness Cave, does it?" "The great serpent? Have you been to the Dragoness Cave?" "How could that be? I merely possess a greater breadth of knowledge." Contemplating the circumstances of Miamu Mountain, one might ponder whether a different approach could suffice here as well. This lake is, in essence, a manifestation of natural energy condensed. As for the so-called other two sacred sites you mentioned, their natural energy likely pales in comparison to the abundant reservoir found here. One merely needs to immerse oneself in the lake's waters to perceive the immense natural energy that emanates. From there, you can effortlessly absorb and assimilate it. I shall merely guide forth the excess. The little girl, twirling her hair, appeared to brim with confidence as she spoke. It seems you currently lack a name. Shall we bestow one upon you? Kai pondered. Even before expecting a response from the other party, his thoughts began to flow almost instantaneously. Within mere seconds, he suggested, "How about calling you? I believe this name suits you quite well." After much contemplation, he realized it was merely the name he had once used during his journey to the land of waves. Nevertheless, the name resonated perfectly. You? It sounded delightful. The little girl accepted it with a charming smile directed at Kai. In terms of cultivating natural energy, remaining here provided an unparalleled advantage. Having only arrived less than 2 hours ago, it was yet to be determined whether the two had truly become acquainted. However, you, eager to venture out, appeared even more impatient than Kai. She longed for him to commence his training in natural energy, as this would facilitate her own escape from this dreary place. In the waters of the lake, Kai sat upon the surface of the lake, eyes closed, beginning to attune to the surrounding natural energies. This required him to completely immerse his body in the lake's waters before emerging to absorb the vast information of nature's power. Bare-chested and clad only in a pair of sleep shorts, he found 2 enormous slugs resting on each shoulder. Initially, the sensation was indeed repugnant. However, these creatures were undeniably essential for his practice of harnessing natural energy. Despite Kai's meticulous control over his chakra, the overwhelming force of nature posed a perilous threat. Any slightest thought of absorption could potentially lead to his demise. The slugs served to mitigate this risk, preventing an excessive intake of natural energy all at once. Taking a deep breath, he felt the natural energy from the spiritual realm swiftly surging into his body. However, the amount retained was minimal, as most had been absorbed by the 2 slugs on his shoulders. Under these circumstances, the energy entering his body was within manageable limits. By regulating his chakra to a balanced ratio of 50-50 with the slugs, he could master many things effortlessly. In this desolate place, indeed, a realm so barren that not even birds dared to enter, a gigantic slug lingered day after day, seemingly with no purpose. There were no structures in sight, not even a ghost to be found. The atmosphere bore no sunlight, reminiscent of a perpetually overcast day in the ninja world. Nevertheless, the cycle of day and night continued, suggesting this small space belonged to that otherworldly realm. During his initial days there, Kai had approached the study of natural energy with enthusiasm, believing he had stumbled upon a great treasure. Yet, mere hours into his endeavor, he realized something was amiss. What on earth was there to eat? Ultimately, he faced the disheartening reality: grass, leaves, tree bark. Under such circumstances, he doubted he could continue his training in natural energy. Indeed, he feared he might starve if he lingered too long. By the 3rd day, unable to withstand the gnawing hunger, he reluctantly sampled the available fare, only to be met with a nauseating taste. However, it was a slight improvement compared to the protagonist's infamous encounter in Myobokuzen, where he had to consume insects. After a brief exploration of the entire space, he noted that while not particularly vast, it was dominated by the lake. An invisible barrier enveloped the perimeter, making escape impossible. Kai, what aimlessly wandering are you up to? Did you not promise that once you learned to harness natural energy, you would take me away from here? The moon unexpectedly emerged from nowhere, and I loudly inquired of Kai, who was wandering aimlessly around this place. Am I not searching for it? Kai expressed his disdain, wishing fervently to escape this wretched place. However, the advantages of remaining here were undeniably abundant, the only drawback being a slight hunger, a predicament he reluctantly accepted. The opportunity to arrive at such a locale might occur only once in a lifetime, thus Kai was in no particular haste to depart. Although he had successfully harnessed natural energy through the collaboration of those 2 blundering fools, it was essential to merge it with his chakra without any rejection. Once he entered the normal sage mode, he could absorb natural energy without fear of peril. Regardless of the circumstances, this was indeed an unexpected boon. Despite lacking knowledge, he pondered the extent of his current abilities. The integration of sage chakra spoke volumes about his newfound strength. Presently, he was eager to explore what else this space had to offer and pondered the origins of such a peculiar place. The barrier formed an absolute circle, seemingly a natural occurrence, which added to its enigmatic nature. Have you found a way out? You suddenly inched closer, grasping Kai's arm and inquiring, although uncertain of its feasibility. After days of research, it appeared that there was only one method worth attempting. Kai spoke, yet did not provide a particularly clear answer. However, he mentioned that he would attempt to try in 2 days, suggesting that I should soak in the lake for another 2 days. Once I fully mastered the natural energy, we would discuss further. The body of an immortal is graded, especially when it comes to the chakra of mystical arts. Some can attain it in an instant, while others require considerable time to accumulate it. In comparison to the chosen one of this world, Naruto Uzumaki, the natural energy in that pool at my Bokuzen seems almost absurdly abundant. Regardless, I can at least possess the aura of a protagonist. Otherwise, I would not have found myself in this peculiar place. The thought of possibly bringing an immortal along when I depart made Kai's lips curve into a smile. As for the matter of leaving, though uncertain whether my abilities could directly pierce through this barrier, I believed it should not pose a significant issue. If worst came to worst, I could linger here a bit longer, graze on some grass, and eventually find a way to escape this wretched locale. How much longer do you need? The moon asked, seated upon the surface of the lake, gazing at Kai immersed in the water. What do you mean, how much longer? Did we not agree on 2 days? Allow me to properly integrate the natural energy before we proceed. As Kai spoke, he lay amidst the waters of the lake, his hair having transformed from its original ebony hue to a striking azure. Upon his forehead, a black inverted triangle emerged, while 2 dark lines traced down his cheeks, forming an unusual facial pattern. This was Kai in a state of natural energy, exhibiting an extraordinary transformation. I recall that Tsunade possessed some kind of technique, perhaps the Yin Seal. Could I possibly acquire it from her later? It would allow me to store natural energy within, ready to be unleashed during battle. Kai was deep in thought, calculating that it would take approximately 3 seconds for him to transition from a normal state to that of a celestial being while remaining here. However, if he were to venture into the outside world, where natural energy was considerably more sparse, he estimated that it would require nearly 5 seconds to achieve the same transformation. In duels among skilled practitioners, a mere 5 seconds could be the difference between victory and defeat, as opponents could be dispatched in the blink of an eye. Nevertheless, this speed was already commendable. What remained was to thoroughly familiarize himself with this newfound power. With a few more practice sessions in the external environment, he believed that entering the celestial state in an instant would soon be within his grasp. Isn't your celestial mode already perfected? You have mastered the natural energy. What are you still doing here? You tugged at Kai's hair, feigning a pitiful expression. By the measure of day and night, Kai had already been here for at least 4 days. Thus, the little girl was now genuinely in a state of impatience. Although he had acquired the knowledge, he had yet to attain proficiency. In such circumstances, how could he effectively safeguard her if they were to step outside? Gazing up at the moon, Kai spoke with a tone reminiscent of an older brother caring for his younger sister, leaving you utterly bewildered. Did a celestial being truly require protection? Suddenly, a vision of a toad sprang to mind, prompting you to express her disdain towards Kai, declaring, "Very well, I shall wait for you for another 2 days. This realm is ensconced in a barrier. Do you truly intend to exit from here?" Having spent 5 or 6 days in this place, Kai had mostly subsisted on a meager diet of leaves, with the remainder of his time spent immersed in the lake. Although the 2 days had yielded some effects, they were hardly pronounced. Remaining here any longer would likely lead to starvation. With only 2 meals over 3 days, the scant leaves he consumed merely staved off hunger, ensuring he would not perish from lack of sustenance. Now, preparations were nearly complete, and it was time to devise an escape. This was the sole location from which one could directly view the outside world. Though it connected to the wet bone forest, exiting from that direction was considerably simpler. During this time, Kai had begun to grasp a few truths. Maintaining his celestial mode for an extended period would allow his body to gradually acclimate to this state. With diligent practice upon his return, he would eventually achieve instantaneous movement. The pressing issue at hand remains how to exit. The transparent barrier stood before him, beyond which lay the wet bone forest, the only obstruction to one's progress. The only means that Kai can currently conceive for departure is to harness the power of his right eye to transcend directly. During his brief sojourn here, he has even endeavored to employ reverse summoning. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that he possesses no summoning object in the world of ninjas. Who knows how he might traverse to that realm? In response to the inquiry posed by you, Kai gazes steadily at her and calmly states, "Indeed, it is from this very spot that we shall venture forth. Henceforth, I shall embrace you as we attempt to see if we can escape from here, Kai remarked. Yet you, the great slug, expressed a hint of disdain. You have lingered here for over a millennium, returning countless times to this place. How could you possibly navigate through such a formidable barrier? Are you ready? Kai inquired, and in an instant, his eyes transformed into a kaleidoscopic Sharingan, fixating intently on the grand tree before him. Only by pinpointing a definite location could he harness the power within his eyes to facilitate an immediate departure. Though uncertain of how to proceed, you, witnessing the change in Kai's gaze, chose to place her trust in him and embraced him tightly. Space. Kai directly unleashed the power of his right eye, and at that very moment, he instinctively covered it with his hand. A sharp, agonizing pain surged once more, and due to the excessive strain, a trickle of blood began to seep from his right eye. Yet, such injuries to the eye could be deemed almost negligible after one or two occurrences. Kai was perplexed as to why he possessed such immense mental strength. Yet a mere spatial leap could inflict such substantial damage. However, at that moment, Yu's eyes had widened in astonishment, staring incredulously. Her mouth hung agape, leaving her at a loss for words. Kai slowly opened his left eye and indeed found himself beside the tree he had long sought. Glancing back, he observed the interior enveloped in a haze of obscurity. He had truly emerged. Kai had indeed confirmed his suspicions, which meant that as long as there was a clearly defined target, he could utilize his power to disregard any obstacles. He had previously attempted this, but under those circumstances, employing ninjutsu could potentially achieve that step. Kai, you truly made it out. You really made it out, you exclaimed, tears streaming down her cheeks as she turned and embraced Kai tightly, her voice resonating with joy. Indeed, I have emerged, Kai replied, gently ruffling Yu's hair with his right eye closed. However, despite the immense effort expended, they had not directly entered the world of ninjas, but instead found themselves in the Whetbone Forest, merely a barrier's distance from the space they had just vacated. Yet, once they arrived here, the method of exiting was astonishingly straightforward. The previous area, hindered by the spatial barrier, was nearly impossible to leave. Thus, they could only depart from this side through reverse summoning, making their exit remarkably effortless. Under the grand tree, the two shared their excitement for a while. The area of the Whetbone Forest was vastly more expansive compared to the previous space. The humidity in the air was undeniably excessive, with a sticky substance coating both the trees and the ground, nearly enveloping the entire region. Furthermore, the ubiquitous slugs could be seen roaming freely, akin to Yu's manifestations of schizophrenia, comparable to shadow clones, merely products shaped by natural energy. You, now that we have left, where do you wish to go? They leisurely relaxed, inadvertently arriving at a region strewn with large stones. The terrain was remarkably flat and, notably, the only part of the Whetbone Forest untouched by the viscous substance. Since they had already emerged, the most pressing matter was to effectively pue the sage before them. I want to wander around and indulge in a plethora of delicious foods, relishing this long-lost freedom that has been absent for millennia. You beamed, but as she turned to look back, a hint of disappointment crept in as she added, but I can't be away for too long, otherwise, without my presence here, those spiritual manifestations of slugs won't be able to be summoned into the ninja world. Why not learn shadow clones? I can teach you ninjutsu. You could create a clone to remain here, ensuring that both sides remain unaffected. Really? You inquired, her excitement palpable. It seemed plausible, as the utilization of natural energy was nearly identical to that of chakra. Thus, with just a bit of control, she believed she could master it in no more than half an hour. Kai scrutinized the moon, reflecting upon the visage of a creature that had existed for over a millennium. Its mastery over the forces of nature was undoubtedly of an exceedingly refined caliber. Thus, acquiring the technique of a shadow clone should pose no challenge. Given your assertions, I would appreciate your guidance in this endeavor. The moon appeared utterly earnest in demeanor. Kai raised his right hand and then directly demonstrated. Shortly thereafter, a perfect duplicate appeared beside him. After completing this, he said, "You may give it a try. Simply channel a portion of your own power outward, and you can directly manifest a tangible doppelganger." Is it truly that simple? You initially thought it would be quite challenging, but after just a single glance, she was struck with clarity and inquired, "It is indeed not overly complicated. Shall I guide you through the attempt?" Kai remarked. Yet, scarcely had the words left his lips when, to his astonishment, she abruptly raised her hand and followed up with a question about the necessity of exerting such effort. In an unexpected turn of events, she seized his left index finger with her right hand. Just as Kai was pondering her intentions, she demonstrated remarkable strength, forcibly yanking his finger down and casting it to the ground. Kai's lips twitched momentarily, and he paused in surprise before loudly inquiring, "What on earth are you talking about?" Yu's forehead creased in confusion, but in the next instant, the severed finger astonishingly began to regenerate at an incredible pace. Not only that, but the finger that had been discarded on the ground also underwent a rapid transformation. In the blink of an eye, it seemed as though a miniature version of Yu was standing there. Impressive. This phenomenon could no longer be deemed merely a doppelganger. It was a tangible entity. At that moment, it dawned on him that this girl was indeed a quintessential snot-nosed brat. She possessed extraordinary healing and regenerative abilities. Yet the ingenuity to create a replica in such a manner was truly remarkable. Haha, I'm heading out now, and I'll leave everything here in your capable hands. But rest assured, I shall return with delectable treats. Yu chuckled heartily at the tiny version of herself, pointing at it with an air of unwavering conviction. I'll be so lonely here all by myself. Could you take me along? The diminutive Yu, in an endearing manner, articulated this request, already demonstrating her independent consciousness. Having such an unreliable original was indeed a source of discomfort. Kai gazed at Yu, particularly moved by the petite version of her, evoking a profound sense of compassion. Approaching gently, he squatted down and placed his hand atop her head, inquiring if she would be willing to enter into a pact. Fear not, for I can summon you to dine with me. In such instances, you need only to dissolve the summoning to return to this very spot. What say you? This notion was indeed quite appealing. Yu readily acquiesced. Compared to the tedious task of delivering items back and forth, the prospect of summoning her was far more efficient, not disrupting the operations of the wet-bone forest while simultaneously alleviating much of his burden. Shall we then sign some form of agreement? Is it merely inscribing our names upon a scroll? Kai turned his head to gaze at the moon and inquired, "What on earth?" Observing this reaction, he found himself at a loss for words. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what the scrolls required for summoning were. Well, if they don't exist, so be it. Now, can you enlighten me on how to establish a summoning contract? Simply leave your mark on the summoning seal. So that is how it is. Kai summoned the spirit summoning array, then bit his finger to let a drop of blood fall. Simultaneously, the miniature moon also dripped a drop of viscous liquid into the center. At the moment the entire array turned crimson, it signified the completion of the summoning contract. What are you doing on my arm? With everything meticulously prepared, all that remained was to depart. Yet, at that instant, Kai unexpectedly seized Moon's arm and, with the gathering of chakra, imprinted a mark upon her skin. Faced with Moon's perplexed expression, Kai felt exasperated and replied, "You can use reverse summoning to appear beside someone named Tsunade. The crucial question is, how do I leave? I need to leave a summoning mark on you, as I will also require reverse summoning to return. Otherwise, how am I to exit this place?" "Oh, I see now," Moon replied nonchalantly. This woman appeared as if she were a blank slate, devoid of any markings. Having lived for over 1,000 years, she seemed to embody the essence of innocence. Yet, she was not entirely ignorant. At the very least, she understood how to operate reverse summoning. Eagerly, she began to gather sage chakra, her face alight with anticipation. And in the next moment, she vanished from the spot. "I am departing as well. Once I prepare for my return, I shall summon you." Kai spoke to the miniature moon, and soon began to gather his reverse spirit communication. In another location, the atmosphere was vibrantly lively. Before each individual lay a set of dominoes, and a throng of men gazed with utmost respect and barely contained smiles at the woman seated at the forefront. As the first man, without a glance of hesitation, flipped over 2 cards, he merely cast a brief glance before beaming at the woman and respectfully exclaiming, "Ah, I didn't expect it to be 9 o'clock, Princess Tsunade. Senju Tsunade." With her yellow hair tied in a ponytail and adorned in a green outfit embroidered with a prominent character for gamble, she appeared to be in her 20s, embodying exquisite elegance, particularly in her figure. Among these men, they dared not harbor any lewd thoughts. In the realm of gambling, Tsunade stood out as the unequivocal favorite, the proverbial golden goose, perpetually losing and never winning. Following suit, the other men eagerly flipped over their cards as well. To them, it seemed that victory was assured regardless of their play. Naturally, there was no need to check their scores. Tsunade was the only woman among them who touched the dominoes and began to rub them. While the first card was inconsequential, her expression tightened upon rubbing the second card. When the 2 cards were revealed, the entire room fell into stunned silence. Even Tsunade herself momentarily taken aback. "Lady Tsunade, you have drawn the king." A girl standing behind Tsunade, cradling a small piglet, widened her eyes in astonishment. Others leaned forward in disbelief. It's a full win, a full win. Hurry, bring the money. Tsunade, unfazed yet surprised that she could actually win, thought to herself that if it were just one hand it would be acceptable, but winning consecutively was unexpected. The men were already slumped over the table, some even pulling out their last coins from their pockets. The ever-steadfast Shizune, who had been by Tsunade's side, excitedly set the piglet down and began circulating around, collecting money, and within moments, several boxes were piled before them. Something felt amiss. Shizune, gather our things. We must leave. Without even rubbing her cards, Tsunade merely flipped over another, revealing another king. Yet, in the face of this winning sensation, she felt neither excitement nor joy. Instead, a frown adorned her face, seemingly oblivious to her recent windfall. She turned and shouted excitedly towards the silent figure nearby. Though somewhat bewildered, the figure did not protest. Instead, she swiftly closed all the boxes, clasping two beneath her arms while carrying another in each hand. It appeared that she had indeed amassed a considerable fortune today. Just as Tsunade and her companion stepped out the door, the woman suddenly sensed something amiss. In the next moment, a summoning seal materialized beside her, quickly followed by a puff of white smoke, from which Suki emerged. While her spiritual form had manifested numerous times, it was her first appearance in this world in her true form. Surveying her surroundings, Suki, initially in a state of confusion, soon broke into a broad smile. Particularly upon witnessing Tsunade's astonished expression and the dazed demeanor of the other. She paused for a moment, then exclaimed, "Little Tsunade." With that, she launched herself towards Tsunade, embracing her neck. Up until that point, Tsunade felt an oddly familiar aura emanating from her, despite being certain she had never encountered this girl before. "Who are you?" The silent figure inquired curiously as she regained her composure. "Is that the aura of a slug?" Tsunade murmured to herself, recalling how this newcomer had called her Little Tsunade. The firm's summoning contract with the wet bone forest corroborated the notion that this girl was undoubtedly a slug. Yet, Tsunade reflected, in all her decades of life and countless summons, she had never encountered such a form of slug. "Stop!" Tsunade shouted immediately, pulling Suki down from her embrace. Observing her closely, she regarded the smile on Suki's face with a serious expression. "Are you a slug?" "Indeed. But from now on, you shall call me Suki. I have a name too." Suki proudly lifted her chin, her arms crossed over her chest, while delighting in Tsunade's astonishment. "Lady Slug?" The silent figure gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. "You must be little Shizune, right? Though you haven't been summoned in over a decade, I can sense your essence." Suki pointed at Shizune, her gaze filled with anticipation as she looked at Tsunade, who remained shockingly still, unable to respond, her expression still one of astonishment. "Are you truly a slug?" Tsunade asked again. "Indeed. I've told you, I am now Suki. Please refrain from calling me a slug." A growing crowd began to gather around them, even some of the casino patrons peering out curiously. "Lady Tsunade, it seems this is not the most suitable place for conversation. Shall we relocate?" Although perplexed, Shizune felt a twinge of social anxiety as she noticed the gazes of those around her converging. She turned to Tsunade and spoke. Bang! Just as Shizune finished her sentence, a cloud of white smoke erupted beside them, and a figure clad in pajamas suddenly materialized before the group. Kai. The moment Suki spotted Kai's appearance, she turned around in a surge of excitement and leaped toward him. "Could you please keep your distance, you snot-nosed brat?" Suki wrapped her arms around Kai's neck, her legs clinging tightly to his waist, holding him as if her life depended on it. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, she began to envision their forthcoming carefree life, oblivious to Kai's discomfort, as she nearly suffocated him with her exuberance. Bang! "Do not call me a snot-nosed brat." Suki grinned fiercely and landed a punch on Kai's head. One unexpected arrival was manageable, but to have another follow suit left Shizune puzzled. And even Tsunade felt a sense of bewilderment regarding what was unfolding. What exactly was happening? Why had she not grasped any of it until now? "Kai, I'm hungry. Hurry and take me to eat something. Just as you said, I want to have barbecue. I want to eat all kinds of barbecue." Suki exclaimed loudly, arms outstretched in enthusiasm. "Could you perhaps come down first before we discuss it?" Kai wore an expression of disdain as he forcefully pulled you down from himself. However, adorned in such attire, he felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness, especially when unexpectedly appearing on the bustling streets in broad daylight, under the scrutinizing gaze of numerous onlookers, which undeniably tarnished his image. Casting a glance around, he intended to ascertain his surroundings, yet the environment struck him as surprisingly familiar. Kai, did you not promise to take me to eat? I am on the verge of starvation. Once they had distanced themselves from the throng of people, the two strolled along the street. The bustling short street was indeed lively, teeming with restaurants, hotels, and casinos, with numerous vendors lining the sidewalks. As he persistently tugged at his arm, Kai raised his finger to point ahead, indicating that the barbecue restaurant up ahead was renowned for its authenticity in this area. Nevertheless, I must return home to change my clothes first. Why don't you head over there in the meantime? Home, you replied. I live just next door. Kai had not anticipated that Tsunade would arrive at the short book street, and this return had indeed been remarkably smooth. I didn't realize your home was nearby. How about I accompany you back? You inquired, her excitement palpable. Aren't you supposed to be going to eat? Absolutely not. What if you run away? You pouted, questioning him. The two engaged in lively conversation as they walked ahead, while the other two trailed behind, utterly bewildered. Jingyin, burdened with numerous bags, stared at the retreating figures of the pair, her expression one of confusion as she turned to Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, what on earth is going on with them? If you ask me, who should I inquire? Tsunade replied, slightly furrowing her brow, as her own thoughts remained tangled. However, one thing was now certain. You was undoubtedly a slug, that much was indisputable, based on the aura she emanated and her summoning mark. Yet, she also found herself greatly intrigued by Kai. Who exactly was he? If the slug form had manifested, it implied that he descended into the ninja world in a sage state, a scenario that typically would not occur, given the mutual constraints of the three great sacred lands. Tsunade herself had visited the Wetbone Forest several times, yet she had never encountered such a form. Lord Kai has arrived. It has truly been a long time since you visited us. I wonder what brings you here today? Upon reaching a barbecue restaurant, a woman with fiery red hair, adorned in alluring attire, hurriedly approached. The moment she spotted Kai, her face broke into a wide grin, and she rushed forward, only to be taken aback by you, who was clinging to Kai's arm. After a brief pause, her smile widened as she asked, Is this your girlfriend, Lord Kai? Don't get the wrong idea. I would never have a girlfriend like that. With a face full of disdain, Kai remarked, Prepare a room for 7. I must return to change my attire. Lord Kai, you look splendid as you are. I have never seen you dressed this way. The two behind you must also be your companions, so please, let them in swiftly. The proprietress beamed with enthusiasm, her smile uncontainable, resembling an innocent victim of circumstance. Dear guests, please have some water while we prepare your meal. It will be served shortly. Rather than a private room, it resembled a booth in the bustling main hall, a square table with seating for 2 on each side. The partition stood at about 1 meter high, allowing one to see the back of the neighboring patron's head. The expansive barbecue restaurant was, naturally, somewhat noisy. Do bring me a few bottles of wine shortly, Tsunade commanded imperiously. But Lord Kai is not yet 18. He cannot drink. I shall, Tsunade exclaimed, immediately realizing that the proprietress seemed quite familiar with Kai. Rising, she draped her arm over the woman's shoulder and inquired, Are you well acquainted with someone named Kai? You mean Lord Kai? Aren't you friends? The proprietress responded, her expression one of surprise. Well, I suppose we are just newly acquainted. However, I wish to know more about him. Tsunade produced some money from her pocket, demonstrating her understanding of social niceties. After placing it in the woman's pocket, she fixed her gaze on the proprietress and asked, You are too kind. The proprietress showed no hesitation, promptly seating herself across from them, lighting a cigarette from her pocket. After exhaling a puff of smoke, she continued, Kai is known to nearly everyone here. After all, he is the first person to receive a ban from all the casinos for winning single-handedly. I am not privy to his past. He arrived here 5 years ago with 2 others, one of whom is of similar age, while the other girl appeared to be only 6 or 7 at the time. He suddenly appeared here, and regardless, he is quite wealthy, winning tens of millions in mere half hours at the casinos. Over the years, he has likely drawn at least several billion from them. Even the house they currently reside in was purchased through my recommendation. I wish to inquire about who they truly are, Tsunade asked, her brow furrowed in curiosity. That remains a mystery, despite being only in his early teens. Kai conducts himself with the demeanor of a seasoned veteran, his every action surpassing even those of our age. The most crucial aspect is to be ruthless. He is indeed a formidable little fellow. Although he appears young, he has not shied away from the notion of robbery. In total, there have been 3 incidents, with the most notorious one resulting in the brutal slaying of nearly 20 individuals in broad daylight. Hence, It is no wonder that everyone now refers to him as Lord Kai. Having reached this point in the conversation, the red-haired proprietress sensuously licked her lips and leaned forward, remarking how this young lad has grown increasingly striking. Were it not for her age and marital status, she might have been tempted to pursue him herself. Very well. I understand. Please fetch me a few bottles of wine. Although Tsunade did not acquire the precise information she sought, she has, to some extent, gleaned some insights. Kai, a figure shrouded in mystery, possesses formidable strength despite his tender age. Although he is merely in his teenage years, Tsunade does not underestimate him in this regard. However, the myriad of questions that have arisen during this brief moment is truly overwhelming. Is this your home? It appears quite splendid. After several days apart, and having failed to greet anyone, he has finally returned to the threshold of his abode. In response to Yu's inquiry, Kai merely nodded gently. As he approached the grand entrance, just as he was about to turn the handle, the door swung open abruptly. Kai, big brother. Deshan and Ing burst forth. Particularly Ing, who instantly clung to Kai, tears streaming down her face. Honestly, Lord Kai, could you not give us a heads up before you leave? Deshan wore a look of exasperation, his dark circles hinting at the tension that had evidently plagued him over the past few days. Observing their distressed expressions, Kai felt a pang of guilt. After all, since departing from the Hidden Leaf Village, they had never been apart for such an extended period. Wherever they ventured, they typically journeyed together. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for them to worry during his unexpected and prolonged absence. I apologize. I left unexpectedly. Kai gently patted Ying's back and said, Where have you been without even a word of greeting? We were nearly worried to death. Ing descended from Kai's embrace, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, her tears cascading down her face like a river that had burst its banks, showing no sign of abating. It won't happen again. At the very least, I will make sure to bid you farewell before I leave. Kai raised his hand and gently tousled Ying's hair, speaking with a tone of affectionate indulgence. Are you certain? Absolutely. Kai raised his hand and linked his pinky finger with Ying's, thus making a promise of sorts. Upon witnessing Kai's earnest gesture, Ing wiped her eyes with her sleeve and finally noticed the young girl beside Kai. This was Yu, an exceptionally remarkable individual. Kai introduced Dian and Ing, then turned to Ing and said, Dian, Ing, these two are my family. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Yu. A name bestowed upon me by Kai. The audacious creature, instead of merely introducing herself, boldly took the liberty of wrapping her arms around Kai's. With an affectionate demeanor, Ying's eyes widened in disbelief, her lips twitching as she clenched her fists, filled with an urge to confront the woman. All right, enough. Ing exclaimed. You take her to change into one of your outfits, and both of you tidy yourselves up. Soon, we shall venture out for a barbecue. As Kai spoke, he caught a whiff of his own scent, and without hesitation, he stepped through the grand entrance. On their return, they had been just two, but now, upon their arrival, the company had swelled to four. Moreover, as soon as they crossed the threshold, they beheld Tsunade and another already seated and indulging in their libations. Kei leisurely took a seat directly opposite them. Ing had initially intended to sit beside Kei, but just as that thought crossed her mind, Yu had already settled into that spot, firmly clutching Kei's arm. This scene ignited a simmering irritation within Ing. However, with others present, she could only silently accompany her brother from the opposite side. Clad in a new outfit, Yu indeed appeared exceptionally charming, with her sky-blue hair, blunt bangs, and delicate features. Adorned in a pristine white dress, she transformed into a vision of beauty that was simply irresistible. At long last, you've arrived. If you hadn't shown up, I would have drunk myself into oblivion, Tsunade exclaimed, having noticed their arrival, as she leaned on the table, resting her head on her right hand while directing her attention towards Kei. Her gaze then gradually shifted to Dajan and Ing, as she was already aware of their presence prior to their arrival. These two are my family, Dajan and Ing, Kakashi introduced once more, while Tsunade merely waved her hand in a casual greeting. After Kai finished speaking, he raised his hand to signal, and the waiter immediately began to serve the pre-sliced roasted meats on platters. Additionally, a special stand with 3 tiers was positioned nearby, each layer adorned with an array of various roasted delicacies. The platter of roasted meat before them was indeed quite substantial. I sincerely apologize for keeping you both waiting. Now, let us indulge in this feast. Kai's current attire exudes a rather casual charm. He is donned in a blue plaid casual shirt, while his lower ensemble remains quite ordinary, featuring black athletic shoes paired with black trousers, which lends him a polished appearance. Brother Kai, who are these two? Ing inquired in a hushed tone. though her voice was still audible. I am Shizen, and this is Lady Tsunade. Shizen explained with a smile, her eyes narrowed in delight. As the two were positioned quite closely, separated only by a slight angle. Familiar? It seems I have heard that name before. Ing pondered, struggling to recollect. Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, known for possessing the finest medical expertise in the world. Daxian elaborated to his sister beside him. How surprising. I never imagined this little one would know of me, Tsunade exclaimed with a hearty laugh as she regarded Daxian. I've only heard tales. And to encounter a legendary figure today is indeed an honor. Daxian replied courteously. Could you perhaps refrain from your conversation? Could someone tell me if this meat is ready to eat? Yu's stomach had been growling audibly for quite some time, gazing longingly at the sizzling meat on the grill. Saliva nearly pooled across half the table. Just a moment longer. But I must admit, I'm curious. You're supposed to be a snot, aren't you? Shouldn't you be a vegetarian? Why do you react so eagerly at the sight of meat? With a gentle tone, Kai inquired, but when he nearly uttered slug. The instantaneous change in Yu's expression compelled him to retract his words. I also eat meat, you know. It's just that I've never had the chance to indulge. So this time, I am determined to savor every bite. Extending her hand, saliva pooling in her mouth, she gazed longingly at the uncooked meat, eager to reach out and seize it. However, as she stretched her hand forward, she inadvertently struck a pair of chopsticks against the table. Using chopsticks? How tedious. Yu's face instantly transformed into one of pitiful dismay. Would you care to join me for a drink? Drinking alone is terribly lonely. Sensing the lively atmosphere, Tsunade gently tapped the table with the wine bottle and addressed Yamato and Kai. Oh, forget it. We are not yet 18, so we won't be drinking. Kai gazed at the voluptuous woman before him. In truth, to the majority of people, Tsunade undoubtedly epitomized the ideal of feminine beauty, with a splendid physique and striking features. She was the embodiment of perfection. Setting aside considerations of age and temperament, she represented the very essence of desire for many. Little Tsunade, is that drink of yours delightful? Moon observed Tsunade relishing her beverage with such fervor, and could not help but feel an irresistible curiosity to sample it. Enjoy your feast. It is now ready. Kai promptly placed 2 pieces of meat on the plate before you. If given a choice between wine and meat, faced with a wine she had never tasted, this young lady would decidedly prefer the roasted meat in front of her. Her exaggerated enjoyment of the meal was immediately apparent. As she took her first bite, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. This naive display even evoked a blank stare from Kai, who sat beside her. However, the others found the scene quite entertaining. It wasn't until the plates beside them were stacked high that a sense of regret began to set in, as nearly all of it had been consumed by you alone. The remaining diners could only sip their water while watching his U.S. plate piled high with meat. Remarkably, she continued to eat. This meat is delicious. I want more. You exclaimed, pointing eagerly at the food. Kai, though exasperated, could only wave his hand to summon the waiter once more. My lord Kai, the total for this meal amounts to 12 million taels, but I shall charge you a mere 1 million taels. After their meal, the table was surrounded by towering stacks of plates. The cost of this extravagant feast was unfathomable. Upon reaching the front desk, the others had already departed, leaving only Kai to settle the bill. Unexpectedly, the red-haired proprietress leaned closer to Kai, a playful smile on her face, as she quoted the price. Upon hearing this amount, Kai's expression morphed into one of disbelief. Despite having amassed considerable wealth, he had never imagined spending such a sum on a single meal. Nevertheless, he dutifully handed over the money. As he exited the establishment, the remaining companions were waiting outside. Slime Sage, do you wish to join us? Tsunade inquired, observing you, who was rubbing her stomach. Although it had been many years since she had summoned the Slime Sage, she was well aware of Yu's situation. Considering the future, following Tsunade might mean enduring hunger more often than not, so you promptly turned and waved her hand, declaring, perhaps not. I was brought out by Kai, so I will remain by his side. You may stay with me, but be prepared to work. Kai happened to walk over, tilting his head as he gazed at you and spoke. What? You immediately placed her hands on her hips, glaring at Kai with an air of authority. Before he could respond, Tsunade interjected, if that's the case, we shall remain here for the time being. Although I am uncertain if there are any vacant rooms available for you. Is that true, little Tsunade? Kai's home is quite spacious. There is certainly enough room for each of us to have our own. You exclaimed with excitement upon hearing that Tsunade intended to stay. I have not yet agreed. What are you consenting to? Then it is settled. I shall reside here as well. Henceforth, I hope to receive your guidance and support. As Kai was about to utter a refusal, Tsunade immediately concurred with his sentiment, her expression devoid of any hint of dissent. My Lord Kai, we are genuinely concerned that this woman Tsunade may disrupt our tranquil existence, spoke the mountain man, who, despite his usual preoccupation with physical exertion over intellectual pursuits, had grasped the potential ramifications. After all, members of the Uchiha clan had resided here for many years, and while life had its tribulations, it had also been quite agreeable. However, the arrival of this woman could undoubtedly introduce some degree of upheaval, possibly even attracting individuals from the Hidden Leaf village, thereby disturbing their long-standing peace. In this household, the caretaker Hikari had already fixated her gaze on Kai, aware of the reluctance etched upon their faces, 1,000 unspoken grievances regarding their impending cohabitation. If you wish to stay, then so be it. Hikari will make the necessary arrangements. In times past, Kai would have fretted over such matters, aware that endless disputes could only invite unwarranted calamity. Yet now, the circumstances had shifted. Should he so desire, Kai could face any entity without trepidation. Presently, the state of the ninja world held little that instilled fear within him. Despite her evident reluctance, Hikari sighed with resignation, responding, "Understood. Then I thank you." Tsunade replied with a grand gesture, her words implying that such gratitude was merely Kai's obligation. Is this truly your home? Upon returning to her dwelling, she had been preoccupied with changing clothes and taking a shower, entirely neglecting to survey the vast living room. However, now, as a throng of individuals gathered, the scene before her was quite astonishing. Did you arrange all of this? Kai turned his head to gaze at the towering mountains and inquired. The two siblings instantly lowered their heads, Withing bashfully remarking, I never anticipated that guests would arrive at our home. Tsunade observed this scene before her. Undoubtedly a magnificent spectacle. To Kai's surprise, after merely a few days' absence, he returned to find that 2 rows of towering wooden shelves had been erected on either side of the living room. These shelves were meticulously crafted into numerous compartments, each housing an array of various implements, predominantly made of gold. In the far right corner of the living room, a magnificent golden suit of armor stood proudly displayed. Anyone with a modicum of sense could readily discern that this was an ostentatious display of wealth. The sheer value of these golden items, if sold at current market prices, would likely amount to no less than 2 billion taels. Such immense riches. One could surmise that these treasures might even suffice to settle your debts, Lady Tsunade. Shizen pondered, absent-mindedly counting on her fingers. Initially feeling quite pleased with her considerable winnings from earlier, she now realized that such sums paled in comparison to the wealth before her. Come, let me show you to your room, and we can discuss your preferred style. There is still ample time before evening, and if anything is unsatisfactory, we can have it addressed this afternoon. To alleviate the awkwardness, Ing took hold of Tsunade's hand, not waiting for a response before leading her towards the outer areas. Lord Kai, I shall attend to the cleaning now. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me. Daisen politely announced before swiftly disappearing from sight. The vast living room was now left with just the 3 of them. For Tsunade, this presented an opportunity. As for the dazzling array of gold artifacts, she felt no envy. Her initial astonishment was merely at the realization that one could live so flamboyantly. However, her curiosity was piqued by something else entirely. Kai, who exactly are you? Tsunade inquired, her expression suddenly grave. Upon hearing this, Shizen quickly stepped back a few paces, beckoning the pig that had been trailing behind her, and turned to venture towards other areas of the courtyard. Thus, the expansive living room was left for the 2 of them to engage in conversation. Kai had long anticipated that this woman would pose such a question. He settled into the living room, a place he had not frequented in days. The sumptuous softness of the sofa offered an exquisite sense of comfort. Although the decor on either side had taken on a somewhat gaudy appearance, the delicate aesthetic remained rather pleasing. Crossing his legs, Kai gestured with a hand and said, Please, take a seat. He hoped for a clear explanation, and it would be prudent for her to reveal how she had ventured into the marshbone forest. What was the situation regarding the slug sage? I am willing to answer your inquiries, should you wish to ask, but even if I were reluctant to respond, what could you possibly do? He inquired nonchalantly, eyeing Tsunade, who had obediently seated herself before him. The woman suddenly clenched her fists, furrowing her brow, exuding an air of dominance. Kai did not wish to dwell on the matter. Instead, he smiled and remarked, Who I am is of little consequence. It will neither affect you nor the village of Kanahagakure. I am merely a person seeking a tranquil life. Therefore, I hope that you, the forthcoming fifth Hokage, will refrain from disturbing my peaceful existence. What fifth Hokage? Tsunade momentarily appeared taken aback, gazing at Kai with a look of confusion. Ah, I apologize for speaking too much. There are other matters I cannot disclose. If you wish, you may stay here for a while longer, though you are always welcome to leave at your convenience. You insufferable fool. You always leave your sentences unfinished, which is truly infuriating. She raised her fist and suddenly sprang to her feet, launching a direct attack towards Kai. Boom. You reckless woman. Everything here is quite valuable. Can you afford to replace what you break? Kai merely extended his palm, confronting the formidable force of his opponent's attack, and effortlessly dispersed the energy across the surrounding area. The entire room trembled momentarily, yet fortunately, none of the possessions before him suffered any damage. Such remarkable strength. Tsunade felt an involuntary shock surge within her. Although she had harbored some suspicions, it was not until the moment of contact that she truly sensed the immense power residing within her adversary's physique. Kai-sama. The moment he sensed the conflict that had just unfolded, Yamashita rushed forward. With his three-tomo Sharingan activated, he immediately entered a combat stance. After all, during their meal, he had learned of the other's identity, one of the legendary three ninjas of Konoha, a being of absolute might. If a confrontation were to arise at this moment, he knew he would have to give it his all, for he feared that he would be no match for his opponent otherwise. Upon the sudden arrival of Yamashita, Tsunade initially paid little heed, but as she caught sight of his eyes, her brow furrowed in surprise. A hint of astonishment washed over her. From the Uchiha clan? Retracting her hand, she scrutinized Yamashita closely, her gaze gradually shifting towards Kai. Does this imply that you two belong to the Uchiha clan? Indeed. What does it matter about the Uchiha clan now? We merely bear the surname Uchiha. The so-called Uchiha clan has long been annihilated by Konoha. Kai remained in the same emotional state as before, showing not the slightest fluctuation. Sitting there, she gently tapped her fingers on the adjacent coffee table and then spoke to Dashin, instructing him to prepare some tea. My Lord Kai, she reassured. It is of no consequence. Please do not trouble yourself. Kai naturally understood the meaning behind the mountain's words. Lady Tsunade, the sofa is quite comfortable. Shall we sit and converse for a while? Kai's lips curled into a faint smile as he observed Dashin, who had turned away to prepare tea. He then swiftly redirected his gaze towards Tsunade, inquiring further. It was indeed surprising. He had not anticipated that the Uchiha clan still harbored other members to this day. Still reeling from the astonishment, Tsunade found it hard to believe. It was likely that few things could elicit such surprise from him, yet this was undoubtedly one of them. Isn't it quite poignant? Kai reclined on the sofa, picking up an orange from the coffee table as he peeled it, gazing across the room. He remarked on the once mighty clans that dominated the ninja world, now reduced to just a handful of survivors. The Senju clan, which once basked in unparalleled glory, now found itself with only her remaining. It was a bitter irony that the Uchiha clan, long considered the strongest in the ninja realm, could now be counted on one hand. This statement was indeed a poignant truth. Who in Konoha would dare utter such words in front of Tsunade? Yet, this was an undeniable fact. The once great Senju clan had dwindled to just her. This signified that with her demise, the Senju lineage would face complete extinction. Although some had chosen to live in obscurity, the name Senju was on the brink of vanishing from the world. It was said that the Uchiha clan was eradicated by Itachi Uchiha. How was it that they had survived? Tsunade, devoid of her earlier bravado, asked with a hint of despondency. Many, upon encountering us, would inquire why we still lived when the Uchiha clan had perished. Yet, how many truly understood the complexities behind it? The annihilation of the Uchiha clan was not entirely unforeseen. Even if that day had not arrived, similar events would eventually come to pass. There was no need for further discussion or analysis on this matter. What are your thoughts on Konoha now? She asked, her disappointment in the place evident. Nonetheless, it was the village established by her grandfather, so she regarded Kai with caution. I have no particular views. I am no longer a citizen of Konoha, so you need not worry about me. As long as Konoha does not provoke me, we can coexist peacefully. Beyond that, I care little. However, before you become the fifth Hokage, I hope you refrain from disclosing our whereabouts to Konoha, should they approach with hostility. Each attack would deepen my disdain for that place. Do not let it come to a point where my contempt leads me to contemplate its destruction. Observing the young man speak with such calmness, Tsunade sensed no hint of jest in his demeanor. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled slowly. reflecting on the fact that she need not concern herself with such matters any longer. Reclining on the sofa, gazing up at the ceiling, the atmosphere suddenly fell into a profound silence. In the moments that followed, it was clear that Kai belonged to the Uchiha clan. Had this been several decades ago, the Senju and Uchiha clans would have undoubtedly been in a state of hostility. Yet now, Tsunade chose without hesitation to remain here and reside in this place. As for Kai and the others, they did not reject this decision. They continued their training regimen as they had before, without any attempt to avoid the presence of others. At the break of dawn, even while still drowsy, the three of them began their weighted runs. Initially, Tsunade and the others were somewhat taken aback, but as time passed, they naturally grew accustomed to it. For Tsunade, the short street felt like a paradise. Aside from returning here to sleep, she spent nearly all her time in the casino. However, given her luck, the outcome of her endeavors was, as one might expect, rather predictable. Kai, lend me some money. During dinner in the courtyard, as Tsunade suddenly slammed her hand on the table, the force of the action startled everyone present. It was unexpected to hear her speak so boldly. Lady Tsunade. Tintin called out softly, her tone laced with embarrassment. Yet Tsunade seemed unfazed. A mere glance in Tintin's direction silenced any further interjections. It appears your funds have once again dwindled, Yuki remarked, her expression one of knowing exasperation, as this was not the first time such a scenario had unfolded. Kai continued to consume his meal with chopsticks, revealing no inclination or sentiment. In contrast, Ing, seated nearby, expressed her discontent with palpable annoyance. Lady Tsunade, she remarked, during your 4-month stay here, you have borrowed money on 22 occasions, accumulating nearly 500 million ryo. I am curious how you intend to repay this sum. Why worry? I am certain that I shall win in my next endeavor. So, lend me 10 million more, and tomorrow I shall recover my losses. Did you not say something similar last time? Dasha murmured, her words muffled as she continued eating. Even the wealthiest of families would struggle to sustain such extravagance, as it averages a loss of 100 million ryo each month. To put it in perspective, the annual military compensation provided to his native Kanehagakure barely reaches 300 million ryo. To lose an entire year as compensation in just 3 months is indeed an absurdity. This must be the final occasion. I have a premonition that victory is imminent. Dasha reiterated, unrelenting in her critique of her companion's financial recklessness. Nevertheless, all decision-making authority lay with Kai, leaving them no choice but to voice their grievances without the intention of outright refusal. Is this acceptable? Please, provide a response. Tsunade exhibited no inclination towards a borrowing stance. Very well. However, what if Lady Tsunade cannot repay the debt? Kai gently set down his chopsticks. A faint smile gracing his lips as he inquired, go ahead, speak. He appeared utterly nonchalant, as if completely indifferent to the matter at hand. How about this? I could simply offer you 100 million, presenting you with 2 choices. Should you fail to repay the debt, you can either disclose the method of your shadow seal or repay it with your body. What do you say? Kai had even envisioned a scene where this woman would dedicate her life to tending to his garden and preparing his meals. Regardless, this woman possessed exceptional artistic talent. And if she were to request his assistance in earning money, it would undoubtedly be swiftly recouped. The moment these words escaped his lips, all eyes gravitated towards him, revealing expressions of disbelief. Even Yu, who had been continuously eating, halted her movements, her mouth agape in astonishment at the unexpected weight of Kai's preferences. What is the matter with you all? Kai curiously turned to observe their expressions and inquired, are you speaking the truth? Tsunade, immediately stirred with excitement, asked. Initially, she had no idea how much money Kai possessed. Her first request for a loan was made rather casually, considering the valuable items adorning his living room. Thus, she boldly asked for 20 million. To her surprise, he handed it over without a moment's hesitation. Perhaps out of embarrassment, she only requested a few million thereafter. However, for a woman who had never tasted victory, such sums were likely insufficient even for the smallest of needs. Now, she was taken aback that he would propose such a request. Merely an enclosure seal, a trivial matter to concede. Kai, what on earth are you thinking? Ying's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe fruit, and she felt a surge of indignation. Huh. Kai wore a bewildered expression. I support you, Yu exclaimed, raising her thumb, already envisioning the two of them together. Thus, the matter was decided. However, I firmly believe that I would undoubtedly triumph the following day. As you suggested, 100 million it shall be. Tomorrow, I shall conquer all. Tsunade was practically bursting with anticipation. Eager to receive the funds immediately, and embark on a night of relentless endeavor. Absolutely not. Ing interjected, rising abruptly and voicing her thoughts loudly. Pouting as she gazed at Kai, taking a deep breath, her fists clenched in frustration, she reiterated, I can give you the money, but if you truly desire my body, I am willing to offer that as well. At this point, her face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe fruit. Silence enveloped the room once more. DSHN gaped in astonishment, food spilling from his mouth. Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had heard something truly extraordinary. As for Kai, he finally grasped the implications of her words. To his astonishment, they had interpreted his suggestion in such a manner. His notion of repayment through labor had been misconstrued entirely. The depth of their understanding left him utterly perplexed. What on earth are you thinking? Kai's lips twitched as he gazed vacantly at the young girl standing before him. Setting aside the fact that Ing was gradually blossoming into a beautiful flower, even at such a tender age, the words she uttered were simply beyond his comprehension. He had always regarded this girl as a sister, harboring no inappropriate thoughts whatsoever. Lord Kai, although Ing is somewhat younger, given your stature, such a situation is not entirely unacceptable. Dajan pondered while chewing, simultaneously voicing his thoughts. Kai never anticipated that this group of individuals had so completely diverged in their thinking. Observing the expression on Dashan's face, he truly felt an overwhelming urge to slap him down to the ground, rendering him utterly speechless. Their minds must be in disarray. Kai rolled his eyes in exasperation and remarked, Kai, brother, have something to eat. Ing promptly picked up her chopsticks and placed a piece of meat delicately into Kai's bowl. However, confronted with this situation, Kai gazed at the young woman before him, unable to suppress his inner thoughts, questioning her blushing demeanor. What on earth are you blushing for? He mused. This matter was settled. He demanded the money by dawn. Tsunade, unfazed by such stipulations, prioritized acquiring the funds, believing that subsequent issues would naturally find resolution in due course. In the dead of night, Yu tossed and turned in bed, unable to find slumber. She reflected on their conversation during dinner, propping her pillow higher and drawing back the curtains to gaze at the moon outside. Little Tsunade had never had a boyfriend. What if she were to be with Kai? As she entertained this thought, a mischievous grin spread across her face, revealing a dangerous glimmer in her eyes. Suddenly, she sprang up, slipped into her slippers, and swiftly opened her bedroom door. Clad in a white nightgown, illuminated by the moonlight, her long hair cascading down, she glided through the courtyard like a phantom towards the living room. In the pitch-black living room, the moonlight guided her as she searched the shelves. After a considerable time, she finally spotted 4 bottles arranged on a shelf. Quickly, she seized one of the transparent bottles, scrutinizing it closely, murmuring, "This must be the one." The terror etched on her face was unmistakable. Just as she prepared to depart, the living room lights flickered on unexpectedly. Startled, Yu hastily concealed the bottle in her embrace. "You? What are you doing here?" Deshawn inquired, curiosity piqued as he recognized her silhouette. I came to get some water." Yu awkwardly turned her back, resembling a girl caught in a misdeed. "Oh, it seems there's no hot water left. You should head back to sleep. I'll bring some to your door shortly." Deshawn replied, harboring no suspicion. After all, they were companions now, at least in Yu's case. He still held significant reservations regarding Tsunade and Shizen. "Thank you so much," Yu exclaimed, hastily making her exit. Once back in her room, she released a heavy sigh, peeking through the window to ensure Deshawn had turned off the lights. She then settled back onto her bed to bask in the moonlight. However, unsettling thoughts began to creep into her mind. Even as he lay there, his round eyes remained wide open. After a brief moment, a gentle knock resonated at the door, followed by the sound of something being placed at its threshold. By the window's edge, Yu peered out, observing the retreating silhouette of the mountains. In a sudden burst of energy, he sprang up swiftly, disregarding the water bottle left at the door. He slightly opened the door, closed his eyes, and instantly sensed the presence of others. As an immortal, certain abilities could be effortlessly wielded should one possess the intent. He stealthily approached Tsunade's door, first concealing his aura to appear entirely transparent. Next, he reached out, touching the doorknob, and without opening the door, he swiftly slipped through the crack into the room. The woman's sleeping posture was indeed somewhat awkward, yet you paid it little mind. He extended his hand, and a surge of power enveloped Tsunade before she could register anything, causing her position to shift slightly. She opened one eye momentarily, only to succumb to a deep slumber once more. How does one utilize this? Should it be consumed? Gazing at the transparent glass vial in his hand, Yu stood at Tsunade's bedside, lost in contemplation. If all else fails, perhaps a bottle for each would suffice. With a devious grin, he leapt onto the bed, pinching Tsunade's mouth to pour the entire contents of the vial down her throat, although a small amount spilled over. Such trivialities were not of concern at that moment. As he gently lifted his hand, the force surrounding Tsunade lifted her into the air. Drawing from his previous experience in the living room, he instantly transported himself to this location, retrieving another vial containing a blue liquid. Using the same method, he arrived at Kai's room. Unlike Tsunade, this woman often indulged to the point of inebriation during mealtimes, sometimes drinking herself into a stupor. With her level of prowess as an immortal, she would remain oblivious to any intrusions within her chamber. After all, in such a place, one rarely perceived external dangers while in the embrace of sleep. Kai's demeanor had transformed entirely, although he still entered the room silently. The moment the woman revealed her sinister smile, Kai's eyes snapped open. Realizing that his cunning plan was on the verge of failure, Yu was startled, and in a flurry of movement, she propelled herself onto Kai, harnessing her full strength. A torrent of chakra enveloped Kai, and soon after, he gradually slipped into a state of unconsciousness. That was terrifying, Yu exclaimed, patting her chest to calm her racing heart. Almost immediately, the lewd smile returned to her face as she slowly retrieved a vial of azure liquid from her pocket. Without a moment's hesitation, she pried open Kai's mouth and, with the aid of her chakra, poured every last drop of the potion into his body. After completing this task, Yu raised her hands and pressed them firmly against the bed. In the next instant, Tsunade, who had been in her own room, appeared before them. This is as far as I can assist you, Yu remarked, observing the two of them, and then snapped her fingers. With the sound echoing in the air, she vanished, taking the oppressive force that had enveloped them along with her. You scoundrel! With a resounding roar echoing through the early morning, a tremendous explosion followed. The dawn had barely broken, and both Deshawn and Ing had already risen, accustomed to their daily routine. Though they were curious as to why Kai was not training with them, they decided to proceed on their own, given his formidable strength. At that moment, the siblings were already several kilometers away from their home. Not only could they not hear the roar, but the explosion's resounding blast was also lost on them. Meanwhile, their residence had been utterly transformed. Hearing the massive commotion, Shizen, clad only in her nightwear, rushed out to investigate. However, what she encountered was Tsunade, wrapped in a towel, her face contorted in sheer fury. As for Kai, he was leaping away in the distance, quite unabashedly. His room had been reduced to ruins under Tsunade's wrath. You scoundrel! I will kill you, Tsunade shouted, one hand clutching her towel, as she jumped up, disregarding her appearance. All her chakra concentrated at her toes. Upon witnessing the scene, Kai initially intended to offer an explanation. However, the prevailing circumstances compelled him to swiftly vacate his previous position. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted once more, as the ground where he had just stood was forcefully struck by Tsunade, creating a gaping pit of approximately 10 meters in diameter. With a temperature that must have soared to several degrees, even the surrounding terrain bore the marks of fissures. Observing such a ferocious assault left Kai utterly speechless. Had he been the target, he would surely have been shattered. Hey, you woman, this matter has nothing to do with me. The explanation, rather than providing clarity, only served to incite further aggression. You scoundrel, perish. Tsunade's eyes, already aflame with fury, left no room for discourse. Without granting the opponent a moment's reprieve, she launched another swift and decisive attack. It can be said that the inhabitants of the entire street were jolted awake by the tremors. No one comprehended the unfolding events. Yet the earth continued to quake in rapid succession. Kai, exposed and vulnerable, could only flee incessantly, ultimately finding himself the victim of circumstance. Why should he be subjected to such hostility? Contemplating this, he too struggled to endure the situation. The sixth gate, the gate of view, was opened. In an instant, blue steam erupted from his body. Despite her fury, Tsunade was acutely aware of this phenomenon. Momentarily taken aback, she tightened her towel and charged forward once more, ready to engage in battle. Kai had no intention of harming his opponent. Even during their clash, he merely sought to deflect the other's attacks. What had transpired? Shizen stood frozen, bewildered, gazing into the distance at the two individuals who had inexplicably begun to fight. Meanwhile, the instigator, Suki, leisurely rose from her resting place. Already clad in fresh attire, balancing a plate of unknown pastries, she indulged in her treat while observing the skirmish with amusement. Oh, Kai's bare form is indeed quite remarkable, Suki mused, seemingly unfazed by the gravity of the situation. Why are you so preoccupied with that? You ought to intervene, Shizune exclaimed, turning to Suki in exasperation. Let them fight. If they don't, a rift may form between them, Suki replied nonchalantly. How can you say that? What if something goes awry? Shizune retorted. Concern etched on her face. There's no need for worry. As long as I'm here, I can save them, provided they don't perish, Suki reassured her with a smirk. After half an hour, perhaps the combatants had truly exhausted themselves. Tsunade returned to the courtyard, seated in a chair, still wrapped in a towel, tears streaming down her face. As for Kai, the room had been ravaged, and he had somehow changed into a new outfit. Observing Suki, who was still leisurely enjoying her snacks, anger surged within him, prompting him to seek retribution. To his surprise, Suki casually carried a large bag of treats. Upon seeing Kai, she waved and announced, I have some matters to attend to in the wet-bone forest. I shall return shortly. Before anyone could react, she dashed away. Tsunade-sama, what on earth has transpired? Shizune inquired, her curiosity piqued despite her uncertainty about the situation. Noticing the attire of the two fighters and the mischievous grin Suki had initially displayed, she surmised something was amiss. Keeping a distance of 2 or 3 meters, she hesitantly asked the weeping Tsunade, Is this somehow my fault? You insufferable fool. If you utter another word, I swear I will end you. Should you dare to disclose this incident, I will hunt you down and reduce you to ashes. No matter where you hide. As Kaibun sought to seize the opportunity to elucidate his point once more during the lull in conversation, he was met with an unexpected response. Just as he began to articulate his thoughts, Tsunade's piercing gaze, filled with murderous intent, bore down upon him. Her expression, contorted with fury, her crimson eyes ablaze, and her fists clenched tightly, all conveyed a singular message. Utter another word and face dire consequences. Cough, cough. His words faltered, caught in his throat, as he involuntarily coughed twice, simultaneously muttering under his breath about that old woman who had taken undue advantage while still harboring such thoughts. What did you say? Tsunade, indifferent to whether he had heard her or not, rose with an air of authority, her demeanor radiating dominance. And no, perhaps you should change your attire first. Rest assured, I shall ensure that you is brought before you, so you can give her a proper thrashing. Kai quickly extended his hands while simultaneously taking a couple of steps back. Tsunade understood that this matter had little to do with Kai. After all, before her eyes had fully adjusted from slumber, she had already glimpsed the silhouette of the moon. Shizune, let us depart. Tsunade wiped away her tears, still seething with anger. However, she chose not to dwell on the matter with Kai. Turning, she made her way to her room, and, in less than a minute, emerged fully dressed. At that moment, Shizune stood frozen in place, taken aback by Tsunade's swift return. Hastily, she scooped up the pig that was still meandering on the ground and hurried to catch up with Tsunade's pace. After all, everything that could be obtained here had already been acquired, and the substantial sum of 100 million was now sealed within the scroll. Kai gazed at the receding figures of the two until they vanished beyond the gates, finally releasing a heavy sigh. You scoundrel. Once left alone, the fury within him erupted. Overwhelmed by despair, he collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming down his face. He had painstakingly preserved his chastity, only to surrender it to a woman in her 50s. As if that were not enough, the 600 million he had foolishly invested now seemed to have vanished into thin air. Lord Kai, Brother Kai, having concluded his morning exercise and returned to his residence, he beheld his kneeling figure, still engulfed in despondency, compounded by the sight of the collapsed house. The siblings hurried to his side, bewildered by the chaos. They feared an attack had befallen him, even suspecting that Kai himself might be injured. What had initially brought them relief now tightened their throats with anxiety, their expressions shifting to one of increasing concern. Kai lifted his head, tears streaming down his cheeks, his heart plunged into the depths of despair. Brother Kai, what has transpired? Ing inquired anxiously. Indeed, Lord Kai, what has happened? Deshawn echoed, equally concerned. However, upon noticing that Kai seemed unharmed, their initial worry transformed into mere impatience. The house had collapsed, but that was of little consequence. After all, they possessed ample wealth. One such house could be replaced, or even 1,000, without a second thought. I am not clean anymore. Tears streamed down, a poignant testament to his despair. What? Both individuals were momentarily taken aback. Brother Kai, what on earth is the matter? And where has you gone? With such a commotion, given that gluttonous used penchant for excitement, she should have been here, reveling in the chaos. Yet, Her absence suggests that something untoward transpired during their training session. That scoundrel. The mere mention of Yu's name ignited a furious blaze within Kai, who felt an overwhelming urge to traverse the treacherous wet-bone forest and deliver a resounding blow to that wretched woman. His chakra surged violently, causing the very tiles beneath him to lift and scatter. Dajan instinctively grasped Ting, pulling her back swiftly. After a few moments of cathartic release, Kai composed himself, tempering his emotions. The events had unfolded. Lamenting them served little purpose. Have someone repair my room. I have no further concerns. I need to step out. You shall manage the situation here. Huh. The two, having witnessed Kai in the state of his home, were engulfed in confusion. Now, his unexpected declaration only deepened their bewilderment. However, observing Kai's demeanor, they refrained from pressing further. Dajan nodded in a daze as Kai turned and departed the scene. That old hag. In the river. Kai stood with only his head above the water, diligently cleansing his body. As he scrubbed, his teeth clenched in fury, despite her undeniable beauty and alluring figure. The thought of her age sent a jolt of revulsion coursing through him, causing his skin to prickle with rage. In Tsunade's vicinity, the two individuals inevitably resumed their usual pursuits. Shizune remained at Tsunade's side, having deduced the potential events that were unfolding, particularly those related to the moon. However, witnessing Tsunade's current demeanor compelled her to maintain a respectful distance, hesitant to approach. Perhaps it was due to the formidable aura that surrounded Tsunade, which deterred anyone from challenging her, resulting in a solitary figure seated before a slot machine. With a casual insertion of a coin, she forcefully struck the red button above. And as the screen whirled, it ultimately displayed 3 sevens. Coins cascaded down from above, creating a delightful clatter. Nearby, several large boxes filled with coins stood testimony to her triumph, as if she had thoroughly cleaned out the entire casino's machines. Even closing her eyes seemed to guarantee a win, which only served to heighten her growing frustration. With an exasperated slap against the machine, the outcome remained 3 sevens. The amassed winnings were substantial, leaving the casino owner in a state of silent outrage, tears streaming down his face as he stood at a distance, silently wishing she would choose another venue to play. Shizune, go exchange the money, Tsunade exclaimed, rising in fury, confronted by the mountain of coins at her feet, her anger unwavering. Although she had won a significant amount by the slot machines, the moment of exchange revealed that the total was not as plentiful as she had anticipated. Yet, for Tsunade, the prospect of unforeseen occurrences loomed ahead. Upon exiting the casino, the owner, with a smile plastered on his face, bid her farewell, fearful that this woman might soon return. In a matter of months, the entire Shortbook Street knew of this lucrative figure, her reputation having preceded her even before her arrival. Little did they expect her extraordinary luck on this day. As Tsunade stepped outside, the air was thick with an unsettling aura, granting her insight into the reason behind her continuous winnings. Regarding Kai, although she remained in a state of mild irritation, her age afforded her a certain indifference. She ventured to a seemingly abandoned house on the outskirts of Shortbook Street, long ravaged by the elements, its walls appearing precarious. You've come to hide away again, evading confrontation. This is not the manner befitting you, Tsunade shouted loudly, causing Shizune to anxiously scan the surroundings. Yet she failed to discern any presence. At that moment, a figure abruptly appeared above the wall. It's been a long time, Tsunade. Orochimaru. Shizune's face instantly reflected an unnatural state, whispering his name. What brings you here, Orochimaru? Tsunade inquired, her brow furrowed as she regarded this former comrade. Her words and expression both icy. Hiki, still as temperamental as ever. Orochimaru lightly leaped down from the wall, maintaining a cautious distance of several meters from Tsunade. Enough with the pleasantries. Tell me your purpose. Tsunade pressed once more. I need your assistance to heal my hands. I believe you are the only one capable of helping me in this world. My hands. Tsunade observed Orochimaru's bandaged hands, which were heavily wrapped in gauze. Although uncertain of the circumstances, she promptly responded, not interested. I want help. What if it were at the cost of the rope tree and the resurrection of Dan? Orochimaru unveiled a heavy blow. His expression suggested he was confident he had Tsunade firmly in his grasp. As Tsunade, who was preparing to leave, suddenly halted. Orochimaru's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing his sense of triumph. This was the trump card he had prepared for this encounter, and he was convinced Tsunade would not refuse. Indeed, reality aligned with his expectations. Tsunade stopped, her eyes widening as she began to reminisce about their shared past. Hey, Orochimaru. Seducing someone here. Though over 50, he behaves no differently than a foolish youth of 17 or 18. Doesn't seem like a worthy endeavor, does it? Just as she was lost in memories while Orochimaru reveled in his triumph, a voice suddenly captured their attention. Originally, Orochimaru had come alone. But now another individual had appeared atop the roof, heightening their vigilance. A bespectacled man, having leaped from the opposite side of the wall, launched an attack on Kai. From the very moment Kai first encountered the two, he had already arrived here, and naturally, he had overheard all their conversations. This occurrence was not merely a coincidence. It was fated. As he observed the approaching attacks, he maintained a slight smile and remarked, "If you truly possess such abilities, why not resurrect the pharmacist Nanoyu first? Wouldn't you agree?" This statement was directed at the assailant advancing towards him. As the attack loomed ever closer, the adversary abruptly withdrew his hand. Standing on the rooftop with a look of astonishment. "Who are you?" inquired the speaker, Yakushi Kabuto, whose appearance was remarkably distinctive. With just a glance, Kai recognized him immediately. "What brings you here, you scoundrel?" Tsunade questioned, her irritation palpable. "What do you mean by asking what I am doing here? I merely arrived by chance. But it seems fortuitous, saving you, foolish woman, from being deceived yet again." Kai lightly smiled, her toes gracefully shifting as she elegantly descended to the ground. Her hands discreetly nestled within her pockets. Mr. Orochimaru possesses many admirable qualities, and his hands are certainly not lacking. However, when it comes to matters of the soul, this woman is utterly incapable of resolving them. It seems she has fallen victim to the Shiki F gene. I am intrigued as to why the Shiki F gene did not entirely ensnare her soul. It appears that the caster must have been compelled by dire circumstances. The Uzumaki clan is renowned for their formidable sealing techniques, among which the Shiki F gene stands out as one of the most powerful. There are but a few who can wield such an art. This sealing technique, which exacts a toll on the caster's life, is likely inscribed within the sealing scrolls of Konohagakure, suggesting that only the third Hokage could have mastered it. Given Mr. Orochimaru's current state, it stands to reason that the old man has likely perished. Kai leisurely scrutinized Orochimaru while posing his inquiry. The directness of his words caused Orochimaru to furrow his brows. A look of astonishment etched upon his face. Not only he, but even Tsunade found herself momentarily speechless, and the Metakabuto above them seemed equally incredulous. The expressions of the few present were unmistakably one of shock, their mouths agape in disbelief. As the focal point of this exchange, Orochimaru was acutely aware of the implications of the question posed. Yet, how could one ascertain the truth of such matters in the current circumstances? "Who are you?" Orochimaru inquired. Reiterating his earlier question, curiosity now piqued. He wondered about the identity of this individual and how he came to possess such knowledge. "I am Kai, Uchiha Kai." Kai had no reason to conceal the truth, for Tsunade was already aware, and it mattered little if Orochimaru learned of it as well. Before the other party could express curiosity, Kai promptly continued, "The sealing technique of the corpse demon consignment cannot be resolved by medical ninjutsu. However, I happen to know a method to address this issue. I wonder if Mr. Orochimaru would be inclined to engage in a transaction?" As soon as Kai's voice faded, an assault surged toward him. However, in the face of such an attack, he merely shifted his stance slightly. Tsunade's fist collided with the adjacent wall. Though not particularly sturdy, the wall was still constructed of stone, and her strike shattered it into countless fragments. "If you dare to tell him, I will kill you," Tsunade inquired with a frown, her expression seething with fury. Lady Tsunade, are you jesting? Do you truly believe I have any connection with you?" Kai's words have begun to take on a chilling tone. Moreover, as he suddenly turned his head, his eyes transformed into a kaleidoscope, coupled with the immense chakra energy. The ground beneath him could not withstand such force and cracked instantaneously. Such a terrifying visage caused even Orochimaru to involuntarily take 2 steps back. Though shocked by the revelation that members of the Uchiha clan still survived beyond the 2 he knew, it was the kaleidoscope Sharingan that astonished him even more. It was unexpected that it was not exclusive to Uchiha Itachi. The Uchiha clan truly invokes a sense of dread. Orochimaru, feeling contemplative, took a few steps forward. Now eager to hear what transaction Kai intended to propose. "What exactly do you wish to accomplish?" Tsunade inquired, gazing at Kai. She likely sensed the formidable power emanating from him. Not only had she felt it during their confrontation, but even prior to the conflict. She had conversed with the moon about Uchiha Kai. The latter had merely conveyed in a simple phrase that this individual was indeed formidable, indicating that even if her grandfather were to emerge, he might not stand a chance against him. though she found this somewhat exaggerated. Recalling that the Sage of Snails would not deceive her gave her pause. Yet, given the current circumstances, Tsunade was determined to intervene with all her might. If it were indeed true that the third Hokage had sacrificed his life to seal Orochimaru's hands, it would signify that the Orochimaru before her posed a significant threat, one that could endanger the entire village. What I wish to accomplish. Kawai smiled faintly as she approached Orochimaru. Upon nearing him, she turned her head and remarked, I merely seek one thing, though it bears no relation to the village. I hold no aspirations concerning Konoha. As for what Orochimaru may do to that village in the future, it is of no concern to me. Orochimaru, somewhat skeptical, inquired, Are you truly aware of how to heal my hands? Kawai replied, If you doubt my words, then there is little that can be done. However, I can reveal this much. In all the world, I am likely the sole individual who knows how to lift the Reaper Death Seal. If you are unwilling to proceed, I shall not hesitate to dismantle this final option. Tell me, how long can your body endure? Kai, with a smile that was neither fully sincere nor entirely mocking, took a step back and remarked on the potential for reforming the art of spiritual transformation, suggesting that one might attain immortality through the exchange of bodies. It must be said that Orochimaru, you truly deserve commendation. This utterance was a striking blow. Few are aware of Orochimaru's capabilities at present. Yet, to his astonishment, the other party could discern the crux of the matter with but a mere glance. While Orochimaru was still reeling from this revelation, Kai chose a portion of the collapsed wall, relatively elevated, to sit and continue speaking. Indeed, methods to sustain eternal life are scarce. However, your approach is one such method. Its sole drawback lies in the significant damage it inflicts upon the soul. A mere illusionist could easily dispatch you. This, I fear, is your gravest weakness. Judging by the state of your current body, it is likely that it can endure no more than 3 years at most. Moreover, this body has likely reached its limits. Should you find yourself without hands, you might attempt it once or twice more. Yet, I assure you that after the third attempt, you will pay with your soul and undergo reincarnation. At that juncture, should you encounter a soul even slightly stronger than yours, Mr. Orochimaru, you may find yourself bereft of any chance to enter the Pure Land. How do you know all this? Orochimaru had always believed himself to be invincible in verbal dueling. Yet the words of his opponent struck directly at his vulnerabilities, revealing an understanding of himself that seemed to surpass his own. Under such circumstances, compounded by the display of power he had just witnessed, Orochimaru found himself at a loss for how to respond. I apologize. I find you to be exceedingly perilous. Entering into a transaction with you offers me no advantage. If possible, I would prefer to collaborate with Tsunade, as we have known each other for decades and I have faith in her abilities. Orochimaru declined outright, not due to a lack of trust, but rather because the sense of danger emanating from this individual was simply too great. Collaborating with such a person presented no assurance for the ever-cautious Orochimaru. Will she truly cooperate with you? Kai chuckled derisively, turning his gaze towards Tsunade, and continued, Now that Sarutobi Hiruzen has departed from this world, it stands to reason that he will ascend to become the 5th Hokage of Konohagakure. Do you truly believe he will extend his assistance to you? As for the 2 individuals you claim could aid in her resurrection, those notions are utterly unattainable for you, Orochimaru. Setting aside your current lack of hands, the power of Edo Tensei does not truly resurrect the deceased. Rather, it merely summons their souls from the Pure Land. Among the myriad methods of resurrection, you have yet to master even one. The first lies within Sunagakure, and to be precise, it is solely in the hands of a single individual. The second, I trust, you are already aware of, the ultimate power of the Rinnegan. However, both of these methods exact a toll on one's own life during the summoning process. A feat currently beyond your grasp, Orochimaru. Of course, if your intention is merely to bring them forth for a chat, to reminisce about old times, then that presents no issue. It cannot be said that Edo Tensei is entirely without merit. Both methods of resurrection necessitate the presence of the soul in the mortal realm. For those who have long since passed, Edo Tensei indeed serves a vital purpose. Surely, you understand this. Kabuto, at a loss for words, could scarcely comprehend the capabilities of this little fellow before him. Setting aside the question of strength, the knowledge he possesses is likely enough to elevate him to legendary status in this world. Speak, then. What manner of collaboration do you seek? Orochimaru furrowed his brow, appearing as if he had reached a dead end and could only gamble on a question. Lady Tsunade will become the 5th Hokage? In the meantime, Shizune, standing aside, was indifferent to the dealings between Orochimaru and them. Yet, she felt a surge of curiosity upon hearing Kai's earlier remark. Orochimaru, our agreement is. Kai abruptly halted mid-sentence, for he had already observed that the woman, Tsunade, had clenched her fist, poised to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. There are 2 vials before you. If you can achieve a complete fusion of the cells within these vials without eliciting any adverse reaction, then I shall reveal the answer to you. Kai paid no heed to Tsunade. His intentions had long been prepared many years ago. Yet the opportunity had eluded him until now. Presently, the only individual capable of executing such a task was none other than Orochimaru. Among the 2 vials presented, the first contained the Hashirama cells previously provided by Hinata's team, while the second held his own cells. Thus, what he now sought from Orochimaru was the fusion of these 2 types of cells. Hashirama cells. Orochimaru immediately discerned the contents of the vial. What on earth are you plotting, you little brat? Tsunade inquired once more, her anger palpable. You will come to know in due time. Kai rose, adopting a condescending stance. He was indifferent to whether the other party held the title of 5th Hokage. He turned to Orochimaru and inquired, how long might it take for you to produce a result? I have been researching for decades. I trust a definitive outcome will soon be forthcoming. Orochimaru replied, then let us set a deadline of 6 months. I shall personally visit the Sound Ninja at that time. If Orochimaru fails to provide me with a satisfactory result, our agreement shall be rendered void. At that juncture, I will not hesitate to eliminate you and everyone around you to keep this secret. Kai shot a cold glance in response. Rest assured, Kai, I am even more eager to hear about the method you mentioned that can lift the seal on the corpses. Orochimaru finally revealed a faint smile, licking his lips with his long tongue. However, this ghastly expression was more unsettling than uplifting, as his pale visage evoked an extreme sense of revulsion. Toby, it seems we have indeed acquired something remarkable today. In that case, let us depart. Orochimaru politely bowed towards Tsunade, then turned to address Yakushi Kabuto directly. Is what you said about resurrection true? Kabuto initially nodded at Orochimaru, then fixed his gaze intently on Kai and replied, that is indeed the case. The resurrection technique from Sunagakure is classified as forbidden, known as the self-resurrection. I doubt you will be able to attain it. After all, under the old hag's watch in that village, with your combined strength, you would likely be swiftly dispatched by others. Kai spoke candidly, I understand. Do, taken aback by Kai's extensive knowledge, felt a deep sense of admiration that he was aware of even the most clandestine matters. After conveying his thoughts, he followed Orochimaru, turning away from the area and heading toward the distant woods. Do you truly comprehend what you are doing? Are you aware of the nature of Orochimaru? Tsunade, incensed, found her fury transforming into an unsettling calm. To be honest, she harbored a desire to eliminate the individual standing before her. Setting aside the events of the previous night, merely engaging in a transaction with someone as formidable as Orochimaru could potentially yield irreversible consequences for Konoha, were it not for her own limitations and strength. Tsunade would never have found herself in this position, conversing with Kai. In response to her simmering anger, Kai simply shrugged, turning his back to her and waving dismissively. I have no interest in who Orochimaru is, nor do I wish to concern myself with it. This matter bears no relevance to me. Our connection is purely transactional. As long as our deal fulfills my desires, I shall reveal to him the method to lift the Shinigami sealing technique. Do not assume too highly of me. I possess neither a grand vision nor a heart for pity. My initial aspiration was merely to live peacefully, undisturbed. Yet in this world, lacking strength renders all aspirations void. How can you possess such knowledge? Even the most secretive of matters are within your grasp. I am curious to know what else you are aware of, Tsunade inquired. I know everything, he replied, casting a calm glance at Tsunade before swiftly turning away and vanishing from sight. If one desires something specific, then Orochimaru is indispensable. His decades-long research on the cells of Senju Hashirama has yielded unparalleled depth of understanding in this realm. Once he attains his anticipated objectives, the world will indeed be vast, allowing him the freedom to traverse wherever he wishes. Tsunade-sama, where shall we go next? Kai had been gone for quite some time, observing Tsunade, who remained frozen in place. Shizen approached and whispered a question. Tsunade did not respond immediately. She stood there for a long while before letting out a heavy sigh and finally said, Let us go back. We can finish our meal later. Oh, Shizen was at a loss for words. Witnessing Tsunade's despondent demeanor was unsettling for her. Apart from the time she had seen Kato's tragic demise, Tsunade had always appeared cheerful. Emotions and atmosphere are contagious, with Tsunade displaying such sorrow. Shizen could only lower her head in shared melancholy, even the pig mimicking her posture. Inside the restaurant, the two sat with matching expressions of desolation. Perhaps due to their frequent visits, the owner no longer required them to place their orders. He promptly brought several bottles of wine and respectfully poured one into their glasses. "Guests," he began, "life is replete with disappointments. There are always ups and downs, joys and sorrows. We must not look too far ahead, nor dwell too long in the past. Let today's grief end here. Tomorrow may bring a different dawn." The restaurant owner, appearing to be a man in his 40s or 50s, bore a face marked by wrinkles, but was clean-shaven and well-dressed. He had been observing the pair since they entered, as they frequented the tavern regularly. The name of this establishment, Big Fat Sheep, was known not only among gamblers, but also by the owner. Even when patrons lost vast sums, they still managed to find some solace in dining here, often venting their frustrations with a semblance of relief. Today, however, was markedly different. After offering a few words of comfort, the owner gently inquired, "Since you enjoyed the dishes from before, shall I prepare your favorites and add an extra cherry blossom fish on the house?" "Thank you." Shizen managed to muster a faint smile as she expressed her gratitude. In contrast, Tsunade simply rested her head on the table. No one could discern the expression hidden beneath the table, but the sound of tears hitting the floor was unmistakable. Shizen, standing nearby, felt equally disheartened, her countenance shadowed with gloom. At that moment, two new guests arrived at the restaurant. As the front desk staff prepared to greet them, a white-haired man waved his hand dismissively. From a distance, he had already spotted Tsunade. Upon entering, he had sensed her presence, enabling him to locate her with uncanny precision. Initially intending to surprise her, he was taken aback to find Tsunade slumped over and Shizen equally forlorn. Unperturbed, he made his way to the opposite table. The newcomer was none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Beside him was the young lad, Naruto Uzumaki. Even after the passage of several months, it seemed this fellow lacked any semblance of growth potential. He was oblivious to the subtleties of conversation and unaware of others' emotions. "Jiraiya-sama, I didn't expect you to be here as well." Shizen greeted Jiraiya, who was seated there, her tone devoid of surprise. Despite the years that had elapsed since their last meeting, a sense of familiarity lingered between them. "What brings you here?" Tsunade inquired, lowering her gaze to wipe her eyes with her sleeve. Raising her head, she immediately reverted to her previous commanding demeanor. "Ah, well, it has been so many years since we last met. I specifically came to see how you have been faring," Jiraiya replied with a broad smile. However, at that moment, Naruto's expression became entirely awkward when Tsunade lifted her head. "Join me for a drink," Tsunade declared, grabbing a cup from nearby, and without regard for Jiraiya's willingness. She filled his cup and placed it before him. Then, raising her own cup, she clinked it against his and downed the contents in one go. "It seems your tolerance for alcohol has improved over the years," Jiraiya remarked, taking a deep breath, and without pretense, he raised his cup and drank it all as well. Once he set the cup down, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, and he earnestly stated, "The village wishes for you to return as the 5th Hokage." "Huh. It appears everything is indeed under your control." Tsunade chuckled bitterly, yet quickly furrowed her brow, asserting, "I refuse." Jiraiya seemed to have anticipated this outcome, his expression remaining unchanged. "Only a fool would gamble their life for the village. Thus, I have no interest in the so-called 5th Hokage position." Tsunade bluntly mocked once more. "An old woman daring to mock my grandfather and the 4th Hokage in my presence? I care not whether you are a woman. I shall make you regret it." Naruto's youthful bravado surged as he attempted to leap onto the table to strike Tsunade. Yet, Jiraiya remained unfazed, swiftly grasping Naruto by the collar and pulling him back into his seat. Shizen stood by, utterly stunned. As for Tsunade, she was not angered by the antics before her. Rather, she recognized in Naruto the likeness of her brother and her former lover. However, the fleeting image of that man crossed her mind, and her expression hardened once more. Suppressing her inner fury, she disdainfully remarked, "It is truly unimaginable that at your age, one could evade the threat of annihilation and leave the village with such composure, while you present yourself in this manner. Now, tell me, what is your dream?" "I want to become Hokage." Naruto Uzumaki chose to disregard the preceding remarks, boldly proclaiming his aspirations. "Huh," Tsunade scoffed lightly, following up with, "You must diligently strive for that dream of yours." "Who were you just referring to?" "It must be Uchiha Kai, right?" Jiraiya interjected suddenly. "So you are aware as well?" Tsunade replied, pouring more sake into their glasses with a serene smile. That fellow is quite a formidable character. Have you encountered him? Not merely encountered, I resided with him for several months. He is currently in Shortbook Street. Not far from here. Tsunade elaborated. Kai is here as well. Naruto perked up, leaning forward with eagerness. Kai. Indeed. He was the first person to invite me to a meal, utterly indifferent to my status. I saw him a few months ago while on a mission in the Land of Waves, though he seems to have changed quite a bit since then. Initially, Naruto spoke with fervor, but his voice gradually dwindled as he lowered his head. Jiraiya sat there with his eyes slightly closed, maintaining an expression of calm. Though his thoughts remained inscrutable. Pardon the interruption, but your meals have arrived. A waitress approached, balancing a platter of exquisite dishes. After a gentle greeting, she delicately placed the dish in the center before them. The group immediately ceased all actions and conversation. During the meal, silence enveloped the table, with only Jiraiya and Tsunade quietly raising their cups in a toast, sipping their drinks. The atmosphere was profoundly tranquil. Later that evening, Orochimaru has visited, hasn't he? The night had fallen, with only the lights on either side flickering dimly. Sitting on a relatively quiet staircase, Tsunade held a bottle of sake, her demeanor suggesting she was pleasantly tipsy. Jiraiya plopped down beside her and inquired, he has, just before your arrival. Tsunade responded, you must have reached some sort of agreement? Jiraiya's tone remained calm, but his expression swiftly turned fierce as he declared, if you were to betray Konoha, even after decades of friendship, I would show you no mercy. Let it be. I am not in a position to negotiate. I cannot assist him. The souls taken by the Reaper Death Seal are beyond the reach of ninjutsu. How do you know this? Did Orochimaru inform you? Jiraiya was taken aback, having anticipated that Orochimaru would seek out Tsunade, for she alone possessed the ability to heal his hands. To my astonishment, Tsunade would utter such words. Me? Do you not comprehend the nature of Orochimaru? How could he possibly say such things? As she spoke, Tsunade once again fell into a state of despondency, stating that it was Uchiha Kai. Merely a glance from him had unveiled the entirety of the situation. With just one look, he had discerned the issues at hand. Not only that, but he had also deduced this particular ninjutsu and even proclaimed that the third Hokage had already perished. Once again, it is him? Jiraiya frowned, genuinely intrigued to meet him. He had struck a deal with Orochimaru, seemingly related to my grandfather's cells. The arrangement involved Orochimaru assisting him in researching the fusion of cells, which also appeared to pertain to another vial believed to contain cells. If my conjecture is correct, it likely concerns himself. However, do not entertain the notion of seeking him out. That boy's power is exceedingly terrifying, and it is likely that few within the shinobi world could contend with him. Tsunade could naturally surmise Jiraiya's cautious thoughts. Having cohabited with Uchiha Kai for several months, she had come to understand his circumstances. He bore no malice toward the people of Konoha, yet he remained a person who would resort to any means to achieve his goals. How have you fared these years? After a lengthy discourse, Jiraiya abruptly shifted the subject, regarding Tsunade with a gentle expression. Yet, in the dim light of the staircase, even standing so close, one could scarcely discern the changes in her expression, especially since Tsunade was presently in a state of mild inebriation. Quite well. Upon uttering these three words, memories of the morning flooded back, and unconsciously, her hand on Jiraiya's side formed a fist once more. In the dead of night, here it is, beneath the moonlight. Jiraiya stood atop the roof, gazing down into the courtyard. Even without intense illumination, one could clearly perceive the expression on his face. It radiated an aura of murderous intent, as if he yearned to obliterate everyone present. Ah, it is truly Lord Jiraiya, a rare sight indeed. I did not expect you to grace our humble abode today. Just as Jiraiya meticulously scrutinized every nook and cranny, a voice suddenly emanated from the side, causing him to startle and leap back. He sprang to the ground 100 meters away, halting with a vigilant demeanor, fixated on the source of the voice. In the moonlight, a shadow sat quietly atop the roof, wearing a hoodie with a coat draped casually over it, and donning only sweatpants and white shoes below. Kai embodies the essence of utter relaxation. Surely you must be my guy? I never imagined you would recognize me, Jiraiya remarked, and without hesitation, he bit his finger, pressing his right hand against the ground, exclaiming loudly, summoning technique. In the next moment, accompanied by two plumes of smoke, two diminutive toads materialized upon Jiraiya's shoulders. Young Jiraiya, what urgent matter compels us to be summoned at this late hour? The male toad, Fukusaku, inquired, still appearing somewhat drowsy. The other, the female toad, Shima, exhibited a starkly contrasting demeanor, instantly sensing the surrounding situation with heightened vigilance. Young Jiraiya, what sort of adversary have you entangled yourself with this time? Fukasaku's expression finally shifted from drowsiness to seriousness. It appears the opponent is indeed formidable. However, we have yet to engage them. So I will require the assistance of both of you esteemed sages. Jiraiya's expression grew grave, and the two toads began to focus earnestly. As they clasped their hands in unison, tears began to form on Jiraiya's face. Sage mode. Kai sat atop the rooftop, unperturbed, choosing not to interrupt them. Instead, he observed with great interest a man and two toads. It was unclear why Lord Jiraiya had come to this place. With a leisurely tone, Kai inquired, having betrayed the hidden leaf and allied with Orochimaru, a person like you deserves nothing less than death. As Jiraiya spoke, he swiftly formed hand seals, and then shouted, Sage Art, 5 right gate. This could be considered Jiraiya's most formidable technique, as one toad exhaled wind chakra while another released a viscous liquid. And Jiraiya himself expelled flames from his mouth. At the moment these 3 elements converged, this Super S-class ninjutsu erupted with tremendous force. Initially, he had anticipated that their adversary would engage in a preliminary skirmish. However, he was taken aback by the immediate deployment of such a powerful move. Should he fail to defend against it, this attack could potentially engulf the entire residence. Consequently, those within, be it Deus Han or Ing, would likely face a dire fate as they slept. Furrowing his brow, his eyes transformed into a kaleidoscope of Sharingan. Yet, at that pivotal moment, time seemed to come to a standstill. In an instant, Kai arrived in Ying's room, and the next moment, he whisked the young lady away to the summit of the mountain. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the entire area transformed into a vast crater. A fierce blaze continued to spread above them, engulfing everything within sight. However, just as the house vanished, Kai swiftly transported the 2 others to the mountaintop beside them. At that moment, the mountain was still drooling in slumber, and Ing, sensing the earlier commotion, slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Kai embracing her waist, she initially thought he was in her room. Her face flushed crimson in an instant, but as her gaze shifted downward, she beheld the devastation that had befallen her home. Kai, brother. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Stay here and do not get involved. Kai placed the 2 individuals on the ground, his expression imbued with an unprecedented seriousness, coupled with an unparalleled fury. I merely sought a tranquil existence, never once contemplating altering any established course. Why, then, can even such a life not be preserved? Do you truly intend for the village hidden in the leaves to extinguish it at the hands of another? Kai leapt down from the mountain, and at that very moment, 2 clones manifested at the summit. However, as his body touched the ground, the hair of the clones atop the mountain transformed from black to blue. Entering Sage mode, Kai effortlessly dismissed the clones with a mere wave of his hand, simultaneously immersing himself in the Sage transformation. This maneuver mirrored the actions depicted in the original narrative, emulating the opponent's mode. Upon entering Sage mode, his senses heightened exponentially, magnified 200-fold within the surrounding area. Even the tiniest ant could be discerned with remarkable clarity. Jiraiya, at this juncture, found himself entangled in a significant predicament. Deep within, his expression grew grave, as he comprehended the situation in an instant. The adversary had transported the 2 individuals within the room to the mountain. This transcended mere speed, delving into the realm of spatial manipulation. I understand, Jiraiya exclaimed, taken aback by such a formidable display, noting that the opponent had not engaged in any prelude to their gathering. Furthermore, judging by the opponent's demeanor, it seemed they too had entered Sage mode, likely surpassing the proficiency of his own. Have you contemplated your demise? Kai coldly inquired, once more, again and again. I have not offended anyone. Tsunade's aggression towards him stemmed from peculiar circumstances, yet he was taken aback by the rationale of this individual. Sage art, needle jutsu. Jiraiya disregarded his opponent's words and surged forward with remarkable speed. His already lengthy hair seemed to elongate further, as a barrage of dense attacks was unleashed upon Kai. Sage art, wind release, Rasengan. In an instant, he evaded the onslaught and repositioned himself several dozen meters away. Accompanied by a piercing sound, Jiraiya was momentarily stunned. He could discern that the technique wielded by Kai was undoubtedly an evolution of the Rasengan. It was astonishing that something that had eluded both the 4th Hokage and himself had been mastered by this individual. Jiraiya, the attack radius is extensive. Move swiftly. Shima, having perceived the range of the assault, shouted urgently. Jiraiya was already aware Yet he never anticipated that a rooster would be flung directly from Kai's hands. Summoning technique, Rashomon. Realizing evasion was futile, Jiraiya quickly crouched, biting his finger and pressing it to the ground. In the next moment, 3 ominous gates akin to the portals of hell, radiating a sinister glow, materialized before him. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued. It must be noted that this type of attack was among the least favored by Kai. Not only did it create an overwhelming noise, but the very act of employing it was even louder. For someone who cherished a subtle approach to combat, he was reluctant to resort to such measures. Nonetheless, he wished for Jiraiya to witness the magnitude of his power. The thunderous sound of the explosion shattered the first of Jiraiya's 3 Rashomon gates, followed swiftly by the second, which could barely withstand the force. By the time the third appeared, cracks had already begun to form, yet it ultimately succeeded in thwarting the attack. Every day it's about the village, the village, the village. I have no desire to experience that wretched place, nor do I harbor much resentment. Who is truly responsible for the annihilation of the Uchiha clan? I have refrained from discussing family matters, having finally found a semblance of peace here, only to be incessantly disturbed by your actions, Jiraiya lamented. Kai bellowed with fury, a tempestuous aura emanating from him as he declared, "Should you fail to thwart me today, rest assured that within a month of your demise, I shall personally ensure that the entire Hidden Leaf village accompanies you to the grave. By then, not a single soul shall remain." With swift hand signs, he summoned the mystical art of fire release. Firefly burst. His chakra surged forth, exploding into a formidable presence. Under the influence of natural energy, the fireballs transformed into genuine orbs of firefly light, their vibrant green glow illuminating a radius of nearly 1 kilometer. Let this technique herald the funeral of the entire Hidden Leaf village. His right hand clenched into a fist, a resolute exhalation escaping his lips. In the end, Kai indeed preferred such an assault. There was no significant sound, merely a slightly amplified shockwave. It was as if a colossal tempest of force began to sweep outward. In the blink of an eye, the ground had transformed into a scene reminiscent of a battlefield. The entire area, save for the patch beneath Kai's feet, had seemingly morphed into an immense chasm, as if a gigantic lake had been conjured in an instant. As the dust settled, he exclaimed, "Ha! I had thought those 2 frogs would escort you to my cousin. To my surprise, you are still here and remarkably alive." Kai gazed down into the depths of the pit, where Jiraiya lay still, while the 2 toads had likely retreated back to Mount Mayaboku, having been jolted by the impact. After all, summoning beasts, when harmed, uncontrollably return to their original domain, much like the technique of shadow clones. Perhaps this was the reason Jiraiya could not return. His once proud attire was now tattered, and he lay there, bloodied and battered. The moonlight gradually enveloped the earth once more, casting an eerie stillness over the surroundings. Jiraiya was barely clinging to life. Yet Kai did not rush to intervene. He leaped down from his perch and approached Jiraiya with a measured pace. He had never contemplated inflicting harm upon anyone, nor had he ever wished to engage in unnecessary actions. His greatest desire was to maintain a moment of tranquility. If it were possible, he would not even aspire to enhance his own abilities. Alas, bearing the Uchiha name condemned them to live in a world where they were targets. Now, one could understand why Uchiha Madara sought to unify the ninja world, or rather, wished to obliterate the entire realm. The strength embedded in their genes was not their fault, but rather a manipulation wrought by others. What purpose does the chaotic ninja world serve? He had always wished to remain uninvolved with the Hidden Leaf village. Could they not coexist peacefully? Yet now, it was too late for such sentiments. If you can orchestrate the 1st and 15th days of the month, then let me fulfill my part. There remained approximately 10 meters to cover. Kai gently raised his hand, subsequently elevating it above his head. In that moment, all of his chakra converged entirely upon his palm. The act of forming a Rasengan was astonishingly effortless, requiring no hand seals. The fire attribute chakra coalesced into a spiraling sphere, compressing all of its power to the utmost degree. While it seemed a pity to use such an attack for a mere funeral, it nonetheless represented Kai's respect for Jiraiya, who was now slowly closing his eyes. "Perverted sage, stop!" 2 voices swiftly echoed from above the deep pit. In an instant, Tsunade leaped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Jiraiya. Not only she, but Naruto Uzumaki also rushed over at great speed. Breathless, he spread his arms wide to shield his mentor. "Kai, release Jiraiya," Tsunade implored, her tone tinged with desperation. After all, Kai had previously informed her that as long as no one attacked within his designated range, everything could remain peaceful. Should that boundary be crossed, not only would he annihilate the intruder, but he would also lay waste to Konohagakure itself. From the moment she first heard the commotion, Tsunade had leaped from her bed, hastily checking Jiraiya's room and confirming that only Naruto was present, which immediately alerted her to the gravity of the situation. Brother Kai, how could you so grievously injure the perverted sage? This is utterly unforgivable, Naruto exclaimed, his anger surging as he gazed upon Jiraiya's battered form. Perhaps in the throes of indecision about how to respond, he felt the familiar warmth of his boiling red chakra begin to manifest. The Nine Tails, you dare to show yourself. As Kai spoke with a serene demeanor, he recalled that during his battle with Jiraiya, he had not employed the power of the Sharingan. However, in that instant, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, and the Manjiki Sharingan manifested before him. Observing the emergence of a tail behind Naruto Uzumaki, a subtle smile began to grace Kai's lips. Kai, this matter is a fault of Jiraiya's. We will certainly provide you with an explanation and an apology for this incident, but I implore you to spare Jiraiya. Tsunade reiterated once more. Spare him? If I let one go, and then another, amidst the countless shinobi from the Hidden Leaf Village, who will allow me to be spared? In a fit of rage, Kai's veins bulged, and he hurled his attack skyward. Boom! The night was instantaneously transformed into day, as if a second sun had emerged in the heavens. The clouds above rapidly dispersed in the aftermath of the explosion, creating a gaping void in the sky that was visible to the naked eye. As he released his hands, Kai swiftly circumvented Tsunade and delivered a powerful punch to Naruto Uzumaki's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward for over 100 meters. Upon crashing to the ground, he immediately fell into a state of unconsciousness. Tsunade was about to erupt in anger, but Kai calmly interjected, cautioning her that if she did not act swiftly, Naruto would soon be under the control of the Nine Tails. With a hint of curiosity, he squatted down before Jiraiya, remarking that if this foolish woman could overcome her hemophobia, she might just survive. Otherwise, she would have to bear the consequences of her recklessness. Rising to his feet, Kai turned to Tsunade, stating that he would grant her this one concession, but he expected all losses to be compensated. I understand, Tsunade replied, resigned but with no other option. Upon finally lowering her gaze to Jiraiya, the color drained from her already pale face. Lady Tsunade, Ino, always a beat behind, was momentarily taken aback by Jiraiya's condition. Kai, having reverted to his natural hair color and dispelled sage mode, turned away with an air of indifference. Whether Jiraiya lived or died was of no concern to him. His earlier decision to refrain from attacking was not due to any fear of Tsunade or the Hidden Leaf Village, but rather because of the seemingly inconsequential Naruto Uzumaki. Were it not for this circumstance, Kai would have had no qualms about annihilating them all right there. As for Naruto, Kai did not regard his current strength as a threat. Even with the power of the Nine Tails, he remained unimpressed. However, the individual lurking behind Naruto was an entirely different matter. As the prophesied child of this world, he was accompanied by the Sage of Six Paths, a formidable figure that Kai felt he could not contend with. Establishing such a powerful adversary for himself was unnecessary, which was why he chose to hold back. Otherwise, he would surely face the wrath of that crafty Sage of Six Paths. Are you awake? As the dawn broke both inside and outside the room, Jiraiya, lying in bed, opened his eyes, feeling utterly devoid of any concerns. However, upon reflecting on the events of the previous day, he silently elevated his pillow and leaned against it. Tsunade, who had been in the room without his knowledge, calmly inquired upon hearing the movement from the bed. Ah, you're awake. It seems you're not dead after all. Jiraiya remarked with a sense of poignant nostalgia. I had warned you in advance. Why must you act so recklessly? Why did you go there? Tsunade questioned, tears unconsciously streaming down her cheeks as she witnessed the severity of Jiraiya's injuries, his blood nearly depleted. Overcoming her fear of blood, Tsunade perhaps finally broke free from her inner shackles and hurried to treat Jiraiya. Had she delayed even a minute longer, he might have truly ventured into another realm. Having kept vigil throughout the night, the tension in her nerves began to ease with the sound of movement from the bed. Though they could not see one another, Jiraiya sensed Tsunade's emotions. I'm sorry. After a brief pause, Jiraiya found himself at a loss for words, and ultimately, all he could muster was an apology. I had told you before, in this entire shinobi world, there are likely no opponents for him. Why wouldn't you listen? If you hadn't conquered your inner fears, you would be dead, do you understand? Tsunade exclaimed angrily, striking the table with a forceful hand before rising to shout. Sorry. The same words echoed again. Jiraiya never anticipated being so thoroughly defeated. In the end, he hadn't even brushed against the hem of his opponent's garment. The overwhelming power had instilled a sense of dread within him. Even the once formidable Uchiha Madara had never reduced him to such a state. Uchiha Kai, with his agile movements and terrifying chakra, bolstered by sage techniques, displayed an immense strength. Even without reaching the pinnacle of Madara's era or possessing extraordinary defensive capabilities. This terrifying prowess left onlookers in awe. He vaguely recalled the moment he was on the brink of unconsciousness, when a colossal sun appeared in the sky. Who among humanity could withstand such an assault? As his adversary stated, should he desire to annihilate the Hidden Leaf Village, a single strike would suffice. The ultimate form of the Rasengan had surpassed all conceivable limits. Each attack was executed from an extraordinary distance. Under such circumstances, how could one engage in battle? I have discerned his weakness. Should there be a next time, I will not be defeated again. Jiraiya lamented softly. Weakness? Tsunade wiped away her tears and curiously repeated her question. He possessed extraordinary speed, a capability seemingly bestowed by the Manjiki Sharingan, granting him both immense range and formidable attack power. However, it appeared that his close-quarters combat skills were rather lacking, revealing a potential weakness. You scoundrel, spare me the nonsense. Tsunade approached the bed, gazing at Jiraiya, who was entirely wrapped in bandages. Initially, she had thought he was offering some sound advice, only to find him uttering such words. Had he not looked so pitiful, she would have been tempted to deliver a punch. Are you aware of his other abilities? The inquiry caught Jiraiya off guard. Tsunade was not surprised by his reaction. Taking a deep breath, she turned to the table and continued. Yesterday morning, I fought him, but he wasn't taking it seriously. Even under those circumstances, I couldn't land a single blow on him. He has mastered the 8 gates, and now, at least, he can open up to the 6th gate. I spent over 4 months there, and their training regimen was extremely rigorous, which means that in close combat, few could rival Might Guy. More importantly, he can summon the complete form of the Sage of Slugs. What did you say? Jiraiya, perhaps too astonished, pressed his right hand against the bed and attempted to rise, only to be met with excruciating pain that tore through his body. Blood seeped through the bandages once more. Yet the pain merely elicited a slight grimace from him. The terror of this revelation was akin to his ability to summon Fukusaku from Mount Maiboku, the Sage Toad. The capabilities of the Sage of Slugs need no elaboration. You must already be aware of his exceptional healing and restorative powers, making him an unparalleled support. As long as life remains, he can restore a person to their original state within a short period and replenish their lost chakra. Now, the opponent has also mastered the perfect Sage mode. How does one even combat such a foe? Currently, it is known that Might Guy's right eye possesses spatial abilities, allowing him to ignore any obstacles and teleport. This power is even more terrifying than the Flying Thunder God technique. As for the left eye's abilities, according to the Sage of Slugs, it is a force even more formidable than that of the right eye, though its exact nature remains unknown. This time, while Might Guy has completely resolved your reckless attack, compensation is required, currently set at 1 billion Ryo. After all, you are quite wealthy. You can repay this later. Tsunade leisurely introduced these details to Jiraiya. The earlier information prompted Jiraiya to reassess the opponent he had fought the previous day. However, when it came to the matter of compensation, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Is this extortion? Jiraiya, filled with discontent, queried. Robbing? Tsunade, equally perplexed, responded. You come in and raze their entire abode to the ground, and they have yet to account for the cost of their property. Do you even comprehend what treasures lie within? If Jiraiya were to have such knowledge, it would be truly extraordinary. Upon sensing the presence of another beside him, he immediately resorted to his most powerful techniques, having forgotten all else. After all, the mere fact that someone could silently approach him was astonishing in itself. Tsunade, having known this man for several decades, was all too familiar with his disposition. His living room was adorned with various gold artifacts. The mere worth of those items likely exceeded 1 billion Ryo. Furthermore, he possessed a collection of 120 garments, each valued at over 500,000 Ryo. Not to mention the house itself. Thus, the total sum was considerable. Your single attack obliterated everything, and you expect me to bear the cost? Should I, rather than you, be the one to compensate? Tsunade inquired. I shall cover it. Jiraiya retorted, utterly exasperated. Nevertheless, he was undeniably a person of immense wealth. Though he may not rival Kato, he was certainly a man of substantial means. As Tsunade listened to the foolish remarks escaping his lips, her expression began to soften. "Earth release," she uttered, gazing at the now transformed chasm before her. Kane's heart seemed to remain largely unperturbed. Dashin and Ing had already approached his side. Dashin, in a fit of remorse, knelt upon the ground, weeping profusely. After all, it was only when a more tremendous explosion echoed that he finally awakened to the reality around him. Gazing at the ruins that had once been his home, he lamented his inability to protect all that he cherished. In the face of Dashin's self-reproach, Kane refrained from offering any words of comfort. Instead, he crouched down, formed a series of intricate hand seals, and pressed his palms against the earth. Immediately, a colossal stone pillar surged upward from the very spot he once called home. As the pillar ascended to a height of several dozen meters, the emergence of something within it elicited a faint smile from Kane. Everything remained intact, albeit with some losses. After all, should the need arise, we could always rebuild. Upon seeing the large black box, Kai gently patted Dashin on the shoulder and spoke. Comforted, Dashin lifted his head and naturally noticed the imposing black box. His previously despondent expression gradually began to soften. With tears glistening in his eyes, he smiled and exclaimed, "I thought we had lost everything." This substantial black box had been specially crafted for them, grandly referred to as a safe, and it contained almost all of their assets. "Why are you still standing there? Go and bring that box over." Kai observed that the expression on Dashin's face had softened slightly, and without hesitation, he gently nudged the ladder with his foot, exclaiming, "Oh." The previously despondent individual instantly regained his vigor, dashing forward with determination to deliver a punch to the towering stone pillar. With a sudden surge of strength, he lifted the massive iron object effortlessly. This behemoth weighed no less than 2 tons, a fact that both Dashin and Ing had struggled to comprehend during its creation. Yet, in retrospect, it was evident that everything had unfolded precisely as Kai had foreseen. Once the object was positioned before him, Kai crouched down, placing his hand upon the surface of the safe. As he rotated his right hand, chakra flowed forth, deftly manipulating the lock mechanism within. With a satisfying click, he forcefully yanked the handle, opening the box. Inside, the space was limited, nearly entirely enveloped by iron blocks. However, there lay 7 or 8 scrolls arranged side by side, with 3 perched atop. The contents below primarily consisted of wealth acquired from Kato, with the destroyed items merely representing the tip of the iceberg. Whether in cash or gold coins, along with a substantial amount of precious metals, they were predominantly stored here. "Kai, I've always been curious about the purpose of those 3 scrolls at the top," Ing inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she watched Kai extract the 2 well-preserved scrolls. After all, the 3 of them had been present when these scrolls were placed, and doubts had lingered in her mind, though she had refrained from voicing them. They contained something of great significance. Kai did not provide a direct answer. However, Ing chose not to pursue the matter further, as those 2 scrolls had existed since their departure from the Hidden Leaf Village. They were indifferent to the contents within, showing no particular interest. And quietly took note that these items were deemed by Lord Kai to be of utmost importance. It seemed that henceforth, they would have to protect these treasures with their very lives to prevent any mishap. "By the way, Lord Kai, what shall we do next? Should we relocate? Or is it preferable to rebuild here?" And suddenly inquired. After all, the area they once inhabited had transformed into a vast pit, making it seem impossible to continue residing there. "Why exert such effort?" Kai responded. "I had contemplated rebuilding my home when I had the means. Having endured these trials and received compensation, we now possess ample funds to construct a grand abode. Let us renovate the previous structures. And I have always envisioned a magnificent fish pond at my doorstep. It would be delightful to tend to the fish during leisure and enjoy the serenity of fishing. Thus, let us proceed according to my vision for the renovation." With a broad smile, Kai remarked that such a vast pit would undoubtedly serve its purpose. Deshawn expressed his confusion, yet given Kai's assertion, he felt it unnecessary to voice any opposition. As the technique of earth release was executed, the ground began to tremble. Accompanied by the surge of chakra, a portion of the earth swiftly ascended, reaching a height of approximately 5 meters above the normal ground level before gradually coming to a halt. Furthermore, vibrations began to emanate from other areas, and soon dozens of stone pillars erupted from the surface, connecting above to form an immense bridge. With the application of water release, the foundational portion was completed in a remarkably short time, and the remaining pit was filled with water. Deshawn and Ing gazed in astonishment at the scene before them. While the house was not yet finished, The foundational work had been perfected using these methods. The structure was situated in the central area, with a stone bridge at the entrance directly linking it to the periphery. Although the design had yet to be realized, the progress was significantly simplified. All right, next, we shall begin seeking individuals to commence construction upon this foundation. It seems imperative to engage a skilled designer to conceive a space that is both rational and exquisite. Kai clapped his hands, for the rough outline was already taking shape. Thus, the remaining tasks would require little effort. Observing the current situation, Dashin, who had previously been burdened with self-reproach, seemed to have lifted his spirits somewhat. After surveying the surroundings, he confidently declared to Kai that he would personally travel to the royal capital to summon renowned craftsmen, with the intention of constructing a more grandiose residence. Indeed, you shall oversee this endeavor. Let us plant an abundance of flowering trees around the area, ideally in dense clusters, and perhaps arrange for some fish fry to be nurtured here as well. Expedite the process. After all, we are not short on funds. Ensure that we have a substantial workforce, and aim to complete the project within 2 months. During this time, we can also begin preparing the furnishings. As I cannot bear to reside in a hotel for an extended period, enduring that unpleasant atmosphere daily, the two expressed their views, leaving the execution of the plans to Dashin. Rest assured, Dashin grinned confidently. After all, the distance to the royal capital was not great. A round trip, even on foot, would take no more than a day. At last, the matter seemed to reach a conclusion, with the house already under construction. Given the events of this period, it was time to review the specifics of their situation, assessing their strengths and weaknesses, especially as they might soon confront unforeseen adversaries. Dashin, please share your insights. From their vantage point atop the mountain, they could clearly observe the vigorous construction taking place below. The main framework was nearly complete, with only the decorative elements remaining. The presence of a multitude of workers significantly amplified their efforts, especially since the funding was adequate. Even the simplest of homes typically required 2 to 3 months for construction, not to mention their current ambition to transform a much larger space. The site revealed nearly 1,000 individuals actively engaged in the project, and the logistics of the construction were far from their concern. Presently, their routine consisted of continuing their previous training, interspersed with moments spent watching the progress of the construction. Kai's reflections were not born of sudden inspiration, but rather stemmed from the profound impact of his previous battle against a formidable opponent like Jiraiya. This prompted him to contemplate the circumstances surrounding his companions. Such analyses were not unfamiliar to him. In fact, they had become an annual ritual. However, in the past, the absence of clear benchmarks rendered those reflections somewhat nebulous. Daishan took a moment to gather his thoughts before addressing Kai. As per your directives, Master Kai, after years of rigorous training, I have successfully unlocked the second gate of the 8 gates of Biryaku, achieving a significant enhancement in both strength and speed. Furthermore, I have mastered the technique of body flicker, although its application remains limited by the frequency and distance of usage, primarily due to a deficiency in chakra. Consequently, my offensive capabilities are rather constrained. I estimate that my current prowess aligns with that of AJ Nin. I believe a recap is unnecessary, he continued, as the situation aligns closely with what my brother has conveyed. Despite extensive training, I have merely awakened the second tomo of the Sharingan, and my mastery of the body flicker technique leaves much to be desired. Nonetheless, I can manage basic positional movements. Interestingly, my culinary skills have seen remarkable improvement. By the end of his statement, Ing exuded an air of unwavering confidence. Despite having endured numerous challenges, Ying's abilities undoubtedly stood out among her peers. Yet, given her exceptional circumstances, her current status could only be interpreted as a matter of innate talent. Daishan, on the other hand, had demonstrated relentless determination, successfully awakening the third tomo of the Sharingan and achieving J-Nin level strength, a feat unmatched even by their parents, let alone their grandfather. This could be regarded as a breakthrough of hereditary limitations. As for Ing, it seemed she had not devoted much thought to the cultivation of ninjutsu. Instead, she appeared more inclined to pursue her passion for cooking, aspiring to become a devoted homemaker in the future. Kai had initially hoped to glean some unique insights from them, but much to his dismay, their discourse revolved around the same familiar themes. The sentiments expressed last year echoed those of this year, rendering any profound impressions they might have had somewhat inconsequential. As long as they remained together, Kai felt assured of their mutual safety. As for himself, he found his abilities lacking in various aspects. His illusionary skills were somewhat deficient, a predicament he accepted with resignation. Furthermore, his perceptual acuity was regrettably inadequate, preventing him from achieving the remarkable prowess of true masters who could instantly sense threats within a range of several kilometers, or even tens of kilometers. His own awareness extended merely a few hundred meters, which, in perilous situations, felt alarmingly insufficient, akin to a master like Jiraiya, who could traverse such distances in the blink of an eye. For him, this was an excessively passive state of being. He resolved to venture out, with the intention of perhaps recruiting another companion. Currently, the deficiency among their group lay in their perceptual capabilities. When confronted by those of considerable strength, they found themselves unduly vulnerable, often unaware of their approach until it was too late. Given that they had some time to spare, he began to make preparations. I too shall go. Kay had not yet finished speaking when Ing immediately raised her hand in excitement. I followed suit, eager to lend a hand wherever possible, at least to contribute my strength. Dasha, too, voiced his unease. After surveying the situation below, Kay estimated the time and then smiled, saying, well then, after all, we can look after each other. However, our next destination is the land of rice, which is not much further from the land of hot water. If that is the case, let us prepare. All right. Yes, Lord Kay. Having never contemplated conflict, one must remember that others may still drag you into strife. Some matters are far more intricate than one might imagine. Seeking a tranquil life requires that others grant you such a privilege. Tsunade of the Leaf Village returned here alongside Jiraiya and the others. Upon reaching the gates, she gazed upon this place she had not set foot in for over 20 years, and an array of emotions surged within her. Since leaving, she had never envisioned returning. Yet here she was, unexpectedly stepping back into this familiar territory. Memories flooded her mind in an instant. After a long pause, she finally mustered the resolve to step boldly onto the village path. The guards stationed at the entrance had already knelt on one knee. Despite the long absence of over 20 years, they recognized her instantly. The entire Leaf Village buzzed with news of Tsunade's return to assume the role of the fifth Hokage. Although her return was somewhat belated, the streets, particularly around the Hokage building, were already filled with welcoming faces. Everyone was eager to catch a glimpse of what the new fifth Hokage would look like. For those of slightly older age, Tsunade's image would naturally evoke many memories. Even the younger generation had heard of the legendary Sannin and were filled with great admiration. Though the Hokage's office had yet to officially convene a press conference, and no announcements had been made, Tsunade found herself thrust directly into the responsibilities of her new role upon her return. Upon entering and seeing the mountain of paperwork before her, she immediately considered retreating. At that critical moment, Shizune seized her arm, urging, Lady Tsunade, this is your workload moving forward. It has already been over a month without a Hokage, so the initial tasks will be more abundant, but they will lessen over time. If so much had accumulated in just over a month, what would the future hold? Tsunade felt a wave of reluctance wash over her. The village now required her to take the reins, and this situation could not persist for long. If it continued like this for another month or two, the village might truly descend into chaos. Therefore, it was imperative that she embrace her duties as Hokage. Jiraiya appeared behind them unexpectedly and spoke with righteous indignation. You wouldn't hesitate to become Hokage for such trivial matters, would you? Tsunade inquired. Well, naturally. I have other matters to attend to, Jiraiya replied, his arms crossed behind his head, pouting in a manner that suggested evasion. I'm not interested anymore. Tsunade insisted on leaving, as the office was overwhelmed with documents that, even if she were to glance at them, would take her over a month to review. For someone who had not put pen to paper in decades, these papers were a daunting task. All right. How about I assist you in sorting through these piles? Once done, you can comfortably assume your position as Hokage. Also, there is a Hokage press conference scheduled in 10 days. Prepare a few words for your speech. Just a couple of sentences will suffice. However, you still need to tackle the current workload. He pushed Tsunade into the room, while he himself entered with an expression of utter despair. He had only glanced inside from the doorway, but upon truly stepping in, he realized the sheer volume of paperwork was indeed overwhelming. Yet, as she sat down, Tsunade's demeanor transformed completely. Shizune, notify the archives to retrieve information on the Uchiha clan and also about Uchiha Kai. As soon as she settled into the Hokage chair, she exuded authority, calling out to Shizune who stood nearby. No need. The information has already been here for the past 2 days, Shizune replied. Konoha Village has classified him as an S-rank rogue ninja several months ago. The stack of documents before you is precisely that. You may review it. Before Shizune could react, Jiraiya pointed at the pile of papers. Tsunade was somewhat taken aback, but did not dwell on it. She untied the string of the file and began to peruse its contents. Is this all? In a short while, Tsunade had finished reading, perplexed by the information. Previously, I learned that Uchiha Kai was born in the civilian district of the Uchiha clan and had not garnered much attention. It was known that he financed his own education at the Ninja Academy, having lost his parents during the Third Great Ninja War. His family previously dealt in ninja tools, so he must have inherited a fair amount of wealth. He also supported Uchiha Daizen's enrollment in the Ninja Academy. However, he was utterly at the bottom of his class. During his 4 years at the academy, he was remarkably poor in performance. Yet, he possessed a distinct talent in physical techniques, as his teacher, Might Guy, could attest. After all, it was Guy who taught him the 8 gates. As for the subsequent events, no one truly knows how they transpired. 6 years ago, the Uchiha clan was annihilated, and the circumstances of his survival and departure from the village remain shrouded in mystery. However, I conducted a brief investigation over the past few days, and it is most plausible that he was aided by the Hyuga clan. If the other party had not concealed their abilities at the time, it would imply that during his years away, his strength has undergone remarkable advancement. Should he have been hiding his prowess while in Konoha, it would only suggest that he is exceedingly formidable. The detailed information lies within, and the news of his survival reached the third Hokage through an informant. This is how it became known that he still exists. Root dispatched over 40 operatives, including 8 Jonin, and the remainder being Chunin. Yet, in the end, all perished without a sound. Coupled with this recent confrontation, it is likely that he employed an exceedingly exaggerated ninjutsu, obliterating everyone in one fell swoop. Soon after, the intelligence emerged that he had slain the world-renowned tycoon, Kato, and acquired all his wealth. This was corroborated by Kakashi. Jiraiya sat there, gazing at the mountain of documents that had been delivered while addressing Tsunade. It was his first failure in life, and the defeat was utterly comprehensive. Thus, Jiraiya found himself particularly concerned about Uchiha Kai. Upon her return to the village, Tsunade's foremost desire was a couple of days of rest. However, Jiraiya, in contrast, immediately set about dispatching individuals to organize the materials. Notify them to summon Might Guy to see me, Tsunade commanded, momentarily hesitating as she looked over Uchiha Kai's dossier, before calling out loudly. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Naturally, the task of conveying orders was entrusted to Shizune. There was no need for her to personally shout. Someone was already stationed at the entrance to handle such matters. Lady Fifth. It was not long before Might Guy appeared, bearing a serious expression. Although he addressed her as such, he had yet to officially assume the role of Hokage. Thus, the unnecessary formalities were deemed unnecessary. The reason I called you here is to inquire about one matter. Tsunade rose, having been away for over 20 years. Her familiarity with the present Might Guy was somewhat limited. However, en route, she had perused some information regarding him and gleaned a basic understanding of the situation. Lady Fifth must be seeking information about young Kai, am I correct? Without waiting for her to respond, even the not-so-bright Might Guy had surmised her intention. It was indeed rare for him to be summoned alone for such matters. After all, the third Hokage had once sought him in a similar manner. The Hidden Leaf Village issued a notification declaring Uchiha Kai an S-rank ninja, yet he was away on a mission at that time, only returning 2 months later. Upon hearing the news, Might Guy's expression was one of sheer disbelief. He stood frozen, eyes wide, until he gradually regained his composure. To be honest, his initial reaction to such information was shock, swiftly followed by indignation. It was incomprehensible that, despite the death of his disciple, this matter was still being brought to light. It was only after Kakashi personally informed him that Might Guy grasped the full context of the situation. Kakashi, is Shao Kai truly alive? He pondered. How did he survive back then? And why hasn't he sought me out? It seemed that they were living well, and if they were untroubled, that was all the better. Atop Hokage Rock, Guy appeared composed, though tears of emotion streamed from his eyes. Each recollection of that final lunch together felt as if Uchiha Kai was conveying significant messages to him, yet he had failed to perceive them. The ultimate news he received was the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. This overwhelming sense of guilt lingered within Might Guy. He never anticipated that upon returning from his mission, he would hear the news that Uchiha Kai was still alive. Might Guy was unsure whether to rejoice or mourn. Thus, the only course of action left was to seek out his dearest friend. Alive. This was indeed true, and he was thriving, growing ever more powerful. Is that so? Kai did not pay much attention. He was indifferent to whether his disciple was a traitor or to the circumstances surrounding him. All that mattered was knowing that the other was doing well. Subsequently, the third Hokage sought him out to inquire in detail about Uchiha Kai's situation. Before long, the third Hokage passed away, and now, with the fifth Hokage at the helm, he was summoned once more. Since it was not the entire team, it could only signify a matter concerning Uchiha Kai. Might Guy, though not particularly astute, possessed a clear understanding of certain matters. This is why, even before Tsunade could voice her inquiries, Kai was already ready with answers. So you are aware, Tsunade remarked, realizing there was no need to delve into further details. I wish to understand everything regarding Uchiha Kai. Tsunade slowly rose, her expression not overly grave, yet she looked at him with sincere intent. There is nothing to discuss. Might Guy boldly refused. Even Jiraiya and Shizen, who were present, found this response quite astonishing. However, he continued, stating that he had already conveyed everything pertinent and that it had been documented. Presumably, all information regarding the records was available. If he were to add anything, it would be that he sensed young Kai had an uncanny ability to foresee many events. As for anything beyond that, he was uncertain, at least when they were together. Kai was a diligent youth, serious, obedient, opinionated, and humorous. A boy who adhered to the convictions of his heart. And what about his eyes and chakra? Jiraiya inquired. The Sharingan, perhaps? Kai hesitated momentarily, turning to Jiraiya with a faint smile, stating, I have never inquired about such matters, nor am I privy to any information. He has never mentioned it. Regarding chakra, Teacher Kai, I am indeed a formidable individual. Were it not for the Uchiha surname, I would undoubtedly become an existence surpassing any Hokage. As Might Guy recalled Uchiha Kai's previous declaration before him, he initially assumed it to be a jest. In the beginning, Uchiha Kai intentionally concealed everything. However, as time progressed, he gradually revealed snippets of his situation to Might Guy, though Guy merely regarded these disclosures as humor. Reflecting on it now, Tsunade declared, in my capacity as the fifth Hokage, I hereby assign you an S-rank mission, alongside Kakashi's Team 7 and your own Team 3, to locate Uchiha Kai and bring him back to Konohagakure. This notion had already crossed her mind upon leaving the short book street. Although Uchiha Kai had committed numerous acts detrimental to the village, it must be noted that he never actively sought to engage in such actions. To Tsunade, this indicated that he possessed no fundamentally egregious traits. Not long after the Uchiha clan's annihilation, he was aware of the circumstances and, based on his understanding of the third Hokage, he naturally recognized the village's involvement in the process. Everything had now aligned, from Might Guy's earlier words. It was clear that Uchiha Kai could indeed foresee far more than anticipated. Such extraordinary power, if harnessed within Konohagakure, would undoubtedly bolster the village. I refused to accept this mission. Just as Tsunade envisioned the scenario of Uchiha Kai returning to the village, Might Guy suddenly interjected with a grave refusal. At his words, Tsunade's brows furrowed instantly. Yet, Might Guy maintained his serious demeanor, stating, I apologize, Lady Tsunade, but I must first attend to other tasks. During this time, I shall not be in the village. As for young Kai, he is thriving outside. Why must he return to this village? If I were in his position, I would make the same choice. Furthermore, what purpose would it serve to return here with such immense power? Possessing boundless wealth would render his return even more futile. Young Kai once professed his deep affection for this village, but that does not imply it has the right to take everything from him. Thus, I must decline this mission. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Observing Might Guy's expression, Tsunade could only helplessly wave her hand. Who in the entirety of Konohagakure could persuade Uchiha Kai to return? It seems that apart from Might Guy, it is indeed difficult to find another individual. She is not incapable of comprehending Might Guy's feelings, especially since she is yet to assume the position of Hokage. She can only wait until the Hokage ceremony concludes for her to be fully acknowledged by all. Although she was once one of the legendary Sannin, she has been away from the village for over 20 years, and many have never laid eyes on her. Thus, in the face of this sudden Hokage, it is likely that many within Konoha harbor a degree of dissatisfaction. The support for her ascension to Hokage primarily stems from her lineage as the granddaughter of the first Hokage. But what does that truly matter? Why this sudden desire to bring that individual back? Upon witnessing Might Guy's departure and the closing of the Hokage office door, Jiraiya could not help but express his curiosity. He even began to display some emotion, for in his eyes, Uchiha Kai was undoubtedly a figure of considerable danger. How many individuals of the same caliber as a Kage remain in the village now? Tsunade asked bluntly, her straightforward inquiry leaving Jiraiya momentarily speechless. After a brief hesitation, He admitted that there were hardly any. Those formidable figures of the past had either departed from the village or met their demise in battle. The current state of Konoha pales in comparison to its former glory. Its overall strength has diminished by several tiers. The number of ninjas in the village has decreased by nearly 10,000 compared to those times. Now that I am to assume the role of Hokage, I shall naturally implement corresponding policies to prevent the outbreak of war and vigorously cultivate the talents within the village. Only in this manner can Konoha return to its former splendor. Yet, even so, there is no need to bring that individual back, is there? Uchiha Kai is quite commendable. He is easygoing and harbors no malevolent intentions. If only. Silence. Konoha originally intended to provide an explanation. Although she was aware of the events between Tsunade and that young fellow, it was not his intention, and thus, she could not place the blame on him. From their months of cohabitation, Konoha had developed a favorable impression of Uchiha Kai and his companions. After all, it is quite rare in the shinobi world to find someone willing to lend money over 20 times without expectation of repayment. Knowing full well that the most she would receive in return was perhaps a few complaints from that young girl. Yet, who would not exhibit a similar attitude in such circumstances? However, before she could finish her praise, Jiraiya suddenly erupted in anger, vehemently silencing her. Such matters are non-negotiable. That individual possesses terrifying power. If he were to unleash chaos within the village due to the enmity towards the Uchiha clan, who among us could possibly thwart him? The formidable ninjutsu you have witnessed is capable of annihilating an entire village with but a single strike. How can we ensure the safety of such perilous individuals within our borders? Jiraiya rose, his expression grave as he articulated his perspective. From his vantage point, his concerns were indeed justified. Uchiha Kai's strength was overwhelmingly formidable. No one in the village could hope to restrain him. His apprehensions were not unfounded, especially considering the annihilation of the Uchiha clan and the apparent awareness of the adversary regarding these events, coupled with the village's involvement in the tragic truth behind that massacre. Should the enemy harbor intentions of a similar nature, the dangers posed upon entering the village are beyond imagination. Tsunade understood Jiraiya's sentiments and, exhaling deeply, raised her hand in a gesture of concession, closing her eyes as she stated that the matter would be set aside for the moment. However, it was evident that the affairs within the village required meticulous reevaluation. Earlier, I casually perused a few reports and was taken aback to find that even the most trivial matters concerning the former guard unit required direct scrutiny by the Hokage. Surely, even 10 Hokages would be overwhelmed by the minutiae of such trivialities. I was already aware of what you mentioned. This issue has lingered for several years since the Uchiha clan's demise, with no family willing to assume responsibility for the guard unit's affairs. Moreover, it was the head of the Hyuga clan who insisted that the third Hokage handle the matter. In the absence of anyone willing to take charge, all reports naturally found their way here. However, it seems that relinquishing this proverbial hot potato now is quite impossible, Jiraiya remarked. It must be noted that despite his infrequent appearances, often absent from the village for years, he nonetheless remained remarkably well informed about the happenings in Konoha. I see now. Tsunade had never anticipated that the role of Hokage was so starkly different from her expectations. This was not merely a position of leadership, but rather that of a caretaker. Lord Kai, it appears there is little of merit to be found here. I never imagined this place could be so dilapidated. As the carriage traversed the route, Tsunade observed the derelict villages lining the road. That some areas were even habitable was surprising. After several days of slow travel, one could at least appreciate the diverse scenery and witness various people in their lives. The land of rice was indeed far worse than she had envisioned. The citizens residing here, whenever encountered, appeared gaunt and malnourished. Prolonged nutritional deficiencies had rendered each individual hunched as they walked. Given our arrival here, it is imperative that we pursue our own objectives. In times of conflict, it is these small nations, caught between great powers, that suffer the gravest consequences. These individuals harbor an overwhelming attachment and obsession for this place. Otherwise, even if they were to escape to the land of fire or the land of waterfall, their living conditions would not have deteriorated to such an extent. This region boasts the most fertile plains and the finest aquatic resources. However, what distinguishes it is its proximity to the land of fire, rendering it seldom a victim of the power struggles among great nations. Some circumstances may be attributed to natural disasters, but a greater portion is likely the result of human intervention. Naturally, Kai observed the conditions of the villages and towns flanking the roads, yet he felt little sympathy, for such matters were neither his concern nor within his power to rectify. Boom. As the words left his lips, before the two remaining companions could express their astonishment, a colossal stone suddenly plummeted from the sky, landing squarely in the middle of the road. Following this, two peculiar figures, their faces obscured by masks, leaped atop the massive rock. The one on the right appeared exceptionally robust, wielding an object resembling a large hammer. His visage bore a half-mask, and his skin was an ominous shade of black, speckled with various dark spots. The other figure, slightly more slender, displayed a similar skin tone and markings. "Lord Kai, allow me to deal with them," DSH declared, preparing to advance. However, just as he was about to act, Kai interjected, "Wait." Shortly after, an individual descended from the carriage and through the glass. Kai could discern their identity. The skin and dark spots were merely manifestations of cursed seal power. "Where is Orochimaru?" Kai straightforwardly inquired. "Orochimaru?" The name struck Yamashita as oddly familiar, yet he could not place it. At that moment, Ing dismounted from the carriage, her heart fluttering with unease as she beheld the two peculiar figures before her. "Who are you?" asked the slender figure obstructing their path. "Just tell Orochimaru that I have come to negotiate with him." "Huh. Such words are far too audacious for little ones like you to utter in the presence of Lord Orochimaru. Present your heads, and he shall surely recognize you." After the slight figure revealed a sinister smile, he swiftly gestured with his hand. Instantly, the enormous figure raised the colossal hammer he wielded and leapt toward Kai and his companions with a fierce intent to strike. The appearance of these two was a clear indication that the Sound Village could not be far off. If they were unwilling to engage in civil discourse, then let the matter be left to you. Calmly, Kai addressed the towering mountain, which was, in fact, eagerly awaiting his words. Just as the hefty figure was about to land, the mountain sprang into action, leaping with incredible speed beneath his adversary. In one swift motion, he delivered a powerful kick, striking directly at the opponent's chest. The tremendous force sent the hefty figure hurtling backward. As the colossal figure crashed into the large rock they had previously tossed, the slender individual swiftly hurled 5 or 6 shuriken towards the mountain. However, it was widely accepted that such projectiles could hardly inflict harm. The slender one's intent in throwing the shuriken was merely to divert the mountain's attention, while he himself dashed forward at an impressive speed. Wielding 2 knives with remarkable agility, one could not help but admire his swift movements. Indeed, he possessed a certain finesse, a skill that was undeniably evident. As he closed the distance, the sight of the mountain's 3-tomo Sharingan instinctively prompted him to retreat. Yet, with the fight already initiated, the mountain would not allow him to escape unscathed. In an instant, he appeared before his opponent, delivering a heavy punch to the abdomen. Again, the adversary was sent flying. But this time he managed to land on his feet. "Are you the copy ninja Kakashi?" the slender one inquired, astonished. Even Kai found himself perplexed by the logic of this encounter. The mountain, equally bewildered by the question, stood in silence. Meanwhile, the previously downed hefty figure staggered to his feet, brushed off the dust from his shoulders, and took a deep breath. The dark spots on his skin began to rapidly spread from his head across his body, transforming his complexion from gray to a deep black. In a mere moment, his arms morphed into something fearsome and grotesque. The slender individual, not to be outdone, followed suit and underwent a similar transformation. Was their pursuit of Orochimaru truly worth such drastic measures? Kai wore an expression of utter disbelief, unable to fathom the thoughts of these dim-witted individuals. Although he was not particularly concerned about the passage of time, the sight of the two in their current state made it evident that they were not something that Dashin could easily handle. The lean man clearly excelled in speed, while the burly figure undoubtedly possessed immense strength. Yet, when Kai saw the fervor in Dashin's eyes, he felt no urgency to intervene. The anticipation was palpable. In Dashin's gaze, there was not a trace of fear. Rather, his face was alight with excitement. With the manipulation of his 3-tomo Sharingan, every movement of his opponent appeared to unfold in slow motion. The lean man initiated the attack, exhibiting no significant change, save for the increased density of the acne scars on his skin. However, his speed had escalated beyond measure. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, his form eluding the naked eye, leaving only the rustling leaves in his wake. "Gotcha!" The dagger in the lean man's hand was poised to graze Dashin's neck, and he wore an expression of assured victory. What was he so proud of? Dashin furrowed his brow slightly before abruptly lowering his body. The blade glided past, barely brushing his hair. In the midst of the lean man's surprise, the burly figure's attack followed suit. to prevent these two from demolishing his cart. Dashin swiftly maneuvered toward the woods behind them. The burly man, lured by the movement, wielded a massive iron hammer as if it were a mere wooden stick. Any tree that barely grazed it shattered upon contact, leaving one to ponder the devastation wrought by its descent. One down, and then I shall savor the rest. Initially, the lean man intended to pursue, but upon sensing the scant chakra within Kai, he unexpectedly darted toward him. The knife in his hand swung incessantly, as if to reclaim the dignity lost in their previous encounter. Poof! How shameless. They had been faring well, so why resort to ambushing us? Kai felt an overwhelming sense of incredulity. It was as if they were vying for dominance, opting to provoke him instead of engaging in a fair fight. With that thought, he swiftly withdrew the dagger embedded in his opponent's chest. The thin man, throughout the encounter, had been entirely oblivious to the nature of the attack. Just as his blade seemed to graze the skin of his adversary's neck, his body suddenly seized, rendering him immobile. In that moment of realization, he felt the dagger plunge deep into his own heart. He gasped, confusion etched upon his face in his final moments, as the cursed markings on his body began to fade. With a shudder, he collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, while a greater torrent of crimson surged from the wound in his chest. Kai was taken aback by the unexpected shift of the assailant's focus towards him, as if he were willingly advancing towards the sacred ground. On the other hand, the formidable giant possessed immense strength and attack power. Yet his glaring flaw lay in his sluggish movement. Should the two unite their assaults against the mountain, it would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge. However, with the absence of agile support, the giant, despite his brute force, had become nothing more than a stationary target. Years of training had honed the mountain's skills, and now, with swift agility coupled with formidable offensive capabilities, the giant found himself subjected to a flurry of attacks before he could even react. Kai, it seems that fellow has remarkable defensive capabilities. Your attacks appear to have little effect. Ing observed the fierce exchange between the two combatants. As the giant's colossal hammer descended, it created a massive crater upon impact, the sheer force capable of shattering trees within several meters. Although his mobility was severely limited, the enhancement from the curse seal had significantly elevated his defensive prowess. The mountain was now in pursuit of the opponent's vulnerabilities. Kai observed the towering figure attacking with remarkable speed, darting back and forth. Although the strikes seemed to have little apparent effect, each impact landed in a location distinct from the previous one. Against such an enigmatic adversary, evading the onslaught was paramount. Even the most formidable defenses must possess vulnerabilities. I found it. After a swift maneuver, the giant came to a panting halt several dozen meters away, a smile gradually emerging on his face. His three-tomo Sharingan fixated intently on a specific point in the center of his opponent's back. Drawing in a deep breath, he exerted tremendous force beneath his feet, causing the ground to erupt into a deep crater, his speed so rapid it evaded the naked eye. After circling the colossal foe twice, he instantly materialized behind him. Just as the giant prepared to turn and retaliate, he executed a powerful knee strike aimed squarely at the center of the opponent's back. It was uncertain whether the attack lacked potency or if the position was miscalculated. Though the giant was sent flying a few meters by the blow, upon regaining his footing, he erupted with fury. The mask upon his face was shattered, revealing crimson eyes that glimmered with malice, his mouth agape like a demon. Saliva dripping from the corners as he crouched low, fixated on Kai. Even the cursed markings upon his body began to exhibit a different transformation. The second gate of the 8 gates, the rest gate, is now open. With a thunderous crash, the already swift giant activated the second gate, forcibly augmenting his strength. In an instant, he appeared before the colossal figure, delivering a powerful kick that struck the opponent's chin, sending him soaring once more into the air. Earth release, rock spike. Just as the giant descended, Kai swiftly formed hand seals and forcefully pressed his hands into the ground. Suddenly, a sharp rock jutted forth from the earth, colliding violently with his opponent as they fell. The pointed stone penetrated through the giantess' defenses, piercing from his back to his chest. What an exhilarating battle. Kai couldn't help but break into applause. Usually, they spent their time together, even during training battles, with each other for practice. There was never a sense of life and death crisis, which rendered their combat experience a significant weakness. Breathing heavily, Deshawn leaned against a tree as he released the 8th gate state, although Ian appeared somewhat disheveled. He responded to Kai's self-affirmation with a bright smile. Brother. Just as Deshawn felt a twinge of pride, Kai gently raised his right hand, gathering lightning chakra at his fingertips. Tendrils of electricity danced around his fingers as he unleashed an attack directed at Deshawn. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Deshawn turned to look, only to be startled to find that the massive figure from before was still very much alive. Despite the gaping hole in his chest, he somehow managed to struggle to his feet, having already approached Deshawn from behind. That scared me to death. Ing sighed heavily. Let us hurry and set off to our destination. We should be able to arrive before nightfall. Kai waved his hand towards Dashin, his expression impassive, and returned to the carriage as if nothing had happened. You fool, why must you be so careless? If it weren't for Brother Kai, you would likely be dead by now. Ing, lacking the same calm demeanor, approached Dashin with her hands on her hips and pointed an accusing finger at him, shouting in anger. However, Dashin did not respond to Ing. Instead, he stepped in front of the carriage, bowing politely as he spoke. My apologies, Lord Kai. I have troubled you once again. Combat necessitates the accumulation of experience, particularly in such matters. Those possessed by cursed marks cannot be judged by ordinary standards. Achieving this level is commendable, and one should not be overly harsh on oneself. Kai lowered the carriage window and leaned out to comfort Dashin, saying, I understand now. From this moment forth, I shall strive doubly hard to follow in your esteemed footsteps. Dashin wore an expression of guilt, yet after a moment of silence, he inquired, Lord Kai, what exactly is the seal you mentioned earlier? Come, take a seat in the carriage. I shall explain it to you along the way. Kai leaned against the wall, his legs propped up on the seat in front of him, remarking on the dismal and dimly lit surroundings that hardly seemed conducive to habitation. All around were large cultivation vessels, and the only area illuminated was the experimental table. Within those vessels lay a plethora of human tissues, with some even containing entire bodies. How are the results of this batch of experiments? The speaker was Orochimaru, his hands incapacitated, sitting expressionlessly as he addressed the returning pharmacist. My Lord Orochimaru. It appears this batch has failed, possibly due to the subject's constitution. Therefore, we must seek new experimental subjects, Do replied, adjusting his glasses with a rather indifferent expression. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru displayed little surprise. He rose and approached the experimental table, scrutinizing the papers spread before him. There must be a flaw somewhere, however. It is of no concern, as we have plenty of subjects to choose from, Orochimaru stated calmly, but then turned to inquire about the progress on the Hashirama cells. The progress is quite favorable, especially since you, my lord, have researched this for many years. By modifying previous data and incorporating the other vial of cells brought by Uchiha Kai, we anticipate achieving complete fusion within a month. The current challenge lies in the activity of the Hashirama cells, which exhibit excessively high levels of vitality. Nevertheless, since you have previously studied them, I believe it should not pose a significant issue. That is reassuring. After all, that young man has already arrived. Go and greet him personally. We cannot afford to have him uproot our entire Sound Village upon his arrival. Orochimaru appeared quite satisfied with Do's response. While Uchiha Kai and his companions were engaged in battle during the day, the information had already reached Orochimaru. He understood the importance of being aware of events occurring within his own country. After all, he valued his life immensely and managed to navigate various threats with ease. The first step was to remain informed about everything happening within a defined perimeter. I understand, my lord Orochimaru. Do replied, somewhat taken aback, but still responding respectfully. Finally, they had arrived. Why did he always prefer such desolate and hidden places? Dismounting the carriage, Kai appeared weary. The sun had set, marking the end of a long and winding journey. Regardless, they had arrived. Stop. As they were about to enter the village, a sudden roar pierced the air. Instantly, a man wielding a knife leapt before the trio. Who are you? He inquired, brimming with vigilance and suspicion. We're looking for someone, Deshawn replied coldly, positioning himself protectively in front of his companions. Having exchanged his surroundings, he still felt a lingering thrill from the afternoon's skirmish, eager for another bout. Looking for someone? I believe you've come to the wrong place, the knife-wielding man retorted, promptly whistling. In an instant, a dozen or so individuals surged forth, each face etched with a menacing demeanor. What are you doing? Just as tensions escalated, Yakushi Kabuto ambled over leisurely. Lord Kabuto. The previously aggressive man immediately transformed his expression, bowing respectfully before Yakushi Kabuto. These esteemed guests are under the protection of Lord Orochimaru. Leave the rest to me. You may return to your duties. Yes, sir. Upon hearing this, the group dared not hesitate further. I sincerely apologize for our tardiness. We were unaware of Lord Kai's arrival. I hope you can forgive our impertinence. Once the others departed, Yakushi Kabuto's lips curled into a slight smile as he courteously addressed Kai. It's no trouble, now that you are here. It signifies Orochimaru's presence as well. Given the late hour, please arrange accommodations for us. After we dine, we shall converse with him tomorrow. Kai stepped into the village with a decisive stride. To refer to this place as a village would be an understatement. It was undeniably just that, a village. While Konoha also bears the title of a village, it undeniably thrives as a bustling urban center. The only distinction lies in the nomenclature, however. This desolate locale is as ordinary as one could imagine. The buildings are sparsely distributed, and the total population likely does not exceed 200 souls. As for the number of shinobi, it would be generous to estimate 4 or 5 dozen at best. Who knows why Orochimaru chose this remote area? The dilapidated surroundings exude a pervasive odor of dampness and decay. Even the ground beneath one's feet consists of untended earthen paths. Fortunately, there has been no heavy rainfall, or it would surely become a quagmire. Nonetheless, the soil remains soft, leaving a distinct footprint with each step taken. The architecture here seems designed to accommodate such conditions. Although constructed from wood, the structures are elevated at least a meter above the ground, leaving a void beneath. The overall number of households likely hovers around 40 or 50, presenting a rather lethargic appearance, far from the bustling image one might expect of a shinobi village. Upon entering the village, Kai began to keenly observe his surroundings. Though his perception abilities are somewhat limited, he can still discern the circumstances of each individual within this expansive area. A small girl with red hair. He had not ventured far into the village, which, in truth, is not particularly large. Kai's gaze was drawn towards a distant figure of a seemingly disheveled little girl. Her crimson hair stood out remarkably in this setting. Nearby, an individual was diligently practicing, and upon observing the petite figure, Kai found himself unconsciously moving closer. After all, this woman was the very target of his visit. Having recognized his shortcomings following the battle with Jiraiya, it became evident that he needed to find someone to fill that void. It was indeed the red-haired woman ahead of him, a veritable human radar. Are you truly interested in such a young girl, Lord Kai? Kabuto inquired with a knowing smirk. What nonsense are you spouting? Ing immediately expressed her immense displeasure, raising her voice in retort. The commotion also caught the attention of the red-haired girl in the distance. This girl seems promising. Convey to Orochimaru that I wish to have her for myself. Catherine calmly addressed the apothecary. It seems you are indeed quite intrigued. Just tell me, will you? Kai inquired. Such matters should be discussed directly with Lord Orochimaru. I have no authority to decide on this. I shall speak with her. And if she is willing to come with me, I believe Orochimaru would consent as well. After expending such great effort to reach this singular individual, how could I possibly let her go now that she is here? Without regard for Yakushi Kabuto's opinion, he continued his approach toward the young girl. The girl possessed vibrant red hair, tied into a simple ponytail. Perhaps due to her existence in this desolate and damp locale, her attire appeared tattered and worn. She wore glasses that did little to conceal her delicate features. She seemed to be a year or two older than Hinajiku, yet the aura she emanated was entirely different. Over the years, Hinajiku had received most of her instruction directly from Kai, encompassing not just training but also fundamental etiquette. Thus, she presented herself as a refined young lady of noble upbringing, cultured and poised. In stark contrast, the girl ahead appeared disheveled and dirty, reminiscent of someone who had fled from hardship. Yakushi Kabuto halted in his tracks, intrigued by what Uchiha Kai intended to do. Not only he, but Daisuke and Hinajiku were equally perplexed by Kai's actions. Suddenly arriving in this place and expressing interest in a filthy girl seemed peculiar indeed. The red-haired girl, currently engrossed in her training, noticed the unusual behavior of the group. She paused her activities, observing the individuals approaching her, with his hands tucked into his pockets. Kai was dressed impeccably in a sharp suit, presenting an image of striking elegance. His blue suit was complemented by a red-striped white shirt. Even with his perceptive abilities, he could not detect the chakra that had been sealed away. Thus, from any perspective, Kai could be considered an unremarkable yet handsome youth. Whining phosphor. Upon reaching the girl, Kai stopped a meter or two away and called out her name. The red-haired girl was momentarily taken aback. After a pause, she finally responded, somewhat timidly and bashfully. How do you know my name? Her curiosity stemmed from the fact that she had never disclosed her surname, Uzumaki, to anyone. Even the villagers knew her only as Phosphor. Very well. I find you quite intriguing. Would you consider becoming our companion? I assure you, it would be far better than your current situation. And you would not be subjected to any bullying. What do you think? Kai smiled gently and inquired. Standing behind were Dashin and Ing, who suddenly recalled that Kai had mentioned, just before their departure from his residence, the intention to find a companion for them. Observing the delicate yet fairly attractive young woman before them, Ing could not fathom how she could possibly be related to the notion of companionship. Lord Kai, Shanfeng was brought here by Lord Orochimaru merely 2 months ago. Your desire to take her away seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Asked Yakushi-do, with a hint of discontent. The moment Kai uttered her surname, Do finally comprehended why Orochimaru had chosen to bring such a girl into their midst. After all, that family, regardless of the circumstances, possessed undeniably exceptional abilities. What is it? Kai abruptly turned his gaze towards Do, and with merely a single glance, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. I shall certainly convey this matter to Orochimaru. As Kai spoke and turned his head, his expression softened instantly. He slightly bent down, gazing at the diminutive Xianglin, and patiently inquired, What do you think? I still do not know who you are, she stammered. In truth, when she heard that he was willing to accept her as a companion, a wave of emotion surged within her. Even after arriving here, no one had shown any inclination to regard her as an ally. She understood that her presence was merely valued for its utility. I am Uchiha Kai, currently unaffiliated with any village. I can be considered both a ninja and a free spirit. We require your assistance, which is why we have come to invite you to join us. Should you agree, there will be no one in this world capable of hindering your aspirations. What do you think? Kai-kun, it seems rather presumptuous to come here to recruit people, does it not? A familiar, hoarse voice interjected, and soon a figure emerged slowly from the shadows. Orochimaru appeared as ever, his pallid face devoid of color, emanating a potent scent of medicinal herbs that was rather unsettling to those unaccustomed to it. Uncle Snake, it's good to see you again. Kai wore an expression of indifference. Yet Xianglin exhibited a stark contrast. An overwhelming sense of fear surged within her as she bent down, retreating 2 steps. It is a rare occasion for Lord Kai to visit me. However, it seems that our agreed-upon time is still some distance away, Orochimaru inquired. Before his words had fully settled, another figure emerged slowly from behind him. The newcomer bore a striking resemblance to Orochimaru, possessing that same eerie pallor, skin devoid of color. With white hair cascading down and an open demeanor, he appeared to be around 14 or 15 years of age. Indeed, he had not yet reached that age. But he expressed a desire to observe the progress of your research, Uncle Snake. The Hashirama cells have been the subject of study for decades, yet in the end, you have achieved little. It seems that this time, you have received ample material. Once I acquire the specific portion I desire, the remainder shall be yours for thorough investigation. In truth, our transaction is undoubtedly to your advantage. However, since I have encountered someone of genuine interest, I intend to take this girl with me when I depart tomorrow. I wonder if you harbor any objections? Kai remained composed, his demeanor unperturbed as he fixed his gaze upon Orochimaru, a figure that instilled fear in many. Yet, before Kai, there was nothing that warranted any sense of alarm. How audacious it was to address Lord Orochimaru in such a disrespectful manner. Before Orochimaru could utter a word, those who stood behind him expressed their discontent upon witnessing Kai's defiance. In the blink of an eye, one of them charged forward, unimpeded by any obstacles. Despite being on the brink of death, astonishingly, he still sought to make a move. In response to the oncoming assailant, Kai effortlessly evaded the attack with a swift shift, only to reappear before his adversary in the next moment, a dagger poised against the opponent's throat. Stop! Orochimaru's command was ambiguous, directed at no one in particular. Nevertheless, the pale-faced individual ceased his attempt at resistance. Kai's prowess was indeed formidable, evoking a sense of dread. Such instantaneous movement could perhaps only be rivaled by the legendary Shunshin no Jutsu of yore. Orochimaru did not hesitate to express his admiration. Him? Kai sheathed his dagger and gently patted the shoulder of the pallid figure before him. With a disdainful smile, he remarked, "Is it truly fitting for you, Orochimaru, to compare yourself to a deceased individual?" Indeed, he had a point. Orochimaru revealed his signature grin, his tongue flicking across his lips in a repugnant manner, which never failed to irk Kai. To his surprise, there still existed such remarkable individuals. The Kagaya clan was presumed extinct, yet here stood one. However, judging by his current state, death could not be far off. Surviving the bloodline disease and reaching this age was indeed astonishing. This revelation left everyone present in a state of shock, especially Orochimaru and Kabuto, who were utterly taken aback. During their first encounter, the latter had claimed to possess all knowledge, which at the time seemed a mere jest or a coincidence related to his hands. Yet, the current situation clearly suggested otherwise. How do you know he belongs to the Kagaya clan? Orochimaru inquired, suppressing his astonishment and maintaining his composure. Kabuto leaned in closer, anxious not to miss a word. The siblings, Deshawn and Ing, displayed little surprise, having witnessed Kai's incredible feats throughout their upbringing, particularly in recent years. I have stated before that I know everything. Would you not agree, Kagaya Kimimaro? Kabuto's breathing quickened, and he swallowed hard. Orochimaru's expression mirrored the tension. Can you truly know everything? He asked, astonished. Kai was momentarily taken aback, but then he immediately spread his arms wide, a frenzied smile illuminating his face as he exclaimed, I know everything. I am aware of the past and the future. Not only do I possess the knowledge to restore your hands to their original form, but I also understand how to usher you into the realm of immortality. Is this not what you have been striving for, Orochimaru? Speaking these words truly felt exhilarating. Yet such a scenario existed solely within the confines of imagination. It is inconceivable that Kai would resort to such a naive approach. Otherwise, he might find himself oblivious to his own demise. However, in response to their astonishment, Kai remarked that the matter should remain unspoken for now. And that girl was to be his. In exchange, he would reveal the method to cure Kinmaru. Of course, whether they would obtain that item was entirely their concern. Really? Kinmaru's eyes widened, as if he had encountered a savior. Ever since he learned of his bloodline disease, his existence had been engulfed in darkness. At the brink of despair, he saw no glimmer of hope, uncertain of which day the affliction would claim him. He had never witnessed the beauty of life, and now, with an overwhelming desire to survive coursing through his very being, the mere possibility of living shattered all his previous thoughts. It appears to be an infallible opportunity. Engaging in a transaction with Kai brings profound satisfaction. Orochimaru chuckled softly, leisurely approaching Kinmaru, placing a hand gently upon his head. Taking a deep breath, he donned a serious expression and reiterated, Very well, since you desire that girl, she shall be yours. Consider this a favor owed to you. How shall we proceed with your treatment? The root of Orochimaru's willingness to assist lay in the fact that Kinmaru had been by his side for an extended period. He had nurtured the young man as if he were his own son, expending immense effort to sustain his life. Yet, despite his remarkable intellect, he found himself powerless against this affliction, capable only of offering temporary relief. Surely, the origins of bloodline diseases require no elaborate explanation from me? Uncle Snake. As a foremost expert in research and medicine, you must grasp this concept well. It is merely a matter of the body failing to match its capabilities. A condition not exclusive to Kinmaru. Anyone endowed with extraordinary innate gifts may be susceptible to such ailments. Ultimately, it boils down to the body being unable to keep pace. And there are two potential remedies. The first involves acquiring a technique known as self-revival from an elderly woman named Chiyo in Sunagakure, followed by Kinmaru's demise and subsequent resurrection. This method could eradicate the disease once and for all. The second option relies on the resources at your disposal. The cells of Hashirama possess remarkable vitality, and by integrating them with his body, relief could also be achieved. This is a relatively inexpensive option that requires no cause for concern. However, the downside lies in the multitude of uncertainties throughout the process. Setting aside the potential for bodily rejection, one might even risk being overtaken by the cells of Hashirama. Of course, this also depends on whether one can survive until the day the research on Hashirama's cells reaches fruition. Moreover, aside from these two methods, there exists another alternative, though its associated risks may be considerably greater. Ultimately, you are likely familiar with this individual, a former inhabitant of Konoha, Obito. Acquiring his unique technique, the demonic transformation, could indeed allow for the fusion with Hashirama's cells, provided one can locate him. Kai did not conceal anything. He conveyed all the methods he knew that could potentially resolve the blood inheritance disease to Orochimaru. Among these, the research on Hashirama's cells should be the simplest for Orochimaru. However, conversely, it is also one of the most intricate methods. I have understood. Thank you for the information. In reality, for Orochimaru, he merely left the Hidden Leaf Village without acquiring Hashirama's cells. After all, those were all in Danzo's possession, making it exceedingly difficult to obtain such materials for research during this process. By the way, should we consider making another transaction? Kai suddenly had a thought. And with a grin, he quickly leaned closer to Orochimaru and inquired, I am quite eager to hear about your proposition, Kaikuin. For any transaction with you would undoubtedly be the most advantageous for me. How could Orochimaru possibly decline such an offer? What began as a mere acquisition of a young girl from the Uzumaki clan unexpectedly turned into a bargaining chip of significant value. Thus, Orochimaru's face was now filled with curiosity, and he was instantly captivated. It is no wonder he harbored such thoughts, as it often seemed that Kai possessed an abundance of knowledge. Each appearance brought him immense surprise. With such an astute mind coupled with formidable power, the matters he discussed inevitably piqued Orochimaru's interest further. I am hungry. Let me prepare something to eat first, and also. Kai chose not to respond, believing that expressing everything at once would render the conversation meaningless. Turning his head to gaze at Ing, he remarked, You two are of similar height. Take her for a bath and then change her into fresh attire. From now on, she shall be your companion. So let us not allow her to remain in such a disheveled state. All cultural etiquette lessons on her behalf will henceforth be your responsibility. Orochimaru chuckled softly, his expression perhaps better left unexpressed, as he gently patted Kimimara's shoulder and stated, Kai has already revealed the method for your healing. The rest we shall seek out ourselves. Let us ensure they prepare some delightful food, for we must uphold the hospitality of our village. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Kimimara's face retained its usual calm demeanor, yet internally he was brimming with excitement. In the dimly lit underground space, Uchiha Kai and Orochimaru walked side by side at the forefront, while Kabuto and Kimimaro followed closely behind for protection. The Onaka siblings did not accompany them. It was rather unexpected that such a vast laboratory lacked even a single light. One could surmise that Orochimaru was simply short on funds. The pungent odor of the potions was truly unbearable. Kai could not help but rub his nose. Since entering Orochimaru's underground base, he had been enveloped by a musty odor. As he ventured deeper, the scent intensified, mingling with the acrid aroma of various potions. It was perplexing how they managed to endure such an atmosphere. The village itself was already heavy with humidity, and in this lightless realm, all the odors coalesced, potentially suffocating an ordinary person. Do not mind the ambience. It has always been this way. After all, we do not concern ourselves with the environmental conditions. If possible, I would genuinely hope that you, Kai, could join our team. At that point, I believe the entire shinobi world would kneel before our might. Listening to Orochimaru's grandiose aspirations, Kai felt no inclination to engage. He rolled his eyes and replied, While joining you is out of the question, given your dismal conditions. I wouldn't object to collaborating. How do you propose we work together? I am willing to sponsor you with 5 billion Ryo to improve your current predicament. In return, all I require is for you to design a device for me during your leisure time. It is not overly complicated, and I will provide you with the necessary principles. What say you? Kai inquired. 5 billion taels. Truly, a most enticing figure. Orochimaru did not hasten to respond. After all, this was merely their second encounter, and he had not entirely lowered his guard. It was his cautious nature that had allowed him to survive thus far. Thus, he opted not to agree, yet refrained from outright refusal, suggesting instead, perhaps we might first discuss the transaction we mentioned before dinner. I find my initial impressions of you, Kai, quite intriguing. As their conversation unfolded, they ventured into a vast underground chamber. This space was no less than 400 or 500 square feet. Yet the various cultivation vessels of differing sizes adorning the ceiling contained sights that were somewhat difficult to behold, perhaps due to the presence of visitors to Master Bay. The lights were generously activated, transforming the previously pitch-black environment into a realm illuminated by brilliant radiance. Now, the contents of those cultivation vessels were rendered starkly visible. The essence of their transaction was clear. Uncle Snake, I require your guidance on how to extract the power from these substances. Kai approached the relatively clean workstation, deftly forming 2 seals with a single hand before pressing them onto the surface. In the next moment, a scroll unfurled before him. Kai unsealed the contents within, and as they emerged, a pair of bloodied eyeballs were unveiled in his hands. These were remnants from the fateful night of the Uchiha clan's annihilation. Despite being sealed away for so long, they appeared scarcely altered from the moment they were extracted. Even the residual warmth lingered upon them. This is the eyes of the Uchiha clan, a pair of Sharingan. Hence, my curiosity lies in how to harness the abilities contained within these eyes. It seems even Kai possesses mysteries yet to be unraveled. This transaction has indeed once more astonished Orochimaru. At such a tender age, he effortlessly presents a pair of Sharingan, an object he had long wished to study. He had anticipated that Danzo would possess such items, only to discover that in the end, he was left with mere scraps. Observing the thick scroll in Kai's possession, one wonders how many more pairs of sealed eyeballs it might contain. Could there be a possibility for a transaction? Kai, without a hint of superfluous words, inquired, certainly. But what exactly can you offer? Orochimaru, with a meticulous demeanor, responded, what I can provide are the cells of Hashirama that require minimal experimentation for successful acquisition. Under these circumstances, Kagaya's Kinshiki can directly proceed with cell fusion. Moreover, if these cells are viable, they would constitute the very corporeal form that your Uncle Snake desires most. By cultivating these cells in conjunction with your own, you will eventually be able to develop a suitable vessel. Even when your soul inhabits it, this would be the most harmonious existence for you. What do you think of this proposition? And what about this item? As a fellow enthusiast of research, Kabuto immediately expressed his excitement. I am quite curious about the item that Kai mentioned. Where is it? Could Orochimaru remain unperturbed? In truth, he felt little stirring within, as his facial expression revealed everything. Where is it? That remains undisclosed for now. However, under this premise, I can share another crucial piece of information. Your Uncle Snake. You cannot inhabit a body like Kinshiki's or that of our Uchiha clan. Your soul would not withstand it. For instance, even if I were to gift you my body, your fate would be death. Therefore, creating a suitable vessel for your soul is the most rational course of action for you. In the present day, one must resort to such methods to manipulate Orochimaru, withholding knowledge of the futility of certain paths. Under these circumstances, he may be inclined to engage in a meaningful discussion about the next topic. Indeed, as anticipated, Orochimaru, the seeker of immortality and ultimate power, dismisses all information that he deems irrelevant. Instead, he nods in agreement, stating, very well, I shall teach you how to extract power from these Sharingan. In return, you must reveal to me the ultimate answer. Ah, yes. This is something you, dear Snake, are quite familiar with, having encountered it more than once, namely, White Zetsu. Kai extended a finger, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Upon hearing this revelation, Orochimaru's mouth twitched slightly. The existence of White Zetsu had captured Orochimaru's attention long ago. However, he had been unable to trace its whereabouts, thus neglecting any research on the matter. He was taken aback that the information was now being articulated by the very person he was conversing with. White Zetsu, what on earth is that? Kabuto inquired, his face a portrait of confusion and curiosity. How do you know? You claim to be all-knowing, yet capturing a White Zetsu is an entirely different challenge. I contemplated researching its structure years ago, but it proved elusive, leading me to disregard it. If you, Kai, could assist me in capturing one, and if it truly aligns with your assertions, I would consider myself indebted to you. What do you say? White Zetsu, you say? Capturing one is indeed a formidable task at present. Nevertheless, rest assured, within 5 years, I shall procure a multitude for your examination. However, for now, ought you not to elucidate how I should proceed? The meaning conveyed by Kai is quite straightforward. It pertains to the extraction of power from the Sharingan. Despite possessing an abundance of knowledge, understanding too much is akin to perceiving the world from the perspective of a deity. It is truly remarkable that he could grasp such advanced technology and capabilities. The process of extracting the power within is not as complicated as one might imagine, Orochimaru remarked, acknowledging that he was currently without hands. With a mere glance, Kabuto instinctively comprehended what was required of him. He retrieved a blank sealing scroll from their array of experimental apparatus, which appeared no different from a conventional one. Subsequently, he placed the 2 eyeballs onto the blank section of the scroll. Forming hand seals, he softly intoned, object transformation sealing. As a flash of light enveloped the area, the spot he pressed down upon morphed into a circle, surrounded by an array of runes. However, within the originally vacant center, it split in 2, revealing 2 characters for seal. Was it truly this simple? Kai truly did not expect Orochimaru to devise something so deceptively simple. This seal, in essence, holds minimal significance. It is merely a byproduct derived during the research of the impure world reincarnation technique. Initially, its purpose was solely to seal away power and physical form. However, to the majority of those who delve into the study of ninjutsu, this is an exceedingly straightforward matter. Orochimaru's revelation completely overturned Kai's previous misconceptions regarding ignorance. Naturally, one cannot grasp such concepts without direct experience. How amusing. Who would have thought it was so simple? Kai offered an awkward smile. And there was no further need to elaborate on the following procedures. It was already understood. All that remained was to unseal the energy and envelop it with chakra. Haha, what a windfall. Once the carriage departed from the Hidden Sound village, Kai underwent a complete transformation. Within the confines of the village, he projected an air of indifference and arrogance. However, upon leaving its boundaries, he morphed into a playful demeanor reminiscent of a goofy dog. Leaning back with his legs propped up on the front seat, he laughed heartily and shouted joyously. In front of the carriage, the mountains continued their relentless pursuit, while inside. Apart from him, Uchiha Kai, there were two young ladies. Uzumaki Karen had only just joined their team, and they were still strangers to one another, merely familiar with names, which rendered the atmosphere rather tense. Hinata, on the other hand, had begun to cover her ears, nearly driven to madness by Kai's exuberance. Having spent years together, she had never witnessed this side of him. Kai, could you please be quiet for a moment? You've been noisy for over an hour, Hinata exclaimed, her fists clenched in exasperation. What's wrong? Are you not happy? After all, we have gained another companion. Kai replied with an innocent curiosity. Kai gazed at Ing with a perplexed expression. What on earth? I am indeed quite pleased to have companions join me. Yet your behavior today is rather peculiar. Ing initially contemplated expressing her true feelings of discontent, but upon noticing the excessively reserved demeanor of Xianglin seated opposite her, she feared to hurt the other's feelings. Thus, she retracted her intended words. Nevertheless, the incessant chatter throughout the journey had become unbearable, prompting her to widen her eyes in astonishment at Kai. I apologize. I failed to consider your emotions. I assumed you felt the same as I do. However, I must say, dear Xianglin looks exceptionally lovely today. As Kai spoke, he couldn't help but tease Xianglin, who appeared quite different today. Her red hair, freshly washed, looked remarkably vibrant, although still tied in a ponytail. The disheveled appearance from yesterday had transformed into a polished look today. Unfortunately, the glasses did not complement her face, likely appearing somewhat inexpensive. There lingered a hint of youthful innocence on her features, and her slightly slender frame, adorned in a gray princess dress, exuded an air of delicacy. Xianglin, Brother Kai is not usually like this, so please do not misunderstand, Ing said, addressing the blushing Xianglin. Thank you. No one has ever treated me as a companion before. So I truly appreciate you all, Xianglin replied in a soft tone. Although it was uncertain whether Kai's happiness stemmed from having gained a new companion, the lively atmosphere he created brought her immense comfort. A little warmth was far more pleasant than indifference for someone like Xianglin, who had never experienced the so-called camaraderie or companionship. This feeling was profoundly touching. Now, our little family consists of 3. Once you join us, we will become 4, making our life together much more vibrant. Kai, having shed the earlier cacophony, spoke in a gentle tone. However, it is not as straightforward as it seems. Brother Kai has already stated that henceforth, your education and other matters will be entrusted to me. Thus, upon our return, there will be much for you to learn. Yet there is no need to rush, for we have no pressing concerns ahead. Ing continued in agreement with Kai. Rest assured, I shall strive diligently. This was the first time Xianglin felt such a sensation akin to that of home. Overwhelmed by the warmth of their words, tears streamed down Xianglin's cheeks. Unable to be contained any longer. Though it may sound unpalatable, I still wish to offer you a choice. Kai's expression grew somewhat serious as his gaze fell upon Xianglin. Ing understood that her brother Kai was about to reveal the purpose behind bringing her back. Thus, she tempered her emotions, adopting a slightly more solemn demeanor. A sense of tension gripped Xianglin's heart, and she instinctively swallowed hard. Kai, observing that the other party was adequately prepared, continued. The reason we have chosen you is due to your perceptive abilities. We possess formidable strength sufficient for self-preservation. However, a significant drawback lies in your limited perception. In such circumstances, the proximity of those with great power poses a considerable danger. Thus, we have selected you. Rest assured, my prior words were devoid of any falsehood. Upon our arrival, we shall treat you as family. Although it may seem unnecessary to express this, I feel compelled to let you know. Should you wish to decline, I can certainly escort you to your desired destination. Indeed, Sister Xianglin, there is no need for us to engage in missions like those ninjas. Our household is affluent, and the house currently under construction is quite spacious. Our usual studies primarily involve physical training, along with learning etiquette and cultural knowledge, which may at times feel somewhat tedious. However, we can also enjoy leisurely outings. Brother Kai's strength is truly remarkable, allowing us to lead a tranquil life. Ing said, squinting her eyes and speaking in a notably gentle tone. Ah, count me in. Dashin chimed in, creating a ruckus outside with a loud shout. Xianglin, whose tears had only just ceased, found them spilling down her cheeks once more in that instant. Covering her face, she choked back her emotions, lifted her head, and earnestly proclaimed, "Thank you all. I had thought you were drawn to me solely for my medical abilities." They were still en route, having traveled for 2 days already. After all, they were traveling by carriage, which was not particularly swift. Nonetheless, as before, there was no urgency in their pace. Over the course of 2 days, they had gradually become more familiar with one another, engaging in cheerful conversation filled with laughter. At first, Xianglin believed that their interest lay solely in her healing capabilities. Even though their intentions had been stated, she was acutely aware of the predetermined nature of her fate since the day she was born. Healing? Ing inquired. Her forehead creased in confusion. Are you unaware? Xianglin, equally puzzled, responded with a question. Kai had already succumbed to slumber. Perhaps due to the fatigue of the previous night or the tedium of the journey. No sooner had he settled into the carriage than he fell into a deep sleep. Observing Xianglin's puzzled expression, Ing felt a touch of embarrassment but soon spoke up, assuring her that medical assistance was unnecessary. Although their household consisted solely of the 3 of them, with her inclusion, they would now be 4. However, there was also a rather gluttonous individual named Yu, a healer of remarkable prowess. They had all lived together until recently when Yu had abruptly departed, but she was expected to return within a few days. Suddenly, memories of their shared life flooded back. Yu, eager to demonstrate her healing abilities, had intended to use Kai for an experiment. However, Deshawn mistakenly believed she sought him for another purpose. Consequently, she swiftly turned to Deshawn, and without him grasping the situation, she severed his arm with a single stroke. The intense pain surged through him before he could even utter a cry. But Yu promptly reattached the severed limb with a gentle touch, and astonishingly, it was restored to its original state in no time. Had it not been for the severed sleeve and the blood on the ground, one might have found it hard to believe that the arm had ever been injured. Although Deshawn was furious afterward, the matter ultimately faded away. Thus, they truly had no pressing need for medical aid. I understand now. I shall diligently train my perception skills upon our return, Xianglin declared with unusual seriousness. However, the very next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. Doubting his perception, he closed his eyes once more, allowing his awareness to expand. Truly, the ability of the Whirlpool clan was seemingly innate, as his perception swiftly radiated outward, surpassing even Uchiha Kai's by an astonishing magnitude. Confirming his awareness, Xianglin quickly opened his eyes and announced, approximately 3 kilometers ahead, there are several formidable individuals. What? Ing was momentarily taken aback. This was not a mere couple of 100 meters away, but 3 kilometers, a distance that left the young girl somewhat bewildered. Yet where were they? At the border of the land of rice and the land of fire. Unsure of what was unfolding, Ing cautiously nudged Kai. I heard that. Kai appeared to be awake. As he responded with his eyes closed, he sighed and slowly sat up, then immediately shouted outside. Dashin, pause for a moment. Stepping down from the carriage, he stretched leisurely. Kai harbored no doubts about the outcome of Xianglin's sensory perception. With a single hand forming a seal, a tempest suddenly surged around him. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the chakra carried by the wind. Instantly, every location traversed by the breeze manifested in his mind as a 3-dimensional figure. Just as he began to grasp the presence of the individual Xianglin had mentioned, an abrupt sensation enveloped his entire awareness, rendering him acutely aware that his ruse had been discerned by others. These rascals! Kawaii furrowed her brow slightly, and her expression began to grow serious. Although she had no desire to become entangled in certain matters, it seemed as though these issues were utterly inescapable. The shadow clone technique. Kai raised his right hand and instantly summoned 3 clones. The moment they appeared, they required no further command. They moved aside, sitting cross-legged as they began to gather the natural energy. You wait here for now. Deshawn will keep them safe while I assess the situation ahead. A distance of 2 to 3 kilometers was trivial for beings of their formidable strength. With the use of their special abilities, they could traverse such a span in the blink of an eye. Even a powerful attack could potentially cover this distance in one fell swoop. Rather than escorting them, it would be more prudent for him to venture forth alone, as the journey could invite numerous complications. Why don't I accompany you, Lord Kai? If both of us go, who will safeguard them? I merely intend to take a quick look at the situation and will return shortly. As Kai spoke, chakra enveloped his feet, and he instantly began to sprint forward at an incredible speed. He had arrived. A massive tree lay fallen across the road, and two individuals lounged leisurely beside it, one of whom bore an oversized scythe-like weapon slung over his shoulder. Both were clad in identical attire, black adorned with red clouds, showcasing their distinctiveness. However, it was not these two who were speaking. Rather, it was the figure perched upon a nearby branch. Dressed in the same colors, one of them bore an unusual appearance. His face split into black and white, with peculiar adornments or perhaps natural growths at the sides of his neck, resembling a carnivorous flower. As for the other, Kai was quite familiar with him, having witnessed the devastation wrought by the Uchiha clan's annihilation, of which this individual played a significant role. The black and white-faced man nudged the masked figure resting above him on the branch, yet the latter remained indifferent, for the path ahead was already obstructed, leaving no cause for urgency. Not far off, Kai transitioned from a rapid run to a leisurely walk, his hands tucked into his pockets, approaching them at a measured pace. Even from a distance, he recognized their identities. The masked man gracefully leaped down from the tree, while the black and white-faced individual remained in place. Upon the appearance of their target, the two seated figures stood up with resigned expressions. After all, they had only managed to rest for 2 days before being summoned for another mission. Anyone in their position would likely feel a twinge of annoyance. Reflecting on the Uchiha clan's massacre, one could surmise that at the time, you were merely 11 or 12 years old. It is indeed astonishing that someone could survive the calamity of the Uchiha's destruction. Your presence is bound to evoke shock among many. The masked man stepped forward, gazing at Kai, who was steadily approaching, and without reservation, unleashed his words. Long time no see. Kai came to a halt approximately 10 meters away from the masked man, his hands still buried in the pockets of his trousers, wearing an expression of indifference as he spoke. The simple greeting, long time no see, left the masked man momentarily perplexed, causing those behind him to exchange bewildered glances. Have we met? The masked man inquired. Indeed. Without you on the Night of Annihilation, do you truly believe that Uchiha Itachi could have accomplished all of this? Kai smiled lightly, casting his gaze upward at a slight angle. And of course, there was that fellow. Without you, how could the illustrious Uchiha clan possibly be annihilated by someone who had merely awakened the Manjiki Sharingan less than 2 years ago? Pray, do not jest. How long have you been preparing for such an eventuality? I dare say you are well aware of the answer. Otherwise, would the Uchiha clan have faced such a dire fate? Nevertheless, it may be for the best that all have been eliminated. Perhaps it is indeed better to turn the page on this matter. Thus, I am curious about the intentions of those of you who stand in my way. Are you inviting me to join your ranks and collaboratively forge a world devoid of worries? The masked man spread his arms wide, proclaiming with grandiosity. Look at your pitiful guys. You dare not reveal your face, yet you still utter such words. Should I refer to you as the masked man, or perhaps Uchiha Obito, or even by another name? Regardless, it matters not. Save your words for others. Here is a suggestion. Perhaps you should consider joining that fellow, Haydn, in his malevolent cult. I suspect you could attract more followers than he ever could. With a hint of playful mirth, Kai spoke, while the latter was purely intended to mock the masked man. The atmosphere in the room abruptly fell silent. The masked man suddenly clenched his fists, feeling as though he were being pierced through by the piercing gaze of his counterpart. This sensation, akin to having a thorn in his back, made him feel uneasy, even sending chills down his spine. Do you know what kind of person dies the quickest? The masked man's tone had turned notably frigid, his single visible eye unabashedly exuding an aura of lethal intent. I understand what you're saying. Knowing too much often leads to an untimely demise. However, Kai withdrew another hand from his pocket, his eyes transforming into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. As the distant clones dissipated, he seamlessly entered a sage mode. In an instant, his hair turned a vibrant blue, and his aura surged to an astonishing degree, far surpassing what it had been moments before. With an icy tone, he declared, I am aware of everything, including all matters concerning your Akatsuki organization. Conceal your grotesque appearances before me and cease to disturb my existence. Especially you, Black Zetsu. Should you wish to preserve your objectives, I advise you to maintain your distance. I harbor no interest in what you seek. Otherwise, you may test the extent of my power capable of obliterating Nagato's Rinnegan. With a thunderous echo, it felt as if a bomb had detonated within the minds of the masked man and Black Zetsu, the pale-faced figure. Particularly for Black Zetsu. Uncertainty clouded his thoughts regarding what Kai truly knew. igniting a rising tide of panic within him. In their initial encounter, he found himself thoroughly outmatched in verbal prowess, and his momentum faltered entirely. Meanwhile, Haiden and Kakuzu observed, bewildered, as the matters at hand bore no significance to them, even if they were aware of their names. It was irrelevant. Countless others knew them as well. "Kill him," commanded the masked man, his desire to eliminate this terrifying adversary evident. However, compliance from his associates was paramount. Haiden and Kakuzu exchanged glances. Though perplexed, they proceeded forward. "I believe Lord Evil God holds a certain fondness for you. Join my Evil God sect, and I guarantee your soul's immortality." How does that sound? Haiden began to extol the virtues of his dark faith. "Speak another word, and I shall slay you," Kakuzu retorted, visibly displeased. "What? How have I spoken out of turn? Joining our Evil God sect entitles you to such privileges. After all, we are partners." Haiden grinned, his demeanor remaining surprisingly carefree. Kakuzu, unwilling to engage further with this fool, maintained a vigilant gaze upon Uchiha Kai. Despite this being their first meeting, the reaction elicited from the masked man was unprecedented. "Although this is our first encounter, allow me to escort you on your journey," Kakuzu stated, his body fracturing instantaneously. Alongside his original form, 4 shadowy figures emerged, all adorned with masks. They bore semblance to humans, but possessed an otherworldly presence. Earth Grudge Fear. This skill enabled him to possess 5 hearts simultaneously, ensuring his immortality, a truly remarkable ability. Kakuzu briefly contemplated, astonished at how the opponent could possess such knowledge. In the next moment, the 4 hearts that had split away vanished without a trace. How could the original Kakuzu remain oblivious to this? His eyes widened as he experienced, for the first time in his life, the chilling proximity of death. One more strike. Kai's face bore a terrifying smile as he raised a finger, pointing at the heart of the corner. Yet, his subsequent words were directed at the masked man. "I have already expressed that I am well acquainted with all your secrets, aware of each of your vulnerabilities. I possess knowledge of everything you know and even that which you do not. I harbor no interest in your Akatsuki organization. Should you dare to disturb my tranquil existence again." As Kai spoke, he suddenly seemed to teleport, although his true form remained in place, resembling nothing more than a mere shadow. He appeared directly beside the masked man, his voice barely above a whisper as he declared, "Should there be a next time, I shall resurrect Yuan Yilin, altering her memories to keep her by my side. Trust me, I possess the capacity to eliminate you as well. Your spatial abilities and Sharingan are of no consequence to me." His words echoed like a specter, and as soon as they left his lips, he began to fade away, distinctly different from the dissolution of a mere clone. The masked man's eyes widened in disbelief, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He had never imagined that anyone could uncover his identity. Yet today, every facet of his existence had been laid bare before another. This was not a fear born of strength, but rather the terror of being utterly devoid of secrets in the presence of another. Kaiser could not help but admire his own verbal prowess in the present day. If a confrontation were to arise, the sheer number of opponents could indeed threaten his very existence. While he could undoubtedly retaliate and eliminate a few, the man's capabilities rendered him somewhat powerless against the passage of time. Although the Black Duke lacked formidable strength, he nonetheless posed a significant threat. This exemplifies the stratagems found in Sun Tzu's Art of War, to subdue the enemy without engaging in battle, for the psychological assault reigned supreme, merely through verbal onslaughts. He had already instilled fear in his adversaries. Consequently, during the skirmish, the opponents would inevitably amplify their perceived strength, thus granting Kaiser a substantial psychological advantage. In such a scenario, the battle could easily tip in his favor. What do you think? Shall we engage in a duel? With his right hand directed downward, Kai performed a motion akin to shaping a sphere, yet infused within was the fiery essence of chakra, harmoniously intertwined with natural energy. As the chakra steadily coalesced, the fiery chakra began to compress. This technique had been wielded only once before, during his previous encounter with Jiraiya, and it possessed the potential to obliterate everything within a radius of several miles in an instant. The vibrant crimson hue was soon succeeded by a profound deep blue, the intense concentration of chakra unmistakably signaling the formidable might of this impending assault. Given the overwhelming strength of our adversary, I am left with but a single heartbeat. Thus, I shall first fortify my own body. The remainder is entrusted to you," Kakuzu declared, almost without hesitation, as he turned to depart. Meanwhile, Haiden, though he perpetually regarded himself as immortal, could not ignore the prowess of their opponent's jutsu. In a scenario where nothing remained, it bore little distinction from death. This is not a matter of unwillingness to assist. The enemy is simply too formidable, and I cannot contend with such velocity. Therefore, I too shall take my leave. Haiden raised his hand in a farewell gesture towards the masked man before swiftly following Kakuzu's lead. This is perilous, but mark my words, you will meet your demise. The masked man recognized that the present moment was ill-suited for such exchanges. The adversary's strength and bizarre abilities were unlike anything he had ever encountered. With a moment of introspection, he turned directly to the still-perched Kurizetsu and commanded, "We shall depart. Hold on. You come and go as you please. Do you truly believe others lack the fire within?" Kai hurled the power in his grasp towards the heavens, and once again, the scene mirrored the past. Another sun materialized in the sky. The shockwave followed closely behind, descending with the ferocity of a hurricane. This suffocating sensation felt as though the very fabric of the sky could be torn asunder by the attack. "What do you intend to do?" the masked man inquired, clenching his fist with evident dissatisfaction. "Have that fellow leave a message for Bai. I had made prior arrangements with others, and I never anticipated such an opportunity would present itself so swiftly. This request should pose no difficulty for you, I trust?" Kai inquired with a certain calmness. The dark figure, indifferent, waved his hand, and almost instantaneously, a white entity emerged from the ground nearby. In the blink of an eye, these two figures vanished from the scene, leaving only one white Zetsu remaining. This being, devoid of any independent consciousness, was akin to being abandoned. However, to prepare for any eventuality, as the approaching figure drew nearer, Kai raised his finger, channeling chakra that pierced through the opponent's head. Ultimately, life or death held little significance. All he desired was merely a vessel. Kai, brother, from a distance, the three individuals beside the carriage sighed with relief upon seeing the approaching silhouette. Despite the prior warnings from Cheyenne, who possessed formidable perception, the other two had remained tense, their nerves frayed until the moment they discerned the figure's identity. As soon as she recognized him, Hinata dashed towards Kai. In the Hokage's office in Kanahagakure, Tsunade sat in her chair, her complexion pale. Everything seemed to be gradually falling into place, and she had nearly resolved the mess left by the third Hokage. "Lady Tsunade, are you all right?" Ino, noticing Tsunade's repeated dry heaves, hurriedly brought her a glass of water, concern etched on her face. As a member of the Senju clan and the most distinguished medical ninja in the realm, Tsunade sat there, visibly pained, without responding immediately. After a prolonged silence, she finally sighed heavily and uttered, "I am pregnant." "Oh, you nearly scared me. So it's just pregnancy." Ino exhaled with relief, but her eyes widened in disbelief as she swiftly looked up. Swallowing hard, her lips trembled slightly as she murmured in astonishment, You are pregnant?" "Ah, quite absurd, I assenti it." Tsunade scoffed lightly, revealing her own struggle to accept such an outcome. Yet, reality stood before her in stark clarity. Though she was over 50, in the world of ninjas, especially for someone like Tsunade, age did not confine the body. Ino stood there, mouth agape, at a loss for words. After a long moment, she began to regain her composure and asked, "Lady Tsunade, what do you intend to do? What else can be done?" Tsunade replied solemnly, tears streaming down her cheeks. She declared with gravity, "I shall bring this child into the world." "Nanny?" Ino was genuinely taken aback. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. The Senju clan was now reduced to a single member. If the child is not brought into this world, then upon Tsunade's demise, this clan will inevitably vanish from the shinobi world. As a woman herself, Shizune may grasp this sentiment to some extent. However, Lady Tsunade, should this matter come to the attention of other clans, it could very well lead to your resignation from the position of Hokage. At that point, the village might call back that scoundrel. Furthermore, this matter must not be publicized. We should summon Might Guy, given the current physical condition. We can only conceal this for 5 to 6 months at most. The elders, especially that rascal, will undoubtedly have their own designs. Since I have assumed stewardship of the village left by my grandfather, I shall not permit any exceptional circumstances to arise. Although the two have been away for 20 years, they can still comprehend the dynamics within the village. While pregnancy is indeed a significant surprise, now that it has occurred, preparations for what lies ahead must commence. I understand. Shizune responded solemnly, yet her expression shifted to one of discomfort as she recalled that Might Guy had previously declined to undertake this task. Her words trailed off. and Tsunade immediately grasped her unspoken concern. Taking a deep breath, Tsunade calmly assured her, "Rest assured, this time I will make him go." "Very well," Shizen replied, turning and striding towards the exit of the Hokage's office. When the door to the office swung open once more, Might Guy entered, initially intending to glance back at Shizune, only to find that she had shut the door behind her. "Lord Hokage," Might Guy greeted with enthusiasm. "Kai, I apologize for disturbing you during your rest, but I must assign you an S-rank mission." Tsunade regarded Might Guy with an expression of calm resolve. The ninjas have fixed rest periods after completing their missions, and since Might Guy had just returned from a recent assignment, he could choose to decline the new task. "I'm sorry. Team 3 is currently not equipped to undertake an S-rank mission," Kai flatly declined. This time, it was not the nature of the task that he rejected, but rather the very essence of the assignment itself. The recent Chunin exams had come to an abrupt halt, signifying that all members of their team were merely genin. In such circumstances, undertaking an S-rank mission would be tantamount to courting death. "But wait, allow me to elucidate the nature of the task," Tsunade interjected. "This mission poses no danger, which is precisely why you have been chosen." Rising from her seat, she pressed her hands firmly against the desk, leaning slightly forward. "Your objective is to retrieve Uchiha Kai. The village will rescind his bounty and restore what rightfully belongs to you, which means you will be able to continue living within the village." "I refuse." Kai furrowed his brow, a flicker of anger stirring within him upon hearing of yet another task. He pondered the circumstances that had transformed his once brilliant disciple into this current state, and what might await upon their return. Thus, he was reluctant to undertake such an assignment. "Take a look at this first." Tsunade, anticipating Might Guy's reaction, took a deep breath and, with an air of resignation, slid a piece of paper to the forefront of the table. Despite his anger, Might Guy seized the document and scrutinized it closely. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he blinked in bewilderment and asked, "What is this?" "I am pregnant." "What?" Kai seemed to embody a natural innocence, standing there in a daze before he began to turn around, counting on his fingers. "What are you calculating?" Might Guy inquired. "That Tsunade-sama must be around 50 years old, right? This has nothing to do with age. The crux of the matter is that the child is Uchiha Kai's." "Nanny?" At this revelation, Might Guy was truly taken aback. Even Shizune, waiting outside, was at a loss for words, covering her face upon hearing the astonished exclamations from within. When they first spent time together, young Kai was merely 7 or 8 years old. Might Guy once again turned around, counting on his fingers, and after a prolonged silence, finally exclaimed, "He is only 17. The situation was far too complicated. Although it was not the desire of either of us, events unfolded as they did. This matter was entrusted solely to you and Shizen. Therefore, I hope you can keep it confidential and personally lead the effort to bring Uchiha Kai back. I also have a letter for him. He will surely understand." As Tsunade spoke, a hint of shyness crept into her demeanor, considering her age. Yet, she never anticipated that such a situation would fall upon her shoulders. At this juncture, further discussion seemed futile. Now, she was eager to observe Might Guy's reaction. Throughout the encounter, Might Guy was utterly astonished, unable to believe that Tsunade would use such words to deceive him. Nevertheless, the situation was beginning to feel incomprehensible to him. Clutching the envelope, he walked while muttering to himself. Ultimately, he accepted the mission, detached from previous sentiments. He simply wished to see his beloved disciple. Upon receiving the news, he had heard that the other was thriving, yet he remained unaware of the true nature of that prosperity. Coupled with this event, he was thoroughly astounded. "Hey, Kai, what do you have in your hand? Are you going to confess?" Just as Might Guy strolled along a secluded path, a figure suddenly appeared, swiftly snatching the letter from his grasp. Before Kai could react, Kakashi had already begun to pry open the letter to inspect its contents. The envelope bore no protective measures. And just as Kakashi pulled out half of the letter, Might Guy's eyes widened in realization, prompting him to reach out quickly to reclaim it. However, Kakashi seemed to have anticipated this, nimbly retreating to the rooftop to avoid capture. "Hey, Kakashi, you mustn't open it," Might Guy exclaimed, panicking. If Kakashi were to see it, the consequences would be dire. "What is it? Why the secrecy? We've been brothers for so many years. Surely, it wouldn't matter if you took a glance." Speaking to himself, yet unable to quell his insatiable curiosity, he still yearned to open the letter once more. The sixth gate, the gate of view, was now open. Might Guy, in a state of urgency, feared that Kakashi might truly glimpse the contents within. Without a moment's hesitation, He activated the sixth gate of the 8 gates of chakra, and blue steam began to emanate from his body. Kakashi, witnessing this scene, widened his eyes in disbelief, utterly unprepared for Guy's earnestness. Hey Guy, is it really necessary to go to such lengths just to take a look? After uttering these words, Kakashi swiftly made his exit. Without a second thought, Might Guy pursued him at an astonishing speed. On the edge of a cliff, Kakashi's eye, resembling that of a dead fish, was wide open, his mouth slightly agape, his expression mirroring that of Might Guy when he first received the news. I thought someone had written to you, telling you she was pregnant. I never expected. Kakashi was utterly astonished. This was no trifling matter. You've been informed. But you mustn't speak of it indiscriminately. If this gets out, Lord Hokage would surely take our lives. Might Guy stated, his face a mask of anxiety. The method of executing this mission was to remain the same as before, with their 2 teams assigned to carry it out. It had been made abundantly clear that aside from Might Guy, no one else was to be privy to this information. And now here we are? Even without your mention, I am well aware, if this leaks out, Kakashi struggled to articulate his thoughts, grappling for the right words to convey the gravity of the situation. He paused before turning to Might Guy, saying, who would have thought your little apprentice has reached this stage, while you, my friend, are still without a girlfriend? Look who's talking, Kakashi. You're single too. Guy retorted. When are we executing this mission? Kakashi inquired. The 5th Hokage has stated we shall depart first thing tomorrow morning. Where are we to find that guy? In Shortbook Street. Might Guy replied with a grin. At last, they had returned. The carriage came to a halt. The journey had not been rushed. Rather, they had leisurely explored the sights along the way before finally making their way back. How swiftly the construction has progressed. Kai observed that merely a little over a month had passed, yet the entire structure had already progressed into its final stages. He could not help but exclaim in admiration at the rapid pace of construction. It seemed that before long, it would be ready for habitation. Gazing ahead at the area merely 100 meters away, he noted that the overall estate was nearly complete, at least from an external perspective. It appeared to be in a state suitable for occupancy. Surrounding the lake he had personally created, dozens of workers were diligently planting trees, adhering to the agreed-upon plans. This was the moment when Xianglin had just arrived, their gaze directed toward this site. This would soon be our home, though much of it had previously been destroyed. Thus, we are rebuilding upon this foundation. Judging by the current progress, it should not be long before we can move in. Ing provided an explanation, still in awe as she surveyed her surroundings. Let us proceed inside and see what the situation is, Kai remarked, following the bridge previously constructed. The entire surface required minimal adjustments, merely an enhancement of its aesthetic appeal. The railings on either side, under the meticulous craftsmanship of the artisans, had already begun to showcase exquisite designs. Even the bridge deck appeared remarkably transformed from its original state. Gazing inward, the scene remained a harmonious flurry of activity. Lord Kai, you have returned. A stout figure, struggling with his own bulk, rushed toward the entrance upon spotting Kai's arrival. Akaf, it has been quite some time. However, what is the current status of the construction? This fellow could accurately be described as a contractor, overseeing all the undertakings. The remaining task was merely to relay his envisioned plans, after which he would proceed with the construction accordingly. Akaf was simply a privileged heir. From a construction standpoint, my father was undeniably an exceptional craftsman. Yet, this rotund individual seemed disinterested in such matters from a young age, instead leveraging his father's resources to establish his own firm, which included the construction of this very edifice. Lord Kai, what you see now has been largely executed according to the plans you previously suggested. The entire project is approximately 80% complete, and we anticipate that within a month, it will be ready for habitation. In the next couple of days, the finished buildings will begin to be furnished. In fact, we have already reached the standard to commence with that, though a few details remain to be finalized. In the coming days, everyone will devote their utmost efforts to address these matters, Akaf stated with a beaming smile. It is indeed surprising to have you personally present here. Shall we proceed to tour the premises? Absolutely, there is no issue. Akaf promptly gestured invitingly. The artisans engaged in the finishing touches were the same skilled craftsmen who had previously worked on the royal palace, ensuring their expertise was beyond reproach. However, due to a slightly reduced workforce, the delivery timeline might be delayed by a couple of days. Rest assured, Lord Kai, I will dedicate myself to ensuring every aspect here is executed flawlessly, Akaf continued as they walked inward. It must be acknowledged that a larger workforce significantly expedites progress. Including the courtyard, the space had already acquired the necessary attributes for habitation. The tiles laid upon the ground exuded an air of opulence. Very well. You may take charge of the arrangements. Kai replied to Akaf, stating that regardless of the circumstances, the amount he paid remained constant. Indeed. How nostalgic it is for this barbecue restaurant. A group of individuals concluded their tour of the house they were constructing and promptly arrived at the familiar barbecue restaurant on Xuanxi Street. Ing immediately felt a mouth-watering sensation and remarked, "What do you do besides eating every day? From tomorrow onward, training will transition into its regular phase, and I will personally oversee Xianglin's learning during this period. As for the two of you, having been away from training for so long, you are likely to have become somewhat out of practice, so the upcoming workload will be doubled." Kai gazed at the exuberant Ing and promptly doused her enthusiasm with a cold splash of words. The young girl, who had just moments ago been brimming with anticipation, momentarily froze, ready to retort, yet the proprietor had already begun to stride into the shop. "Long time no see, Lord Kai," greeted the gentle smile of the female shopkeeper, her crimson hair reminiscent of Xianglin's. "Indeed, it had been quite a while. I had been away on matters of importance, and upon my return, I hastened to visit you. Ah, although you have not been around, your companion has been coming by every day," she remarked, lifting her hand to gesture towards the corner of the shop. A pile of dishes had already obscured the figure in question. Kai's expression instantly darkened, and he silently made his way toward the corner. One cannot help but marvel at the exaggerated spirit of a true foodie. There sat an individual, leisurely grilling meat, and even humming a cheerful tune while doing so. He savored the delicacies with sauce, relishing every bite. Just as he raised his chopsticks to bring a piece of meat to his lips, he felt an overwhelming shadow. As if dark clouds had obscured the sky, all the light around him seemed to vanish. When he slowly turned his head, he beheld the familiar figure in a suit standing there. As he mechanically lifted his gaze and prepared to leave, Kai firmly grasped the man's shoulder. "You? It has indeed been a long time. Have you finally deemed it worth your while to return?" Kai wore a fierce and intimidating expression. "I had assumed that after this girl departed, it would be quite some time before she returned, yet here she was, seated before us in no time." "Ah, haha. It's you, Kai? It has been ages. Would you care to join me for a bite?" Yu awkwardly inquired with a smile. You've returned. During this time, Brother Kai has frequently mentioned you." Ing, unperturbed, promptly took a seat directly across from her. With a pair of chopsticks in hand, she unabashedly began to eat, disregarding the gazes of others around her. "I apologize, Kai. I assure you, I shall never commit such a transgression again." Yu immediately adopted a pitiful expression, forcing 2 tears to brim in her eyes and cascade down her cheeks as she lowered her head in silence. Sighing, Kai could only sit beside her in quietude, confronted by her woeful demeanor. This is Xianglin. Henceforth, we shall all be one family." Ing, observing the somewhat bashful Xianglin, promptly rose and pulled him to a seat, while enthusiastically introducing him to Yu across the table. The moment Yu, who had just moments ago appeared so forlorn, lifted her head, her demeanor transformed entirely. She eagerly assessed Xianglin from head to toe and exclaimed, "Another newcomer has joined us. Such joyous news calls for a celebratory drink or two. Oh, do refrain from luring innocent young girls, will you?" Kai abruptly struck the moon with a forceful blow, bowing his head and cradling his aching head. When he finally lifted it, he discovered that Yu's face was already glistening with tears. With a look of profound grievance, she gazed silently at Kai, her tears flowing unbidden, as if she had been wronged in some manner. "Lord Kai, it appears you have caused her pain," Deshawn quietly observed from the side. "Pain? A mere slug cannot feel pain." Bang! As Kai had yet to finish his words, Yu abruptly kicked him out of the establishment. The clientele at the restaurant was sparse, yet the commotion resulted in shattered glass and overturned tables. "Humph! You dared to call me a slug." Yu pouted in dissatisfaction. But upon noticing the peculiar expressions on the faces of the others, she quickly reverted to a cheerful demeanor and gently remarked, "Since you're not drinking, let's eat quickly. The beef today is simply exquisite." Deshan's lips twitched. It was difficult to fathom that even against a formidable opponent like Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, not a single thread of Kai's garment had been touched in a grand battle. Yet now, he had been effortlessly sent flying by a mere kick. "Thank you for your patronage, esteemed Kai. The total comes to 15,760,000 Rio." As was customary, the responsibility of settling the bill fell upon Kai after their meal. However, upon hearing the amount, he was momentarily taken aback. The proprietress, noticing Kai's bewilderment, immediately smiled and interjected before he could respond. That young lady, Yu, has dined here numerous times. With you, esteemed Kai, present, her previous meals were all on credit. Now that you have returned, it is only fitting that you settle the account. With that, she leaned over the counter, her white blouse loosened at the top, revealing a generous glimpse of her fair skin. Continuing in an intimate tone, she added, I heard that you are constructing a house. If finances are tight at the moment, how about you accompany me on a date? Consider it my treat. Perhaps not, as I fear my primal instincts may overwhelm me in your presence. I shall bring the money tomorrow. Thank you for your hospitality today. Kai's body shuddered suddenly, prompting him to hastily depart from the restaurant. The proprietress, leaning alluringly against the counter, offered a charming smile, but chose not to utter another word. Although she was merely in her 30s, her appearance belied her age, rendering her seemingly older than Tsunade. Kai, confident in his own charm, appeared to have little interest in older women. The boss lady was quite amusing, yet Kai, you should have asked her out. It's not a significant matter, and it could save you a considerable sum of money. If it were me, I would certainly seize the opportunity. Yu was laughing uncontrollably throughout the journey. Only she would dare to utter such words, completely oblivious to Kai's now sullen demeanor. In truth, going on a date wouldn't be a bad idea. The boss lady seemed to be in her 30s. If you could win her over, who knows? We might enjoy barbecues without the expense in the future. You continued to indulge in her fanciful musings. Kai perhaps could no longer endure. This woman had deceived him countless times. Had he foreseen her current wretched state, he would never have rescued her in the first place. You. Kai's previously stern expression suddenly transformed into a gentle smile. He placed a hand on Yu's shoulder, leaving her momentarily bewildered. As he draped his other hand over her shoulder, he inquired, if I recall correctly, you mentioned that you seem to be unable to die, right? Yu was still in a state of confusion when Kai swiftly lifted her into the air. Hey, what are you doing, Kai? Come on, he exclaimed, spinning her body rapidly in place several times before abruptly releasing her, sending her soaring towards the sky. Kai, won't this be problematic? Xianglin voiced her concern. She is not human. She is merely a spiritual beast, or rather, a celestial being, so she cannot perish. Ing explained from the side. Even so, there must be issues with that, right? Don't worry about it. Rest assured, you will be fine. In the depths of a dark forest, a campfire flickered to life, with a group of individuals gathered around it. These were the members of the two teams led by Might Guy and Kakashi. However, the two leaders sat apart, leaning against a distant tree, gazing silently at the stars above. Particularly, Might Guy appeared to be engulfed in deep thoughts, occasionally sighing, as if burdened by melancholy. Nearby the fire, surprisingly, was Uchiha Sasuke. It was likely that Uchiha Kai would find this scene quite troublesome. Why hadn't Uchiha Sasuke departed yet? Unknown to many, his presence had already altered the original narrative, rendering the current situation both harmonious and disconcerting. Nonetheless, he maintained his usual aloof demeanor, keeping a considerable distance from the others encircling the fire. Lee, do you know anything about Uchiha Kai? Hinata Niji inquired, sitting next to Rock Lee, feeling a mix of curiosity and confusion regarding their current mission. Unlike their usual swift pace on other assignments, they were now leisurely roasting marshmallows by the fire. Despite this being an S-rank mission, it appeared devoid of any immediate danger, prompting Niji's curiosity to grow, especially considering Might Guy's unusual expressions throughout their journey. Rock Lee nodded, noticing everyone's gaze shift towards him. He glanced at Might Guy, who was reclining on a branch nearby, before turning back to continue. I don't know much about Uchiha Kai, only that he used to be a disciple of Master Kai. Nani? Hinata Niji and Tintin exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes widening in disbelief. Not only they, but even Uchiha Sasuke displayed an expression of surprise. Aside from Naruto Uzumaki, it seemed that everyone present was taken aback. He had trained under Guy Sensei for several years and had never encountered a student as diligent and exceptional as him. It was said that during his time at the Ninja Academy, he couldn't even harness chakra, clearly lagging behind. However, in terms of taijutsu, he was undoubtedly among the elite. His physical prowess escalated rapidly, as did his learning speed. Comparatively, I felt utterly inadequate, having studied for so many years and achieving so little. I had only met him once, and soon after, the Uchiha clan faced that tragic incident. I had presumed he perished in that calamity, as his name was even on the death list. Yet, unexpectedly, he recently emerged as an S-rank rogue ninja, a revelation that deeply affected Gai-sensei, though the specifics remained unclear. Upon hearing about the Uchiha clan, Sasuke clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Recollections of that fateful day haunted his mind, an inescapable nightmare that fueled his relentless pursuit of strength. But wait, wasn't he had said that his ninjutsu proficiency was remarkably high, making him exceptionally powerful? Tenten, seated beside Rock Lee, immediately voiced her confusion. This must be a concealed reason from his time at the Ninja Academy. Kakashi-sensei had mentioned that he seemed to be aware of everything and was indeed a formidable individual. Even Jiraiya-sensei had fallen short against him without even engaging directly. Naruto, recalling his first-hand experiences, chimed in. No way. Is this true? Questioned Sakura Haruno, her skepticism evident. Indeed, he is only 4 years older than us. So it seems implausible for him to wield such immense power. Lee expressed his bewilderment. After years of absence, while it was conceivable that his strength had significantly increased, it was hard to fathom that he could overpower someone as formidable as one of the legendary three, Jiraiya. I might find it hard to believe myself. Yet it is the truth. I witnessed it myself when I returned with Granny Tsunade. Naruto recalled a moment that had left him profoundly unsettled, even from a distance. The sheer terror of his power had cast a long shadow over him. A single attack illuminated the night sky, transforming darkness into light. By the way, Sasuke, he's also of the Uchiha clan and, by age, should be only a few years your senior. Do you have any recollection of him? Tenten suddenly shifted the topic. Her curiosity piqued as she directed her question towards Sasuke. Upon hearing this, Naruto and Sakura instantly felt a wave of tension envelop them. After all, the events that transpired in the Land of Waves remain vividly etched in their memories. I do not recognize him, Sasuke declared calmly. Yet his brow furrowed with a fierce expression as he vowed, one day, I shall surpass him and return his scornful gaze. What was the situation? Hinata Niji's curiosity piqued. They had encountered each other once before. Although it was their first meeting, the opponent's strength was undeniably remarkable. The 3 Umbu Jonin had perished before him in the blink of an eye, a display of such terrifying prowess that it left onlookers astounded. Sakura Haruno lowered her head and remarked. Ultimately, these individuals were somewhat taken aback. What constitutes true strength in their eyes? By contemporary standards, someone like Kakashi could be deemed powerful, while Jiraiya undoubtedly belonged to an even higher echelon. What are we discussing? Shouldn't we be resting? Kakashi had unexpectedly settled in the rear of the gathering, unaware of how much he had overheard. However, upon noticing their silence, he interjected. Kakashi-sensei, what exactly is our mission? Rock Lee inquired, a hint of despondency in his voice. No one had informed them of the specifics of their task when they set out. They only knew they were to seek Uchiha Kai. As they journeyed, they had assumed they were merely pursuing a rogue ninja. Thus, upon learning of their opponent's formidable strength, anxiety began to take hold of them. Lee had always believed that Might Guy's sorrowful demeanor stemmed from a reluctance to confront his students, which prompted his inquiry. Kakashi paused, a look of confusion crossing his face as he asked, why must we defeat him? Isn't this mission to capture Uchiha Kai? Sakura immediately echoed his curiosity. Well, you have misunderstood. Our mission is indeed to bring him back, but not to capture him. Rather, we aim to persuade him to return to Konohagakure. Therefore, this task does not require combat, though it may present some challenges. I had no idea that Kai had not informed you. Kakashi glanced toward Kai's direction before elaborating. What do you mean? You didn't tell us either. Naruto Uzumaki retorted, rising to his feet and pointing at Kakashi with indignation. It is already late. We should make the most of our time and rest. We depart early tomorrow, and we are not far from Shortbook Street. We should reach our destination by noon. So do not overthink it. Kakashi shifted the topic and then reclined casually, gazing at the vast expanse of twinkling stars, his mind racing with countless thoughts in an instant. After a moment of silence, the others gradually settled down beside him. Hey, Moon, you were truly remarkable. In just over 20 days, they had finally moved into their newly constructed residence. The spacious area was more than sufficient to accommodate not only the few of them, but even 10 additional people without any difficulty. Surrounded by such beauty, the only imperfection lay in the saplings that had just been planted, lacking vitality. However, now, as he observed the modest-sized seedlings, they began to grow at an astonishing pace, quickly becoming lush, with white blossoms poised to bloom in the blink of an eye. Kai could not help but give a thumbs up to you as he observed the scene unfold before him. With a mere gesture, you released his innate power, causing the trees to transform at a pace visible to the naked eye. This is something you could do as well. The natural energy can indeed stimulate the growth of these plants, provided they are not entirely lifeless. Listening to Kai's praise, Yu placed his hands on his hips, a proud expression adorning his face. I see, he remarked, if you could conceive of this, it is quite commendable. At least it makes this otherwise monotonous place appear more beautiful. Therefore, since we just moved in today, I shall permit you to indulge in 2 extra chicken legs. Kai gently ruffled the hair of Yu, reflecting that this living area now resembled his ideal vision of perfection. The expansive body of water sprawled majestically, with luxurious residences situated at its heart. A stone bridge, approximately 300 meters in length, gracefully connected the residential enclave. What was once a rather mundane outer region was now transformed into a veritable paradise, thanks to the flourishing trees that adorned the landscape. The crystalline lake water was so clear that one could easily discern the bottom. The fish gliding through the water were a common sight, adding to the serene ambience. Initially, Kai had intended merely to cultivate some fish fry, but to his surprise, Akaf had introduced an abundance of adult fish, some reaching lengths of 1 to 2 meters. The sight of them splashing through the water was indeed a magnificent spectacle. My Lord Kai, the midday banquet will soon be ready. Shall we move inside? Just as they were admiring the transformation of the outer area, Xiang Lin, donned in an apron and radiating joy, bounded toward them. Dashin, have you prepared the beverages I requested earlier? Kai turned his head to gaze at the towering mountains behind him and, filled with curiosity, began to inquire. There is no need for preparation. The proprietress of the barbecue restaurant, upon hearing of our relocation today, generously presented us with several crates of fine wine. Even Akaf, before his departure, bestowed upon us the exquisite wine you had in mind, which now lies within. Given this, let us proceed. Today marks our inaugural day of moving, and we shall celebrate in style. With a grin stretching across his face, he remarked that everything here closely resembled the idyllic life he had envisioned in his mind. I want to drink at noon, Yu proclaimed loudly. No problem, I will accompany you today. He responded. Can you drink? Yu asked, eyeing Kai with a hint of disdain. Fool, what does knowing how to drink have to do with it? The key lies in how much one can consume. You are the fool, she retorted. In the kitchen, Ying had conjured 5 or 6 duplicates of herself, each busily engaged in slicing, preparing, frying, and even stoking the fire, all seemingly immersed in their tasks. Adjacent to the kitchen lay the dining area, lavishly adorned, featuring 2 tables, a grand, rotating round table capable of seating at least 15 or 16 individuals. And for this particular banquet, they had chosen a rectangular table. Nevertheless, accommodating 10 guests should not pose any significant challenge. The first dish has arrived, a high-pitched voice announced. As a child, appearing to be around 5 or 6 years old, entered the dining room, balancing a tray. Xiao Yu, I must say, this outfit truly suits you. The child was none other than the manifestation of Yu's finger that she had severed upon leaving the wet bone forest, often summoned for various tasks. It was primarily through reverse summoning that they were brought forth, usually returning with an abundance of snacks. Lord Kai, after this return, I wish to bring back 2 cookbooks and study them diligently. Perhaps in the future, I could personally prepare meals for you. The child exclaimed in a cherubic voice. Now that is something to look forward to. As Kai responded to Xiao Xiaoya's words, he swiftly struck the hand of Yu, who was about to sneak a bite of the delectable dish. Although they were both from the same body, their thoughts were worlds apart. The larger one was purely fixated on food, oblivious to everything else. Yu pouted, her face a picture of grievance as her gaze fixated on the exquisite delicacy in the plate, drool nearly escaping her lips. Soon, as the table filled with an array of dishes, the sight of the meticulously arranged culinary delights rendered everyone momentarily speechless, as if they were unable to lift their chopsticks. With Haim's current culinary skills, opening a restaurant would seem entirely feasible. Dashi, observing this scene, couldn't help but commend his younger sister. Just then, Haim entered the dining room, removing her apron. Upon hearing Dashi's praise, she quickly approached and playfully tapped him on the head. What restaurant? I made these dishes just for Brother Kai. Haim rolled her eyes, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Uchiha Kai. The moment she noticed his attention on her, her cheeks flushed crimson. Since everything is served, can we eat now? Yu interjected, her mouth watering with anticipation. There's no rush. We've waited so long for this day, a momentous occasion. Let us allow Lord Kai to say a few words first. Little Yu, sitting just a head taller than the table, momentarily set aside her insatiable appetite to assertively declare. Indeed, Lord Kai, why don't you share a few words? Keirin chimed in. I support that. Several others joined in, while Yu, gripping her chopsticks tightly, fixed her eyes on the chicken legs in the center of the table, as though fearing that a mere second's delay would result in someone snatching them away. The surrounding chatter faded from her ears, her entire focus converging on the chicken leg, creating an aura of blue energy around her. This spectacle left Kai momentarily speechless, and the others were at a loss for words regarding Yu's demeanor. It was rare for everyone to be gathered together, and there was no need for elaborate conversation. After all, the usual pleasantries had already been exchanged. Just as the words hung in the air, a hand shot out at lightning speed, only to retract just as swiftly. The chopsticks remained motionless, as if not a single person present had noticed. All eyes were riveted on you. As for the chicken leg that was once upon the plate, it has now quietly vanished. Yu, with her mouth moving, seems to have become aware of the gazes surrounding her. Glancing around, she immediately extends her hands in a gesture of indifference, as if to suggest that it has nothing to do with her. However, anyone with even the slightest intelligence could discern her already stuffed cheeks. Nonetheless, it seems that Lord Kai has arrived outside, along with several individuals, all of whom are likely ninjas. Xianglin suddenly perceives this situation, for her senses are not always attuned. The automatic activation of her awareness extends to approximately 500 meters, a state she refers to as unconscious activation. The consumption of chakra in this state is minimal, particularly for members of the Uzumaki clan, who possess an inherently vast reservoir of chakra, rendering such expenditure virtually negligible. Before they have even begun their meal, they find themselves embroiled in such an incident. Kai let out a resigned sigh, then slowly rose to his feet. You all stay here. I shall take a moment to investigate. Kai stepped away from the dining table and turned to address them just as he reached the threshold. Despite the considerable distance, he found himself momentarily frozen in place upon the realization that the visitor was none other than Might Guy. The individuals standing outside the door also took notice of Kai's approach, though he had instructed Daisan and the others to remain behind. It seemed they could not help but follow closely on his heels. Only Yu remained, her hand inexplicably clutching another chicken leg. You stay here to protect them. I shall assist Lord Kai, Daisan said, as both groups began to make their way toward the center of the bridge. What is there to protect? They bear no ill intentions. Clearly, they must be acquainted. Yu replied nonchalantly. At the bridge's midpoint, the two parties finally converged, halting a mere 10 meters apart. Might Guy wore an expression of remarkable tranquility, a sentiment mirrored by Uchiha Kai. After a prolonged silence, Uchiha Kai took a deep breath and bent down. Teacher Kai, it has been far too long. Indeed, Might Guy nodded lightly, bowing his head. The members of Team 3, initially brimming with curiosity about what might transpire, observed as tears began to cascade down Might Guy's face. It is such a relief to see you safe, little Kai, he exclaimed, lifting his head, his eyes glistening with tears, nearly causing his nose to overflow. He rushed forward and enveloped Uchiha Kai in a tight embrace. I am so sorry. I have been unable to contact you, he lamented, his heart heavy with remorse. Orphaned at a young age, Might Guy had stepped into the role of an older brother, illuminating the path of Kai's life with his presence. Now 12 years later, the lessons imparted by Might Guy had been invaluable, deepening Uchiha Kai's respect for his teacher. Let us not dwell on that. Seeing you well brings me immense joy. Might Guy, filled with excitement, exclaimed loudly. Behind him, Rock Lee, perhaps sensing his teacher's fervor, could not help but shed tears, overwhelmed by the emotional atmosphere of their reunion. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the modest long table originally set for their meal had been replaced by a magnificent round table. Although Ing had not anticipated such a gathering, she nevertheless conjured a clone to swiftly prepare dishes in the kitchen. Initially, the budget had only accounted for a handful of guests, but with the sudden increase of 7 or 8 more, the situation had drastically changed. The clinking of wine glasses resonated throughout the room, amplifying the lively ambience. In that moment, everyone seemed to forget their initial intentions. The importance of their gathering overshadowed all else. Yet, amidst the revelry, a couple of individuals remained somewhat out of place. Uchiha Sasuke scrutinized another member of the Uchiha clan, feeling the weight of his prowess, which made him question his ability to surpass Itachi Uchiha. The mere thought of that visage caused his expression to shift uncomfortably. Seated together, Uchiha Kai and Might Guy heard the sound of their clinking glasses reach Sasuke's ears, prompting him to lose control of his pent-up emotions. He slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and shouted, Uchiha Kai, The atmosphere fell abruptly into silence, with all eyes fixated on him. The clinking of glasses gradually ceased, and Kakashi wore an expression that suggested he had anticipated this moment, showing no signs of surprise. Sasuke, Sakura Haruno murmured softly. Tell me, how is your strength so formidable? Sasuke, gritting his teeth in agony, demanded loudly. His clenched fists pressed against the table, yearning to uncover the truth. Kakashi made no attempt to intervene, and neither did the others. As the tension in the room escalated, Suki continued to eat, casually remarking, Do you know what it's like when a person's strength stands at the pinnacle of this world, yet they strive harder than anyone else? Her seemingly nonchalant words redirected everyone's attention back to Uchiha Kai. Having indulged in a bit of drink, he understood that it was essential to address certain matters. I apologize. Teacher Kai, I have deceived you all this time. He stood up and bowed respectfully. This revelation rendered Might Guy utterly bewildered. It seemed he was referring to his own chakra. Even now, it was evident that little chakra resided within young Kai. The only explanation was that he had long sealed away his own chakra's power. Kakashi stood nearby, elucidating his thoughts. The encounter with Uchiha Kai during the mission to the Land of Waves had already raised his suspicions due to the dichotomy of the latter's demeanor. Initially, he had observed that Kai possessed little chakra. However, during the course of their battle, the overwhelming surge of chakra emanating from him plunged Kakashi into a state of self-doubt. Ultimately, there was only one plausible explanation. Indeed, from the very beginning, he had sealed away his own chakra, thus deceiving you while learning alongside Teacher Guy. I sincerely apologize for that. Uchiha Kai confessed, filled with remorse. The past is behind us. I bear no ill will regarding such matters. Moreover, your strength, little Kai, is a testament to your sheer willpower. Whether or not you possess chakra is of little consequence. Might Guy remarked, scratching his head, seemingly unfazed by the situation. Having stayed in Konoha, he had contemplated the formidable prowess of his companion. Tsunade had already briefed him on all circumstances concerning Uchiha Kai prior to his arrival. Although he found the details perplexing, Tsunade, having lived there for several months, understood the nuances of Kai's approach, even without Kakashi's explanations. Might Guy grasped the essence of the matter. Sealing one's own chakra? Why would one do such a thing? Hinata Niji inquired, puzzled. Indeed, why would one choose this path? Tenten echoed, equally bewildered. After all, if one's chakra were indeed powerful, why exert such tremendous effort in mastering taijutsu? Observing that Might Guy was unperturbed by the revelations, Uchiha Kai smiled gently as he settled himself in a chair. He then began to address the myriad questions posed by his companions, declaring, The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Huh? Seeing the bewildered expression surrounding him, Kakashi's gaze shifted, revealing a newfound depth of understanding. He found it hard to fathom that a child, merely a few years of age, could ponder such profound concepts at that tender age. Kai promptly began to respond to Sasuke's words, observing his demeanor with a calmness that belied the weight of his message. You will grow powerful beyond your wildest imaginings, he stated, but the time for that has yet to arrive. The strength of an individual is contingent upon several factors: diligence, fortune, and innate talent. Mere talent, devoid of effort, is a squandered gift. Conversely, many with both diligence and talent have found themselves thwarted by a lack of fortune. Each individual possesses a unique path, necessitating a keen awareness of one's strengths and weaknesses. Therefore, do not allow momentary frailty to breed feelings of inferiority. I was born with luck and talent. Yet what I lack is effort. I possess an immense reservoir of chakra, a gift that surpasses what even the Uzumaki clan might hold within their ranks, Kai declared. As he dispelled the seal on his chakra, the vast chakra emanated from him, almost tangible in its presence. Niji Hyuga activated his Byakugan, astonished by the overwhelming chakra energy that widened his eyes. Even Kakashi found the transformation incredible, noting the stark contrast to their last encounter. After resealing his chakra, Kai continued, With such a formidable chakra, I can manifest any jutsu I desire, should I choose to do so. This is my talent. Yet I do not wish to rely solely on it. I chose to seal my chakra and rigorously train my body, fortuitously encountering Teacher Kai along the way. This is my fortune. Thus, one should never take pride solely in their strengths, but instead reflect on their shortcomings. Before aspiring to reach one's goals, it is essential to question oneself. Have I truly exerted effort towards my dreams? With such an extraordinary talent, have I considered the aspects beyond that talent? Is my response satisfactory? Kai inquired, his words clear and direct. Sasuke's fists, pressed firmly against the table, began to tremble. The others, too, felt a stirring within them. Had they considered the elements beyond mere talent? Nietzsche echoed Kai's sentiments, pondering his own past. Do I possess talent? Have I put in the effort? Am I fortunate? Humph. Might Guy suddenly inhaled sharply, tears streaming down his face like an unstoppable river. Overcome with emotion, he embraced Kai tightly, exclaiming, "You are truly remarkable, little Kai. Your words are simply extraordinary." Ah, Teacher Kai, there are so many people watching. Uchiha Kai wore an expression of exasperation as he observed the lively atmosphere returning. Inwardly, Sarada found herself deeply moved by the earlier conversation, quietly taking note of those sentiments. After the meal, the gentle sunlight bathed the earth, infusing the already wintry air with a remarkable warmth. Beneath the sun, Uchiha Kai, Might Guy, and Kakashi sat together in a gazebo that extended gracefully over the calm waters. Originally intended merely as a fishing spot for leisurely respite, it proved to be quite delightful in its current use, having indulged in considerable drink during their meal. A rosy hue now adorned their faces. Gazing at the tranquil water, Might Guy couldn't help but marvel at the serene beauty of the place, exclaiming how splendid it would be if such tranquility could endure. Indeed, this location is quite wonderful. If possible, Teacher Kai, you should consider staying here. After all, this place is vast, offering a splendid opportunity to truly savor life. Kai smiled faintly, well aware that these two individuals had not come without reason. Although the nature of their business remained unclear, it was undoubtedly not a harbinger of good fortune for him. Observing their silence regarding the matter throughout their meal, Kai himself was reluctant to broach the subject first. "Shao Kai, what are your thoughts on Konoha Village?" Kakashi suddenly inquired. Might Guy recognized that Kakashi was steering the conversation toward the crux of the matter. He settled into a more serious demeanor, directing a measured gaze at Uchiha Kai. "Konoha Village. In truth, I harbor no particular opinions. However, having grown up there, I hold a certain sentiment for the place. I cherish a tranquil existence, free from conflict and disturbance. Yet, it is rife with deception and darkness. Everything appears less idyllic than one might envision, while such circumstances may also prevail elsewhere. I currently relish every aspect of my time spent here." Kai smiled as he responded to Kakashi's inquiry. Given the context of their conversation and their mutual acquaintance, he had nearly deduced their intentions. "Little Kai, though I am reluctant to express this, I sincerely hope you can return to the village," Might Guy stated earnestly after taking a deep breath. Rather than beating around the bush, it would have been more straightforward to voice the question directly and gauge Uchiha Kai's disposition. "Teacher Kai," Uchiha Kai paused briefly, then continued, "I do not wish to return to that place, and I hope you can understand my perspective. Having once lived in darkness, we who have emerged from such shadows are unwilling to tread upon that cursed ground again." Darkness? Kakashi hesitated, but quickly grasped the meaning behind those words. Taking a deep breath, he rose and proclaimed, "The darkness of the past has dissipated, at least the third Hokage has passed away. Wherever you go now, there is light. Upon your return to the village, you could embody that light and illuminate the shadows. Given your current situation, remaining here may subject you to endless disturbances once the news spreads. Being excessively powerful can be both a blessing and a curse, as others from different villages may seek to draw you into their fold." While Kakashi was not well versed in the details of the Uchiha massacre, he was acutely aware of the tendencies of the Umbu. Piecing these together made it easy to surmise what had transpired in the past. "Indeed, little Kai, the fifth Hokage has assured us that upon your return to the village, you will have your own place. While residing there, you will have your freedom, and I sense you have compelling reasons to return." Might Guy grinned widely, revealing his signature set of bright white teeth. Even Kakashi momentarily reverted to his deadpan expression, knowing that Might Guy was about to unveil his ultimate tactic. If this failed, they would truly be out of options. With that, Might Guy produced the letter that Tsunade had entrusted to him from his pocket and remarked, "Take a look at the contents of this letter. It may just ignite your desire to return." "What?" Kai wore a perplexed expression, although he was uncertain about the antics of these two individuals. He naturally opened the envelope and extracted the paper within. Thus, upon glimpsing the content, Uchiha Kai's mind momentarily ceased its rapid processing. He could only hear a droning sound reverberating in his mind. With a face devoid of emotion, he lifted his gaze to behold these two. To his astonishment, their actions were remarkably synchronized as they simultaneously turned their faces, pouting in a manner that conveyed their ignorance. Kai slowly rose to his feet, turning around with a certain dullness. Suddenly, taking advantage of the two's momentary distraction, He dove headfirst into the lake with a splash. "Hey, Kai!" Might Guy exclaimed in alarm. Just as he prepared to leap in after him, Kakashi yanked him back, questioning whether someone of Kai's caliber could truly be drowned by water. It seemed some matters warranted a more composed approach. After spending several minutes submerged, Uchiha Kai emerged from the water, transformed in demeanor. He did not doubt the authenticity of the situation, nor believe that someone like Tsunade would jest about such things. Sitting there with a morose expression, Might Guy placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Sensing his student's despondency, Guy, with a proud smile, remarked, "Oh, what's the big deal? Besides, you've already surpassed many. How many would envy you for that?" His words, though lighthearted, brought an awkward smile to Kakashi's face as he sat beside them. During their mission, Tsunade had instructed them that if it came to it, they should only present the letter if Kai was truly reluctant to leave. Not only had they revealed the letter, but it had also left him in a rather gloomy state. "However, Kai-sensei, you are of such an age, and yet without a girlfriend. You cannot possibly fathom the turmoil of someone in the prime of their youth." "Nanny?" Might Guy's lips twitched slightly. If anyone else had said such a thing, it would not have bothered him, as he had never considered such matters. But hearing it from his own student struck a painful chord. "What do you intend to do?" he inquired. "In Konoha, such news cannot remain hidden for long. Within a few months, the larger clans will surely learn of it. They will seize the opportunity to attack the 5th Hokage's position, and this could lead to considerable complications. This is precisely why the 5th wishes for you to return to the village, not merely for your sake, or even for the 5th's. Although the specifics of the situation are unclear, if that child truly is yours, as a father, you must embrace that responsibility." Kakashi, with his usual eloquence, articulated his point well. Although he understood the other party was challenging him, the gravity of the matter was undeniable. Even if that event had not been intended by either party, the reality had come to pass, and there was little use in lamenting it now. Winning a lottery overnight. He mused, though he knew that contemplating such trivialities was likely misplaced. "Kai, while I can support you in many matters, as your teacher, I cannot condone neglecting your own child." Might Guy wore a serious expression, yet the melancholic figure of Uchiha Kai, who had retreated to a corner, appeared utterly despondent. When he lifted his head, his countenance startled both of them. "I understand now," Uchiha Kai exclaimed, only to feel as though his entire world had plunged into darkness. At merely 17, a time brimming with potential, he found it unfathomable that a woman in her 50s could still conceive, shattering his preconceived notions. As he sat there, enveloped in gloom, his mind began to overflow with lamentations. "You need not rush your decision. After all, we are not pressed to complete this mission. It is a rare opportunity to be out, so let us indulge in some leisure and relaxation." Might Guy flashed a broad smile, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Upon arriving here, he finally grasped the essence of true tranquility. In contrast to the bustling life in the village, such occasional escapes epitomized genuine relaxation. After a month of struggle in the Hidden Leaf village, they ultimately chose to return and observe, although unsure of how to confront the memories. Standing at the familiar gates of the village after several years stirred a whirlwind of emotions within him. The Hidden Leaf village remained unchanged from a few years prior. The grand tree at the entrance still stood tall, the only alteration being that the entire village was blanketed in snow. As the new year approached, the falling snow had draped the village in a pristine white, almost indistinguishable from its former self. The only notable difference was the Hokage rock in the distance, which had transitioned from 4 statues to 5. Perhaps this was the sole and most significant change within the village. To his astonishment, returning to this place after several years, he recalled once vowing never to return. Fate, however, had brought them back to the starting point. The mountains stood resolute, and as he reminisced about his departure, he couldn't help but express his thoughts aloud. Leaving had been a furtive endeavor, but now returning allowed for a bold and open approach. He had once been frail, a mere youth with little strength, yet now, though not formidable, he was no longer someone to be trifled with. Indeed, they had circled back to the very beginning. Kai felt a deep sense of nostalgia. The village remained unchanged, yet everything had transformed with the passage of time. The greatest alterations had occurred within the people. This time, only the 2 of them had come, while the other 3 remained on Schwann Street. There was little cause for concern regarding safety, for in times of peril, you could effortlessly lead them into the Wetbone Forest. Their purpose for visiting was merely to assess the situation. "How do you feel?" "It must evoke memories, dear Kai." Might Guy disembarked from the carriage and approached Uchiha Kai, firmly patting his shoulder and inquiring, While I do not feel nostalgia, I am indeed filled with sentiment. However, since we are here, let us take a look. Kai sighed, feeling both familiar and foreign to this place. Emotionally, he found himself rather detached. As he prepared to enter the village, he encountered 2 guards stationed at the entrance who immediately halted his progress. Despite knowing that among these individuals were the teams of Might Guy and Kakashi, the guard approached with a notebook in hand and politely requested, "Kai, we must adhere to protocol. Please register your entry." The entry of strangers into the village necessitated this formal procedure. Uchiha Kai, without a hint of pretense, promptly inscribed both his name and that of his companion, Yamashita, in the ledger. Upon receiving the notebook back and observing the names inscribed within, one of the guards momentarily froze, yet they harbored no doubts, for they were well aware of the prior classification of Uchiha Kai as an S-rank rogue ninja, a fact even they, as Chunin, comprehended. As they gazed towards Kakashi, who was perched atop a cart in the distance, one of the guards, with an air of resignation, addressed Might Guy, "Kai, the village has yet to rescind the bounty on him. If possible, we would appreciate it if you could present the mission document for verification. Allowing entry without it places us in a precarious position. This is a direct order from the Hokage. Would you like me to escort you to meet the Hokage in person?" Might Guy responded with a notably relaxed tone, "Very well, but before we see the Hokage, you must relinquish him to us. Since he is a rogue ninja, we shall take charge." Just as the conversation unfolded, 3 figures approached leisurely. This alone might have sufficed. But suddenly, nearly 20 to 30 individuals appeared from all directions. Witnessing this scene, Kakashi, who had been calmly observing from atop the cart, felt a surge of urgency and swiftly leaped down, hastening towards Uchiha Kai, anxious about any potential upheaval these individuals might incite. Despite the influx of people, they maintained an expressionless demeanor as they continued forward. "Toanzo, this matter is under the Hokage's direct orders. We are to escort Uchiha Kai to meet the Hokage, so he cannot be entrusted to you." Kakashi positioned himself protectively in front of Uchiha Kai, his brow furrowed in seriousness as he confronted Toanzo. In the current climate of Konohagakure, it was clear that Toanzo was the only one particularly invested in Uchiha Kai's situation. With dozens of elite ninjas from Konoha present, it appeared they were determined to take Uchiha Kai away, and Toanzo, harboring such intentions, was unlikely to be deterred by the combined efforts of Might Guy and Kakashi. Leaning on his cane, he approached step by step, the distinct aroma emanating from him discernible from afar. Behind this figure trailed only 2 companions. One adorned with a mask akin to Kakashi's and oversized sunglasses obscuring his eyes, rendering his expression nearly indecipherable. The other individual similarly donned a mask. Uchiha Kai, classified as an S-rank rogue ninja, remained a fugitive, and it was only natural that this matter would fall to us to resolve. "Do you two harbor any objections?" Danzo's cold voice echoed, his demeanor suggesting he would relish in treating Kakashi and Might Guy similarly. "Lord Kai, there are a total of 32 individuals surrounding us. Based on the chakra signatures, they all seem to be J-Ni." Daisen stood behind Kai, his expression vigilant, while activating his 3-tomo Sharingan to discreetly observe and meticulously count each person. "At this close range, I can sense it without your input." Kai wore an expression of utter disbelief. The moment they appeared, he had already sensed their presence. Regardless of the circumstances, he could perceive everything within a 200-meter radius with remarkable clarity. "Teacher Kai, may I eliminate these individuals?" Uchiha Kai inquired, tilting his head towards the solemn-faced Might Guy. The question left Guy momentarily bewildered. Before he could respond, Danzo seized the opportunity to shout, "Seize Uchiha Kai at once." "Lord Danzo, this is our assigned mission. If you wish to apprehend anyone, please let Lord Hokage give the command." Might Guy remained steadfast in front of Uchiha Kai, his fists clenched and ready for action. "Lord Danzo, this matter could escalate significantly. Have you truly considered the implications?" Kakashi asked, his expression equally grave. Meanwhile, the other young ones had rushed down, mimicking one another as they positioned themselves around Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Daisen. "Hey, Kakashi-sensei, Teacher Kai, may I have a word with him?" With a relaxed demeanor, Kai leaned forward and addressed Kakashi and Might Guy. "You needn't involve yourself in this matter. We will resolve it swiftly." Kakashi, however, felt a flicker of concern, not for Uchiha Kai, but rather for the potential danger that could arise should this individual become agitated. "What are you all standing around for? Take Uchiha Kai away." Danzo shouted once more, prompting the surrounding root ninjas to charge forth immediately. Just as Kakashi prepared to act, Uchiha Kai suddenly called out, "Danzo, I am all too aware of your nature." With eager anticipation, I was ready to enter the Hidden Leaf Village, yet the surprise you have given me is truly overwhelming. Kai could no longer endure the situation. This individual persistently inflicted harm upon himself, truly believing he possessed an invulnerable body to toy with at will. Releasing the chakra seals binding him, an immense power began to engulf the surroundings instantaneously. He pushed aside Kakashi and Might Guy, stepping forward with his gaze fixed upon the impassive Danzo, continuing, "We bear both new enmity and ancient grievances. Thus, let us proceed in this manner. Let us engage in a battle, you included. Should you emerge victorious, I shall comply with your every whim regarding research, whether it be my eyes or my very life. I shall not object. However, should you fail, not only shall all present perish, but I shall also eradicate the entire Shimura clan and the Sarutobi clan of the third Hokage. Furthermore, should anyone in Konoha dare to intervene, I shall raze the village to the ground. What say you to this wager? If you lack the courage, then let your life serve as recompense for our animosity." With his eyes transformed into the Mangeki Sharingan, a tremendous aura swept the vicinity. There was no need for battle now. The sheer terror of his presence began to permeate the air. Uchiha Kai harbored no intentions of jest. He held little affection for this village, and even if he were to slay every inhabitant, he would feel no substantial guilt within. As his words fell, Uchiha Kai took a step forward. Simultaneously, Might Guy and Kakashi rushed to seize him. However, at the very moment they made contact, he vanished without a trace. Not even a hint of his presence lingered. When Danzo sensed the shift, a crimson mark had already appeared on his neck. In a state of panic, he had yet to collapse, but in the next instant, he returned to the same form. Nonetheless, this attack compelled him to draw a deep breath, despite the distance of several meters between them. Even the swiftest speed seemed insufficient to obstruct Kai. Izanagi. Kai returned to his original position, gazing at Danzo with a subtle, mischievous smile, and inquired, "I wonder how many more times you can employ that power. One must admit, I truly admire you. Despite the fact that your clan SIs were lost long ago, you still managed to wield such strength. Given your physical condition, you can probably muster it a mere 10 times, at most. Would you care to fulfill our earlier wager?" Uchiha Kai looked at Danzo with a teasing glint in his eye. Should this man dare to obstruct his path again, he would not hesitate to eliminate him without mercy. After all, in the entire ninja world, the only one who posed a lingering concern was this scoundrel. Danzo, oblivious to the nature of the recent attack, furrowed his brow, fixating his gaze on Uchiha Kai. "Kai, what exactly are you doing?" Kakashi and Might Guy were still reeling from the earlier spectacle. The incident had indeed startled them. They had feared such a scenario might unfold from the very beginning, yet it had come to pass. Now, it seemed that a battle escalation was imminent. Although the village was relatively small, the distance from the main gate to the cargo office was no less than 2 kilometers. Simultaneously, they were curious about Danzo's condition. How could he, with half his neck severed, return to a normal state in the blink of an eye? The only one privy to Danzo's true situation was Uchiha Kai. The issue was that Danzo's expression had begun to betray a sense of unease. He had not anticipated that such a deeply concealed secret would be so easily discerned by his opponent. Yet, rather than fear, a sinister smile crept upon his lips. The sole question remained: how had Uchiha Kai managed to assault him? The only plausible explanation lay in the realm of speed. A strange, sinister chuckle echoed as Danzo dismissed Kakashi and Might Guy entirely from his thoughts, his gaze fixated on Uchiha Kai. Taking a step back, he signaled for his root operatives to swiftly form a circle, encircling Uchiha Kai. Sealing technique. Quickly, retreat. Kakashi, observing the rapid formation of hand seals by the operatives, immediately recognized their intent. He shouted urgently, but with only 7 or 8 individuals performing the sealing, the rest remained vigilant, ensuring that these intruders would not escape. Boom. A voice resonated as those individuals pressed their hands against the ground, followed by the emergence of an immense barrier. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming pressure enveloped everyone present. The formidable gravity forced the less skilled among them to prostrate themselves on the ground. Under such circumstances, even the seasoned jonin, Kakashi and Might Guy, found themselves instinctively bending at the waist, struggling to maintain their upright posture. No matter how swift one's movements, how fast could one truly move beneath such a gravitational confinement? Danzo, observing the individuals within, inquired with a hint of derision. "Danzo, do you even comprehend the gravity of your actions?" Might Guy began to emanate blue steam, gradually straightening his form. The immense weight causing cracks to appear in the ground beneath him. With unwavering determination, he forcefully struck the ground with his foot, creating an even larger fissure that surged toward those controlling the barrier. Stop. Just as Might Guy prepared to act, a thunderous voice echoed, accompanied by the swift arrival of several figures. The speaker was none other than Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, flanked by masked individuals clad predominantly in black combat attire. These were none other than the elite Umbu of Konoha. Danzo, you must provide me with an explanation for this incident. Tsunade approached Danzo, her face a mask of fury, demanding answers without hesitation. What is there to explain? An S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha suddenly appears in the village, wielding tremendous power. If he were to inflict substantial damage upon the village, would you, as the fifth Hokage, be able to bear that responsibility? Everyone heard what he stated, including his intentions to obliterate the entire village. How could I possibly allow such a person to remain in our midst? Uchiha Kai was returned at my behest. I tasked them with bringing him back. The matter has not yet reached you, so on what grounds do you presume to make a judgment? Moreover, are your actions not excessive, old man? I am the Hokage. When you ascend to this position, then we can discuss other matters. Tsunade, embodying a commanding presence, reflected a fierceness unmatched by the third Hokage. Her words struck Danzo with unwavering force. Ultimately, in this village, the highest authority resided with the Hokage, not with you. Shimura Danzo. The atmosphere fell into an immediate silence, with the Root and Umbu forces locked in a tense standoff, the situation seemingly spiraling toward an irrevocable climax. The gazes of Danzo and Tsunade locked in a fierce confrontation, neither willing to yield in their resolve. Truly, what a tiresome village this is. Uchiha Kai gazed at their predicament with a sense of speechlessness. The barrier surrounding them remained intact, and observing the great mountain struggling to endure, Kai calmly addressed the few individuals sustaining the barrier, inquiring if they could cease their efforts now. However, it seemed as though these individuals were entirely oblivious to his words. Not only did they ignore him, but they also refrained from even casting a glance toward Danzo, showing no inclination to heed his counsel. Lowering his gaze to the dagger in his hand, which shimmered ominously with a cold light, he adjusted his grip on the weapon, adopting a different stance. Kai sighed and spoke leisurely. I am not yet a member of your Konoha village, so killing you should pose no issue. Let me see if you possess the ability to resurrect, like Danzo. Don't. Might Guy instantly discerned the implication in his words. Before he could even cry out, the barrier they maintained vanished in an instant. Following this, the 8 individuals who had supported the barrier began to clutch their necks in agony, blood gushing forth between their fingers. Danzo showed no remorse for the loss of life. Death was simply death. His expression twisted into a sinister glare as he turned to Tsunade and asked, "What more do you have to say?" "What is there to say? This filthy village is the result of your collusion with that old man of the third Hokage. It is you, existing in the shadows, who have truly transformed this village into a realm of darkness. You revel in its corruption, Danzo, so allow me to witness just how much you adore this place." Uchiha Kai suddenly leaped into the air, stretching his arms wide as if to embrace Konoha village. Yet, as he descended, his hands swiftly formed seals, unleashing the fire-style, firefly explosion. Gathering the majority of his chakra, a highly compressed fireball appeared above Konoha village in the next moment. Each fireball glowed a brilliant blue, evenly distributed across the sky, almost entirely covering the village area. "Kai, what are you doing?" Might Guy's eyes widened, his voice trembling. Even Kakashi had lifted the eye patch over one eye, revealing a Sharingan with 3 tomo. Konoha is completely enveloped in this attack. Hyuga Niji observed the terrifying chakra through his Byakugan, his lips trembling as he spoke. "Uchiha Kai, stop this at once." Tsunade shouted in fury, her voice echoing with desperation. In truth, her heart was filled with profound fear. She raised her head, panic etched on her face, fully aware of the immense power behind Uchiha Kai's impending assault. In an instant, the entire Konoha village could be obliterated the moment he clenched his fist. Everyone residing within the village was at risk of perishing in a heartbeat under this attack. "Danzo, I want you to choose for this village." Kai gently descended to the ground, still raising his right hand. With a mere clench of his fist, the entire village could be obliterated in a silent explosion. With a mocking expression, he gazed at Danzo and continued, "I shall not dwell upon the events concerning the Uchiha clan, nor shall I inquire further. After all, the deceased bore no connection to me. Their lives or deaths hold no significance, and I harbor no familial grievances. However, your incessant provocations have become intolerable. Now, let me witness whether you possess any affection or attachment to this village." The fate of this place rests upon your decision. You are presented with two choices. Firstly, disband the Konoha Elder Council, which includes yourself and those two old men. We both know who is responsible for the village's darkness over the years. Bring those two to me. Otherwise, should they voice any objections later, I wish to avoid such a distasteful scenario. The root must be dismantled. A place so vile it could breed maggots ought not to be preserved. Transfer the techniques for eradicating the roots to Tsunade and provide a complete list of all root personnel. Your future, Danzo, entails remaining at home, avoiding the outside world. This realm no longer requires an antiquated figure like you to uphold it. As for the second option, it is quite straightforward. With a mere thought, I could erase the entire Konoha village from this ninja world. I do not jest, nor do I wish to engage in frivolous banter with a fool such as yourself. I grant you 10 minutes to contemplate your fate. Do not entertain the notion of taking action. With a mere blink, I could bring this all to an end. The atmosphere became profoundly still upon the utterance of those words. Such a terrifying scene rendered the two gatekeepers unsteady on their feet. In their lifetime guarding the gates, they had never witnessed such a spectacle. Not just the other root members, but even the Umbu present fell into silence. Even Tsunade, the Hokage, remained motionless, fully aware that Kai would not truly annihilate the village, yet uncertain of his ultimate intent. The dissolution of the Elder Council and root was something she had long desired. Despite being referred to as Princess Tsunade, how many in Konoha would still recognize her after 20 years away? Tobirama clenched his fists tightly, his face a mask of rage as he glowered at Uchiha Kai. The entirety of Konoha had descended into chaos. In a frantic bid for safety, the villagers raced towards refuge, terror gripping their minds. One by one, they hastened towards the mountain caves designated for shelter. The ninjas within the village exerted every effort to assist the ordinary citizens. The Umbu and those Jonin not engaged in missions also surged towards the main gate. The heads of various clans moved swiftly, each acutely aware that a grave incident had transpired in Konoha. Such a realization was unmistakable. 10 minutes had elapsed. Ample time for the majority to evacuate and for those rushing in to arrive at the vicinity. This was indeed a monumental upheaval, instilling fear in every heart. Confusion reigned as they grappled with the reality of the situation. As two more elders approached, a faint smile crept across Uchiha Kai's lips. Might Guy, visibly anxious, contemplated speaking but was abruptly silenced by Kakashi. "What on earth are you scheming?" he inquired, momentarily halting the proceedings. Naruto, brimming with impatience, erupted with anger. "Shut up, Naruto. This is not a matter for you to interject," Kakashi admonished, casting a serious glance at him. This moment was a delicate game of strategy, and he sensed the underlying currents at play, discerning the intentions behind the actions unfolding before him. As for Uchiha Kai, he paid no heed to the words exchanged. Upon the arrival of Mito Kagaya and Nara Shikamaru, he smirked at Tobirama, declaring, "The necessary parties have gathered. You should inform those two old men that the decision rests in your hands. To annihilate this village seems trivial to me, does it not? We have but 1 minute left before the 10-minute mark." As he spoke, Kai's expression turned frosty, his right hand subtly raised once more as he inhaled deeply. Chakra surging forth anew. The fireballs suspended above Konoha expanded to twice their size. Tobirama gritted his teeth, consumed by an almost boundless fury. Kai, possessing knowledge of all matters, is acutely aware that despite the inadequacies of the old man Danzo, his sentiments towards the village are of the most sincere nature. As the crowd at the village entrance continues to swell, it is evident that such a gathering is indeed a rare spectacle. What could possibly be the cause of this? Tsurugi Kamaru approached Danzo with a grave expression, her brow furrowed, and in a tone that was icily resolute, she inquired. They understood the terrifying implications that would ensue should the chakra contained within those fireballs erupt. "This scoundrel has placed the annihilation of the entire village at stake in exchange for our position within the Elder Council." Although Danzo was reluctant, he dared not gamble with the outcome. "I see." Mito gaped and glanced at Tsunade, who was in a state of stagnation, and inhaled deeply, managing a smile. Shaking his head in resignation, he remarked that at his age, it was indeed time to step aside. The village should be entrusted to the younger generation. If the safety of the entire village could be assured, then it would be prudent to withdraw now. There was little reluctance in his demeanor. The old man was surprisingly straightforward. Tsurugi Kamaru also cast a glance at Tsunade, uncertain of the extent to which this matter concerned her. However, Exiting in such a manner was undoubtedly preferable to leaving with a tarnished reputation through forceful means in the future. I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. I find myself weary. You insufferable wretch. Danzo cursed angrily. Boom. Just as his words echoed, Kai's fingers twitched slightly, followed by a violent explosion erupting in a corner of the village. Mind your attitude. There are only 15 seconds left until the final moment. Where is your answer? Kai furrowed his brow and inquired. I consent. Despite his reluctance and seething anger, the weight of all the pressure now rested squarely upon his shoulders. Should the village face destruction, it was likely that the one to bear the brunt of the blame would not be Uchiha Kai, but rather his own mentor, Danzo. Since Kai has already contemplated coming to Konohagakure, he had pondered various matters concerning this place prior to his arrival. He even considered what issues might pose the greatest complexity and difficulty for Tsunade. Undoubtedly, the focal points of concern are twofold, one being the Elder Advisory Council. These old fellows are not a challenge for a skilled individual to handle, yet when it comes to significant decisions, they are beyond the capabilities of a woman who has been absent for over 20 years. He certainly had no intention of paving the way for her, nevertheless. Should she indeed have borne a child following that encounter, the ensuing complications would still require resolution. Upon reaching the entrance, the moment Kai laid eyes on Danzo, a bold idea suddenly struck him. After all, he belongs to the Uchiha clan, a lineage that has been scorned for ages. A few additional jabs would hardly matter to him. Observing the discomfiture of these old men, a smile began to form at the corners of Kai's mouth. Since you have already consented, it seems that there is little left for me to elaborate on regarding the forthcoming matters. Kai maintained an expression of tranquility as he surveyed the individuals surrounding him. He did not cease his actions. Rather, he proclaimed loudly that the Elder Council was indeed a necessary entity, albeit one comprised of individuals ill-suited for the role. Now, allow me to present a list, he continued. And it is your turn, esteemed fifth Hokage, to share your thoughts. The audience was once again left in a state of bewilderment. What was unfolding before them? Before Tsunade could respond, Kai elaborated that the future members of the Konoha Elder Council would include Hinata Hyuga, the head of the Hyuga clan, Nara Shikaku, the head of the Nara clan, and Yuhi Kurenai, who would serve jointly. The subsequent cleanup operations of the root organization would be managed collaboratively by the Hyuga clan and the Inoshikacho trio. What do you think? In such a distasteful village, this arrangement is the only way to bring me some semblance of comfort. His words were directed at Tsunade, but equally at the other clan representatives. The Elder Council was unequivocally a high-ranking authority within Konoha, signifying their involvement in significant decisions affecting the village. Standing not far away, Hinata Hayashi appeared momentarily dazed. But he was not alone in his astonishment. Nara Shikaku shared the same sentiment. Most notably, Yuhi Kurenai was equally taken aback, unable to fathom how such fortune had unexpectedly befallen them. Nara Shikaku, who had been on high alert moments before, now crossed his arms, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he regarded the fifth Hokage. It felt as though they were performing a well-rehearsed duet. Regardless of the circumstances, the benefits that had fallen upon them were too enticing to decline. The allocation of a council seat to the Hyuga clan was hardly a contentious issue, given that they had emerged as the most prominent family in Konoha. As for the second position awarded to Shikaku, it implicitly granted him influence over the Inoshikacho trio. After contemplating for a while, Nara Shikaku concluded with a chilling realization. He had not anticipated that the youth before him would exhibit such foresight. Yuhi Kurenai, as a commoner among shinobi, would naturally represent a vast constituency. Furthermore, as the fiancée of Asuma Sarutobi, the son of the third Hokage, her appointment to the council would evoke no objections from the Sarutobi clan or their allies. Additionally, her role would bridge the gap with the common shinobi, showcasing a level of cunning that was quite formidable. While Tsunade felt a flicker of delight at the dissolution of the previous council, she was taken aback by the emergence of this new one. The composition of its members left her somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, she sensed that Uchiha Kai was not one to harbor ill intentions towards her. Surveying the assembly, she stepped forward with unwavering resolve, proclaiming, "For the safety of our village, I consent to this arrangement. However, you must remain within the village, and I shall rescind your wanted status. That should pose no issue, correct?" Excellent. Everyone was left utterly astonished. It seemed that those with sound minds had uncovered a singular truth. The outcome was one of collective joy, with only a couple suffering the consequences. Initially, the Council of Elders had disbanded, yet now it re-emerged, while the instigator of the turmoil remained unscathed. Danzo, already seething with rage, was taken aback by this unexpected resolution. His gaze fixated intensely on Tsunade, yet he felt utterly powerless. In a fit of anger, he gritted his teeth and turned to depart. Ultimately, the situation had reached a satisfactory conclusion. Guy offered a faint smile as he ceased his actions. And at the moment he lowered his hand, the ninjutsu hovering above the entirety of Konoha vanished. Nonetheless, the crowd remained distinctly bewildered, still struggling to grasp the true nature of the events. The matter concerning the Hokage's office had been settled, with no dissenting voices raised. After all, the majority had come to accept this outcome, leaving the small minority unable to stir any significant discontent. Sitting calmly on the sofa, Guy observed Tsunade's furious expression, presenting a stark contrast to his own tranquility. Meanwhile, Might Guy and Kakashi appeared as if they were glued to their seats, an uncomfortable sight indeed. "You scoundrel ought to provide a proper explanation for the events that transpired at the village entrance," Tsunade demanded, her brow furrowed in seriousness as she directed her gaze at Uchiha Kai. "What exactly do you wish to know? Why orchestrate such chaos?" Kai smiled lightly before forming hand seals and gently tapping his toes on the ground. In the next instant, the entire room was enveloped in a transparent chakra barrier. He then began to speak. "I have resolved 2 significant troubles for you. Yet it appears you have yet to express your gratitude." "Gratitude? You wretched fool. Do you not comprehend the peril you've unleashed with your sudden actions? If Danzo does not consent, are you truly prepared to annihilate Konoha?" Tsunade's agitation grew as she slammed her palm onto the desk before her. The force of her strike left a gaping hole in the center of the table. In silence, Shizen stood nearby, pen in hand, diligently recording the events. It was evident that such confrontations were not a novel occurrence. Once her fury subsided, Tsunade forcibly reined in her emotions and slowly settled into her chair. Her tone considerably more composed as she inquired, setting aside other matters, "Can you explain why you have appointed those 3 as members of the Elder Advisory Council?" Observing that the discussion had shifted to a serious topic, Kakashi and Might Guy also turned their earnest attention to Uchiha Kai. Initially, they had been the 2 most anxious individuals in the room, but as the situation unfolded, it appeared to be steering towards a favorable resolution. Although they found it perplexing, they refrained from intervening. The trio's placement on the Elder Advisory Council seemed to be the most suitable choice for the entirety of Konoha. As the Hokage, one cannot possibly attend to every matter personally. Just look at the issues before you. It is likely that since the Uchiha clan's obliteration, the Hokage has been managing even the most trivial of village affairs. "How do you know this?" Tsunade questioned, her brow furrowing in curiosity. "How do I know?" "Because this plan was devised by me." With a gentle smile, Kaiwei refrained from voicing her thoughts directly. Instead, she addressed Tsunade's remarks indirectly, stating that the pressure exerted by the 3 of them as the Elder Advisory Council was comparatively minimal. Firstly, let us consider Hinata Hisashi. Since the establishment of Konohagakure, the Hyuga clan has been marginalized, a fact known to only a few. The ostracization of the Uchiha clan primarily stemmed from the issues surrounding Uchiha Madara. Since the era of the 2nd Hokage, policies have been directed against the Uchiha clan, although the 3rd Hokage's perspective on the Uchiha has remained somewhat ambiguous. He has never denied the misdeeds of Danzo. Have you pondered why the Hyuga clan has faced similar treatment? This matter may delve too far back, so it suffices to highlight their advantages. The Hyuga clan has now emerged as the largest family in all of Konoha, with extensive influence encompassing commercial prowess and military strength. But more importantly, their invaluable insight. This insight is perhaps the most precious asset for Konohagakure. Were it not for their branch family system, the Hyuga clan might have been the first to incite a rebellion, perpetually relegated to a subordinate position. This arrangement serves to placate the long-standing absence of high-ranking members within the Hyuga clan, thereby enabling better management of their affairs. This, in turn, could significantly enhance the village's defenses and future capabilities. Allowing Hinata Hisashi to partake in the village's decision-making process ensures that, once matters are unified, the vast populace of the Hyuga clan would raise no objections. Next, we turn our attention to the Nara clan, a subject that hardly requires further elaboration. The trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans has always maintained a close-knit alliance, with the Nara clan's intellect leading the way. These 3 families have consistently pledged their loyalty solely to the Hokage, rather than to any individual. In the course of several decades, the 3 prominent clans of Konoha have managed to preserve their strength remarkably well amidst the village's consumption. When it comes to combat prowess, the combined might of these three clans is unmatched by any other clan. Narashikaku, endowed with an exceptionally astute mind, plays a pivotal role in the decision-making processes of the Elder Advisory Council, thereby instilling greater confidence in the execution of various tasks by the three clans. As for the last member, Uchiha Kai, her situation is somewhat unique. The decision to select her was not made lightly. Fundamentally, she symbolizes the rights of the common folk. The civilian ninjas constitute the majority within Konoha, shouldering the most arduous and perilous tasks. Failing to provide them a voice could have significant repercussions in the future. Furthermore, Kurenai is the fiancée of Asuma Sarutobi. After the demise of the third Hokage, Asuma ascended to the position of clan leader, thus stabilizing the older clans, which naturally resulted in no objections from them. Utilizing one individual to stabilize two factions makes Kurenai the optimal choice. I wonder if our fifth Hokage is pleased with such reasoning? Listening to Kai expound with confidence, Kakashi beside him widened his eyes in astonishment. Despite not residing in the village, he possesses an astonishing depth of understanding regarding its affairs. What transformations would occur if he were to assume the mantle of Hokage? Not only Kakashi, but even Tsunade and Shizune across the table appeared utterly flabbergasted. Only Guy, who failed to comprehend the discourse, sat there with a bewildered expression. Kai, I was calling Uchiha Kai. Tsunade, initially serious, was taken aback when Might Guy suddenly snapped back to attention and responded. This moment of realization turned slightly awkward. Then you can call him Little Kai. That would help differentiate. Might Guy mumbled softly. What's wrong? Uchiha Kai inquired. After a brief pause, Tsunade asked how he could be so certain that Danzo would agree to his proposals. This topic was indeed a source of significant concern at the time. Who knows what dark thoughts Danzo harbors in his heart? He will certainly agree. Uchiha Kai asserted confidently. Although Danzo often engages in dubious and repugnant activities, his genuine affection for the village is undeniable. If loyalty to the village were to be ranked, Danzo would undoubtedly be among the top 3. And it's highly plausible that he could even claim the first position. How can you be so certain? As I have stated before, I possess knowledge of everything. So what is there to be uncertain about? Kai reclined on the sofa, exuding a sense of calm. However, as if a thought had suddenly struck him, a faint smile graced his lips as he addressed Kakashi and Might Guy. Gentlemen, there are some matters I wish to discuss privately. Understood. Kakashi promptly rose to his feet. Understood what? Might Guy inquired, his expression adorably bewildered. Before he could formulate a response, Kakashi swiftly grasped his collar and pulled him up, dragging him out of the Hokage's office with determination. As for Shizune, once the two departed, Uchiha Kai's earlier composure vanished, leaving him with an expression of awkwardness as he sat in silence, uncertain of what to say. Could you please fetch me a glass of water? Kai directed these words towards Shizune, simultaneously wishing for her to temporarily vacate the premises. Casting a glance at Tsunade, who sat there with a serene expression, Shizune curled her lips in mild disdain, then placed the documents on the table and turned to exit the room. At the instant the door closed. Without waiting for Uchiha Kai to inquire, Tsunade spoke directly, affirming, Indeed, I am pregnant. It has been over 3 months now, and it appears to be a girl. However, you need not worry. I shall not use this against you, nor will I hold you accountable. Oh? Kaimo lowered his head in silence, utterly at a loss for words. However, after bowing his head, he murmured, Is it truly possible to conceive at such an age? Just as his words faded, a tremendous force struck him. And in the next instant, he was unceremoniously kicked out of the room and into the open air of the building. You scoundrel! Inside the room, there were but 2 individuals, each wholly focused on the other. Although their conversation was subdued, it did not escape Tsunade's ears. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Guy had only just descended the stairs. As they approached the entrance, they were taken aback when a figure suddenly fell before them. After a moment of shock, Guy rushed forward upon recognizing the fallen individual. Little Kai. It seems our esteemed teachers have not yet departed. At that moment, Kaido sprang to his feet, a sheepish smile adorning his face as he scratched his head. Are you all right? Kakashi inquired, observing his demeanor. Oh, I'm fine. It seems I've merely broken my arm. Kaido's nonchalant and carefree expression elicited a knowing glance between the two, both fully aware of the true nature of the events that had transpired. As long as you're okay, let's go. I shall treat you to some barbecue. Unfazed by the notion of broken limbs, Might Guy casually draped his arm over Kaido's shoulder, laughing heartily as he led him away. The once tranquil Konoha village had transformed into a bustling hub with the arrival of such an individual. While Kaido may have previously been an unknown entity, his emergence as an S-rank rogue ninja had made his name known to many. Within barely an hour of his return, his presence had already become common knowledge throughout the village, largely due to the fear he instilled in others. After all, one who could wield such formidable ninjutsu had the potential to annihilate the entire village at will. How could such a person not evoke trepidation? Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Hyuga clan, a gathering of a dozen individuals sat in attendance. Externally, they all appeared to be members of the esteemed Hyuga family, predominantly composed of elderly figures, the eldest among them likely in their 70s or 80s. Hinata Hizashi, as the clan leader, naturally occupied the foremost seat. The atmosphere in the hall was notably subdued. Eventually, an elderly gentleman seated at the forefront could no longer restrain his curiosity and posed a question to Hizashi regarding the young member of the Uchiha clan. What are your thoughts on that boy from the Uchiha clan? It is rather surprising that he returned and disbanded the original advisory council, now including you in the elder advisory council. This indeed seems to bode well for our Hyuga clan. However, his terrifying prowess warrants careful consideration on how we ought to proceed. Hinata Hyuga took a deep breath and leaned against the wall, refraining from providing a direct answer. Instead, his mind began to contemplate Uchiha Kai. Upon the latter's return, he had located those who had previously escorted the two members of the Uchiha clan away. One certainty emerged. None of the individuals sent away included Uchiha Kai. The Uchiha descent beside him was likely one of the males, while the other was a girl, thus ruling out the possibility of it being Uchiha Kai himself. The only figure that came to mind was that enigmatic individual who orchestrated the departure of the two young Uchiha. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed implausible. When Hinata was nearly 4 years old, that person had already made their move. By that account, they would have been merely 7 or 8. Such formidable strength could hardly originate from a child. However, apart from that mysterious member of the Uchiha clan, there was no other explanation that aligned with the facts. After a prolonged silence, Hinata finally spoke, suggesting that the Hyuga clan should refrain from taking action and simply observe the unfolding events. Indeed, I believe that is the prudent course, he continued. Who could have anticipated that the Uchiha clan, once thought to be entirely annihilated, would still possess such a powerful presence? Given this young one's abilities, he appears considerably more formidable than the Uchiha Itachi of yore, which is truly astonishing. The elder mused to himself, as all clans had already begun to implement their strategies in response to Uchiha Kai's sudden return. The stance of the Hyuga clan likely mirrored that of the majority, which was to avoid being the first to act and simply watch the developments unfold. Hinata's reasoning stemmed from his desire to ascertain one particular truth, whether Uchiha Kai was indeed connected to the mysterious Uchiha clan member from the past. Hinata, what troubles you? In a training ground nestled within a wooded area, the 8th squad convened. It was Inuzuka Kiba, the future heir of the Inuzuka clan, who spoke. Noticing Hinata sitting quietly at a distance, he approached out of curiosity, peering in her direction. Today, it seemed, none of them harbored any inclination to train. It wasn't just them. Even their supervising teacher appeared burdened by deep thoughts. Their instructor, Yugao, had recently been elevated to the Elder Council, a role she had not sought. A day had passed since the significant events, and she had refrained from attending, instead accompanying the youngsters in their training. To her astonishment, upon receiving the news, she found herself inexplicably thrust into the council, transitioning from an ordinary citizen to a figure of authority in an instant. Such an abrupt change left her utterly bewildered. As for Hinata, her thoughts were entirely different. In response to Kiba's inquiry, Hinata awkwardly turned her head away, offering a slight smile while hastily waving her hand, declaring, "I'm fine." The atmosphere today was rather bleak. She lacked the motivation to train, and even Kurenai-sensei seemed distracted due to yesterday's events. Shino typically focused solely on his own training, leaving her to train alone, which was rather uninspiring. Kiba plopped down about a meter away from Hinata, propping himself up with his hands on the ground as he gazed up at the sky. Although he harbored no feelings of depression, he found the situation quite dull. After a moment of silence, Kiba suddenly seemed to recall something and quickly shifted closer to Hinata, asking, "Do you know that sudden appearance of Uchiha Kai?" Upon hearing this, Hinata's face instantly flushed. She was at a loss for how to respond to such a topic. However, observing Kiba's expression, she gradually nodded her head. "What? I can't believe you actually know him," Kiba exclaimed, his face brimming with anticipation. I've asked several people since yesterday, but none of them recognize someone named Uchiha Kai. How do you know him, Hinata? Not only Kiba, but even the little dog on his shoulder looked on with eager eyes. Hinata's mind drifted back to cherished memories. From the first time they met when he saved her, to every visit she made to watch Uchiha Kai train. She then turned to Kiba and said, I first met him when I was 3 years old, and Naruto was with me then. So early? That's quite surprising. However, I've heard that his strength is extraordinary. When I returned home, my father told me that with his abilities, there probably isn't anyone in the entire Hidden Leaf Village who could match him. He even advised me to keep my distance when I meet him, as if he is truly terrifying. Although Kiba had yet to meet Uchiha Kai, the brainwashing words he had heard instilled a profound sense of fear within him. He lowered his voice significantly as he spoke. Brother Kai is very kind and gentle. Not as exaggerated as you say, Hinata explained with a smile, but then added, he is indeed powerful, yet he has endured challenges beyond our imagination. He was once a student of Gai Sensei, and his dedication is unparalleled, far exceeding that of Rock Lee. You should understand what I mean by that, right? Is that so? That guy, Rock Lee, already has an outrageous amount of physical training, Kiba replied. But after each training session, Lee rests for 2 days, and sometimes, if he sustains even a minor injury, his recovery takes even longer. However, Brother Kai has never behaved in such a manner. Each day, after completing his training, he diligently resumes the same regimen the following day, consistently increasing the weights he bears almost every month. According to him, such rigorous augmentation can transcend mental boundaries, fostering greater perseverance in the pursuit of a singular endeavor. In our circumstances, we ought not to envy the strength of others, for we are unable to attain what they have achieved. Hinata, you seem quite familiar with him. Inuzuka Kiba had initially overlooked this detail, but upon hearing Hinata refer to Uchiha Kai, he suddenly seemed to grasp something significant. Me? Faced with the abrupt shift in conversation, Hinata appeared utterly flustered, her face reddening akin to a ripe fruit. What are you two doing here? Just as Kiba was about to probe further, a voice interjected between them. A hand rested on one of their shoulders, and a pair of exquisite crimson eyes sparkled before them. Red Sensei, Hinata exclaimed, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. Well, I believe everyone has been working hard these past few days. It wouldn't hurt to take a proper break. So I'll treat you both to some barbecue at noon. With a slight smile, she affectionately ruffled their hair. Red Sensei, I heard you've joined the Elder Advisory Council. Does this mean you won't be able to accompany us on missions anymore? Kiba inquired, puzzled. Such matters were beyond his comprehension. He only learned of them through family or others' discussions. After a moment of silence, Red gently inquired, who told you that? Well, perhaps Red Sensei has her own commitments regarding these matters. No need to worry. I shall speak with Lord Hokage about this today. You must understand the weight of such responsibilities. If possible, I will certainly decline this arrangement. Akatsuki Yuhi responded with a smile. Initially, when this situation first arose, she had been utterly bewildered. The fortune of yesterday seemed to have descended upon her quite unexpectedly. At first, it was merely surprising. It was only after Asuma Sarutobi approached her to discuss the matter and explicitly stated that the Sarutobi clan would support her unconditionally that she began to comprehend which role she was meant to embody. However, reflecting on her encounter with the fifth Hokage, she was taken aback when she discovered that the position she was to represent was that of a civilian ninja. The magnitude of this responsibility weighed heavily upon her. With a sigh, Akatsuki Yuhi smiled somewhat helplessly. Let us not dwell on this matter for now. The future will reveal what is to come. Two individuals stood upon the remnants of what was once their familial home in the Uchiha clan's territory. Despite the passage of many years, the scars of destruction remained starkly evident. The charred timber scattered upon the ground served as a poignant reminder of past tragedies. It is uncertain how long it has been since anyone ventured into this desolate area, as the cobblestone pathways, once well-trodden, are now overtaken by a riot of wild grasses. Even the houses where their kin once dwelled are now veiled in moss and verdant growth, presenting a scene of desolation. With eyes closed, one could almost inhale the lingering scent of bloodshed that once permeated the air. After 5 or 6 years, the unexpected return to this place felt like a twist of fate, a chance to revisit the site of one's birth. How extraordinary! Observing the scene before him, Kai could not help but feel a wave of nostalgia. Time has weathered much, and 6 years, while not excessive, is significant enough to transform many lives. Kai, why the sudden melancholy? Deshawn inquired from behind. Melancholy? What is there to be sad about? Aren't you reminiscing about our old neighbors? After all, they have been gone for many years. Deshawn surveyed the surroundings. Although a few dilapidated structures still stood, the ravages of time had rendered them uninhabitable. Yet, he could not help but recall the faces of their former neighbors. At Deshawn's words, a flicker of disdain crossed Kai's face. Do not speak of it. I feel nothing at all. Those people were only ever concerned with swindling my family's wealth and seizing our estate. Their demise means nothing to me. I hardly knew them. Indeed, Deshawn chuckled awkwardly. He then glanced at a particularly crumbling house not far off, which had once been a place of significant hardship. That structure was, in fact, Deshawn's former residence. In a mere 5 or 6 years, the roof had collapsed, though the area has now transformed into ruins. It still holds a trove of cherished memories. In the distance, a structure of considerable grandeur caught their eye, the former abode of the Uchiha clan leader, now inhabited solely by Uchiha Sasuke. The Uchiha clan's residences are situated on the outskirts of Konoha, in a region that is both expansive and somewhat isolated. After taking in the atmosphere surrounding them, Uchiha Kai resolved, since we have decided to return, let us construct a new dwelling here, one that belongs to us. Are you truly considering coming back, my lord? Deshawn queried, astonished. Dashin initially believed it was merely a jest, or perhaps a pretext for a visit. However, he was taken aback by Kai's genuine willingness to return to that once ominous place. Kai felt somewhat overwhelmed. It was impossible to divulge the entire truth to him. Nevertheless, with patience, he explained that living anywhere would inevitably invite disturbances. Returning to Konoha village, after all, was akin to returning to one's roots. However, he had no intention of becoming a ninja here. He envisioned keeping his home elsewhere while establishing a residence in this place as well. This arrangement would allow for occasional retreats to unwind, thereby transforming this area into an ideal living space. Regardless, it would certainly be much more comfortable. Observing Kai's smile, Yamashita couldn't help but smile in return. He had no significant objections, for once Uchiha Kai made a decision, they seldom contradicted him. Presently, the entire Uchiha clan had dwindled to none, and the civilian district represented a vast expanse. The only remnants were the overgrown weeds and the ruins of once dilapidated houses. Kaiwei slightly raised her hand and effortlessly formed 2 seals, followed by a sudden exhalation of flames that manifested as a fireball. As the fireball erupted from her lips, it swiftly expanded into a colossal inferno, engulfing the entire area. The flames ignited rapidly, and the billowing smoke immediately alerted the members of the village's covert operations. Before the flames had even subsided, a dozen masked individuals swiftly arrived at the scene. They surveyed their surroundings earnestly, confirming the absence of any conflict. However, upon noticing Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Dashin, a sense of unease gripped one of them, a figure adorned with a fox mask. Taking a deep breath to suppress his rising fear, he approached respectfully and inquired, "My Lord Kai, may I ask what your intentions are?" Surprised by the unexpected address, Kai simply replied, "I intend to clear this area and prepare for the construction of my own living quarters." The masked man was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a hint of bewilderment, he remarked, "Wasn't a housing area prepared for you by Lord Hokage? It's too small. I have no affinity for such accommodations. I am not lacking in resources, so why should I compromise my comfort?" Kai smiled calmly. However, the flames before him were burning at an excruciatingly slow pace. The entire civilian area spanned approximately 1,000 acres. Yet, the portion he intended to utilize was not particularly vast. Initially, he contemplated constructing directly on such terrain. But then, a sudden realization struck him. He still possessed the design blueprints from his time residing on Shore Street. "Have your men stand back," he commanded. "I am about to clear this section." As Kai spoke, he swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a fireball that loomed above the ground, encompassing an expansive area. The distance between them and the members of the Umbu was still considerable. Without a moment's hesitation, Kai clenched his fist, and flames erupted forth. There was neither smoke nor the sound of an explosion, yet the ground bore witness to a markedly different outcome. In an instant, a vast pit, approximately 10 meters deep, had formed in the earth, the square-shaped area exhibiting a remarkable symmetry. "Master Kai, it seems you intend to construct a dwelling akin to that over there, correct?" Dashiang, astute as ever, quickly surmised Kai's intentions. With a grin, he turned to give a thumbs up to Kai. Cleaning up the surroundings would be too tedious. Instead, he decided to issue 10 C-rank missions, instructing them to clear the area entirely. Why bother with such a hassle when Konoha had a natural solution at hand? Initially, he had considered having them plant some flowers and trees here, but who could say how long that would take? Midway through his thoughts, Kai suddenly recalled that Konoha had a wood release user. If he could bring him over, the matter could be resolved in no time. Just as the approaching Umbu ninjas were reflecting on the recent attack, Kai abruptly inquired of the masked man, "Where is Tsunade, the Hokage, at this moment?" "She should be in her office. I believe a meeting is scheduled for today. If Master Kai wishes to see the Hokage, it would be more suitable to visit in the afternoon," replied the masked man promptly. He finally grasped the implication of the jutsu Kai had unleashed yesterday, which had the potential to devastate the entire village. After all, the area shrouded in flames had simply vanished, and this was no small patch of land, over 100 acres. If such an attack were to envelop the entire village, Konoha could indeed disappear in an instant. Swallowing hard, the masked man felt an overwhelming urge to depart. Turning to Kai, he stated, "Master Kai, we have other matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave for now." Oh, Kai was entirely indifferent to their arrival. His mind had already begun to conjure images of how to utilize that tool to construct his exquisite abode. The commotion that had just begun also attracted the attention of Uchiha from afar, who hastily rushed over, witnessing the astonishing scene before him. Sasuke Uchiha's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape. The astonishment in his gaze was becoming increasingly evident. Clenching his fists in excitement, he observed the two individuals nearby, engaged in what appeared to be a fervent discussion. Taking a deep breath, as if he had made a significant resolution, he sprinted towards them. "Please, tell me how to become powerful." The rushing Sasuke Uchiha lowered his proud head before Kai, kneeling before him without hesitation, and bowed fervently. The sudden turn of events left Kai somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that such a proud young individual would be willing to make such a substantial sacrifice for the sake of strength. "I implore you." After a brief silence without a response, Sasuke bowed again, exclaiming loudly, "Please rise." Kai slowly crouched down, gazing at the young boy before him, whose face bore a resolute expression, kneeling in pursuit of formidable strength. His heart could not help but feel a twinge of sentiment. "You promised." Uchiha Sasuke remained on his knees, lifting his gaze to Kai, his face reflecting both eager anticipation and profound fear of rejection. "How powerful do you wish to become?" Kai inquired in return. "As long as you can eliminate that individual. Who is it that you strive to become stronger for? Is it merely to accomplish such tasks? Your tenacity is commendable, yet you must embrace a fundamental truth. Every individual's destiny follows a predetermined pattern, and you are no exception. I can offer you guidance, but I cannot impart knowledge unto you. If possible, the one who leaves a mark upon your neck will be the one best suited to assist you in reaching that pivotal moment." Kai's foremost aspiration is to bring all matters back on track. In doing so, he would at least possess comprehensive knowledge of everything, unlike the present, where the timeline is drastically skewed. "Orochimaru," Sasuke exclaimed, incredulous. "How is it possible that you lack the courage to leave the village?" "My own strength has been cultivated through my departure. Remaining here, who would permit a member of the Uchiha clan to grow so formidable?" Kai spoke in an enigmatic manner, followed by a subtle smile as he continued, "In a couple of days, I shall embark on a journey, and at that time, I will convey a message to that individual. As for you, simply make your way to the Valley of the End, where their people will escort you. The desire to grow stronger rests solely upon you. The extent of your progress is a path only you can traverse." "I understand," Sasuke replied, standing tall with unwavering determination. As he clenched his fists, he bent forward earnestly and exclaimed, "Thank you. What an intriguing little fellow." Kai gazed at Sasuke, then raised his right hand. In the next moment, a piercing sound erupted, causing Sasuke's eyes to widen in astonishment. As Sasuke uttered Chidori, the technique in Kai's hand transformed dramatically. A 5-meter-long bolt of lightning manifested, resembling a laser, leaving a scar on the ground as if it had been severed. Chidori is merely a transformation of Chakra's nature. You will spend the next year mastering its form. The remainder can be shaped according to your imagination. This will undoubtedly aid in your swift advancement and strength. It is essential to understand that lightning relies not only on one's chakra, but also on nature itself. This encompasses the power of lightning from the ground and the skies. Contemplate this upon your return. I shall notify you when you are ready to venture forth, provided you possess the requisite preparation and courage. Uchiha Kai harbored no reservations about offering guidance to this younger individual, who was over 3 years his junior. Though Sasuke's demeanor was somewhat arrogant, it had not yet reached a point of distaste for Kai. "Thank you." Sasuke's gaze began to grow increasingly vacant. He had previously focused solely on the power of Chidori, never realizing that strength could extend infinitely. He had never been taught that one could harness the forces of nature to enhance a jutsu. Though it was merely a few simple phrases, they had imparted immense knowledge to the young boy. Now, let us return. We too must attend to our own matters. Kai gently patted Sasuke's shoulder and departed from the place with Deshawn. However, as if suddenly struck by a thought, he swiftly turned back and called out, Sasuke. Huh. Lord Kai. In an instant, the son of the former Uchiha clan leader altered his mode of address. If you have made up your mind to leave, it seems your dwelling serves little purpose. How about I purchase it from you? The unexpected proposal momentarily stunned Sasuke. Yet, he quickly replied, if you desire it. You may have it, but I hope you will refrain from disturbing my parents' graves. Oh, I have no interest in that site, and I assure you, your ancestral home will remain untouched. Kai expressed his thoughts, envisioning a future where he would construct a beautiful abode. After all, the location of the Uchiha clan is rather secluded, yet this seclusion has its own charm. It is not far from the heart of Konoha village. Lord Kai, our current location should suffice. Why do we still need that area? DSHN inquired with curiosity. I have changed my mind. Kai responded with an air of indifference. Suddenly, a vision emerged in his mind, to construct an expansive lawn in front of him, with a grand tree positioned at its center, and a house built horizontally, seamlessly connecting to a gazebo that would lead directly to the middle. This, he mused, would be the epitome of an ideal and perfect setting. As he contemplated this, a faint smile graced his lips, and he even began to envision the life that awaited him. My Lord Kai, what occupies your thoughts? As they walked away from the Uchiha clan's territory, Uchiha Kai kept his gaze directed upward, his arms crossed, clearly lost in contemplation. Even as they reached the streets of Konohagakure, he maintained this demeanor, prompting the curious Deus-han to inquire without restraint. Do you have something on your mind? No, I am merely pondering what business we should embark upon in the future. Even with ample wealth, it seems unwise to merely rely on it without thought. As Kai walked along, he pondered the current consumption patterns. Indeed, the money in hand seemed substantial. Yet, how many years could it sustain them? If they failed to contemplate the long-term implications, when the family eventually entered a phase of rapid growth, would they not find themselves in dire straits? It was unthinkable to continue relying on outdated methods, and such endeavors could not be replicated. The potential repercussions could be overwhelmingly significant. It appears that Master Kai has some thoughts on the matter, remarked Dashin. Indeed, there are some ideas, but such matters are beyond our current capabilities. It seems we must earnestly devise a plan moving forward. Kai spoke, and a sense of relief washed over him. He then raised his hand, gesturing towards a distant stall, and said, allow me to treat you to some ramen. It seems I have never invited you before. Come and experience the quintessential delicacy of Konohagakure. Although it had been 5 or 6 years since his last visit, the ramen shop still occupied its original location. Upon seeing the stall, Uchiha Kai couldn't help but ponder the owner's connections. What fortunate circumstances allowed them to establish their business in such a prime spot? With his hands tucked into his pockets, the two of them proceeded towards their destination, one following the other. Boss, we'll have 2 large bowls of ramen, with all the toppings, please. Kai immediately settled into a chair, naturally calling out to the busy proprietor within. Despite the open-air setting, the chill was not as biting as one might expect. The sensitivity of ninjas to temperature is not as exaggerated as one might imagine. Even with much snow yet to melt, and on a cloudy day, Uchiha Kai was simply clad in a hoodie, topped with a casual jacket. It's Kai. It has truly been many years. The ramen shop owner recognized Kai instantly, despite the considerable changes in his appearance since their last encounter. Remarkably, the owner's memory allowed him to identify Kai at a glance. Impressive, you can still recognize him? Well, after all, most patrons here are familiar faces, and your return yesterday certainly caused quite a stir. Only you could flaunt such a carefree demeanor and distinct attire in the village. The owner, with a broad smile, continued, please hold on a moment. Turning back, he called out, handmade ramen chef, we would like 4 servings. Certainly, please wait a moment. The handmade ramen chef was indeed the owner of Ichiraku Ramen. Soon, the 4 of them sat side by side. Oh dear, were we not supposed to indulge in grilled meat? Why are we having ramen instead? A little one beside Kai expressed his discontent, looking quite pitiful. Glancing over instinctively, he could not help but exclaim, my dear. With a grin, Kai pressed down on the head of the person beside him and shouted towards Hinata, who was seated a distance away. The moment he uttered a particular name, all eyes turned towards them. The one whose head was being pressed was none other than Kiba Inuzuka, who forcefully opened his eyes and, in a fit of anger, stood up and bellowed, "You jerk! Who are you calling a little wife?" Kiba mistakenly believed that the remark was aimed at him, which left the robust young man quite displeased. Kai, brother. Despite the years that had passed, Hinata could only think of one person who would address her in such a manner. To her astonishment, she had not expected to encounter him here, which truly took her by surprise. "It really is you." With a broad grin, Kai stood up and effortlessly seized Inuzuka Kiba by the collar, lifting him with ease and spinning him around before placing him back in the spot he had just vacated. He approached Hinata, surveying her from head to toe, astonished to find that his little bride had matured so much, and her physique had developed quite impressively. Upon hearing this, Hinata was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing a deep crimson from neck to cheeks. Hey, just who do you think you are?" Kiba exclaimed, rising in anger to confront Kai. "My apologies. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Uchiha Kai, and I suppose I can be considered a resident of this village." His polite introduction was primarily directed at the figure seated across the way, Uchiha Kai, as the two younger children hardly warranted further introduction. Kiba's eyes widened, his mouth agape in disbelief, as he licked his lips, looking utterly bewildered. Memories of his father's warnings echoed in his mind. Never go near Uchiha Kai, or he might devour you. The thought sent him into a fit of anxiety, his teeth clattering together uncontrollably. "Oh, what is wrong with you?" Deshaun asked, curiosity piqued by Kiba's condition. "I am just a bit cold," Kiba stammered, trembling to the point where even speaking became a challenge. His comical demeanor elicited laughter from those around him. "I was actually planning to seek you out, and yet here we are by coincidence. Doesn't this feel like fate? Destiny has brought us together once more, so I've made up my mind to discuss this matter with Hinata's grandfather," Kai declared, casually resting his hand on Hinata's shoulder and speaking to himself, blissfully unaware of her embarrassment, which had rendered her nearly breathless. Eventually, he noticed the others around him, his expression softening slightly to a more composed demeanor. "This must be Kurenai-sensei, right?" Uchiha Kurenai had been quietly observing the youth from the beginning. Although she had just learned of the acquaintance between Hinata and Kai, she was taken aback by the depth of their familiarity. Throughout the exchange, she remained silent, intrigued by this young man who could so significantly alter her current life path. "I've always been curious about what Uchiha Kai looked like based on their descriptions. I must say, I wasn't expecting him to be quite so handsome," Kurenai remarked playfully, propping her chin on her hand, her crimson eyes exuding an alluring charm. Yet, such a sudden comment from a striking individual caught everyone off guard. Kai's movements came to an abrupt halt. With an awkward smile, he candidly remarked, "Asuma is undoubtedly more handsome than I am." The moment he finished speaking, Hinata could no longer contain her shyness and fainted from her chair. As she began to fall, Kai swiftly and skillfully caught her in his arms. "Haha, you've grown up and learned to feel bashful." With a wide grin, Kai laughed heartily, recalling how he used to affectionately refer to the other as little wife during their childhood, and how warmly she would respond each time. Now, not only was there no response, but she had transformed entirely. Witnessing Uchiha Kai cradling Hinata in his arms, Kiba Inuzuka seethed with fury, his teeth grinding together. However, having never met her before, he had already been influenced by his family's demonization of her. Thus the deep-seated fear suppressed all his thoughts. Ramen has arrived. The owner of Ichiraku swiftly served 2 bowls of ramen. They appeared just as he remembered, piled high with toppings that instantly ignited an insatiable appetite. Gently placing Hinata back into her seat, the young girl began to calm down, her bashfulness causing her to bury her face shyly. That scoundrel. Such audacity. This time, they found themselves in the very woods where they had trained before, engaging in little conversation along the way. Hinata walked with her head bowed, her face flushed, still shy even as they entered this small grove. Kiba, too, was the epitome of a well-behaved child, walking obediently beside her. Yet, upon arriving at the grove, he immediately exhibited a different demeanor. At least he felt that in this secluded spot, she could not hear his words. He slammed his fist against a tree, seething with rage. The small dog on his shoulder barked incessantly. "Why didn't you scold him in front of her?" Shino chimed in with a sharp retort. Usually quiet and brooding, the insect boy's words left Kiba speechless. Why Kurenai observed the antics of the youngsters, knowing it was her duty. Reflecting on the earlier events, she felt no aversion towards Uchiha Kai. "Hinata, don't you think that guy is far too arrogant?" Addressing you like that upon first meeting, who does that? Kiba expressed, frustration radiating from him. He turned to the still shy Hinata, seeking her opinion. He's always called me that since we were young, Hinata replied softly. This revelation left Kiba utterly dumbfounded. After all that, it turned out to be his own misunderstanding. I heard that there's another girl from the Uchiha clan who is around our age. When he comes back, why not challenge her? Shino, ever the strategist, suggested as he observed Kiba's expression. Nanny, is that true? In an instant, you seemed invigorated as he spoke. Yesterday, my family mentioned that a considerable number of people are now privy to their information. It is not something specifically concealed. Teacher Hong should know more. Shino remarked. Teacher Hong. I heard that. Not waiting for you to voice his question, Yuhi Kurenai approached from a distance. Leaning against a tree beside them, she observed Ya's enthusiasm. A gentle smile gracing her lips. Are you perhaps considering challenging the young Uchiha girl? Kurenai inquired. If you cannot best the elder, do you plan to take on the younger? However, her words struck a chord deep within Ya. Unable to surpass Uchiha Sasuke or Uchiha Kai, he firmly believed he could still triumph over at least one member of the Uchiha clan. Indeed, I shall challenge the Uchiha clan, Ya proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Hinata, overhearing their conversation, shyly approached, intrigued by the unfolding topic. Kurenai appraised Ya, shaking her head slightly. You truly need to train diligently if you cannot defeat Uchiha Sasuke. What makes you think you can overcome the young girl? Nanny? Yesterday, during a discussion with Lord Hokage, we touched upon matters concerning their intelligence. If you wish to know, I can share this information. Although sensing it might not bode well, you mechanically nodded his head. Could it be that their opponent is even more formidable than Uchiha Sasuke? Shino questioned in confusion. Ultimately, what have you learned here? The ninja school primarily teaches you about chakra comprehension, learning, and some basic cultural knowledge. The remainder consists of combat techniques and theoretical lessons. Lord Hokage spent 4 months among them, grasping their usual learning patterns, while you were still comfortably asleep. They had already risen to engage in physical training, which includes weighted running with a standard distance of 200 miles. Upon hearing this figure, the 3 youngsters gaped in disbelief, yet none interrupted. Mornings are devoted entirely to close combat drills, designed to prevent being caught off guard by an enemy. The rationale for this should be clear, as you have already been instructed before. After lunch, there are 2 hours dedicated to cultural studies, covering significantly more topics than we do here. In the afternoons, they practice ninjutsu, which means that the training programs we undertake post-graduation have already been initiated by them at the tender age of 6 or 7. This implies that from the very outset, their training lacked any philosophical instruction. Instead, they were solely immersed in rigorous combat courses under the direct tutelage of the formidable Uchiha Kai, who imparted both physical and ninja arts. Consequently, even that young girl, who shares your age, possesses strength that is at least on par with that of a Chunin. In terms of physical prowess, ninjutsu, and the Sharingan, she surpasses even Uchiha Sasuke. Thus, if you, Kiba, wish to issue a challenge, it appears you must truly exert yourself. Tsunade had no intention of discouraging her students. Rather, she seized this opportunity to illuminate the stark disparities between them and their peers. Was this a jest? Kiba suddenly felt a wave of self-doubt wash over him, his proud demeanor deflating in an instant. He had never foreseen such an outcome. He had intended to show off, only to be met with a harsh dose of reality. Woof. Yes, from this moment on, I shall diligently enhance my abilities and then confront them. The little dog perched on his shoulder barked, and Kiba seemed to be infused with renewed vigor, emanating a formidable aura. Subsequently, to the bewilderment of all present, he began to sprint at an astonishing pace. As a sensory-type ninja, he had only just begun to focus on training his physical skills, yet within 10 minutes, both he and the dog were panting heavily, tongues lolling. At this moment, the door to the Hokage's office swung open. Even from outside, one could easily discern the activities within. Uchiha Kai and Deshawn were just about to knock when Tsunade, seated inside, called out loudly, "You too, come in quickly." She then rose from her seat. In truth, there was little of significance at hand. While seated, she had nonchalantly propped her feet on the desk, adopting a distinctly relaxed posture far removed from the demeanor expected of the Hokage. Entering the office, they casually took a seat on the sofa, observing the laid-back Hokage. "I have matters to discuss with you." Konoha's legendary Sannin, Tsunade, spoke directly and without preamble. "Your arrival is quite fortuitous, for I have matters to discuss with you. Here are 2 headbands of the Leaf Village Ninja. From this day forth, You shall be appointed as a special jonin of Konoha. As for Deshaun, he will commence as a chunin, and once he has accumulated enough mission experience, he may eventually ascend to the rank of jonin. With a swift motion, she retracted her legs from the desk and retrieved 2 Leaf Village ninja headbands from a nearby drawer, placing them effortlessly before her on the desk. Moreover, she stated this with an air of inevitability. I'm not interested. I have no need for this money. Why would I want to become a ninja? Without the slightest hesitation, Kai resolutely declined. This matter is not subject to your discretion. Furthermore, due to your reckless actions, the 8th Squad, currently led by Yugao, lacks a suitable jonin to take over. Consequently, you shall assume command of the 8th Squad until they attain the rank of chunin. Tsunade had no intention of allowing Kai any room for refusal. After all, it was common knowledge that this situation was a result of his folly. As a member of the Elder Council, he could not abandon the village. Despite holding a prominent position, it was hardly appropriate for him to lead 3 genin. Are you jesting? With the multitude of ninjas in Konoha, you claim there isn't a suitable jonin available? Moreover, why should I consent to such an arrangement? You have no choice. Tsunade slammed her palm down on the table, rising abruptly. She then placed her right hand on her abdomen, her gaze seemingly conveying to Uchiha Kai that this task was not merely a suggestion. The implication was unmistakably clear. Over the course of 3 months, her belly had begun to show a subtle roundness. Though not overtly apparent, the indication was unmistakable. The corners of Kai's mouth twitched slightly, displaying a look of utter disbelief. This woman is truly capable of resorting to any means to achieve her goals. You are ruthless. Kai gritted his teeth, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to rise from his seat. He approached his desk and retrieved 2 ninja headbands. With his back turned to the other person, the veins on his forehead throbbed with tension. However, he soon turned around with a smile, gently stating, "It's quite all right. I have agreed to this matter. But I would like to borrow Yamato for a short while." Nanny? Tsunade furrowed her brow slightly, fully aware of who Yamato was. Given the unique nature of the situation, she inquired, "What do you intend to do with him? What purpose could he serve? Aside from constructing buildings, he seems to have little else to offer. Moreover, regarding the Uchiha clan's territory, that would now belong to me. Thus, I need him to assist in transforming that area. No way, unless you issue a mission. As Hokage, you cannot command any ninja to assist you." This was not unexpected. After all, the events of the morning had already reached her ears through official channels. Such a significant uproar would certainly not go unnoticed by the Hokage. Kai pondered for a moment and realized that it indeed seemed to be the case. It appeared that ninjas invariably required monetary compensation for their endeavors. Thus, the most straightforward method was to issue missions. After a brief contemplation, Kai turned to Yamashita and instructed him to assign 2 C-rank missions at the mission hall, specifically aimed at clearing all vegetation from the aforementioned parcel of land. Understood, Yamashita replied. Hey, Hokage-sama, I would like to assign a B-rank mission from your end. Considering there is little danger involved, it merely concerns the expenditure of chakra. How about designating Yamato to handle this matter? After all, money is not an issue. A B-rank mission would only cost several million ryo. In comparison to constructing the houses in Short Street, this price is a mere fraction of the expense. Building a house there required nearly 1 billion ryo. Yet I estimate that replicating it here would only demand around 50 million. That is acceptable. I shall accept your mission. However, you will need to report to Team 8 tomorrow to familiarize yourselves with one another. You will commence accepting missions 1 week hence. This is my expectation of you. Is that agreeable? Although reluctant, Kai did not refuse the assignment to Team 8. Instead, he straightforwardly requested that the next mission be one close to the land of rice. He intended to seek out Orochimaru. What do you intend to do? Tsunade inquired, her expression suddenly tense. What else could it be? I had a prior arrangement with him. And now is the time to retrieve what I need, as it holds significant importance to me. Thus, we shall proceed accordingly. Additionally, have Yamato come by tomorrow morning. The current accommodations are rather uncomfortable. One more thing, please assist in locating a reputable contractor, one who can manage everything, including furniture and appliances. With that, Kai turned and departed, leaving Tsunade with no means to oppose the transaction between him and Orochimaru, despite her uncertainty regarding the specifics of their agreement. However, he discerned from Uchiha Kai's gaze that there was something he must acquire. Unlike other ninjas, who adhered unwaveringly to the so-called will of fire for their village, this individual before him sought to compel him to yield, rendering the simplicity of their convictions utterly ineffectual. As she resumed her seat, Tsunade gently caressed her abdomen. The life within her not only perpetuated the legacy of the Senju clan, but also served as the sole leverage capable of restraining that Uchiha Kai from remaining here. Upon returning to the Uchiha compound the following day, the atmosphere appeared particularly lively. 2 C-rank missions had been announced, yet upon arrival, it became evident that both tasks had been claimed by familiar faces, Might Guy's 3rd squad and Kakashi's 7th squad. The individuals arriving seemed rather lackluster. "Good morning, everyone," I greeted from a distance, waving my hand. As I approached, both Naruto Uzumaki and Rock Lee from the 3rd squad appeared exceedingly enthusiastic. Naruto, bursting with excitement, leapt up and eagerly inquired of Kakashi, "Sensei, what exactly is the mission for this season? I can't believe Brother Kai is involved. Does that mean it's a combat mission?" Kakashi, with a deadpan expression, glanced at him and gestured towards the horizon. This left everyone in the 7th squad momentarily bewildered. C-rank missions typically involve leaving the village, and such tasks are rarely assigned within its confines. Moreover, these missions generally pose no life-threatening risks and seldom involve combat, primarily targeting ordinary individuals. Kakashi pointed again, revealing nothing but desolation. Apart from the ruins of dilapidated buildings, the surrounding area was dominated by trees. By early morning, all had gathered, and upon the arrival of the 2 teams, they received a clear response. The missions were identical, indicating that the tasks assigned to both squads were indeed the same. Under normal circumstances, this would suggest a substantial combat mission, if not directed at ninjas, then at least aimed at the eradication of bandits. After a prolonged period without combat, each of them felt a stirring restlessness, as such missions were precisely what they yearned for. Just as Naruto was brimming with excitement, Kakashi spoke. "Our task this time is to reduce the area within our sight to rubble, including those derelict structures and trees." "What?" Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. And even Sasuke Uchiha found it hard to accept. The mission briefing had led them to gather here, initially sparking hopes of significant and confidential matters, only to discover they were merely here to address this menial task. "Teacher Kai, our mission can't possibly be this, can it?" Every day, a twitch would flicker at the corner of my mouth. Upon arrival, they had already discerned that both classes were assigned the same task. Yet, who could have anticipated that this task would be of such a nature? Indeed, our duty is also to clear away these items. Therefore, let us channel the fervor of our youth and seize the moment to accomplish this. Regardless of the circumstances, Might Guy consistently presents the same expression. The members of both classes displayed no signs of enthusiasm toward this assignment, each wearing a look of disdain. Among them, the most distressed appears to be Yamato, who sits not far away. He is acutely aware of what this B-grade task truly entails. With a bitter countenance, he remains seated, listening to the discord between the 2 groups, his demeanor growing increasingly somber. Now that the tasks for both classes have been established, the upcoming days are yours to navigate. With a gentle smile, Kai greeted them nonchalantly before turning to approach the visibly displeased Yamato. "What does he mean by that?" Haruno Sakura, wide-eyed and adorably perplexed, inquired of Kakashi. "It's little Kai, after all. This mission was initiated by him." Kakashi replied with a slight smirk, extracting a book from his pocket, without even opening it. He gestured towards the right side and declared, "You will be responsible for the right side, while Team 3 will handle the left. The time limit for this mission is 5 days, so you must exert yourselves. Are you not going to lend a hand?" Sasuke asked, bewildered, given their current abilities. Toppling a tree as thick as a person was not as straightforward as one might envision. "All right, let us complete this task in the shortest time possible," Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed, his spirits soaring as he raised his hand. In an instant, thousands of shadow clones appeared densely around them. "Rasengan!" echoed in unison as pairs of clones began to form the technique. Soon, they unleashed a barrage at the roots of the tree, creating a massive crater in one fell swoop. For a tree of such girth, it would typically require at least 2 strikes. However, with so many clones, their efficiency was indeed remarkable. "We cannot fall behind," Rock Lee declared, invigorated as he propelled himself forward with great force, executing a swift kick against the tree. The tremendous impact caused the tree to snap effortlessly. As for Kakashi and Might Guy, their role as mentors was to supervise their students, and they were not expected to intervene directly. "Little Kai, what was the purpose of assigning Yamato this task alone?" Kakashi followed in Uchiha Kai's footsteps to Yamato's side. Out of courtesy, Yamato stood up slowly, appearing as if still in slumber. Without uttering a word, he received a scroll from the towering figure behind him. The details contained within were exceedingly meticulous, encompassing diameter, length, and even the precise locations for openings. Just as anticipated, Yamato's expression darkened further as he perused the document, a wave of bitterness swelling within him. Hey, this can't be. Might Guy leaned in to catch a glimpse. The remaining tasks were likely self-evident. Yamato-sensei, we will rely on you for the arduous work ahead. With a grin, Kai bent down and upon standing straight, immediately gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, I'll treat you to barbecue at noon. The amount of timber required isn't too substantial. However, I am uncertain whether we can produce wood with exceptionally high hardness. It is indeed possible, but I lack sufficient chakra, and I am not entirely sure what specific hardness you desire. Yamato slowly lifted his head, and the sight was rather unsettling, evoking an expression akin to one on the verge of tears. Chakra? That poses no significant issue. Go ahead and unleash your ninjutsu, and I shall transfer my chakra to you. Kai completely dismissed the situation. Half an hour later, towering piles of wood had accumulated on either side of their location. Day sat weakly on the ground, gasping for breath, while Uchiha Kai, appearing equally fatigued, gazed at their joint endeavor and couldn't help but exclaim how unexpectedly taxing this task was on chakra. Remarkable. If Teacher Day were to merely pursue a career as a lumber merchant in the future, he might earn far more than he does as a ninja on missions. Day shared this sentiment, murmuring to himself. However, all eyes soon turned their attention to him. Yet, for these ninjas, money was not an immediate concern. Take Kakashi, for instance. Setting aside the inheritance from his family, just the number of S-rank missions he has completed, after deducting various expenses, earns him nearly 3 million ryo each time. His savings, accumulated over the years, likely amount to tens of millions of ryo. Though not excessively wealthy, he was certainly not in dire straits. Nonetheless, these earnings were all hard-won, often at the cost of one's life. His death could come at any moment during a mission. If that were the case, wouldn't there be a quicker way to earn? We ninjas are not restricted from engaging in commerce. If feasible, this indeed presents a rather lucrative opportunity. Considering the original cost of the timber alongside labor expenses, this current pile alone could be worth nearly 100 million ryo. Couldn't it? Kakashi set aside his book, stroking his chin thoughtfully as he inquired. 100 million? Might Guy began to contemplate his fingers, realizing he had no idea how many S-rank missions he would need to undertake to match that sum. Typically, an S-rank mission is priced around 10 million to 100 million ryo. For those ultra S-rank missions, the price is often adjusted based on the circumstances. However, the S-rank missions available to them are generally priced between 10 to 20 million ryo. After the village takes its 30%, the remaining sum must be divided among several individuals, leaving only about 3 million ryo for each. Moreover, such missions are not as plentiful as one might imagine. For their team leaders, leading a squad is akin to undertaking an S-rank mission, with a standard fee of around 10 million ryo, with additional costs incurred during the task. Therefore, for those team leaders, as long as the students show even a modicum of strength, they might as well allow them to participate in the Chunin exams. Once everyone advances to Chunin, it signifies the conclusion of that mission. Never mind. I have no intention of pursuing that avenue. I am quite content with things as they are. As I observed these two individuals descending into contemplation, calculating their potential earnings, Yamato interjected, shattering their daydreams. The pile of wood before us was a testament to Kai's near-exhausted chakra. It was evident that he alone could not possibly have created such a quantity. While producing a large amount of ordinary wood was not particularly challenging, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that this wood was of exceptionally high density, a product requiring chakra compression for its manifestation. Even if he were to exert himself to the utmost, he would be incapable of crafting such a substance. Let us conclude for the morning. A brief respite is in order, and subsequently, we shall endeavor to create 2 or 3 more piles of equal measure, which should suffice. Kai observed the demeanor of his companions and remarked, should we gather a few more piles? Yamato's eyes widened in disbelief, as he had developed a certain trepidation towards such matters. Meanwhile, the group of youngsters in the distance displayed an admirable enthusiasm. In just over half an hour, they had cleared an extensive area of 100 acres. However, as their chakra reserves dwindled, it became evident that they could only sustain their efforts for roughly an hour. Everyone is here. By the stream, surrounded by towering forests, a patch of greenery stood out. The entire 8th squad had assembled there. And as Yuhi Kurenai approached at a leisurely pace, she noticed the trio engrossed in conversation. Upon nearing them, she greeted, Kurenai-sensei, are we to commence our mission today? Inazuka Kiba inquired with eager curiosity. Today, there is no mission. The reason for your gathering is to discuss an important matter, Kurenai said, her expression serious, which prompted the trio's faces to gradually adopt a more solemn demeanor. The earnestness of the three youngsters elicited a smile from Kurenai, yet she continued. As you are all aware, the current circumstances necessitate changes. I can no longer accompany you on your missions. Consequently, Lord Hokage has appointed another Jonin to lead you moving forward. It has come to this, hasn't it? Shino remarked nonchalantly, exhibiting little surprise, while the other two maintained a similarly composed demeanor. Ever since Uchiha Kai's return to the village a few days prior, many things had begun to shift. Their teacher had ascended to the status of an elder advisor, thus rendering her unable to continue guiding them on their missions. They had already contemplated this matter yesterday, so the swiftness of the decision was unexpected. Kurenai-sensei, who will be our new instructor? Kiba asked with curiosity. You all know them well. So there won't be any significant unfamiliarity. Later at noon, I will treat you to some grilled meat. This time, I truly insist. We will reconvene here in the afternoon, and your new teacher will arrive to provide further instructions. Kurenai spoke in a gentle tone, then settled cross-legged on the ground. After a moment's hesitation, she added, Your next teacher may be quite strict or perhaps more lenient, but one undeniable fact remains. They are exceptionally powerful. While performing missions, you should not encounter significant danger. Nevertheless, I hope you will diligently strive to enhance your abilities. After all, what you are currently learning are the secret techniques of your clans, and outsiders cannot offer much in the way of guidance. I sincerely wish to see you stand independently soon. Kurenai-sensei, will we still be able to visit you when we have time in the future? Certainly. You are always welcome to come and find me whenever you wish. Hong continues to wear that gentle smile. She has never lost her temper or imposed any harsh demands at any time. Teacher Hong, whom do you refer to as the one who will take over your position? I pondered for quite some time, but could not recall who that formidable individual might be. He seems to be exceedingly concerned about such matters. As for who becomes his teacher, he is utterly indifferent. It is not a matter of life and death. It is merely a change of instructors. After all, such transitions are commonplace in ninja school, leaving little time for melancholy. Observing the three pairs of curious eyes, Hong Yuhi smiled faintly and then rose to her feet, announcing that by afternoon, they would know. The purpose of today's gathering was twofold. First, to familiarize you with this place, and second, to inform you about the impending arrival of a new teacher. Lastly, I wish to assess your growth during this period, hoping you will gain a clearer understanding of yourselves moving forward. As for the new teacher, I hope you will cooperate with him and clearly communicate your situations, to minimize any risks during missions. Regardless, they have been together for over half a year. Although the number of tasks executed has not been particularly high, as a teacher, I have gained a fairly profound understanding of these three individuals. Fixing my gaze upon them, Hong continued, being assigned to this class, your primary focus is predominantly on reconnaissance. From the perspective of intelligence gathering, each of you is a unique entity. Among you, Shino excels the most. Although the abilities of his insects provide both offense and defense, they come with notable shortcomings. I believe you understand the living habits and control of your insects better than I do, so I need not elaborate further. However, your most significant issue lies within the physical, speed, and strength attributes of the 8 ninja skills, which are rather lacking. Should you encounter a ninja with superior speed and perception, it could pose a considerable danger to you. Yeah, your future trajectory should primarily revolve around tracking. With your acute sense of smell, you will play a pivotal role. However, there will be many instances when you must operate alone, with only Akamaru as your companion. Therefore, it is essential for you to emphasize your speed as your greatest asset, and you can focus your development in that area. As for Hinata, Hong paused, contemplating for a moment before continuing. I am not well versed in the secrets of the Hyuga clan. I believe that under the guidance of your family, you may achieve breakthroughs more swiftly. The reason for my reluctance to comment further is that, as the princess of the Hyuga clan, you will likely face little adversity even with your eyes closed. Thus, there is no need for extensive evaluation. Hinata had initially been filled with anticipation, eager to hear insights about herself, but was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Just as she was about to inquire further, a tremendous tremor erupted from a distance, accompanied by a resounding boom. Although they were not particularly close to the village, the sheer force of the shockwave was palpable. Something was amiss in the village. We must return immediately. Kurenai swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation, rising to her feet and propelling herself towards the direction of the village with urgency. At that moment, Nearly everyone in Konohagakure was in a state of shock. Uncertain of what had transpired, many began to rush towards the source of the disturbance. In the Uchiha clan area, Might Guy and Uchiha Kakashi were enveloped in a blue steam, both exhibiting identical appearances. In the blink of an eye, the two figures surged towards each other at an astonishing speed, their punches and kicks synchronizing with remarkable precision. Those present, including Yamato, Kakashi, and even the 6 young ones, watched in awe as the rapid exchange between the two became imperceptible to the naked eye. Only Neji and Sasuke, one activating the Sharingan and the other the Byakugan, meticulously observed the fierce combat. Even Kakashi had removed his eye patch, activating his 3-tomo Sharingan to scrutinize the spectacle before him. Every time they struck the ground, the only discernible impact was that of their downward kicks, generating a terrifying force that carved a crater approximately 10 meters in diameter and at least 2 to 3 meters deep. The surrounding terrain began to fracture under the immense pressure. Lee, could it be that they are employing the 8 gates? Tenten, unable to clearly see their assaults, inquired curiously to the excited Rock Lee standing beside her, deducing from their reactions and the overwhelming force they unleashed. Indeed, that is the 6th gate, the Gate of Joy, Lee exclaimed with enthusiasm. Given that she could not witness their battle, Tenten remarked, "You are already quite impressive, having reached the 5th gate during the Chunin exams. It won't be long before you attain this level. No. Opening the 5th gate comes at the cost of one's life. Were it not for the return of Lord Hokage, I would likely be confined to a bed for the foreseeable future. I must admit, my training has not been sufficient. Henceforth, I shall dedicate myself even more diligently." Rock Lee clenched his fists, yearning to perform countless push-ups right then and there. Tenten found it difficult to comprehend the intensity of his fervor. Nevertheless, she earnestly and meticulously began to observe the fierce confrontation between them. Nothing was visible, and all that could be heard was the overwhelming reverberation of their clash. Yet, the battle had not concluded, and the crowd surrounding them was steadily growing. Members of the Umbu and the Hokage's elite guards had arrived, and even Tsunade, the Hokage herself, hastened to the scene. After the two combatants momentarily paused, they found themselves nearly 100 meters apart. Neither had fallen, but the circumstances suggested that Uchiha Kai had ultimately been defeated. Suddenly, Tsunade, her countenance softening, began to applaud with fervor. As she approached Uchiha Kai, her expression shifted dramatically to one of ferocity, and with a swift motion, she charged forward, delivering a powerful kick to Kai's abdomen. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough to defend himself, but even so, the force of her strike sent him hurtling backward 100 meters. "You scoundrel! In just 2 days, look at the chaos you've wrought. Can you not settle down a bit?" Tsunade shouted in exasperation. If circumstances allowed, she would have relished the opportunity to deliver a few more kicks. However, upon casting her gaze toward Might Guy, she sensed an immediate shift. A chill ran down his spine as he stood rigid with fear. "You're young and foolish, that can be excused. But how can someone of your stature indulge in such antics?" Tsunade thought, realizing that she could wield influence over Kai but had none over Guy. After admonishing Kai, her attention turned to Kakashi and Yamato, who had been spectating. The two instantly stood to attention at her words. "And you too, sitting idly by and allowing this ruckus to unfold. Do you comprehend the magnitude of what you've stirred? Everyone believes the village is under attack. What exactly are you two up to?" Tsunade scolded them both, fully aware of the ripple effect their sparring could have. Despite her earlier reprimand, her anger showed no signs of abating. Yamato, inform Uchiha Kai that from this day forward, all forms of combat and competition within the village are strictly prohibited. Having lost track of where Kai had been kicked, the only certainty remained that the opponent's strength would pose no issue given the force with which he had been propelled. Thus, the only one left to elucidate the situation was the imposing figure of the mountain, standing with the others from the start. After confirming that no unforeseen circumstances had arisen, the members of the Umbu began to gradually depart. Tsunade lingered until the end, surveying the chaotic scene and the vast area around her. She was uncertain about the type of dwelling that Uchiha Kai intended to construct on this site. Ultimately, she cast a disdainful glance at the gathered crowd before making her own exit. Just as Tsunade had taken her leave, Uchiha Kai, who had been sent flying, leapt directly before the assembly. His gaze lingered on the direction Tsunade had departed, and once he confirmed her distance, he exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. Only Kakashi and Might Guy understood why this lad exhibited fearlessness towards everyone, save for Tsunade, who could effectively restrain him. "Are you all right, Lord Kai?" The mountain inquired with genuine concern as he noticed the tattered state of Kai's clothing. What could possibly be wrong? No need for worry. Though I did lose this match against Teacher Kai. Uchiha Kai replied with a broad grin, directing a thumbs up at the approaching might guy. You were indeed impressive. To hold your own against Kai in taijutsu, there's likely no one else in the entire village who could achieve such a feat. Kakashi praised without reservation. Yes, truly remarkable. Yamato concurred from the sidelines. Meanwhile, the younger ones in the distance stood agape, particularly Rock Lee. Collectively, they had likely never experienced anything quite like this. Engaging the sixth gate of the eight gates formation had transcended the limits of ordinary individuals, leaving Lee both astonished and envious. As for the others, their astonishment was beyond measure. Afternoon. Honestly, why must the gathering take place in this desolate location? With hands stuffed in his pockets, he surveyed the surroundings, where the colors were nearly uniform. He found himself on the fringes of the Forest of Death. While he was well acquainted with the interior of the forest, this area closer to the village remained unfamiliar to him. As Kai ambled along, he surveyed his surroundings. After determining their designated position, he navigated around a grove, finally catching sight of the distant scene. The ice and snow flanking the stream had nearly melted away, revealing patches of grass that dared to flourish on the winter ground, perhaps a testament to a perennial essence. From afar, he discerned three figures lingering by the stream, engaged in animated conversation. Yet, before he could take more than a few steps, the trio's gaze converged upon him. Truly, they were the finest reconnaissance team. Hey, little lady. Upon noticing their collective attention, Uchiha Kai waved his right hand and called out boisterously. This guy? You exhibited a grimace of frustration. He had not anticipated encountering this individual here. Since Uchiha Kai's return to Konoha, it had barely been 2 or 3 days, yet so much had transpired. Even from a distance, the fact that they could locate him suggested, at least to Ya, that Uchiha Kai was solely intent on Hinata. Why are you so angry? Are you jealous? Shino inquired, intrigued by Ya's demeanor. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly be jealous of him? My insects inform me that you are indeed envious, and your aura reeks of jealousy. So, are you looking for a fight? Before Shino could finish his sentence, he could no longer contain himself and stood up, exclaiming loudly. As for Hinata, her thoughts had drifted far from the two of them. Instead, she found herself quite curious about why Uchiha Kai had come to this place. I didn't expect you all to be so spirited. Kai stepped forward, observing the three individuals before him, and with a light chuckle, he approached Hinata. Bending down, he leaned in to examine her delicate face and inquired, why did you choose this desolate place? It took me quite a while to find you. Hinata, feeling the closeness of his face, lowered her gaze. Her cheeks instantly flushed. You jerk, we didn't ask you to come here, so why does it matter where we are? In an immediate reaction, Kiba pointed at Kai, vocally expressing his displeasure. Kai, undeterred by the youthful reprimand, leisurely raised his head and replied, you are correct. You didn't invite me. However, the Hokage sent me here. Did Tsunade not inform you? Nanny? The three suddenly seemed to grasp the situation, and both Hinata and Shino, seated, widened their eyes and stood up. Kai, could it be that you are here to take over as the Jonin instructor for Team 8? Hinata asked, her expression one of disbelief. Kiba's mouth gaped wide open, and even the dog perched on his shoulder lowered its head. You are correct. Henceforth, I shall accompany you until you all achieve the rank of Chunin. Observing their astonished expressions, Kai snapped his fingers with a grin. Seriously? The revelation was indeed astonishing. The reactions of the trio varied. Kiba felt as if his life had plunged into darkness. Even Shino struggled to come to terms with it. If their Jonin leader had been significantly older, it would have been more acceptable, as they could then refer to him as teacher. However, suddenly having a leader merely 3 years their senior stirred a sense of indignation within them. Kai, you must be joking. Though internally she had begun to accept this reality, Hinata sought further confirmation. How could he possibly have become a Jonin in just 3 days since his return? And how could he become their direct instructor? Indeed, the Hokage herself sent me. Tsunade is set to begin her role as an elder advisor, and she has a multitude of responsibilities. Thus, it falls to me to take over. As he spoke, he playfully ruffled Hinata's hair, causing her to blush once more in shyness. The one who will succeed me is a teacher of considerable strength, one whom you are all familiar with. Though surprised by the outcome, the individual beside him could only let out a heavy sigh, recalling the words spoken by the setting sun yesterday, and resignedly accepted the reality. The prowess of Uchiha Kai is beyond question. His formidable strength had been showcased to everyone upon his return to the village, leaving onlookers in sheer astonishment at his overwhelming power. It is precisely this terrifying capability that stirred a ripple of unease in their hearts. Well then, it appears that there are no objections among you. Henceforth, let us reacquaint ourselves. As I have chosen to take on the role of your mentor, I sincerely hope that you will all adhere to my guidance. I will devise a reasonable plan for you and impart upon you the means to cultivate your strength, enabling you to swiftly ascend to the rank of Chunin. With over half a year remaining, let us strive to ensure that by the autumn of next year, each and every one of you shall attain the status of Chunin. Kai gently withdrew his hand from Hinata's head and turned to sit a few meters away on a relatively clean stone he found. One must admit that the current environment here exudes a certain charm. Surrounding him, vibrant greens interspersed with whites, while a nearby brook flowed gently, as if caressing the earth itself. The delicate sound of the water now transformed into melodious notes in this serene moment. Observing the three individuals before him, Uchiha Kai couldn't help but feel a slight headache. Sitting there, his body nearly slumped over his legs, he smiled faintly and began to introduce himself. I am Uchiha Kai, the last remnant of the once extinguished Uchiha clan. I believe there is no need for extensive introduction, as you likely know of me already. I am someone who cherishes tranquility and seeks comfort in life, devoid of grand ambitions. Initially, my desire was simply to find a wealthy patroness to sustain a peaceful existence. However, my perspective has since evolved. Young Hinata seems quite promising, coming from a well-off family. Perhaps if she has any aspirations, she could support me. Oh wait, I digress. And as your teacher, is it truly appropriate for me to speak in such a manner? Kiba rolled his eyes, clearly exasperated. He pondered why the Hokage would assign such a person as their instructor. Even Shino shared his sense of bewilderment, having never encountered a teacher who would speak so casually before their students. As for Hinata, she remained quiet, her face flushed and her gaze cast downward. Haha, my apologies. Merely jesting. Now, it is your turn to introduce yourselves. Kai awkwardly smiled for a moment, then raised his hand to point at Shino. The latter understood immediately. Although she found this unreliable teacher rather exasperating, she earnestly replied, My name is Shino Wainushi. I don't have anything particularly I like or dislike, and I am currently uncertain about my future aspirations. Is that all? Indeed. Huh. Quite a commendable expression. Kai sighed, yet did not dwell on it excessively. Instead, his gaze turned towards Inuzuka Kiba. I am Inuzuka Kiba, and my future aspiration is to become a Hokage. Haha, I find that quite admirable. There is nothing I particularly dislike. My greatest joy is simply spending time with Akamaru, he said, affectionately ruffling the fur of the puppy resting on his shoulder. I am Hyuga Hinata, she murmured, her voice barely audible as she spoke her name, her head bowed, her cheeks flushed crimson like a ripe fruit. Hinata, do you think your Hyuga clan harbors any secrets? Hinata responded, bewildered. Why do you have such an enviable physique at such a young age? What? Hinata's face was a picture of confusion. The other two shifted their attention to her, eager to discern the nature of her attributes. Inuzuka Kiba, after a brief pause, raised his gaze and immediately took note of the two notable features. Eyes widening, he sprang to his feet, indignantly pointing at Uchiha Sasuke and exclaiming, Can you not behave normally? Shino sighed in exasperation, his hand pressing against his forehead. Meanwhile, Hinata became acutely aware of the implications of their words. Although her anxiety had eased slightly, it surged once more. Were she to utter another word, she feared she might faint right there. Haha, just a jest. I find your demeanor rather dull. Having completed their introductions, let us now devise a strategy for the training of your abilities in the days to come. After a playful smile, Kai's expression returned to a calm demeanor. He first gazed at Shino, scrutinizing her from head to toe, and remarked that the unique insect manipulation technique of the Aburame clan is indeed impressive. However, this skill appears to be heavily reliant on insects, which may present numerous disadvantages for you. Nevertheless, I believe that Shino, you possess the potential to become an assassin, specializing in covert eliminations. If executed skillfully, you could eliminate targets from hundreds of miles away without a trace. Therefore, your primary task moving forward is to master the intricate control of chakra. You should distribute your chakra among each insect, allowing you to gather information effectively. Your focus must be on regulating the chakra output, ensuring that the amount of chakra in each insect is minimized. Only in this manner can you conduct reconnaissance and execute attacks without being detected by the enemy. In the coming days, utilize your chakra to manipulate this needle and string together these beads. Kai spoke, pulling a plastic bag from his pocket, containing a needle and a multitude of small beads. How could this possibly be accomplished? Shino's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking that Kai was merely jesting. Upon hearing this, Kai didn't bother to refute. Instead, he opened the bag and poured some of the beads into his palm. He then picked up the steel needle and, with a casual flick, connected it to a stream of chakra in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of beads in his hand were swiftly pierced together. The subsequent arrangement was purely supported by chakra threads. This technique is known as chakra control, and mastering it is a rather tedious and monotonous endeavor. The puppet technique employed by Sunagakure utilizes this very training method, allowing one to refine chakra control to an exceptionally delicate degree. At that point, one could execute tasks with minimal chakra expenditure. Launching attacks before the enemy could even perceive the chakra on an insect. Once this principle is grasped, I will impart further methods for mastery. Kai harbored no secrets as he effortlessly stowed the remaining beads into a bag and casually tossed it to Shino. Upon witnessing the remarkable control over chakra moments ago, Shino remained silent, fully aware that achieving such mastery over his own chakra was utterly unattainable. As for you, Kiba, your situation is somewhat distinct. Your innate talent lies in tracking. With your keen sense of smell, coupled with your family's secret techniques, you possess unparalleled advantages in this regard. Thus, your primary focus should be on enhancing your mobility. There is no need for you to assume the role of a warrior or an assassin. Your sole purpose is to track and identify targets. Therefore, during this process, it is advisable to avoid combat whenever possible. I will now teach you the body flicker technique, which, when combined with your companion, this is not merely a dog, but a partner. Kiba felt a twinge of discontent. However, upon realizing that the instruction was about to commence, he merely exclaimed and quickly shifted to attentive listening. Regardless of whether it is a dog or a partner, what you need to strengthen is not your offensive capabilities. Such an endeavor would be counterproductive for you. In truth, the village's decision to group the three of you was a rather poor choice, as you all possess only reconnaissance skills without any formidable defensive or offensive capabilities. With such a combination infiltrating enemy territory, the outcome is simply a waiting game for demise. Nevertheless, before any of that, you and your little companion must engage in physical training to bolster your stamina while simultaneously increasing your speed. Kai expressed his insights, but then, with a serious demeanor, stated that you may hold your opinions. If you can accept them, then so be it. If not, you are free to withdraw from this team. As Kai, or Teacher Kai, was about to evaluate Hinata's input, he suddenly paused, prompting her to curiously inquire, "Oh, little wife, how could I possibly forget you? Rest assured, I shall prioritize your needs. However, I must say, do not be excessive. There are still two others present." Just moments ago, Yahad felt a surge of emotion, but upon witnessing the sudden shift in demeanor, he loudly retorted, "Such remarks could be made elsewhere. Yet could you perhaps consider our feelings and emotions?" Shino, equally at a loss for words, questioned you. "A swarm of insects and a mere dog. Why should we regard your feelings?" Kai, with a somewhat bewildered expression, inquired. "Indeed, they do not regard us as human." Tears streamed down Yaden's cheeks, a poignant testament to his despair. He began to doubt whether this individual could truly impart the necessary skills to them. Since they were poised to commence their training, it would begin tomorrow. All must gather at the Uchiha clan's grounds at dawn. In a few days, we shall embark on our missions, and I trust you will not hinder our progress. For the time ahead, we shall likely remain together. To commemorate this occasion, I kindly request that the three of you treat me to dinner this evening." Kai stood up and stretched lazily. Upon noticing the blank expressions on the faces of the three individuals, he refrained from uttering any further words, a grin reminiscent of Might Guy spreading across his face, revealing a set of brilliant white teeth. In an instant, he vanished from the spot, as if he had never been there at all. Upon witnessing his true departure, he picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it heavily into the stream. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, then turned to the other two, questioning if they were really expected to follow such a character on a mission. His strength is formidable. Accompanying him on tasks would at least ensure their safety, and he is willing to impart knowledge, something none of the other instructors offer. Shino maintained his usual calm demeanor, affirming that what he said was indeed accurate. Regardless of which instructor was assigned, none would be inclined to teach them. Their sole responsibility was to guide them through missions, ensuring their survival in the process. This is the harsh reality. Each individual bears the secrets of their clan, knowledge that others cannot easily acquire, let alone providing guidance on their abilities and circumstances. I think Brother Kai is quite nice. At least he is of a similar age. Allowing for the exchange of various topics, Hinata said in a soft voice, her cheeks still flushed throughout. In the dynamic of 3 against 1. Yu eventually lowered his head and conceded, then it shall be as you say. Time swiftly moved on, and nearly half a month had passed since their return to Konoha. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. As for teammates training, Kai had delegated nearly all responsibilities to a shadow clone, showing little interest in attending himself. Presently, the entire team stood neatly in the Hokage's office, where Uchiha Kai plopped down onto the sofa without a care. Today, the Hokage's office seemed to host a few unfamiliar faces, particularly the obnoxious individual seated beside him, leaning back on the sofa with legs crossed. The young man held a cup of water, squinting as if everyone around him was an annoyance. He appeared to be around 20 years old, dressed in opulent attire, adorned with several gemstone rings on one hand, exuding an air reminiscent of a nouveau riche. What are you looking at? The young man inquired, displeased by Kai's persistent gaze. Oh, you scoundrel, you truly know how to speak. If you don't look at me, how could I possibly look at you? Kai continued to glare intensely at the other party, a fierce expression etched upon his face as he inquired, do you wish to meet your demise? The young man's demeanor abruptly shifted. Furrowing his brow and narrowing his eyes, he uncrossed his legs and, with an air of ferocity, questioned, Hey, Tsunade, may I eliminate this individual? As Kai listened to the inquiry posed to him, he turned to face Tsunade, who sat there. In the room, apart from the young man, there were 2 elderly gentlemen who appeared to be of considerable age. Yet, upon closer inspection, they seemed to be mere civilians, devoid of any trace of chakra. To his astonishment, such a fool dared to utter such menacing words in his presence. This was undoubtedly a threat. What were you thinking? He is the employer, Prince Renu of the Land of Fire. The task assigned to you is to escort him to the Land of Earth, ensuring his safety throughout the journey. Classified as a B-level mission. However, this is merely a provisional classification. Should any complications arise, the mission's severity will escalate. This is your inaugural mission, and thus, it is imperative that no issues occur during the process. Tsunade had been signing documents with her head bowed, and then placed the 2 mission orders on the far side of the desk. Upon hearing Tsunade introduce herself as the Hokage, Prince Renu instantly adopted an air of arrogance, lifting his chin slightly and casting a disdainful gaze at Uchiha Kai. However, upon realizing that this task would be assigned to such a group of youngsters, Renu immediately rose, visibly displeased, and exclaimed, Fifth Hokage, you cannot possibly send such a bunch of children to protect me for such a vital mission. Protecting a fool like this? What on earth were you thinking? Uchiha Kai also wore a dissatisfied expression, questioning the situation. Being in the company of such an arrogant individual made him fear that he might not be able to restrain himself from silencing the prince along the way. Do you both have objections? Tsunade asked sternly, fixing her gaze upon them. Well, and Tsunade, could we perhaps have someone else? I wouldn't mind paying a little extra. Reinu's demeanor instantly wilted at Tsunade's expression, his tone turning somewhat pleading. That is final. Everyone departs tomorrow, and I do not wish to hear any dissent, especially from you. If anything were to happen to him on the way, do not expect to return. Tsunade admonished Uchiha Kai with unwavering severity. If I don't come back, I won tea, with such a worthless individual. I might just end up taking him out myself before we even encounter the enemy. Kai pursed his lips, displaying a look of disdain. Brother Kai, this is a mission. Hinata quickly approached him, whispering a reminder. Observing the already displeased Tsunade, he ultimately resigned with a shrug. Fine, I understand. I assure you the mission will be accomplished. This journey would span 4 months, so they should promptly prepare the necessary items. We shall commence our preparations bright and early tomorrow. Tsunade, relieved by Kai's agreement, let out a sigh of relief before regaining her authoritative demeanor and declaring loudly, as for Reno, do not be deceived by his silence. However, the moment those individuals leave and the office door closes, he will spring up to the desk, pressing his hands down and leaning forward to express his dissatisfaction. Aunt Tsunade, can we replace him? That guy seems utterly abnormal, and given his young age, the road ahead may not be as smooth as we imagine. Perhaps I should elevate the mission to an A rank and bear the cost to replace him with 2 elite jonin. That boy possesses the strength to annihilate an entire nation. Within the village, none may rival his prowess. You must understand the perilous nature of this mission better than I do. Just keep your comments in check on the way. Should he truly take your life, we would be powerless to intervene. Nanny? Reno's voice trembled slightly. At that moment, the two elderly figures standing by stepped forward, urgently questioning. Hokage-sama, this is no jest. Can someone of his tender age truly possess the capability to obliterate an entire nation? How do you assess Uchiha Madara's strength? Tsunade countered. Uchiha Madara? He is someone capable of battling the god of the ninja world. This boy's name is Uchiha Kai, and he is likely not much weaker than Madara. Now do you comprehend? Uchiha Kai? Wasn't the Uchiha clan all but extinguished? The elder's eyes widened in disbelief. After all, it had only been half a month. The news had not yet reached the capital. Even upon their arrival here, they had heard no word that any members of the Uchiha clan were still alive. Surviving was one thing, but to still have such a formidable individual among them was hard for them to accept. He is quite amiable. As long as you do not provoke him during this process, I assure you that your negotiations will proceed smoothly. Furthermore, you must understand that this task will ultimately evolve into an SSS-level mission. We will evaluate the circumstances you encounter along the way to determine the trajectory of your task. Therefore, your priority now is to return and rest, preparing to set out early tomorrow. Tsunade had no desire to prolong the conversation with these two elderly men. As for the young prince, despite calling out Aunt repeatedly, he had only just met her for the first time. Had it not been for the royal decree, the village of Konoha would undoubtedly have shunned such a troublesome affair. Who knows what might transpire next? At the break of dawn, with the sun barely illuminating the sky, the streets were nearly deserted. After all, on such a frigid day, who would willingly rise early? The morning breeze was rather fierce. In sheltered spots, it felt somewhat bearable. Yet once one stepped onto the street, the wind striking the face felt akin to a sharp blade. The biting cold had caused icicles to form on the eaves of every house in the village. At this gathering point, everyone had already arrived, including the proud young prince. Reno, accompanied by two elderly gentlemen and two maids, totaling 5 individuals waiting in anticipation. Rising early was already a considerable inconvenience for the young prince, and to his dismay, upon arrival, he discovered that the guest had yet to appear. Just as he prepared to express his frustration, he spotted 3 little figures racing towards them, prompting him to swallow his words. Feeling the sting of the cold wind against his face, Prince Reno hastily wrapped his garments tighter around himself. Perhaps sensing the futility of his efforts, he decided to open the door of the luxurious carriage nearby. Once seated, he manually lowered the glass window and peered out at the approaching trio, only to find that Uchiha Kai was still absent. Leaning out, he called out loudly, inquiring about the whereabouts of the missing companion. Huh, is Brother Kai not here yet? Hinata promptly began scanning the surroundings, and upon confirming his absence, she quickly replied, he should be along shortly. An hour later, impatience had settled among those waiting, with those outside the carriage shivering from the cold. Just then, a figure was spotted ambling leisurely towards them, carrying something in hand. Initially, due to the chill, the streets had been nearly void of life, but now, those who rose early to conduct business had already opened their doors. As the familiar figure strolled in a relaxed manner, it left the onlookers speechless. As a prince, Reno had always been the one awaited by others, never the one waiting for anyone. He had not anticipated such a lengthy wait and was just contemplating stepping down from the carriage to vent his frustration when he suddenly recalled the earlier advice, as long as one did not provoke him, all would be well. Possessing the strength to annihilate an entire nation and uttering such words from the mouth of the 5th Hokage, Renos did not for a moment perceive this as a jest. Despite being engulfed in a profound state of fury, he ultimately settled into the carriage with composure. After taking a deep breath and gradually exhaling, he adjusted his emotions and addressed the 2 old men standing outside the carriage, stating that since they had already arrived, preparations for departure should commence. Prince Renos, this fellow is truly excessive, is he not? Is it imperative to prioritize this matter over our mission? We must hasten our preparations. Renos silenced the elder with a mere glance, compelling him to bow respectfully before turning away towards the rear carriage. Is this not rather outrageous? We have been waiting for over an hour. Why do you arrive only now? Upon arriving at the scene, Ye immediately voiced his discontent loudly. Ah, little Hinata. I presume you haven't had breakfast, have you? I brought you a portion. Kai approached Hinata with a radiant smile, casually handing her a lunchbox. He then turned to Kiba and inquired, why have you all been waiting for so long? Was it not agreed that we would set off at dawn? The term dawn in the context of our ninja missions typically refers to around 7 o'clock, yet here we are, nearly at 8. Kiba, exasperated, responded. We haven't had breakfast either. Did you bring us anything? Kai, taken aback, replied. Oh, you haven't eaten? My sincerest apologies. I had no idea. Caden responded with calmness, suggesting, how about we dine together? There is an abundance of food here, and I cannot possibly consume it all by myself. Hinata extended her hand, holding the food container, inquiring, please, the hour is getting late. Can we expedite our departure? The little prince, Renaud, could no longer contain his impatience. Yet, he refrained from raising his voice in anger, instead expressing his frustration with a resigned exclamation. What a splendid carriage! Kai turned his gaze upon the sound, and indeed, the carriage in which Reno was seated was remarkably exquisite, far surpassing his own in size. It measured at least 5 or 6 meters in length, supported by 4 robust wheels. It was evident that this belonged exclusively to the royal family. Let us depart, let us depart. The day is indeed drawing to a close, Kai remarked, casually waving his hand. Hinata, don't you think the taste of these buns is rather delightful? I stumbled upon this place yesterday by chance, and thus, I woke up early today specifically to bring them for you to enjoy. Kai seems to have developed a fondness for Hinata's blushing visage. Ultimately, for such a young girl, his heart harbors no intricate emotions. Each time he affectionately calls her little wife, it serves merely to satisfy a whimsical desire. I have dined at this establishment, where each morning witnesses a throng of patrons queuing for their delectable offerings. Indeed, the flavors are quite remarkable. However, during missions, we typically rely on military rations, seldom indulging in breakfast. Yet, is this truly appropriate for us now? Hinata gazed at the forlorn figure across from her, softly and anxiously inquiring. Seated directly opposite her was none other than the young prince, Reno. This fellow had curled up in his seat, consumed by a sense of panic and apprehension. Never did he anticipate finding this individual aboard his carriage. However, one cannot deny the unique attributes of this carriage. It boasts ample space, with a small table crafted in the center. The overall interior is adorned with exceptionally plush cushions. Regardless of the circumstances, it is undoubtedly far more comfortable than traversing the frigid outdoors. Do you find this agreeable? Kai gazed at the feigning slumber of Reno and inquired. I shall not respond. I shall not respond. Reno, with his eyes closed, continued to pretend to sleep, disregarding the question. Such thoughts echoed in his mind. What if we were to cast this fellow onto the rear of that wagon and remain here, just the two of us? Kai, noticing the lack of response from the individual, suddenly conceived another idea and turned to Hinata, saying, I must implore you not to overstep your bounds. I am the employer of this mission. Is there any task executor who behaves as you do? Reno, immediately dissatisfied, clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and, filled with fury, opened his eyes wide, raising a finger to point at Kai, and retorted, You are indeed correct. Kai displayed an expression of guilt, yet swiftly broke into a grin and remarked, If my memory serves me correctly, there exists a provision within the execution of this directive that allows for the safety of the employer to be taken into consideration, permitting actions to be carried out in accordance with the methods of the leading ninja. Therefore, I surmise that any potential danger or attack may very well be directed towards this carriage. Perhaps it would be prudent for you to relocate to the rear carriage, where safety might be more assured. What do you think? I disagree, Reno exclaimed, visibly agitated. The individual before him bore little resemblance to a ninja and seemed more akin to a scoundrel. Kai, shall we not disembark? This situation appears rather inappropriate. Disembark for what purpose? The journey ahead is still quite extensive, and merely reaching our destination could take upwards of half a month. However, for the sake of safety, we shall divert towards the land of rice, subsequently passing through the land of waterfall to prevent any threats to our young prince. Kai embarked on this journey with a distinct purpose in mind. Considering the extensive time required, he thought it more prudent to first visit Orochimaru and ascertain the precise status of the situation. As for the young prince before him, this so-called task held little more significance for Uchiha Kai than a mere jest. Kai, does this mean we will have to take a much longer route? Hinata immediately expressed her confusion. Indeed, our visit is intended for dialogue and collaboration, and we cannot afford to waste time in between. Reiner quickly interjected, anxious about the prospect of taking an unnecessarily lengthy detour. For the sake of your safety, do you believe your life is more important, or is it worth delaying 4 or 5 days? Henceforth, let us proceed accordingly. Kai spoke, leaning back against the soft cushions of the sofa, a look of pure enjoyment illuminating his face. He slowly closed his eyes, granting no opportunity for the two others to speak. In another realm, within a pitch-black cavern, ethereal shadows flickered, each figure standing atop a colossal finger. This scene was reminiscent of both science fiction and reality, appearing as though projected from light and shadow. Nonetheless, the general outlines of each individual remained discernible. At that moment, as the last finger illuminated, the instant those unique eyes opened, a sense of awe emanated from them, entirely distinct from ordinary gazes. Their eyes, circular in shape like the eyes of reincarnation, commanded immediate silence in the previously cacophonous environment. This was the very stronghold of the Akatsuki organization. Though they might be scattered across distant lands, they could gather here for a meeting through an extraordinary method. What had convened were merely their thoughts, akin to a summoning technique of a doppelganger. With everyone present, the discussion could now commence. The agenda was divided into two primary topics: the future development of the organization and matters concerning one named Uchiha Kai. Pain, possessing the eyes of reincarnation, was the first to speak. Here, one's expressions were obscured, rendering their thoughts unknown. All that was needed was a response. The topic of organizational development was a familiar discourse, and to date, their numbers totaled 10. Thus, the recruitment of personnel would be a matter of utmost importance moving forward. Additionally, the handover of tasks was crucial. As the organization's financial status was far from ideal, still a considerable distance from their goals. Consequently, the collective focus of all members was directed towards this issue. This topic had been broached more than once, and for now, it would be momentarily set aside in favor of discussing Uchiha Kai. Many among them had encountered him. Therefore, it was appropriate to allow Uchiha Itachi to provide insight into the situation. Beside Pain, the sole female member of the organization, Konan, reiterated the task at hand, directly assigning individuals to respond. Me? I have little to say. Uchiha Kai has always been at the bottom of our class. However, he is indeed exceptional in physical techniques. It is surprising that, during the Uchiha clan's massacre, he seemed to possess foresight, managing to conceal himself and evade this calamity. Itachi replied with a calm and indifferent tone. Are you jesting? Kakuzu immediately expressed his dissatisfaction, recalling how he had prepared to confront the situation with power, yet was not fully ready. In the mere blink of an eye, I had already lost 4 hearts. If the other party wished, my life could have been taken away as well. Under such circumstances, you dare to tell me that he is the bottom of the class? At least from what I recall of those years, which was only a few years ago, I hold a vivid impression of him. After all, he was the first in our entire clan to enroll in the Ninja Academy with his own funds. We are well aware of the reactions during that time. He possessed virtually no ninja talent then, and that is the undeniable truth. Thus, what transpired afterward remains a mystery to me. Uchiha Itachi once again provided his response. It is not just their group that feels perplexed. Even I find it hard to believe. During our first encounter, it was entirely normal for him to perceive me at such a close distance. Yet, I was oblivious to when he had already unleashed attacks around us. The formidable chakra that coalesced into an assault seemed as though it belonged to an entirely different individual. He may not have been lying. Based on my previous impressions, Uchiha Kai is indeed formidable. The masked figure began to speak. After a moment of hesitation, he continued, stating that under normal circumstances, we should not have encountered him, nor he us, yet he possesses detailed knowledge of each of us, not targeting a single individual, but all of us. This is why he could so swiftly eliminate 4 hearts of Kakuzu. In fact, there is much information that even our internal personnel are unaware of. Such occurrences instill a sense of dread. Zetsu, how is your investigation progressing? Pain, with the Rinnegan, turned to the pale-faced Zetsu. There is truly nothing much to investigate. It appears he has already joined Konoha. Although the reasons remain unclear, something significant must have transpired during this process. The place where they reside is utterly inaccessible. A vast natural power has enveloped the entire area. Once we approach that region, concealment becomes impossible. Moreover, there seems to be a formidable presence within. As for Konoha, I did manage to take a look. He is currently preparing to construct a larger dwelling in the original territory of the Uchiha clan. What he intends to do remains uncertain for now, but I believe it is prudent for us to refrain from provoking him, at least until our mission is complete. This is the course we ought to pursue. Heiji, regardless of the circumstances, is resolute in preventing these individuals from becoming involved in matters pertaining to Uchiha Kai. As for that fellow's whims and antics, they are solely his concern. even if he were to turn the entire ninja world upside down. It would bear no relevance to their organization. Heiji's insistence stems from a deep-seated apprehension that Uchiha Kai might indeed be privy to the entirety of their affairs. With the objective so tantalizingly close, poised for realization within mere years, any complications arising from the opposing party could jeopardize their aspirations. After all intelligence within the organization is meticulously curated by himself, as long as the members refrain from crossing paths with that individual. The vast expanse of the ninja world presents an almost negligible chance of encounter. Should such a formidable force remain uncontained outside their grasp, it would place them in a precarious position. Thus, I contend they must either incorporate him into their ranks or eliminate him outright. Pain exhibited a shift in his demeanor. From the insights gleaned from these few, he had discerned an unequivocal truth. The adversary posed a significant threat. At the very least, his existence could yield incalculable repercussions for their plans. Following this revelation, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. The mere acknowledgement of the masked man's formidable prowess, coupled with the counsel of the esteemed intelligence expert, Heiji, to refrain from provoking him, underscored the psychological burden they now bore. Having already witnessed Uchiha Kai's might, Kakuza remained unfazed. Pain, for the moment, needed to focus on other pressing matters. As for Uchiha Kai, they would heed the earlier consensus and defer any engagement until absolutely necessary. There was no need to invite such a powerful adversary prematurely. After a prolonged silence enveloped the room, the masked man swiftly articulated a divergent perspective. I concur with Akatsuki. This matter should indeed be reserved for later. If he does not impede our plans, there is little justification for hostility. We may consider a tentative approach to ascertain his stance regarding our organization. Heiji promptly aligned himself with the masked man's position. Given that these two were the principal architects of the situation, they were naturally disinclined to have matters unravel at such a critical juncture. What are your thoughts? Pain inquired, seeking the opinions of the others as he listened to the dissenting voices. I too stand against it. That individual's power is exceedingly formidable. I fear even Itachi may not triumph over him. His speed is so extraordinary that it exceeds our capacity for response. Moreover, he possesses the Mangeki Sharingan, and thus far, we remain unaware of the full extent of its capabilities. If possible, I would recommend following the advice given by a Fei and Zhu. Zhao immediately expressed his stance. This time, it was not a matter of position, but rather a fear of the task falling upon him. Possessing an immortal body. Yet such a trait was seen through by others, who even knew how to bring about his demise. Immortality does not equate to an absence of fear of death, nor does it imply invincibility. Shall I take the initiative to make contact? Let us gauge his understanding of our organization, and we will proceed from there. Uchiha Itachi spoke up, having acquired a piece of crucial information. The opponent possessed the Mangeki Sharingan. During their first encounter, he had merely sensed the opponent's formidable strength, compounded by the fact that he was the last of the Uchiha clan. Thus, Uchiha Itachi had considered turning a blind eye. However, he was taken aback to learn that the opponent had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. This development demanded his utmost attention. Since so many of you oppose initiating combat with him, let us proceed as you suggested, Itachi. Should the opponent pose any threat or adverse influence upon our organization, we shall eliminate him without hesitation. Pain thus concluded the matter. Nevertheless, what lingered in his mind was the intention to eliminate Uchiha Kai. Prolonging the delay could yield detrimental consequences for all involved. Yet, the discussions at hand were entirely unbeknownst to Uchiha Kai. At that moment, they had already arrived at the very place Kai had been yearning for. Truly, each nation possesses its own distinct environment. Surprisingly, despite being neighboring countries, the climate exhibited such stark contrasts. In front of the carriage, Shino and Kiba, who were initially meant to remain on foot, felt a twinge of displeasure upon witnessing Hinata and Kai settle into the carriage. Thus, shortly after departing from the Hidden Leaf Village, although they did not sit inside the carriage, they accompanied the coachman on either side at the front. Experiencing the warmth of the land of rice, Kiba shed his outer garment, as the surrounding greenery made it seem as if they were in the midst of spring. It was indeed astonishing. This was my first mission so far from the village, and perhaps I might discover some unexpected insects elsewhere. Such thoughts lingered in Shino's mind. Just as the two conversed intimately, the coachman abruptly halted the carriage, initially intending to inquire about the situation. They lifted their heads only to find two individuals had appeared before them. Shino, did you not scout ahead? Kiba asked, astonished. Did we not agree that I would scout in the morning while you would take the afternoon shift? Shino's eyes widened as she swiftly leaped down from the carriage. Assuming a combat stance. The weather here was quite temperate, neither excessively warm nor overly cold. However, beads of sweat had already begun to form on the foreheads of the two individuals. This was not due to the heat, but rather a consequence of their failure to adequately fulfill their responsibilities. Ninjas? I had initially thought they were merely wandering merchants who had taken a wrong turn. Since they are indeed ninjas, let them leave their lives here. A few meters ahead, two remarkably peculiar figures spoke. One possessed 6 arms and bore an expression that was exceedingly fierce and terrifying. The other appeared far more mundane, grinning while extending a long tongue in an attempt to mimic the mannerisms of Orochimaru. However, his tongue fell short, lacking the same impact. Why have we stopped? Inside the carriage, Kai was diligently engrossed in a book to pass the time, when suddenly he sensed the vehicle had come to a halt. He inquired subtly and expanded his perception instantly. Though the distance wasn't particularly great, he could discern the situation ahead. Kai brother, there are 2 individuals ahead with remarkably strong chakra. Hinata activated her Byakugan, instantly penetrating the objects in front of them. Even while seated within the carriage, she was able to observe the external circumstances. Yes, I see them. Kai spoke calmly. Oh, did you not mention that taking this route would ensure we encounter no assailants? Ren's heart began to race with anxiety, and he exclaimed loudly, "What on earth are you talking about?" Kai, with an expression of exasperation, opened the side door of the carriage. Stepping down, he raised his hand and shouted, "Hey, Kiyotaka, clear the way." The 2 individuals were about to act when they suddenly heard someone call their name. The creature with 6 arms paused momentarily, and then its gaze shifted towards the direction of the voice. In the next instant, it jolted, initially taken aback, but soon a smile spread across its face, and it bowed respectfully, exclaiming, it is Lord Kai. Please, lead the way. Even if I were to visit this cursed place 10 times, I doubt I would ever find your village." Kai spoke slowly, then closed the carriage door and settled back inside. "Do you know him?" Reno inquired, relaxing slightly yet still taken aback. "I suppose I have seen him once," he replied. "Where are we headed, Brother Kai?" Hinata asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Their current path bore no relation to their original mission, leaving Hinata perplexed. It seemed she was not alone in her bewilderment. The 2 little ones outside were equally puzzled. Why were ninjas appearing in this place? And how did Uchiha Kai know them? Judging by the demeanor of those 2 towards him, it was evident that his status here was far from trivial. Kai gazed at Hinata's adorable visage, unable to resist the temptation to gently pinch her cherubic cheeks. Before embarking on my mission, I had mentioned to the Hokage that I needed to attend to some personal matters. Thus, I am about to meet someone you have likely heard of, and once we arrive, it will become evident. I shall be lodging a complaint against you upon my return. Was it not stated that ninjas prioritize the execution of missions? Why then must one attend to personal affairs first? Reno is already in tears. As the son of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, he has always been somewhat arrogant, yet throughout this journey, he has behaved like a well-mannered child, hardly daring to breathe. Who could have anticipated that after nearly 10 days of travel, we would not be addressing our own concerns? Hey, can you not exhibit a semblance of masculinity? I assure you, I will ensure your safe passage. Let us consider this journey a leisurely excursion. Does that not appeal to you? What enjoyment can be found in this remote and desolate area? The palace of the land of earth must have prepared countless beauties. And yet you confine me to this forsaken place. Reno's voice was not particularly loud. In such a wretched locale, he genuinely feared that the individual before him might bring about his demise. Given the other's capricious nature and utter irresponsibility towards this mission, the likelihood of such an outcome loomed large. Why the urgency? With your status, you cannot possibly aspire to be a daimyo, can you? With your frivolous demeanor, spending every day in pursuit of amusement, could you not adopt a modicum of purpose? Kai gazed at the incessant chatter of the other party, utterly speechless, and inquired directly. These words pierced through the other's heart like a blade, incessantly prodding. In the next moment, Reno began to withdraw into himself, muttering, "I too wish to become a great lord, yet it seems fate has no regard for me. How about I assist you? Once your esteemed father is passed, I could help you ascend to greatness. How does that sound?" Kai's interest was piqued as a grin spread across his face. Previously, during his discussions with Deshawn, they had contemplated the establishment of a commercial empire. After all, no matter how much wealth he currently possessed, it would ultimately dwindle away if not wisely invested. Rather than allowing such a fate, he resolved to harness his intellect to create something substantial. If this foolish individual were to ascend to the position of daimyo, Would it not simplify the realization of all his aspirations? Kai, please refrain from uttering such thoughts. Ninjas must not involve themselves in the power struggles of the royal family. It could lead to significant complications. Hinata exclaimed, startled by his audacity to voice such sentiments, a boldness only characteristic of Uchiha Kai. It's no issue. After all, ninjas are part of this nation too. Of course, this is contingent upon his willingness. Bestowing upon him the title of daimyo is hardly an overly complex endeavor. Kai remained there, exuding an aura of profound tranquility. Meanwhile, Renaud, taken aback by the statement, stood with his mouth agape, at a loss for words. Yet, almost immediately, his expression shifted to one of grave seriousness as he inquired, "Can you truly do this?" To which he replied, "What is there that can or cannot be done? This matter seems exceedingly complex for you, yet to me it appears to be of little consequence." Kai observed that the other party had indeed developed an interest. For who among the royal lineage would not be captivated by such a position? However, this was neither the time nor the place for such discussions. If you could truly assist me in achieving that step, feel free to ask for anything in the future. Wait. Surely, you do not intend to deliberate on such matters here? Hinata felt a twinge of embarrassment. She had not anticipated that a prince and a formidable ninja would dare to engage in such conversations within a carriage, seemingly unconcerned about the potential for leaks. What do you desire? Indeed, as long as I occupy that position, you may even aspire to become Hokage without issue. Uchiha Kai had been contemplating the conditions he sought for the future, only to be taken aback when Reno boldly presented his own demands. To this individual, the Hokage's control over a vast village represented the pinnacle of ninja authority. Kai waved his hand dismissively, stating without a moment's hesitation that he held no interest in that position, nor did he harbor any inclination towards it. Instead, he planned to return to his business endeavors. Remarking that it was premature to discuss such matters, he suggested that they could revisit the conversation once the other party had ascended to that role, offering his assistance should it be required. Very well, Reno responded with enthusiasm, a sense of secret delight beginning to swell within him. While he was uncertain of the true strength of the other ninjas, he held a vague awareness of Tsunade's prowess as Hokage. The sheer magnitude of her power was such that even those who were formidable acknowledged the strength of the individual before them. This recognition implied that the person in question undoubtedly possessed extraordinary capabilities, inadvertently igniting Reno's yearning for that esteemed position. As for Kai, his words were but light-hearted banter, teasing Reno in jest. If this individual were to genuinely harbor the ambition and capability for such a role in the future, assisting him would not pose a significant challenge. Hinata, seated nearby, instinctively wished to cover her ears to block out their conversation, her expression revealing her resignation as she glanced at Uchiha Kai. She couldn't shake the feeling that his return to Konoha might not bode well. After 3 hours, the carriage, following the lead of Gatemaro, finally arrived at their destination. Given that it had not been long since their last visit, the scene remained unchanged, still bearing the same ominous visage. If one were to note a difference, it was the recent rainfall that left the ground in a muddy state. Upon arrival, Kiba's keen sense of smell immediately detected the overwhelming presence of ninjas within this so-called village, causing his voice to quiver slightly. In this unfamiliar territory, he longed to escape as quickly as possible. Finally, they had reached their destination, as he opened the carriage door and stepped onto the ground. The disorderly environment made Kai's lips twitch in dismay. Looking at Gatemaro, who awaited them, Kai couldn't help but voice his frustration, questioning why the inhabitants, all ninjas, could not manage to tidy up the ground a little better. Earth release, rock modification technique. He raised his hand and swiftly formed several hand seals, the simplicity of which was almost laughable given the number of people present. Not intended for offensive use, his fingers touched the earth, and as his chakra spread, the ground began to change color rapidly. Within moments, the entire surface of the village was enveloped, transforming the mud into solid rock. Arranging accommodations for us should pose no issue, right? We shall stay here tonight and ensure their safety, as this is my mission objective. Kai, lost in his own thoughts, approached Kintoki Maru without even casting a glance in his direction, directly stating, "Lord Kai, this is the domain of Lord Orochimaru. Only he holds the authority to command me." Before Kintoki could finish his sentence, Kai abruptly raised his hand and seized him by the throat. This shocking display startled the others who had just dismounted from the carriage. "You see, even if I were to slay you here, Lord Orochimaru would utter not a single word in your defense. Do you believe that?" His cold gaze pierced through Kintoki, prompting his companions to instinctively assume a defensive stance, while the other ninjas from the village swiftly converged. There were merely a handful of them, each exuding an intimidating aura. Unexpectedly, Lord Kai had arrived, and yet no one was there to receive him. How rude of us! From the crowd emerged a bespectacled individual who stepped forward with a demeanor of gentility, wearing an innocent expression as he calmly addressed the situation. Kai released his grip on the struggling Kiyotaka, and with a gentle smile, he patted the latter's shoulder. On the third tap, however, his palms suddenly gathered an intense surge of chakra. Bang! In that very instant, the earth beneath his adversary, having transformed into stone, fractured violently. Puff! Blood gushed forth from Kiyotaka's mouth with great force. 2. Let us not forget that we are still allies in this venture. If your subordinates exhibit such a lack of decorum, I would not hesitate to assist in their rectification. Releasing his hold on Kiyotaka, the latter collapsed limply to the ground. How could Kai possibly be oblivious to the true thoughts harbored by these individuals? It is likely they received news at least half an hour ago, and yet, they still dare to utter such words. While others may choose to remain silent, I will not make my intentions explicit. Instead, I cast my gaze upon the six-handed figure sprawled on the ground and declare, I may lack the authority to command you, but I possess the right to end your life. Consider this a warning. With that, observing the eager and vengeful expressions of those gathered, Kai's interest was piqued. He raised his hand and pointed at the angriest among them, asking, Come now, you seem eager to take my life. I shall grant you the opportunity. My Lord Kai, these individuals lack understanding. I implore you not to stoop to their level. The pharmacist Daodu, faced with such a situation, slightly bent forward, suppressing the fury within as he spoke. Arrange them properly for me. Should any problems arise, I will decimate your entire village. The atmosphere around Kai had gradually turned frigid. Approaching the side of Do, he spoke softly before directly heading towards the concealed cave where Orochimaru resided. Behind him, the group stood in stunned silence. Even Renu was among them. If previously they harbored a sense of fear towards Uchiha Kai, it had now transformed into a profound admiration. To achieve such feats in the presence of so many formidable opponents was nothing short of remarkable. If they could one day attain such prowess, would it not mean they could effortlessly ascend to positions of great power? As Do lowered his head, the veins on his forehead bulged with fury. Yet, upon lifting it, a smile instantly adorned his face, as if nothing had transpired. He calmly instructed the others, gesturing for them to carry the fallen Gitanmaru away for treatment. In the dimly lit cave, one could only wonder how Orochimaru managed to create such an expansive space. The corridor was long and reeked unpleasantly. The stench was suffocating upon the first visit and was still hard to bear on the second. Reaching the innermost area, one would be surprised to find it devoid of any light, enveloped in darkness so profound that one could not see a hand in front of their face. The difference between opening and closing one's eyes was negligible. The darkness was impenetrable, leaving only the use of sensory perception to navigate. Arriving at what was once Orochimaru's primary research facility, Kai raised his right hand, channeling chakra to conjure a fireball. He then nonchalantly inquired, This place is far too dark. Shall I summon some light, Orochimaru? With a crisp sound, the surrounding lights began to illuminate gradually. The previously pitch-black area transformed into a brilliance surpassing that of the outside world. Withdrawing the fireball he had prepared to unleash, Kai placed his hands in his pockets and approached Orochimaru, who was lounging in a chair. All he could perceive was the silhouette, but from the outline, it was evident that this figure bore a striking resemblance to a woman, long hair and a slender frame. It has been a long time, Kai-kun, Orochimaru said as he slowly rose from his seat. Upon turning to face Kai, he felt as though something had pierced his eyes, a sight almost too unbearable to behold. I never expected you to have changed your form so swiftly. However, I must ask, what drives you to such peculiar tastes? Kai remarked, unable to suppress his incredulity. No matter how one looked at it, it was undoubtedly a feminine form, and he found himself at a loss for words. My old body was no longer viable. Thus, I must continue my research in this new vessel. I assume you have come to retrieve the results of my experiments? Orochimaru inquired. As per our agreement, the 2-year deadline is now upon us. Time has indeed passed, prompting a closer examination of the specifics. Surely, you cannot tell me that Orochimaru has yet to perfect that particular research? Of course not. It was completed 2 months ago, merely awaiting the arrival of you, Kai-kun. With that, Orochimaru turned and approached the laboratory table. He bent down and, using his elbow, opened a box situated beside the experimental surface. The moment it was opened, a chilling aura emanated from within. As the frosty mist dissipated, 4 tubes of white serum were revealed. This was the culmination of their research. They had delved into this matter previously and even achieved success, but just as they did, calamity struck the village, forcing the research to be halted. Your provision of Hashirama cells has serendipitously allowed this segment of research to resume. This is what you seek, an opportunity to merge with an additional set of cellular matter. Orochimaru said with a smile, his gaze fixed upon Kai, his lips curling into a characteristic smirk. Could this possibly be a ruse? If something were to go awry, your hands would be irrevocably lost. Uchiha Kai stepped forward, plunging his hand into the box and retrieving all the vials. The pristine white hue suggested something extraordinary. As he sensed the energy emanating from these substances, Kai found it challenging to fully trust Orochimaru. Fear not, Kaikuin. Not only have I discovered a method to resolve the issue with your hands, but even without my assistance, collaborating with you has been quite delightful. Orochimaru replied with a grin. This revelation took Kai by surprise. He had not anticipated that Orochimaru had already identified a solution. However, he promptly returned the vials to the box, remarking, "How rare it is. I never imagined you, Uncle Snake, would have already found a method. It seems we are now merely missing the confirmation of which mask is required, correct?" Orochimaru had previously doubted Uchiha Kai's ability to discern how to unlock the Shinigami sealing technique. Over the past few months, while he had been researching Hashirama's cells, he had simultaneously sought a way to restore his own hand's capabilities. Just 2 days prior, he had accidentally stumbled upon a method to resolve the Shinigami sealing technique. Though he only knew that it was connected to the masks of the Uzumaki clan, he was still unclear about the precise location of these masks and how to utilize them. Those masks are currently in my possession, concealed in a location known to no one. Furthermore, even if I were to hand over the masks to you, how would you summon the Shinigami bound within the Shinigami sealing technique? The cost of summoning that entity is the sacrifice of the caster's soul, a fact you may not yet comprehend. Kai gazed at Orochimaru with a smile. Still wishing to play games with him? He had gathered all the necessary items within just 3 days of arriving in Konoha, driven by the fear that Orochimaru might indeed discover a solution. At that point, would he not find himself at a considerable disadvantage? Kai was merely jesting. Their transactions had always been of utmost importance to him. To his surprise, however, Kai truly possessed knowledge regarding the method to lift the Shiki F gene. Indeed, as you mentioned, I have found a solution, but thus far, it remains only partially deciphered. All I know is that it is related to the masks of the Uzumaki clan. It appears that Kai has indeed been the first to arrive at this revelation. For the first time, Orochimaru felt thoroughly ensnared by another. Simultaneously, he was struck by the terrifying potential of this young individual before him. The claims made earlier seemed like mere jest to someone of his vast experience. Yet, the other party had already discerned the means to lift the seal without grasping the full particulars. This capability left Orochimaru utterly convinced. We currently have 2 transactions pending. I have already provided you with the details of the second. Now it is time for you to fulfill the first transaction by presenting the genuine Hashirama cells. After all, we have much cooperation ahead of us. The expression on Kai's face gradually began to grow solemn. In the face of Orochimaru's deception, he did not express any particular emotions. Instead, he turned and casually occupied the recliner where that fellow had been seated earlier, resting his thighs comfortably atop one another. Haha, truly, Kaikuin, at present, there is only one thing that Orochimaru believes, and that is the impression that his counterpart seems to possess boundless knowledge. After I hand over the item to you, will you genuinely fulfill your promise and inform me about the mask and subsequent methods? Orochimaru questioned Kai with a hint of skepticism. Do not presume that everyone thinks like you. I have always valued transactions. I have already stated that there are many areas for our future collaboration. Ultimately, I hold great admiration for individuals such as yourself, determined, resilient, and possessing an astute intellect. Therefore, once you provide me with the item, and upon confirming its integrity, I will promptly disclose the information regarding the mask to you, as well as the next steps you should undertake. After that, we can thoroughly investigate the Shinigami mask. Perhaps through this opportunity, you may indeed achieve a state of immortality without the necessity of reincarnation. Regardless of whether Orochimaru felt touched or hopeful by these words, he suddenly raised his hand. Although his hands were already incapacitated, it did not imply that his arms were as well. He bit down forcefully on a finger, breaking the skin, and at the moment blood dripped onto the ground, Orochimaru swiftly drew a circle with his foot, promptly exclaiming, "Summoning technique." With a resounding bang and a puff of white smoke, a black serpent appeared before the two men, albeit of modest size, around 1 meter in length. Upon its appearance, and after receiving a nod from Orochimaru, the serpent writhed momentarily before regurgitating a vial of white liquid from its mouth. "Kaikuin, this is the substance designed for the fusion with the cells you provided," Orochimaru remarked, observing the vial on the ground. Despite feeling a sense of distaste and revulsion, Kai rose and approached the serpent, gradually bending down to retrieve the vial. "How is this to be used?" Kai inquired. "It can be administered directly into the body. However, the chakra energy contained within is quite formidable, and I cannot guarantee absolute safety. At the very least, based on experiments, there is a success rate of 70, which implies a 30 chance of fatality." Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Kai slightly closed his eyes, hesitating for a moment. After this brief contemplation, he took a deep breath, placed the vial on the table, and began to remove his clothing. Standing bare-chested, he caught Orochimaru's curious gaze. Raising his hand, he summoned Wind Attribute Chakra, and in the next instant, he inflicted a deep gash on his left arm. Blood erupted forth in a sudden and forceful torrent. Kai merely cracked a smile, refraining from uttering any sound. He then grasped the vial of potion resting on the table, using his teeth to uncork it. The foul odor reminiscent of a serpent's insides nearly made him roll his eyes, yet he resolutely poured the contents of both vials over his wounds. Enveloping the white liquid with his chakra, he swiftly channeled it into his bloodstream. At the moment when the potions fully entered his body, his chakra commenced its rapid work of mending the damaged flesh. Just as he was about to respond to Orochimaru, an inexplicable force suddenly engulfed his mind. His body's chakra erupted uncontrollably, and with the last remnants of consciousness, he concentrated the majority of it around his heart, encasing it with a protective layer. Lightning release. Before his awareness faded, Kai hastily transformed the chakra surrounding him into lightning nature. The powerful electric surge jolted him back to a semblance of clarity, while the lightning chakra also promoted cellular activation and breakdown. In that fleeting moment of stimulation, he activated his Manjiki Sharingan, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished. Just as he departed, Kabuto walked in from outside. He surveyed the room, but found no trace of Uchiha Kai. Before he could pose a question, Orochimaru inhaled deeply and stated that there was no need to look. The person had already left. Although the reason behind the injection of Hashirama's cells remained a mystery, for one who might know everything, his next appearance would undoubtedly herald a more formidable transformation. "Orochimaru-sama, should we take any action?" "What action? Just remain still." Orochimaru was well aware of the events transpiring outside. Some matters were better left unnoticed, provided they did not affect him. In an unknown locale, after drifting into slumber, Kai awoke to find the daylight already brightening the surroundings. "You are awake." A melodious and comforting voice rang in his ears. As his blurred vision gradually sharpened, he realized he was lying on a bed. He quickly sat up and turned his head, spotting a young girl, seemingly around 17 or 18, at a nearby table. One hand held a cup while the other grasped a spoon. With a gentle smile gracing her face, she inquired, "Where is this?" Kai inquired, "Here. This is Lolo Village." "Lolo Village?" Kai was momentarily perplexed. He had no recollection of having heard of this place. After a brief hesitation, he inquired, "Is this still the land of rice?" "What land of rice?" The girl responded, "This territory belongs to the land of iron. However, I am curious as to why you are here, especially in a state of unconsciousness at our doorstep." Although the young girl was filled with curiosity, she nevertheless took a seat at the edge of the bed and offered the medicine in her hand to Kai, saying, "I may not know how you arrived here, but you should take some medicine first." "How long have I been asleep?" he asked. 2 days. 2. Kai, at this moment, is scarcely able to consider such matters. Having been absent for 2 days, he remains oblivious to the circumstances surrounding Hinata and the others. It is his inaugural mission, and while complications may arise, the gravity of their predicament alters the situation entirely. He swiftly rises to his feet, only to realize that he is without shoes. "Do not fret, your shoes are outside. I shall fetch them for you." "Are you all right?" inquired the young lady. "I apologize for startling you. I am perfectly fine. However, I have pressing matters to attend to. By the way, may I ask your name?" Kai adjusted his emotions and inquired, recognizing that there was no immediate urgency in the matter at hand. After all, he had yet to comprehend the state of his own health, it was prudent to first assess his own condition before proceeding. As for me, I am called Crescent Moon, a name that is quite melodious. Kai smiled and offered a compliment. However, the young girl merely pursed her lips, saying little more, and subsequently opened the door to retrieve Kai's shoes from outside. Yet, there were no garments suitable for Kai to wear. Thus, he remained shirtless. As he pushed the door open and stepped outside, the scene before him instantly filled him with a sense of tranquility. The area where Ye resided was perched upon a hillside, and as far as the eye could see, there was an expanse of verdant shade. This broad vista immediately made Kai feel remarkably at ease. Glancing around, he noticed a peculiar detail. It appeared that he was the sole occupant of this place. Why was there not a single person in the vicinity? Kai inquired with a hint of perplexity. Indeed, I am the sole inhabitant here. There is no one else around. Even the name Luo village was bestowed by me, Uchiha proclaimed with an air of pride. One must admit, the young lady before me possesses a remarkable beauty. Her long, cascading hair, adorned only with two modest braids, imparts a strikingly pure aura. Admittedly, her attire appears somewhat crumpled, and the colors have notably faded, likely a testament to the passage of time and prolonged wear, resulting in a yellowing of the fabric. Kai discerned the melancholy hidden within the proud expression of the other. So that is it. Nevertheless, the name of this village is quite melodious. Living here, one can bask in such splendid scenery, viewed from another perspective. This is indeed the very essence of what I desire. Kai initially intended to express his desire for a more tranquil existence. However, upon the arrival of the young lady, the essence of his sentiment seemed to transform entirely. A faint blush graced her cheeks as Uchiha swallowed hard. Gazing at Kai's profile, such a handsome and radiant young man, one she had not encountered in what felt like an eternity. Do not grow fond of this way of life. I am a harbinger of misfortune. Thus, I am destined to reside here alone. The sudden utterance of these words stemmed from her feeling unworthy of him. Yet, in the midst of this melancholy, the once clear sky underwent a peculiar metamorphosis. Dark clouds began to gather swiftly, interspersed with thunder and flashes of lightning, as if a luminous sword were poised to pierce the heavens. By the way, you haven't yet revealed your name. She quickly retracted her despondent demeanor, flashing a bright smile as she inquired of Kai. Strangely, the moment her spirits lifted, the ominous clouds vanished without a trace. Witnessing this uncanny phenomenon, Kai couldn't help but recall that the great serpent had once conjured a being reminiscent of this young woman. Could it be that such entities are fashioned from the circumstances of others? I am Uchiha Kai. Kai revealed his name and scrutinized the girl before him. The ability to wield the power of weather seemed akin to exploiting a glitch in this world. Uchiha Kai? Tsukiyomi repeated, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Before he could utter a word, Kai inquired, did you ever know you possessed the ability to control the weather? Nanny? Tsukiyomi was taken aback, seemingly perplexed by the question. Kai directly approached the steps of the small house, which contained little more than a single bed. Who could tell where this girl had slept during the 2 days of his unconsciousness? Sitting on the wooden steps, Kai inquired, if I am not mistaken, when you cry, it must rain. When you are gloomy, thunder must roll, and when you are joyful, the sky surely clear in an instant, correct? How do you know? Crescent Moon's eyes widened in astonishment as she quickly seated herself beside Kai, gazing at the boy she had only just met with sheer disbelief. This was a kind of power, a formidable force capable of commanding the elements. If wielded wisely, one could even alter the fabric of the world. Is that true? Back in the village, they regarded me as a harbinger of misfortune. Since birth, my incessant crying has led to frequent floods plaguing the village. Consequently, I was seen as a calamity, and I grew up without friends. By the age of 6, I found myself sitting here alone, with even my parents neglecting to visit. As she spoke, her spirits began to sink once more, lamenting a childhood devoid of joy. Seeing her distress, Kai gently patted her shoulder. Then, contemplating the present, he suddenly asked, would you care to join me? I could teach you when time permits. Is this a proposal? Crescent Moon's eyes sparkled with affection, and she scarcely registered the rest of his words. Her heart raced, and to her astonishment, a rainbow appeared in the sky. Unbeknownst to her, Kai remained silent for a while, assuming she had declined when she did not respond. Rising to his feet, he inhaled deeply and stepped down onto the soft grass. He then asked again, do you not wish to? Of course I do. Crescent Moon exclaimed, leaping up in excitement, eager to embrace Kai. After a leisurely conversation lasting several minutes, Kai moved 100 meters away from the small dwelling. During this time, he had thoroughly examined his body. confirming that everything felt normal. Suddenly, he took a deep breath, closed his eyes slowly, and then opened them again with a swift motion. After savoring the moment for 2 minutes, a smile began to form at the corners of his mouth. In previous instances of using the kaleidoscope Sharingan, he often felt a pressure in his eyes, but this time, such sensations were absent. Everything within his field of vision appeared strikingly clear. Taking a step forward, as his foot touched the ground, he found himself instantaneously transported 100 meters away. After several experimental attempts, he realized there was no burden on his eyes, and the experience felt no different from normal. The eternal eye. I could scarcely contain the excitement brewing within him. Having reached the age of 18, he had finally taken this momentous step. Possessing the eternal eye signified that he had, at present, no rivals in this world. Although he remained uncertain of the extent of his newfound strength, he was undeniably closer to realizing his aspirations. Kai, it's time for lunch. Astounded by the ability of one person to instantaneously traverse a distance of 100 meters, and to do so repeatedly, Yueya's astonishment was fleeting, quickly giving way to admiration. This was the first person in her life willing to engage in such a lengthy conversation, someone who, despite knowing her circumstances, was still open to accepting her. Yueya cared not for the other's status. The lunch itself was quite modest, reduced to mere leaves of vegetables. Nevertheless, Kai managed to consume the somewhat unpalatable meal. Gently setting down his bowl, he announced, "I must prepare to leave. There are numerous matters awaiting my attention." "Oh," Yueya interjected, lowering her gaze before he could finish his sentence. She had feared that he might abandon her, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. Outside, the weather mirrored her turmoil. "I merely wish to inquire if there is anything you need to pack. We are about to depart." Kai placed his hand upon the other's head, momentarily struck with speechlessness. Is it really like this?" Yueya quickly lifted her head, immediately breaking into a smile. She glanced around before swiftly darting to the corner, retrieving a wooden board that was propped up and extracting a small cloth pouch from within. "All right, let's go." It seemed that this young lady held great importance to the contents within. Kai did not inquire further. What mattered now was the mess left behind by Orochimaru. It remains uncertain what those individuals have transformed into. "Hold me tightly, and close your eyes." Kai gazed at the prepared crescent moon and remarked, "Is it really happening so soon?" The crescent moon displayed a flustered expression, her hands fidgeting aimlessly, unsure whether to embrace or refrain. "What are you contemplating? Surely, you cannot simply walk away." Kai now finds himself pondering whether bringing the girl along is right or wrong. Yet, having already given his word, he can only reluctantly continue to keep her by his side. After all, he has unwittingly found himself in this place, hundreds of miles away, saved by a girl, which, in a certain sense, could be considered fate. Despite having reached this point in their conversation, Yueya still feels a tinge of shyness, but ultimately, she tightly closes her eyes, lunging forward to embrace Kai's neck. As for Kai, he activates his eternal eye, and in the next moment, the two of them vanish from the room. Just after their departure, the small house suddenly erupts into flames, consuming the entire structure in the blink of an eye. In this desolate area, with no one in sight for miles around, it is a place far too solitary for anyone to inhabit for long. The distance of hundreds of kilometers feels both vast and yet deceptively close, especially for Yueya, who, with her eyes shut, merely feels the warmth of holding Kai. A wave of dizziness washes over her, only to subside almost instantly. As she slowly opens her eyes, the surroundings have dramatically transformed. Hidden Leaf Village. Indeed, they have returned to this place once more. This is the power of the right eye, capable of transporting oneself to any location previously visited. Compared to the Flying Thunder God technique, this ability is akin to having infinite buffs. Faced with any foe that proves too formidable, as long as he can retreat, none could possibly hinder him. Since awakening the spatial abilities of his right eye and becoming the eternal eye, Kai has always felt that this eye holds powers beyond mere movement, though he has yet to fully grasp these capabilities. Now is not the time for him to delve into such matters. Observing that he has indeed arrived at any place he has previously visited in the blink of an eye, he looks down at Yueya, still clinging to his neck, and gently pats her back, saying, "We have arrived." Oh, initially, Yueya felt nothing out of the ordinary. The warmth of embracing the man before her filled her heart. However, the moment she releases her grip and takes in her surroundings, her mouth falls open in astonishment. Kai and I, standing at the entrance of one of the houses in the village. The girl sees the sudden appearance of Uchiha Kai, and after a moment of surprise, she rushes forward uncontrollably. The occupants of the house, upon hearing her exclamation, hasten outside. Hinata dashes in, throwing herself into Kai's embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks like raindrops. In this moment, only he seems to understand her feelings of grievance and distress. Shino and Kiba, seemingly deprived of sleep for days, appear disheveled, with Shino donning a pair of dark glasses that obscure his eyes. It is utterly impossible to discern the expression on his face. Ya's spirit has dwindled to its lowest ebb, with dark circles under his eyes spreading over a considerable expanse. However, that little Prince Renard seems to be reveling in his own delight. You scoundrel! This truly is insufferable. Shino and Ya happen to walk by together. Without hesitation, Ya raised his hand and pointed accusingly at Kai, uttering a curse. To his surprise, Shino echoed the sentiment from behind. Brother Kai, where have you been? Hinata, upon realizing her predicament, hastily took 2 steps back. Wiping away her tears, she inquired with a look of confusion, I apologize. This time it was truly an unforeseen circumstance. Such issues shall not arise again. Kai gently stroked Hinata's head. Hey, shouldn't you provide an explanation for this? Do you even realize where we are? We haven't dared to sleep for 2 days, you scoundrel, leaving without a word. Kiba was in a state of extreme anger. Just as he was about to say more, the small dog, Akamaru, softly whined from his shoulder. In an instant, Kiba felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He mechanically turned his head, and upon seeing the figure approaching, he quickly stepped aside. Orochimaru, I can no longer bear to undertake missions with this scoundrel. Kiba's heart began to weep internally. A fearsome figure like Orochimaru was a nightmare for someone of their age. Many times in their childhood, family members would warn them that if they misbehaved, Orochimaru would capture them to use as experiment subjects. And now, they had unwittingly ventured into his lair. Just a single glance from such a terrifying being was enough to instill dread. It wasn't just Kiba. Shino and Hinata were equally unsettled. Even the distant young prince, Reno, seemed hesitant to approach, let alone anyone else. Where had Kai gone these past 2 days? Orochimaru stepped forward, a smile adorning his face as he licked his lips and inquired. Well then, let us drop the pretense, Uncle Snake. Thank you for watching over them these past days. Now that I see they are unharmed, I can breathe easy. As for Kai's affairs, they are my own concern. No matter how long your people remain here, I will ensure their safety. It seems Kai has succeeded. Might we find a more suitable place to converse? Of course, that is no issue. Kai smiled calmly for a moment as beside him, the pharmacist still approached with the previously injured Gitangwan. Perhaps it was due to the presence of Orochimaru that Gitangwan, the 6-armed individual, displayed his anger without reservation. If glances could kill, Kai would have perished countless times by now. Kai Uaya, startled by the sudden appearance of so many individuals, quickly sought refuge behind him. Noticing Kai's intention to depart, she softly called out to him. At that moment, he remembered that he had brought someone along, and he turned to Hinata, suggesting they find a place for her to freshen up before he attended to some matters, and they set off. Kai-kun, this is... Orochimaru's gaze fell upon Yuya. His curiosity piqued as he inquired about her. Yuya, as a descendant of a clan capable of controlling the weather, possessed the ability to influence emotions as well. This should not be unfamiliar to you, Uncle Snake, should it? Kai inquired. It seems that the first reanimation technique was utilized by individuals from their clan. However, such matters are not for consideration at this moment. Please, Lord Kai, follow me. Orochimaru showed little interest in these affairs. His current curiosity lay elsewhere, for he felt no inclination to ponder matters that did not pertain to him. One day, I shall end your life. Gamaru observed the retreating figures of the two. His fists clenched in frustration, his eyes icy enough to conjure frost. The palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from him was unmistakable, yet he believed others remained oblivious to it. Kai halted his steps, silently turning to face Kyotomaru, his expression remaining serene as he inquired, Do you wish to take my life? Orochimaru was far from foolish. He too had sensed the murderous intent that had permeated the air moments prior. Me. Boom. Kyotomaru had intended to offer a rebuttal, especially with Orochimaru's attention now directed towards him. Yet, before he could utter another syllable, his eternal eyes activated instantaneously, unleashing a formidable force that bore down upon him, pinning him to the ground in an instant. The sheer magnitude of the impact caused the very earth beneath them to fracture, creating a vast chasm that swallowed the area whole. It was as if Kyotomaru's body had been violently compressed. Blood began to seep from every pore. The onlookers were struck with terror at the sight. and even Orochimaru gazed at Uchiha Kai in astonishment. Although he had anticipated the other's strength to be formidable, the aura emanating from Uchiha Kai now bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary Uchiha Madara of yore. Swallowing hard, Orochimaru felt a pang of regret for having entrusted that power to this individual. In Madara's era, there had at least been Hashirama. If he were to recreate a being akin to Madara, who could possibly stand in his way? Yet, the events had transpired. What could he do now? However, after all was said and done, when Uchiha Kai turned back, his demeanor was once again gentle, as if nothing had occurred. It was only after their departure that the oppressive atmosphere finally dissipated. Kiyomaru remained alive, yet he was teetering on the brink of death. Kabuto's response was swift. He had already moved to the edge of the pit moments after the incident. Observing the scene before him, he furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the terror and pressure exuded by the other party. If their strength was so formidable, one could only imagine the plight of his own subordinates. The dark confines of the basement remained unchanged, yet this encounter was markedly different. Orochimaru sat across from Uchiha Kai, scrutinizing him intently. Before he could speak, Kai preemptively addressed him. Uncle Snake, since our transaction has reached an accord on your end, I shall certainly uphold my end of the bargain. All the Shinigami masks of the Uzumaki clan are in my possession. However, you must devise a method to summon the Shinigami without having your soul consumed in the process. For you, this should not pose a significant challenge. Simply prepare a spare body in advance, placing your cursed seal and soul within it. Unravel the Shiki FN, and you will command the Shinigami to cleave open its abdomen with its own blade. Once the belly is opened, you must swiftly transfer your essence into the other body. Should you falter in your timing, your soul will once again be devoured by the Shinigami. As he spoke, Kai gently pierced his finger, and the moment the crimson droplets fell to the ground, a colossal sealing rune was formed. Immediately, two scrolls manifested upon the earth. Grasping one of them, he unfurled it, gazing at the white seal inscribed upon it. With the surge of chakra, a white humanoid entity materialized beside them in an instant. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback. White Zetsu. This creature had long piqued his curiosity, and capturing it proved to be a challenge far beyond his expectations. To his astonishment, not only was there one present today, but it was also in a living state. Indeed, this was White Zetsu, a specimen he could study thoroughly. However, in return, he hoped that care would be taken of the Uchiha clan. After all, had he not previously shown interest in that fellow Sasuke? He could send someone to retrieve him, allowing for a proper tutelage under his guidance, which need not exceed 2 or 3 years. Aren't you afraid I might take possession of his body? What is there to fear? If you possess the audacity, go right ahead. Should he perish, it would be his inadequacy. However, if you were to meet your demise, that would indeed be regrettable. His body harbors secrets that are impervious to exploration, so I would advise against attempting such endeavors. Kai did not provide a clear explanation, but promptly picked up another scroll. The situation contained within was entirely different from the previous one. What was summoned was merely a mask, notably one that Kai had retrieved from the shrine of the Whirlpool clan, and it was not the only one. Indeed, all the masks had been taken. Placing the item before Orochimaru, he remarked that the nature of its use would require your own diligent study. As I mentioned earlier, ensuring an escape from the grasp of the Shinigami is a challenge that no one can assist you with. However, if you possess sufficient resolve, it is permissible to have another take your place. After all, once the Shinigami has been dispatched, your hand's dilemma will be resolved. And I am confident that Uncle Snake will find a way. Hiki, as you say, Kai, I shall devise a solution for the matters that follow. Listening to Orochimaru's laughter, Kai understood precisely what this individual intended to do. The simplest course of action would be to have someone else undertake this task. Death is merely death. It bears no consequence for him. Stowing away the scroll that contained the other masks, Kai calmly rose and stated that their transaction was complete. He reminded Orochimaru not to forget their other agreement, although it would not require anything overly complex. All that was needed was for him to utilize his intellect to assist in the study of an item, the specifics of which Kai had yet to determine. Once he was ready, he would certainly return to seek Orochimaru's expertise. I eagerly await your favorable news. Do not hold your breath. Summon your familiar, that great serpent, and have it escort us. Kai turned his back to Orochimaru and said, "This is not acceptable. Summoning that fellow requires a substantial price. I will communicate with him. You merely need to comply. Is that so? How intriguing." Orochimaru did not decline. At this moment, his foremost desire was to liberate his own hands. while simultaneously avoiding any offense to the formidable Uchiha Kai before him. After all, his strength had escalated to such heights. Despite harboring envy for Kai's physique, Orochimaru's acute sense of danger surpassed that of any other. Orochimaru, you scoundrel! If I do not receive the contributions of 100 individuals for this endeavor, I assure you, I will not let this matter rest. In the heart of the village, Orochimaru summoned his colossal summoning beast, a gargantuan serpent. With a diameter of no less than 5 meters and a length approaching 100 meters, the immense creature emerged amidst a cloud of white smoke, accompanied by a deafening roar. As it raised its head, flicking its tongue, the serpent's purple-red body adorned with black stripes startled even Kai at first glance. As the massive head lifted, the serpent's eyes fixated intently on Orochimaru. I apologize, Manda, but it is not I who wishes to summon you today. It is that individual over there. Nanny? Manda slowly turned its gigantic head, following Orochimaru's gaze to rest upon Uchiha Kai. Just as it was about to utter a word, Kai's hair color shifted instantaneously, and black markings appeared on his body. Sage mode. Orochimaru was once again astounded. This revelation truly redefined his understanding of the world. Please, take us a short distance. Simply place those 2 carts in your mouth and carry us several hundred miles away. Tilting his head, Kai gazed at the colossal serpent. Wan Shi, and inquired, who are you to dare speak to me in such a manner? As he prepared to attack, Wan Shi abruptly halted. Upon meeting the gaze of those eternal eyes, the great creature comprehended the true nature of the being before him, gradually bowing his head. The earlier display of arrogance vanished entirely. Well, it's only a few 100 kilometers, so I shan't accompany you too far. Wan Shi, resembling a chastened child, expressed a sense of grievance. With dragon horns sprouting from either side of his massive head, it was easy to surmise the vast number of years he had existed. His newfound docility stemmed from the last time he had witnessed the formidable Uchiha Madara through the white serpent sage in the dragon cave. His terrifying power could likely obliterate their entire domain single-handedly. Now, even if he wished to flaunt his prowess, he found himself lacking the capacity to do so. Obeying the command, Wan Shi obediently opened his mouth wide, swallowing the carriage along with the horse in a single gulp. What are you waiting for? We must set off at once, Kai proclaimed, leaping onto Wan Shi's head. To his surprise, the space was indeed quite ample. His head could easily accommodate a dozen individuals. Observing the group below, who were trembling in terror, Kai shouted, who wishes to ride upon this grand creature? With quivering legs, he timidly raised his hand and inquired loudly, can we choose not to ride, as my insects are also frightened of this giant? Ji No echoed the sentiment, though her voice was barely a whisper. Enough of this chatter. Quickly, get aboard. Kai was truly at a loss for words. It was rare to find such convenient and swift transportation, which could at least allow him to make up for the journey he had missed over the past 2 days. To his surprise, these individuals displayed such cowardice. Kai, can I join as well? Yuya exhibited no signs of fear. Instead, her face radiated excitement and eagerness, as if she longed to leap aboard immediately. Hinata felt a pang of anxiety, yet ultimately, she took a deep breath. Gazing at the man who sat steadily on her forehead, she clenched her teeth and, with determination, jumped directly onto the head of the giant serpent beneath Yuya. Lord Kai, is it really necessary for us to proceed this way? Besides, we are not pressed for time. Why not continue on our path calmly? I haven't raised any objections about our delay over the past 2 days. Or perhaps... Silence. Kai now finds himself rolling his eyes at the inconsolable little prince, Reinu, who is weeping uncontrollably. It is truly a case of having eyes but lacking the capacity to think. This singular individual displays sheer terror, while the 2 elderly men and 2 young girls who accompany him appear to be rather exhilarated. They seem eager to take action, yet the towering serpent proves insurmountable, making it impossible for them to ascend. Ultimately, in a moment of desperation, they resort to conjuring 2 clones, forcefully pulling each one up. Hey, everyone. Now that we are all assembled and ready to embark, rest assured that when the opportunity arises, I shall bestow upon you a most generous reward. Kai gently patted the serpent's forehead and called out. In such circumstances, he needed to create several clones. Those devoid of chakra would likely be left behind in the swift movements of the colossal serpent. Upon receiving the command, the enormous snake cast a somewhat unfriendly glance at Orochimaru before it began to shift its massive body, moving with astonishing speed akin to an arrow released from a bow. It traversed the terrain effortlessly, unperturbed by any obstacles in its path. The towering trees that obstructed its way were simply crushed by its formidable bulk. I want to go home, Reno cried out loudly, mouth agape, as he shut his eyes in fear. Although a ninja, Kiba was equally filled with trepidation. The others, however, appeared exhilarated. Even Tsukuyami reached out to gently touch the scales on the serpent's forehead. To them, the entire experience felt dreamlike, as it did for Reno. An hour later, in an astonishingly brief span, the serpent had transported them to the border between the land of rice and the land of iron. The remaining journey was no longer its concern. Once everyone had disembarked, the serpent opened its mouth and released 2 carriages. For horses, once spirited, now lay limply on the ground, their vitality seemingly drained. It was likely that they would never wish to encounter such a harrowing experience again. They had not perished, perhaps due to their nerves being numbed or out of sheer terror, remaining motionless on the ground. With a loud thud, upon reaching their destination, the serpent did not utter a single word but left everything behind and vanished in a cloud of smoke. Mom. Reno's fear was momentarily alleviated, and he burst into tears, his pants visibly stained with an unknown liquid. He was utterly exhausted, resembling the incapacitated horses around him. Let us rest for a moment. Once the horses have recovered, we shall set off. Kai observed the expressions of those around him, each person revealing a distinct emotion. Some were engulfed in fear, while others appeared to be lingering in anticipation. You are truly remarkable, Kai. I admire you so much. Yuya belonged to the latter group, her excitement still palpable. She moved closer to Kai, her hands clasped together over her heart. The affection in her gaze was unmistakable. There are many who admire me. Please take a moment to rest. Soon we shall prepare for our journey ahead, for the road stretches far before us. Kai raised his hand and gently tapped the crescent moon's head, remarking, what a fine mission has devolved into this. Were it another individual, I dare say Reno would be compelled to lodge a formal complaint. It is a wonder that the mission's commission is not being withheld, and merely avoiding financial repercussions for the Hidden Leaf Village is already a notable achievement. However, confronted with such a character, the journey ahead, though still in its infancy, remains shrouded in uncertainty. None can predict the perilous and exhilarating events that may yet unfold. It is abundantly clear that the path ahead will not be as tranquil as one might hope. Having bathed and donned fresh attire, Reno could only silently seethe within, too fearful to express his ire aloud or even cast a furious glance. He dreaded that by revealing such emotions, he might be crushed under the weight of that individual's gaze, much like those who had fallen prey to his formidable presence. Despite harboring a significant sense of dissatisfaction, he was compelled to stifle it, for the man before him played by his own unpredictable rules and exuded an aura of sheer terror. The following days unfolded with a surprising calm, allowing them to traverse time without incident. During this span, Uchiha Kai opted not to remain inside the carriage but instead chose to perch atop it, legs crossed, eyes shut as he attuned himself to his current abilities, occasionally vanishing in a flash to test his prowess. There was a stark contrast between now and the past previously. His eternal Manjiki Sharingan was wielded primarily for intimidation or emergencies, for he feared that overuse would lead to either ocular degeneration or blindness. The pain accompanying its use was excruciating, particularly when his chakra reserves were running low. Although the discomfort lessened over time, excessive use still bore similar consequences. Now, however, with the transformation into the Eternal Eye, the experience was akin to using ordinary eyes. Provided he wished to do so, he could wield this power daily without significant consequence. The implications of such a change were monumental. Where have you gone now? After a peaceful 10 days, as midday approached, Uchiha Kai vanished once more. However, upon his return, he bore a colossal object upon his shoulder. Hinata gazed at Kai, who had been absent for quite some time, and deemed him woefully inadequate as the leader of this mission. What on earth happened? It seems we shan't reach the town today. The land of waterfalls is far worse than I anticipated, with scarcely any settlements. Yet, this object is rather substantial. He dropped it heavily to the ground. Kai explained briefly and then immediately shouted loudly at Inuzuka Kiba, Kiba, come over and deal with this wild boar's carcass. How could that be? We have our own matters to attend to. Then just say whether you want to eat or not. You scoundrel. Despite his grumbling, Kiba eventually complied and approached obediently. It seemed unlikely that they would reach the town today, but this sizable wild boar should suffice for 2 days' meals. Perhaps I, an old fellow, should lend a hand as well, one of the elderly companions of Reno suggested. Over the course of these past few days, Kai had come to learn of the identities of these 2 old men. To his surprise, they were ministers from the land of fire. Although unexpected, it was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. There are two individuals with a prominent chakra signature approaching from 2 kilometers ahead. Should we relocate? Shino rushed over to report the situation. 2 kilometers? Perhaps they are merely passing by and have no connection to us. Kai extended one hand with 2 fingers, channeling wind-natured chakra as he meticulously dissected the wild boar before him, all the while maintaining an air of nonchalance and composure. Ji was momentarily rendered speechless. Byakugan. Hinata rose to her feet, activating her Byakugan state. Even through the dense forest, she could clearly discern the silhouettes of the 2 individuals. The drawback was that her vision was limited to shades of black and white, rendering it impossible to discern their features, yet she could sense the chakra emanating from them. Brother Kai, indeed, there are 2 individuals with a significant chakra presence. They seem quite formidable. Based on their direction of approach, they are undoubtedly heading toward us. Hinata quickly clarified as she deactivated her Byakugan state. Oh no, does that mean we are about to encounter danger? Kaitun feigned surprise, promptly rising to his feet. He turned to Ruan, who was seated on a stone, leisurely indulging in the massages of 2 maidservants, and exclaimed, Ruan, you scoundrel, what mischief have you been up to? With 2 formidable individuals arriving, this task can no longer be regarded as B grade. It has undoubtedly escalated to an S-rank mission. Very well, I shall pay. Rin, devoid of any inclination to argue, simply wished to resolve matters swiftly with financial compensation. Any issue that could be settled with money was not worth his breath. The tribulations of the journey had left him utterly drained. In response to Kaiton's remarks, Ren, eyes closed, raised his hand and replied nonchalantly. The 3 individuals were dismembering a wild boar with the precision of chakra-formed blades, their speed reaching an astonishing peak. Even the bones, with a mere graze, would leave behind penetrating wounds. In no time at all, the once massive wild boar had been reduced to neatly cut pieces. As for the tusks, the sole task of one individual was to strip the skin from the boar. He casually gathered some timber, igniting it instantly with fire chakra. The remaining time was spent skewering the boar meat on sticks for roasting. For ninjas, it was quite rare to enjoy such a lavish feast during missions, as they typically subsisted on rations or military food pills. Kai-sensei, the 2 are approaching. Shino sprinted over to inform Kai, who was engrossed in grilling the meat. His tone was not overly urgent, especially upon witnessing Kai's calm demeanor. He realized that his own anxiety would serve little purpose. The others, having witnessed Kai's prowess, exhibited no signs of concern regarding the potential danger that loomed. I understand. Kai responded with a calm demeanor, but immediately turned to Ya and exclaimed, Could you possibly flip it over to cook the other side? This side seems to be burning. I am aware, no need for your reminders. Ya retorted, somewhat speechless. Yet, one must admit, the relaxed atmosphere during this task was something they had never experienced even during sea-level missions. As 2 figures emerged from the distant woods, they were clearly visible from their vantage point. Clad in garments of black adorned with red clouds, the attire was identical. For these individuals, it was essentially their first encounter with the Akatsuki, and for those present, it felt entirely foreign. Nevertheless, the formidable aura radiating from the newcomers caused beads of sweat to form on Shino's forehead, as he was acutely aware of their overwhelming strength. The attire unmistakably indicated they belonged to the same organization. Although the identities of these individuals remained a mystery, their potent presence was undeniably palpable. Shino stepped back cautiously, and even Hinata and Ya had entered a state of heightened alert. The palpable atmosphere of dread had begun to envelop even Reiner and his companions, who felt an escalating sense of fear. Only Uchiha Kai and the unfamiliar Tsukuha remained absorbed in roasting wild boar meat, seemingly indifferent to the arrival of the 2 figures. As they drew nearer, the oppressive sensation of their aura became unbearable for the 3 young individuals. The fear gripping their hearts made it increasingly difficult to utter a word. Hey, Reiner, the individuals you've provoked this time are no ordinary foes. This is far beyond an S-level mission. Kai smiled calmly and turned to Renew, who was already engulfed in fear, and called out, Uchiha Kai, I wish to have a word with you. Approaching him were Uchiha Itachi and Kisame. As they reached a distance of several dozen meters, they gradually came to a halt. Itachi then shouted directly at Kai, who was seated and roasting wild boar meat. What S-rank? I am merely here to speak with you, you rascal. At this point, Renew finally erupted in anger, bellowing loudly. He had genuinely believed that these 2 individuals had come to cause trouble. After being frightened for so long, It turned out they were not there for him at all. Who are you? Inuzuka Kiba maintained a battle stance. Though fear coursed through him, he still managed to voice his question loudly. In the next moment, Uchiha Itachi activated his Mangeki Sharingan. The overwhelming aura of pressure surged forth once more, causing Kiba to stumble backward in terror and fall to the ground. If one could not deduce their identities at this point, it would be utterly ridiculous. Hey, they are just children. Is it really appropriate to intimidate them in such a manner? Kai firmly planted the stick, adorned with wild boar meat, into the ground. He then rose to his feet and addressed the two individuals approaching him. I wish to have a conversation with you, regardless of the means. Uchiha Itachi stated with renewed seriousness. As he retracted his Mangeki Sharingan, his gaze was solely fixed upon Uchiha Kai. Even at this moment, he found it perplexing to fathom the source of the prowess possessed by this individual, who was younger than himself. How had the Mangeki Sharingan been awakened? The greatest secret of the Uchiha clan. How had the other unlocked it? Burdened with these questions, he had prepared himself for this encounter, eager to seek clarity all at once. Their previous meeting had been fleeting, and Itachi had not paid it much heed. However, the circumstances this time were markedly different. Was it a discussion with you, or with all of you? The crux of the matter lay in ensuring the safety of these individuals. Kai inquired. No one will pose a threat to them. I have no interest in those individuals. I merely seek a secluded location for discussion. Kisame will ensure their safety, and not a single hair on their heads will be harmed. Uchiha Itachi felt his patience waning. Even though his opponent had activated the Mangeki Sharingan, it appeared to him that it had only recently been awakened. Should he choose to engage, his adversary would undoubtedly be no match for him. Very well then. Let us converse swiftly. I cannot afford to delay my lunch. Kai brushed off the dust from his palms, then turned to the others and said, You all carry on with your tasks. I shall go and engage in conversation for a while. From now on, we must ensure that this scoundrel does not accompany us. Despite the seemingly safe journey, his presence has rendered it perilous. Rino once again succumbed to tears. Throughout this journey, there were no real dangers. Yet it appeared that all the threats had somehow been brought forth by him, Uchiha Kai. Sigh. He exhaled, recognizing that some matters would eventually need to be addressed. Kai wore an expression of helplessness. Approaching them, he scrutinized Kisame from head to toe and then said, I will trouble you to ensure their safety from here on. Rest assured. Kisame replied nonchalantly. Now, let us proceed and see what you wish to discuss. Facing the once seemingly unattainable Uchiha Itachi, Kai could not help but feel a sense of absurdity at the effort Itachi was exerting to seek him out. Itachi, however, remained unhurried, trailing silently behind Kai as they ambled forward. The distance they traversed became indeterminate, shrouded in an eerie silence that enveloped them. Not even the chirping of birds broke the stillness. Yet, one could not deny the beauty of their surroundings. Here, a serene lake glimmered in the near distance, framed by lush, verdant trees that seemed to embellish the earth with nature's palette. Wildflowers bloomed vibrantly at their side, each blossom seemingly possessed of its own spirit, competing fervently for the sun's embrace. Above, vast, billowing clouds floated leisurely, transforming the landscape into a living canvas. How exactly did you awaken your Mangeki Sharingan? Itachi was the first to halt, cutting straight to the heart of the matter with his inquiry. Did you think the privilege of awakening it was yours alone? Are you aware of the origins of these eyes? Kai also halted his steps, gazing at the tree before him, which was roughly the width of a person. With his right hand, he pressed against the trunk, and the immense force caused his fingers to sink into the wood. Then, he lifted his right leg and forcefully struck the base of the tree. Accompanied by a powerful impact, the colossal tree toppled with a resounding crash. Yet, Uchiha Kai grasped the entire tree with one hand, directing its fall in the manner he desired. After brushing off the dust that settled upon him, Kai seated himself there, pondering the questions posed by Uchiha Itachi moments earlier. In truth, he found the situation rather amusing. Under normal circumstances, residing in the commoner district of the Uchiha clan, one would have no access to the profound secrets of the Mangeki Sharingan, and genetically, it should be impossible to awaken such eyes. Therefore, I am genuinely curious. Could you enlighten me on how you accomplished this? Uchiha Itachi, undeterred, inquired once more. Please, do not tell me you exerted yourself so greatly merely to ask this question. Kai was utterly disinclined to engage with this individual, especially given his utterly contemptible demeanor. The expression on his face suggested that everyone owed him a debt. Such a response was entirely unsatisfactory for Itachi Uchiha. His brow furrowed slightly, and his countenance began to turn cold and grave. reflecting on the time he had entered the civilian district to eradicate members of his own Uchiha clan. He pondered the purpose behind his actions. Was it not to prevent the emergence of formidable threats to the village? Yet, in the end, only a few had managed to escape, and they were alarmingly powerful. In an instant, a thought took shape in Itachi's mind. Seize this opportunity to eliminate the opponent. Since answers eluded him, he resolved to seek them on his own. As Itachi spoke, he observed that the other party was utterly unprepared. In a flash, he activated his Manjiki Sharingan and proclaimed, Tsukuyami. This was the power of Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan, an exceptionally potent Jinjutsu. However, at the moment of their gaze meeting, Kai was instantly ensnared within the illusion. He found himself bound to a cross, with Itachi standing before him. Unyielding in his inquiry, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Tell me, how did you awaken your Manjiki Sharingan? Surrounding them was a blood-red, illusionary realm, imposing an immense psychological burden upon him. Kai was bound there, yet not a trace of panic adorned his face. Instead, he posed a question to Uchiha Itachi. Are you aware of what your greatest weakness is? I would be quite intrigued to hear your perspective. Although the outside world experiences merely 3 seconds, here you must endure 3 days. I am eager to discern what you perceive my weakness to be. Oh, how utterly self-assured you are. A gentle smile graced Kai's lips, and in the next moment, his body surged with newfound strength. The bindings that had restrained him were instantly shattered. Uchiha Itachi could scarcely believe his eyes. For many years, it had been inconceivable that anyone could escape from his Tsukuyami. To him, such a feat was utterly impossible. Yet, here it was, unfolding right before him. Do not tell me you are unaware of the greatest weakness of this illusion. As long as one's mental prowess can completely overpower yours, your Jinjutsu loses its efficacy. Moreover, within the confines of your illusionary realm, I could easily bring about your demise. Calmly stating this, he promptly exited the illusion space. The forceful escape bore severe consequences. Yet the gravity of this matter held no significance for Uchiha Kai. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi collapsed to the ground, engulfed in dizziness, and uncontrollably spewed forth a mouthful of blood. You see, he remarked, you are oblivious to everything, yet you dare to strike. You only know that I have activated my Manjiki Sharingan. But are you aware of the true capabilities that lie within these eyes? You do not know. You are also ignorant of why I awakened my Manjiki Sharingan. Thus, in the face of an adversary shrouded in mystery, armed with no intelligence whatsoever, you boldly engage. Your audacity is indeed commendable, Uchiha Itachi. Kai did not hesitate to mock his opponent. Once, such derisive words had escaped the lips of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui. Now, returning the jest to his adversary amused Kai greatly. However, he never contemplated eliminating Uchiha Itachi, a person who posed no threat to him. Whether to kill him or spare him was ultimately inconsequential. Uchiha Kai, you are exceedingly perilous. Thus, I must ensure you remain here today. With a swift motion, he rose, pondering what deep-seated animosity could possibly exist between them. The red Susanoo materialized instantly. Even with tears of blood streaming from his eyes, he displayed an air of complete indifference. Amaterasu, Uchiha Itachi shouted vehemently, unleashing the power of his left eye. Black flames surged forth, engulfing Uchiha Kai. This inferno was capable of incinerating a person to ashes, impervious to extinguishment unless the caster willed it so. Observing the flames begin to consume his opponent, Itachi furrowed his brow and silently began to pray. Yet, in the next moment, Uchiha Kai leisurely stood from his seated position. The flames did not touch him. His body was enveloped in a layer of chakra. Then, amidst Itachi's astonished gaze, he concentrated all his chakra into his right hand, forming a massive sphere. So it was, this black flame was, after all, a manifestation of a bloodline limit, harnessing yin, fire, and wind attributes. Indeed, this flame proved to be formidable. Understanding the proportions of these elements, Kai casually flicked his hand, casting all his chakra into the adjacent woods. The black flames consumed an entire tree in an instant, leaving no trace behind, and showed no signs of extinguishing. The sight of the red Susanoo stirred excitement within Uchiha Kai. Dubbed the ultimate defense, the Susanoo was formidable. He did not approach, but instead retreated slightly. He was wary of the hidden trump card Itachi possessed. Impossible. Uchiha Itachi's eyes widened in disbelief. His opponent appeared akin to a demon, effortlessly neutralizing such an assault. Do not employ those eyes again. Since you are so fixated, allow me to enlighten you. My Manjiki Sharingan was awakened long before yours. Only fools like you perceive the Manjiki Sharingan as invincible. You merely recognized the 1 Tomo, 2 Tomo, and 3 Tomo Sharingan, believing that emotional fluctuations lead to its evolution. In truth, it has little to do with emotion. Such abilities stem purely from a formidable mental fortitude, allowing them to manifest naturally. The profound emotional stimuli that awakened these eyes also reveal a more critical issue: the inadequacy of your mental fortitude, or rather, the deficiency of your spiritual essence. This shortcoming has manifested in your physical condition, akin to the ghastly visage you currently bear. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan is merely the inception of these ocular powers, not the culmination. Above it lies the eternal eye, and beyond that, yet another tier awaits. A person whose kaleidoscopic Sharingan was unlocked solely through mental provocation. Do you truly believe you could have annihilated an entire clan if it weren't for that scoundrel from years past? It is likely you would falter even against your own father, let alone others. You are nothing but a wretched being, willing to commit the atrocity of slaughtering your kin for the sake of so-called village camaraderie. One cannot fathom how you still deem yourself worthy of existence. Kai truly entered into a mode of verbal onslaught, ruthlessly tearing open his opponent's wounds while simultaneously sprinkling chili powder upon them. Little did he expect that his words would incite the wrath of Uchiha Itachi, who, in a fit of anger, clenched his fists and once again elevated the prowess of his Susanoo. Although it initially appeared as a mere corporeal manifestation of half a Susanoo, it swiftly transformed into a towering crimson giant clad in armor. Yet, being only half-formed, it bore the unfortunate limitation of immobility. Regardless of its formidable attacking power, it was ultimately confined to a fixed radius. Fool, Kai disdainfully scoffed, now devoid of any desire to continue the conversation. With a swift step forward, he vanished in an instant. Uchiha Itachi, witnessing this scene, utilized his formidable perception to ascertain that Kai's presence had completely disappeared. As he dispelled his Susanoo, he collapsed to the ground, coughing up copious amounts of blood. He must perish. Itachi's expression softened slightly, his brow furrowing deeply as he uttered this thought. Upon staggering back to the previous location, he found Kai and his companions leisurely enjoying grilled meat, as if nothing had transpired moments before. In response to Itachi's arrival, Kai displayed a nonchalant demeanor, having given little thought to the earlier events. Kisame, noticing Itachi's unsteady form, quickly approached and inquired, "Are you all right, Itachi-san?" Slightly shaking his head, Itachi's gaze remained fixated on Kai. He had already begun to contemplate how he might eliminate this individual before him. From the information currently at hand, the opponent possessed extraordinarily potent ninjutsu, an incredibly swift mode of movement, formidable spiritual power, and the Sharingan. However, this was all he knew. The true extent of the abilities granted by the eyes remained a mystery. Nonetheless, this was already enough to render him incapable of devising a strategy. His most powerful genjutsu, Tsukuyomi, was met with utter disdain from his opponent, who could even retaliate with overwhelming spiritual force. The unique offensive technique, Amaterasu, could be effortlessly extinguished by the other party. Susanoo. It could not move, confined to a fixed space, while the adversary boasted unparalleled speed. Under these circumstances, he realized that he could achieve nothing alone. Having discussed all that needed to be addressed, Kai calmly inquired, "Is there anything else you wish to discuss?" He continued to indulge in his grilled meat, grease dribbling from the corners of his mouth. Hinata thoughtfully offered him a napkin, as both young women sat beside him. Presently, no one seemed to harbor any fear regarding the presence of the two newcomers. They continued to eat and drink, with even the others seemingly indifferent to the two remaining there. "We're leaving." After much hesitation, Itachi ultimately decided to adopt a different approach. After all, confronting them directly was futile. Uchiha Kai has naturally discerned the intentions of his opponent. For one who seeks his own demise, he is, after all, fervently inclined to eliminate the adversary before him. However, he is also curious about the unfolding events that lie ahead. Yet, certain individuals and matters demand attention. He picked up a piece of paper to wipe his mouth, and in that very moment, as he discarded the paper, he vanished from sight. He reappeared instantaneously, directly obstructing the path of the two individuals intent on departing. Although Kisame was unaware of the details of their previous encounter, upon sensing the current state of Uchiha Itachi, it was not difficult to surmise that a confrontation had just transpired between them. Thus, at the moment Uchiha Kai materialized, Kisame immediately fell into a state of vigilance. Even placing his hand upon the formidable blade he bore on his back. "Itachi, restrain your disingenuous thoughts. This time, I shall grant you a reprieve, serving as a warning. Should there be a next time, I will not only take your life, but will also eliminate your foolish brother. I have little fondness for leaving any threats to my existence unaddressed. This is both the first and the last warning. Kai issued a brief warning before turning and retracing his steps. Cough, cough. Throughout the ordeal, Itachi Uchiha remained silent, but soon the violent cough forced him to bend over. Kisame swiftly scooped him up, and they departed at an astonishing speed. Kai, many ninjas are approaching. After nearly a month, they finally reached the way station. At Hinata's alert, Kai Uchiha jolted away from his slumber. The carriage was still moving, and with a swift motion, he flung open the door and leaped onto the roof. Before him lay an endless expanse of mountains, an utterly desolate realm. He could scarcely muster the words to describe it. It was simply mountains and stones, devoid of any other hue. From a higher vantage point, one could behold the entirety of this barren landscape. A group of ninjas, clad in uniform attire, swiftly approached, their masks lending them a striking similarity. A dozen of them leaped forward, positioning themselves directly in front of the carriage. Before they could utter a word, Kai Uchiha, brimming with excitement, shouted, "Hey, at long last, we have arrived in this forsaken place. What on earth is this? Why is it hidden in such a remote corner?" This desolate location would indeed pose a challenge for anyone unfamiliar with it. Just ahead, they were nearing the village of Awagakure. Kai's loud exclamation left the approaching ninjas momentarily stunned, astonished by such audacity at their doorstep. After a brief pause, the foremost among them, a robust man, approached without the anger one might expect. Eyeing the young man atop the carriage, he inquired, "You must be from Konohagakure, specifically the newly inducted Uchiha Kai, am I correct?" How do you know?" Kai was taken aback, surprised that someone so far away was aware of his identity. "Kai-sensei, tasks like these are usually communicated in advance, so knowing your identity isn't all that strange," said Shino from the front. As they prepared to enter the village, the man introduced himself. "I am called Noki, and we will handle the security from here on. We hope you will adhere to the customs of Awagakure." Kai had a fleeting recollection of the fellow's name, yet he possessed no concrete memories of the individual. If one were to speak of the earth, could it be that he was the father of the future fourth Tsuchikage? It was indeed surprising that this individual had come personally to greet them. After all, he also appeared to be the son of the third Tsuchikage. No problem, as they undertook their mission in someone else's domain. Kai finally grasped why that woman insisted on him executing this task. He had never considered it before. But now it was evident that a different narrative lay beneath the surface. The name Iwagakure was strikingly appropriate for its surroundings. The area was barren, devoid of any greenery save for the stones. It resembled a desolate wasteland, making it hard to fathom how these individuals could thrive in such an inhospitable place. As the cart advanced, the Iwagakure shinobi closely flanked them on either side. The current pace of travel was rather slow, as Huang Tu, along with two others, ambled ahead of the cart. The silence enveloping the surroundings was profound, apart from the sound of the cart wheels crunching over the stones. Not a single extraneous noise could be heard. Awagakure was not as diminutive as one might envision. After all, it was one of the 5 great shinobi villages. While its scale may not rival that of Konohagakure, it was not significantly lesser either. Perhaps in response to the local environment, the buildings shared a similar hue, with the tallest reaching merely 3 stories. Most of the structures featured curved rooftops, likely designed to withstand the ravages of wind and sand. Apologies, but I must ask all ninjas aboard to disembark and accompany us to another location. We will ensure the safety of your mission objective, and I shall guide you to the designated resting place. Upon reaching the village entrance, Huang Tu positioned himself in front of the cart and turned to Uchiha Kai, calling out, "Attitude? What kind of attitude did this fellow possess?" He spoke with an air of command. "Rest? They had yet to eat since their arrival. Why don't you first take us on a tour of your Awagakure? At the very least, allow us to witness the customs and culture of your land." Kaido leaped gracefully from the top of the carriage, a serene smile gracing his lips as he raised a hand in greeting, intent on making his way into the village. Upon reaching the dusty ground, he was met with nothing but a cold glare, as an arm was swiftly raised to block his path. The individual coolly inquired if he wished to avoid conflict between the 2 villages, urging him to behave accordingly. A threat, indeed, an unabashed threat. The passengers from the carriage had disembarked, and even the young prince, Rainer, perhaps weary from prolonged confinement within the carriage, sought to witness the village's unfolding drama. To his surprise, he found himself amidst a tense standoff. The other young companions, gripped by anxiety, dared not utter a word. Yet, unfazed by the intimidation. Uchiha Kaido calmly posed a question. Had they truly considered the cost of waging war? Did they genuinely intend to ignite hostilities between the two villages? He cautioned against invoking war so readily, suggesting they might not recognize that a Wagakure had transformed from its former self. Perhaps a different approach was warranted. Kai leaned closer to his opponent's ear and casually suggested, why not engage in a village annihilation battle? A fight where none shall survive. Huang Tu observed the mocking expression on his face, realizing that he had merely intended to intimidate, but was taken aback by how resolutely the other remained unfazed, seemingly quite invested in the prospect of war. After a brief pause of silence, Kai quickly grasped the implications of Tsunade's intentions. With an arrogant demeanor, he patted Huang Tu on the shoulder and nonchalantly remarked, I wish to explore this village and see if there is any delectable cuisine. I doubt there is anything worthy of prominence hidden in the nooks and crannies. What nonsense are you spouting, you scoundrel? Huang Tu remained silent. Yet the others could no longer contain themselves, preparing to confront Kai with violence. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled heavily. His gaze shifted towards them, and his expression suddenly turned serious and icy as he inquired, have you all forgotten my surname? Do not presume that just because you are Uchiha, you are equivalent to Uchiha Madara. The Uchiha clan has its share of failures, and who knows if you are among those wretches. After all, none of the distinguished members of the Uchiha clan bear the name Uchiha Kai. In response to the scornful taunts, Kai vanished from his spot in an instant, reappearing to deliver a powerful kick to his opponent's chest. The tremendous force sent the individual flying several meters, crashing heavily against the nearby rock wall. Uchiha Kai, you are courting death. Huang Tu could no longer restrain himself, drawing out a kunai and shouting as he charged forward to attack. Everyone stay put. I shall warm them up. As Kai evaded, he directly shouted at Hinata and her companions, Earth style, rock collapse. Just as the two had scattered, the masked individual behind them suddenly employed a jutsu, forcefully pressing them down to the ground. The moment Kai landed, the rocks beneath him seemed to collapse as if they were mere sheets of paper, creating an abyss that appeared almost bottomless. In the next instant, the stones above began to plummet into the chasm. Is it resolved? The others had initially thought that Uchiha Kai had fallen into the pit. However, in the blink of an eye, he reappeared behind the IWA ninja who had cast the jutsu. Be careful, Huang Tu shouted urgently. Kai, within the territory of others, had not contemplated directly eliminating his adversary. Instead, he raised his leg and brought it down forcefully upon the opponent. The impact caused the foe to collapse to the ground, creating a depression in the rock beneath his knee. Blood began to flow swiftly from the wound. First, capture those few, commanded one of the masked individuals near Hinata's side, intent on apprehending all the ninjas from Konoha. Huang Tu, let us engage in a duel. Later, we can claim it was merely a contest. However, should your people dare to harm them, I assure you, it will lead to a battle of annihilation for your village. Kai regarded the burly figure of Lus with an air of calm. His utterance caused even those nearby, who were poised to strike at Hinata, to halt momentarily. Their gazes fixated upon Lus, eager to discern how he would articulate his stance. Humph, you speak of annihilating villages and delivering blows as if you possess some grand authority. Who do you think you are? Lus questioned disdainfully. Ultimately, this was on his home turf. It was he, Uchiha Kai, who initiated this confrontation, regardless of the circumstances. He held unequivocal justification for his actions. Yet, he refrained from issuing immediate commands, for as the opposing party had indicated, should this situation escalate excessively, the ramifications could prove dire. The team that had arrived had already received their information from Konoha village before they even set forth. One represented the Hyuga clan, another the Inazuka clan, and the last was a member of the Yamanaka clan. These three were undoubtedly the heirs of their respective families. As for Uchiha Kai, they were merely aware that he had recently attained the status of an S-rank rogue ninja. Considering his age, they presumed he was not exceptionally formidable. However, upon witnessing their own comrades kneeling on the ground, their legs seemingly rendered useless, Lus furrowed his brow and stated that he required a satisfactory explanation regarding this matter. Should a Wagakure not be appeased, they would proceed to send a declaration of war to Konoha village. How audaciously arrogant. It was perplexing just how combative the inhabitants of this village appeared to be, so quick to resort to warfare, as if their might could effortlessly overpower others. Oh, you desire an explanation? Then I shall provide one without hesitation. Kai, with an air of tranquility, strolled deliberately towards the yellow earth. In an instant, His eyes transformed into the Eternal Eye, and an overwhelming force began to radiate around his body. This spectacle left Huang Tu utterly bewildered, as he possessed no prior knowledge regarding Uchiha Kai. Yet, upon witnessing such a scene, particularly those eyes, he could discern their significance even with a mind unclouded by ignorance. Just as astonishment engulfed him, peculiar changes began to manifest around Uchiha Kai. Skeletal structures emerged rapidly, soon followed by muscles intertwining with the bones. In a brief moment, a blue half-body Susanoo materialized before them, advancing with each step he took. The immense Susanoo pressed its hands firmly to the ground, and in the next heartbeat, it lifted one leg from the colossal rock beneath. Before the giant Susanoo could fully rise, many of the masked figures surrounding them succumbed to terror, collapsing to the ground, unable to withstand the formidable aura. Not only them, but even Prince Renault sat wide-eyed on the ground, while others around him were equally paralyzed by fear. Hinata and her companions also watched anxiously, their eyes widened as they swallowed hard, though they were not as frightened as the others. Being aware that this was an ally's creation, the astonishment within them was undeniable. Huang Tu, at that moment, dared not even draw a breath, as the sound of his racing heartbeat seemed to envelop his entire being. Raising his gaze, he beheld the towering figure standing at least 100 meters high, causing his hands to tremble gradually. Were it not for his formidable mental fortitude, he might have collapsed like the others. "Ah, what an unappealing color!" he exclaimed. This was the first time he had summoned Susanoo, and upon activating the Eternal Eye, he could directly utilize the third stage of Susanoo, manifesting in this full-armored form. Susanoo is categorized into 4 stages. The first stage consists of a mere skeletal structure, offering defense and area-wide attacks, albeit with limited offensive capability. The second stage, exemplified by Uchiha Itachi, features a half-body Susanoo enveloped in heavy armor, boasting remarkable defensive strength and absolute offensive capability within a designated range. The form activated after obtaining the Eternal Eye is the complete armor, capable of movement with its legs, reaching a towering height of 100 meters, allowing for an unobstructed view of the entire rock-hidden village. How utterly unappealing this village is. Kai once again expressed his disdain, then lowered his gaze to the almost unrecognizable figure in the yellow earth and inquired, "What now? Pray tell me your answer. Are you truly intent on commencing a village annihilation war? If so, I would not mind joining you in a battle against the rock village, to see whether you will be eradicated or I shall perish first." How audacious. Now it was his turn to exhibit arrogance. This was likely the very scene that woman desired to witness, which is why she insisted on assigning him this task. The yellow earth below was rendered speechless by shock. Had he known in advance that the opponent possessed such strength, he might have been able to prepare himself. However, the sudden appearance of this formidable presence was a shock that anyone could comprehend. "Uchiha Madara." At that moment, a booming voice suddenly echoed, followed by the sight of a small figure rapidly approaching them from the air. As it drew nearer, Kai finally discerned the figure hovering approximately 100 meters away. An elderly man, a rather short one at that. It was Inoki, the third Tsuchikage of the rock village. "Father!" the yellow earth exclaimed loudly. Inoki naturally took notice. Initially, he had thought Uchiha Madara had unexpectedly arrived in their village. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that was not the case. "You must be Uchiha Kai?" Inoki inquired calmly, though he was deeply astonished. Having endured the first, second, and third shinobi wars, Inoki had a clear understanding of whom he was confronting. "You are correct. I am Uchiha Kai, but your son wishes to wager with me on a village annihilation battle. As the Tsuchikage, do you dare to accept your son's challenge?" Kai calmly inquired. "Humph. Even if Uchiha Madara were to appear here, he would hardly dare utter such words. Moreover, this old man's demeanor was far more resolute than that of his son. What say you? Care to give it a try?" Just release. Original world separation technique. No sooner had Kai's words escaped his lips than the old man launched an immediate assault, a beam of white light hurtling towards him. "Allow me to show you what Uchiha Madara lacks." Kai called out, and in an instant, the colossal Susanoo vanished from sight. Just as it departed, Inoki's attack struck the mountain behind him with tremendous force. This assault was undeniably formidable, truly deserving of its reputation as one of the most powerful offensive techniques in the realm of ninjutsu. However, in the next moment, Kai reappeared high in the air. As he plummeted swiftly, the immense Susanoo remarkably joined its hands together, and its 10 fingers began to form a series of hand seals with deliberate slowness. Inoki, upon witnessing this spectacle, was left utterly dumbfounded. Could it be possible to unleash ninjutsu while in the form of Susanoo? Yet, reality unfolded just as he had surmised. Fire release, Hell's Dance. This technique bore a striking resemblance to those Kai typically studied, as it summoned a gigantic fireball from the center of the palms, launching it in an arc trajectory to unleash an onslaught in all directions. Nevertheless, this was merely a warning. All the attacks rained down upon the outskirts of the village. Following this, a tremendous explosion resounded, and even the shockwave appeared to conjure a colossal tempest. When Hinata and her companions felt the storm approaching, they quickly crouched down, shielding their heads. The sheer magnitude of the ninjutsu was astonishing, and they finally grasped why Kai alone had once compelled the Hidden Leaf Village to acquiesce to his demands. As the enormous Susanoo crashed heavily to the ground, the earth around its feet sank deeply, fissures beginning to spread across the terrain towards the village. Shortly thereafter, Uchiha Kai astonishingly released the power of Susanoo, not due to an inability to maintain it, but rather because the purpose of his display had already been fulfilled. Continuing further would serve little purpose. It was hardly his intent to annihilate an entire village. He had merely intended to convey that he possessed the capability to obliterate their village, cautioning them against frivolously invoking warfare. In this world of shinobi, several individuals had the strength to eradicate entire villages on their own, and Uchiha Madara was perhaps merely one among them. Kai clapped his hands, thrusting them into the pockets of his trousers, and lifted his gaze towards the serious Inoki, who remained suspended in midair. It was bewildering that the Uchiha clan had produced yet another being more formidable than Uchiha Madara. Inoki found it perplexing. Why had such a creature not been eradicated during the clan's annihilation? Even Madara, at that age, had not possessed such extraordinary power, even at the peak of his abilities. It was inconceivable that he could unleash jutsu through Susanoo. The only reason Inoki had felt emboldened to attack was due to his belief in the limited range of Susanoo's assaults. He was still trying to comprehend how this adversary had maneuvered into the air, and the revelation that jutsu could be released from Susanoo was enough to challenge the old man's long-held beliefs. As he descended from the air, Inoki scrutinized Kai intently. After a lengthy pause, he finally inquired, "What brings you to our Wagakure?" "What do you mean, what brings me here? I'm merely executing a mission," Kai retorted. "It's your villagers who incessantly speak of warfare, as if instilling fear in others is their only purpose. Initially, I intended to merely observe your village, but your son's obstinate demeanor was quite unsatisfactory." Kai calmly regarded the elderly man before him, though a sense of curiosity gnawed at him regarding the identity of the young man beside him. How could it be that one was so diminutive and slender, while the other was robust and towering? It seemed improbable that they could share the same genetic lineage. "Huangtu, if you wish to explore this village, you shall personally guide them on the tour." Daimyo cast a sidelong glance at his son before speaking directly. "Hold on." Noticing the old man's intent to depart, Kai swiftly raised his hand to halt him. As the elder paused and turned his head, Kai immediately donned a smile and inquired, "Since you are already here, I am curious about something. Might I learn that aerial ninjutsu of yours?" "What nonsense are you thinking?" Daimyo retorted angrily, visibly unsettled. "I will pay for it." "Not for sale." "Very well then. I have heard that you possess a beautiful granddaughter, who seems to be of a similar age to mine." As Kai spoke, a rather mischievous expression spread across his face. Before Inoki could utter a word, the furious Tsuchi lunged forward, throwing a punch at Kai. However, despite the overwhelming power behind his strike, his speed left much to be desired. With just a slight step back, Kai effortlessly evaded the attack. "You scoundrel! If you dare to harbor intentions towards my daughter, I will risk my life to eliminate you," Tsuchi shouted, his eyes blazing with fury. "If Akatsuchi is willing, I have no objections," Inoki retorted, revealing a similarly mischievous expression. After calmly responding, he turned to leave. Yet, at the very moment he pivoted, a distinct crack echoed as his form suddenly shifted. One hand pressed against his waist while he leaned to the side. Before Inoki could fully depart, those with slightly greater strength in the village had already gathered, and within a brief span of time, over 100 individuals surrounded them. Each face bore an expression that was neither friendly nor welcoming, but rather a mix of vigilance and confusion. "Father, what exactly were you just saying?" Tsuchi exclaimed. His previously agape mouth now contorted into an angry snarl as he watched Inoki stagger towards the village. "Look, even your father has no objections. How can you possibly have any?" Kai smiled calmly and then turned to Hinata and the others, exclaiming, "Let us go. I will take you to a place you've probably never visited before." Indeed, Few ninjas from Konoha had ventured to this locale. They would become the pioneers to explore another village. Lord Kai, you are truly remarkable, Uchiha exclaimed excitedly as she rushed over, immediately adopting a demure posture and standing beside him. Her feet moved swiftly towards Kai, her exuberance inciting a chain reaction that soon resulted in heavy snowfall in the surrounding area. This spectacle left the others momentarily stunned, wondering what was happening. Are you going to search for the Tsuchikage's granddaughter? Hinata inquired hesitantly, her words faltering. How could that be? I would never permit such a person to approach my daughter. Huangtu shouted vehemently once more. Just kidding, you are still my favorite. Kai gently ruffled Hinata's hair, oblivious to the startled expression on Suki's face, which soon morphed into a melancholic demeanor. Suddenly struck by an idea, Kai quickly raised his hand to form a protective barrier. Indeed, the sky erupted in a torrential downpour, confined to their immediate vicinity. At this moment, Keikatsu also took note of the young woman Suki but chose not to comment further. At least he found himself somewhat satisfied with what Uchiha Kai had just articulated. As they walked ahead, Keikatsu contemplated that if a world of true peace were to be realized, perhaps it would not be so bad for his daughter to marry this remarkably powerful individual before him. In comparison, Awagakure appeared to pale in significance to Konohagakure, lacking any distinctive streets or features. After all, Konoha was home not only to ninjas but also to a multitude of ordinary citizens, thriving in a bustling commercial environment, with a population numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Conversely, this village seemed considerably less impressive, situated in a desolate area where, apart from ninjas, there were few others. Reno and his companions had been escorted to a separate location. As for safety, Kai felt no need for concern. If any issues were to arise in this village, it would only signify that their nation was indeed preparing for war. While it was said that Keikatsu would guide them through the village, they were still accompanied by a dozen masked ninjas. The rooftops bore witness to the fact that Uchiha Kai had been classified as a significant threat. It was evident that this village held a strong martial inclination. Even the youngest children could be seen practicing ninjutsu or taijutsu, a sight not commonly observed in Konoha. Feel free to wander about. There is no need to follow me closely. Kai observed the little ones clinging to him, their proximity almost suffocating, as if they feared being separated. It would have been one thing if a young girl were following him, but the fact that these two were so attached made Kai feel quite uncomfortable. It wasn't that he was truly worried about getting lost. After all, moving together was the wisest course of action. He offered an awkward smile. Surely, they couldn't express their concern about suddenly falling victim to a ninja from this village. Could they? After all, they had arrived in two villages that harbored mutual animosity, and one could only imagine the unforeseen events that might unfold. Kai wore a look of exasperation, but upon noticing the less-than-pleased expression on Hinata's face, he immediately grew concerned and inquired, "What is troubling you?" "Huh? I'm fine," she replied. "You aren't thinking of needing to use the restroom, are you?" Kai leaned down and whispered softly into the other's ear. This action made Hinata shiver. Her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Although it was quite awkward, she ultimately nodded in affirmation. The guide in front, Huangtu, seemed oblivious, merely leading the way without offering any introductions, lost in his own thoughts. The others behind could not discern the expressions on their faces. "Excuse me? We are in need of a restroom. Could you direct us to one? Must you be so troublesome?" Huangtu halted, a look of impatience crossing his features. Yet he soon added, "Let us move on. The accommodation arranged for you is just ahead, and there's a restroom inside." "Oh dear, my good sir. Could you please refrain from wearing such a disgruntled expression, as if I owe you a debt?" Kai strode forward confidently, casually resting his arm on Huangtu's shoulder, as if they were old acquaintances. "Don't call me that," Huangtu exclaimed, brushing away Uchiha Kai's hand, his impatience evident. "Your words suggest that this could enhance the relationship between our two villages. Moreover, since we have come all this way, shouldn't your village arrange some sort of banquet?" Kai, undeterred, once more placed his hand upon the other's shoulder and inquired. Huangtu felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation. His previously naive expression now appeared even more foolish. Clenching his fists in a fit of rage, he could hardly contain his desire to forcefully subdue the individual beside him. However, recognizing his own inability to overpower him, he gritted his teeth and retorted, "What are you thinking? Just look at all those people ahead and the throng trailing behind. This village holds little allure. Perhaps I should just wander off on my own." Kai inquired. "I advise you against it. Otherwise, it may easily lead to conflict." He initially contemplated warning against provoking war. But upon reflection, he considered the strength of the individual before him, capable of annihilating an entire village with ease. What value was there in communication with someone of such power? It seemed futile to utter threats. We are merely here to carry out our duties in the village. Why do you maintain such a stern countenance? Perhaps we may become acquainted in the future. Although I jest, what if your daughter were to take a liking to me? In that case, we would be family. Why continue to speak as two separate households? You scoundrel, silence yourself. Huang Tu felt as though he might explode. His furious roar could likely be heard 2 miles away. How audacious. Surely he was the only one who dared speak so boldly? I concur. Although this fellow possesses an outrageous strength, he is not as fearsome as one might imagine. His incessant chatter could certainly drive Huang Tu to madness. The 2 masked companions trailing behind found amusement in the exchange. Particularly, witnessing Huang Tu in such a state of rage was a rare spectacle for them. It was indeed surprising that someone could provoke such ire from him. Just as Huang seated, a figure seated not far away, engaged in a meal, approached with bowl in hand, eager to join the fray. Old Z, what business do you have here? Hurry and leave. Frustrated, and with nowhere to vent his anger, Huang did not anticipate this individual coming to gloat. Old Z. Kai gazed at the crimson-haired individual, and considering their attire, he found himself tempted to pass an eccentric judgment. However, suddenly recalling something, he leaned in for a closer look. This must be the Four Tails, right? What are your intentions? The earthy demeanor of the individual was not one to be trifled with. As Kai from the Uchiha clan fixed his gaze upon the old man, wary of any potential mischief, he immediately inquired with a cautious expression. The old man was a Jinchuriki, the host of the Four Tails beast. The aura emanating from him was distinctly different from that of others. Kai certainly did not discern the identity of the other person merely through their aura. He was already aware of who they were. Suddenly, Lao Zi's expression grew grave, and he swiftly retreated 2 steps. Kai, upon noticing the situation, needed no further contemplation to discern that it was the entity within him that had imparted this knowledge. His interest in the matter was rather tepid. Rising to his feet, he offered a brief smile, only to see Hinata's complexion gradually pale. With a sigh, he promptly urged, "Let us hasten to our accommodations." Huang Tu relieved, sensed that the individual before him harbored no ulterior motives towards the elderly Z. With the affirmation from his companion, he hastened his pace. Even after having traversed a considerable distance, Kai could not suppress his curiosity, glancing back at the vigilant old Z. It was only after they had vanished from his sight that the latter exhaled a deep breath of relief. From the earlier events, it was evident that the other party was indeed a formidable presence. Holding a bowl, Old Z remarked before resuming his meal at the place he had occupied earlier. The 3-story structure was entirely hewn from stone, devoid of any semblance of embellishment from the exterior. In another locale, such a dwelling might evoke a different sentiment. Yet amidst the omnipresent similar edifices here, it was hardly a sight to behold. Nevertheless, this was to be their residence for the day. The exterior appeared unremarkable, and the interior was equally mundane, lacking any aesthetic appeal. Besides providing shelter from the wind, it served little other functional purpose. Viewed from a different perspective, one might even consider it rather commendable. However, it was certainly preferable to sleeping under the open sky. Previously, you had reported a total of 4 individuals. Now, with the addition of 1, we can only allocate 3 rooms. As for the distribution of accommodations, you may decide amongst yourselves. Each room is equipped with a restroom. And should any other needs arise, feel free to voice them. We shall attend to your requests. However, we kindly ask that you adhere to the customs of our Wagakure village. After nightfall, refrain from wandering aimlessly. Unlike Kanahagakure, our village is not bustling with activity. Thus there is little to explore. We shall arrange for your meals to be delivered. Huang Tu's tone was markedly more amicable than during their initial meeting. Now purely a matter of negotiation rather than the earlier commanding demeanor. I shall retire to my room. Hinata, unable to contain herself, exhibited little interest in their ensuing conversation and swiftly ascended the stairs. I suppose I shall reluctantly accompany our teacher Kai for the night. Kiba feigned reluctance as he declared, "You 2 needn't be so embarrassing. I intend to sleep alone. Who would share a bed with you?" Upon noticing that Shino shared the same sentiment, Kai was rendered utterly speechless. He then turned to Tsukiyomi, who stood nearby, and exclaimed, "You and Hinata will share a room. The 2 of you together. No way. In this unfamiliar place, I would be terrified to sleep next to this guy, especially since he is infested with bugs." I certainly do not wish to share quarters with someone reeking of dog odor. The two immediately began to bicker, while Kai rolled his eyes in exasperation. Old man Lus, I have told you not to address me in that manner. Lus shouted back, visibly agitated, before raising his head and patting his forehead. Please, do not take offense. I merely wanted to inquire about how Renew and his group are managing. Our task seems to be merely delivering him here. The remainder should be your responsibility, correct? Kai inquired. At that time, there were only 2 items on the task list, and Kai had no intention of scrutinizing them one by one. Thus, he simply affixed his signature, inadvertently glancing at the contents of the task sheet, which indicated that they were to escort several individuals to the village of Rock, who appeared to be there for negotiations. Although the nature of the matter remained unclear, sending a young prince for discussions suggested it was not a matter of great significance. Even if complications were to arise, it would likely result in nothing more than the demise of a minor royal. As the supervising teacher, is it possible that you did not even review the assignment? Such tasks are naturally meant for the coordination between the 2 villages. Prior to this, the safety along the route had undoubtedly been the responsibility of the ninjas from the village of Leaf. However, with the handover now complete to the village of Rock, the ensuing safety would certainly fall under their jurisdiction. Thus, Huangtu had at least familiarized himself with the particulars of this mission. Although the perspectives from both sides might differ, it was evident from the demeanor of the individual before him that he was completely unaware of the specific details of the task at hand. Kai indeed smiled awkwardly. Just as he had anticipated, yet he still inquired, I truly have not examined the specific details of the task. What exactly is it? You, Huangtu responded, speechless. Yet continued, this mission is divided into 2 parts. One part involves what you will be delivering, but the subsequent journey will be undertaken by us as we personally escort them to the palace. Therefore, you may choose to participate in the forthcoming journey, or you may opt not to. However, once we return with the individuals from the palace, you will still be required to assist in escorting them back. Nanny, does this not equate to 2 separate missions? Wouldn't simply escorting the additional individuals suffice as a conclusion? Huangtu expressed his bewilderment. I truly do not understand why that woman from the Hokage would assign someone like you to this task. It seems exceedingly irresponsible. At this moment, both Ya and Shino, situated behind Kai, nodded in unison. Their teacher, Kai, was undeniably lacking in responsibility, bringing danger upon them at every turn. Moreover, each peril seemed more daunting than the last. Recalling their thrilling yet treacherous journey, you could not help but feel the urge to bury his face in his hands and weep. All right then. Since you say it is in your hands, I shall leave it to you. I do not wish to pry into matters of the mission. However, this effectively translates to executing 2 tasks in disguise. I must have a serious conversation with that woman upon our return. But according to your explanation, does this mean I will be residing here for an extended period? Huangtu remarked. We will commence preparations for departure tomorrow, with an estimated return in about half a month. Very well, very well. I shall remain here obediently and promise not to cause any trouble for your village. However, I would appreciate it if you could prepare some of your local delicacies for us. Will you truly behave yourself? Huangtu found it hard to believe what he was hearing. At least the eccentricity of Uchiha Kai did not suggest that he could remain in one place quietly. This thought remained solely within Huangtu's mind as he turned to leave, casually stating, I understand what you said. After Huangtu departed, he glanced around the vicinity at the entrance. It seemed that even the Tsuchikage building within the entire Iwagakure was not as secure as this very location at that moment. Their anxiety did not stem from external attacks, but rather from the fear of those inside launching an assault outward. This situation was entirely distinct. Each individual wore a vigilant expression, even the 2 shops nearby. Now, with the doors firmly shut, a meticulous observation reveals that at least a dozen ninjas linger within the premises, all seemingly dedicated to monitoring the enigmatic Uchiha Kai. This location, positioned at the farthest reaches of Iwagakure, can be regarded as the most substantial edifice in the entire village. Although it may not boast the highest altitude, its sheer size is undeniably impressive. The exterior of the building bears an uncanny resemblance to the dwelling of Kai, while the interior appears significantly more refined, adorned with various decorative elements. Within the grandest chamber on the top floor, a circular dome encompasses an area exceeding 100 square feet. A ring of seating surrounds the room, yet the chairs are crafted solely from wood, lacking the luxurious sofas found in Konohagakure. Nevertheless, such furnishings align harmoniously with the overarching decor theme. The room is filled to capacity with individuals, particularly the elderly man seated behind the desk. Noki reclines in a chair far superior to those of his companions, a plush swivel seat that enhances his stature. The atmosphere is thick with gravity, silence pervading so intensely that the sound of each breath is distinctly audible. Speak up. Why the silence? Aren't you all clamoring daily for war with Konoha? Haven't you been vociferously seeking a pretext to engage in combat? Now that the opportunity presents itself, why do you remain mute? I've afforded you the chance. Yet it seems futile. If memory serves, just yesterday, several among you lamented the poor conditions here, yearning to leverage this mission to eliminate the prince from the land of fire, thereby igniting a conflict between our nations. So, who among you is prepared to act? I have orchestrated everything according to your desires. You could strike tonight. Naka's expression is frosty as he furrows his brow, surveying the assembly. The assembly of individuals appears utterly chastened, heads bowed in unison, not daring to utter a single word of dissent. After a brief pause, witnessing their demeanor, Noki slams his palm against the table, rising abruptly. He winces slightly, likely from an old injury, yet he suppresses his discomfort as he jabs a finger at them. Seething with ire, look at yourselves. Has the mere passage of years in peace rendered you forgetful of the agony of warfare? If not war, at the very least, you ought to be informed about the circumstances of other villages. Who is Uchiha Kai? What is the extent of his formidable prowess? Why does Konohagakure still accept this former S-rank rogue ninja? And why would he choose to return to the very place that witnessed his clan's annihilation? What is the purpose of this mission? You have given no thought to these matters, nor have you investigated a single one. Just look, he stands before you, a being capable of rivaling the legendary Uchiha Madara, one who could obliterate our entire village with a mere gesture. In the present day, remaining within our village has led to an unfortunate ignorance of the outside world. Consequently, one must question the merit of our incessant cries for conflict with others. It is indeed a disgrace. The words of Noki poured forth like a torrent, and upon closer inspection of the desk before him, one could see the reflections of his spittle covering nearly half its surface. Most present had never before witnessed such fury from the Tsuchikage. Yet, considering the circumstances, it is understandable. Should today's issue remain unresolved, it could very well be the closest our village has come to annihilation. Each individual kept their head bowed, too fearful to utter a word, let alone offer a rebuttal. Enraged, Noki glared at this ineffectual assembly. Before taking a seat once more and gulping down water from a nearby cup, perhaps the liquid was too hot, he promptly expelled it in a fit. Father, this time it is my fault. I underestimated the remarkably youthful Uchiha Kai. I initially believed he lacked formidable strength, yet here we are, who NGT expressed with deep regret. Lord Tsuchikage, should we not consider a strategy to retain him in the village? Perhaps employing some unconventional means to eliminate him? Suggested a man seated beside Hu NGT, a figure who appeared to be over 50, yet spoke with such reckless abandon. Noki's gaze fixed upon him, and compared to his son's apology. The words of this man were utterly reprehensible. And if we fail? Hu NGT pressed. If we truly engage in a village-destroying conflict, what assurance do you have of defeating him? Hu NGT continued to challenge, confronting such irresponsible rhetoric without waiting for his father's reprimand. What methods could guarantee a swift victory? No one could provide certainty or absolute assurance. Silence. Noki commanded, attempting to quell his anger. Nevertheless, his voice remained thunderous. After a deep sigh, his tone softened somewhat as he declared, "We shall proceed according to standard protocol. Tomorrow, Hu NGT, you will personally lead the escort of the young prince of the Land of Fire to the palace. Inform the daimyo of the situation to expedite their response, and ensure their swift departure without any complications. Rest assured, father, at dawn tomorrow, I will personally lead the team." Huangtu rose to his feet, solemnly assuring those present. In light of the current state of the village, Daimyo had little hope for the group gathered here. The sole reason for summoning them was his overwhelming anger, a desire to reprimand these fools. His ire was not directed at Uchiha Kai's formidable strength. Rather, it stemmed from their utter laziness, as they had failed to gather even the most basic intelligence. The village's current predicament was the ultimate trigger for Daimu's fury. However, with the situation having unfolded as it has, all he could do was take it one step at a time. In the small building, there were 3 rooms. Apart from Uchiha Kai occupying one room alone, the others shared accommodations. In their chambers, they were still buzzing with excitement over the recent events. Even lying there, the shock seemed to linger palpably in the air. "Hey, Shino, do you think we could ever reach the level of Uchiha Kai?" "Yeah." Reclining on the bed, inquired expressionlessly of Shino, who was busy organizing something nearby. Shino glanced back briefly, his expression concealed, but ultimately replied, "Don't even think about it. His terrifying strength already overshadows an entire village. Do you truly believe you can attain such heights? He is only a little over 3 years older than us." He lamented, succumbing to tears. For so long, he had aspired to catch up with his more powerful peers, believing that he would achieve similar strength by the time he reached their age. Yet, in light of Uchiha Kai, who was merely a few years his senior, he felt utterly dwarfed by the disparity in power. It's so disheartening to think that someone so young has achieved such prowess. For others, it may be a lifelong endeavor to even approach such heights. It's truly a sorrowful realization. Well, you're not the only one feeling down. Many others might be even more disheartened than you, Shino remarked, seemingly unfazed by the situation, lacking a yearning for overwhelming strength. He was not burdened by the weight of Uchiha Kai's might. Just as he turned to express his curiosity, Ya's eyes widened in shock, followed by an irate exclamation. "Can you please pull up your pants? Bugs are crawling out." "What?" Shino glanced down, alarmed to see little insects emerging from his trousers, and quickly swatted them away. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, 2 occupants enjoyed a stark contrast of tranquility, having returned to her quarters and taken care of her own matters. Hinata had already changed into her pajamas. As for Uchiha, she remained clad in her original attire. The 2 lay in silence on the bed, gazing at the ceiling above. "Do you have feelings for Lord Kai?" Uchiha suddenly inquired during this tranquil interlude. Hinata, who had been lost in her own thoughts, turned her head slowly upon hearing the question, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. I don't think I'm at an age to contemplate such matters yet," she replied softly. "What a pity. If you are not interested, I am prepared to make my move. Lord Kai is not only handsome, but also possesses a charming wit that distinguishes him from others. If given the chance, I would truly like to remain by Lord Kai's side. I've heard him refer to you as little wife. Have you 2 already been betrothed?" Uchiha continued. "Yes." To her surprise, Hinata nodded, her face ablaze with crimson, even as she spun a tale of deception. Almost immediately, the young girl pulled the covers over her head, concealing her flushed visage. In another room, Uchiha Kai found himself in a dire situation, exactly as he had dreaded, confined within a desolate chamber devoid of any comforts. He felt utterly helpless. Outside the door, a throng of individuals loomed, intensifying his sense of unease even while lying in bed. Drawing back the curtains, he glimpsed the rooftops of the opposite building. Yet at that moment, he noticed 5 or 6 pairs of eyes fixated intently upon him through the window. The sensation was akin to being imprisoned. Resigned, he swiftly drew the curtains shut and lay back on the bed, overwhelmed by a sense of desolation. It felt as though every aspect of his existence had been laid bare to those outside, and he suspected that even the mere act of turning in bed would be meticulously documented by them. Kai did not harbor any dissatisfaction with the actions of the other party. After all, if he were merely a villager, he would undoubtedly conduct himself with equal meticulousness in the presence of such a formidable opponent. The crux of the matter was that he simply loathed the sensation of being scrutinized. Engaging in any activity under the watchful eyes of his adversaries was a level of repugnance that was almost beyond articulation. With a sudden leap from his bed, he seized the coat hanging on the rack. Such a simple gesture, yet it instantly heightened the tension among those outside. They must have wondered what this individual intended to do. However, Kai proceeded directly to the door and opened it. Noticing that the other 4 did not stir, he nonchalantly began his descent down the stairs. Ultimately, the scene below was equally perplexing. It would have been one thing if only a few individuals were observing from the sides of the building, but the sight of a dozen people seated downstairs was utterly baffling. A wave of exasperation washed over him, leaving him at a loss for whom to voice his grievances. "I wish to take a stroll and see if there are any distinctive delicacies or local specialties here. If anyone is interested in accompanying me, I would be most grateful," he boldly inquired of the gathered crowd, with no clear recipient for his words. "I will take you," a melodious voice chimed in, and a girl with black hair stepped through the doorway. She was undeniably attractive, with a fair complexion and the unique forehead protector of the rock village, which lent her an air of distinction. Particularly striking were her large, deep-set eyes, which perfectly aligned with Kai's aesthetic preferences. If I am not mistaken, you must be Karatsuchi, am I right?" Kai had always contemplated that the 3 of them, grandfather, father, and granddaughter, would each possess their own distinct and peculiar appearances. To his astonishment, when he finally laid eyes upon them, it was indeed an incredible sight. Grandfather Daimyu was short and unattractive, while his father Huangtu was tall and robust. Yet, when it came to his granddaughter, she was remarkably exquisite. It was truly difficult to fathom. Do you know me? It seems your investigation into the hidden rock is quite beyond imagination, Hei-Tu remarked gravely. Well, let that be, he replied. I find little of interest to investigate in your village, and do you truly believe I have any need to do so? Keilu wore an expression of disdain, clearly uninterested in engaging in such matters. However, upon observing the exquisite appearance of her companion, she inquired, Are you truly willing to accompany me to explore the distinctive locales of your region? Let us be off. Hey, Hei-Tu, this endeavor requires the consent of Lord Tsuchikage. Hei-Tu promptly turned to lead Keilu away, prompting others to voice their concerns. What you are doing seems rather excessive. I am here as a guest, not as a prisoner. Surely, I am entitled to my own freedom when I venture outside, given that I have the company of a beautiful woman. Even if that old coot Onoki were to show up, he would be unable to deter my desire to go out. Kai calmly spoke while elegantly gesturing towards Kuratsuchi, saying, Please, what a peculiar fellow. Kuratsuchi remarked, observing Kai's demeanor. His curiosity had led him here, as many had already encountered Uchiha Kai. By the time he arrived, the crowd had dispersed. Driven by curiosity, he wished to witness for himself the individual who could rival the legendary Uchiha Madara. Although he had been informed in advance of the youthfulness of his counterpart, he was astonished by just how young he appeared. The two walked side by side, while the vigilant Rock Village ninjas swiftly trailed along the rooftops beside them. Meanwhile, those inside the room had naturally heard the commotion outside and hurriedly rushed downstairs. Just moments ago, a dozen individuals had occupied the space. Now, only two remained. Faced with the sudden arrival of four newcomers, they seemed oblivious. Continuing to leisurely sip their tea, We wish to go out too. You inquired of the two-seated individuals. Oh, go ahead. Just avoid places you shouldn't venture into. And be cautious. Don't wander off. Seeing their nonchalant demeanor, you expressed his displeasure, asking, Aren't you going to send someone to accompany us? Huh? The response was as if he had uttered something amusing. The individual rolled his eyes dismissively and remarked, If you possessed half their strength, you would also have a multitude of people in this village to accompany you on your outings. Such words. There is an unmistakable air of disdain about him. After all, these individuals collectively pose little threat to the village. As long as they remain within the village confines and do not wander aimlessly, they seem disinterested in meddling in others' affairs. However, once one steps outside the door, there will inevitably be followers lurking. It felt as though he had been struck by 1,000 critical hits. Although he was not particularly pleased internally, reflecting on Uchiha Kai's formidable prowess made him realize that he hardly measured up in any regard. Iwagakure might still be considered a street of sorts, for the array of goods displayed on either side is relatively complete. There are fruit shops, breakfast establishments, eateries, as well as places selling clothing and various ninja tools. It seems to cater to their basic needs, though it lacks the bustling vibrancy one might expect. In stark contrast to Kanahagakure, the commercial scene here is woefully underwhelming, merely sufficient to satisfy the ordinary demands of its inhabitants. Perhaps this place has long been subjected to fierce winds and other erosive forces, resulting in houses constructed with notably small windows and doorways. Individuals of larger stature must either bow their heads or turn sideways to enter. Uchiha Kai strides ahead, while Kuratsuchi follows closely behind. Her gaze scrutinizing the man in front of her, filled with curiosity about this seemingly pure-aged individual. What are your intentions? You have brought me out here, yet you appear uninterested in many things. What, then, is the purpose of this outing? After quite some time, Kuratsuchi could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired. Having traversed what she deemed the more prosperous parts, she noted that the man showed no inclination to pause, seemingly indifferent to the surroundings. You're asking me? Kai turned his head to gaze at the other party, but in the blink of an eye, four masked figures swiftly positioned themselves in front of Hei-Tu. This scene left Kai utterly speechless. What on earth was happening? Were they truly this anxious? There was nothing of interest to me in this place. Therefore, there is no need for you to send anyone to follow me. I have no intention of destroying this locale or engaging in any actions you might deem malevolent. Kai observed the vigilant expressions of the individuals before him, feeling a moment of speechlessness. Nevertheless, he spoke up. Your presence has already proven to be the worst for us. I sincerely hope you will not make things difficult for us. One of the masked figures responded with a tone of considerable respect, which was not directed at age, but rather in homage to strength. Well, you make a valid point. However, remaining cooped up indoors is quite unbearable. How about this? I have a keen interest in a certain technique, the light and heavy rock technique employed by the elder Oyamaki for flight. Would you be willing to exchange it for an S-rank ninjutsu of mine? It is also a technique of earth release, so you would not be at a loss. After all, it is merely a B-rank ninjutsu, lacking in formidable offensive capabilities and offering no defensive properties whatsoever. What do you say? It seems an advantageous deal, does it not? Prior to arriving in this village, Kai had already contemplated acquiring this particular object, yet he struggled to conceive an appropriate method. Since you claim this ninjutsu is rather ineffectual, what do you expect him to do? Haito inquired. Isn't it splendid? The ability to soar through the skies would be quite magnificent. However, that old man Ohayaki is far too aged and lacks the refinement in his appearance, which renders him rather awkward. What are your thoughts? Kai once again inquired, attempting to step closer, when the masked men swiftly pushed back the black earth. Calm down. Calm down. I mean no harm. I can certainly demonstrate that jutsu for you, if you deem it appropriate. Perhaps you could inquire with the old man Yaki about a possible exchange? What do you think? Are you certain it is an S-rank jutsu? Black Earth asked incredulously. The true formidable attacks of a Wagakure were few in number, and when it came to S-rank jutsu, there were hardly more than 10 within the entire village. If one could indeed exchange a relatively less valuable B-rank jutsu for something of such immense power, it hardly seemed like a loss at all. Do not doubt my words. The rank of the jutsu I have created is known to me, he retorted. Kyan cast a slightly disdainful glance at the foolish girl before him. Though she possessed a certain charm, her adorably foolish demeanor left him utterly unmoved. It was evident that Kuratsuchi was smitten. After surveying the surroundings, he declared, "Very well. If it is truly as you say, I shall directly inform my grandfather." This was precisely the course of action he should take. If all else fails, you could even invite that old man, that Tsuchikage, to experience it as well. No need for that, Kuratsuchi interjected. First, allow me to witness firsthand the so-called formidable ninjutsu you possess. After all, I am well versed in the earth release, heavy stone technique you mentioned earlier. Kuratsuchi had evidently been provoked, yet this was precisely the reaction Kaiden sought. A faint smile graced his lips. However, the masked figure quickly whispered to Kuratsuchi. I believe it is prudent to first inform Lord Tsuchikage. You cannot make decisions unilaterally. There will be no issue. We are merely going to observe. Kuratsuchi insisted, confident that he would not be deceived. Even if he were to disagree after witnessing the other's powerful ninjutsu, he felt there would be no loss to himself. Very well, Kuratsuchi, he concluded. How about you accompany me to see? He interrupted their discourse, smiling at them as he posed his question. Before long, they ventured away from the village. The relentless wind swept across the desolate wasteland, where the landscape was strewn with rubble. The stones underfoot were somewhat loose, and the atmosphere in the area appeared exceptionally arid. Here, I wish to see what your S-rank ninjutsu entails, Kuratsuchi demanded as they arrived. Having brought a dozen or so companions with him, rest assured, engaging in business with me will undoubtedly be advantageous. Kai smiled slightly, then raised his hand, deliberately slowing his actions before the eyes of all present to form a series of intricate seals. He then turned his back to them and, with a sudden motion, pressed his hand firmly against the ground in a desolate area devoid of any life. Ninjutsu, Earth Release, Rock Spike. Accompanied by the incantation, an array of sharp, jagged stones erupted from the earth in a 20-meter wide, 200-meter long expanse, each resembling a formidable thong, approximately 2 meters in length. Such an assault, unleashed upon a vast crowd, could potentially claim countless lives in a single strike. The air seemed to freeze momentarily as all the inhabitants of Awagakure, including Kuratsuchi, widened their eyes in disbelief. However, as they were engulfed in shock, Kai swiftly reformed the seals and once more pressed his hand against the ground, articulating a new command. This time, he concentrated his power into a singular force. Almost immediately, a towering thong, reaching at least 100 meters in height, surged forth from 100 meters away. Its speed was beyond the capacity of the human mind to comprehend. Observing his creation, Kai nonchalantly stood, dusting off his hands, and turned to face the astonished onlookers. So, what do you think, young lady? Kai approached the black earth with an unhurried demeanor, his countenance reeking of disdain. So close that one could almost feel the warmth radiating from their skin. The black earth, taken aback, instinctively stepped back, his face a portrait of panic and disbelief. Although he had witnessed the formidable prowess of Uchiha Kai from a distance, the sheer intensity of such power, now so vividly manifest before him, was truly astonishing. Are you certain you wish to exchange such a potent ninjutsu for a mere B-rank technique? The Black Earth inquired, bewildered. We must inform Lord Tsuchikage about this matter. The masked individuals hastily interjected once more. Yet, it seemed as though the Black Earth was impervious to their words. His insatiable thirst for strength rendered him deaf to all counsel. He strode directly to Uchiha Kai and asked, "Are you truly willing?" "Of course," Kai answered without hesitation. "I agree," Heitu declared, disregarding the objections of others. However, recalling the hand seals that had been executed moments earlier, he questioned in confusion. How could 3 seals possibly unleash such a formidable ninjutsu? "What 3 seals?" came the response. "It requires exceptional skill. There are actually a total of 36 seals. If you are willing, I can teach you right now." With a grin on his face, Kai was unconcerned about the masked individuals beside him, who wore expressions of resignation. Eventually, the two hastily departed the scene, sprinting toward the village, undoubtedly to inform that old man, that Tsuchikage. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kai was instructing Kuratsuchi on the hand seals for the ninjutsu. The remaining observers were riveted, fixated on each intricate gesture, even attempting to memorize the sequence forcefully. "Might I inquire as to what your so-called B-rank ninjutsu entails?" Kai asked Kuratsuchi, seizing the opportunity after demonstrating the seals twice. "I am aware, no need for your prodding." Kuratsuchi, still absorbed in the sequence of the earlier ninjutsu, responded with a displeased expression upon hearing Kai's remark. Nevertheless, she swiftly executed the hand seals for the B-rank ninjutsu. Light and heavy rock technique, right before Kai's eyes. Does it truly require such exertion? Merely a glance was sufficient for her to commit it to memory. In the next moment, she replicated the seals, lightly touching a stone, and the immense buoyancy caused it to levitate gracefully. Kuratsuchi was astounded that she had grasped the B-rank ninjutsu with just a glance. As she continued her studies, another group approached with remarkable speed. "Uchiha Kai, what nonsense are you up to this time?" The old man Inoki bellowed from a distance. Yet, upon closer inspection of the traces left by the ninjutsu, he appeared less agitated than anticipated, his brow furrowed. "Grandfather." Kuratsuchi bowed her head, facing Inoki without a hint of defiance. "I'll deal with you when we return." Inoki was evidently seething with rage, his gaze fixed intently on Uchiha Kai, who exhibited an utterly nonchalant demeanor. As night fell, earth release, rock spike. In a relatively peripheral area of the village, Kuratsuchi followed the sequence of hand seals, the process taking nearly 10 seconds. As her hands pressed against the ground, excitement began to swell within her. Boom. Gazing at the result of her release, she recalled Kai's earlier display. While they were ostensibly similar, the disparity in their outcomes was staggering. The height of her ninjutsu barely reached 2 or 3 dozen centimeters, and the range extended only in a straight line, falling short of even 10 meters. This level of offensive power could hardly be considered S-rank ninjutsu. Perhaps even a D-rank technique would surpass it. Could it be that she had not mastered it correctly? Heiyu murmured to himself, once again raising his hand to form seals, mentally retracing each step in the sequence. Fearful of making a mistake or encountering unforeseen circumstances, there was no need to attempt it any further. Inoki had arrived without Heiyu even realizing it. In fact, he had witnessed the previous events unfold. After concluding that matter in the afternoon, he refrained from excessive reprimands. After all, what had happened was already in the past. For Heiyu, it served as a valuable lesson. Inoki understood precisely how that attack had come to be. "Grandpa," Heiyu exclaimed, surprised by Inoki's presence, yet still managing to greet him politely. "Indeed," Inoki responded with a sigh, explaining, "The technique you were given is undoubtedly an S-rank ninjutsu. Its power is formidable. However, you simply cannot harness it, which is why you find yourself in this predicament. Perhaps if you were to concentrate all your chakra into this one attack, its might would be akin to half of what Uchiha Kai could unleash." "What do you mean?" Although Heiyu posed the question, he had already begun to grasp the implications. Internally, he understood, yet he stubbornly refrained from voicing it, standing there with his head bowed, embodying the essence of guilt. Inoki did not scold his granddaughter. Instead, he approached her with compassion, remarking, "The current Uchiha Kai bears a striking resemblance to the former Uchiha Madara. In terms of strength, he is hardly different from the Madara I once knew, possessing an extraordinary amount of chakra. Thus, for him, even a C-rank ninjutsu could yield power comparable to that of an A-rank. As for this ninjutsu, it may indeed exhibit the effects of an S-rank in his hands, but for us, it might merely be a C-rank." The former Uchiha Madara had a simplistic mindset, preferring to resolve all matters through strength. Yet, this young fellow gives me a rather dangerous impression. He possesses immense power but resorts to cunning schemes to acquire what he desires. Such unscrupulous individuals are the most fearsome among us. A mere ninjutsu is not a significant loss for us, at the very least. It should teach you not to solely rely on what your eyes perceive. I am unable to sustain this village for many more years. Your father is unwilling to take the reins, and it will inevitably fall to you. I understand your desire to grow stronger, but hey you, leading a village is not as simple as it may seem. I realize my mistake, Grandpa. Upon hearing these calm words, Heiyu finally acknowledged her error, not merely understanding, but directly admitting it. With her head lowered, tears began to fall, each drop a testament to her realization. Others wielded such ninjutsu, deceiving a girl who had never ventured far from her home. For Heiyu, this blow is indeed quite severe. Moreover, there is no way to articulate this matter. As it was a decision he made willingly, at best, it can only be regarded as a transaction. The ability to wield such formidable jutsu is something he cannot match, either due to lack of proficiency or simply lacking the requisite skill. Thus, it is entirely a transaction, and discussing it further seems rather futile. Dayama let out another sigh. Especially upon witnessing his granddaughter's sorrowful demeanor, he felt an overwhelming urge to summon Uchiha Kai and give him a good thrashing. Yet, what is he doing at this very moment? Inside his room, he has already begun to delve into the study of this jutsu. Haha, this is precisely what I desire. He floated effortlessly in midair, capable of contorting his body into various positions at will, unperturbed even when inverted. However, his mastery over this technique has yet to reach an advanced level. With his legs crossed in the air, Uchiha Kai couldn't help but smile. The sensation of levitation is simply exhilarating, and the chakra consumption is negligible for him. The experience of hovering in the air feels akin to transcending into a higher realm. Is everything all right next door? In the adjacent room, Hinata and Tsukuyami lay on the bed, intrigued by the sounds of commotion and laughter emanating from Kai's room. Their curiosity piqued. They were tempted to rush over and uncover what mischief he was up to. What could it possibly be? It seems that ever since he returned from his outing with that person called Haitu, he has transformed into this peculiar state. Could it be that something transpired between the two of them? A remark from Tsukuyami suddenly shifted the atmosphere entirely. After indulging in her imagination, Hinata's face flushed crimson, and she stammered, "And no, it can't be." "Huh. Little Hinata, what are you thinking about?" "Nothing." Perhaps realizing she was overthinking, Hinata quickly buried her head under the blanket. But just then, a knock resonated at their door, prompting Hinata to hastily emerge from her cocoon. After exchanging glances, Tsukuyami rose to answer the door, only to find Kiba standing there. "Do you need something?" Tsukuyami inquired. "Could you possibly ask one of you to inform Kai-sensei to keep it down for a while? It's already late at night." Kiba's expression was one of utter bewilderment, his demeanor appearing thoroughly drained. "You can hear it too?" Tsukuyami asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. After all, their room was situated in the middle, and while there was some noise, it shouldn't be excessively loud. "Huh. My acute hearing is both a blessing and a curse, especially with that scoundrel Kai, who is said to have resorted to despicable means to deceive a young lady. Consequently, his now boisterous voice is rather grating." "Despicable means?" Yuya paused for a moment, gazing at the individual before her, and then decisively slammed the door shut. Breathing heavily, as if she had stumbled upon a grave secret, she quickly turned and dove beneath the covers to share her discoveries with Hinata. The following day, everyone appeared lethargic, gathered around a round table for breakfast, with only Uchiha Kai exhibiting a spirited demeanor. The food laid out was modest, yet for them, it sufficed. "Why aren't you eating?" he inquired, holding a bowl of soup in one hand and a bun in the other, feeling slightly awkward under their collective gaze. "Not everyone shares your exuberance. You go ahead and eat." You retorted sarcastically. "There shouldn't be anything pressing today, right? If not, I might just go back to sleep," Hinata remarked, her tone tinged with disappointment. "Yes, I shall return as well." Upon seeing Hinata rise, Shino similarly stood and made his way upstairs. Although he claimed disinterest in the meal, he mimicked their actions, standing up, yet hastily grabbing 2 buns and a bowl of soup as he ascended the stairs. "What is going on?" Kai, somewhat bewildered, inquired. Fortunately, beside him was Yuya, whose presence provided some semblance of clarity amidst the confusion. What on earth was happening? It was said that he had accompanied a young lady on a clandestine escapade, and now the news seemed to have spread like wildfire. Truly, he was being labeled a scoundrel. Though Yueya's words were laced with reproach, her smile belied a playful demeanor as she rested her arm on the table, propping her chin with her hand while gazing quietly at Kai's profile. Upon hearing these remarks, Kai's confusion deepened. What was truly going on? Widely known, it appeared he was the only one in the dark. With a perplexed expression, he set down his bowl and fixed his gaze intently on Yueya. What are you talking about? He asked. What do you mean? It is said that you went out on a date with a young girl yesterday, deceiving her in the process, which has left her quite heartbroken. This incident has already spread throughout the entirety of Awagakure. Do you still refuse to acknowledge it? Deceived? I did not deceive anyone. It was merely a transaction. Kai initially thought they were discussing a different matter, but upon hearing the other person's remarks, he felt an overwhelming sense of speechlessness arise within him. It seemed as though the two were grappling with entirely disparate issues. Yueya was astonished. She never anticipated that such a young woman would engage in any form of transaction. Her mind suddenly conjured vivid images of the two of them lying together. What an evocative sensation. Why aren't you trading with me? Is there something about me that pales in comparison? After contemplating for a considerable time, she found herself increasingly unsettled and boldly decided to pose the question directly. Ahem. Even a fool would surely grasp the implication of her words at this point. The contents within his mouth had yet to be swallowed, and the intense stimulation caused him to expel it all. Taking a deep breath, he gazed incredulously at the young woman before him. Excuse me? Are you aware of what you were saying? My transaction with him was solely regarding ninjutsu. Where exactly have your thoughts wandered? Nanny? The initially crestfallen Tsukikage. Upon hearing these words, slightly parted her lips, her gaze fixed in astonishment at Kai. What ninjutsu? I merely exchanged a technique they are incapable of executing for a B-rank ninjutsu from their village. How could this lead you to entertain such notions? Kai rolled his eyes, and his gaze seemed to convey to Yuya a profound sense of exasperation. The latter's face flushed crimson, for neither had been informed of the true nature of the alleged deception between them. Their minds instinctively filled the void with notions pertaining to romantic entanglements. With this revelation, Yuya found herself engulfed in embarrassment. Could it be that those three fellows were also foregoing breakfast due to such trivial matters? Kai curiously inquired. Well, it seems about right. The crescent moon smiled gently, leaning forward slightly. One must admit, her figure was indeed quite impressive. Her ample curves gently nudged the table forward. She then leaned in and asked, Lord Kai, if you ever have any intentions in the future, perhaps you could come find me? Now enjoy your meal. Early in the morning, I never anticipated encountering such a multitude of bewildering events. Kai was still exhilarated until the late hours of the night yesterday, genuinely eager to uncover which scoundrel had distorted the narrative to such an extent. Hey, hi too. As soon as Kai's words fell, a sudden sound of tugging emerged from the doorway. Immediately thereafter, a figure strode in. Upon seeing the two individuals seated at the table, engrossed in their meal, Hey-tu exclaimed loudly, Uchiha Kai, you have truly arrived. Yueya adopted a posture of keen interest, holding a bun in her hand. She gently took a bite and savored it slowly. Kai glanced back at Hey-tu, noticing that this girl likely hadn't slept a wink all night. The dark circles under her eyes and her overall lack of vitality were telling. What happened? Kaido responded briefly. Haida stood there in silence, biting her lip, her expression one of deep grievance. Tears welled in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks to the ground, as she struggled to maintain her composure. Yet, upon encountering the individual before her, her resolve seemed to crumble entirely. Overwhelmed by a mix of anger and helplessness, she found herself grappling with the sting of betrayal for the first time in her life, leaving her with no room for resistance. Suddenly, she sank to the ground, disregarding her dignity, and began to cry uncontrollably. Perhaps she had endured the weight of her sorrow throughout the night, but in that moment, she could no longer contain her emotions. A crowd had gathered on either side of the doorway, witnessing this poignant scene. The villagers of Awagakure had reached the brink of outrage, as the young princess had been deceived to such a degree on the very first day of his arrival. This was a matter that stirred the ire of both gods and men. In the face of such turmoil, Kaido appeared remarkably unfazed. Mimicking the posture of Suki, he sat there, leisurely consuming his buns while quietly observing the unfolding drama. After several minutes, the raucous atmosphere gradually subsided into silence. Hey-tu remained seated on the ground, still bearing the visage of despair, occasionally stifling her sobs. One could only imagine the profound impact the previous day's events had wrought upon her. Would you care to share a bite? The food is still warm. Kai gazed at the young lady, her eyes glistening with tears as she fixed her gaze upon him. He then picked up a bun and directed his words towards Hey Tuesday remarkably. Hey Tu stood up, wiped away his tears with his sleeve, and made his way over to Kai, plopping down beside him. Without hesitation, he seized the bun and began to devour it. How despicable! To deceive someone in such a manner, especially with such formidable strength. It truly baffles me how one can possess such audacity. His mouth stuffed full, Heitu still managed to mumble between bites. Kai did not refute. Instead, he remained quietly seated. At that moment, he resembled a young woman who was both angered and wronged, unaware of what might transpire next. Since he was on someone else's territory and had already obtained what he desired, there was no need to further incite animosity. He was likely to remain in this desolate place for another fortnight. It would be prudent to minimize complications, should this situation be disseminated. It could potentially lead to greater misunderstandings. Come with me. He stuffed the last remnants of a bun into his mouth. Kuratsuchi was utterly indifferent to whose kanji lay before him. After taking a sip, he immediately stood and fixed his gaze on Uchiha Kai. Huh? Do you have something to say, young lady? Why all the unnecessary chatter? Kuratsuchi, with a serious demeanor, continued to stare intently at Kai. All right. I will accompany you. Kai, feeling helpless, had just risen to his feet when the young girl had already begun to stride towards the door. Go for it. She is the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage. Yueya immediately made a gesture resembling a fist, grinning as she softly urged Kai. Get lost. This woman's thought process always diverged from the norm, twisting every situation in an unexpected direction. Nonetheless, he found himself following in the footsteps of the already exited Kuratsuchi. Having traversed such a distance, he mused, Speak up, what is it? He returned to the site from the previous day. More precisely, it was the very location where he had unleashed his ninjutsu, acquiring that B-rank technique which granted him the ability to soar through the skies. The rock fangs he had conjured lingered on the ground nearby, still vividly visible. Reflecting on how this place had drawn him back, he noted that he was accompanied solely by this young girl. Yesterday, when he had visited, dozens of other ninjas had surrounded the area. He had not anticipated being so at ease today with just a young girl by his side. Kai was thus deeply intrigued by what the other party intended to do, which prompted him to inquire. Let's have a match. Haido turned around, gazing at Kai with a serious expression. Are you out of your mind? Kai initially believed there was a significant matter prompting his summons, but was taken aback by the unexpected demand presented. Rather than engaging in frivolous antics with a young girl, he would have preferred to devote his time to contemplating the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the air. He muttered a disdainful remark and turned to leave. But it was evident that Kuratsuchi had no intention of letting him depart easily. He swiftly retrieved a shuriken from his pocket and, disregarding Kai's consent, charged forward at an astonishing speed. While his velocity was impressive, it was merely remarkable in comparison to an average individual. With a single stride, he covered several meters in an instant. However, as he launched his weapon, he realized that his opponent had already distanced themselves significantly. Kuratsuchi could acutely sense the disparity between their abilities. Nevertheless, undeterred, he pressed on with another assault. Pray tell, what has provoked this young lady? Kai observed the other person approaching once more and, with a sense of ennui, inquired, You. Haido indeed halted, lowering his gaze as tears continued to flow. It seemed that the experience of being deceived the previous day had profoundly affected the young lady. If you do not engage with me, I shall reveal to others that you have lain with me. Perhaps unable to conceive a more compelling rationale, she abruptly lifted her head, wiped away her tears, and blushed as though she had made a momentous decision. Haitu immediately contemplated using such a matter as leverage. Kai stood rooted to the spot, a frown creasing his forehead, his lips twitching in disbelief at the girl's unexpected words. This was no longer merely a matter of surprise. I'm sorry, I'm not interested. If you wish to speak, then by all means, go ahead. To casually acquire the granddaughter of a prominent figure should be quite advantageous, and besides, you are not unappealing. He turned away, hesitating as he continued to walk forward, already having contemplated what they might name their future children. Kai was indifferent to the trivial matters of reputation. He had no desire to engage in a conflict with such a young girl, for to do so would be beneath him. Observing her turn and walk away without a backward glance, he found himself overwhelmed by an immense sense of injustice, leading him to sit amidst the rubble and weep once more. The village of Awagakure offered no avenues for recreation or amusement. It was a desolate corner, devoid of charm. Apart from stones and fierce winds, the area was grimly lacking. Fortunately, their dwelling was nestled within a valley, shielding them somewhat from the harshest gales. Nevertheless, the surrounding environment proved far worse than one might anticipate. Anyone with a modicum of sanity would hardly consider residing in such a place. During the subsequent days, Uchiha Kai rarely ventured outside, even opting to have his meals delivered to his room. The primary reason for his seclusion was the persistent visits from a girl who sought him out daily, arriving at dawn and remaining until dusk. Initially, it was tolerable, but soon, Kai could no longer endure the incessant disturbance from Kuratsuchi. In the early days, their conversations touched upon matters of combat, but eventually, it devolved into trivialities. Kainai, the Prince Reno and the others have returned. As the door swung open, Hinata called out before even setting eyes on him. However, upon entering, she found the room devoid of his presence. Glancing at the uneaten remnants of a meal on the table, she ventured further inside but found no sign of Uchiha Kai. Despite her curiosity, she took it upon herself to tidy up the dishes. Where could he be? She pondered aloud as she departed, initially suspecting he had gone out with Kuratsuchi. Yet, upon reaching downstairs, she was surprised to find Kuratsuchi still seated there with her eyes closed. Where is Kai-sensei? Now that the old prince has returned, does that not mean we can depart tomorrow? Ino asked anxiously as she descended the stairs. He is not here, Hinata replied calmly, placing the dishes on a nearby table. Impossible. I've been downstairs the whole time. How could he have left? There are so many people outside, Kuratsuchi exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. But he truly is not here, Hinata insisted, but Kuratsuchi, unconvinced, dashed upstairs. In a swift motion, she returned and charged out of the hotel. Upon reaching the opposite side, she was astonished to find a group of individuals engaged in a card game. What are you all doing here? Uchiha Kai has already left, and yet you choose to squander your time playing. Upon arrival, a group of 4 or 5 individuals was gathered in play, and Haitu, filled with displeasure, bellowed, "Gone?" One of the men displayed a moment of surprise, but quickly returned to a state of normalcy. With a slight smile, he waved his hand dismissively, asserting that as long as he did not cause trouble within the village, it was not a significant issue. Do you truly believe this is responsible? Haidu, the lady of the house, retorted. It is not that we are unwilling. Lord Tsuchikage instructed us just days ago that as long as Uchiha Kai remains non-disruptive in the village, we need not concern ourselves with the rest. Consider that there were once dozens monitoring him, and now it is merely us few. Moreover, should he venture beyond the village's boundaries, with his formidable abilities, he could do as he pleases, which is beyond our control. As he spoke, he glanced at the cards in his hand, producing one to place upon the table. Though Haida felt a surge of anger at this scene, she found herself powerless. Taking a deep breath, she clenched her fists in fury and, gritting her teeth, ultimately turned and departed from the area. Meanwhile, Kai was blissfully reclining on the surface of a lake. After confirming that no one was in sight, he sprawled out to bask in the sunlight. The distance from Awagakure was a mystery even to him. How delightful! That wretched place made even bathing a cumbersome task. With his eyes closed, he shouted joyfully, stretching out his arms on the water's surface, savoring this moment of sheer comfort and pleasure. After indulging in relaxation for quite some time, he inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. Adjusting his mood, he then moved his body, and in the next instant, activated his eternal Mangeki Sharingan, vanishing from his spot. However, he returned to his own room, believing it to be unoccupied. Unbeknownst to him, his quarters were quite lively at that moment. 5 individuals sat in silence, the 4 from earlier, plus Haitu. Importantly, they were all eager to discover the whereabouts of Uchiha Kai. Yet, as chakra surged within the room, in the blink of an eye, his figure materialized before them. A collective gaze met, filled with astonishment. Ah! Black Soil was the first to exclaim, and even Hinata's face turned crimson, reaching all the way to her neck. Only Tsukuha observed the captivating scene before her with keen interest. Kiba and Shino, their eyes wide and mouths agape, wore expressions of sheer disbelief. However, upon returning, Uchiha Kai's eyes widened in astonishment. He could hardly fathom that his room was filled with so many people. A glance down at his completely bare self revealed that he was in the midst of a rather embarrassing predicament. "What are you doing in my room?" he exclaimed, hastily covering himself and swiftly grabbing the bedsheet to wrap around his body. He had assumed no one would venture into his space, so he thought it was safe to return in his natural state to change into fresh clothes. Little did he know it would escalate into such a scene. At that moment, even the thick-skinned Uchiha Kai felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Wow, It seems like Teacher Kai knows how to have fun. Kiba slowly stood up in shock, awkwardly waving his hand before quickly opening the door and leaving the room. Shino, donning an embarrassed expression, had initially waited for Kai to return to discuss their departure, but witnessing such a spectacular scene left him speechless, and he too quickly exited the room. The remaining individuals had no choice. The two women covered their faces and hurriedly stumbled away. Sukaha, however, remained unfazed, leisurely extending her hand to indicate a measurement of length. Kai felt an overwhelming sense of despair. A few minutes later, in the hall on the first floor, everyone was seated and waiting. The moment Uchiha Kai appeared, Hinata's face was still noticeably flushed. Black Soil was so embarrassed that she dared not lift her gaze to meet his. Teacher Kai, we wanted to say that the little prince has returned. When are we leaving? Huh, you all are leaving? Kiba's inquiry caught Black Soil off guard, her expression reflecting surprise and reluctance. So he's back? Let us make preparations. We shall depart tomorrow. Although he noticed Black Soil's somewhat forlorn demeanor, Kai could not discern the reason behind her sadness. However, reflecting on life in such a desolate corner, he realized that remaining there could very well be detrimental to his well-being. Unbeknownst to him, he had already spent half a month in that place. Compared to his own residence, and especially to Konoha, this location was nothing short of abysmal. Life had become rather unbearable. Then, I shall prepare, Hinata said, lowering her head as she quickly stood up and approached Kai. He had intended to reach out and gently ruffle her hair. Yet, Hinata's mind was inexplicably occupied by the image of that naked figure she had just witnessed. Swiftly maneuvering her body to evade the opponent's grasp, she hurriedly ascended the stairs. There was little to gather. She could leave at any moment. At this juncture, Tsukiyomi's demeanor resembled that of a seasoned veteran, devoid of any semblance of a naive girl. Unlike the other two young women, her gaze remained fixated on Uchiha Kai, as if she were about to devour him whole in the next instant. They were leaving, astonishingly. They were leaving. Kuratsuchi murmured, her mind reflecting on the past fortnight, filled with both reluctance and invaluable lessons learned. Seizing the moment when Uchiha Kai turned his head, she caught a glimpse of his profile, and to her surprise, she felt an inexplicable sensation towards this man before her. As night fell, the sky here seemed to succumb to darkness a tad earlier than usual. Although the upper reaches still displayed clear clouds and brilliant light, the massive mountain to the west cast a shadow that enveloped the village in darkness far sooner. Thus, life here bore both advantages and disadvantages. The mountains offered a shield against the biting cold winds, yet the downside was evident. While other places basked in light, this village had already succumbed to the night. As the lights flickered on, a relatively spacious house emanated warmth, appearing particularly inviting today. What occasion is it? I never anticipated so many dishes would be prepared. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, sat beside the table, gazing at the lavish spread before him, his curiosity piqued. Father, your son has returned today after being away for over half a month, and I wanted to know what life outside was like. Thus, it is only fitting to enjoy a hearty meal at home, a middle-aged woman remarked, her face aglow with happiness. At that moment, the yellow earth, having returned after half a month, immediately changed into a fresh set of clothes, likely having just bathed, donned in pajamas, and plopped down into a chair. Shall we have a drink? The middle-aged woman inquired, glancing at the father and son seated together. Oh, certainly. Ultimately, this family bore little resemblance to a typical one, as the disparity in their physiques was strikingly vast. The tempestuous Anoki, the broad-shouldered Kuratsuchi, the gentle middle-aged woman, and of course, the forlorn young girl sitting alone on the sofa. Kuratsuchi, what troubles you? As Kuratsuchi poured drinks for both of them, he turned and noticed his daughter's despondent expression, prompting his immediate curiosity. After all, while she was usually strong-willed, she had never exhibited such a demeanor. As for Anoki and the middle-aged woman, they were well aware of Kuratsuchi's true situation. As the Tsuchikage, he is well aware of all matters within the village, let alone the circumstances of his granddaughter. The middle-aged woman, as Akatsuchi's mother, is privy to her daughter's daily musings. Being a seasoned woman, she can discern her daughter's innermost thoughts with clarity. With a resigned sigh, she seated herself opposite the clay and remarked that her daughter harbors concerns that are not for them to fret over. Upon hearing his wife's words, Akatsuchi paid little heed. He lifted his cup and took a sip, then casually picked up his chopsticks to savor a morsel, nodding in approval. I have resolved to send envoys to Konohagakure next month to sign a peace treaty, at least during my tenure as Tsuchikage. There shall be no further disputes between our factions. If you have no pressing matters, you might accompany us then. The Tsuchikage Anoki was unlike Akatsuchi. Upon witnessing his granddaughter's despondent demeanor, he let out a weary sigh and called out loudly, "Really? Is it true?" Akatsuchi's interest was piqued instantly. She sprang to her feet, her excitement palpable as she inquired eagerly. "This decision was made a few days ago. We are currently deliberating the specific details, and it is anticipated that we will dispatch representatives to Konohagakure within a month. During this interval, we will send a message to the 5th Hokage. If you find yourself with leisure, you may also visit and observe the conditions of that village." Seeing the glimmer of hope in his granddaughter's eyes, Anoki, with a sense of resignation, raised his cup and promptly took a hearty gulp. Reflecting on it, he considered the formidable capabilities of the young Uchiha Kai, who was of a similar age. He bore no significant bias against the Uchiha clan, merely noting that they are from Konohagakure. For decades, the two sides have been embroiled in conflict, resulting in the loss of countless lives. Following the end of the Third Great Ninja War, both factions entered a long-awaited peace. Who could have anticipated the emergence of such a powerful entity within Konohagakure? Now, Anoki finally comprehended why the 5th Hokage would summon a rogue ninja back. Although he was unaware of the terms of their agreement, it was not difficult to surmise the cost of restraining such a formidable presence. Yet, this notion was purely Anoki's overthinking. No price had been paid by them. Upon learning of her forthcoming journey to Konohagakure, Akatsuchi's previously crestfallen expression transformed into one of exuberance. She quickly settled beside her mother, picking up her chopsticks with a radiant smile as she began to eat. "What is the matter with this girl?" Akatsuchi raised her gaze at her wife and inquired. "You will come to know in due time." The middle-aged woman uttered a remark without much attention, delicately placing a piece of fish into the bowl of dark earth. The following morning, the familiar sound of 2 horse-drawn carriages echoed once more, accompanied by the same familiar faces. Reno had been absent for over half a month, though the reasons for his departure remained a mystery. Kai felt no inclination to inquire further. After all, it was time to commence their journey home. Their stay in this desolate place had already been prolonged enough. 2 months had swiftly passed since leaving the Hidden Leaf village. Now, gazing at the well-known carriages, they understood that the path back to the city lay ahead. "My Lord Kai, I have spent countless days in the carriage, and finally, I have the opportunity to rest for 2 days. Should we not delay our departure by another day?" Reno, appearing bleary-eyed, inquired as the 5 of them gathered by the carriage. "What are you thinking? We must hurry back so I can fulfill my mission. We cannot afford any further delays." As Kai spoke, he swiftly opened the car door, preparing to enter. But in the next moment, he abruptly closed it again. Turning around, he wrapped his arm around Reno's neck and inquired, "Who is the person inside?" The young man in his 20s awkwardly smiled, scratching his head as he replied, "Well, that is the very reason for my journey. She is the daughter of the Lord of the Land of Earth, and soon she will become my wife." "Remarkable. We toiled endlessly for this trip, only to discover that you have already secured a bride. Truly impressive." He chuckled while patting the other person's shoulder, never anticipating that this particular mission would undergo such a significant transformation. "As for the 2 of you seated inside the carriage, I shall refrain from commenting." Kai had originally thought that there would be just enough space in the carriage, but now it seemed there was ample room for one more person. Consequently, he would have to sit atop the carriage. Uchiha Kai. Just as he finished giving instructions and had yet to board the carriage, a voice called out to him. Presently, there were quite a few ninjas lingering nearby. The Iwagakure village was increasingly anxious about any potential issues arising during this journey. Undoubtedly, such problems must not occur within their jurisdiction. Thus, he spotted Kuratsuchi fully armed. To his surprise, the other party had shown up here as well. "What brings you here?" Kai gazed at the disheveled figure of Heitu and inquired, "What is the meaning of this appearance?" Heitu glanced down at his attire, finding nothing amiss, before raising his head to meet Kai's gaze. "Our immediate duty is to ensure the safe passage of our princess beyond the borders. We shall escort you to the land of grass, but the remaining journey must be undertaken by you alone." "Is it truly to be so?" Kai did not refuse. It was their right, and it had little to do with him. "Are you reluctant to leave this place?" Heido suddenly inquired, as if struggling to find a more suitable topic. The onlookers were all fixated on this scene. Reno had gradually begun to approach Ya and was quietly asking who this girl was. The granddaughter of the Tsuchikage. Impressive. Reno unconsciously gave a thumbs up. This was clearly not the action of an ordinary person. The fact that he could take the daughter of the daimyo of the Land of Earth was rooted in the interest between the two nations and was something that had been prepared well in advance. However, this couple was entirely different. In response to Haido's unexpected question, Kai slightly bent down to enhance their eye contact, causing the strong-willed girl to become suddenly bashful. In a hushed tone, Uchiha Kai remarked on the village, describing it as a desolate place where not even birds would defecate. Rather than expressing reluctance to leave, he suggested it was more about his reluctance to part from her. In an instant, her face turned crimson. Haido stood there, somewhat at a loss, swallowing hard and not daring to lift her head. This was a complete capitulation. During their time together, those from Awagakure who had been monitoring Uchiha Kai could easily discern Haido's feelings. They had not anticipated that a single remark could leave her so flustered. Though the onlookers had initially observed with a sense of amusement, the situation had taken a turn. "All right, let us prepare to leave." For reasons unknown, Uchiha Kai suddenly extended his hand, gazing at the bashful girl, gently ruffling her hair and speaking softly. Witnessing this, one of the Awagakure members immediately displayed a disapproving expression, murmuring, "This is bad." In his recollection, the last individual who dared to touch the head of Kuratsuchi was met with a forceful blow, rendering him bedridden for several days. The man before him, however, appeared to be destined for a similar misfortune. Yet, to his astonishment, Kuratsuchi showed no inclination to resist. Instead, he seemed to revel in the affectionate gesture. Drawing a sharp breath, he realized that certain truths had become evident, while others had perhaps also been unveiled. The journey to the borders of the land of Earth would require at least 3 days by carriage, a relatively swift passage. Unlike the previous route taken, this time they would approach from a different direction, which offered a more direct path to the land of fire, necessitating only a traverse through the land of grass. Given this linear distance, a return trip would likely take approximately 2 weeks. As the carriage commenced its journey, an inexplicable phenomenon occurred. Perhaps inspired by the protective demeanor of the villagers of Kanahigakure, the 3 individuals from the land of Earth mimicked their behavior. Although the interior of the carriage was cramped, it did not preclude them from perching atop the carriage much like Uchiha Kai. Uchiha Kai and Kuratsuchi found themselves seated atop the carriage of Reno, while the other 2 from the land of Earth perched upon the roof of the minister's carriage of the land of fire. Thus, this eclectic group embarked on their gradual departure from the village they had inhabited for the past fortnight. The environment of the land of Earth proved to be far harsher than anticipated. It was no wonder that other villages sought to challenge Kanahigakure. The primary reason being the abundant resources of the land of fire, which far surpassed those of other nations. From a national perspective, the disparity was stark. The land of Earth was characterized by rocky mountains, the land of wind by arid deserts, the land of water by frequent floods. And while the land of lightning fared slightly better, it too was predominantly mountainous. In comparison, the land of fire stood as the unequivocal bastion among the 5 great nations. "Here, this is for you." On the roof of the carriage, Kuratsuchi produced an object from his pocket. It was a sky-blue item that could aptly be described as a pendant, albeit with a considerably shorter cord, resembling more of a bracelet. Throughout this exchange, Kuratsuchi had fought an internal battle, suppressing his shyness as he extended the gift to Kai. It was a beautiful piece, surely imbued with special significance for him. Kai did not refuse, for it was a gesture of goodwill from a beautiful woman, and it is likely that no man would entertain the thought of declining such an offer. Holding the object in his hand, he observed it closely. It resembled a sapphire with its teardrop shape, complemented by a red string. The color of the string suggested it had been worn for quite some time. "This was a gift from my grandmother when I turned 3, Haida shyly remarked. "It appeared to be of great value, and I truly cherished it, so rest assured, I shall take good care of it." With a radiant smile, Kai Weiwei turned to Haitu and spoke cheerfully. However, the carriage was not soundproof, and their conversation could be easily overheard from the roof. Inside the carriage, their voices resonated clearly. Each of the 2 young women displayed distinctly different expressions, yet those seated opposite could observe them quite clearly. The little princess that Reino had brought back appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years of age. Her original features obscured under a layer of unnaturally pale makeup that rendered her skin a ghostly white, concealing her natural complexion. Aside from her neck, which suggested a fair tone, little else was discernible. Her black hair did not lend itself to a refined appearance, and her figure was somewhat plump, likely rivaling that of Reino himself. She sat there, clutching a palm fan, having used it to shield her face since their departure, as if fearful of being seen by others. Though their journey had progressed slightly slower than anticipated, it seemed they could only accompany her this far. After 5 days of travel, they had been fortunate to encounter no significant troubles. Initially, They had estimated that 3 days would suffice to reach the borders of the land of Earth. Yet they had overlooked a crucial factor. Could the princess endure such a long and taxing journey? The reality proved otherwise. Their travels had consisted of frequent stops. And as they approached the land of grass, the surroundings had improved significantly. The dense forests on either side obscured distant views, yet the path ahead appeared remarkably straight. The carriage gradually came to a halt, and Kai turned to Haidu, inquiring, "Indeed, we can only take you this far. The remainder of the journey must be undertaken by yourselves." Haidu lifted his gaze, fixating on Uchiha Kai as he surveyed the road ahead, then remarked, "It won't be long before I visit your hidden leaf village. When that time comes, I hope you will be the one to show me around." "Indeed. You are most welcome. I shall ensure you experience the vibrancy of the leaf," Kai responded warmly. Haidu nodded and took a deep breath, as if making a momentous decision. Seizing the moment the carriage halted, he leaned forward, bringing his face closer to Uchiha Kai's. In such a scenario, Kai could easily have evaded him. Yet he chose not to, wanting to embrace the role of a rogue. Life is fleeting, and without a touch of extravagance, how could one justify this hard-won new world? "I'm leaving now." With a quick kiss, Haidu leaped off the carriage and sprinted toward the approaching figures. The remaining two were momentarily bewildered, but soon waved their hands and followed suit, jumping off the carriage to chase after Haidu. Without any hesitation, the carriage resumed its forward journey. The road stretched straight ahead, devoid of any demarcations, in both the land of earth and the land of grass. The regions on either side were entirely ambiguous. I resolved that upon my return, I too would diligently train to become extraordinarily powerful, seemingly afflicted by an unknown malady. Suddenly let out a loud roar, startling even the person beside him who was tending to the horses. Shino, observing the suddenly frenzied though unsure of the expression concealed beneath that large collar, inquired about his strange behavior. I too wished to possess great strength, so that I might visit other villages and attract the attention of the local maidens. Upon hearing his earnest declaration, Shino was nearly convinced. Smack! Just as he was about to boast further, a branch fell from above, striking him. Wincing in pain, he rubbed his head, initially intending to retort. However, upon seeing Kai's disdainful expression, he promptly abandoned that thought. Yet, unable to restrain himself, he muttered under his breath, "It's true. If you really have that capability, you should first win over the people in the village." Kai spoke with a serene demeanor. He then reclined atop the carriage, taking in the majestic trees flanking him and the expansive azure sky above. Such tranquility! With his eyes closed, he absorbed the surrounding stillness. Not even a whisper of wind graced the air. Yet, as they journeyed further toward the land of fire, the chill in the atmosphere intensified. He sighed, propping himself up and pressing his right hand against the carriage roof before leaping off the moving vehicle. "What are you doing?" Ya immediately turned his head to inquire. "You all carry on. I have a matter to attend to." Kai's expression remained unchanged, as it often did, observing the woods on either side. One could indeed sense a pleasant atmosphere. There exists a reaction of chakra here. Shino responded with a serious demeanor. Kiba had also abandoned his earlier jest, and the small dog perched on his shoulder barked in agreement. "Do not disembark. Proceed onward." Kai called out, but it seemed rather late to do so now. Not far in front of the carriage, two figures stood silently. One appeared like an elderly man, his age indiscernible, while the garments they wore were eerily familiar to Kai. The other, seemingly of a similar age, likely in his teens, donned a black outfit adorned with red clouds. One was Scorpion, the other Deidara. They had only just parted ways with the people from the land of Earth, yet these individuals had already emerged. To claim it was not surprising would be disingenuous. Previously, there had been no indication of their presence. How troublesome it was, their persistent haunt. As Kai spoke, two figures suddenly emerged from behind. It was Uchiha Itachi and Kisame. With four individuals now revealed, it was unnecessary to mention that others were likely present as well. "Come forth. What purpose does it serve to remain hidden in the shadows?" Kai shouted loudly. As his voice faded, the remaining figures began to emerge one by one. Indeed, it was exactly as he had imagined. He was surprised to see so many people waiting here. "Hey, you two, step aside and let them pass," Kai shouted towards Scorpion and Deidara. Naturally, the people inside the carriage noticed the situation. However, none of them appeared particularly flustered, for they had witnessed Uchiha Kai's prowess firsthand. In their hearts, they believed that Uchiha Kai could handle it all. Nevertheless, Hinata and the others immediately assumed a defensive posture. "Is he speaking to us?" the young Deidara inquired of Scorpion beside him. It seems so, Scorpion replied nonchalantly, though a hint of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. Despite the considerable distance of over 100 meters between them, he responded directly, declaring, "We refuse." With a cold chuckle, Kai stretched his neck. But in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot and reappeared, gripping Deidara by the throat. Lightning chakra surged from his palm, enveloping Deidara entirely. Just as Scorpion prepared to make a move, Kai, surpassing them in speed, delivered a powerful kick to his body. "You all are pushing your luck. Do you truly wish to fight to the death today? Or do you think I would hesitate to end your lives?" Kai's demeanor had begun to grow frigid. His right hand gripped tightly around Deidara's throat, whose face was now flushed, clearly teetering on the brink of life and death. Just as Deidara seemed on the verge of asphyxiation, Kai forcefully flung him aside. Observing Hinata and the others on high alert, he furrowed his brows and commanded, "You burdens. Take them away from here. Do you think you can leave just because you say so?" Sasori retorted, raising his hand, and in an instant, two puppets emerged. Lunging toward Kai. Shadow clone technique. Kai raised his hand, and in the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 clones appeared. One clone swiftly moved behind Sasori. "You, who have forsaken your own body and rely solely on a mechanical box and your soul, dare to call yourself a person. Do you truly believe I hesitate to eliminate you?" With that, he summoned a surge of lightning in his hand. He understood all too well how this individual manipulated those puppets, merely through a connection of chakra. Thus, the task at hand was simply to sever that bond. Meanwhile, Deidara, having regained his composure, was enveloped by a fit of rage. To prevent a recurrence of this predicament, he conjured a large white bird, soaring high above. "You bastard! I will personally. What will you do personally?" Deidara hadn't finished his thought when a voice pierced through the air. As he turned in terror, a bolt of lightning struck, piercing through his body. Even the great bird he had summoned was impaled through the head by the same bolt. In less than a minute, Deidara had been forced to retreat without even having the chance to showcase his abilities. "What are you dawdling for? Leave this place. Do not hinder us," Kai urged. Noticing that their 2 carriages had yet to depart, his annoyance palpable. He had no noble intentions of sacrificing himself for these individuals, nor would he abandon his own survival for their lives. "We will stay to accompany you," Hinata shouted fervently. Meanwhile, the 2 drivers of the carriages hastened to whip the horses, their pace quickening compared to before. "Leave this place. Do not come and hinder us." Kai let out a low growl. These individuals were simply beyond their capacity to confront. Presently, he had merely managed to contend with Deidara and Sasori, although it appeared straightforward. The prowess of the 2 was formidable. He had merely seized the advantage to keep them in check, yet a vast multitude loomed behind them. Hinata could undoubtedly sense the overwhelming strength of each person. Not only she, but even Kiba and Shino could perceive the immense power these individuals possessed. This was a level far beyond their capabilities. "Let us go." Calmly, Kaiben approached Hinata, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he gently ruffled her hair. He softly asserted, "In this situation, where defeat is inevitable, I cannot even contemplate leaving. Thus, it is best for us to depart now. I wish to leave, and no one can hinder my resolve." Hinata, though longing to remain, even to the point of battling to the death, could not dismiss the validity of his words. Uchiha Kaiben possessed such formidable strength that even if he could not prevail, his escape was assured. No one could impede him. Swallowing hard, she resignedly exclaimed, "Let us go." As she observed the swift retreat of the trio, Kaiben took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, gradually relaxing. With a resounding clap of his hands, he applauded. He could not help but chuckle at the sight of 6 figures emerging from the thicket nearby. It was indeed a surprise. The leader of the Akatsuki had personally arrived, a testament to the esteem in which he held Kaiben. As Kai spoke, he moved towards his counterpart. "It appears you possess considerable knowledge and formidable strength. I wish to extend a personal invitation for you to join our organization. I wonder what your thoughts on this proposition might be." He bore a black staff. It was clad in garments adorned with red clouds on a black background. The individual at the forefront was rather handsome, and it was evident from his ability to speak at this moment that he must be Pain, one of the 6 paths. While listening to his words, Kai began to scrutinize these 6 individuals intently. Among them, the one trailing at the back seemed to be the most vulnerable. Time and again, this situation had begun to incite the wrath of Uchiha Kai. All he desired was a tranquil and harmonious life. Yet this marked the 4th encounter with members of their organization. What if I were to decline? Kai halted his steps, gazing at the approaching Pain, and inquired, "You pose a significant threat to our plans. If you refuse to join us, I must regrettably request your demise. Pain spoke with a grave expression. While several others began to encircle Kai, excluding Deidara, who had been incapacitated upon arrival, Kai harbored no intent to take a life. To do so would necessitate the elimination of all present, a consequence he sought to avoid, yet he refused to allow them to pose a danger to him. What a lively scene. 6 paths of pain: Itachi Uchiha, Kisame Hashigaki, Kaku, Haiden, Sasori of the Red Sand, Deidara, Kagaya, and the Masked Man. However, as you wish to conceal your identity, I have no interest in uttering your name. It seems we are missing Konan. She is likely nearby, accompanying her true form. Your team is indeed well coordinated this time, but Pain, do you truly dare to gamble? It would be a trivial matter for me to eliminate them. Yet at that moment, who will assist you in executing your genjutsu, the 8 gates? Kai exhibited no signs of tension. Instead, he gazed at Pain with a mocking demeanor. In an instant, the expressions on everyone's faces transformed into utmost seriousness. Although they had encircled Uchiha Kai, who should have felt like a fish in a barrel, not a single soul dared to approach him directly. When Uchiha Kai's gaze flickered towards the masked man perched upon the tree, the latter unexpectedly waved his hand and said, "Do not misunderstand. I merely came to join the fray. To be honest, if your combination is as potent as it appears, you could indeed upend the entire ninja world. The strength of your organization is beyond question. But do you truly intend to bring this to a conclusion here?" Kai lifted his head, inhaling deeply as he gazed at the sky. The color of his hair began to gradually transform into a celestial blue. A dark mask appeared upon his face. Sage mode. This was a battle that concerned life and death. Kai would not act carelessly, despite possessing formidable strength and the ability to escape at any moment. However, with this group of individuals who would stop at nothing to achieve their goals, there was no room for common discourse. The powerful aura emanating from him caused several present to falter instantly. Although Scorpion had not sustained significant injury, the events that had transpired in the blink of an eye had dealt him a heavy blow. His gaze was fixated on the man at the center. As he had previously heard tales of his immense power, yet he was astonished to witness it to such an extent. This situation arose because Uchiha Itachi had conveyed the information from their last encounter. For Pain, Uchiha Kai had become a considerable threat. Thus, the choices were either to recruit him into the organization or to eliminate him outright. The decision to engage in combat rested solely on the condition that he joined their ranks. If that were to happen, there would be no need for conflict between them. Pain spoke once more, yet the formation on their side had already assumed an aggressive posture. Once this matter was resolved, wouldn't it be the grand conclusion? Kai contemplated the situation. If he were to eliminate them all, what hope would remain for the entire ninja world? Most importantly, there was still something within him that had yet to be attained. The reason he had been holding back was precisely due to this. With a heavy sigh, Kai raised his hand, and the azure Susanoo materialized instantaneously. From bones to muscles, and finally to the outer armor, it seamlessly transitioned into its second stage. Just when they believed it was over, his legs slowly emerged from the earth. This spectacle shattered their collective worldview. Itachi Uchiha widened his eyes in disbelief. He finally understood the significance of their previous encounter and the disdainful demeanor that had accompanied it. Surprised? This was merely the third stage of Susanoo. There remains a fourth. But it is entirely unnecessary to employ against you. Kai smiled serenely, yet under the influence of the Sage Mode chakra. Was this truly the case? The original fully formed Susanoo, which merely served as armor, now manifested a bow in its left hand. How had this remarkable feat been accomplished? Itachi Uchiha swallowed hard, believing himself to be the most formidable member of the Uchiha clan, even before their near annihilation. Yet, in comparison to the figure before him, he felt as if he were worlds apart. This was no longer Uchiha Kai. This was unmistakably an incarnation of Uchiha Madara. Did they truly stand a chance against such an opponent? Kakuzu could hardly contain his apprehension, retreating a few steps. While others had never encountered Uchiha Madara, he had witnessed the power firsthand. The oppressive aura emanating from Kai rendered even the masked man speechless with shock. Black Zetsu, too, was incredulous. How could someone devoid of that bloodline achieve such heights? At this moment, Uchiha Kai had unveiled a level of power that instilled fear in all present. The magnitude of this strength was palpable and unmistakable, towering at 100 meters. The fully formed Susanoo made it evident to the masked man that Kai possessed the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. What perplexed him was how Kai had come to know of this fact. Itachi shared in this confusion. They were all engulfed in astonishment. Even Kakazu, who had moments ago harbored thoughts of combat, now found his last vestiges of fighting spirit utterly extinguished. Meanwhile, Kai paid no heed to their sentiments. Raising the colossal hand of the Susanoo, he drew the left-handed bow. And as immense power began to surge backward, a flaming arrow, engulfed in black flames, materialized upon it. Amaterasu. Itachi's eyes widened once more. This should have been a power exclusive to the Sharingan. Why could Kai wield it? The bowstring was taut, aimed with singular purpose. The overwhelming force even distorted the surrounding space. The most astonished among them were undoubtedly the 6 paths of pain. Boom. Before the arrow was loosed, the black flames at its tip suddenly surged in intensity. The terrifying power had coalesced entirely. Everyone held their breath, eager to witness what Uchiha Kai intended to do. Yet, in the next instant, he unexpectedly retracted his hand, causing all to vanish into thin air, the massive Susanoo disappearing alongside it. He landed steadily upon the ground, observing the astonished expressions of those present, and couldn't help but smile slightly. In terms of strength, he could easily overpower everyone in attendance. However, he had no desire to do so. With his hands once again buried in his pockets, the earlier arrogance displayed by the crowd had dissipated, replaced by a solemn stillness as they gazed at the encircled Uchiha Kai. What is it to you? It would be a simple task for me to extinguish your lives. You have witnessed my prowess. All I seek is a tranquil existence, devoid of entanglements in your convoluted affairs. I harbor no concerns about the future events in the world of ninjas. Whether it pertains to your ambitions, Black Zetsu, or the masked man known as Akatsuki, or even your ideals, Pain, and the rest of you, what I desire is but a peaceful life. Should you continue to intrude, I will not hesitate to send you all on your final journey. I have already cautioned you once. Should you remain unrepentant, there is little left to discuss. Turning leisurely to survey the assembled individuals, Kai spoke with measured calm. If I eliminate everyone here now, the path ahead will become remarkably straightforward. Yet, I am curious to see whether the future will unfold as anticipated. My own thoughts compel me. Until that elusive entity emerges, my potential shall remain confined. Uchiha Kai, you possess extraordinary strength. Why not join us in forging a peaceful ninja world where all can live free from strife and enjoy a stable life? I believe if you choose to join us, this world will inevitably transform into our envisioned paradise. Pain stepped forward, his expression earnest as he implored Uchiha Kai. Having gathered his entire organization, he had initially believed that they would surely subdue Uchiha Kai, either by persuading him to join or by eliminating him. Yet, even before the battle commenced, Kai's displayed might had enveloped them in despair. Nevertheless, Pain was determined to make one final appeal. I understand your vision of an ideal world. I will not obstruct you, but I shall not join your ranks either. Pursue your aspirations. With those words, Uchiha Kai turned indifferently to leave. At that moment, the severely injured Deidara leaned against a distant tree, raising his hand with a sinister smile. The unseen, minuscule white particles in the air had all converged around Uchiha Kai. Die. Deidara shouted with all his might, quickly lifting his hand to declare, "Go." Boom. With a resounding explosion, the location where Uchiha Kai had just stood transformed instantaneously into a chaotic zone of detonations. As the final remnants of smoke dissipated, the area revealed a cylindrical pit, measuring at least 10 meters in diameter and nearly 20 meters in depth. Impressive, Deidara. Just as Haiden was about to offer his praise, he was taken aback by the sight behind Deidara, his eyes widening in astonishment. You've certainly got skills. Kai had long arrived behind Deidara, who, sensing the impending moment, had relinquished any struggle, his hands resting limply on his thighs. As Deidara felt the weight of Kai's hand upon his head, he began to silently close his eyes. Alas, my ultimate art shall not be unveiled. He sighed, a mix of resignation and frustration evident in his voice. Planetary devastation. Just as Kai was poised to intervene, he suddenly witnessed Pain clasp his hands together, releasing a dark orb into the sky. In the next instant, Kai felt an overwhelming force drawing him upward. The earth beneath began to yield to this immense gravitational pull, cracking open as enormous boulders were drawn towards the black sphere. Although he had dispelled his Susanoo form, Uchiha Kai did not abandon his sage mode. As the ground and trees began to ascend, he swiftly formed hand seals. Gazing at the now gathering colossal orb above, all his energy coalesced into a singular focus. Sage art, fire release, firefly explosion. As the power concentrated at a single point, just as it approached, he clenched his right hand tightly. Boom. The ensuing shockwave erupted, accompanied by a blinding light that radiated outward. The surrounding trees, unable to withstand the force, were sent soaring into the air. In the blink of an eye, the once lush forest had transformed. The area within a 1 to 2 kilometer radius had been obliterated, forming a vast crater that could easily become a lake in an instant. Yet, in the aftermath of the explosion, not a soul could be seen. Kai could hardly believe that those individuals had perished so easily. At the same time, he struggled to comprehend why, after their discourse had escalated to such a point, they would suddenly launch an attack. The only casualty was Deidara. Although he had little desire to eliminate his opponent, this individual truly courted death. It seemed prudent to maintain a lower profile in the future. Otherwise, that rogue might appear at any moment and take his life. Contemplating the existence of a hidden boss in this world, Kai gazed at the masterpiece before him, and a sense of unease began to stir within him. He shook his head slightly while making his way towards Hinata and the others, moving at a leisurely pace. In a dimly lit area where sunlight appeared to be a mere memory, a figure sat upon a grand chair, his body impaled by numerous long black rods. With crimson hair and a bare torso, he appeared exceedingly gaunt, as if every ounce of vitality had been drained from him, resembling nothing more than a mere skeleton. His Rinnegan eyes exuded an eerie aura as he gasped for breath, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Beside him stood a strikingly beautiful young woman, seemingly in her 20s, with elegant green hair. Nagato, we had reached an agreement. Why did you suddenly unleash an attack? Questioned Conan. Their current location was at least 5 kilometers away from the incident, perched atop the highest peak. Prior to this, they had already experienced fear, especially when Uchiha Kai had released that colossal Susanoo arrow, aimed directly at their position. Despite the considerable distance, they could clearly observe everything unfolding before them. Conan was perplexed. Having negotiated to such an extent, why did Nagato suddenly initiate an assault? If their adversaries truly became earnest, they would stand no chance. After a labored breath, Nagato, appearing weak, replied with resignation, I did not anticipate that Deidara would strike so abruptly. This effectively undermines our prior discussions. If we had not launched an attack to compel their retreat, we might have all met our demise here. Each individual harbored differing thoughts and opinions. As the leader of the organization, he could not gamble with the lives of his subordinates on the whims of a single individual. The plans had yet to commence. And should these individuals perish, the entire scheme would be irrevocably halted. I understand. However, do not act so recklessly next time. Such power, when unleashed, diminishes your life force. In the future, unless absolutely necessary, refrain from such actions. After offering some comfort, Xiaonan refrained from stepping forward, instead peering through a narrow gap to observe the outside. They were indeed facing the most terrifying adversary since the inception of their organization. Uchiha Kai had reached a level of power comparable to the legendary Uchiha Madara. In contrast, the so-called Uchiha Madara on their side was vastly inferior in strength. Hey, what on earth is going on? You'd better explain this to me. The members of the Akatsuki who had managed to escape now gathered in one place, their faces smeared with dirt, betraying their lingering fear. This was the first encounter with Uchiha Kai for Scorpion, who had gained fame over the years. It was the first time he felt a sense of dread. While some individuals may not fear death, it does not imply they are immune to terror. The current situation exemplified this perfectly. He glared at a few people, his expression unchanged, yet the fury in his tone was unmistakable. Eternal Eye, the masked man interjected. Previously, they had merely perceived that the opponent had awakened the Sharingan. But it turned out he had activated the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and not just one, but a pair. Uchiha Kai had indeed spoken of this phenomenon. Uchiha Itachi, who typically remained indifferent to matters outside his focus, furrowed his brow in confusion and inquired. Clearly, this topic had breached his knowledge of the Uchiha clan. Now that the masked man mentioned it, Itachi was naturally curious to learn more. The Eternal Eye represented a higher echelon than the Mangeki Sharingan, and its use would not inflict any adverse effects on the eyes. This meant that as long as he possessed sufficient power, his Mangeki Sharingan could be utilized indefinitely. The complete form of Susanoo, under such circumstances, should have evolved to the third stage. Yet, what was the true nature of the power he had wielded in the end? In conclusion, the masked man was equally perplexed by Uchiha Kai's situation. They had clearly noticed that Deidara's attacks had enveloped him entirely. Even if those strikes did not result in death, they should at least have inflicted significant damage. Yet, astonishingly, not even a thread of clothing had been harmed. Spatial abilities. One of the powers held by his eyes must pertain to space manipulation. I had been observing Uchiha Kai. He had teleported behind Deidara without any manifestation of chakra. indicating direct spatial movement. Thus, he must have sensed the impending attack before Deidara even unleashed it. It was not difficult to deduce that this individual possessed another power, foresight. As Black Zetsu spoke, he seemed almost incredulous himself. How could anyone awaken such a power? Do not merely attribute this to Kurizetsu. Others also gazed wide-eyed. As encounters multiplied, the astonishing events seemed unceasing. What a striking reality it is that a being possessing foresight, the ability to manipulate spatial movement, and such formidable strength can hardly be considered human. Even the legendary god of ninjas from yesteryears would likely find it beyond their capabilities, posed Haiden loudly. The expression of Kakuza beside him was equally grim. A single individual, relying solely on intimidation, had already instilled a sense of despair within this group. In their prime, it was difficult to ascertain who was stronger. If they were of the same age, Senja Hashirama, the god of shinobi, would undoubtedly be no match for Uchiha Kai. Yet, contemplating who could possibly reach such an extraordinary level at that age is indeed perplexing, Kurizetsu remarked once more. Throughout his extensive existence, he had never anticipated being astonished by someone of collateral lineage. According to his long-held beliefs, the Uchiha clan rarely awakened the Manjiki Sharingan without the pure bloodline of their main lineage. Even the most extraordinary genius would reach a limit at that juncture. However, Uchiha Kai had shattered this notion. The awakening of the eternal eye is a secret known to very few. Were it not for Kurizetsu's prior revelations to Uchiha Madara, the world would remain ignorant of its existence. Moreover, Madara had only shared this knowledge with his masked companion. The means by which the latter deduced its attainability remains a mystery. One by one, others fell into silence, finally realizing the profound nature of the adversary before them. Meanwhile, the distance between them and the carriage had grown, yet they could still perceive the residual power of the earlier assault. Now, they appeared disheveled, and the carriage lay in ruins beside them. Tension filled the air as they anxiously stared toward the direction of the recent explosion. The immense blast had sent them all flying. Although they were outside the epicenter of the explosion, the shockwave still inflicted varying degrees of harm upon them. Fortunately, none had perished. Nonetheless, in light of the tremendous explosion they had just witnessed, looks of terror and concern began to surface on their faces. Standing in the middle of the road, they eagerly awaited a glimpse of the area behind them. At last, when a figure staggered into their line of sight, Hinata could no longer contain her tears. Even Kiba, usually brash, was moved to tears, with the moisture cascading down to his mouth. It seems you all are unscathed. As he drew nearer, Kai naturally observed the scattered remnants of the carriage strewn across the ground. Instantly, a thought crossed his mind, recalling the formidable attack he had unleashed. Pondering if it might have been his doing, he offered an awkward smile and raised his hand in greeting. Brother Kai, Lord Kai, Teacher Kai, called out the two women, along with that fellow Ya, as they hurriedly approached. Kai opened his arms and embraced the two young ladies, but when confronted by the onslaught of teeth and a dog, he showed no mercy, delivering a powerful kick that sent them flying. Are you all right, Brother Kai? Hinata exclaimed, quickly releasing her hold and circling around him. Aside from a bit of dust on his clothing, he appeared to be unscathed. The recent explosive incident had left Tsukiyomi somewhat concerned. My sincerest apologies. The situation we encountered was exceedingly perilous, and in a moment of impulse, I unleashed a rather formidable attack. Kai awkwardly chuckled as he spoke. This was his first encounter with the earth-shattering star technique, and he had unleashed the full might of that ninjutsu. To his dismay, a miscalculation in controlling the power resulted in an explosion that should have collapsed inward, instead expanding outward. This could indeed be deemed a catastrophic failure of a monumental ninjutsu. It was evident that being in your company was the most perilous of situations. I must report this to Lord Hokage upon my return. With tears of frustration welling in his eyes, you realized that the very attack that had nearly led to their obliteration stemmed from his own leader, their teacher. Throughout their journey, executing a B-rank mission, had it not been for Uchiha Kai, they likely would not have encountered any danger at all. It was precisely because of this exceptionally powerful instructor that they had faced countless perils along the way. Now, they had narrowly escaped death once again, and this time, it was not even a consequence of their mission objective. I hope everyone is unscathed? As Kai observed Reno, who was seated on the ground with bandaged legs, he inquired. The little prince found himself at a loss for words in response to such a remark, a sentiment echoed by the others present. The thrill and peril of this journey had utterly surpassed their expectations. If those individuals had indeed targeted them, this mission would not merely warrant an S rank. It would likely necessitate the issuance of 3 S-rank missions, a prospect that would render Konoha Village unable to proceed. One by one, they were rendered speechless, overwhelmed by the gravity of their experiences. What was meant to be a delightful journey had unexpectedly been fraught with danger. Fortunately, the path ahead appeared clear and unobstructed, leading them directly into the territory of the Land of Fire after traversing the Land of Grass. During this phase, they would encounter little to no further peril. In the Hokage's office of Konoha Village, Tsunade was clad in a voluminous robe, her stature seemingly unchanged from before, with her legs crossed casually. She regarded the 3 individuals who had arrived and taken their seats across from her. She handed them a letter, stating, "You should take a look at the contents of this letter from Awagakure. They intend to send envoys to Konoha in a month's time to negotiate a peace treaty. As senior members of Konoha, I thought it prudent to consult with you regarding this matter and gather your opinions." Seated opposite her were Nara Shikaku, Hyuga Hizashi, and Yuhi Kurini, all prominent figures in Konoha's Council of Elders. Naturally, significant matters necessitated their involvement in discussions. Upon hearing Tsunade's announcement, the trio was momentarily taken aback. Hizashi quickly opened the envelope, revealing its contents, which detailed the individuals to be dispatched, their number, purpose, and the timeline for their arrival. Given the implications for both nations, every detail was meticulously outlined, even specifying the equipment they would bring along. Furthermore, the letter indicated the strength of those who would be visiting, emphasizing the need for Konoha to prepare accordingly. Why had Awagakure suddenly made such a request? Following the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, they had been Konoha's most formidable adversaries, seemingly eager for conflict. This unexpected overture was indeed surprising. Hizashi expressed his confusion, sensing something amiss. If memory serves, didn't Team 8's mission involve Awagakure? Kurini inquired. At that moment, Nara Shikaku's eyes widened in realization as he looked at Tsunade, cautiously suggesting, "This situation couldn't possibly be related to Uchiha Kai, could it? While I am unaware of the specifics, it seems likely that he is involved." Tsunade contemplated for a moment, acknowledging the formidable strength of their opponents, particularly in the past few days, upon discovering that the other party had indeed mastered the Sage Mode. It became evident that certain events transpired in that village, leading to the proposal of this agreement, which, on the surface, seems justifiable. However, the specifics remain inconclusive, leaving them uncertain about the actual circumstances. The initiative taken by Awagakure to propose a peace treaty is undoubtedly a commendable development for our Konoha village, as it will significantly broaden our options for future missions. Among the visitors they have proposed, one is likely the granddaughter of Inoki, and within their delegation, there are 6 Jonin and 5 Chunin. Even if some may be less competent, we should be adequately prepared to handle the situation. Thus, the signing of this treaty would undoubtedly yield substantial benefits for us. Kujin carefully placed the letter back into its envelope, rising to set it upon the Hokage's desk, stating, "You are correct. I share the same sentiment, as this peace is indeed a rare achievement. Therefore, I shall entrust this matter to you, Kujin. I will respond shortly to agree to their request. In the meantime, please draft a list of attendees for the peace treaty signing meeting. They mentioned departing in a month, which suggests they should arrive here in approximately 6 weeks." Tsunade remarked seriously, "Although it is not a war, the intensity of dealing with such matters can surpass that of warfare itself, primarily due to the uncertainty surrounding the reasons for the other party's sudden request. Consequently, it is imperative to approach this situation with utmost caution. Since its establishment, Awagakure has never proactively sought to establish a peace treaty with any village." For Tsunade, as the Hokage, this development undoubtedly solidifies her position. Having only recently assumed the role, she is still faced with considerable dissent within the village. However, if she can achieve what previous Hokages could not, her position will remain unassailable. Thus, it is crucial to handle this situation with the utmost seriousness. Should any unforeseen events arise during this process, her tenure as Hokage could be jeopardized. Despite the current tranquility in Konoha, it does not imply the absence of dissenting opinions. Among those present, Yuhi Kurini represents the commoners, holding the least power, merely a nominal elder advisor. Being the youngest, she lacks the capabilities typically expected of senior officials, rendering her merely a listener in their discussions, unable to interject. After a brief silence, Hyuga Hizashi suddenly inquired, "Hokage-sama, now that the Uchiha clan has returned, albeit in limited numbers and distance from the center of power, might it be possible to reintegrate their family standing within Konoha?" "I hold no objections to this point," Indeed, Uchiha Kai possesses the requisite strength. With Uchiha Sasuke having betrayed and departed, it is only natural that Uchiha Kai ascends to become the inaugural clan leader of the Uchiha lineage, a decision I deem necessary. After all, the Uchiha clan finds itself rather distanced from the village, rendering many arrangements somewhat illogical. Nara Shikaku readily affirmed Hinata Hisashi's words. These two individuals, unable to alter their circumstances, owe their current positions entirely to others' machinations. Since this matter has been broached, it is only fitting to take action. Regardless, the Uchiha clan's geographical separation from the village is indeed notable. You need not fret about this. It is best for them to remain where they are, while Uchiha Kai, that rascal, can handle affairs pertaining to his clan himself. Tsunade expressed her surprise, not anticipating such unanimous agreement between the two. However, her familiarity with that individual far surpassed that of the others present. After uttering these words, Tsunade stretched her neck and resumed the previous topic of conversation, now addressing the Konoha Guard, which has been entrusted to civilian ninjas for management. Henceforth, any ensuing matters will be subject to the approval of Uchiha Kai. Should you encounter any particularly challenging issues, feel free to bring them to me. Oh, Uchiha Kai found herself unable to counter, having been little more than a listener throughout. Now suddenly mentioned, she could only nod in agreement, somewhat dazed. Regarding other matters, I have several requests to discuss, so I kindly ask you all to convene together. Meanwhile, within the confines of the office, several individuals were engaged in fervent deliberation. Yet, in another corner of the village, an unsettling presence lingered. In the shadowy recesses, a solitary figure leaned upon a cane, while in the illuminated area outside, two individuals knelt on one knee, their heads bowed in earnest anticipation of the commands from the figure within. How goes the task I assigned you? The voice resonated, disturbingly familiar. Danzo. As the figure slowly turned and emerged, a serious expression adorned his face as he regarded the two prostrate individuals. Lord Danzo, we have approximately 50 individuals from the former route whom we can trust, including 20 jonin. They are now distributed within the Umbu, enabling us to receive intelligence promptly. In critical situations, they can execute any task we require. The figure's dark mask obscured nearly half of his face, leaving only the nose and mouth visible. Clad in voluminous garments, he was shrouded entirely in shadow. However, upon closer inspection, one could still discern several insects crawling across his face. Yet, this individual appeared entirely unconcerned, engrossed in reporting the situation while kneeling on the ground. For Danzo, such indifference was clearly unacceptable. With his eyes closed, he inhaled deeply and then spoke with a fierce countenance, asserting that Tsunade was unworthy of her position, as she would only lead the village into despair. Thus, all intelligence concerning the village must be relayed to him without delay. No detail, great or small, should be overlooked. Understood. Furthermore, he commanded to devise a means to incite a war among the villages, ensuring the operation was executed flawlessly, without arousing suspicion. Above all, that woman must be ousted from her position. Yes. After issuing these commands, a gradual smile emerged at the corners of Danzo's mouth. With a cold smirk, he gazed skyward. This was indeed in line with his style. Even without occupying that position, he could still manipulate the village's affairs. Finally, they had returned. As they approached the entrance of Konoha village, the five of them displayed unmistakable signs of exhaustion. They had not anticipated that this mission would entail escorting the young prince Rin all the way to the capital, a round trip that had taken nearly 3 months. Nevertheless, returning to the capital was not entirely unfavorable, as it allowed him to visit his home in Short St once more. However, upon his return, he discovered that only a few individuals responsible for cleaning remained, while the others had long since departed. Once again at the entrance of Konoha, he noted that many new buds had begun to emerge from the trees. It seemed this time he could afford to rest for several days. If there were no other matters at hand, he would take his leave. Kiba appeared no less fatigued than the others. Even Akamaru, resting on his shoulder, had drooped his head in exhaustion. Good day, Lord Kai. As soon as he stepped through the gates, the two guards swiftly approached, standing at attention and bowing deeply while exclaiming loudly. The sudden display startled Kai, who turned slowly to regard the pair. What are you two doing? Lord Kai, it has been so long since your last return. Seeing you now is how we express our admiration. Indeed, observing their demeanor, Kai pouted in disdain. Had they been two beautiful women, he might have welcomed the attention. But these men seemed to be of a similar age to Kakashi, and such admiration was not what Kai wished to witness. All right. He nonchalantly brushed them off, then waved his hand simply, stating, I'll return to check on the house. You two can head back on your own. Brother Kai, you still need to pay a visit to Lord Hokage to report on this mission before you can return. It has always been the established rule. Hinata hastily reminded him. What nonsense is this? However, I suppose today can be an exception. I am utterly exhausted, so I shall return home to rest properly and address it tomorrow. Kai nonchalantly waved his hand, then clasped his head with both hands and strode out. Uchiha followed closely behind, gradually moving further away amidst the silent gazes of the three. Hey, I no longer wish to have any dealings with this fellow. Shall we personally seek out Lord Hokage to request a different Jonin instructor? If that fails, we could undertake missions alone. Remaining with this individual is far too perilous. As you observed Uchiha Kai's retreating figure and reflected on the arduous journey of the past few months, he could not help but plop down onto the ground. I think this is quite good. Zeno chose not to respond, instead relishing the experience. As for Hinata, she simply waved her hand and said, Then I shall take my leave first. Well, quite remarkable, indeed. Just as imagined, the surroundings were enveloped by a dense forest, connected only by a narrow path leading inward. The entire route was constructed of wooden planks, elevated approximately 50 centimeters above the ground, with a width of around 2 meters. On either side, exquisite railings adorned the pathway, creating a seemingly endless vista. Upon exiting the thick woods, a vast expanse of lawn came into view. In the center of the grassy area stood 2 magnificent trees. The distant buildings had been fully constructed. In just 3 months, they had nearly reached completion. The overall architecture exuded a sense of grandeur, undeniably reminiscent of high-end luxurious residences. Lord Kai, where is this place? Uchiha, trailing behind, felt a wave of astonishment wash over her as she absorbed the environment, especially the monumental scale of the building ahead. It was something she had never witnessed in her lifetime. This is my home. To be precise, it shall be our home from now on. Our home. The mere utterance of those words was rather pleasant. Instantly, Uchiha envisioned herself in a wedding gown, imagining herself holding Uchiha Kai's hand. The two of them leisurely strolling across the lawn, embracing and kissing each other. The previously bold girl felt a rush of shyness, her cheeks flushing. Just as she processed this, she caught sight of Uchiha Kai's intense gaze fixed upon her, startling her into retreating a few steps. What on earth am I thinking about day after day? Kai was momentarily speechless, turning around with his hands tucked into his pockets, admiring the architectural beauty on either side before striding purposefully towards the direction of his new home. Welcome home, Brother Kai. A few individuals swiftly emerged even before he reached the doorstep. Their attire was somewhat peculiar. Notably, Uchiha Daisen was adorned with an apron, the kind that hung around the neck. As for Ikari, upon spotting Kai, she dashed forward, but, perhaps feeling a bit unkempt, halted abruptly before him instead of leaping into his embrace as she used to. Lord Kai, you have returned. Daisen greeted him with a smile as he approached. I took a brief trip and noticed you were all absent. I presumed you would be here. Kai gently ruffled Ying's hair and then inquired, What are you all doing dressed like this? It was not only the two of them adorned in aprons. Even Xianglin and the girl you were similarly attired. We are, of course, engaged in cleaning. Your return today is quite timely, as we just completed the handover a couple of days ago. If all goes well, we shall be able to move in by tonight. Ying replied with an adorably cheerful expression. However, she also noticed the presence of Yeye behind Kai, who appeared rather carefree and unreserved. As Yeye caught their gaze, she stepped forward with a smile and boldly introduced herself. I am Yeye, and I aspire to become Kai Darling's partner. Silence. I am the one destined to be Kai and Ai's bride, protested Ying, her voice rising in displeasure before Yeye could finish. Uchiha Kai's eyes widened in astonishment, and even DSHN was taken aback, mouth agape. The onlookers were equally astonished. I merely intended to assert that I shall undoubtedly become Kai Darling's right hand. Yeye murmured in confusion, her unfinished statement lingering in the air. Ying averted her gaze slightly, feeling the weight of everyone's attention upon her, and in that moment of awkwardness, she seemed as if she could conjure a 3-bedroom apartment from her toes. Yet, after this brief embarrassment, laughter and merriment ensued. Raising her head to gaze upon the 3-story edifice, she observed that it appeared far more splendid and imposing compared to what she had seen on Short Street. The expenditure was not as substantial as that incurred elsewhere, yet the quality obtained was remarkably superior. The construction pace here surpassed her expectations, After all, there was no need to procure or manufacture timber. Here, one merely needed to issue tasks for the workers to eagerly come and handle everything. Let us go home and take a look. Kai once again tousled Ling's head, who found herself in a state of embarrassment and with a subtle smile, spoke softly. All that lay before him were his family, the soul ties he had to this world. Taking a deep breath, he stepped over the threshold. My Lord Kai, everything here has been designed and constructed according to your wishes. We are currently tidying up. Would you like to take a look around first? Dashi inquired, following closely behind. Why not assign a task for others to handle it? Kai mused aloud. His sister insisted that since this was their home, the initial cleaning must be undertaken by themselves. Thus, they had no choice but to roll up their sleeves and get to work. What a commendable thought. Stepping inside, Kai gazed at the living room, which soared at least 10 meters high, exactly the grandeur he had envisioned. The largest chandelier, descending gracefully, hung about 5 meters above, while another crystal fixture dangled directly to the floor, aligned with the spiraling staircase. The furnishings were impeccably arranged, each piece harmonizing with the overall aesthetic. Kai, I want the room at the very top, Yu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she admired the decor, suddenly jumping in front of him, pouting and pointing. Which room at the top? He queried, bewildered. They said that room is yours, but I like it. Would you be willing to let me have it instead? Switching to a more playful demeanor, Yu tugged at Kai's arm, charmingly pleading. You might want to reconsider that thought. Instead, why not become the lady of the house and live here together? Are you out of your mind? She retorted. After Kai finished speaking, he was momentarily taken aback, but then quickly grasped the meaning behind his words. She threw a punch, yet Kai merely took a symbolic step back, deftly evading her blow. Seeing her strike miss, Yu attacked once more, but despite Uchiha Kai facing away from her, he effortlessly dodged her punch. You scoundrel, just you wait. I am determined to occupy that room. Yu pouted in irritation upon noticing that Uchiha Kai was ignoring her. I told you, do not set your sights on that room. It was specifically reserved by Lord Kai during the planning. Bang. DSHN, standing nearby, remarked with a hint of mockery, but before he could finish, Yu, still seething with discontent, landed a punch squarely on his face. So I can still hit something, Yu murmured, gazing at her own fist. The top-level room was now spotless, immaculate to the last detail, with even the bedding meticulously arranged. The expansive space, adorned in shades of blue, instilled a sense of tranquility in anyone who entered. Opening the adjacent glass door revealed a vast terrace, furnished with sofas and other comforts. From this vantage point, one could clearly observe the serene lake she had personally crafted, 100 acres of beauty. At its center stood a charming gazebo, and the crystal-clear waters teemed with fish gliding gracefully, surrounded by flowering trees and lush greenery. Although some aspects fell slightly short of her expectations overall, it closely resembled her vision. Sinking into the sofa, she leaned back and gazed skyward. At times, everything felt dreamlike, as if she were suspended between reality and fantasy. Yet, despite this, Kai remained perplexed about the circumstances surrounding his arrival in this world. Everything seemed devoid of purpose. Was his presence merely to effect change? His thoughts had always been simple: to live a leisurely life, free from worries or concerns, embracing a tranquil existence devoid of strife. If possible, he envisioned marrying 1 or 2 wives, a life that would epitomize true leisure. However, such dreams remained mere fantasies. Sitting here, enveloped in serenity, surrounded by a profound stillness, he could faintly detect various fragrances: the earthy aroma of soil, the fresh scent of budding trees, and the essence emanating from the newly constructed house. In every aspect, if one were to immerse themselves in the moment, this tranquility was precisely what he yearned for, far removed from the chaotic life of a corporate drone, devoid of excessive noise and conflict. You're awake, Brother Kai. To his surprise, he had dozed off on the sofa, unaware of how long it had been since he last experienced such peace. Although I have been diligently carrying out my tasks over these past few months, undisturbed even during my slumber, this tranquility feels entirely different. Upon opening my eyes and catching sight of Ing seated beside me, Kai swiftly sat up, stretching his shoulders as he inquired, "What brings you here?" "I just arrived," Ing replied, puffing her cheeks and turning her face away, her hands seemingly unsure of where to rest. After a moment, she added, "It's time to eat. Perhaps you should have your meal before going back to sleep." Being at home is indeed a stark contrast to being elsewhere. Kai stood up, rubbed his face, and took a deep breath. Instantly, his expression softened as he gazed at Ing. With a gentle hand, he tousled her hair and said, let us go. Brother Kai. Should we invite Teacher Kai and the others now that we have just settled in? Indeed. We should extend an invitation, and also include the heads of various clans. Although we no longer reside here under the Uchiha clan's identity, we still bear this surname. Now that we have returned to the village, it is essential to address these social obligations. Tomorrow, you and Dajan should prepare and arrange for an elegant invitation to be crafted. Dajan will personally deliver it. And let us set the gathering for 7 days hence. Additionally, please invite Teacher Kai and Teacher Kakashi and have them join us for dinner tomorrow night to celebrate. Kai paused for a moment, then decisively made arrangements without any hesitation. All right, I understand. Tomorrow I will go with my brother, Ing said, gazing at the serious expression of Uchiha Kai. Now at the age of 14, she felt an abundance of fluttering emotions within her. How fragrant! The sun had yet to set. In fact, it was still the afternoon. Kai has returned home for a day. And I must say that the exquisite comfort of being in one's own abode is an experience unparalleled outside. The once tranquil mansion has suddenly come alive with activity. Dinner is planned for the evening, and even before the sun has set, Might Guy has arrived. Not only has he come alone, but he has also brought along several of his classmates. Teacher Kai, this place is truly luxurious, exclaimed Rock Lee, his reaction markedly different from that of Might Guy, as he stepped inside and was immediately awestruck by the scene before him. It far surpassed any place he had ever visited, existing on a wholly different echelon than his own residence. Lee, if you wish to live in a house like this, you must work diligently. You will need to undertake at least 100 S-rank missions to even dream of residing in such a place. And you must also maintain good relations with Lord Hokage to secure such a vast estate. Perhaps not. In response to Niji Hyuga's words, Rock Lee's excitement deflated instantly. Teacher Kai, everyone, please take a seat. Would you like some tea today? We have coffee, lemonade, tea, and various beverages. Teacher Kai, perhaps you would prefer lemonade. The iced variety? She NGLN, adorned in a delicate Lolita princess outfit, her red hair complemented by black-rimmed glasses, appeared exceptionally refined, devoid of any semblance of a ninja's demeanor. The meticulous makeup and polite manners radiated through her soft-spoken words. Both Niji Hyuga and Rock Lee found their gazes inadvertently drifting towards Tintin, who stood nearby. What are you two rascals staring at? Tintin, fully aware of their thoughts, raised her fist in mock annoyance. She NGLN looks stunning today. If the opportunity arises, perhaps she would be a perfect match for my young disciple. The comment caused She NGLN to blush profusely, leaving her momentarily embarrassed and standing still. Apologies, I shall have a cup of lemonade instead. What would you like to drink? Might Guy cheerfully redirected the conversation and then turned to the 3 youngsters he had brought. I want a drink. Coffee. I also want a drink. Upon hearing their drink requests, She NGLN politely nodded and said, Please wait a moment. This place is indeed remarkable, Teacher Kai. May I take a tour of your home? Rock Lee, unable to contain his excitement, curiously inquired of Might Guy. Seated on the sofa, Might Guy bounced about like a child, but paused upon hearing Rock Lee's question and responded, I cannot make that decision. You should ask little Kai when he arrives. No need to ask. If you wish to explore, feel free to do so. Even if you wish to stay here tonight, that would pose no problem. As Might Guy concluded his words, Uchiha Kai descended from upstairs. Observing the few individuals who had already arrived, he was somewhat taken aback by their early arrival. However, such occurrences seemed rather commonplace. Setting aside the others, this was undoubtedly a regular occurrence for Might Guy. Young Kai. Upon seeing Uchiha Kai making his way down, Might Guy raised his hand in a cheerful greeting. I apologize, Teacher Guy. I did not anticipate your early arrival and failed to come out to greet you. It is indeed rather impolite of me. Approaching, he took a seat beside Might Guy, bowing his head in an expression of regret. There is no need for such formalities. Before your return, I frequently visited this place. After all, this is your residence, young Kai, and lately, I have been engaged in rather mundane missions that did not necessitate my departure from here. I have grown quite familiar with this place. Might Guy waved his hand dismissively, flashing a broad smile that revealed his gleaming white teeth. I truly appreciate your hospitality here. I wonder, do you have plans for tomorrow? It seems I have no particular engagements. Then let us share a couple of drinks today. Kai smiled, exuding the essence of a cheerful young man, radiating politeness. Every day, he quietly observed the older boy before him, who was only a few years his senior, mimicking the gaze shared between Rock Lee and Niji Hyuga. Their encounters were infrequent. Yet the other party not only possessed remarkable strength, but also consistently demonstrated impeccable manners. Particularly, the first meeting had left her quite astonished. After all, ninjas typically train for the purpose of taking lives, and their prowess is often honed with lethal intent. Individuals of such courtesy usually dwell among the aristocracy, and encounters with them are rare. Thus, when her gaze shifted to Neji Hyuga and Rock Lee, it was evident that they had little room for rebuttal. Their familiarity bred a lack of formality, having grown up together since childhood. Tea arrived. Xianglin approached with a tray, courteously placing the glass of lemonade requested by Might Guy directly in front of him, followed by 3 cups of tea on the adjacent seats. Little Kai, I heard that you were hosting a banquet in 6 days. Oh, Guy, you've arrived quite early. Before Might Guy could finish his sentence, a voice abruptly interrupted their conversation. They turned towards the entrance to see Kakashi standing there, still clutching his little yellow book. Upon entering, he promptly closed the book and slipped it into his pocket. Kakashi-sensei. Uchiha Kai rose to greet him. Kakashi-sensei, are you the only one here today? Without the need for excessive words, Xianglin stepped forward, her smile warm and her tone gentle. Well, now, only 2 of us remain in our class. Sakura likely wouldn't want to attend such an event, Kakashi replied after a moment's hesitation. In recent months, the village of Konoha had not been devoid of change, notably. Uchiha Sasuke had indeed departed the village as per the original storyline. Naruto Uzumaki had also begun his journey with Jiraiya, suggesting that their presence and voices would be absent for the coming 2 years. Kakashi-sensei, please come in. I hope we haven't intruded on your time. Such matters should be communicated in advance, but alas, I just returned yesterday, and I humbly ask for your understanding regarding this impromptu invitation. Uchiha Kai approached Kakashi, offering a subtle nod while extending his hand in a gesture of invitation. The expansive hall could comfortably accommodate dozens of guests, and the vastness seemed to echo even the faintest of conversations. Kakashi, seated within, did not share the exuberance of Might Guy. The 2 had been rivals for a lifetime, with every previous challenge initiated by Might Guy. However, ever since Uchiha Kai's return, Might Guy had scarcely mentioned the prospect of a duel. Recently, perhaps on a whim, Kakashi proposed a match during their time together. Let us postpone that. When you cultivate a disciple as exceptional as Little Guy, then we shall compete. The memory of Might Guy's gleaming smile, revealing his prominent teeth, caused Kakashi to involuntarily twitch the corner of his mouth, even as he held a cup of water. Indeed, observing Uchiha Kai, who conversed with grace and courtesy, Kakashi felt a distinct sense of inadequacy. The former Team 7 members could merely be considered as students, their bond entirely different from that shared with Uchiha Kai and Might Guy. A few days later, the Uchiha clan returned to Konohagakure, a fact known to nearly every villager. This development stemmed from the Hokage's directives, and thus, the townsfolk remained reticent. However, today marked a significant event in the otherwise tranquil village. Several days prior, various clans had received invitations from Uchiha Kai. Although the new residence had been completed and the clan's health assessment indicated they did not officially represent the Uchiha clan, the weight of their name and formidable prowess could not be overlooked. Konohagakure was home to numerous prominent clans, alongside many smaller families, some of which had begun to decline over the decades of the village's establishment. Hinata Hizashi, garbed in formal attire, exuded an air of elegance with his long robe and flowing hair. Are the preparations complete? He inquired, glancing at his 2 daughters, who were busy arranging items with their backs turned to him. All set, Hinata replied, clutching a gift box as she turned to face her father, then hesitantly asked, Are we just bringing this? Yes, he replied succinctly, adding, Since everything is ready, let us depart. I anticipate that the venue will be quite lively today. Hinata, dressed particularly attractively, had traded her usual ninja attire for a rare casual outfit, a welcome change from her typical mission garb. Aside from the slight chill on her face, she exudes the grace befitting a quintessential beauty. Standing beside her is none other than Hinata Hanabi, the youngest daughter of the Hyuga clan. She now appears to be around 7 or 8 years old. When it comes to the discussions surrounding Uchiha Kai, this young girl can confidently assert that she has never laid eyes on him. However, in just a few short months, even a child like her has become quite familiar with his name. Sister, what kind of person is Uchiha Kai? Following behind Hinata Hizashi, Hanabi raised her head and quietly inquired. Before receiving a response, she quickly added, I heard he is a remarkably powerful individual. Is that true? As she spoke, she gestured animatedly. It was at this moment that Hizashi turned his head, observing his daughter's demeanor, his expression shifting to one of slight seriousness. The etiquette instilled within the Hyuga clan is far more stringent than that observed by the Uchiha. With just a glance, Hanabi promptly lowered her head, refraining from speaking out loudly again. Yet, Hinata smiled gently, bending down to whisper in her sister's ear, "In no time, you shall meet him. Then you can ask him yourself." "Humph, how stingy." Hanabi pouted, her cheeks puffed in playful disdain. The Uchiha clan's territory, to be precise, currently belongs solely to Uchiha Kai. Spanning thousands of acres, this place is seldom frequented by either ordinary folk or ninjas, particularly since the tragic demise of the Uchiha clan that left it desolate. With the Uchiha clan's resurgence, the impact on the entire Hidden Leaf village has been significant. During the period from the Uchiha's annihilation to Kai's return, the consensus was that only Uchiha Sasuke remained of the clan. However, with Kai's emergence, perceptions of the Uchiha began to shift once more. It was unexpected to discover that 3 individuals from the Uchiha clan had managed to escape the catastrophic fate. Furthermore, they have thrived, returning to their former residence. With the absence of so many, their living space now encompasses just their household, transforming the vast area into a meadow. Luxurious structures and exquisite decorations have vanished, leaving behind only the enchanting beauty of the surrounding lawns. For those arriving, every detail exudes an unparalleled sense of comfort. As they stroll along the wooden walkway, they notice that the area adjacent to it has undergone transformations since the previous day. Uchiha Kai has meticulously reconstructed a pink corridor within a 1-meter radius on both sides, where an abundance of pink blossoms flourishes, seamlessly extending into the residential area. The pathway itself is adorned with a neatly laid red carpet, imbuing the atmosphere with such a ceremonial grandeur that the very first step taken here feels utterly astonishing. "Teacher Kai, it seems a bit inappropriate for us to come today, especially since we weren't invited." Class 3 remains unchanged in its usual demeanor. Mike Guy, accompanied by his students, gazes at the still empty expanse ahead, evidently the first to arrive. However, upon hearing Tian's remark, Mike Guy swiftly turns around, flashing a broad smile and giving a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Oh, Tian, there's no need for such concerns. We've brought gifts today." "Indeed, these items are quite valuable," Dialogue exclaims, raising the gifts high and swiftly approaching Mike Guy, grinning as he mimics his mentor's exuberance. Hinata Niji and Tian observe this scene, their mouths twitching in disbelief, utterly perplexed by the antics of these two fools. Why celebrate with 2 dumbbells? What kind of gift is that, especially with red ribbons tied around them? Yet, reflecting on their initial encounter with Mike Guy, when he insisted on gifting each of them a set of spandex suits, this offering somehow feels more appropriate by comparison. With a resigned sigh, Niji lowers his head and questions, with ample time before the event begins, "Is it truly suitable for us to arrive so early?" "Well, since there's nothing else to do. I heard this banquet will follow a buffet style. Aren't you curious? Arriving early allows us to see if there's anything we can assist with." Mike Guy sees no issue with this, as such occasions are not unfamiliar to him. "Lee, we still have nearly an hour and a half until the event starts. Let us take this time to revel in our youth," followed by 5,000 steps of handstands. In an instant, he transforms from a contemplative figure into a muscle-bound enthusiast, devoid of any rational thought. "Oh." Upon hearing Lee Rock's exuberant shout, Tian and Niji genuinely wish to distance themselves from this exuberant display. This situation could indeed tarnish their leader's reputation. Observing their excitement, they refrain from voicing any objections, silently trailing behind. If given the chance, I too would aspire to inhabit a place like this, cultivating flowers and plants, savoring a more leisurely existence. Having scarcely taken a few steps, I gazed at the scenery on either side, feeling the gentle caress of the spring breeze. I approached the edge and leaned against the railing, inhaling deeply the fresh air. Then turned to Hinata Niji and remarked, "You are indeed correct. I yearn for a life of such freedom. Yet, it seems that certain things are predestined from the very beginning." In contrast to my daydreams, Hinata Niji appeared somewhat withdrawn, burdened by a profound sense of resignation toward life. "How could you possibly think that? How could everything be predetermined from the outset?" I turned around, resting against the railing, captivated by his words. "It appears you do not fully comprehend our senior brother Kai. Just yesterday, my father expressed his immense reflections on this matter. Despite having been only 11 when the Uchiha clan was annihilated, under such circumstances, he still managed to lead the Uchiha siblings, Deshawn and Mei, to alter their fateful demise and escape the village. Before their clan's destruction, Kai was but an obscure figure in the village, notable solely for his talent in taijutsu. Thus, Few were aware of him. Yet upon his return, he had transformed into a figure of great renown, possessing formidable strength and enjoying a life that many envy. Therefore, destiny is not set in stone. It fundamentally depends on whether one truly desires to change it. Can it be changed? Hinata Niji echoed my words, preparing to voice his thoughts when suddenly, Lee Rock, who had been running ahead in a handstand, shouted, "You two, hurry up." These two muscle-bound fellows had unwittingly interrupted what was meant to be a heartfelt conversation between a man and a woman. Seriously? Brother Kai, I have never seen you cook before. I didn't expect you to be in the kitchen today. The villa's kitchen was astonishingly vast, perhaps larger than most people's homes. The space was no less than 100 square feet, adorned with stone countertops, impeccably clean and tidy. At that moment, everyone was gathered here in anticipation of today's grand celebration. Even little Yu was eagerly perched on the table, watching intently. Incredibly, engaged in disbelief at Uchiha Kai, who was dressed in formal attire yet donned an apron. With deft and meticulous hands, he skillfully sliced the cake into perfect portions, arranging them elegantly on plates. The exquisite presentation was so captivating that it almost seemed a pity to disturb it. This scene left everyone present utterly astonished. The once inexperienced Uchiha Kai was now capable of creating such splendid desserts. And if that weren't enough, the nearby cart was already laden with an array of intricately crafted confections. May I have a taste? The moon could no longer contain herself, her mouth watering profusely. The alluring aroma emanating from the dessert seemed to render the young lady utterly powerless. Do not indulge in these, she cautioned. There are ample provisions prepared for each of you. Given the anticipated influx of guests today, we shall need to prepare even more. Let us adhere to the previous arrangement. Dashin, you shall venture outside to greet our guests. It is likely that they will arrive shortly. You, Xianglin, and Yuya, you three are tasked with receiving visitors in the main hall. Subsequently, all the hot dishes will be your responsibility to manage. It appears that your duties may be rather demanding. Kai spoke, gently flicking Ying's forehead as he inquired, "What shall I do?" Little Yu, still shorter than the cabinet, scurried over to ask, "What about you? How about taking charge of serving the dishes?" "Rest assured, I shall handle this task with utmost dedication," Little Yu replied, brimming with confidence. "As for you, Lord Kai, I shall step out to greet our guests. I will leave a clone here, so feel free to summon me should any matters arise," Deshaun said, promptly creating a clone. His true self needed to head to the outskirts of the Uchiha clan, specifically the entrance of their grand estate, to begin welcoming the esteemed guests from various families. Over 130 invitations had been meticulously prepared and delivered into the hands of each recipient. The extensive number of clans in the sprawling Konoha village arguably surpassed all other hidden villages. While some families may now be dwindling, like the Hitaki clan, which now only has Kakashi, it is undeniable that they remain a fixture of nobility among the ninjas of Konoha. You all should get busy. Our guests will be arriving shortly, so be prepared to receive them. As our numbers are few, each of you should create 3 clones to assist with the reception. I will also leave a few clones in the kitchen to lend a hand. As Kai busily attended to his tasks, he addressed the others, inquiring, "Why not summon some servants to assist us?" "Absolutely not," Moon retorted immediately. This notion had already crossed her mind during their time in Short Book Street. Had it not been for the eventual departure of everyone to this new locale, she likely would have been disinclined to find anyone to guard that place. Although the reason behind the girl's steadfastness remained a mystery, they chose not to question her further. As time progressed, individuals from the outer areas began to arrive in succession. Regardless of whether they were familiar or strangers, it was undeniable that a significant number of guests had gathered. "Welcome, Teacher Kakashi." Mike Guy, who had been resting inside for over half an hour, approached with a small gift box in hand. Dai-san, dressed impeccably, slightly bent forward to greet him. "Dai-san, I didn't expect you to be here to welcome us." Kakashi replied with a warm smile, gently patting Dai-san's shoulder. "I sincerely apologize. Lord Kai is currently occupied with other matters. Therefore, I shall express my gratitude on his behalf. Teacher Kakashi, please step inside. Refreshments are prepared, and Kai is waiting for you. You may engage in conversation for a while." Dyson gestured invitingly, as the influx of guests continued to arrive, making it impractical to linger in idle chatter with Kakashi. "Oh, I didn't realize that fellow had already arrived. You carry on, I shall head inside." Kakashi waved his hand dismissively and stepped onto the path adorned with a crimson carpet. Regardless of the motives behind it, the clan leaders had indeed gathered for this occasion. Following closely were the Hyuga clan, then the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, with other families trailing behind. Just a minute prior, the area had been tranquil. Now it was steadily transforming into a lively gathering. Within a mere 10 minutes, the once quiet hall was filled with chatter and excitement. Many attendees brought along their family members, as was customary for gatherings of this nature. Much like Hinata, who almost always accompanied her children, opportunities for such banquets within this village were indeed rare, particularly with so many prominent families convening. Despite the mingling of various underlying motives, the atmosphere appeared to be vibrant and engaging. The heads of the clans were seated, engaging in leisurely conversation, a rare moment of respite for them. After all, there is no absolute unity among families. Various grievances and affections intertwine within. During this gathering, as they sip tea and engage in casual conversation, the atmosphere is filled with laughter and joy. Sister, the living environment here is truly relaxed and delightful. And it's so beautiful that it feels utterly devoid of pressure. If only we could reside in such a place. If these words were uttered by someone else, it would hardly be surprising. However, the speaker is none other than the esteemed princess of the Hyuga clan, the largest family in the entire Konoha village. The Hyuga clan not only boasts the greatest number of members and formidable strength, but also possesses significant financial resources. Their wealth stems not only from accepting ninja missions within Konoha, but also from various family businesses. Thus, the Hyuga clan undoubtedly qualifies as a hidden elite of affluence. Yet, even so, amidst the serene pavilion on Lake Hinata, she openly expressed such envious sentiments. Those present were primarily peers of Hinata, many of whom had shared classes with her. Upon hearing Hanabi's envious remark, the expressions of others instantly mirrored a similar admiration. The surrounding environment is indeed exceedingly pleasant, with the pavilion constructed right by the lake, creating an undeniably relaxing ambience. After returning from a mission, they heard rumors of a sudden appearance of a member of the Uchiha clan. It wasn't Sasuke, but rather someone rumored to possess extraordinary strength, yet they had yet to encounter this individual. The speaker was a young lady with porcelain skin and golden hair. Unmistakably a distinguished noble. Ino Yamanaka, the heiress of the Yamanaka clan, one of the three prominent families in this village, stands as a paragon of high society. Since the return of Kai Uchiha to the village, they had been engaged in missions outside, and it had only been a short while since their return. Thus, while they were somewhat aware of Kai's sudden emergence, their knowledge of him remained limited. In the pavilion, as a dozen individuals sat together, Ino's unexpected question piqued the interest of several. What is there to see in that guy? During missions, one should avoid associating with such fools. Just the thought sends shivers down my spine. Upon hearing that someone wished to meet Kai Uchiha, Kiba, unsure whether to feel a headache or a toothache, leaned back and recalled the harrowing months he had endured, feeling as though one leg had already stepped into the depths of hell. What is going on? Akimichi Choji curiously inquired, munching on chips. Don't listen to his nonsense. Brother Kai is truly powerful. Hinata quickly responded, Brother? It seemed that a significant piece of gossip had emerged. Previously, she was oblivious to these matters and had never encountered Uchiha Kai, nor had she ever heard of him. The trio, consisting of the boar, deer, and butterfly, were taken aback by Hinata's sudden address towards Uchiha Kai and instinctively leaned in, eager to uncover the juicy details. After all, her elder sister had known Uchiha Kai since she was 3 years old, so such a form of address was quite natural. Hana Hyuga observed her sister's sudden blush with a hint of disdain, yet she still took the time to elucidate the situation to the others. To her surprise, it seemed that the acquaintance had begun at such an early age. She had never heard of Uchiha Kai before, though she had gleaned a few tidbits from her father a couple of days prior, noting that he had been rather mediocre in school, only gaining recognition after training under Master Kai. You guys should know more about this, right? Nara Shikamaru inquired, glancing at the 3 boys across from him who were teasing the fish in the pond from their seats. It was no wonder they were placed in the same class, enjoying the simple pleasure of playing with the fish. If it were just Rock Lee and Tenten, it would be one thing. But even Niji Hyuga was adopting the same approach. While they were often considered young, they were not as naive as they appeared. Had it been in the past, they would have already been on the battlefield. Yet here they were, side by side, frolicking in the water during this period of peace, where such youthful antics went largely unnoticed. However, upon hearing his name called, Rock Lee swiftly turned around, contemplating briefly before stating, I do not know much about Brother Kai. I only trained under Master Kai for 2 months before returning. It was during that time that I first met Brother Kai, but that very day, the Uchiha clan was tragically annihilated, and Brother Kai vanished. I initially feared he had perished, yet years later, I learned of his fate, and that he had transformed into a figure of admiration and strength for all. I have only heard snippets from Master Kai, who mentioned that Brother Kai trained even harder than I do now. While I am unsure of the methods he employed, Brother Kai would engage in the most rigorous training imaginable every single day. Isn't that not too different from you? CHG queried. However, after enduring such intense training, I require at least 3 days to recuperate. He, on the other hand, perseveres daily, and therein lies the disparity between us. Lilac spoke earnestly. Indeed, this was an aspect in which he could not compete. The opponent's astonishing regenerative abilities were simply beyond belief. The reason for his superiority lay in the fact that Uchiha Kai, after each training session, would stimulate every cell in his body with chakra of various attributes. Such an endeavor was fraught with risks and was not suitable for everyone. Since you were so curious, it seems the time has come for us to proceed and witness it firsthand. If you have any thoughts at that moment, feel free to inquire, Niji remarked, adjusting the water one last time before swiftly rising to his feet. After tidying his attire, he added, "Let us go. I too wish to see what my father refers to as the most formidable young talent currently in the village." Ino inhaled deeply, harboring no significant opinions about the Uchiha clan, and had never carried even a trace of animosity towards them. Particularly, she found herself more curious upon recalling that Uchiha Sasuke was also a member of that clan. The nature of this so-called young powerhouse piqued her interest even further. The gathering was not taking place indoors, but rather on a flat expanse of grass outside. Near the villa, a square stage had been erected, largely unadorned, merely serving as a platform. To the right of all attendees, 5 or 6 rows of tables, each approximately 15 meters in length and 1 meter in width, were neatly arranged. Each long table was adorned with exquisite red tablecloths, and one table was graced with over 100 elegant goblets. In this open area, no chairs were provided. However, towards the back of the grassy space, approximately 50 meters from the stage, there was a seating area spanning around 40 meters in length. Within the villa's hall, a voice echoed, "I apologize, esteemed guests, but the main event is to be held outdoors. I kindly request that everyone make their way outside." Daishan, clad in an exquisite suit and with his hair elegantly styled, approached the gathering of clan leaders engaged in conversation. With his right hand placed respectfully over his heart, he politely addressed those present. "I sincerely apologize for the interruption. The main ceremony is about to commence, and I kindly ask you to move outdoors." Other hosts, including you, Yueya, and Xianglin, began to inform everyone present. Among them, some individuals had already started exploring the villa. Except for the prohibition on ascending to the 3rd floor, the remaining areas were open for their perusal. After all, they were guests in someone else's home, having been invited here, so it was only natural to adhere to the host's wishes. No one voiced any objections as they rose from the plush sofas, some still holding the tea that had been served earlier. The weather today was neither hot nor cold. The sky was devoid of sunlight, and in such conditions, the gentle breeze brought a refreshing sensation. During this vibrant springtime, the outdoor environment was far more pleasant than remaining indoors. It seemed that the time was drawing near, prompting someone to suggest that they conclude their discussions for the day and venture outside. In the room sat a select few individuals of notable distinction: Tsunade, the 5th Hokage of Konohagakure; Hayashi Hyuga, the head of the Hyuga clan; Shikaka Nara, the leader of the Nara family, and another member of the Elder Council, Kurenai Yuhi. The reason they occupied a separate chamber was that Tsunade wished to address some additional matters during this occasion. The letter from Awagakure, requesting the signing of a peace treaty, was an exceedingly favorable development for Konohagakure. It also brought to light another significant realization. Uchiha Kai's strength had nearly reached a level capable of subduing an entire village, compelling the very village that most desired conflict with them to seek peace. This display of strength was immensely advantageous for Tsunade and, by extension, for all of Konohagakure. Thus, the decision to engage Uchiha Kai in this private setting stemmed from the fact that he typically disregarded the Hokage's commands. Even though he had received the forehead protector symbolizing his affiliation with Konohagakure, he had yet to wear it on his forehead or even carry it in his pocket. Who would know he was a member of the village upon seeing him? The purpose of his presence here was straightforward: to await the signing of the peace treaty with Awagakure, with the expectation that Uchiha Kai would subsequently visit other villages. The official explanation was merely to pay courtesy visits to other villages, but the underlying intentions were evident to all. As the conversation remained unfinished, Uchiha Kai stood up, prompting Tsunade to furrow her brow in dissatisfaction and inquire, "Just give me a straightforward answer. Do you agree or not?" Kai replied, "Well, I believe today's discussion isn't solely about this matter. I have many other considerations. Let me ponder them thoroughly before I decide whether to visit other villages." Kai spoke, his expression a portrait of exasperation. He had no desire to engage in such matters. To him, these endeavors were not only devoid of significance, but also encroached upon his leisure time, rendering them utterly thankless. Even though each mission to neighboring villages was classified as an S-rank task, the monetary rewards held little allure for him. By not openly accepting the task, he effectively conveyed a subtle refusal. Everyone present was astute, fully grasping the implications of his reticence after nearly half an hour of discussion. Uchiha Kai neither explicitly denied nor embraced any statement made, which only served to intensify Tsunade's ire. She felt an overwhelming urge to physically reprimand him. Yet, she ultimately suppressed her frustration and patiently articulated that such matters were of great significance to the peace of the ninja world and would greatly impact the future relations of Konoha village. Thus, she implored him to contemplate the situation seriously. There was no immediate urgency. They had ample time for deliberation, and it would not be untimely to discuss these issues further after the arrival of the rock village. Nara Shikaku interjected, adopting a conciliatory tone as he smiled at Uchiha Kai, emphasizing that haste was unwise. A detailed plan and a clear objective were essential. After all, embarking on a journey to other villages without a valid reason could lead to unfavorable consequences for them. Hyuga Hizashi concurred, affirming that there was indeed time to reflect on the matter. He then suggested that they transition into the formal proceedings, ensuring that their guests would not be kept waiting. As exquisite cuisine awaited them outside, inviting all to step outdoors. As the topic was swiftly brushed aside, Uchiha Kai wore a bright smile, politely inviting several individuals outdoors. Only Tsunade expressed her dissatisfaction, yet she found herself powerless in the situation. 10 minutes later, the crowd outside had swelled into a dense throng, surpassing expectations regarding attendance. Most attendees brought their families, eager for an opportunity to engage meaningfully with others in the village. Among the accompanying individuals were numerous children, leaving Uchiha Kai somewhat unfamiliar with the majority present. Once all preparations were complete and the brief meeting concluded, Kai returned to his room to change into a new outfit. He donned a gray suit paired with a light blue shirt, eschewing a tie or bow tie, with the top button casually undone. His black trousers complemented polished shoes, presenting Uchiha Kai as a figure of maturity. After all, navigating such an environment necessitated a certain elegance in any circumstance. As the protagonist made his entrance, the previously noisy venue began to quiet down. "How handsome!" exclaimed Ino, who had been waiting eagerly. Upon catching sight of Uchiha Kai, she couldn't suppress her thoughts, realizing that her former admiration for Uchiha Sasuke paled in comparison. At that moment, her imagination even flirted with the notion of declaring her desire to marry him. The attention of the gathering turned entirely toward the individual set to ascend the stage. It is worth noting that not everyone welcomed Uchiha Kai's presence. There remained a significant number who harbored animosity towards the Uchiha clan. Although the family had been nearly exterminated, their strength was not determined by numbers, but by the prowess of individuals. The legacies of Uchiha Madara, followed by Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, now seemed to have given rise to yet another formidable presence in Uchiha Kai, whose power could rival that of Madara himself. The potent lineage of this family instilled fear and trepidation in many other clans, leading most attendees to harbor ulterior motives. Each individual was consumed by their own thoughts, and those genuinely wishing to extend their blessings were indeed few. Standing upon the stage, Uchiha Kai first surveyed the assembly with earnestness. Then, with a slight smile, he stepped back politely and bowed, placing his right hand over his heart. "I am sincerely grateful for your presence today. This marks one of the warmest welcomes I have felt since my return to this village. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend this gathering. The primary aim is to introduce myself anew. I am Uchiha Kai, and I trust that most of you are already familiar with my name." Upon finishing his statement, Kai momentarily paused, his gaze fixed upon the assembly below. From the expressions of those present, one could discern the general sentiments of each individual. Among the crowd were faces marked by dissatisfaction, disdain, and aversion. Yet, this mattered little to him, as he knew that future interactions would be minimal. In truth, There were scarcely a handful who listened to him with genuine seriousness and anticipation. Taking a step forward, he clasped his hands at his waist and continued, "It was in this very place that I was born. After living here for 11 years, I departed, only to return years later. While I wish to convey that those who reside here do not return bearing the Uchiha clan's identity, I cannot escape the fact that I am, indeed, an Uchiha, with the blood of that lineage coursing through my veins. Therefore, I wish to declare, I, Uchiha Kai, have returned. From this point onward, I shall embrace the identity of an ordinary individual, seeking no involvement in the intrigues and deceptions of the past. As for the circumstances surrounding the Uchiha clan's demise, since that fateful day, the matter has become but a distant memory, not warranting further investigation. I earnestly hope that we can coexist amicably in the future. The animosities once directed towards the Uchiha clan have dissipated with the passing of the majority of its members. I urge you all to set aside any lingering grievances. Today, our objective is to encourage a renewed understanding of those of us from the Uchiha clan who once lived in the common districts. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your presence, and I hope that the forthcoming banquet meets your expectations. Given the large attendance, we have adopted a different format, a self-service approach, and I trust it will be to your liking." Upon completing his remarks, Kai once again bowed politely. Regardless of how others perceived it, at least in terms of the host's etiquette, his actions were commendably appropriate. Accompanied by the sound of a solitary clap, a thunderous wave of applause soon enveloped the room. Whether genuine or feigned, the attendees had gathered in this space, and with the host's speech concluded, such applause was a necessary expression of acknowledgement and courtesy. As the clapping gradually subsided, several elegant manifestations of Xianglin gracefully appeared, each bearing a tray directed towards the buffet table. Not only was he involved, but even Yu took it upon herself to assist in arranging everything meticulously, from the exquisite iron racks to the orderly placements. Despite her petite stature, little Yu possessed remarkable strength. She effortlessly carried 5 or 6 boxes of wine, the height of which obscured her line of sight as she moved. Nevertheless, she managed to place the beverages aside with ease, retrieving bottles of red wine to arrange upon the iron shelves. Once Yu had set down several trays of food, seizing the opportunity when it seemed no one was watching, she swiftly indulged in a piece of pastry, casting furtive glances around to avoid detection. However, the slight bulge in her cheeks was evident to any observant eye. "So delicious!" exclaimed Hinata Hanabi, lifting a platter of pastries, her gaze captivated by the intricate layers and exquisite presentation. Unable to resist, she took a bite, and the delightful sweetness, perfectly balanced, instantly awakened her taste buds. With sheer enjoyment, she couldn't help but exclaim, prompting a startled reaction from Hinata, who was aware of her esteemed status as a member of the Hyuga clan, surrounded by notable guests. "Keep your voice down," Hinata quickly admonished her, yet despite her caution, this scene was still witnessed by Hyuga Hayashi. Feeling her father's gaze upon her, Hinata lowered her head and quietly inquired if it was truly that delectable. "Absolutely. Kai made them all by himself." As the banquet officially commenced, just after Hinata's remark, Yu emerged from seemingly nowhere, also carrying a platter of pastries. While relishing her treat, she cheerfully informed Hinata, "Brother Kai made these himself." Hinata seemed to have heard something extraordinary. Despite the embarrassment of being in the presence of so many people, she found herself unable to resist as she lifted a plate of black pastries from the table. Bowing her head, she took a bite, and rich cream oozed forth. The delightful flavor was so enticing that, were it not for her status as the esteemed heiress of the Hyuga clan, she would have shouted in sheer delight. While she managed to maintain her composure, it was evident that others were not so restrained. The pastries, undoubtedly a favorite among the younger attendees, captivated everyone with their sweetness. Even Tsunade, the Hokage herself, this woman, devoid of any semblance of shame, could hardly conceal the burgeoning belly beneath her ample garments. Grabbing a plate of pastries, she stuffed her mouth, paused momentarily, and then inquired of the approaching Cheyenne, who had just delivered more pastries. "Who made these?" "Ah, the cakes? They were all crafted by Lord Guy himself. The process is far too intricate for us to master." Tsunade could hardly believe her ears. Her gaze shifted to Guy, who was merrily conversing with other clan leaders while holding a wine glass. Perhaps it was the child she carried or the undeniable charm of the man that prompted her to smirk self-deprecatingly and murmur, "Had I encountered you in my youth, I might have truly fallen for you." Most clan leaders held their wine glasses, while the array of main and side dishes remained largely untouched. A few had sampled delicacies. Yet the majority were the youthful boys and girls, whose craving for sweets was insatiable. Fortunately, there was an ample supply of pastries, filling 2 long tables with an assortment that offered a unique experience with each bite. The main fare was minimal, as the gathering's purpose was not primarily culinary indulgence. With no chairs available, attendees stood to drink and savor the delectable offerings, a novel approach that could inspire astute entrepreneurs to consider opening a restaurant of this nature. After all, most ninjas scarcely had the luxury of sitting down to enjoy a leisurely meal, especially during the busy hours of morning and noon when many were dispatched on missions. A fast food establishment in a prime location could yield intriguing results. Yet, the lively atmosphere would inevitably fade. The event lasted merely 2 hours, with some attendees having come only to make a brief appearance. After Kai's speech concluded, many guests began to depart in succession. Those who were meant to leave after the meal had nearly all taken their leave, and the villa area once again returned to a state of tranquility. Observing the scattered remnants of the event, the fallen cake had already stained the green grass, and the towering stack of plates beside the table was enough to overwhelm the senses at a mere glance. This gathering was not without purpose. It at least conveyed the stance of Kai Uchiha, or rather, the current perspective of the Uchiha clan. Although the village of Konoha is home to over 100,000 residents, only a few hundred hold the power to make decisions, regardless of the gathering's success. It had undeniably expressed their intentions to others. Whether met with goodwill or hostility, it mattered little to Kai Uchiha. He relished living in a place that was bustling yet profoundly serene. Hey, what are you thinking about? I hardly had any of the cake today. It was simply too delicious, and now it's all gone. Go make me some more. Observing Kai, who was leaning on the sofa and quietly admiring the distant scenery, Suki leaped from the lower floor onto his terrace. She immediately sat beside him, pouting as she exclaimed, "Do you think I'm blind? You've probably consumed half the cake all by yourself, and now you have the audacity to say you're still hungry?" Kai found himself at a loss for words, as he unexpectedly faced trouble just when he had finally found a moment of peace. "I want to eat too. I am utterly exhausted, and I haven't even had a single bite." Ing stood downstairs, having witnessed you leap up. Thus she could clearly hear the exchange between the two. If there was anyone at this banquet who had eaten the least, it was undoubtedly the unfortunate Ing. From the very beginning, she had been overwhelmingly busy until the very end. When she finally stepped outside, a scene of utter chaos greeted her, leaving no opportunity for her to partake in the feast. Perhaps sensing a peculiar warmth, a protective instinct within her was ignited. Surprisingly, Uchiha Kai did not refuse. Instead, he leaned over the glass railing and called down, "If you want to eat, go prepare the ingredients. You know what you need to gather. Prepare everything, and I will come down to cook for you." All right. Ing had not harbored much hope, so she was taken aback by his agreement and immediately jumped up in excitement. Yu, sitting nearby, was also surprised. A smile blossomed on her face as she dashed to the edge of the railing, gently pressing her right hand against it before leaping down from the building. "I'll help too. What are you standing there for? They are busy with their own tasks. And now it's your turn to clean up this mess." The few girls who had initially planned to tidy up the disorderly scene quickly rushed inside. Only Yamashita remained, slightly raising his head to gaze at Uchiha Kai, who was perched on the railing. Yet, faced with Kai's expression, he was promptly given his due task. In the kitchen, even upon witnessing this spectacle for the second time, the onlookers were left in awe. To think they were using ninjutsu to prepare culinary delights was something they had never dared to imagine before. A large bucket of egg mixture was present. As Kai formed a chakra sphere in his hands and, utilizing the rotational force of the sphere, swiftly introduced it into the bucket of eggs. The speed was nothing short of astounding, far superior to any blender. This method extended to the dough and other ingredients, all executed rapidly through ninjutsu. Ultimately, he enveloped everything with fire-style chakra, creating a contraption akin to an oven. Such mastery over chakra was nothing short of extraordinary. Before long, the sweet, sticky aroma began to waft through the house once more. "Kai, why have you dressed us so formally today? Where are we headed?" In the grand hall, gazing at the exquisite gift boxes meticulously arranged upon the table, and considering that Kai and his sister were dressed in attire that was distinctly too formal, it was evident that they were preparing for a different occasion, prompting his curious inquiry. Even though the banquet had transpired over half a month ago, discussions surrounding that day still resonated throughout the village of Konoha, with many residents frequently engaging in conversations about the event in the streets and alleys. Kai surveyed Diane and Ing before rising to his feet, proclaiming, "Today, we shall pay a visit to the Hinata family. After all, they took you both in many years ago. Although it was merely a transaction, it ultimately preserved your lives. Furthermore, considering the generous gifts they bestowed upon us during their last visit, it is only fitting that we express our gratitude with a visit." "Understood," Dian replied earnestly. "Xianglin Yueya, I entrust today's training to you. Ensure that he does not become overly complacent and swiftly learns to harness the power within his own body." "Of course, Lord Kai," Xianglin responded. "Rest assured, Lord Kai, I will master this power in no time," Yueya declared. "Unless there are any other matters to attend to, let us take our gifts and set forth." Kai glanced at the gift box placed upon the table. In truth, even if he chose not to pay a visit this time, it would not pose a significant issue. After all, the Hyuga clan's willingness to rescue the two siblings was merely a transaction with Kai. Yet, they are now the most prominent family within Kanagakure. Although Uchiha Kai, with his current prowess, could face anyone without fear, living a life unrestrained by the opinions of others, certain realities remain less than ideal. In the past, the Uchiha clan, wielding immense power, similarly lived without regard for others' judgments, indulging their desires freely. However, the eventual outcome was all too evident. Despite his strength now rivaling that of the legendary Uchiha Madara, what does it truly matter? That formidable individual ended up living in squalor for decades. In this era, one's might holds little significance. It may instill fear or facilitate the pursuit of personal desires, yet it invariably invites envy from others, resulting in potentially irreversible harm to those around him. 3 members of the Hyuga clan arrived at this location, which undoubtedly boasts a rich heritage spanning centuries. The expansive grounds of the Hyuga clan, when measured by area, far exceed those of the Uchiha clan. The imposing black entrance, adorned with the plaque bearing the name Hyuga, had been traversed many years prior. Unlike the Uchiha, the Hyuga's residence is situated close to the core of the village. Clan leader, Uchiha Kai, along with the remaining 2 Uchiha members, is currently awaiting at the entrance, expressing a desire to pay their respects, reported a young man outside the Hyuga hall. Inside, Hyuga Hazashi was engaged in discussion with several elder members of the clan, unaware of the young man's arrival. "What does that fellow want?" inquired an elderly man seated at the forefront on the right. He mentioned he wishes to pay a visit to the clan leader and express his gratitude for certain matters. "If the clan leader prefers not to meet, I can decline on his behalf." The young man, clearly oblivious to the subtle shifts in Hizashi's expression, continued. After a moment of silence, Hizashi replied, "Let them in then." "Very well. Let us pause our discussions for today. Regarding the arrangements of the Hyuga clan, I shall assert my viewpoints. However, to maintain the stability of our clan, certain matters cannot be compromised. As esteemed elders of the Hyuga clan, I urge you to consider these issues thoroughly, rather than blindly adhering to every word spoken." Hinata Hizashi did not regard these old fellows with a particularly affable demeanor as he spoke. As the patriarch of the clan, his words left little room for rebuttal among the elders of the branch families, despite the clear displeasure etched on the faces of some of these elders. With a hint of anger visible in certain expressions, they ultimately dared not voice any opposition. "Let this matter rest for now. I shall entrust the family affairs to Hizashi. Should you have any objections, feel free to convey them directly to me." The speaker was Hinata Tenkin, Hizashi's uncle, who was merely 2 years younger than Hizashi's father. Nonetheless, he currently held the esteemed position of the eldest elder of the branch families within the Hinata clan. Despite being a member of the branch, Tenkin's authority likely surpassed that of Hizashi, given that the main family comprised only a handful of individuals, while the majority belonged to the branch. Thus, the extent of this elder's power was evident, allowing him to wield considerable influence within the clan, often making him a figure whom Hizashi had to regard with deference. After admonishing the others, the silver-haired Tenkin turned to Hizashi, expressing his astonishment that remnants of the Uchiha clan still existed, particularly one rumored to be quite formidable. "When he arrives, I would very much like to meet this young man. What say you, Hizashi?" "Of course, uncle. If you wish to meet him, that is entirely agreeable." Tenin scoffed. The Uchiha clan has always been the same across generations, arrogant and disdainful, showing no respect for others. This current generation is no different. A modicum of power, and they strut about, causing upheaval upon returning to the village. Such individuals should have been extinguished long ago. Tenkin's sentiments revealed a deep-seated animosity toward the Uchiha, though Hizashi found himself perplexed by the elders' vehement hostility toward them. Such feelings had never been apparent before. Yet now they seemed to have transformed dramatically. Ah, indeed. It appears I have stumbled upon something quite significant. I wonder what has instilled such prejudice in the elder against the Uchiha clan? Hisashi pondered, uncertain whether Tenkin had noticed Uchiha Kai had entered the hall, engaged in a seemingly endless discourse, every word clearly audible to the three members of the Uchiha. Deisuhan furrowed his brow, yet refrained from expressing his feelings overtly. Given Kai's presence in front of him, what Kai uttered bore no malicious intent. Rather, it carried a hint of playful amusement. Hinata Tenjin turned to observe the three individuals who had entered, showing no signs of remorse or embarrassment regarding his earlier words. After appraising the trio, he inquired, "You are the sole survivor of the Uchiha clan massacre, Uchiha Kai, are you not? It is indeed surprising to encounter someone of your caliber emerging from the Uchiha commoners." He paused, noting the elegance of their attire, which exuded a noble air, as if they hailed from an aristocratic lineage. Were it not for the knowledge that this was indeed Uchiha Kai, Tenjin would scarcely believe that this individual belonged to the Uchiha clan. You are quite the anomaly within the Uchiha family. While everyone else dons the clan's distinctive garb, at the very least displaying the family emblem, you, on the other hand, seem to be wandering about incognito. How would anyone recognize you as a member of the Uchiha? Hinata Tenjin mockingly queried, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as if he had stumbled upon a remarkable revelation. Hinata Hisashi, unable to endure the taunts any longer, slowly rose from his seat, yet he found himself at a loss for how to intervene. However, Uchiha Kai exhibited little emotional response. Instead, he stepped forward, fixing his gaze upon the elder, and spoke deliberately, "If the Hyuga clan has dwindled to these few individuals, I suspect you two would refrain from bearing the family emblem, lest you mock those who have fallen. One never knows when such misfortune might befall their own kin. Wouldn't you agree, old man?" In concluding his statement, Uchiha Kai mimicked the elder's demeanor, his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes locked onto his opponents. The two men maintained a tense stare, the atmosphere charged with an impending eruption. Hinata Tenjin suddenly adopted a serious tone, asking, "Do you believe the Uchiha clan can still shine under your stewardship?" No. You have misunderstood. The Uchiha clan is the Uchiha clan. It bears no significance to me. My sentiments regarding this so-called family are not as profound as you might imagine. I won't parade the Uchiha name wherever I go, for that is a display of cowardice. True strength is what determines everything. Why concern oneself with those ethereal notions? Kai responded with a calm demeanor, yet his expression gradually turned serious and icy as he stated, "When you are unaware of your opponent's strength, refrain from making grandiose proclamations or uttering words that should remain unspoken. It may not affect you, but do not drag your entire clan into the abyss." Hyuga clan. Presently, it stands as the largest family in Konoha village, and many would relish the opportunity to see such a prestigious lineage descend into twilight. With age comes the necessity of relinquishing control. It is unwise to cling tightly to power. In these tumultuous times, it may be preferable to perish in battle, as it could serve as a form of tribute to oneself and to the family. Such audacity. Hyuga Tenjin felt an immediate surge of indignation upon hearing such words from someone he least favored within the clan. However, he soon burst into laughter, praising Uchiha Kai. Setting aside other matters, it was undeniable that Uchiha Kai's courage at this age was formidable, although Tenjin was uncertain of the extent of his prowess. The very utterance of such words evoked memories of the legendary Uchiha Madara. Should I be grateful for your praise? Nonetheless, I have merely come to pay a visit to the head of the Hyuga clan. Our collaboration has been quite agreeable, and upon returning to this village, it is only fitting to express my gratitude to those who have aided me in the past. Before Hyuga Tenjin, Uchiha Kai openly articulated his sentiments. He then gestured simply, as the mountain-like figure beside him gently placed a gift box onto the table behind Hyuga Hisashi. After stepping back, Kai addressed Hisashi, saying, "At your advanced age, you should enjoy retirement rather than occupy a significant position within the clan. Grant the younger generation an opportunity. Otherwise, the Hyuga clan will remain confined to its former glories." Such audacity from a young lad. Your arrogance surpasses even that of the legendary Uchiha Madara. Let me see just how much weight you, the survivor of the Uchiha clan's annihilation, truly carry, Hyuga Tenjin retorted, his white hair billowing alongside his formidable aura, creating an impressive spectacle. One could not help but acknowledge that he likely possessed greater strength than Hyuga Hisashi. After all, this venerable clan had existed for centuries, its heritage far beyond that of lesser families. Contemplating the ability to contend with the Uchiha and Senju clans throughout the Warring States period, and now, having secured its position as the largest clan in the village and indeed the entire ninja world. It was clear that the Hyuga clan must possess some formidable hidden techniques to maintain such a status. Engaging with an old man like you lacks excitement. Should I win, others would claim my victory was unearned, and should I lose, well, you would surely ridicule us for eternity. You scoundrel, even if you were to strike me down, who would dare say that you triumphed through fair means? Hinata Tenkin felt as though his body had been ignited like a powder keg, exploding in an instant. It is indeed a bitter irony and an affront to be addressed in such a manner by a mere child. Allow me to interject. Today, young Kai is a guest, regardless of whether he belongs to the Uchiha clan. At the very least, he has come bearing gifts to our Hinata family, and it is only fitting that we extend our hospitality in accordance with our traditions. Should word of the situation spread, where would that leave the honor of the Hinata clan? Hinata Hizashi could scarcely contain himself if this continued before any confrontation even began. Uchiha Kai's mere presence could incite such fury as to potentially bring about the demise of this elder, who has already surpassed 80 years of age. Here we have an elderly man, whose temper is as volatile as it is advanced in years, juxtaposed with a young individual of formidable strength who delights in verbal sparring. It is enough to make Hinata Hizashi feel that the world has truly changed. Furthermore, he does not believe that his uncle could stand against Uchiha Kai, a singular force capable of subduing the entirety of a Wagakure. Had this old man possessed such power, the Hinata clan would have long since claimed the title of Hokage. Though he spoke with restraint, Hinata Hizashi indirectly conveyed his stance. He has no desire to provoke this remarkably powerful youth, whose abilities are nearly on par with Uchiha Madara, a principle that the Hinata family has upheld throughout the ages. I find myself genuinely intrigued by you, young one. The Uchiha clan has produced a unique individual like you, and I truly look forward to your future. Hinata Tenkin chuckled lightly, then turned to Hinata Hizashi, stating, the remaining matters are for you to discuss. After all, there is no place for this old fool here. I apologize, uncle, for my age has rendered me somewhat indiscreet in my words and actions, and I hope you will not take offense. Upon witnessing Hinata Tenkin depart, Hinata Hizashi promptly shifted his tone. I bear no offense. Uchiha Kai replied with a serene smile, then turned his gaze toward the Dyson siblings. They, too, showed great understanding and promptly approached, bowing politely as they expressed their gratitude to Hinata Hizashi, saying, thank you for saving us 6 years ago. So it was you two who left back then? Hinata Hizashi remarked, somewhat astonished, as he directed his attention toward Uchiha Kai. In truth, since learning of these revelations, specifically following the return of Uchiha Kai and his companions, Hinata Hizashi had harbored a lingering question. Who was that individual from years past? The masked member of the Uchiha clan, who not only saved his daughter but also reached an agreement with him. Who could that person possibly be? Only 2 had departed then. If these 2 were indeed the Dyson siblings, how did Uchiha Kai manage to escape? And who was it that had sought him out? A series of events seemed to defy explanation. During this period, Hyuga Hizashi pondered a question. Could the masked figure who had sought him out years ago be Uchiha Kai? However, the moment this thought emerged, he swiftly dismissed it. His daughter had been abducted when she was merely 3 years old, by age calculation. Uchiha Kai would have been no older than 7 at that time. How could a mere child possess such formidable strength? It was utterly implausible. Furthermore, based on the ninjutsu exhibited by Uchiha Kai, the opponent's prowess must have been at least that of a Janin. A 7-year-old Uchiha Kai could not possibly have achieved such feats. Thus, gazing at the bent forms of the Uchiha brothers and sisters, Hyuga Hizashi paused for a moment before smiling serenely and stating that there was no need for gratitude, for there were other matters at play back then. Today, my purpose in bringing them here is twofold. First, to express gratitude for the life-saving assistance rendered by the Hyuga clan, a fact that remains indisputable regardless of any underlying circumstances. Secondly, to thank the Hyuga clan leader for attending the previous banquet. Though I possess a modicum of strength, my understanding of social niceties leaves much to be desired, and I hope the Hyuga clan leader can forgive any shortcomings in my hospitality. As he spoke, Kai slowly bowed his head. This was a gesture of courtesy, a humble display of respect. However, Hyuga Hizashi observed this and felt a surge of emotion. His words were strikingly sincere. The strength he displayed, coupled with his politeness and adeptness in social interactions, was remarkable for someone of his age. Were he to have a son of such caliber, there would be no question. He could readily relinquish the position of clan leader without hesitation. With a sigh, Hyuga Hizashi did not need to look into the future to envision the heights Uchiha Kai would reach. Please, take a seat. Hyuga Hizashi gestured, and he too settled into his own seat, addressing Uchiha Kai. Though the Uchiha clan has faced annihilation, at least a few of you remain. Uchiha Sasuke has defected from the village, and regardless of your feelings towards the Uchiha clan, the outside world perceives it differently. Thus, you may be regarded as the head of the living Uchiha clan members. Although the Uchiha of today lacks the former glory, I believe that with your presence, it will not be long before the few remaining Uchiha shine even brighter than before. There is no need to maintain this humble demeanor. We can engage in conversation as equals. Not at all. Let us not speak of status. My age dictates that I must regard you with the utmost respect as an elder. How commendable. His words were measured, polite, and reflected an understanding of propriety and decorum. Hinata Hizashi observed the young man before him, sensing an undeniable depth to his character. Their previous interactions had been brief, as he had only recently returned to the village before embarking on a mission. However, over the past several weeks, Hizashi had encountered him on multiple occasions. With each meeting, his understanding deepened, leading him to perceive this individual as exceptionally remarkable, perhaps surpassing anyone the village had seen before. Despite the historical animosity between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, which was often more profound than anticipated, the demise of the Uchiha had left many in the Hyuga clan grappling with lingering prejudices. Nonetheless, Hizashi found himself harboring a genuine fondness for this young man. Notably, the way he had swiftly maneuvered his clan into a position of prominence within Konoha upon his return earned Hizashi's quiet respect and gratitude. Listening to the young man speak, Hizashi felt a warmth enveloping him. With interest, he inquired whether the visit was merely a courtesy call. He had heard that the scenery of the Hyuga clan was splendid and suggested they explore, advising them to remain cautious and avoid restricted areas. Uchiha Kai did not respond immediately, but turned to the two siblings, Yamashita, who stood nearby. With the conversation reaching this juncture, it was clear to them what was implied. Yamashita nodded, while Akari, momentarily perplexed, was about to voice her reluctance to go out when Yamashita seized her collar and urged her outside. Once they departed, Kai turned to Hizashi with a smile, expressing his penchant for negotiations. He admitted that his visit was indeed to meet the Hyuga clan leader. But since the topic had been broached, he proposed a transaction. Oh? Hizashi adjusted his posture, crossing his legs and lifting the teacup beside him, responding with a quiet intrigue. I can reveal to you the secrets of the Byakugan, including the origins of these eyes. However, in exchange, I require the assistance of your Hyuga clan for a particular task. Naturally, I will cover any necessary expenses. Hizashi initially anticipated a different discussion, but was taken aback by the mention of the Byakugan's secrets and lineage. The teacup paused at his lips. His brow furrowed in seriousness as he set it back down on the table, uncrossing his legs. He regarded Kai with a keen gaze, particularly noting the latter's nonchalant demeanor, which was striking for someone of Uchiha lineage. One possesses a certain understanding and legends regarding the origins of the white eye. However, he could never fathom that a foreigner could possibly be privy to the secrets of the white eye, the reincarnation eye. Observing the expression on the other's face made it abundantly clear that there was a profound distrust towards him. Kaido could at least surmise that within the Hyuga clan, there must be some legends concerning the origin of the Byakugan, yet the specifics were utterly beyond their knowledge. What did you say? Hyuga Hizashi suddenly rose, his face a mask of terror and disbelief as he gazed at Uchiha Kaido. His agitation stemmed from those three words, reincarnation eye, a legend known solely to the head of the Hyuga clan, and now, after so many years, it had reached him, Hyuga Hizashi. Much had become utterly vague over time, with only the knowledge that should this pair of Byakugan evolve, it would directly transform into the immensely powerful reincarnation eye. This notion was not only unknown to Hizashi, but also to any elder within the clan. This revelation had been imparted to him just before his father's passing. However, such legends were hardly believed, and no one knew how they could be realized. Yet now, hearing it uttered by an outsider left Hizashi utterly astounded. Given the reaction of the Hyuga clan leader, it seems he must have also heard those three words before. Kairu fixed his gaze upon the other, inquiring with an air of intrigue, "Speak. What do you wish the Hyuga clan to undertake? And just how much do you truly know?" Hyuga Hizashi, with a countenance marked by gravity, furrowed his brow and took a seat. This matter demanded his utmost attention, since the other party dared to present such a proposition. It was clear that they had their own designs. I desire the Hyuga clan's assistance in seizing the land of rivers. What? Hyuga Hisashi's composure faltered once more. It is well understood that the involvement of ninjas in national affairs could precipitate a monumental conflict, potentially unsettling the entire ninja world. Such matters have long been tacitly acknowledged. Otherwise, ninjas would have already ascended to the pinnacle of this realm, rendering the support of feudal lords unnecessary. The most notable example being the former land of whirlpools, where the establishment of a ninja nation led to its utter annihilation. It was astonishing that someone would dare to propose such a notion today. Yet, recognizing the youth of his interlocutor, Hyuga Hisashi suppressed his inner astonishment and remarked, "Perhaps you are unaware, but ninjas are prohibited from engaging in matters of state. This has always been the rule. I do not intend to meddle in the affairs of a nation," the young man countered. "My aim is merely to gain control over the land of rivers, to become its shadowy puppet master." "What compels you to covet this territory?" Hyuga Hisashi slowly rose and approached the door, casting a glance around. Not far beyond lay the mountainous siblings. In this locale, the Hyuga clan had no need to fear eavesdropping. Nevertheless, out of an abundance of caution, he firmly closed the great door of the hall. In an instant, the entire chamber was shrouded in darkness. "I have my own motives. I seek to uncover something within the land of rivers." Kai smiled calmly and spoke. As for the country he had frequently mentioned, the country of rivers, it is not an island nation like the country of waves, but rather a substantial inland nation with an extensive territorial expanse, situated between the country of fire and the country of wind. Likewise, this country lacks a hidden village. Yet that does not imply the absence of ninjas. Such endeavors are beyond our capabilities, and the Hyuga clan would never engage in such actions. Let us narrow the scope. Utilizing the abilities of your Hyuga clan, please create a detailed map of this nation, with particular emphasis on the locations and depths of every lake. I truly cannot fathom what you intend to accomplish. If this is all there is to it, then I shall agree. Hyuga Hisashi hesitated slightly. Compared to the notion of attempting to control a nation, this task would be considerably simpler for their clan. Nevertheless, doubts lingered in his heart regarding this individual's true intentions. Possessing such formidable power, he could easily subdue not just the country of rivers, but likely even the country of fire, should he choose to do so. Yet, he insists on having the Hyuga clan undertake this task, employing such an unusual method of exchange. Anyone with a modicum of sense would recognize that there is undoubtedly a hidden secret at play, since an agreement has been reached. And this matter is not as urgent as initially perceived. Let us set a timeline of no more than 5 years for me to acquire a comprehensive map of the country of rivers, clearly indicating the locations of all lakes. Not a single pond should be overlooked, as long as it contains water. Regardless of the size of the water body, it must be meticulously detailed on the map. Initially, I contemplated exerting control over that nation and having their daimyo send someone to handle this task, as it would have been far more convenient. Since the Hyuga clan is unwilling to do so, we must proceed in this manner. Of course, Uchiha Kai harbored his own thoughts, possessing the eye of God. He was well versed in the developments of many matters. However, this did not mean he was privy to all details. At the very least, he was aware of certain things existing within a general vicinity, yet he did not know their precise locations. The simplest approach would be to obtain this information and explore each aspect one by one. "Speak. I am eager to know how you learned about the issue of the reincarnation eye," Hyuga Hisashi inquired, his impatience evident. "Oh, not a problem." Kai lifted his teacup and took a sip, then set it down and stood up, gazing at his counterpart as he spoke. "The origin of the Byakugan is quite straightforward. There has long been a legend within the ninja world regarding a being known as the Sage of Six Paths. However, this is not merely a legend. He has indeed existed, albeit over a millennium ago. Presently, all ninjas in the ninja world, including the Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki clans, are descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, each inheriting different aspects of his legacy. The Uzumaki clan, for instance, inherited tremendous chakra. The Senju clan received the sage body, while the Uchiha clan was bequeathed the sage's eye. With this explanation, you should grasp the essence of the matter. The Senju clan possesses extraordinary recovery and healing capabilities, while the Uzumaki clan, with their vast chakra reserves, undoubtedly surpasses all other clans in the ninja realm. Even a distant descendant like Naruto Uzumaki can wield such immense chakra, let alone those of the direct lineage of the Uzumaki clan. Currently, due to various circumstances, these prominent clans have dwindled in numbers to the point where they can be counted on 2 hands. This is the legacy of the 3 great clans. However, what relevance does this hold for the Hyuga clan? Indeed, it bears no connection. For the Byakugan inherited by the Hyuga clan originates from the brother of the Sage of Six Paths, a figure known as Kagaya Otsutsuki. At this juncture, Kai paused, casting a subtle glance at Hinata Hizashi, observing the shifts in his expression. Judging by the placid demeanor of his counterpart, it was evident that he was unaware of the significance of this name. While the Uchiha clan's Sharingan can undergo continuous evolution, the Byakugan of your clan is capable of such transformations as well. The only distinction lies in the fact that your evolution culminates directly in the ultimate form, the Rinnegan, a power so formidable that a single strike could obliterate the entire world. However, the awakening of such power demands a rigorous process. It necessitates the convergence of thousands of pure Byakugan to forge a singular pair of Rinnegan. It is likely that the Hyuga clan remains oblivious to this secret. Thus, for you, the Rinnegan is an unattainable pinnacle. Kai chuckled softly. Even if you were to share the information with the other party, what difference would it make? If it cannot be done, then it simply cannot be done. This is an immutable condition. How do you know all this? Hinata inquired. I possess a wealth of knowledge. Kai, with an air of nonchalance, responded to the contemplative and somewhat helpless demeanor of his companion. Suddenly, this audacious individual took a seat beside him, unabashedly proclaiming that if the Hyuga clan were to acquire a pair of Rinnegan, their family could ascend to the pinnacle of the world. He suggested that, from that point on, they could traverse their path unimpeded, with no one daring to utter a word against them. Shall I create a pair of Rinnegan for you? However, this would entail a different sort of transaction, he proposed. You can create them? Came the incredulous reply. Your words imply your capability. Do I strike you as one who fabricates tales without forethought? Indeed. It was quite unexpected that this old fellow would respond with such straightforwardness. Kai found himself at a loss for words, yet he managed to articulate, if I lacked the capability, how could I have evaded the annihilation crisis of the Uchiha clan? How could I have attained the prowess of the legendary Uchiha Madara at such a tender age? With my current strength, I can achieve anything I desire. Be it claiming the land of rivers, or even dominating the entire shinobi world, my power is nearly sufficient for such feats. Still, sitting here conversing with you, the Hyuga clan leader, I cannot help but feel a sense of destiny between us. After all, we have engaged in more than one transaction. Have we not? That masked man from years ago, was he from the Uchiha clan? Indeed. I wonder how satisfied you were with that transaction from back then? Hyuga Hizashi could hardly contain his composure. 6 years prior, how young had this individual been? Setting that aside, when he saved Hinata a decade ago, just how old was he then? To the eyes of everyone, he was merely a child, yet he possessed such formidable strength. How could anyone believe such a tale? Yet, it undeniably serves as the only plausible explanation. The Uchiha clan had been eradicated, yet that powerful masked figure managed to infiltrate their Hyuga clan unnoticed. What transpired after the transaction remained a mystery. In the midst of this, Uchiha Kai quietly emerged. If this were indeed the case, everything would make sense. Yet some aspects still eluded comprehension. I am curious, Hyuga Hizashi inquired. Given your immense power at that time, why did you present yourself as so unremarkable within the village? Is it not clear? I informed you a decade ago that the Uchiha clan was destined for extinction. I was aware that these events would unfold. The same holds true for what I share with you now, for I possess knowledge of all that exists. A moment of grandeur unfolded for Uchiha Kai, a pinnacle of his life. The leader of the largest Hyuga clan in the shinobi world was utterly captivated before him. Each word he uttered widened Hizashi's eyes, filled with disbelief, even prompting him to swallow instinctively. Upon reflection, it did seem that events were unfolding precisely as Kai had predicted. Could it be that he truly had the ability to foresee the future, or was he merely manipulating these outcomes through his strength? Regardless of the truth, the implications were profoundly unsettling. As Hizashi sensed that Kai was about to propose another transaction, one that would be exceedingly difficult for him to decline, he hesitated for a moment, then asked with grave seriousness, "Very well, what are your terms for this transaction?" "Aha," Kai chuckled, as if perceiving the true thoughts of another was an effortless endeavor for him. Leaning slightly forward, he restrained his facial expressions and declared that this transaction was rather simple. The Hyuga clan had 2 daughters. The elder was rather unremarkable, while the younger was a prodigy. Thus, if possible, he could create a bearer of the rebirth eye for their clan, in exchange for marrying his elder daughter to him. What did you say? Hyuga Hizashi suddenly slammed his hand on the table, rising in anger to glare at Kai. It seemed he had set his sights on this matter all along. If you are unwilling, then consider it a jest. I hope you won't take offense. Noticing the other's fury, Kai quickly smiled and waved his hands. I agree. Provided that Hinata has no objections. In an instant, Hyuga Hizashi, who had been seething with rage just moments before, altered his stance entirely. Despite belonging to a formerly rival clan, the remarkable Uchiha Kai made one reconsider. After all, the Uchiha clan, as it once was, no longer existed. As Kai had articulated during the banquet, he had become the very embodiment of his family. Thus, should his daughter marry him, it would be advantageous for the Hyuga clan in terms of strength and various other aspects. There was no urgency in this matter. It would ultimately depend on Hinata's own sentiments. For now, they should focus on completing the initial transaction. Regarding the origins of the Byakugan, I have already relayed that information to the Hyuga clan leader. Therefore, I hope the matter of the map can be resolved within 5 years. Kai spoke at a leisurely pace. Merely a piece of information could exact such a monumental price. Even if it were to be conveyed to the Hyuga clan, ultimately, they would be powerless to act. It would merely amount to the simple acquisition of knowledge, or perhaps acknowledging an ancestor, understanding the origins of their lineage. May I inquire about your true intentions? Hinata Hizashi asked once more. Intentions? Taking a deep breath and contemplating. He realized that he possessed a rather clear vision of his future aspirations, having been abruptly transported from a mundane corporate existence to this new realm. He found himself experiencing an entirely different life. Given the circumstances, acceptance of reality was the only recourse. The task ahead was straightforward, to cultivate a life that was more comfortable and tranquil. He had no desire to engage with power dynamics, nor did he harbor any interest in such matters. Instead, he aspired to live a life of ease and contentment, free from the burdens of worry. The ultimate goal for the future was simple: to lead the life he desired, to attain the freedom he sought, unencumbered by the judgments of others and devoid of any pressure. What Kai expressed this time was indeed a reflection of his innermost thoughts. In this world, possessing formidable strength undeniably allows one to act with impunity. However, amassing substantial wealth equally grants the same liberty. When both attributes converge upon a single individual, all pursuits driven by personal interest shall face no constraints whatsoever. Although I remain uncertain of your true intentions, having given my word, I shall endeavor to complete the map of the River Kingdom within the 5 years you specified. Nevertheless, the Nara family shall refrain from any additional involvement. While your motives elude my understanding, it is perplexing that one with such immense power would resort to the most convoluted methods, especially when all tasks could be accomplished independently. It is quite apparent that what you perceive as intricate is rather elementary for me. At least, the forthcoming matters need not be undertaken by myself, correct? Kaiwei smiled, fully understanding Hinata Hinashi's caution. Lord Hokage, the visitors from Awagakure are expected to arrive in about an hour. Kakashi is currently leading the Umbu personnel to receive them. However, given your current condition, it might be prudent to send a clone to handle the situation. In the Hokage's office, Shizune expressed her concern as she observed Tsunade, whose burgeoning belly could not be concealed even beneath loose clothing. Tsunade was now over 8 months pregnant, and the size of her belly made it impossible to hide. For the past month or two, she had been delegating village affairs to her clones. Thus, Shizune felt compelled to remind her of the circumstances. That's not an option. Tsunade sighed in resignation, fully grasping Shizune's implication. Turning to her assistant, she asserted, the matters between the two villages are of immense significance to us. We have been adversaries for so long, and this opportunity is rare. If I were to send a clone now, it might be perceived as disrespectful. Therefore, I must personally attend this meeting. Please make the necessary preparations. Tsunade wore an expression of helplessness. The weather had become increasingly warm, and while thick clothing could obscure her figure in the colder months, it was impractical in the heat. With the use of clones not an option, transformation techniques were also out of the question. Anyone with keen eyes would easily discern whether she had utilized chakra to disguise her condition. Outside the village, a group of over a dozen individuals approached at a rapid pace. However, upon entering a particular area, they began to slow their pace and moved onto the main road. Each individual wore a forehead protector adorned with a distinct two-mountain insignia, a striking emblem for any shinobi village. The members of Awagakure gradually encroached upon the territory of Kanahagakure. Not far ahead, another group of about a dozen individuals awaited their arrival. The two factions stood approximately 200 meters apart. Leading the Konoha team was Kakashi, flanked by Umbu ninjas, all wearing masks. With the former Team 7 now disbanded, Kakashi had naturally returned to the Umbu. There is no longer a need to live masked as we once did. As for the individuals from Iwagakure, leading the group is a portly man adorned with a red hat bearing their village's forehead protector. He possesses a prominent nose akin to that of Inoki, and perhaps due to the environmental factors of their village, he is relatively shorter in stature, even when visiting other nations. Each person from their group is clad in ninja combat attire. Among them, the most conspicuous is undoubtedly Kuratsuchi, who stands behind the leader. Though a mere 200 meters separates the two parties, one must not underestimate this distance. Should an incident, or even a fatality occur within that span, the repercussions would not fall upon Konohagakure, provided the assailant is not from their village. However, once they reach their designated location, it is tantamount to entering the territory of the Leaf Village. Any harm or aggression sustained thereafter would render Konohagakure fully accountable. This is precisely why Uchiha Kai would not engage in combat within Iwagakure, at most facing mere surveillance from them. Yet, confrontations would erupt outside the village. Even if Kuratsuchi wished to gauge Uchiha Kai's prowess, she would opt for the periphery of the village. The rationale is rather consistent. Disturbances within the village not only complicate matters for the neighboring settlements, but also pose challenges in providing satisfactory explanations to outsiders. This elucidates why, despite the tumultuous events instigated by Kumogakure within Konohagakure, the latter resorted to scapegoating an individual, sacrificing another's life to mitigate the fallout. Welcome, everyone. I am Kakashi Itaki, the guardian assigned to accompany you during your visit to Konohagakure. The individuals behind me are tasked with ensuring your safety within the village. As the crowd approached, Kakashi stepped forward to introduce himself before turning to acknowledge the masked figures. I am Akatsuchi, the guardian of the third Tsuchikage and the principal representative for this visit to Konohagakure. Standing tall, albeit with a somewhat stout physique, he retained the dignity of his village. Meanwhile, Kuratsuchi, positioned behind him, appeared similarly composed, though her large eyes darted about restlessly. Here's the list of our village's visiting delegation and the pertinent matters, which have already been communicated to the 5th Hokage of Konohagakure. We kindly request that you review this. If all is in order, we shall proceed to enter the village. CH, with a casual demeanor, handed Kakashi a file. Perhaps due to procedural norms, Kakashi opened the document and verified its contents. Once satisfied that everything was in order, he closed the file bag and presented it back to CH with both hands. With the verification complete, he welcomed everyone to enter the village of Konoha. Although uncertain whether the customs of the two villages were alike, he expressed hope that all would adhere to the rules of their village, refraining from entering restricted areas. He encouraged everyone to take in the beauty of Konoha and gestured for them to follow him. The distance from their current location to the village was several kilometers. Yet there was no necessity for the group to employ ninjutsu to hasten their journey. A contingent of over a dozen ANBU from Konoha formed a protective formation, ensuring the safety of the Iwagakure delegation on either side and behind them. They held no objections to this arrangement, as they understood that the treatment they received in Iwagakure was nearly identical. For the sake of security, both parties recognized the necessity of vigilance should any danger arise. Accountability would be paramount. Behold, the village of Konoha. The sight of Konoha from afar struck CH with awe, prompting him to exclaim. The vibrant scenery was incomparable to that of Iwagakure. Notably, the 5 colossal Hokage statues were visible even from a great distance. For those present, tasked with various missions, it was their first visit to another of the 5 great shinobi villages, and the sense of wonder was palpable, though unspoken. CH's excitement did not go unnoticed by the others. Kakashi squinted slightly and smiled, confirming, "Indeed, this is Konoha. It's beautiful," CH exclaimed, then hesitated before asking, "Mr. Kakashi, may I inquire if Might Guy is present today?" His face flushed as he lowered his gaze. The leader, CH, appeared momentarily speechless. Kakashi was taken aback by the direct mention of Might Guy. Yet, observing CH's bashful demeanor and recognizing their similar ages, he understood the underlying sentiment without further elaboration. "Yes, he is. If you're interested, once we arrive at the village, I could take you to his home." Kakashi thought it amusing to witness the interaction between the two. If this were indeed a significant matter, it would surely warrant documentation for the Hokage. "Really?" CH responded, eyes wide with excitement. "Of course. Accommodations have already been arranged for everyone. Should there be no objections, I invite you all to accompany us to our lodgings," Kakashi stated. However, he seemed to recall something and added, "The village of Konoha is quite vibrant. If you're interested, you may wish to explore its streets. For your safety, rest assured that someone will remain by your side, and I hope you do not mind this arrangement. Of course, We understand, replied Akatsuchi. After all, it is only natural to adhere to such protocols when visiting another's village. Unlike Uchiha Kai, who roams his own village with reckless abandon. Akatsuchi couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corner of his mouth at the thought. Yet, one could ponder that if one possessed such formidable strength, wandering freely in Konoha would be entirely permissible. Thus, one must acknowledge the difference in circumstances. As they entered the village, the group observed their surroundings with curious eyes, leaving no detail unnoticed. The young woman, Karatsuchi, appeared as though she had stepped into a new world, her inquisitiveness evident as she glanced around. For everything here was so foreign to her. It is worth noting that despite having built their villages for decades, there had never been any interaction between them. From the beginning until now, the two villages had remained in a state of tension. Yet, to stand on the soil of Konoha was a poignant experience for the older generations. Though the streets were not particularly wide, they were a vast improvement over those in their own village. The bustling commerce and throngs of people, along with the dazzling array of goods, were concepts that would have been unimaginable in a Wagakure. Navigating through the lively streets, Kakashi soon led the group to a location where, upon opening the windows, one could behold the prominent Hokage Rock, offering a panoramic view of most of Konoha. The Hokage building was conveniently positioned within sight, separated by a mere 300 meters, marking it as a definitive core of the village. You will reside here, and everything you require for your stay has been arranged. Should you find any inadequacies, please do not hesitate to inform us, and we shall procure what is necessary immediately. There are a total of 8 rooms, and I trust you will decide among yourselves how to allocate them, Kakashi said, guiding the group to the building. The entrance featured a simple, gently sloping path, devoid of excessive embellishments, and the surrounding area lacked significant structures. Despite being in the heart of the village, it felt as though this area had been deliberately isolated. I truly appreciate your efforts, Kakashi. If possible, please inform Lord Hokage of our desire to expedite the signing of the peace treaty. Chidu handed his backpack to the person behind him and turned to face Kakashi, his expression earnest. However, he sensed another gaze beside him. Upon catching a glimpse of Kuratsuchi's pitiful eyes, Chidu instantly felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, compelling him to soften his serious demeanor. He addressed Kakashi once more. Of course, if possible, and if you could communicate in advance with Lord Hokage, we hope to remain in the village for an extended period. Rest assured, we shall not pry into any secrets of Konohagakure nor engage in any unnecessary actions. Kakashi smiled faintly, his gaze resting upon the young lady, Kuratsuchi, as if he suddenly comprehended something profound. No problem, I will report your requests to Lord Hokage. You may also discuss matters directly with him. As Kakashi's words trailed off, Kuratsuchi stepped forward, her head bowed in embarrassment, fingers fidgeting together, at a loss for words. Observing her discomfort, Kakashi hesitated before continuing. I must now report the situation to Lord Hokage. At this point, Kuratsuchi visibly sank in disappointment. Yet, Kakashi added, shortly, I will have my companions escort you to Uchiha Kai. However, he is quite particular, and his residence is rather distant from the village. Typically, apart from invitations. If you venture there, and we can only ensure your safety, others may not be able to accompany you. That's perfectly fine, as long as I can go alone, Kuratsuchi exclaimed, her face lighting up with excitement. However, Chitu appeared somewhat displeased, for his mission here extended beyond merely signing a peace agreement. It also encompassed the critical task of safeguarding this young lady's well-being. Don't worry, Chitu, I will be perfectly fine, Kuratsuchi reassured him, devoid of any apprehension. Reflecting on the past month, Chitu recalled how Kuratsuchi seemed to be constantly contemplating her journey to Konohagakure. It felt as though she had fallen under a spell. Very well, but do be cautious while you're alone. If anything happens, return immediately. Remember, we are here for serious matters, so do not let anything hinder our purpose. Rest assured, I will just go inside to pick a room and change my clothes. With an air of anticipation and excitement, she bounded up the stairs. As for the room, it hardly mattered. Any that was closest and easily accessible would suffice as her own. I truly apologize for the trouble caused. Chit slightly bent forward, offering an apologetic tone as he addressed Kakashi and the others. I understand that you have traveled a long distance. It would be best if you could rest here for a while. If possible, I hope you can stay with us today and explore the village of Konoha tomorrow. Allow me to report to Lord Hokage first and see what he has to say. This will help us avoid any potential complications. Thank you for your consideration, Kakashi responded, to which Chit nodded once more. After exchanging a few light words, Kakashi was about to take his leave, as were the members from Iwagakure, who were also ready to rest. However, at that moment, the rapid sound of footsteps from inside drew everyone's attention. The people from Iwagakure widened their eyes and gaped in disbelief at the scene before them, some even holding their breath as if confronted with something utterly inconceivable. Chit's lips quivered slightly as he softly called out, "Kurokitsu? Nanny?" In an instant, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. Even Kakashi, who had not yet departed, couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. How beautifully constructed this place is. Walking along the wooden corridor that connects the villa, the flowers planted on either side still exuded their delightful fragrance. The environment, suffused with elegance and romance, revealed a charming side of Kurokitsu. As they passed through the dense woods, the luxurious villa came into view, momentarily leaving Kurokitsu in awe. This was a level of opulence she had never witnessed before, a sensation she had never experienced. The open expanse on either side, the sprawling lawns, and a singular house standing in the distance captivated her entirely. In her mind, she was instantly transported back to a memory of herself in a wedding dress, stepping along a red carpet laid down this very corridor towards the villa. As a gentle breeze swept through, Kurokitsu's hair fluttered, and she suddenly understood why her appearance had left the people of Iwagakure astonished. Having donned a different outfit and makeup, she seemed transformed, almost unrecognizable. Who could have predicted that a girl known for her battle cries and clad in ninja attire could so effortlessly captivate attention in such exquisite attire? She wore a sleek black mini-skirt paired with elegant black heels, complemented by a fitted top that showcased her refined figure. Even her hair was styled differently, no longer tied up as it usually was. After all, such demeanor may appear rather cold, yet it proves immensely convenient during task execution. However, today she let her hair cascade down entirely. The lustrous black locks enhance her allure significantly, transforming the once commanding and astute young woman into a figure of playful charm and gentle beauty. Ahead lies our destination. Nonetheless, for the sake of safety, I shall proceed to inform them and gauge Uchiha Kai's response. If all is well, you may follow afterward, so remain here for now. Accompanying Kuratsuchi are two members of the Umbu. One, adorned with a blue-striped mask, raised a hand to halt further progress and turned to Kuratsuchi, then, with a slight push from his legs, launched himself toward the villa in a swift motion. Enveloped in eager anticipation, Kuratsuchi remained oblivious to the movements of the other individual. This other figure, clad in a pure white mask, seized the moment as the first departed, discreetly drawing a kunai from his sleeve. The arrival of the Iwagakure contingent must bear special orders, and we must thwart their sinister designs. Particularly concerning is the woman among them. If an opportunity arises, she must be eliminated. Recalling the directives received, it was evident that the communication in the shadows was quite deliberate. Observing the adorable yet slightly anxious girl before him, he subtly shifted his stance to the right. Noticing her lack of awareness, he swiftly raised the kunai and lunged towards Kuratsuchi with remarkable speed. She remained entirely unaware, and by the time she sensed the imminent danger, the attack was already upon her. The moment left her with no chance for resistance, signifying her complete vulnerability as she could only watch the assault descend towards her heart. Bang! Just as all her hopes transformed into dread, and Kuratsuchi resigned to her fate, a sudden gust of wind swept past her. In the next instant, the Umbu member who aimed to strike her was sent flying by a powerful kick. In truth, while they approached, the individual within the villa had been idly observing, specifically, Kagaya, whose primary duty was to monitor the surrounding safety. Everything entering a designated perimeter fell within his perception. Thus, when the two figures, accompanied by a girl, appeared, all his senses were acutely attuned to these three. Reinforcements have arrived. It appears to be two Umbu members and another girl. Yet, her identity remains a mystery, though she seems to be here for us. Indeed, one of them is approaching. Indeed, Lord Kai. Another individual has drawn a weapon with the intent to assault that young lady. Inside the room, several individuals are engaged in a game of cards. Ling's face is already plastered with notes, while the young woman, Yu, has her visage completely obscured, rendering her original appearance nearly unrecognizable. Deshawn is not in a much better state, yet Uchiha Kai remains unchanged, his face devoid of any markings. Only the four of them are partaking in the game, while the remaining two stand by as mere spectators. Thus, when Xiang Lin articulated her concerns, Kai responded briefly. However, upon hearing about another Umbu member's intent to attack, a realization struck him. Judging by the timeline, it seemed that the individuals from Iwagakure had indeed arrived. with a young woman accompanied by two Umbu members. Her identity required no further elaboration. As for the intentions of the other individual, Uchiha Kai had no time for contemplation. In the next instant, he vanished from his position, delivering a swift kick to the assailant's chest just as the attack was initiated. The forceful impact sent the assailant hurtling back several meters, crashing into the ground and creating a considerable dent in the wooden walkway below. Before the adversary could regain their footing, Kai instantly reappeared above him. To his surprise, the assailant still possessed enough strength to retaliate, flinging a kunai toward Kai. Simultaneously, he attempted to roll away, disregarding his injuries, eager to escape the scene. With a resounding thud, as the assailant moved a mere 2 or 3 meters away, Kai pivoted and delivered another powerful kick, propelling the adversary further. This time, the force was markedly greater, evident by the pronounced indentation forming on the assailant's chest. Upon hitting the ground, the mask worn by the foe shattered, and he could not suppress a violent cough of blood as he crashed down. Sensing the commotion, the other fleeing individual hurried back, only to witness his fallen comrade. Although unaware of the events that transpired, the fact that Uchiha Kai had personally intervened suggested that the situation was far from simple. As for Kuratsuchi, she stood frozen in place, but upon glimpsing Uchiha Kai's presence, an inexplicable sense of security enveloped her mind. No matter how resolute and capable she typically was, in this moment, she was undeniably ensnared by the throes of infatuation. Meanwhile, the assailant, now unable to resist further attacks, found himself swiftly confronted by Kai, who was poised to interrogate him when another Umbu member rushed in, urgently shouting for Uchiha Kai to cease his actions. Kai indeed came to a halt, lifting his gaze to question the other individual. Though he was unaware of the unfolding events, he insisted that matters here should be resolved by the members of the Umbu themselves. Should it be discovered that this individual intended to commit nefarious deeds, the appropriate course of action would naturally be entrusted to Lord Hokage. Furthermore, today's incident would also be reported to him, and this individual would be handed over to the interrogation department. The newcomer, although oblivious to the circumstances, could discern from the current situation and Kuratsuchi's expression that something significant had transpired. The masked figure swiftly positioned himself in front of the severely injured Umbu member on the ground, fearing that Uchiha Kai might strike again. To think that one would dare to commit murder on my territory, even if I were to take his life. It is likely that even the 5th Hokage would have little to say. Since you have made your stance clear, I expect the Umbu to provide me with a definitive explanation moving forward. Kai furrowed his brow, his gaze, though devoid of emotion, fixated on the masked figure before him. The insinuation in his words was unmistakable. Rest assured, we in the Dark Department shall provide a clear account of this matter, he continued, directing his attention toward the distant figure of Kuratsuchi. That girl has come seeking you. You must be acquainted with her. Therefore, I entrust her safety to you, while I escort this individual to the interrogation department for further inquiries. With that, he grasped the collar of the unconscious man, effortlessly hoisting him up, and swiftly departed from the scene. Such a trivial task, yet it had been botched, and their presence had been detected. Nevertheless, the prowess of Uchiha Kai was indeed formidable. Once they had distanced themselves from the location, the masked individual removed his mask with a heavy sigh, casting a resigned glance at the burden he bore upon his shoulder. The weakened figure beneath him managed a faintly awkward smile in response. However, in the next instant, the assailant produced a knife, plunging it into the man's heart. Now that you have been exposed, your existence holds no value. Your only recourse is to embrace your demise. The injured man, until his last breath, could scarcely fathom that he would not perish at the hands of Uchiha Kai, but rather succumb to a betrayal by his own comrade. In the end, his eyes widened in shock as his head tilted, and he succumbed to death. Even in death, the other individual showed no mercy. He placed his hand upon the fallen man's forehead, and as chakra surged forth, blood began to seep from the eyes and ears of the lifeless body. Having achieved this grim task, he finally stood up, stretching lazily, appearing nonchalant. Yet, after a moment of silence spent contemplating the corpse at his feet, he grasped the collar and began to drag the body forward. As for Uchiha Kai, he had just undergone an ordeal of considerable magnitude. Although this encounter had brought him closer to death than ever before, Kuratsuchi remained unperturbed, her emotions unaffected by the earlier events. As she beheld the approaching Uchiha Kai, a blush crept across her cheeks, and she averted her gaze, her hands fidgeting awkwardly in front of her. I can't believe you actually came. Kai approached Haidu. A trace of helplessness etched on his face as he spoke with a nonchalant tone. Did you not anticipate our meeting would come so swiftly? Or do you perhaps wish to avoid seeing me? Haida slightly raised his head, yet his gaze faltered, unable to meet Kai's eyes. With a playful and endearing expression, he inquired, how could that possibly be? Of course, you are welcome here. However, Konoha is not as idyllic as you might envision. There are internal strifes as well. As the granddaughter of Noki, your presence here could be perilous. As Kai spoke, he turned and took 2 steps towards the villa. Pausing momentarily before glancing back at the dark-skinned figure still standing in place, exclaiming, let's go. Oh. The girl responded with a broad smile, quickly matching his pace as they proceeded towards the house ahead. Has any investigation revealed the circumstances? Tsunade, with a grave expression, furrowed her brow as she directed her inquiry towards the 2 individuals before her. Naturally, her first question was directed at Kakashi, the one responsible for the reception. The other man, bearing 2 prominent scars on his face, exuded an aura of depth and terror, even in the absence of expression. Lord Hokage, the assailant, was exceedingly decisive. Obliterating the brain, making it impossible to extract any information, Kakashi reported. However, this does indicate that the Umbu are not as clean as we presumed. Mori no Ibiki, the head of the interrogation unit in Konoha, was primarily tasked with extracting answers, even from the deceased. Yet, with the brain so severely damaged, retrieving prior information was utterly impossible. Kakashi stood solemnly at the side, taken aback by the severity of the incident involving the reception personnel. Since they could not interrogate for original information, it should be relatively straightforward to investigate the circumstances surrounding the assailant. Tsunade's anger was palpable. Such a significant event occurring while a Wagakure was present in Konoha was alarming, especially with the victim being the granddaughter of Inoki, the 3rd Tsuchikage. If such an incident were to escalate, the possibility of reconciliation between the 2 villages would be irrevocably lost. I believe there is a matter worth mentioning, Kakashi interjected. Tsunade immediately turned her gaze towards him, prompting him to continue. The deceased was likely killed by a kunai piercing the heart, which subsequently resulted in the destruction of the brain. Only 2 individuals were involved in the mission, the deceased Tetsuyan and another named Yuwa, whose attack was thwarted by Uchiha Kai. If Uchiha Kai intended to kill someone, he would not resort to a kunai, as he detests using such weapons. Should he wish to employ a weapon, it would undoubtedly be his dagger, which would inflict a straightforward wound directly through the throat. The manner of death suggests that a kunai to the heart is not a method he would employ. Kakashi regarded Tsunade with a serious demeanor, fully aware of the obvious implications. The other 2 understood the gravity of the situation immediately. Dispatch someone to investigate Yuhua. That old scoundrel is unexpectedly attempting to instigate trouble even after such an incident. Regarding the previous members of Root, we must oversee each one of them meticulously. Regardless, we shall not act until the current situation in Wagakure has concluded. Subsequent matters will be resolved internally at our own pace. Tsunade seethed with anger, her teeth clenched, and her fists tightened in frustration. She harbored an intense desire to strike that old scoundrel with all her might. The outcome of the situation was already evident. Both individuals had once been affiliated with Root, and they were certainly aware of such matters. If only one person were involved, it would warrant contemplation regarding the mastermind behind it all. However, with 2 individuals implicated, it becomes apparent that very few could command them. Understood. We will immediately secure the situation with the Great Cream Fire, Kakashi declared before hastily departing the Hokage's office, swiftly distancing himself from the Hokage building. You have no further business here. Return at once. Also, send someone to fetch that Uchiha Kai, Tsunade commanded, her voice still laced with fury as she gazed at the remaining Ibiki Marino in the office. Yes, what a scoundrel. As the last person departed and the door to the room closed, Tsunade, consumed by fury, struck her desk with a powerful fist. The sheer force created yet another gaping hole in the surface, alongside another clearly visible dent at the opposite end, revealing that this desk had borne the brunt of countless previous assaults. Yet, the anger brewing within her was impossible to conceal. It was crucial to understand the significance of the peace treaty between the 2 villages for her. Prior to her ascension as Hokage, she had already held considerable prestige in the village, and in the months since taking office, the villagers' regard for her had only elevated, particularly in recent times. Following the announcement of Wagakure's impending visit to finalize the peace treaty, the atmosphere within the village seemed to reach unprecedented heights. However, this did not imply universal support for the endeavor. Should this peace treaty fail, her standing within the village would undoubtedly plummet. With only a handful of individuals harboring such sentiments, Despite knowing the source of her frustrations, she found herself powerless to act. Danzo, though shrouded in the shadows of the village, had undeniably amassed a level of influence over the decades that rivaled her own. Gritting her teeth, she felt a wave of discomfort in her stomach, likely a consequence of her anger. Sitting in her chair, she inhaled deeply, placing a hand on her abdomen and gently caressing it until she felt a semblance of relief, before leaning back and closing her eyes. Meanwhile, Kakashi, accompanied by 5 or 6 individuals, swiftly arrived at a house. Upon their arrival, they observed 2 children joyfully playing, while a woman in her 30s sat nearby, mending clothes. For the members of the Umbu, a single salary sufficed to sustain an entire household. From their vantage point on the roof, they refrained from intruding immediately. Instead, Kakashi dispelled his disguise and leaped down. This scenario appeared to be a familiar occurrence, as neither the woman nor the children exhibited any surprise at his arrival. "Kakashi-sama, you're here," the woman exclaimed, hastily placing her belongings on the table and rising to greet him with courtesy. "Yes. Is Fire home?" As the day gradually succumbed to darkness, the twilight's glow slowly faded away. The courtyard fell into an almost profound silence, broken only by the playful banter of 2 children. The others on the roof assumed a state of readiness, yet none dared to utter a sound, though the woman remained oblivious to the unfolding events. She could discern the expression on her husband's face upon his return. It was a rarity for Kakashi to personally seek someone out. After a brief moment of hesitation, she raised her hand and pointed toward a nearby room, uttering, "He is inside." "Thank you. I shall go find him," Kakashi replied with a smile, though he turned his back to the woman with a newfound caution. As he approached the room, he intended to knock, but the moment his hand grazed the door, it swung open. Peering through the crack, Kakashi's brow furrowed at the sight within. A heavy scent of blood wafted through the gap and inside the room. "Ah." The woman, perhaps driven by curiosity at Kakashi's lingering presence in the doorway, stepped forward and pushed the door open. Upon witnessing the scene inside, she was momentarily taken aback, only to be overtaken by a wave of terror, crying out loudly. She crouched on the floor, gasping for breath, yet no tears fell. Perhaps she had long foreseen such a tragic fate for her husband. Inside, the man lay in a grotesque disarray, as if he had been viciously hacked apart. Even a mind unhinged could deduce that this was no act of suicide. Who could inflict such a gruesome fate upon themselves? Taking a deep breath, Kakashi silently closed the door. His expression was grave, and the 2 children in the courtyard, drawn by their mother's anguished cry, approached with curiosity. However, the woman swiftly gathered her young ones into her arms, shielding them from the horror. The others descended as well, but upon witnessing the bloody scene within, a heavy silence enveloped them. No one dared to speak. Truly ruthless, Kakashi remarked, then turned to those beside him, instructing, "Attend to the scene. I must report back to Lord Hokage." "Yes." Meanwhile, in the Uchiha clan estate, Karatsuchi gazed upon the opulence of the villa, instantly captivated by its allure. Closing her eyes, she inhaled the atmosphere, allowing herself to fantasize about donning a wedding gown and becoming the mistress of this splendid abode. Yet, this delightful reverie was just beginning when Uchiha Kai gently tapped her shoulder, inquiring, "Would you like something to drink?" Awakening suddenly, she noticed only the houses around her, entirely oblivious to the presence of several individuals beside her. When she felt Uchiha Kai's hand on her shoulder, Karatsuchi experienced a moment of clarity. As she turned to respond, she was met with several pairs of eyes fixed upon her. This awkwardness was perhaps known only to her. "That works." After a brief silence, she responded with a hint of embarrassment. "Those are my family members. It's getting late, so let us discuss what we talked about tomorrow. After dawn, I will take you to explore the Hidden Leaf Village." Kai offered a simple response, devoid of lingering sentiment, and turned to ascend the staircase. "Long time no see. Black Earth." You, the only familiar face among the group, greeted with a smile and a wave. Indeed, it has been a while. The sight of her standing there, somewhat at a loss, instantly stirred Yu's inquisitive nature. She hastily tore away the papers affixed to her face and swiftly approached Black Earth, circling around him while appraising him from head to toe. Just as Black Earth pondered her intentions, Yu suddenly grinned and inquired, "Is that the scent of romance I detect? Nanny?" Black Earth felt his cheeks flush, caught off guard and unsure of what to say. He awkwardly introduced himself. "I am Black Earth, hailing from Awagakure. I believe I've heard of you," Yu replied. "I am Yu, and this is Crescent Moon, along with the others, Deshawn, Ing, and Xiang Lin." Her introductions were refreshingly succinct, encompassing everyone in one breath. Have a drink. It must have been a long journey. Xiong Lin, holding a cup of beverage, approached Black Earth with a warm smile. The others also wore expressions of friendliness. Although Deshawn appeared somewhat stern, he exuded a sense of approachability. For a fleeting moment, Black Earth truly wished to consider them all as family. Thank you. He responded with a smile as he accepted the drink offered by Xiong Lin. No need for such formality. It will be dark soon. Is there anything you would like to eat? Xiong Lin inquired. I don't think I have any particular cravings. Anything is fine. Black Earth had not anticipated that these individuals would invite him to stay for dinner. Initially, he thought he would merely visit to see Uchiha Kai and then depart, given the late hour. However, faced with their warm invitation, he found himself reluctant to decline. After all, his purpose for coming to Konohagakure was not to sign any peace treaties, but simply to catch a glimpse of the person he wished to see. I'll prepare a room for you. The accommodations here will surely surpass those provided by your village. They said, consider this place your home and enjoy your stay. Each person expressed their willingness, effectively unveiling Black Earth's innermost desire. In light of their kindness, he felt no inclination to refuse, given the opportunity to reside here. How could he ever contemplate returning to that other place? She is utterly indifferent to the tasks at hand, as they bear little significance to her. What she desires most is to be with those she wishes to be around. This time, regardless of how the hours may stretch, it is likely that they will only part for a maximum of half a month. After this period, they will once again be separated by vast distances. Yet this is undeniably a promising omen. With no response, she nodded heavily, completely enveloped in the warmth of this joyful anticipation. Is the information you have gleaned accurate? In another locale, an office situated a great distance from Konoha, a figure of robust stature, whose temperament radiates explosive intensity, loudly inquires of the individual standing before him upon receiving the news. His furrowed brows and clenched fists emanate a faint crackle of electricity surrounding him. This is none other than the renowned 4th Reikage, within the village of Kumogakure, one of the 5 great shinobi villages. Much like Iwagakure of the Earth Country, they are a clan that relies heavily on brute strength, often neglecting intellect. To them, strength reigns supreme, and any problem can be resolved through sheer might. However, today, he has received news that has left him in a state of fury. The fact that Iwagakure is purportedly negotiating a treaty with Konoha is simply beyond their realm of belief. Reikage-sama, this matter cannot be mistaken. Initially, we were taken aback by this revelation and instinctively deemed it a fabrication. Yet, upon further investigation, we have confirmed its authenticity. By now, the envoy from Iwagakure should have arrived in Konoha. If the 2 villages indeed choose to set aside their grievances and unite, it may not bode well for our village. Spoke a man with white hair and dark skin, who bore a long sword on his back. Though he appeared somewhat nonchalant, his words struck with an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Though we currently reside in an era of peace, the scars of the 3rd Great Ninja War are still fresh in the memories of those who lived through it. Thus, the gravity of this situation is readily apparent. The critical question remains, why would 2 historically adversarial villages suddenly agree to a treaty? Such a development seems inconceivable. Has any investigation been conducted into the reasons behind this unexpected accord? The 4th Reikage inquired, contemplating that this matter would perplex this group of individuals for another 2 years, rendering them incapable of understanding its depths. Lord Reikage, he continued, though the precise reasons elude us, it is evident that a certain individual is involved. According to our investigations, prior to the emergence of this notion within Iwagakure, a team of ninjas from Konohagakure was dispatched to their village for a mission, during which a conflict seemingly erupted. It was after this incident that the village began to harbor such thoughts. Among the rumors we have uncovered, the leader of that team was a young man named Uchiha Kai, a survivor of the Uchiha clan's tragic fate. More than a year ago, the former 3rd Hokage had issued a bounty on him. However, a few months back, this bounty was unexpectedly rescinded by the current 5th Hokage. The reasons behind this are unclear, yet the 5th Hokage summoned him back to Konohagakure, and it is said that he possesses formidable strength, with some claiming he rivals Uchiha Madara. Yet, such assertions remain mere rumors, and without first-hand observation, our skepticism persists. Darui, the individual with white hair and dark skin, conveyed this information with an air of nonchalance. His demeanor remained unruffled, for the tales surrounding Uchiha Madara are indeed numerous. The sudden emergence of another Uchiha claiming such remarkable power is met with incredulity. Darui fundamentally regarded this situation as either a fabrication born of inter-village gossip or an exaggeration of the truth. Nevertheless, he recognized the necessity of reporting the matter at hand. Uchiha Kai, the fourth Reikage, suddenly found the name strikingly familiar. He flipped through a stack of documents beside him, retrieving the bottom sheet and scrutinizing its contents. Unconsciously furrowing his brow, there truly is an Uchiha Kai. Who exactly is this individual? He murmured to himself, lacking any distinct recollection of such a person. What do you hold in your hand, Lord Reikage? Darui inquired, instinctively assuming that the document revealing Uchiha Kai's name contained detailed intelligence. To his surprise, the fourth Reikage dismissively slapped the paper onto the table, stating that it was a message from the fifth Hokage of Konohagakure, indicating that in 2 months, they would send a delegation to visit Kumogakure, hoping for improved communication between both sides and expressing a desire for participation in the Chunin exams in Kumogakure. With Uchiha Kai as the leader, is it possible those individuals from Konohagakure dare to come to Kumogakure? Darui remarked, his expression twisting into a smirk as he considered the gravity of the situation. Regardless of the circumstances, we shall address it when the time comes. However, it is imperative that we swiftly ascertain the true nature of the dealings between these two villages. The Reikage dismissed the topic with a wave, once again unable to restrain himself as he shouted loudly. For them, the Hidden Leaf village was not particularly significant, given the vast distance separating the two villages. However, the members of the Hidden Stone village were truly insufferable, often instigating conflicts with their Cloud village. It was not unusual for skirmishes to break out several times a year, rendering the relationship between the two villages far from amicable. Consequently, upon receiving the news, the Reikage felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Should the two villages unite, even the formidable strength of the Cloud village would be insufficient to withstand the onslaught. Therefore, the utmost priority was to uncover why the Hidden Stone village had suddenly decided to forge an alliance with the Hidden Leaf village. If this matter remained unclear, their village would indeed be in peril. Understanding this, Darui promptly took it upon himself to dispatch individuals to conduct a thorough investigation, ensuring clarity regarding the developments between the two villages. As he casually retrieved a toothpick from his pocket and placed it in his mouth, Darui turned and exited the Reikage's office. Today marked a momentous occasion for the Hidden Leaf village. The long-standing adversary, the Hidden Stone village, had signed a peace treaty, signifying that they would no longer have to fear attacks or threats from that direction, at least for the duration of the agreement. In light of this, it was indeed a cause for celebration. Almost everyone on the streets was engaged in discussions about this development. Although the majority of the inhabitants of the Hidden Leaf village were ninjas, a significant portion were merchants, and such an occurrence could be deemed a universally joyous situation. Within the Hokage building, the atmosphere was notably exceptional and serious. The conference room, with its large rectangular table, could accommodate around 20 individuals. The fifth Hokage, Tsunade, had arrived early and occupied the foremost seat. From her position, it was impossible to discern any changes. As she leaned over the table, her abdomen concealed beneath it, ensuring no one would rudely intrude upon her privacy by peering underneath to observe the Hokage's midsection. This circumstance effectively concealed her presence. Among the contingent from the Hidden Stone village, 3 individuals occupied seats on the right side of the table, while the remaining members waited outside the building. Aside from the Hokage, 3 others from the Hidden Leaf village were present. To be precise, there were 4. As Uchiha Kai had merely been brought along as a mere accessory, having no substantial connection to the matter at hand. Thus, I paced back and forth at the entrance. The 3 esteemed advisors took their seats across the table, and an immediate sense of tension enveloped the atmosphere. As the 5th Hokage, it is imperative to issue a prior warning. Our visit today is to formalize a peace treaty with you. I wonder what opinions these 3 hold. Speaking with conviction certainly lends one a sense of authority. Tsunade rolled her eyes and fixed a penetrating gaze upon Akatsuki, an overwhelming aura of pressure descending upon him. After all, we were not here to engage in battle, so the strength of the Iwagakure delegation could be deemed rather ordinary. Being on another's territory, it was unlikely for anyone to adopt a particularly arrogant demeanor. Stability was paramount. Nevertheless, representing a village, Akatsuki composed himself and earnestly inquired about the recent changes in your advisory council. Enough with the rambling. Will you sign or not? If not, be gone. You waste my time. Nara Shikaku was about to retort, but the increasingly impatient Uchiha Kai, already exasperated, interrupted loudly. Had he not been forcibly dragged here, He would have preferred to avoid such an uninspiring venue and these trivial discussions altogether. Since we are here to negotiate, why waste time on irrelevant matters? Akatsuki's mouth twitched as the hard-won dignity he had maintained crumbled in an instant. Meanwhile, Kuratsuchi stifled a laugh beside him. Kai was correct. Since we are here to discuss matters of significance, as the fifth Hokage, do I not possess the authority to engage in this dialogue? Therefore, let us focus on the pertinent issues at hand, and we may address other concerns once our primary discussions conclude, shall we? Seizing the moment, Tsunade swiftly interjected while the sharpness of the conversation had yet to dissipate. She was genuinely invested in this matter, deeply concerned about potential complications arising from this encounter. However, the leader of a village must maintain a composed demeanor, especially at such a critical juncture. Should her internal struggles be perceived by others, it could prove detrimental to Konohagakure. Her gaze remained fixed on Akatsuki. After all, he was the individual designated by Inoki to sign this treaty. Given the circumstances, let us proceed according to the Hokage's wishes. Chidu cast a glance at the Hokage, simultaneously turning his head to steal a sidelong glance at Uchiha Kai, who stood there. Among all present, it was only Uchiha Kai who evoked a sense of caution. Even the Hokage could not instill any apprehension in Chidu. After speaking, the individual seated at the outermost edge promptly opened the bag he had brought, retrieving a document and presenting it before Chidu. Upon opening the file, he extracted a substantial stack of papers and handed one to Tsunade, stating, "Lady Hokage, perhaps you might peruse this first. It outlines the conditions proposed by our Wagakure. If agreeable, we can proceed to sign the agreement forthwith." Impossible. The first sheet delineated the conditions, and Tsunade immediately dismissed the proposal upon merely glancing at the initial clause. To her astonishment, the audacity of a Wagakure was indeed remarkable, boldly demanding their book of seals right from the outset. Was this not utterly absurd? How could such a request possibly be entertained? "Lady Hokage, you haven't even reviewed it yet. Isn't that a bit hasty?" Chidu was momentarily taken aback, surprised that the moment the document was handed over, it was outrightly rejected. "Haven't reviewed it? Does this even warrant scrutiny? The first clause outright seeks to acquire our book of seals, and look at your second clause, which audaciously requests a one-way trade route from the land of fire. Are you here to negotiate a peace treaty or to declare war?" Confidence. That was the essence of her stance. Tsunade's remarks effectively cornered the opposing party. Furrowing his brow, Chidu observed her, while the inquisitive Jukyu, seated closest to Tsunade, pulled the document toward himself. The three of them leaned in to inspect the contents, which left them utterly speechless. After all, it was a Wagakure that had approached with the initiative to sign a peace treaty, yet they dared to propose such conditions. "You lot are wasting time. Hasten to present your bottom line, and let us sign if possible. If not, do take your leave." Kai could hardly contain his impatience. He had already discerned the nature of their negotiations the previous night. The first document presented was designed to ensure that the Hidden Leaf Village would categorically refuse its terms, followed swiftly by a second document, which merely served as a fallback and contained provisions that the Hidden Stone Village ardently desired the Hidden Leaf Village to endorse. Regardless of the circumstances, the second agreement would undoubtedly confer significant advantages to their village. However, they had also prepared a third document, which was intended to foster mutual benefit. Yet, from certain perspectives, it could be argued that the Hidden Leaf Village would hold the upper hand, given that the resources of the Land of Fire far surpassed those of the Land of Earth. Thus, signing such an agreement would predominantly favor the Hidden Leaf Village. Nevertheless, the two villages were negotiating from a foundation of equality. Before the discussions even commenced, the situation was laid bare, and Akatsuchi took a deep breath. Casting a resigned glance at the downcast Kuratsuchi beside him, one could easily deduce that this young lady had leaked the details of their intentions. Resigned though he was, he gestured towards the individual seated at the outermost edge, who, appearing somewhat bemused, retrieved the innermost document. At this juncture, Tsunade and her companions were utterly bewildered by the unfolding circumstances. However, when Akatsuchi unveiled their ultimate agreement, the contents were strikingly clear. Particularly notable was the clause regarding the establishment of a peace treaty based on equal and harmonious coexistence between the two villages. It is important to note that this peace treaty encompassed more than mere cessation of hostilities. It also involved mutual exchanges, task collaborations, and commercial interactions. After a cursory glance at the document, Tsunade, who typically found such text rather tedious, promptly passed it to the elder advisors, Danzu, and the others. "Lord Hokage, if feasible, Once the signing of this agreement is concluded, may we extend our stay in this village for a while longer? Rest assured, we harbor no ulterior motives. Kuratsuchi inquired eagerly while the three elder advisors scrutinized the contents of the document. Naturally, if Lady Kuratsuchi wishes to remain in the Hidden Leaf Village, she may do so for as long as she desires. Tsunade replied. Though she had never married, she was perceptive enough to recognize Kuratsuchi's intentions. With a serene smile, she turned her gaze to Uchiha Kai and said, Kai, for the time being, please take Lady Kuratsuchi on a tour of our Hidden Leaf Village. When they return, we can also present them with some local specialties from the Land of Fire or the Pastoral Village. Are you footing the bill? Kai paused, a gloomy expression on his face as he turned to Tsunade and remarked, You, my friend. Tsunade found herself at a loss for words. No need to worry. When the time comes, we will simply purchase what we desire. However, she added, but I would appreciate it if you could show me around your village, Kai? Haida interjected decisively. As for Akatsuchi and the other individual, they seemed to serve merely as decorative figures, entirely disengaged from discussions concerning the agreement. The towering stack of documents was daunting. If one were to scrutinize it closely, it could take an eternity to comprehend. After a yawn, Akatsuchi's energy visibly waned. Having spent an entire night fretting over Haita's safety in the village, the responsibility of returning was not solely on Konoha. He too would have to answer to Inoki. Half an hour later, Uchiha Kai reclined in a chair, his feet propped on the table, and had already succumbed to sleep, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. The others fared no better. Akatsuchi had slumped over the table, snoring away. Meanwhile, the trio diligently reviewing the contents of the agreement had barely scratched the surface. The urgency was palpable not only among them, but even Tsunade was beginning to show signs of impatience. Nevertheless, she remained seated in silence, acutely aware of the agreement's significant implications for both villages. A single misstep could cost Konoha dearly. Thus, the three were exceedingly cautious. Yet Hinata Hayashi and Yuhi Kurinai were merely supporting characters, with the real responsibility resting on Nara Shikaku, the sharpest mind in Konoha. Initially, he had wondered if a Wagakure might attempt any underhanded tactics. However, having observed the entirety of the document, he found no cause for concern. In fact, the overall content appeared to be immensely beneficial for Konoha. Closing the agreement, Nara Shikaku inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly. Upon noticing the two slumbering figures at the table, he couldn't help but feel a bit bemused. He then turned to the vigilant fifth Hokage, Tsunade, and declared, Lady Hokage, I have reviewed the entire agreement. He pushed the document towards her. At that moment, hearing the commotion, Akatsuchi quickly roused himself. Though still appearing drowsy, he hurriedly sought to regain his composure. So, what do you think? This document represents a peace treaty drafted in the spirit of mutual goodwill. Chida gazed at Tsunade and remarked, the content is indeed quite commendable. It encompasses matters that both our villages would undoubtedly wish to see materialize. Should your village adhere to the stipulations of this accord, it would be a fortuitous development for both of us. Once the agreement is signed concerning the tasks to be executed in the Land of Earth, we will notify you in advance should there be a need to enter your territory, and we shall establish the routes and destinations beforehand. Likewise, your village is expected to reciprocate, ensuring that neither side engages in mutual surveillance. However, there remains one aspect that I find perplexing. I am curious whether your village has genuinely deliberated this matter. Nara Shikaku's face bore a look of confusion as he turned to Chidu, then solemnly inquired. Regarding the joint military endeavors of our two villages, I wonder if you are truly earnest about this proposition, or if it has been thoroughly discussed. Rest assured, the contents of the accord have been meticulously contemplated and discussed by our village's leadership. Therefore, there is no cause for concern in this regard, as stipulated in the agreement. Should either village find itself on the brink of annihilation, it is only at that juncture that we would call upon each other to fulfill the terms of this accord. Though Chida's explanation was not entirely clear, Shikaku grasped the essence of his sentiments. It was evident that they did not intend to engage in conventional warfare between the villages. Only in the face of significant peril, should one village be unable to withstand an attack, akin to the conflict between a Wagakure and Kumogakure, would the leadership of Konoha, recognizing the crisis, be obliged to provide assistance. I comprehend your words. We harbor no objections to the accord, Shikaku declared, shifting his gaze towards Tsunade, for as the Hokage, the decision ultimately lay with her. Are you capable of acting as the leader of your village? Tsunade asked directly, piercingly. After all, such a contract typically necessitated the signatures of both village leaders. Despite their appearance as a delegation, Tsunade remained uncertain about the binding nature of the agreement's contents. The fifth Hokage need not worry. We have brought the village's seal with us. Furthermore, the accord possesses a chakra seal, which we can promptly upon your agreement. At that point, the mark left by our third Hokage will undoubtedly manifest. Regrettably, there are numerous matters within our village, which is why we were chosen to represent our village in signing this agreement. Chita spoke with a serious demeanor. This was a matter understood by all. Given their identities and statuses, they could not possibly represent their village in signing such an agreement. Therefore, before their departure, all necessary preparations had been made, and what remained was naturally beyond their concern. Tsunade, herself indecisive and having not perused the contents of the accord, turned her gaze towards the members of the Elder Council. With their slight nods of approval, the fifth Hokage immediately expressed her agreement, taking a deep breath and declaring, "We consent to this matter. Let us proceed with the signing." Thus, the morning slipped away, leaving all present in the conference room feeling somewhat weary. The individuals from Iwagakure returned to their quarters, each one exhausted, leaning against the sofas. Yet, only Kuratsuchi was absent from the gathering. In this village, concerns regarding safety were non-existent. One could easily surmise that she was undoubtedly with Uchiha Kai at that moment. Hence, there was no excessive worry. On the sofa, a companion of Chitu, eyes closed in fatigue, suddenly inquired, "Chitu, why must we sign such an agreement? It seems to me that this arrangement favors them in Konoha more." Chitu, aware of the underlying implications, inhaled deeply, revealing a hint of resignation. Leaning forward, resting his head on his knees, he replied, "Hongyan, how could I possibly be ignorant of what you speak? The higher-ups in our village are certainly aware as well. The reason we signed this accord is due to the emergence of an extraordinary individual in our village. If the two villages continue to harbor animosity, should another war erupt, what capacity do you think our village possesses to withstand that individual? Lord Third is aging, and it is time to consider a successor. A matter that will not take long to address. Do you believe there is anyone in our village capable of confronting that individual?" Upon hearing these words, the attendees instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Could they indeed withstand such a force? Combining their strengths, they remained no match for that individual. Recalling the towering Susanoo, over 100 meters in height, its casual attacks rendered the surrounding areas of the village entirely enveloped in ninjutsu, casting a nightmarish shadow over all the villages. During the formulation of this treaty, Akatsuchi persistently remained by Naka's side, acutely aware of the concerns harbored by the higher-ups. He had garnered considerable insight into the unfolding events. As a rogue ninja, he had summoned the opponent back at an unfathomable cost, and moreover, enjoyed the privileges once bestowed upon his entire clan. Such occurrences are indeed rare in any village. This implies another significant matter. Konoha's summoning of Uchiha Kai necessitates accountability for the transgressions he committed during his tenure as a rogue ninja. Yet, upon reflection, even in their own Iwagakure, it is not unreasonable to bear the burden of summoning such a formidable individual. After all, one person alone can repel all threats. Discerning the gravity of the situation is quite evident. Thus, the signing of this treaty is, in essence, a reluctant concession. Akatsuchi understands, as do others, why they would relinquish their own interests to forge such an agreement with Konoha. Iwagakure has never been on amicable terms with Kumogakure, particularly in recent years, as the latter has seen a surge of talent, while their own village's brilliance has begun to dwindle. Should the third Tsuchikage, Noki, perish, there would be no one in Iwagakure capable of standing against those who hone only their physical prowess without cultivating their intellect. In light of this, it appears advantageous on the surface for Konoha, yet in reality, it is Iwagakure that stands to gain the most. After all, the leaders of every village are not foolish. They are acutely aware of the current circumstances. In this world of shinobi, strength is eternally paramount. What are you saying? After I have assisted you in accomplishing such a monumental task, you now wish to discard me? Within the Hokage's office, Uchiha Kai's voice reverberated, audible even from a distance. Despite having dozed off for the entirety of the morning, it is undeniable that he is the pivotal figure in the signing of this peace treaty, with lunch yet to be consumed. The audacity of his comrades to expect him to lead a team of genin to Kumogakure for the nin exams was nothing short of absurd. The matter has been resolved, and it is not an immediate departure. The journey begins in a month. This nin exam is crucial for the reputation of our entire village. Kakashi and Might Guy will accompany you on this venture. Thus, This matter is one you cannot refuse. You must attend. Tsunade's demeanor was resolutely unyielding, her gaze fixed intently upon the discontented Uchiha Kai, who stood there with a frown. The critical point is that this arrangement had long been finalized. Regardless of whether Kai consented or not, the decision was irrevocable. I implore you. Could you not extend a modicum of respect for my perspective? Is it not rather excessive to withhold prior notice regarding such a significant issue? Kai's furious hand slammed against the Hokage's desk as he leaned forward to glare at Tsunade, the woman before him. The others seemed utterly indifferent to the situation, particularly Hinata Hizashi, who was engaged in hushed whispers with Nara Shikaku, appearing completely unconcerned, as if the matter did not pertain to them in the slightest. For you, there is no loss. Consider it a vacation. After all, there is no need for battle. All that is required is a trip to the hidden cloud village, during which you simply need to look after those little ones. Tsunade's tone softened, and a gentle smile began to curve her lips. Little ones? I am merely a few years their senior. Does that mean I am also considered a little one in your eyes? Kai was utterly speechless, as this group of individuals seemed to have conjured their own justifications out of thin air, naively believing they could extricate themselves from the situation. After finally enjoying a brief respite, the priority now was undoubtedly to continue this delightful existence. Furthermore, he was not foolish. The recent actions of Awagakure, having just signed a peace treaty, would have significant repercussions. Wasn't the implication quite clear? It suggested he should venture to the hidden village of Youngakure to instigate yet another conflict. Did this mean that after the turmoil there, he would still be obligated to confront the remaining two villages? Sigh. If given the choice, he would indeed be inclined to go. He had heard that Youngakure was situated in an extraordinarily picturesque locale, a place he had never had the opportunity to visit. It could serve as a brief getaway. After all, perhaps there were intriguing discoveries awaiting him there. In that case, he could employ some clever tactics, much like he did in Awagakure, to acquire those coveted items. Ultimately, there would be little to lose, wouldn't there? Nara Shikaku wore an expression of regret, subtly suggesting that this was a rather favorable assignment. However, upon hearing this, Kai couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. It was surprising how swiftly news of his undertakings in Awagakure had traveled back. The decision was made. After all, the mission list had already been dispatched to Youngakure. Upon returning, he would have ample time to prepare. And any requests he had could be directly communicated to me, with the village striving to accommodate as much as possible. The departure was set for a month from now, and this matter was non-negotiable. Furthermore, he should be aware that the one tasked with leading the group would be none other than Kakashi. With Might Guy serving as his support, Tsunade reiterated once more that if it were any other individual, they would not have been afforded such superfluous discussion. For ninjas, missions were simply that, missions, and no one was permitted to refuse. Yet, this particular individual was indeed an exception. Before every mission was assigned, there was always a thorough discussion, especially for tasks that required leaving the village. That old woman truly had no shred of compassion. Kai fixed his gaze upon the other, his heart unable to suppress a silent curse. The audacity to impose such matters upon himself was indeed a testament to having developed an extraordinary vigilance. Very well, your words have been duly noted. I shall depart punctually in 1 month's time. Kai unexpectedly altered his demeanor, graciously acquiescing to the request. After all, engaging in idle chatter with this group would yield no fruitful outcome. Ultimately, they would still insist on his participation, rather than resist. He chose to embrace the situation with an open heart. This sudden shift left the three individuals seated nearby in a state of astonishment, particularly Nara Shikaku. The latter had prepared extensively for the ensuing dialogue, only to be taken aback by the unexpected agreement. His contemplations were abruptly curtailed. Nevertheless, this development was rather favorable, as it achieved their intended objective. However, I have a stipulation. Since we are discussing a journey, I wish to bring my family along, allowing them to witness the wonders they have yet to experience. What say you? Kai seizes the opportunity to propose a condition. One of his long-held dreams has always been to behold the visage of this world, and this presents a perfect occasion. He has often heard that Yunin Village is indeed a remarkably splendid area. Since the intent is to immerse oneself in the environment, there is no reason to act selfishly. The others were momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. However, Tsunade exhibited no hesitation. She promptly clapped her hands and readily acquiesced to his request, stating that it would be perfectly fine for them to participate in the examination under the guise of being lower ranked. After all, the list had not been submitted to Yunin Village. What? Such a maneuver is indeed possible. Kai was taken aback, astonished at the unexpected idea that had arisen. Viewed from a different perspective, their ages did indeed align. Yet, the notion of someone as formidable as Uchiha Daishan participating in a Chunin exam was quite unfathomable. One could only wonder what kind of environment would prevail in such a testing arena. If they were to form teams of 3, then Daishan, Hikari, and Suki would be one group, but what of Kankuro and Suki? Would they need to find another companion? As he walked, lost in contemplation, Uchiha Kai appeared markedly distinct from those around him. After all, his attire bore no resemblance to that of a ninja, and he lacked the forehead protector emblematic of the Hidden Leaf Village. Clad in exquisite garments, he seemed out of place among the throngs. "Boss, I would like 2 skewers of dumplings." Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered to a dumpling shop and, hesitating momentarily, plopped down onto a chair at the entrance. Meanwhile, his thoughts continued to drift towards the matters that lay ahead. "Kai, my lord, what a delightful coincidence." Suddenly, a voice pierced through his reverie, jolting him back to the present. Upon focusing, he noticed a young girl standing before him, also clutching 2 skewers of dumplings. He recognized her fairly well. "Sakura? What a coincidence. I had no idea you were here." Kai gazed at the young lady before him, a faint smile gracing his lips as he greeted her. "What a delightful coincidence. I never imagined that Lord Kai would indulge in such delicacies. Do give it a try? I have yet to sample it myself." Observing her radiant smile, Kai spoke with an air of nonchalance. He appraised the girl before him, and suddenly a thought struck him. With a broad grin, he inquired, "Sakura, you are still a genin, aren't you?" Haruno Sakura was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly nodded in affirmation. She was now the last of her kind. Yet she was a promising talent, diligently learning under Tsunade's guidance. However, given the circumstances, she was indeed alone. With this realization, Kai's laughter erupted, and he turned to the young Sakura, declaring, "I've made up my mind. In a month, I will find you a team, and together we shall participate in the Nin exams at the Hidden Cloud Village." "Nanny?" Sakura's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom the proposal. Yet, she awkwardly waved her hands, responding, "Lord Kai, I am currently studying under the Hokage, so I may not be able to accept your offer. Fear not. I shall speak to that woman on your behalf." Kai spoke directly. "Here it is. Lord Kai, your dango has arrived." Before Haruno Sakura had the chance to utter any further words, the owner of the dango shop had already placed a plate on the table, adorned with 2 skewers, each holding 6 delectable dango. Observing the interruption of her thoughts, Sakura found herself at a loss for words, particularly with the impending visit to another village. She could only reiterate, "I will discuss this matter with Lord Hokage. If she consents, then I have no objections. I shall not trouble you further, Lord Kai. I will take my leave now." With that, Sakura swiftly grabbed her packaged dango and departed, eager to avoid any potential ill-conceived suggestions from Uchiha Kai. The title she used was evidently not derived from his strength alone. The Uchiha clan, after all, was a noble family responsible for the founding of Konohagakure. Even though Uchiha Kai may not wish to identify himself with the Uchiha lineage, and despite the clan having nearly faced extinction, the name still carried considerable weight within the village, marking him as a bona fide ninja aristocrat. This noble status surpassed that of any family, save for the Senju clan. After all, it was the Uchiha and Senju clans that had collaboratively established this village. Thus, whether one was a common ninja like Haruno Sakura or the owner of the restaurant, it was customary for them to address him with the honorific lord. Grabbing a skewer of dango, she took a hearty bite. "Owner, please pack me another 10 skewers to take home." After savoring the delectable flavors, Kai shouted loudly towards the interior, "What? You must be joking. You expect me to participate in the Chunin exam?" Upon returning to their lodging, each person held a skewer of meatballs, indulging in their meal while listening to the tales recounted by Uchiha Kai. The others exhibited no particularly remarkable reactions, except for Suki, who, not even considered human, was astonished at the prospect of being invited to partake in the Chunin exam. This topic genuinely took her by surprise. "What? Are you unwilling to venture out for a stroll?" Kai, with a face full of disdain, inquired, "Is that truly suitable? With my capabilities, I could obliterate everyone in mere moments. My prowess would surely suffice to serve as a Nin in Konoha, wouldn't it?" You rolled her eyes and responded, "Indeed. Lord Kai, shouldn't we contemplate this matter thoroughly? My abilities have reached a level comparable to that of a Nin. Engaging in combat with those lower-ranked shinobi seems rather unfair, does it not?" Descent could not contain his curiosity, age aside. "Isn't it akin to using a max-level account to dominate novice players?" May I abstain from participating? After all, I am still quite weak. Unlike the other two, who refrained from participating due to their overwhelming strength, this young lady hesitated because of her perceived weakness. However, over the course of the past month, under the guidance of others, Yuya had already mastered the manipulation of chakra. She was now merely honing her precision in controlling it. Their clan possessed extraordinary abilities, capable of wielding weather, a formidable power indeed, though she had yet to master it fully. At least, throughout this month of training, she had learned to prevent the weather from altering with her emotions. There is no need for such concern. This event is merely a formality, a chance for us to enjoy each other's company. After all, I find it difficult to go there alone. I've heard that the environment in Kumogakure is quite pleasant. A leisurely stroll there would serve as a wonderful means to relax. Kai spoke with an air of nonchalance. For him, victory or defeat held no significance. What mattered was merely the experience of participation. The opportunity to venture out, particularly to other villages, was paramount. Though they relished the thrill of overpowering foes with their maximum buffs, it also promised to be quite an intriguing endeavor. Despite the slight awkwardness, upon hearing Kai Uchiha's words, everyone felt an immediate release from any psychological burdens. We must go. The distance may be considerable, but it matters not. Ing exclaimed with enthusiasm. What about all of you? Kai gazed at the others and inquired, is there a problem? Not at all. Since we are going, let us proceed. After all, I have nothing pressing to attend to. Deshawn responded. Indeed, there was little to occupy their time, for among the multitude present, only the two of them belonged to the ranks of the shinobi of Konohagakure. As for the others, they currently held no official status as ninjas within the village, nor did they seem to care much about such matters. Having made their decision, Deshawn continued, from now on, you three, Deshawn, Ing, and you, will form one team. Xianglin and Yuya, I shall find another partner for you shortly. You are to dedicate the next month to rigorous training, particularly you three, while victory and defeat may not concern you, given your current prowess. If you fail to secure the top position in the Chunin exams, you might as well remain in Yunin village and never return. I cannot bear the shame of such a loss. Kai organized the teams, but upon observing the state of you, he took the opportunity to issue a warning. Just as everyone was immersed in their preparations for the journey to the cloud-hidden village, a voice resonated in their ears. Sitting across from Kai on the sofa, with a pout and hands supporting her head, Karatsuchi, adorably charming, attentively absorbed the conversation. With a blend of interest and slight disappointment, she remarked, such matters are beyond our control. You might want to discuss it with that old man Inoki when you return. If he consents, perhaps we could indeed embark on that so-called Chunin exam together. You plopped down beside her, wrapping an arm around Karatsuchi's neck, their affectionate demeanor suggesting a familiarity. It was evident that the long-standing enmity between their villages rendered such an alliance improbable. Speculating on what might transpire upon their arrival in the cloud-hidden village seemed futile. Thus, while envy lingered, they conceded to the reality of the situation. Karatsuchi, still pouting, seemed well aware of the complex relations between the two villages. Well, the arrangements have been finalized. Now, everyone, let us put forth our best efforts. As for you, this afternoon I will take you on a tour of this village, allowing you to experience the charm of the Leaf Village. Yay! Karatsuchi exclaimed, her excitement nearly propelling her off the ground upon hearing that Kai would finally show her around the village. The location or the act of wandering mattered little. What truly counted was the company she would keep. Time flew swiftly, and soon a month had passed. At the village entrance, a group sat idly, boredom etched on their faces. They looked up, realizing the sun was high in the sky, the oppressive heat beginning to take its toll on the earth. Even in the shade of the trees, they found themselves fanning their hands, seeking a semblance of coolness. Kai, we were supposed to set off today, right? Why haven't we seen Kakashi and Uchiha Kai yet? One individual, with his hair tied back and a sword slung across his back, stared at Mike Guy with a pair of lifeless eyes, exuding an air of exasperation. Indeed, we were scheduled to depart today. Mike Guy pondered momentarily. If it were merely one person who misremembered, it could be overlooked, but surely so many cannot be mistaken about the date. The students have already arrived, yet we are still awaiting the two protagonists. In the midst of their contemplation, a figure with white hair and a mask, cradling his head with both hands, began to approach with a languid gait, as if just roused from slumber. You all are here so early. Have you had your meals yet? Kakashi called out, waving his right hand in greeting as he drew closer. How can you even ask? What time is it already? The explosive-haired one retorted loudly. Observing Kakashi's usual nonchalant demeanor left him momentarily speechless. What time is it now? Indeed, Kakashi, usually a slight tardiness can be overlooked. But today you are over an hour late. Might Guy chimed in, equally perplexed. Huh, am I late? I suspect that little Kai has yet to arrive, right? Kakashi responded with an air of indifference, glancing around. His expression soon shifted to one of realization. I knew he wouldn't be here. That guy has never arrived on time for any mission. So, I suppose my arrival is considered early, he said with a playful grin. This prompted the explosive-haired one to grimace, almost compelled to confront Kakashi physically. Reflecting on the situation, he realized they had yet to see any sign of Uchiha. And one could only wonder what he was up to. Could it be that he's taking a card again? Might Guy pondered, absent-mindedly picking his nose while considering Uchiha's typical antics. Regardless, there are quite a few individuals going on this trip. If they were to take a cart, they would need at least 3, which would be an expense the village would surely avoid. Who knows? We shall find out soon enough, Kakashi remarked, surveying the gathering. The number of participants for the Chunin exam was indeed substantial. From the former Team 8, there were Hinata Hyuga, Hiba Inuzuka, and Shino Abure. Team Guy consisted of Rock Lee, Tintin, and Niji Hyuga. The remaining members were from the unassuming 12th team, who had once shared a class with Hinata and her peers. The supervising Jonin consisted of 4 individuals, the explosive-haired Yamato, Kakashi, Might Guy, and Uchiha Kai. It remained unclear to them that Uchiha Kai would be bringing his entire family along, leaving the total number of participants somewhat ambiguous. Good morning, Kakashi-sensei, Guy-sensei, and Yamato-sensei. What brings you here? Are you also heading out on a mission? Uchiha Kai did not wait for his companions, but instead was greeted by another familiar figure. The arrival of Haruno Sakura drew the attention of others, and upon addressing her, both Kakashi and Might Guy expressed their confusion. Huh, weren't we supposed to be together? This left Sakura perplexed, as they were all meant to be on the same mission. How could these individuals seem unaware of her presence? Together? Tintin approached Sakura, her brow furrowed in confusion. But then, as if struck by a thought, she pouted and inquired whether there might be additional participants in this endeavor. The answer was already on its way. Kakashi swiftly provided clarification to Tintin's curiosity, as they observed a group approaching from a distance. Both Kakashi and Might Guy found themselves at a loss for words. Uchiha Kai remained unchanged in demeanor, yet Uchiha Daisuke was holding a rather substantial object aloft. It appeared somewhat like a boat, though not quite, with a pointed front, a bulging middle, and a tapered rear. Everyone's attention was drawn to this peculiar sight. Their curiosity piqued as they wondered what this individual was attempting to accomplish. Everyone has arrived, and so early too, Uchiha Kai called out cheerfully from afar. While the question might have seemed innocent, it ignited a flurry of exasperation among the group, akin to startled chickens. If they could, they would have gladly taken aim at the source of their irritation. Little Kai, what on earth is this? Might Guy, ever intrigued by the unusual, stepped forward to examine the object Daisuke was carrying, his curiosity unabated. From a distance, he had been unable to discern its true nature, but now, up close, it indeed resembled a vessel. Yet, what kind of boat could possibly exhibit such a shape? It was entirely cylindrical, and while it contained several seats, how could it navigate the seas? The most puzzling aspect was that it seemed utterly unnecessary. Moreover, judging by its construction, it was evident that this was the handiwork of Yamato. It was too meticulously crafted to have been made by anyone else. Ah, this, Uchiha Kai explained, is what we will be using for our journey ahead. We have recently perfected something, and I believe it will allow us to travel more swiftly while also giving us the opportunity to explore other locations along the way. Kai grinned broadly, raising his hand to strike with considerable force upon the object resembling a vessel. The resounding thuds elicited a twitch at the corner of Kakashi's mouth, leaving him perplexed about the proper usage of this contraption. Setting that aside, it was evident that they were all acquainted. And Kakashi's inquiry was clear. Why had they chosen to accompany them? Oh, you mean that? They too are set to participate in the Chunin exams, he explained. Yuyue, Hanabi, and Sakura formed one team, while the remaining trio assembled another. They were all gearing up for the Chunin exams. Are you jesting, Kai? Might Guy exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. While it could be somewhat understandable for Yuyue's team to join, the real concern arose with the prospect of Destined's trio forming a team. What role would the others play? In terms of strength, Akira likely ranked as merely a Chunin, not particularly formidable or exceptional. However, with Daisen wielding his 3-tomo Sharingan, He was undoubtedly of J-nin caliber, perhaps even surpassing the typical J-nin in prowess. To permit such an individual to enter the Ch-nin exams seemed nothing short of a jest. Though one could somewhat comprehend this situation, the matter of Yue was another thing entirely. Kakashi and Might Guy were acutely aware of her identity in their words. She was a sage, a remarkable entity endowed with unparalleled strength. If she were to participate, it was evident that others would stand little chance. The notion of someone with such power entering this competition left those behind feeling quite overwhelmed. Nevertheless, as they hailed from the same village, there was no undue concern. Hey, you've arrived rather late. We need to set off at once. Bringing such a multitude is one thing, but why are you carrying that massive contraption? Yuan Yesong expressed his impatience, noting the sun had already ascended high into the sky, indicating that they had likely squandered much of the day. Come on, everyone, hop on. I'll take you on a unique journey, Uchiha Kai called out. Just as confusion enveloped them, Uchiha Daisen leaped onto the vessel first, quickly securing a prime spot. Although the interior space was not particularly vast, it was by no means cramped. Lacking wheels might not evoke a sense of luxury. Yet this apparatus possessed its own distinct utility. One by one, the family members selected their favored positions within. For others, it may seem perplexing, yet Hinata, refusing to be left behind, approached this towering entity, standing at 2 meters high and stretching over 10 meters in length, and leaped onto it with vigor. Kakashi and Might Guy swiftly followed suit, as did most of the others, leaving only a small handful in silence. Once everyone had boarded, 3 or 4 seats remained unoccupied. Yet Uchiha Kai did not rush to take his place. Instead, he concentrated his chakra and pressed his hand against the massive structure. Earth release, heavy stone technique. Accompanied by a surge of immense chakra, he enveloped the colossal object. In the next moment, everyone felt the ground beneath them beginning to rise gradually. The towering trees on either side swiftly shrank in size. The 2 guards at the gate, driven by curiosity, hurriedly emerged to witness the unfolding spectacle. So this is the technique of the third Tsuchikage. Kakashi immediately recognized the origins of this phenomenon, as they ascended higher, eventually reaching just below the clouds. Uchiha Kai had somehow taken a seat at the rear. Everyone, please hold on tight. You are about to experience the sensation of flight, he called out. Swiftly forming a one-handed seal, and a powerful gust of wind surged towards them. Fearful exclamations began to ripple through the vessel as the speed became indescribable. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from above Konoha. This is exhilarating. Might Guy reveled in the sensation of the wind battering against his face. Even as the wind distorted his expression, he laughed heartily. However, his voice was likely inaudible to those beside him, as the howling wind drowned out all sound. With nothing above to shield them from the gusts, they were fortunate that the front barrier deflected most of the wind pressure outward. Although a small portion still pressed against their faces, it was a vast improvement. The speed was indeed astonishing, marking a significant discovery for Uchiha Kai during this period. By utilizing the heavy stone technique to levitate such a massive object, it effectively simulated a state of zero gravity. Thus, by employing wind release to generate copious amounts of wind through chakra, they could propel themselves forward in a jet-like manner. Wow, this mode of travel is truly remarkable. The airship gently descended upon the ground, having traversed the skies for the better part of the day. Now, they found themselves uncertain of their exact location and the distance they had traveled. Upon landing, Uchiha Kai experienced a moment of respite. Despite having expended a considerable amount of chakra, as he leapt down, he stretched languidly, reveling in a sense of self-satisfaction. However, upon glancing at the others, it was evident that they were far from sharing his sentiment. Their disheveled hair was tousled backward in disarray. Aside from Might Guy, who appeared notably animated and exhilarated, the rest seemed to be in a state of shock, their eyes wide open and unrelenting in their bewilderment. Hey, don't you all feel quite splendid as well? Kai observed their expressions and immediately inquired with a smile. What on earth are you doing? Ing, surprisingly, was the first to become irate. Rising to her feet and seizing Uchiha Kai's hair, her mouth twisted in fury as she bellowed. Why are you running so fast? We are not in a hurry. Can't we just take it slow? I truly apologize. I was nearly frightened to death, she lamented, releasing her grip on his hair and plopping back down, overwhelmed by fear and bursting into tears. The perilous thrill of their journey was a sentiment only they could comprehend. Had they foreseen such circumstances, they would have preferred to take their time, arriving step by step, rather than enduring this uncomfortable ordeal. Most of the others wore equally grim expressions. Their pale faces bore little color, leaving one to wonder whether it was due to the suffocating heights or genuine fear. After a considerable pause, they finally regained their composure and stumbled off the flying vessel, collapsing onto the damp grass, too exhausted to concern themselves with trivialities. Kai, that was far too exhilarating. In such a short time, we've covered an immense distance. At this rate, we could reach the hidden cloud village in the land of lightning within 2 days, saving us at least half a month's journey. Might Guy exclaimed, rushing to Kai's side, his face alight with enthusiasm. Let us reconsider. At our age, our hearts are not as resilient. Though this method is swift, it is hardly necessary. We have ample time to reach our destination. Just look at those youngsters. Can any of them truly endure this? Kakashi remarked, gesturing toward the now seated individuals, some of whom, despite their stronger constitutions, appeared pale. For those with weaker endurance, such as Suki, Ino, and the members of Team 12, their legs trembled uncontrollably. Even seated, the sense of dread seemed to linger. The most pressing concern was that, while this contraption allowed for rapid movement, it lacked stability. Despite the swift pace, the turbulence was significant, inducing a profound sense of vertigo, which was their primary source of distress. Lord Kai, I would advise against this mode of travel going forward. While it is indeed fast, the experience might cost us dearly. Let us proceed step by step instead, Uchiha Dai-san said wearily as he approached. Ultimately, even just sitting there consumed a considerable amount of chakra, as it was necessary to use chakra to secure oneself firmly in place and prevent being swept away by the powerful winds. Moreover, should anything go awry, even the strongest among them could suffer dire consequences from a fall. We shall reconsider this approach. However, it seems that I have conceived a rather promising business idea. Kai suddenly broke into a wide grin, gazing at the group seated on the ground, their faces etched with silence. He swiftly raised his right hand, extending his index finger. As a flicker of flame coalesced upon his fingertip, he released it, and it soared directly onto the flying vessel. In the next moment, the grand ship was engulfed in flames. More than a month had passed since the departure of Kai and his companions from Konoha village, and today, Konoha Hospital was alive with a remarkable commotion. A piece of news had instantaneously swept through the entire establishment. It was only a matter of time before the entirety of Konoha village would be swept up in this revelation. Those who were aware could only widen their eyes in disbelief. As the 5th Hokage, Tsunade was set to give birth at Konoha Hospital today. It was common knowledge that certain matters could not be concealed, especially in such a vast village. Even the news regarding an ordinary ninja would be documented, let alone that of the 5th Hokage, Tsunade. While it may have been possible to hide her pregnancy through various means, the act of childbirth would leave no room for secrecy. Tsunade-sama, with your decision to give birth at the hospital, surely everyone will soon learn of this event. Might it affect your position? Shizune, clad in a white coat and wearing a mask, cautiously inquired as she approached Tsunade while others had yet to enter the room. What is there to worry about? My giving birth is none of their concern, Tsunade replied, her expression pained yet her words defiant. No sooner had she spoken than 5 or 6 individuals rushed into the room, their faces marked by tension and uncertainty. What are you all waiting for? Get on with your duties. The process remains the same, Shizune shouted at the flustered group. As the commotion settled, they began to methodically engage in the birthing procedure. After all, this was no ordinary delivery. It was the Hokage's, and she was a woman over 50 years of age. Such an occurrence seemed unfathomable to them. Yet they could only wipe the sweat from their brows and proceed with their responsibilities. While the hospital bustled with activity, the Hokage's office, though Tsunade was absent, was not devoid of individuals attending to affairs. Nara Shikaku and Hyuga Hizashi sat before towering stacks of documents. At this moment, neither of them had any inclination to examine the content before them. Nara Shikaku remained silent on the sofa, profoundly shaken by the gravity of the situation, while Hinata Hizashi exhibited a noticeably more relaxed demeanor. It appeared that he had already been aware of this matter and was thus not as taken aback. Although both remained seated in silence, their facial expressions conveyed a wealth of unspoken thoughts. Have you known about this all along? After a prolonged silence, Shikaka could no longer suppress his curiosity and turned to Hizashi with the question. Indeed. Without contestation, Hizashi nodded affirmatively and candidly admitted. I stumbled upon this revelation over 2 months ago while using my Byakugan to scan for potential threats. To my surprise, I noticed something unusual about the Hokage's condition. To be honest, I was quite astonished and thoroughly intrigued at that time. You're curious about whose child this is, aren't you? Shikako pressed on. It's truly baffling to ponder the identity of the child's father. Do you think it could be Jiraiya? Yet, I've never heard of any connection between them. Hisashi shared his thoughts and speculations, only to retract his last statement. As the most astute individual in the village, Narashikaku's mind began to drift back to earlier events. By calculating the timeline, he deduced that Tsunade's pregnancy must have occurred before her return to the village. Could it possibly be him? A figure suddenly materialized in Shikaku's mind, but as soon as he thought of it, he shook his head vehemently, muttering to himself that it was impossible. The image that had surfaced was none other than Uchiha Kai. The reason for his denial stemmed from Kai's immense power and youth, which made it implausible for him to be attracted to an older woman. Even if Tsunade appeared no different from a woman in her 20s, reality was indisputable. Yet, despite his intelligence, Shikaku found himself unable to ascertain the true identity of the child's father. However, this matter was not the crux of their discussion. The act of a woman giving birth is a natural occurrence, devoid of excessive scrutiny. Yet, considering that the mother was the fifth Hokage, the implications of the situation were markedly different. Taking a deep breath and furrowing his brow, Shikaku raised his gaze to Hisashi and inquired, "How do you think we should address the current situation? There will undoubtedly be those who will exploit this matter to create adverse consequences. Address it? Does this situation even require management?" Hinata Hayashi wore a calm expression, revealing a rather mocking demeanor, although he did not articulate any particular sentiment. Narashikaku instantly comprehended that they were both cautiously gauging each other's stance. Upon hearing Hayashi's response, a subtle smile began to form at the corners of Shikaku's mouth. "You are correct. This matter indeed requires little handling. This is an opportune moment to uproot those individuals entirely. For too long, the upper echelons have been dominated by a select few clans, while we have existed in a state of constant vigilance. Although Uchiha Kai's arrival has disrupted this status quo, it does not imply that everything will unfold seamlessly. Now that we occupy these positions, both our clans should be acutely aware of one crucial fact. Should Tsunade, that woman, be ousted, the first order of business for her successor will likely be to eliminate our clans from the upper ranks. Even if we cannot ascend to the position of Hokage in the future, we must, at the very least, maintain our grip on the higher echelons to wield influence within the village and safeguard our clans. We are, in essence, two grasshoppers tethered to the same string, even if the identity of that child's father remains a mystery to us. However, that is of little consequence to our current situation. Thus, what lies ahead for us is abundantly clear, is it not? Shikaku inquired with a slight upward curve of his lips. Indeed, the identity of the child's father is irrelevant to us. Our immediate task is to leverage the combined strength of our clans to eliminate those obstacles while we have this opportunity. These two individuals. One is the leader of the Nara clan, a figure who commands the existence of the three great clans of Inoshikacho. Despite his position, Narashikaku has seldom wielded influence within the village. This is due to his astute awareness of his circumstances. The most prudent course of action has always been to refrain from uttering a single word. Consequently, he has often been overlooked by the other clans within the village. As for Hinata Hayashi, the head of the most formidable clan in Konohagakure and indeed the entire shinobi world, while his individual prowess may not be exceptionally strong, the power of the Hyuga clan is undoubtedly formidable. Together, they nearly command half of Konohagakure, especially considering they currently serve as prominent figures in the village's leadership. In truth, Uchiha Kai's decision to appoint these two to the higher echelons was not merely to foster the village's prosperity. A more significant reason lay in their own lack of opportunity to ascend to such ranks. Once they attained their positions, it was evident that both would strive to safeguard their power. However, maintaining that power is straightforward. They must ensure that the current fifth Hokage does not encounter any issues, which effectively binds their fates together. Congratulations, Lady Tsunade, you have a daughter. Gazing at Tsunade, her face marked from the ordeal, Shizun cradled an infant in her arms, her heart enveloped in warmth. The moment Tsunade opened her eyes, Shizun hurried forward, kneeling to place the baby beside her, a broad smile gracing her lips as she exclaimed, "Goodness! Giving birth is more exhausting than battling for 3 days straight." Despite her apparent weakness, Tsunade's state was hardly a concern for her. It was merely the exhaustion that followed childbirth. Once she awakened, the subsequent tasks would become significantly easier to manage. With a feeble lift of her hands, she began to form seals, and in an instant, The diamond-shaped mark on her forehead radiated outward. Dark patterns soon adorned her face, and in the next moment, a surge of blue chakra enveloped her, restoring her body to its normal vigor in a flash. As the markings faded and returned to their original diamond shape, Tsunade abruptly sat up, stretching languorously. It was then that she recalled her child. The overwhelming love of a mother compelling her to gently lift the baby she had placed beside her. I never imagined I would experience motherhood at this age, she mused, observing the slightly wrinkled visage of her child. Though not as adorable as she had envisioned, the fact remained that this was her offspring, and a radiant glow of maternal affection illuminated her face. Tsunade-sama, have you decided on a name for the child? Or shall we wait for his father's return? Shizen inquired softly, cautious of being overheard, glancing toward the closed door. The quietness of the room rendered her concern unnecessary. The faintest whisper would not reach the outside world. Cradling her child, Tsunade hesitated before a gentle smile graced her lips as she declared, "Let us name her Chiyuki." This name had long been in her thoughts, and she had even contemplated the full name, Shinja Chiyuki, but refrained from revealing the surname in haste. Regardless, some thoughts lingered in her mind. If her husband were to pass, there would be no issue with the child bearing her surname, yet her beloved's existence remained. Even if she wished to conceal his identity, the child would inevitably learn of her father as she grew. Thus, it seemed prudent to name her now, deferring future matters for another time. What a lovely name. I can't wait to see what remarkable talents this little girl will possess, Shizen remarked earnestly. The union of the Uchiha and Senju clans. What traits would their offspring inherit? With Uchiha Kai as formidable power, how could the genetic legacy of their child fall short? Thus, from the moment of her birth, this girl could be destined to stand at the pinnacle of greatness. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's face immediately reflected a similar sense of anticipation. Yet, she eventually sighed and remarked that it matters not what she becomes in the future. By the way, Lady Tsunade, while you were asleep, I stepped outside and noticed that someone seems to be exploiting the matter of Chiyo for extensive publicity. Although only a little over an hour has passed, it appears that everyone in the village must already be aware of the sudden arrival of the 5th Hokage's child. How should we address this? In a serious tone, Shizen inquired. What is there to address? My giving birth has nothing to do with them. As if they are exempt from having children themselves. There is no need for any special measures. I can only assume that old coot is stirring up trouble again. But it matters little. This won't create any significant upheaval, so there is no need to dwell on it. Tsunade replied with remarkable composure, having long since devised a strategy for such circumstances. Thus, she planned to send Uchiha Kai and the others to the Hidden Cloud village before the child's birth, intending to leverage this opportunity to compel the Hidden Cloud to make a choice akin to that of the Hidden Stone. Should that come to pass, her position as Hokage would remain unassailable. Look, just a moment ago, we were discussing the serious matters of the village, and now, upon seeing the little infant slowly opening her eyes, Tsunade couldn't contain her excitement and exclaimed loudly, "Little Chiyo, I am your Aunt Shizen." Shizen bent over and waved her hand above the infant. Tsunade, unable to suppress her joy, grinned widely as she gazed at the child before her. This feeling was so rare, almost forgotten. Ever since the loss of all her dear companions, her heart had been shrouded in emptiness. However, since learning of her pregnancy, that cavernous void seemed to be gradually dissipating. This is why, despite the immense pressure she might face, she resolutely chose to bring forth life. Lady Tsunade, should we inform Kai about this? Shizen asked. Before Kakashi left, he entrusted his summoning dog to us. Given that, we ought to notify him. They should have arrived at the Hidden Cloud by now. And let Kakashi urge Uchiha Kai to ensure that the Hidden Cloud village agrees to sign a peace treaty with Konoha. I understand, Lady Tsunade. Shizen nodded and then turned to leave the room. At that moment, the corridor outside had gathered a multitude of people, all eager to catch a glimpse of Tsunade's child and see what she looked like. Within this scene, there exist either medical personnel or the ordinary individuals lingering nearby. Merely being in the corridor suffices, as there remains a considerable distance from the doorway of the room, likely out of concern for disturbance. However, upon descending to the ground floor and stepping outside, one quickly realizes the sheer multitude of people present. It is likely that the masterminds behind this event remain oblivious to the profound impact brought forth by the birth of the 5th Hokage's child. Yet, this influence is not as dire as one might imagine. Rather, it has resonated deeply within the hearts of many. The once solitary Princess Tsunade has transcended her singular existence. And upon embracing motherhood, she has transformed into a being of flesh and blood, evoking a sense of connection among the villagers. In another realm, one gazes upon towering mountains, each peak seemingly imbued with its own tale and essence. The outskirts of the hidden cloud village in the land of lightning present a landscape that mirrors the legends. The distant waterfalls cascade with grace, while the lofty summits reach for the heavens, rendering the vista akin to a magnificent painting. Splendid. It embodies the unique beauty that every individual yearns for: majestic mountains, pristine waters, and breathtaking scenery. Living in such a place is akin to a perpetual holiday. This group of muscle-bound individuals, to their surprise, has chosen an environment of remarkable charm. With his hands clasped behind his back, Yuansong inhaled deeply, savoring the air that enveloped this locale, and could not help but express his awe. The pathway before him, entirely paved with gravel, meandered along the foot of the mountains, creating a distinct aesthetic appeal. The surroundings predominantly consisted of rocky hills, presenting a seemingly uniform landscape. However, the sense of awe inspired here is something one could never encounter in the Land of Fire. The slate-gray mountains, with the highest peak shrouded in a veil of white, impart an overwhelming sensation merely by standing below and absorbing the contrasting surroundings. The handiwork of nature is indeed beyond the capabilities of human creation. It is undeniably beautiful. Within his heart, he murmured that if given the chance, he would truly relish the opportunity to linger in this place for a while. Merely being here instilled an unparalleled sense of relaxation. It was likely that few among the villagers possessed the capacity to appreciate the beauty that surrounded them. Do not be so engrossed in admiration. The villagers of Kumogakure are approaching, Kakashi interjected. From the not-so-dense woods on either side, figures began to sprint swiftly towards them. Just moments ago, they appeared leisurely, but in the next instant, although not directly entering a state of combat, they certainly shifted into a tense and vigilant posture. After all, for many years, there had been little communication between Konohagakure and Kumogakure, aside from conflict. Despite his youth, Uchiha Kai's prowess warranted him the role of captain on this expedition. As he observed the approaching individuals from Kumogakure, he calmly advanced a few steps, positioning himself at the forefront. Should conflict arise, it was his responsibility as the leader to address it. It was hardly a matter for the younger ones to contend with. Kai, do your utmost to avoid any altercations. The individuals from Kumogakure are unlikely to employ much thought. Do not jeopardize our mission, Kakashi cautioned. However, at that moment, 5 or 6 individuals had descended upon the road, approximately 100 meters away, and began to approach them one by one. Goodness! Since the establishment of Kumogakure, I have never heard of another village participating in our Chunin exams. You from Konohagakure are indeed the first, which is quite surprising, declared the leader of the group, an air of casualness pervading his demeanor as he spoke with a blade of grass between his lips, exhibiting no semblance of politeness. Furthermore, his gaze was askance, and the fact that he refrained from aggression was already quite commendable. Darui, the bodyguard of the 4th Raikage, displayed a notable disdain towards Konohagakure, and one could not fathom how he was assigned such a leadership role with that level of arrogance. Unlike other villages, Kumogakure did not establish a covert operations division. Even in the execution of missions, they operated with utmost transparency. With no masks adorning their faces, the expressions of these individuals were clearly visible, each one displaying contempt, which was truly infuriating. Quite intriguing indeed. Kai's lips curled into a faint smile, leaving those behind him somewhat puzzled. However, he took 2 steps forward, hands shoved into his pockets, exuding a certain rebellious charm as he presented himself. His gaze fixed on Darui. Kai of the Uchiha clan wasted no time in hurling a scathing retort, lamenting the absence of formal reception etiquette. After all, we are representatives of 2 villages embarking on a path towards peace. I've often heard that the brutes of the Cloud Village in the Land of Lightning possess muscle but lack intellect, coming forth with such arrogance. I truly wonder what grants you such audacity. Now that the Hidden Leaf Village and the Hidden Stone Village have signed a peace treaty, we may find ourselves standing together in future battles. Were it not for the restrictions on ninjas participating in numerous affairs, it is likely your village would be reduced to mere rubble in the aftermath. You ought to be grateful that this era of peace has spared you. Should war ensue, I would not hesitate to send you all back to the womb. Hey, I told you not to provoke conflict, Kakashi exclaimed, covering his face in exasperation. The others were equally taken aback. Having just encountered one another, they were already faced with hostility, and to their astonishment, Kai was even more brazen than Darui, launching into an outright tirade. Not only were their own allies dumbfounded, but even Darui's companions behind him were visibly incredulous, their lips twitching in disbelief. The last individual to speak so arrogantly before their village likely lies buried under several meters of grass. To think another had emerged. You must be Kai of the Uchiha. So young yet so audacious. And you must be Darui? Why does your village teach you to grow up, but not how to conduct yourself? To be so brazen in our village. Even the legendary Madara Uchiha would have refrained from such words, would he not? Do not be absurd. If Madara were alive and standing here, you would have long since fled. Besides, he was not one to resort to insults. He would have found a way to obliterate this place. It would be far more effective to fight than to waste time with words, would it not? Kai of the Uchiha smirked disdainfully. As their exchange unfolded, the distance between them shrank to less than a meter. They were of similar stature, locked in a gaze that suggested palpable tension. Particularly for Darui, who had initially intended to assert dominance, he found himself on the receiving end of a scolding instead. It was ironic that he could not even retort effectively. Surprisingly, the Hidden Leaf Village had produced such a defiant character. The question remained, however, whether his strength matched his bravado. Darui spat out the grass he had been chewing, his expression unreadable as he fixed his gaze upon Kai. Inquiring with a tone that hinted at intrigue, you make a valid point, if possible. I too would like to see if your strength is as formidable as your words suggest. How fortuitous it is that my prowess truly mirrors the arrogance of my character. Darui smirked, as those following him began to ready themselves for battle. Shall we wager something? Let us see whether my resilience surpasses your audacity. Should you emerge victorious, I shall grant you 50 billion Rio from the Hidden Cloud Village. Conversely, should you lose, I would claim that treasured banana fan of yours. Uchiha Kai had scarcely exchanged a few words before he prepared to unleash his ultimate technique. Initially, he had no intention of coming here. But the allure of the rumored treasures proved too enticing to resist. After all, it is customary to observe proper etiquette when visiting another's village. A cordial greeting before engaging in combat is the most reasonable expectation. Nonetheless, in Darui's eyes, legends remain mere tales. He could hardly believe that this youth, scarcely more than a decade old, could possess the strength spoken of. Nevertheless, he was intrigued by the wager, though he derisively inquired whether someone of his stature could truly possess such wealth. Oh, is that what you mean? Uchiha Kai replied with a dismissive smile, casually gesturing toward the towering mountains behind him. In a straightforward yet forceful manner, his opponent formed hand seals and pressed his palms to the ground, channeling chakra that manifested in an instant as a scroll appeared in his grasp. Unfurling the scroll and placing chakra on its central seal, a staggering amount of money materialized before the onlookers. While it remained uncertain if it amounted to 50 billion, the sheer volume was undeniably impressive. Darui was left momentarily speechless. This young lad possessed an astonishing fortune, effortlessly transportable. Despite my desire to accept the wager, the banana fan is a cherished artifact of our village, overseen solely by the rakeage. I lack the authority to stake it in such a manner. While the other had boldly displayed his power and assets, Darui found himself at a loss. This awkwardness compelled him to lower his gaze, expressing his dissatisfaction. This instinctively underscored another truth. The initial clash between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud Village had resulted in a decisive victory for Konoha. Very well. I shall not press you further. Since you have stated it thus, should you wish to engage, do inform your rakeage. If you cannot muster even this modest sum as a wager, it would be a grave misjudgment of your so-called Hidden Cloud Village. He raised his hand, patting Darui on the shoulder, a gesture of mockery that ignited Darui's fury. Had it not been for the prior warning from his comrades, he might have been tempted to confront this insolent individual immediately, to gauge the measure of his audacity in their village. Come now, I shall lead you into the village. Turning around, he took a deep breath, suppressing the anger that surged within him. The druid spoke indifferently impressive. Kakashi, who had been genuinely worried moments before, was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. He stepped forward and gave Uchiha Kai a thumbs up, squinting his eyes and whispering with a smile. Truly worthy of being my student. Might Guy also approached, but instead of a thumbs up, he delivered a hearty slap on Uchiha Kai's shoulder, grinning broadly to reveal his gleaming white teeth. Compared to the mindless muscle-bound men, the only thing that could be compared was their arrogance. Uchiha Kai fully embodied this arrogance. The only confusion lay with the younger ones trailing behind, who had yet to grasp the meaning of it all. Nevertheless, they paid little heed as they simply followed their mentors. The Hidden Cloud Village is entirely situated amidst towering mountains, despite the somewhat barren land. It showcases all the essential elements in abundance. The surrounding environment is breathtaking, with majestic mountains and flowing waterfalls truly a picturesque sight. Moreover, the overall construction of the village is quite commendable. For a long time, Konoha Village has proclaimed itself as the foremost village in the ninja world. While this may have been true in the past, from the present perspective, the Hidden Cloud Village undoubtedly claims the top position. If not for the considerable distance separating it from Konoha, along with several intervening nations, the outcome might have been quite different. The bustling streets are reminiscent of those in Konoha, with the entire roadway paved in smooth stones, offering a unique aesthetic appeal. The buildings, much like those in Konoha, are predominantly wooden. However, a distinguishing feature of the Hidden Cloud Village is that the lower portion of these structures, rising about 1 or 2 meters, is constructed of stacked stone. Although nestled in the mountains, the overall humidity in the Hidden Cloud Village seems to be significantly higher than in Konoha. Yet, the vibrant atmosphere is undeniably delightful. The merchandise lining the streets is a dazzling array, with no comparison to the likes of the rock-hidden village. When outsiders enter this village, the inhabitants of the Hidden Cloud Village regard them as rare curiosities. Those strolling through the streets find themselves pausing to observe the visitors from Konoha with quiet scrutiny, likely influenced by the education they have received since childhood. Even the ordinary citizens seem to harbor a palpable animosity towards the people of Konoha. What business do you Konoha villagers have in our Hidden Cloud Village? As they advanced, a man, seemingly in his 30s, with a robust physique and bare arms, stood by the roadside. Upon confirming that the approaching group hailed from the Hidden Leaf Village, his expression soured, and he boldly inquired with evident displeasure. The likes of Darui did not intervene, nor did they utter a word. Rather, they seemed eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Bah, fool, why do you chatter so much? Are you the Raikage? Uchiha Kai disdainfully expelled a phlegm-laden breath from his nostrils, spitting towards the man's feet, whether by accident or design. Following that, he spoke with an air of contempt. You dare to be so arrogant in our village? Do you not believe we possess the means to ensure you never leave this place? A young man standing nearby, consumed by anger, seized a scythe from a vendor. Gripping it tightly in his right hand, his eyes ablaze with fury as he directed a question at Uchiha Kai. Hey, this guy is armed and about to attack. Can I kill him? Pausing, Uchiha Kai glanced at the young man and then called out to Darui, who was keenly observing the commotion ahead. Such arrogance! To come here and act so brazenly? Drive these people out of the village. Like a spark igniting a powder keg, the surrounding crowd began to raise their voices in indignation. Lightning release. Raising his right hand, without even forming hand seals, a massive bolt of lightning materialized above his palm. What do you intend to do? Darui, who moments ago had been disinterested, suddenly grew tense and rushed over, frowning as he inquired loudly. At his words, the others swiftly assumed a defensive posture. At the slightest command, they would not hesitate to eliminate the intruders from the Leaf Village. It was not just Darui who felt the tension, even his companions widened their eyes in alarm. Kakashi quickly positioned himself in front, exclaiming, Kai, what are you planning? Mike Guy, though uncertain of the man's intentions, could sense the gravity of the situation from Uchiha Kai's demeanor. Realizing that he might indeed resort to violence against the villagers, sweat began to bead on his forehead, and the tension among the others escalated. Meanwhile, the once vocal townsfolk, who had been hurling insults, fell silent, many fleeing in terror. Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to observe the demeanor of the ordinary citizens of the Cloud Village. They remain within the village, knowing they are not threatened, yet their bravado is merely a fade. Look, how many from that boisterous group remain now? With a mocking tone, Kai retracted his hand, and in an instant, the lightning vanished. He then turned and approached the young man who had initially started the tirade. Standing by the roadside, one must admit, this fellow demonstrated remarkable courage. After hurling insults, he remained oblivious to the chaotic scene and did not leave. What do you intend to do? He inquired, appearing to be merely 18 or 19 years old, his face still bearing a hint of youthful innocence. However, perhaps due to the unique characteristics of this village, his physique was surprisingly well-developed, robust rather than emaciated. Yet, when Uchiha Kai drew near, the young man instinctively took a step back, his demeanor tinged with anxiety. You seemed to be the most vociferous just now, didn't you? The village may not take action against you, but once you leave this place, I possess 1,000 ways to end your life. Do you believe that? With a slight smirk, he uttered the most terrifying threats to intimidate an ordinary individual. The words truly frightened the young man, causing him to collapse onto the ground. It turned out he was a merchant, spending 8 out of 10 days away from home. If the threat were genuine, his life would indeed be on borrowed time. Uchiha Kai, this is the Hidden Cloud Village, not your Leaf Village. Thus, do not be overly arrogant, lest you wish to face my wrath, Darui interjected, his face a mask of fury as he stepped forward. The man's audacity left him utterly speechless, especially considering how brazenly he conducted himself within the village. How do you intend to show me your displeasure? He retorted, turning his head to reveal the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. A formidable sense of pressure began to envelop the surroundings. At that moment, Kakashi and Might Guy opted to remain silent, as the very purpose of Uchiha Kai's arrival was to stir up trouble. Whether it was premeditated or spontaneous, it was certainly a scenario that the Leaf Village was all too pleased to witness. Why don't you two intervene? It appears a confrontation is imminent, and is that truly acceptable? Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, the young man from the field, Musashi, immediately approached Kakashi and his companion with a sense of urgency, offering his observations. He was utterly perplexed by the circumstances at hand and yearned to swiftly conclude their mission. This reaction seemed entirely expected to Hinata and a few others from their class, showing no hint of surprise. After all, a similar incident had transpired during their stay in the Hidden Stone Village, making the current situation hardly astonishing. Meanwhile, the individuals brought by Uchiha Kai appeared remarkably unfazed, with Suki even taking the liberty to purchase fruits alongside a few other girls. Should the duration extend, they would not hesitate to procure some nuts. Indulging in snacks while observing the events unfold, the oppressive aura of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan was undeniably formidable. Although he had never encountered Uchiha Madara personally, Darui had certainly heard tales of this legendary figure. Yet, the man before him raised questions. The overwhelming pressure made his palms begin to sweat, and the blade in his right hand trembled slightly. You scoundrel, what are you doing in my village? A thunderous roar resonated through the air, followed by a flash of lightning that surged through the crowd. Boom! The sound of a massive impact created shockwaves that sent several individuals flying. The ninjas were largely unfazed, but the young man who had previously collapsed was hurled against a wall by the force, marking a grim conclusion to his ordeal. Uchiha Kai, in response, summoned the first stage of Susanoo, a skeletal form that shielded him from the electrifying figure before him. The immense strength of the opponent nearly overwhelmed his control, forcing him to stagger backward, though he managed to react in time. However, a fissure appeared upon the skeletal structure of Susanoo. The individual who had emerged was none other than the fourth Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village. Radiating with lightning, his dark skin and formidable muscles were intimidating. His eyes sparkled with fury, suggesting he had been observing the situation closely, which prompted his swift and aggressive approach. This must be the esteemed fourth Raikage. Kai's lips curled into a slight smile as he regarded the man before him, inquiring, You scoundrel, what exactly are you plotting in my village? The fourth Raikage, still engulfed in fury, repeated his question and delivered a powerful punch against Susanoo's armor. The tremendous impact created a hollow within the skeletal structure of Susanoo. Had he breached the Uchiha's absolute defense? Should they seize this opportunity to advance? The individuals behind him could hardly contain themselves, their weapons almost ready to be unleashed. Meanwhile, others had already prepared to unleash ninjutsu attacks. Yet, at that moment, the fourth Raikage bellowed, Everyone halt. While others may have been oblivious to the specifics of the situation, he was not. He was acutely aware of the prowess of both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans from Konoha, having studied their eyes extensively. Observing Uchiha Kai's seemingly effortless demeanor led the fourth Raikage to suspect that the situation was not as straightforward as he had presumed. If the opponent possessed only this level of strength, how could they act so brazenly in his village? Coupled with the intelligence he had received, it was evident that this individual was extraordinarily formidable. Come with me. The fourth Raikage, despite his anger, furrowed his brow and called out. This command was directed at Uchiha Kai and his companions. After all, such chaos within the village was undesirable, regardless of the outcome. Uchiha Kai, however, remained unfazed, casually turning to smile at the others and giving a simple wave to signal them to follow the fourth Raikage. At that moment, the turmoil in the heart of Kumogakure came to an abrupt halt. Susanoo, the Uchiha's eyes could unleash the most potent force, renowned for their absolute defensive capabilities. Yet, the opponent had effortlessly activated this power without the anticipated display. Walking ahead, the fourth Raikage wore a serious expression, his brow furrowed, contemplating these thoughts. He had indeed never witnessed the true strength of Uchiha Madara, as their eras were worlds apart, and tales of Madara's exploits reached him only in his youth. Although he had glimpsed Uchiha Madara once as a child, he had not sensed the depth of his power. However, He had experienced the might of Uchiha Itachi, whose overwhelming strength left the fourth Raikage in awe. When attacking, that individual also wielded the power of Susanoo, yet the aftermath left his eyes weeping blood. And the process was not as seamless as one might envision. In contrast, today, Uchiha Kai exhibited his Susanoo abilities with such ease and nonchalance. Moreover, upon its use, it appears that there are no adverse effects whatsoever, which leaves the Raikage feeling quite perplexed. The office of the Raikage in the Hidden Cloud Village is situated within a rather opulent villa, backed by a mountain, from which a delicate waterfall cascades down. The primary area features a small pool of crystal-clear water, modest in size, yet exuding a distinct charm. The architecture here is steeped in a retro aesthetic, yet upon entering, one is enveloped in a sense of comfort. The simplicity is profound, including the arrangement of the furnishings, which suggests that despite the fourth Raikage's apparent lack of intellect, he exhibits commendable taste in matters of living. The spacious office of the Raikage is more than twice the size of the Hokage's office. The decor is somewhat similar, consisting of a desk with a cabinet behind it, surrounded by a circle of sofas, with 2 additional coffee tables set in the center. At this moment, the room is filled with numerous individuals, as Uchiha Kai enters with a group of over a dozen people, while the Raikage arrives with his subordinates. Although only he and Darui step into the office. Despite the many people crowding into this space, the atmosphere remains surprisingly unconfined. Upon entering, Uchiha Kai appears to feel at home, proceeding directly to the coffee table to grab an apple, and then casually sitting on the adjacent sofa to indulge in it. Witnessing Uchiha Kai's demeanor, the fourth Raikage is almost compelled to strike him down immediately. However, some matters are not as urgent as they seem. The Hidden Cloud Village has never had other villages participate in the Chunin exams, and this time, you have come to partake. While I am unaware of the circumstances surrounding the Chunin exams in your village, since you are here, it is only natural that we adhere to the regulations of the Hidden Cloud Village. I trust you have no objections to this? The Raikage inquired. Of course not. After all, we have voluntarily come to the Hidden Cloud Village, but we do hope to be informed of the examination format ahead of time, so that we may prepare accordingly. Kakashi nodded in agreement. This has always been the custom, often. The Chunin exams hosted by the Leaf Village are not solely conducted by their own. A considerable number of these exams include invitations to other villages as well. Naturally, the examiners from the Leaf Village also participate in the assessments of other villages. Thus, upon arriving here, it is only prudent to abide by their customs and examination procedures. In this regard, not just Kakashi, but even the others would harbor no dissent. If there are no objections, then you shall remain here for a time. However, you are restricted to a designated area. Do not wander aimlessly through the Hidden Cloud Village and refrain from prying into affairs. The examination will commence in half a month, with the overall duration expected to span between 2 weeks to a month. Thus, it seems that your overall stay here has not been particularly brief. At this point, the Raikage turned to glance at Darui, inquiring whether the arrangements for accommodation had been made. Well, the question, posed so suddenly, rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward. It was evident that this fellow had not prepared anything in this regard. After all, we are guests, and we had informed you of our arrival a month or 2 in advance. It is rather surprising that even the lodging has yet to be arranged. Should this matter come to light, it would not reflect favorably on your village of Kumobakure. The apple in Kai's mouth had already been mostly devoured. Yet, at that moment, he continued to chew while entering into a mode of mockery, declaring, "Why should anyone else interfere with the affairs of our cloud village? I am indifferent to the opinions of others." Raikage furrowed his brows and retorted angrily, though he couldn't shake off the discomfort caused by Uchiha Kai's words. After all, he was not wrong. They had been informed 2 months in advance, yet here they were, lacking even basic accommodation. If word of this were to spread, it would undoubtedly cast a shadow on their village's reputation. Taking a deep breath to suppress his inner fury, he turned to Darui and demanded, "What are you still doing here? Hurry and make preparations." "Raikage-sama, we," Darui replied, his expression one of exasperation. He leaned closer to Raikage and whispered into his ear. Raikage's face instantly registered surprise, a moment witnessed by all present. "Find a solution." The Raikage felt helpless. He still commanded Darui. His voice was soft, yet his anger was palpable. Darui, resigned, shot a cold glare at the Leaf Village members. At this hour, where was he supposed to find accommodations? The lodging situation is indeed a shortcoming on our part in Cloud Village, and we will expedite arrangements to ensure everything is settled before nightfall. However, considering the disturbances you've caused in our village, Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation? Reikage exhibited a sense of responsibility, acknowledging his own faults. Yet, he quickly reverted to his imposing demeanor, confronting Uchiha Kai, who was seated and munching on his apple. The atmosphere grew tense once again, and aside from Uchiha Kai, no one else remained seated. The formidable aura of the third Reikage made the younger ones tremble slightly. Even the likes of Kakashi and Might Guy couldn't help but furrow their brows. After all, the Reikage had long been regarded as the strongest among the 5 Kages. Even those who had not witnessed his might firsthand had certainly heard tales of it. What does Lord Reikage intend to do about this? Uchiha Kai asked, standing up and approaching the Reikage's desk, placing his hands upon it as he leaned forward to meet Reikage's gaze. The two stood barely a few centimeters apart, and the clash of their energies was vividly apparent. Haha, it is truly hard to believe that the Uchiha clan has been reduced to such a state. Yet here you stand, having grown so formidable. Truly, you are a chosen clan. Your prowess surpasses even that of the Uchiha Madara of yore. I have also encountered Uchiha Itachi, and I can confidently assert that you are among the mightiest of the current Uchiha lineage. The two individuals locked eyes for several seconds. And under the immense pressure, the onlookers even held their breath. However, the Reikage suddenly erupted into a carefree laugh, generously showering praises upon Uchiha Kai. It was truly baffling to comprehend what this fellow was thinking. The abrupt shift left Uchiha Kai momentarily dazed. Just a moment ago, tensions were palpable. And in the blink of an eye, the atmosphere transformed entirely. It was indeed perplexing. You know, some of the delicacies in this village surpassed those from our own. As dusk fell, a large group gathered around an outdoor dining table, which was actually situated on a terrace of the second floor. The expansive round table could comfortably accommodate their party of over 10. The array of dishes laid out was nothing short of exquisite, particularly when it came to the culinary delights that could only be classified as top tier. Upon tasting a piece of fish, Uchiha Kai instantly recognized this elevated quality. I still believe barbecued meat is superior, Mitsuki remarked, holding a drink in hand. Despite his words, he continued to eat heartily, savoring each bite. The scene undeniably suggested that the food brought him greater joy. Why does the fish here taste remarkably better? Inoue delicately sampled a piece of fish, and the flavor starkly contrasted with her usual cooking, revealing a noticeable gap in quality. It wasn't that the locals were noisy. Rather, her own culinary skills fell short. She had meticulously researched cooking techniques, yet everything still felt amiss. It must be the water quality, Kakashi interjected as he observed Inoue's eating habits. Each time she brought food to her lips, she merely lifted the cloth covering the dish. After all this time, having known each other for so long, he had yet to see what she truly looked like. What do you mean, Kakashi-sensei? Inoue inquired, confused. Although the land of fire has abundant water, it often contains sand and sediment, resulting in fish from local ponds bearing a muddy taste. However, that was not the case here. The environment was predominantly rocky, and the altitude was significantly greater than their homeland. Thus, the water here was naturally filtered, allowing the fish raised in such conditions to possess a delightful flavor with minimal preparation. Impressive, Kakashi. I never knew you were so knowledgeable about such matters, Might Guy exclaimed, surprised by Kakashi's insight, giving him a thumbs up, his broad smile revealing gleaming white teeth. You dolt. This is basic knowledge. Didn't anyone ever mention this to you during missions? Kakashi retorted. Nanny? Is that really a thing? Might Guy instantly donned an expression of innocence and exclaimed, Oh. Just as everyone was savoring their meal, a sudden loud shout startled them all. Haruno Matsuko, seemingly having a momentary lapse, abruptly placed his chopsticks on the table and turned to face his 3 students. Given the atmosphere had reached this point, it was evident that all of you would surely pass the Chunin exam this time. Therefore, as your teacher, I shall impart to you one final lesson. Yes. The 3 little ones hastily set down their chopsticks, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they looked at Haruno Matsuko. This scene immediately reminded Uchiha Kai of the way Might Guy interacted with his students. These two were remarkably similar. The last lesson for the ninjas was about the selection of ingredients. In future missions, the most we would carry would be military rations. However, such items serve merely as adjuncts. Thus it is imperative to learn how to forage for food in the vicinity during missions. The easiest way to do so is by identifying the fish in the water. Freshwater fish are rarely toxic. In this context, not only would he be able to satisfy Hinata, but he also noticed something else. Hinata, seated to his right, had not touched her chopsticks and her complexion was less than favorable. I need to use the restroom. Hinata blushed, her voice barely above a whisper as she confessed her discomfort. Oh, reflecting on their arrival in the hidden cloud village. Uchiha Kai realized he had not paid attention to such matters, as he had yet to require such facilities himself. "Excuse me, everyone, the last dish has arrived. I hope you all enjoy." Just then, a young woman in her 20s approached, carrying a large platter of food, and naturally placed it in the center of the table. One must admit that the portions in the hidden cloud village were indeed generous, with each dish being undeniably substantial and hearty. However, just as the woman was about to leave, Uchiha Kai suddenly seized her arm and inquired, "Excuse me, could you tell me where the restroom is?" "Ah, the restroom?" Her response momentarily caught her off guard. Yet she quickly replied, "I apologize, but there are no restrooms in our village. If you need to relieve yourself, you must go behind that mountain. Hence, we usually keep a chamber pot at home, which we empty every 2 days." Kai found himself at a loss for words. He never anticipated that such a beautiful village could be so deficient in this regard. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge that these are the customs of the villagers, which bear no connection to oneself. Having arrived in this place, it is unreasonable to expect to have an opinion on every matter. With a resigned sigh, he smiled and nodded in understanding. His gaze shifted towards the mountains adorned with cascading waterfalls. The breathtaking beauty of the scenery stood in stark contrast to the underlying filth, a notion that was momentarily difficult to accept. "Since we are here, let us make the best of it. Allow me to guide you." Kakashi gently placed his right hand on Hinata's shoulder, and in the next instant, the two vanished before the eyes of the onlookers. When they reappeared, an overwhelming stench instantly engulfed their senses. It was truly unexpected that the inhabitants of this village would engage in such activities. It was nothing short of a natural cesspool. "Go ahead, I shall keep watch for you here." Kai randomly pointed to a spot. But upon contemplating the fact that he would be spending over a month in this place, it felt like a death sentence. He was astonished that the villagers lived so casually. In a moment of urgency, would one truly have to trek several miles just to relieve oneself? By the time that necessity arose, the moment would have surely passed. Accompanied by a flurry of swift and whistling sounds, 5 or 6 individuals suddenly arrived. Hinata, already feeling awkward as she faced the direction Kai had indicated, noticed the newcomers before she could even crouch down. "What are you doing?" one of them asked, his tone unfriendly. 5 of them stared at Kai, while one fixed his gaze intently on Hinata. At that moment, Kai was still raising his hand to cover his nose. Realizing that they had been under constant surveillance by the ninjas from the hidden cloud village, he was taken aback that things had escalated to this point. Observing the expressions on their faces, Kai calmly inquired, "Are you truly monitoring even our most basic needs? You must remain under our watchful eye. None of you are permitted to stray from our sight, no matter what you are doing," the leader asserted. Bang! What was the point of all this chatter? Kai swiftly moved to the leader's side and delivered a powerful kick to his chest. The force sent the hefty man flying. As he crashed to the ground, an unknown substance splattered everywhere. "We are here for cooperation, not to be treated as your prisoners. I hope you grasp this reality. If such an incident occurs again, I will not hesitate to eliminate you," Kai declared coldly, his irritation palpable. Despite the numerous rules in this place, surely one should not have to conduct their most private affairs under the watchful eyes of others, right? "Kai, are you challenging the hidden cloud village?" The leader, who had been kicked away, had managed to rise but had not yet approached. Another individual, brandishing a kunai, frowned and assumed a defensive posture. With a sigh, seeing Hinata still standing at a distance, Kai remarked, "Let us address this matter later, but regarding our basic needs, I hope you can understand that this is the hidden cloud village, not your leaf village, and all actions must adhere to our customs." The man, now reeking of filth, returned with an even sharper tone than before. Taking a deep breath, I furrowed my brow and, suppressing my anger, inquired, "Are you truly certain you wish to proceed in this manner?" "Humph. Regarding the recent attack against me, I shall undoubtedly report this to the Reikage. Thus, I suggest you carefully contemplate how to articulate your explanation. Should you fail to provide a satisfactory response, we shall not hesitate to consider waging war against Konoha." Such familiar words indeed. Kai spread his arms wide, excitement coursing through him as he realized that someone dared to utter the words "declare war" in his presence. The chakra within him was unleashed, forming a powerful current that began to radiate outward. The audacity of these individuals stemmed from their perception that Uchiha Kai possessed little chakra, leading them to mistakenly conclude that even with the activation of his Manjiki Sharingan, he remained but a paper tiger without substantial chakra to back him. However, they were swiftly taken aback as the chakra surged forth, causing even the bravest among them to instinctively swallow hard. Since you have declared war, it would be a grave disrespect to our village if we do not respond. Even the most basic of actions would be conducted under your watchful eyes. You have gone too far. As his body slowly began to levitate, the moment his feet left the ground, his eternal Mangeki Sharingan manifested, regarding them as one would regard a throng of the deceased. "Kill him," shouted the foul-smelling individual, immediately reacting. Setting aside their flaws, at least the denizens of the Hidden Cloud Village displayed a commendable courage in the face of such peril, contemplating a counterattack without excessive fear. Yet, as soon as he uttered those words, the group behind him was sent flying in an instant, not merely pushed away like before, but propelled with a force that could very well lead to their demise. A single kick sent them tumbling from the mountainside, and if fortune turned against them, that kick could indeed prove fatal. After all, from such a height, a misstep could easily lead to a deadly fall. In an instant, they vanished from sight, leaving only the odorous individual behind, oblivious to the unfolding chaos. He heard the sounds of conflict, yet Uchiha Kai remained suspended in place, motionless. "What have you done?" he demanded, his voice tinged with an undercurrent of fear. "You. Few have the ability to incite my anger through mere words. You should take pride in that. Therefore, I extend to you an invitation to meet your demise." He brandished a glimmering dagger, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips as he pointed it at his adversary. This scene seemed to herald the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Just as he prepared to strike, a bolt of black lightning descended from the heavens, and a figure materialized before him, blocking his path. "Uchiha Kai, do you intend to wage war once more? Here we go again?" The individual who arrived was Darui, but as soon as his voice fell, the wreckage, enveloped in crackling lightning, materialized before them. Following closely, the guardians of the Hidden Cloud Village began to gather swiftly. On the mountainside, permeated with an unusual odor, a considerable number of people had assembled in a remarkably short time. "Uchiha Kai, you would do well to provide me with an explanation regarding this matter. Otherwise, I shall personally seek out the 5th Hokage to inquire about such issues." The 4th Raikage spoke with a tone that remained relatively composed, refraining from directly interrogating anyone, instead hoping for clarity on the situation. "An explanation? What kind of absurdity do you harbor in the Hidden Cloud Village? You monitor every trivial act, even the most private of bodily functions. Is it to be presumed that you, the 4th Raikage, have someone overseeing your every move? If your village resorts to threats of war over such trivialities, is it any wonder that the Hidden Leaf Village fears your aggression? If you wish to engage in conflict over such matters, then let us commence today. What purpose does a village that cannot tolerate even the most natural of acts serve?" Uttering the harshest of truths in the calmest of tones, Uchiha Kai exemplified this sentiment to perfection. What further thoughts could there possibly be? The Raikage comprehended the gravity of the situation instantly. He turned to glare at the individual reeking of filth with a furious gaze. "Lord Raikage, the others have only sustained minor injuries and are not in any life-threatening condition." An individual swiftly ascended from below, landing before the 4th Raikage, hurriedly recounting the events concerning those who had been sent flying by Uchiha Kai. "I understand." Furrowing his brow with a commanding presence, he sighed and addressed Uchiha Kai, acknowledging that this incident was due to our oversight, and that the others had misinterpreted orders from above. He assured that such circumstances would not recur. "As for the customs of our village, that is our own affair. Although it may be somewhat troublesome, we all accept it willingly. Let tonight's events conclude here. Lord Raikage." That individual boom. Upon hearing the Raikage's sudden declaration, the man, covered in filth, grew displeased and stepped forward, eager to provoke. However, the Raikage showed no leniency, delivering a powerful punch to the man's face. The sheer force of the blow contorted the man's features, sending him crashing heavily to the ground. The manner of resolution was indeed swift and decisive. Kai had never anticipated that the 4th Raikage would act in such a manner. This truly took him by surprise. He had been contemplating stirring up some trouble, especially since Kakashi had already received a message from the Hidden Leaf Village. Through the summoning beasts, news could be conveyed in the blink of an eye. "Little Kai, this is a message from the Hidden Leaf Village. Congratulations! At such a young age, you're already ahead of us." Kakashi pulled Uchiha Kai aside and handed him the letter, which contained very little information. To his astonishment, Kai realized he had unexpectedly gained a daughter. Particularly, the implications of Tsunade's words were clear. The child's surname would ultimately depend on whether the Cloud Village would sign a peace treaty with the Leaf Village. The meaning was evident. If the Cloud Village agreed to the treaty, the child would bear the Uchiha name, but if they refused, the child would be a senju. Although the child's arrival was unexpected and not what he had envisioned, she would still be considered his eldest daughter. How could she carry someone else's surname? This was simply unacceptable. Yet, to his astonishment, the situation had escalated to this point, and the fourth Raikage showed no inclination towards inciting conflict. It appeared that, aside from his muscular physique, his intellect was surprisingly sharp. As he observed the crowd slowly dispersing, he noted the figure covered in filth being dragged away by two individuals with clean sleeves. It seemed that this incident was truly coming to a close. Initially, he had thought the Raikage lacked intelligence, but given the current circumstances, it was evident that one could not attain such a position without more than mere brawn. "Are you all right?" You went out for a moment, and it seems there was quite a commotion. Upon returning to the dining table, only a few minutes had passed. However, they were all aware of the disturbances that had occurred behind the mountain. The moment the enormous chakra had manifested, the entire village could sense it. Even without direct perception, they would have felt its presence. The individual capable of creating such a ruckus could only be Kai himself. "Look at you all. Knowing we were in danger, and yet you chose not to help, instead consuming everything on this table. Is this how you behave?" Kai regarded them with an expression of utter disbelief. "You went on a date with a young lady, and unexpectedly caused such a stir that the villagers noticed. How could we dare to interrupt such a fortunate event?" Moon, munching on a chicken leg, grinned as he looked at Uchiha Kai and remarked, "Exactly. This is utterly outrageous." Ing pouted her lips, seemingly harboring a hint of dissatisfaction. As she cast a sidelong glance at Uchiha Kai, she rolled her eyes in exasperation. The dishes on the table had been nearly devoured. In merely a matter of 10 minutes, only a few remnants of food remained. Kai could not help but draw in a sharp breath, rendered speechless by their assertions. Meanwhile, Hinata, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts, hung her head in embarrassment. Refraining from interjecting, since they had not yet dined, they decided to order more. After all, it was a rare occasion to venture out, and a few extra coins were hardly a concern. "Let us indulge today, and if we do not satiate our appetites, I shall bear the blame. Now let us celebrate," exclaimed Mike Guy, raising his beer mug exuberantly. "Indeed, Guy's sentiments resonate well. This marks my first mission to another village, so let us revel in this moment." Kakashi chimed in, also rising with a drink in hand. Remarkably, the two were oblivious to the gazes of their companions, clinking their mugs together before drinking heartily. The atmosphere, surprisingly, was rather pleasant. "I too shall break my vow. I shall partake in alcohol," Lee Rock declared, as if mustering immense courage, pouring himself a generous glass of beer. However, just as he was about to drink, Niji Hyuga swiftly seized his head and slammed it onto the table, snatching the mug from his grasp. The memories of Lee's drunken escapades filled the air with trepidation. "Perhaps you should stick to milk instead," Tintin suggested, offering Lee a carton of milk with concern. "I refuse. I wish to drink beer," Lee protested. "But consider where we are. If we were in the village, no one would stop you given the jovial atmosphere. Yet here, in another's village, what if you cause a scene?" Niji retorted, exasperated. Come, let us drink." Inazuka Kiba, already teetering, urged. It was understandable. Opportunities like this were scarce, especially outside their own village. Although there were no strict prohibitions against their age group consuming alcohol, such occasions were seldom presented to them. The accommodations were indeed splendid, featuring luxurious private rooms. In terms of ambience, it far surpassed that of the Rock Village. A slight inconvenience was the absence of restrooms. Yet provisions had been made for such needs. A large black wooden tub, aesthetically pleasing and entirely enclosed, had a removable wooden panel. A nearby rack facilitated comfortable use of the tub. Each morning, the staff would personally attend to its maintenance. Thus, in terms of both service and environment, it was certainly commendable, albeit with minor imperfections that warranted respect for local customs. After all, their differences are evident. Yet the arrangement of the equipment is not as unsightly as one might imagine. Early in the morning, Uchiha Kai was abruptly roused from his slumber by the sound of knocking. Assuming it was someone from his side, he casually strolled to the door. Clad only in a pair of loose shorts, his upper body exposed, completely disregarding any semblance of decorum. His disheveled hair and fatigued appearance rendered him a stark contrast to the spirited Uchiha Kai of usual days. "Hey," he swung the door open, intending to retreat back to the comfort of his bed. However, a sudden, unfamiliar voice jolted him into full alertness. He quickly turned to face the individuals outside, only to find a woman standing there. Bang! With a swift motion, he kicked the door shut. Still bearing the signs of exhaustion, he approached his bedside, donned a bathrobe, and then reopened the door. Gazing at the two individuals before him, Uchiha Kai inquired with a hint of confusion, "What brings you both here at this early hour?" Peering through the curtain's gap, he noticed the sky had yet to fully brighten, yet these two had arrived with such enthusiasm that he was at a loss for words. "Lord Reikage is seeking you, and hopes you can make your way over," Darui stated, maintaining his usual demeanor, even with a piece of grass wedged in his mouth. His lifeless eyes, whether due to lack of sleep or disdain for Uchiha Kai, conveyed a sense of apathy as he spoke. "Don't you folks from the Reikage's office require rest? Must you disturb someone so early in the morning? Could you not wait until dawn?" Kai inquired. "Lord Reikage wishes to discuss a transaction with you. Did you not express your desire for the banana fan? Thus, Lord Reikage seeks you for this very matter." Darui maintained his usual demeanor, exuding calmness. Before Kai could respond, he nonchalantly turned away, stating, "We shall wait for you downstairs." With a casual wave of his hand, he departed with the woman. The keen senses of a ninja are truly remarkable. Just as the two had exited, Uchiha Kai was about to close the door to change his attire when suddenly, a pair of hands pressed against the door, preventing its closure. Instantly, 3 figures appeared outside the room. "The Reikage is seeking you? Are you truly going?" Kakashi asked with a serious expression. The other two, Might Guy and Yamanaka Ino, were equally perplexed by the situation. Was there a concern that he might be lured away? "Of course I shall go. There is no reason for trepidation. Some matters must be confronted head-on with the Reikage to ascertain the outcome." Kai smiled faintly, then promptly closed the door to his room. After a brief interlude of several minutes, he emerged once more, invigorated and clad in a fresh outfit. To his surprise, Kakashi and the others were still waiting outside. "Little Kai, the Reikage possesses formidable strength. You must remain vigilant." Mato Guy expressed his concerns. They were all acutely aware of the nature of the Cloud Village. Thus the need for such warnings was paramount. Yuan Song found himself at a loss for words, standing there obediently. "We must leave at the first sign of danger. This village is far from safe for us. Especially you and Hinata. Your prowess may incite their wariness. It is entirely plausible that they will seek to ensnare you when you are alone. You must consider this in advance," Kakashi reiterated. Uchiha Kai understood all too well. With a slight upward curve of his lips, he reassured them, "Fear not, Kakashi-sensei, Guy-sensei. Should the situation appear precarious, I shall depart at once. We must find a way to expedite yesterday's matter." "What matter?" Kakashi had barely finished his sentence when Mato Guy, puzzled, leaned in to inquire. "Nothing concerning you." "Very well. You three continue your discussion. I shall assess the situation." Kai spoke, shaking his hand before heading directly downstairs. Meanwhile, Darui and his companion, who were waiting below, maintained their indifferent expressions as they saw Uchiha Kai descend and emerge in a change of attire. Regardless of the circumstances, Darui would not extend any semblance of goodwill towards this individual. After all, Uchiha Kai had already visited the Reikage building the previous day. Thus, the moment he appeared, Darui and his companion promptly turned and made their way in that direction. Inside the Reikage office, 4 or 5 venerable figures sat in attendance, each seemingly older than the last. Their hair was almost entirely gray, yet their spirits remained surprisingly robust. The elderly gentleman speaking wielded a cane, his white hair and beard contrasting with his formidable physique, which hinted at a past of undeniable strength. His authoritative tone directed towards the sitting 4th Reikage indicated that he was indeed a prominent figure within the village. The remaining 4 elders remained silent, their hesitant gazes fixed upon the 4th Reikage. "I lack the strength of my father and cannot subdue the 8 tails. If we wish to enhance our village's power, the immediate priority is to contain the 8 tails. What does it matter if outsiders discover our secrets? Without that divine artifact, what use is such knowledge to them?" The Reikage spoke with unwavering conviction, undeterred by the scrutiny of the elders. "That is simply not a viable plan. The 8 tails matter is our concern, and it is not for outsiders to meddle. How can you be so certain that this individual can manage the 8 tails?" The elder with the cane countered, directly challenging the Reikage's assertions. "This decision rests with me, and I shall bear any consequences that arise. Nevertheless, we must take decisive action regarding the 8 tails. The internal strife has already cost us dearly. This is the only course that can elevate our village's strength and alleviate our concerns about conflicts with the Wagakure. We have no retreat left. Konohagakure has risen, and a Wagakure has forged an alliance with them. If we fail to manage this situation, can you expect Yunin village to become the target of disdain?" The tone of the fourth Reikage grew increasingly discordant. Having finally secured his position and control over the village's power, he could not allow a few elders to question his judgment. Since you, the Reikage, have already made your decision, what purpose is there in summoning us old men? Our opinions carry little weight now. It would be far better for you to decide matters on your own. The elder with the cane stumbled to his feet, took a deep breath, and offered no substantial objections as he turned to leave. With the time he has, he would rather return to rest a while longer. After all, at his age, some matters can no longer be managed or controlled. The village is entrusted to you. As he spoke, the other elders rose in unison, leaving only the cane-wielding elder seated. The sight of their departure visibly unsettled him. He stood, striking his cane forcefully against the ground, causing a powerful crack to form in the floor beneath. Look at this. Is this how the fourth Reikage conducts himself? If you have already made your decision, there was no need to call us here. The elder scowled and stormed out in anger. As for the fourth Reikage, he took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Had he not considered using the strength of his village to resolve its own issues? The inability to do so had led to this approach. The damage inflicted by the Eight Tails upon the village had become increasingly severe. As the fourth Reikage, he could only hold his own against such a formidable beast for a time, achieving only temporary respite before the creature would return in the same manner. As dawn broke, the sun began to peak over the horizon, and the eastern sky was painted with hues of crimson, as if blushing at the sight of the earth below. Kirigakure was indeed a village of great strength. At this hour, those in Kanahagakure would likely still be asleep. However, here, not only had the shops opened their doors, but even ordinary citizens had begun their training. Though the streets lacked the bustle of commerce, muscular men and children could be seen running about. Under the guidance of Darui, Uchiha Kai had once again arrived at the Reikage location. He appeared to have risen quite early, looking somewhat fatigued, perhaps from dealing with the old men or due to his prolonged lack of sleep. You've arrived. The Reikage said upon seeing Uchiha Kai enter without hesitation. He appreciated the young man's character, finding a kindred spirit in him. It's early, what brings you here? He plopped onto the sofa and, before finishing his sentence, turned his gaze back to the Reikage, inquiring if breakfast should be prepared. After a night of indulgence, he felt a pang of hunger after not eating anything that morning. Is that all you wanted, you rascal? The Reikage found himself at a loss for words. You all carry on with your conversation. I shall prepare breakfast for you. Darui wore a look of disdain, yet he understood that being summoned by the Reikage so early in the day surely indicated the urgency of a matter to be discussed. It was certainly inappropriate for him to linger. As he turned to leave, he closed the door behind him. What was particularly noteworthy was that another woman remained in the room. Through the aura she exuded, Kaguya could discern a scent akin to that of Naruto Uzumaki, a sensation emanating from the tailed beasts. Although her visage was unfamiliar, the resemblance suggested that she was undoubtedly the host of the two tails from the village hidden in the clouds. I have summoned you for a different matter. It may be difficult for me to broach this subject, but are you familiar with the tailed beasts? The Reikage intended to be forthright, eschewing circumlocution. In his position, power was paramount, and he preferred to speak plainly. I am aware. You must be referring to the Eight Tails from your village and this individual beside me, the Two Tails. He replied. You are aware? The Reikage and the Two Tails Jinchuriki, standing nearby, were momentarily taken aback. Their astonishment did not stem from the knowledge of tailed beasts, but rather from the realization that this individual could discern the identity of the Jinchuriki standing next to him. Ordinarily, without deliberate investigation, the Jinchuriki would blend in with the crowd, appearing no different from an ordinary person. It was improbable that he could be recognized at a glance. What is there to be surprised about? The aura emanating from tailed beasts is generally quite similar, particularly their chakra. Even a mere two tails, upon first meeting, could be recognized instantly. Kai regarded the wooden figure with a palpable disdain, or more precisely, the beast dwelling within him. Since you are aware, I shall speak plainly. I hope to invite you to subdue the Eight Tails. What are your thoughts on this? Reikage rose from his seat, pressing his hands firmly on the table, earnestly fixing his gaze upon Uchiha Kai. Oh, is this the price you are willing to pay, as Darui mentioned, in exchange for the banana fan? Kai tilted his head and inquired, indeed. If you can suppress the Eight Tails, then I can offer you the banana fan you mentioned upon your arrival in this village yesterday. However, this leaves me somewhat perplexed. Surely you are not unaware of the true nature of such items? The Six Paths tools possess formidable power, yet they are rather superfluous for us. Even with an abundance of chakra, the energy expended in utilizing such artifacts is gargantuan, while the potency they unleash is rather feeble. Thus, Their value to us is rather minimal. Should you desire it, simply assist us in this endeavor, and I would not hesitate to grant it to you. Reikich's assertion held merit. If the Six Paths tools were indeed as potent as claimed, would not the Cloud Village have long since dominated the entire ninja realm? The stark reality is that while the Six Paths tools are undeniably powerful, they were wielded by the Sage of Six Paths himself. Take the banana fan, for instance. The chakra required to merely activate it is akin to executing an A-rank jutsu. Yet the force it generates is at best equivalent to a B-rank jutsu, a stark imbalance that has led to their general disuse. When Uchiha Kai first arrived, he was merely intrigued by these artifacts. As his mind whirled with possibilities, several ideas surfaced. No problem. You merely wish to extract the pure chakra of the Eight Tails. Such matters do not concern us, nor do we wish to meddle. However, should you acquire such immense power, the ensuing consequences could be significant. Therefore, upon the completion of this task, I hope the Cloud Village will enter into a pact with Konoha, one of mutual equality and devoid of conflict. What say you? Isn't that demand a bit excessive? One of the villagers observed the slight change in Reikich's expression and immediately confronted Uchiha Kai. There is no need to rush for an answer. I can agree to your request, but I am uncertain when we might assist you in dealing with the Eight Tails. Let us set aside the matter of the Eight Tails for now. Shouldn't you first enlighten me on how you became aware of our intentions? Reikich's words turned icy, his fists unconsciously clenching. He was taken aback that Uchiha Kai was privy to such extensive knowledge, even regarding the extraction of the tailed beast chakra. What else would you like to know? I can reveal everything. In this world, I am aware of all matters. The eye of God grants me the ability to perceive the essence of all things. Nothing in this world remains a secret to me. This is nothing but sheer nonsense. Attributing all issues to one's own perspective, which serves as the most convenient explanation and justification. Each member of the Uchiha clan awakens a unique Manjiki Sharingan. And who can truly ascertain the nature of an individual's latent powers? What a perilous individual! The Reikage mused internally, yet he gradually began to lower his guard. He then remarked that after finishing breakfast, they would proceed, adding that the matter of signing a contract with Konoha hinged upon whether he could see them and ascertain the necessity of such an agreement. Oh, by the way, a reminder, Hinata Hyuga is my fiancée. You have already harbored intentions during your stay in our village. So do not entertain thoughts regarding her eyes while I am engaged in dealings with you. Otherwise, I fear I might lose control and annihilate your entire village. Kai issued a calm warning, his tone reminiscent of casual conversation or jest. Reikage let out a cold chuckle. For the events of over a decade ago bore no relevance to him. After all, it had been a command from the third Reikage, of which he had no knowledge. Yet, the very words spoken by Uchiha Kai instilled a sense of vigilance within him. He recalled the recent mention by those elder statesmen of the Hyuga clan's young heiress visiting, that pair of Byakugan eyes held great significance for them. The opportunity once slipped through their fingers must not be overlooked this time. After all, the list had already been delivered to the Reikage, and those elder gentlemen in the upper echelons were undoubtedly aware of it. Thus, they perceived this occurrence as a chance. Although Reikage ultimately declined, it did not imply that these old-timers would hesitate to wield their influence to harm Hinata Hyuga and seize her precious eyes. You may rest assured about what I have said. Aside from potential issues arising during the Chunin exams in 2 weeks, I will ensure that no harm befalls anyone who comes to our hidden cloud village. His words were fervent, yet Reikage hesitated to ascertain their effectiveness. He then turned to you, instructing him to personally oversee the matter, giving special attention to Hinata Hyuga. Should anyone dare to entertain thoughts of interference, apprehend them immediately. If they resist, do not hesitate to eliminate them. I understand, Lord Reikage. You nodded in affirmation. Now, can you rest easy? If there are no further issues, we can depart immediately, though the distance is considerable. It will likely take 1 or 2 hours to reach. After finalizing the arrangements, Reikage eagerly turned to Uchiha Kai, asking, "What is the rush? Let us discuss it after breakfast." Calmly, Kai spoke, yet he still rose to his feet, taking a couple of steps toward the door before pausing to turn to Reikage, declaring, "Since I have promised, I shall fulfill my commitment. However, I advise you not to renege once I have completed my task." Reikage was taken aback by these words. He had never harbored such intentions. Thus he had no reason to refuse. 2 hours later, setting off from the hidden cloud village under the guidance of Reikage and Darui, the trio utilized their chakra to hasten their journey. Despite their swift pace, it took them over 2 hours to reach their destination. This locale appeared entirely distinct, situated upon an island. The surrounding environment, however, was far less favorable than that of the hidden cloud village. Here, forests stretched endlessly, bordered only by the vast ocean connecting to the outer regions. Yet, just as they arrived, still some distance from their target, the group sensed a tremendous tremor. "We are nearing our destination," Reikage alerted them. No sooner had he spoken than a dark beam of light descended from above, swiftly obliterating the very spot they had just occupied. "Be cautious. This is an attack unleashed by the Eight Tails." Though Darui did not hold much faith in Uchiha Kai's ability to assist them, he felt compelled to issue a warning now that they had arrived. "Let us proceed," Reikage shouted, and without delay, they moved rapidly ahead. Before long, upon exiting the wooded area, they were confronted by a colossal creature, an octopus with 8 tentacles. Yet the upper body was that of a human. "Killer Bee, you fool, snap out of it." Upon arriving, Reikage was instantly enveloped in lightning, charging forth to deliver a powerful punch to the seemingly unconscious figure. The blow sent Killer Bee, half human and half octopus, hurtling away. This is our Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. Over the past 2 years, as the seal has weakened, the tailed beast has gradually begun to dominate its host. Thus, we face 2 choices: either reseal the beast once more or extract its power through a special method. If you are aware of this, you should also know the means to achieve it, Darui inquired, turning to Uchiha Kai. What a massive creature. This marked the first encounter with a near-complete tailed beast. Its enormous form occupied nearly 10 stories in height, merely in its partial state. One could only imagine the sheer scale it would embody in its entirety. "Are you even listening to me?" Darui erupted in fury, his mouth agape as he roared his question. "Fine. Speak your mind. What do you intend for me to do next?" Observing this colossal entity in its semi-tailed beast form, Kai had no doubt that the Reikage would not be able to contend with such a creature. Despite the formidable power of tailed beasts, their strength seldom surpassed the level of a Kage, particularly in this hybrid state. How could the Reikage, possessing such immense power, possibly falter? As he pondered this, a group of Reikage shinobi, having just dispatched the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, Killer Bee, returned to his side. The Reikage directly articulated, "The task I require of you is quite straightforward. Once Killer Bee regains consciousness, I will instruct him to unleash the full form of the Eight Tails. Your responsibility will be to render the Eight Tails to the brink of death. The remaining matters will be handled by us, thus fulfilling your mission. It ultimately hinges on your capacity in this regard. Is that all? I think I shall decline. What if I inadvertently cause his demise?" Kai never anticipated that this mission would unfold in such a manner. Is it complex? Indeed, it is. Yet, if one wishes to simplify it, the crux lies in one's ability to control their strength and discern when the opponent is on the brink of death. Go ahead and take action. I shall provide you with reminders when the moment arises. Reikage was at a loss for words, yet he was eager to gauge the true strength of Uchiha Kai, considering this an opportune moment for assessment. "You said it. If your strikes are too forceful and you inadvertently cause a fatality, I shall bear no responsibility for your actions." "I understand. Spare me your superfluous chatter," Reikage replied with evident disdain, but at that moment, the previously hurled Killer Bee was gradually regaining his senses, as the 8 tails beneath him swiftly retracted into his body. In their place lay a normal man, quietly resting upon the water's surface. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts. It hurts." Suddenly sitting upright, Killer Bee, with a rather comical expression, hastily rubbed his face. Upon noticing Reikage in the distance, he indignantly shouted, "Big brother, could you please be gentler next time? It's your fault that I keep getting controlled by the 8 tails, causing me to lose my men." Reikage showed no leniency, launching into an immediate tirade. "Hey!" It suddenly dawned on Killer Bee that there seemed to be an additional person present this time. He promptly decided to dismiss the earlier incident, rising from the water's surface and swiftly moving to Reikage's side. His gaze scrutinized Uchiha Kai from head to toe, and after stepping back, he struck a peculiar pose, glancing upward before jumping and singing in a strange tone. "Oh, a newcomer has arrived today. Who could this individual be? He must be remarkable to accompany my brother." Bang! "You imbecile, can you not keep quiet?" Before Killer Bee could finish his song, Reikage's temper flared, and he delivered another punch to Killer Bee's head. The force of the impact was enough to cast doubt on their fraternal bond. The collision with the ground created a substantial crater, and had it been an ordinary person, Reikage's punch would likely have been lethal. Darui, standing to the side, took a few steps back, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth upon witnessing the scene. For him, this location was likely the least desirable for any mission. Observing this peculiar pair of brothers always felt excessively bizarre. "Get up, you fool. Let the full form of the eight tails manifest. We are here to resolve this issue today. Reikage firmly grasped Killer Bee by the nape of his neck, lifting him up while incessantly tapping his head with his left hand. Despite having just endured a significant blow, Killer Bee appeared utterly unfazed. He wore a look of bewilderment, but at that moment, he had no opportunity to voice his thoughts. Before he could fully comprehend what was expected of him, the Reikage forcefully hurled him away. Uchiha Kai, I entrust the remainder of this matter to you. The Reikage called out loudly to Uchiha Kai, who stood nearby. For him, this situation promised boundless advantages. Firstly, he would have the chance to witness the true prowess of Uchiha Kai, to ascertain whether he was indeed as formidable as the legend suggested. Should he prove lacking, then perishing under the assault of the Eight Tails would make his subsequent explanations to the outside world far simpler. After all, there was an existing transaction between the parties. And even if the opponent were to meet their demise, Konoha would not hold him accountable. Conversely, if the opponent survived, he could always retaliate with a few swift strikes. For the fourth Reikage, even if the opponent could contend with the Eight Tails, it was unlikely he would possess much stamina afterward. More importantly, given the considerable distance from Kumogakure, any ensuing events would be entirely within his control. Yet, as the situation had yet to unfold, the Reikage anticipated that the outcome would soon reveal itself. As Killer Bee crashed onto the surface of the ocean, he underwent a remarkable transformation. His garments were instantly shredded, and from his body emerged a fiery red tentacle. When that tentacle struck the water, it was as if a rod of iron heated to thousands of degrees had plunged into the sea, instantly vaporizing the water into gas. Moreover, from the billowing white mist, numerous tentacles began to emerge, and it took less than a minute for a colossal creature to manifest upon the waves. Standing at an approximate height of 100 meters, it resembled a small mountain. From the perspective of its tentacles, it resembled an octopus. However, the upper half was unmistakably that of a bull, a striking amalgamation of two distinct beings. Roar! A thunderous bellow erupted, and with it, the smoke dissipated, revealing the fully formed Eight Tails before the astonished onlookers. To the Reikage, even the complete form of the Eight Tails was a challenge he believed he could match. Yet, the ultimate outcome would be a stalemate, with neither side able to best the other. The intent was not to eliminate, was it? Kai gazed upon the colossal creature before him. Despite his unwavering confidence in his own abilities, the sight of such a magnificent being momentarily filled him with trepidation. Yet, this feeling was fleeting. He murmured softly to himself, and, with a sudden burst of determination, propelled himself into the air. The Eight Tails was not devoid of intellect. It was indeed astute. Upon witnessing this unexpected leap, it instinctively opened its mouth wide, and soon after, a surge of energy began to coalesce around its jaws. Various attributes of chakra converged, culminating in the formation of a dark sphere at the forefront of its mouth. Goodness! Was it truly necessary to unleash such a formidable attack right from the outset? That seemed rather excessive. Kai's lips twitched in surprise. He hadn't anticipated that the Eight Tails would immediately unleash the tailed beast bomb. It is worth noting that such a force, if unleashed upon a small nation like the Land of Waves, could easily submerge the entire country beneath the sea. The sheer magnitude of this power caused Reikage's brow to furrow instantly. He began to flicker with lightning and shouted loudly to Darui, urging him to adopt a defensive stance, exclaiming that this was the tailed beast bomb, an extraordinarily potent offensive technique. Understood, Darui replied, recognizing the gravity of the situation given Reikage's serious demeanor. It was clear that any lapse on his part could result in dire consequences. Taking a deep breath, he mimicked Reikage's stance and swiftly elevated his defensive capabilities to their maximum. However, their actions proved to be somewhat superfluous, as Uchiha Kai prepared to launch his assault. He vanished from midair, only to reappear towering nearly 100 meters high, manifesting a sky-blue Susanoo that stood directly before the Eight Tails. The beast's eyes widened in astonishment, clearly unprepared for such a formidable opponent. Before the powerful attack could be unleashed, Kai manipulated the Susanoo to swiftly strike the tailed beast bomb, forcing it back into the Eight Tails' mouth. Simultaneously, he delivered a rapid punch to the creature's head, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that caused the very attack it had conjured to reverberate within its own maw. Despite the severe damage to its brain, the tailed beast's body seemed to instinctively react, launching its 8 tentacles towards Kai. Faced with this onslaught, Kai merely raised his right hand. In a puff of smoke, 8 colossal Susanoo appeared, each grasping one of the 8 Tails' tentacles. Reikage, witnessing this spectacle, was left utterly dumbfounded. The intelligence reports had indicated that Uchiha Kai resembled a reincarnation of Uchiha Madara, a being of immense power capable of standing alongside legends. Reikage, initially skeptical, had contemplated employing a cunning strategy to either defeat Kai with the Eight Tails or ensure mutual destruction, allowing him to take the stage personally. However, he never anticipated that this confrontation would devolve into a one-sided beatdown, leaving the Eight Tails with no room for resistance, particularly against the Susanoo. Reikage inhaled sharply, realizing that he was fortunate not to have acted rashly due to Kai's arrogance. Such overwhelming strength, if unleashed upon the village, would undoubtedly spell catastrophe. Darui, too, was wide-eyed, utterly astonished by Kai's formidable prowess. Who was his opponent? However, that is a tailed beast, specifically the formidable Eight Tails. Just one tailed beast possesses the power to wreak havoc upon an entire nation. It is a symbol of immense military strength that has long been coveted by various villages. Yet now, it appears as if it is merely a toy in the presence of another, subjected to a one-sided onslaught. This bastard. The Reikage is overwhelmed with frustration. Not only have his multifaceted schemes failed, but he now faces an even more distressing consequence. Nevertheless, being able to neutralize the Eight Tails is, in some regard, a favorable outcome for the Hidden Cloud Village. However, this also signifies something profound. The opponent is indeed extraordinarily formidable. Previously, it was suspected that Uchiha Kai's Susanoo was not as it appeared at first glance. Yet, the revelation that this Susanoo can move swiftly on its own legs has delivered a staggering blow to the Reikage. Such overwhelming power can only be truly comprehended by those who have experienced it firsthand. Previously, even the formidable Susanoo of Uchiha Itachi had instilled psychological shadows in many. However, this entity before him is incomparably more powerful than Uchiha Itachi. With a heavy sigh, the Reikage listened as the thunderous sounds of punches faded, replaced by the sight of a colossal figure lifting the Eight Tails effortlessly. In that moment, he realized that what he had witnessed was indeed reality, and not an illusion. Darui, confronted with this terrifying spectacle, had long since collapsed to the ground. In that brief moment, he had envisioned countless scenarios of battling Uchiha Kai. Yet each one concluded with the same grim outcome, his instant demise at the hands of his opponent. Such immense power and terrifying prowess are beyond the grasp of any ordinary individual. Hey, Reikage, it seems we should call it quits here, don't you think? If this continues, you might just end up killing this thing. Observing the intense gaze of the two individuals, Uchiha Kai lifted the Eight Tails to inspect it closely, confirming that it was utterly incapacitated. He then called out to the two, who were momentarily stunned. Let us leave it at that. The Reikage swiftly teleported, immediately channeling a tremendous surge of lightning energy onto the Eight Tails. In mere seconds, the Eight Tails vanished, replaced by the now vulnerable Killer Bee, stripped of his tailed beast form. While the Eight Tails was injured, so too was he. At least this individual retained a semblance of awareness. Despite suffering grave injuries, it would not significantly impact the forthcoming plans. I will handle the remaining matters. You can wait here for now. Once I complete my task, we shall return together. I assure you, I will fulfill my promise. The Reikage emphasized his point, wary of any extraneous thoughts that might cross the mind of the individual before him. No matter, such trivial matters are certainly within my trust in Lord Reikage. With a serene smile, I swiftly returned to my original state, appearing once more as the seemingly harmless youth. My clear visage remained untouched. Even the chaos of battle had not disheveled my hair. As for the Reikage, he seized Killer Bee and departed with the swiftness of lightning. What schemes this individual might be concocting was of no concern to Uchiha Kai, as it bore no relevance to him. With an air of nonchalance, he approached Darui, who sat nearby. When their gazes met, the previously arrogant Darui unexpectedly lowered his head in haste. That formidable creature is indeed quite the challenge. The strength of the tailed beasts is undeniably formidable. Kai unceremoniously seated himself upon the fallen, desiccated log where Darui sat, reflecting upon the recent battle as if it had been a formidable ordeal. The crux of the matter was that Darui had witnessed the entire spectacle. The grotesque scene was something he found difficult to accept. The colossal tailed beast had been nearly bested by a mere human. Even in the past, the third Reikage had fought against the Eight Tails. Although he ultimately emerged victorious, he had not escaped unscathed. It was widely acknowledged that the third Reikage was one of the most physically formidable individuals among them. Having battled alongside thousands of shinobi from Iwagakure for 3 days and nights until his chakra was utterly depleted, resulting in his demise. Such terrifying prowess would be deemed overwhelmingly powerful anywhere. Yet, this Eight Tails, who could contend with the third Raikage, was vanquished in such a brief span of time. Subjected to ridicule by his opponent. Noticing that Darui remained silent, Uchiha Kai shifted his position slightly, inching closer with an expression of eager anticipation. If my memory serves me correctly, you are the wielder of the storm release, correct? What is your intention? When we first met, we spoke of battle. I am now willing to concede. However, I possess nothing to compensate you. Rest assured, upon my return, Lord Raikage will naturally provide you with whatever you desire. No, do not misunderstand. Darui replied, his expression suddenly turning wary, likely due to the profound shock he had endured, showing no hesitation in admitting defeat. Sensing Darui's discomfort, Uchiha Kai quickly countered, waving his hand to dispel any misconceptions. I merely wish to witness the essence of storm release. Might you be willing to demonstrate? I have no interest. Darui retorted without a moment's thought. Do not be like that. Just show me. Hey, do not take liberties with me. I am not some trifling monkey to be toyed with. If you persist in this manner, even if I cannot defeat you, I will fight you to the last breath. Darui rose, seemingly stung by a sense of indignity, roaring in anger. What? I simply wish to observe the components of storm release. I harbor no intention of combat. However, if you insist on a battle to showcase your storm release, I would not mind exchanging a few moves with you. What do you say? With a grin, he inquired. You scoundrel. The druid recalled the gritted teeth accompanying those words. Yet, he ultimately relented, saying, All right, take a look. I'll show you. He then raised his right hand, conjuring a surge of black lightning that instantly materialized in the palm of his hand. Is this the power of storm release? Kai promptly rose to his feet, his gaze fixated on the dark lightning in his opponent's grasp. He extended a finger, channeling a portion of chakra, intending to probe further. However, at that moment, Darui abruptly withdrew his hand. The expression of anger on his face stemmed from the belief that Uchiha Kai regarded him as a mere fool. Hey, let me touch it. I won't harm you. I'm just curious. Silence. I have no such inclinations. Darui retorted, turning to leave. Yet, with his adversary positioned right before him, Uchiha Kai had no intention of letting him escape. He swiftly teleported in front of Darui, obstructing his path. Please, just once more, allow me to feel it, will you? This scene ignited a fiery rage within Darui. Even if he could not overpower Kai, he still desired to inflict some pain on this insufferable individual. He quickly retreated a step, fiercely gathering chakra and beginning to form hand seals. Wind release. Yet, just as his chakra began to coalesce, Uchiha Kai appeared before him in an instant, raising his right hand to envelop Darui's hands in a spherical chakra orb. Seeing this, Darui disregarded all else and rapidly withdrew several meters away. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kai remained steadfast, standing still to ascertain the fusion attributes of Darui's chakra that he had just detected. With eyes closed, he stood there, seemingly awaiting Darui's attack. However, Darui, now hesitant, refrained from any further actions, fearing that his opponent might be plotting something sinister. After a tense minute of stalemate, Kai finally opened his eyes, a look of exhilaration illuminating his face. So that is how it is, Kai exclaimed with fervor. In the presence of Darui's gaze, the opponent began to gather lightning chakra, which initially appeared unremarkable. However, it swiftly transformed into a pitch-black hue. At this moment, Darui found himself increasingly unsettled, his eyes widening in sheer terror. Could he truly replicate a bloodline limit? This scene was nothing short of paradigm-shifting. When did one individual's power become so formidable? With a cry of lightning release, Chidori, the unmarked ninjutsu, was unleashed. Regardless of the circumstances, lightning release remained fundamentally rooted in lightning chakra, allowing for the effortless execution of such techniques. Yet, the sheer intensity of the power was undeniable. The moment Chidori manifested, a piercing sound echoed, and the mere sparks emitted were enough to perforate the surrounding trees with alarming ease. The terrifying penetrative force startled even Uchiha Kai himself for a fleeting moment. Incredible! Kai could not restrain himself and let out an expletive. Feeling the sheer power of this entity, its penetrating and destructive capabilities were nearing the pinnacle of excellence. Lightning release, Chidori spear. He transformed his Chidori into a new form, devoid of any piercing sound. In an instant, It morphed into a long spear and was hurled forth with astonishing speed, striking a massive tree with a diameter of at least 2 meters. The moment the chakra enveloping the Chidori spear began to diffuse, everything within a 50-meter radius vanished without a trace. A thunderous roar echoed, and in the next instant, the very island beneath his feet began to tremble violently. It was only at this moment that Uchiha Kai recalled that he was standing on an island. What had transpired? Darui, snapping out of his earlier astonishment and feeling the tremors beneath him, immediately inquired with a hint of confusion. From his tone and demeanor, it was evident that he was unaware of the true nature of the island. The tremors continued for a considerable duration, and it became increasingly apparent that the island itself was shifting, although the movement was not swift. It was unmistakable that the distance between them and the land ahead was growing. Truly, it was a remarkable journey. Kai's lips curled into a smile. The movement of the island held no significance for him, and he was unperturbed by such matters, for returning was always an option. Surprisingly, the island was teeming with life, and notably, most creatures possessed the ability to utilize chakra. However, as Uchiha Kai nonchalantly dispatched a chicken-like creature and ignited a fire to roast meat, the curious animals seemed to encounter death itself, frantically fleeing the scene in a chaotic rush. Having spent several hours in this place, Darui, with a blade of grass clenched between his teeth, observed Uchiha Kai with great intrigue, particularly fascinated by the latter's ability to replicate the bloodline limit. Yet, he remained silent, too apprehensive to speak, fearing that a misstep might provoke the other. In such circumstances, he risked revealing all his secrets. "Hey, would you care for a bite?" Kai inquired, glancing at the ample food in his possession, while noticing Darui, who was salivating at the enticing aroma wafting from the fire. Regardless, Darui had already consumed his breakfast. Though it remained uncertain whether he was still hungry, he dismissed the thought, realizing that if Reikage discovered he had dined on the island's ninja beasts, he would likely face dire consequences. Despite his desire to sample the delicacies, Darui was wary of provoking Reikage's wrath. This place had always been regarded as Reikage's exclusive domain and harbored the greatest secrets of their village. "Are you aware of the circumstances here?" Curiosity piqued, Kai inquired. "What is it?" "I'm uncertain. It was merely during the organization of documents that I inadvertently noticed certain circumstances regarding this place. However, the specifics elude me. This locale is solely designated for the Yue clan, and others possess no authority to inquire about it." This time, Deli did not speak falsely. This place is undoubtedly a secret within secrets for the entire Yunin village. Typically, aside from the Reikage, very few individuals are granted access to such a location. Thus, the nature of the secrets it harbors remains a mystery even to Deli. Despite having visited numerous times, he has predominantly come here to deliver items, with no opportunity to glean information about the core matters. How unfortunate. Considering your ignorance, shall I enlighten you? In a moment of inner turmoil, Uchiha Kai felt an overwhelming urge to share the perplexing situation with his fellow villagers. Just as he was about to articulate the circumstances at hand, a voice resonated from a considerable distance, inquiring about the matter. Although the speaker was several hundred meters away, their words reached swiftly, as if carried by the winds of fate. To his astonishment, it seemed that the Reikage and Killer Bee had resolved their own affairs rather efficiently. "Lord Reikage." Upon the arrival of the Reikage, Darui promptly stood and addressed him with utmost respect. "It appears your conversation was quite enjoyable." The Reikage, with a grave expression, observed Darui, his gaze drawn to the vibrant feathers strewn upon the ground. His intended words faltered, his lips twitching as he emanated crackling lightning, fixating his stare on Uchiha Kai. Were his gaze capable of inflicting harm, Kai would have perished countless times over. Despite the fury in his eyes, the Reikage refrained from further commentary. "Brother, who is this individual?" Killer Bee appeared invigorated, radiating an even more formidable aura than before. In comparison, he seemed far more intimidating than the Reikage before him. Yet, he cowered behind the Reikage, cautiously peering at Uchiha Kai while curiously whispering to the Reikage. Although Kai had previously overwhelmed him in his fully transformed beast state, the memory of that one-sided confrontation lingered, instilling an inexplicable fear within him. "This is Uchiha Kai, a resident of Kanahagakur, here for our CH9 exam." "Nanny?" Killer B's eyes widened at the revelation, contemplating the implications of such prowess. He surmised that even the Reikage himself might struggle against him. In this context, the notion of Uchiha Kai participating in the CH9 exam seemed absurd. it would be more fitting to simply declare him the victor outright. What strange thoughts are you entertaining? He is here to lead a team, not to compete himself. The Reikage, recognizing the absurdity in Killer Bee's expression, discerned his misguided assumptions. Hey, you, silence yourself. Upon witnessing Kira's intent to deliver yet another impromptu rap, Lightning was instantly engulfed by a surge of fury. Before the other could utter a word, he abruptly interrupted. It seemed that matters had reached their conclusion, thus, perhaps it was time to return. Kai held a wooden stick, but at the other end was skewered a creature that resembled a perfectly roasted chicken. The deed was done. Let us proceed, Reikage said calmly. At last, the day of excitement had dawned. After spending more than half a month in the Hidden Cloud Village, the Chunin exams were finally about to commence. Perhaps this year. Due to the presence of individuals from the Leaf Village, the event appeared particularly lively. The Leaf Village had always been a bastion of talent. Yet Hidden Cloud Village was not to be underestimated. 5 teams from the Leaf Village had registered, totaling 15 participants. In stark contrast, nearly 100 individuals from Hidden Cloud Village had come forth to compete. It was uncertain whether this number was merely a means to bolster participation. A significant portion of the contestants appeared to be over the age of 20. Moreover, it was unclear whether the individual at the center was prematurely gray or genuinely of advanced age. As the leader of Hidden Cloud Village, Reikage himself presided over this year's Chunin exams. On the grand platform, he occupied the central position, with several elder statesmen from Hidden Cloud Village also present to observe the proceedings. Among them were Kakashi and Uchiha Kai, who represented the Leaf Village. Once preparations were nearly complete, Darui approached the edge of the platform with a box in hand, moving at a leisurely pace. After glancing back at Reikage and the others, he turned his attention to the contestants gathered in the 3-tiered area before him. Taking a deep breath, he expelled the toothpick from his mouth and began to address everyone earnestly. The annual Chunin exams are officially underway today, he announced. As in previous years, the examination will be divided into 2 parts. The format differs from that of the Leaf Village, and many present likely already understand the rules of our village's exams. However, for the benefit of first-time participants and those from the Leaf Village, I shall explain the rules of the first exam. In this initial stage, all participants will be rendered unconscious and transported to the examination site, with each team's location determined randomly. Your task will be to find a way to escape within 3 days. Only the top 20 teams will advance to the next round. Shortly, each team will receive a smoke signal stick. Should you choose to forfeit, a J-Mean instructor will promptly assist you in exiting. This exam primarily assesses your combat abilities, adaptability, and observational skills. The druid spoke at length, yet the only comprehensible aspect was the rules of this examination. The remainder of his vague discourse lacked clarity, though it appeared to hold little significance. Presently, everyone was enveloped in a state of exhilaration. This time, nearly 40 teams were participating, implying that half would be eliminated in the first round. Such statistics are not particularly outrageous. Uchiha Kai, our village of Kumogakure, places great emphasis on combat prowess. Consequently, our examination methods differ from those of your Konohagakure. What is your perspective on this approach? Sitting upon the high platform, the Reikage turned to Uchiha Kai and inquired. It is indeed a commendable notion. Regardless of the village conducting the Chunin exams, the ultimate outcome typically remains consistent. After all, it merely involves selecting those with the strongest abilities and adaptability from the pool of participants to undertake more perilous missions. Thus, I have no personal objections to this matter. Kai spoke with an air of composure, acknowledging that their village had always prioritized strength, making it incomparable to the esteemed Konoha. In light of this, let us await the outcome with anticipation. A subtle smile graced the lips of Reikage. The elderly figures beside him, however, were entirely fixated not on the students participating in the exam, but rather on Uchiha Kai. This marked their first encounter, although they had been in the village for over half a month, causing quite a stir to the extent that everyone recognized him. The high-ranking officials of Kumogakure had yet to meet the visitors from Konoha. It seemed that the examination had already commenced. Kakashi sat in astonishment as individuals collected their smoke bombs, each simultaneously grasping a pill, observing that many had already taken possession of their items. A significant portion unhesitatingly swallowed the pills, whether it was the potency of the medication or the inherent weakness of their abilities. Rows of participants quickly collapsed to the ground mere seconds after ingesting the crimson capsules. Does this truly serve a purpose for me? Yuki pondered, gazing at the red pill in her hand. Moreover, she began contemplating how to deceive the situation. Surely, No one could consume a single pill and remain unscathed, while others would succumb. Witnessing Uchiha Daishan swallow the pill without hesitation, Yuki reluctantly followed suit. Within approximately 2 minutes, all participants had succumbed to the ground. Oh, you are awake. In the midst of a dense grove, the view above was nearly obscured, as the lush foliage blocked most sunlight, casting only scattered rays upon the forest floor. Each tree towered nearly 100 meters, with the area below enveloped in a dark, damp atmosphere. Shino observed Kiba abruptly sit up, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I can't believe I wasn't the first to awaken. Kiba quickly rose, nervously surveying his surroundings. But his initial excitement swiftly dissipated. Hinata, so you've woken up too? As he spoke, the corners of his mouth began to twitch. Only then did he realize he was the last to awaken. We've all been awake for over half an hour. We have thoroughly assessed our surroundings. And within a 1-kilometer radius from our current position, there is no immediate danger. Therefore, we must seize the time and embark on our journey. Hinata reminded them, gesturing towards the ground where Akamaru lay sprawled out. This situation suggested that the dog, much like its owner, possessed little intelligence. At this moment, their precise location remained uncertain. Thus, to find a way out, the pivotal point must be the towering mountain ahead. From there, they could survey their surroundings and likely identify an exit. It was evident that most individuals would be heading in that direction. Shino raised his hand, indicating towards the way ahead. Through the sparse gaps, they could discern a lofty mountain peak in the distance. Clearly, they were no longer within the confines of the hidden cloud village, for they had not encountered such a height while in the village. Why are we still hesitating? Let us set off immediately, Kiba exclaimed, his impatience palpable. However, upon uttering these words, the other two shot him disdainful glances. It was likely that most people were already advancing towards the mountain. Would they not be directly crossing paths with them? Encountering their own team would be manageable, but the concern lay with the members of the hidden cloud village. With their current strength, would they not be swiftly eliminated? Precisely. Moreover, several teams from the hidden cloud village participating in this examination possess formidable strength. They hardly resemble mere genin. It is quite possible that they have been brought in to bolster the numbers, thus their capabilities should not be underestimated. Hinata articulated her thoughts, reassured by the ample time at their disposal. What do you propose we do? Kiba inquired. There's no need to rush. While you were asleep, I dispatched my insects to scout the area. It won't be long before we ascertain the movements of everyone on the mountain. At that point, we merely need to identify a safe path or locate our team, significantly increasing our chances of success in this competition. Shino declared with unwavering confidence. In terms of reconnaissance, the Oil Girl clan undoubtedly possessed unparalleled expertise. Even the Hyuga clan lagged considerably in this regard. Over the past 6 months, Uchiha Kakashi had imparted a wealth of knowledge to him, especially concerning chakra control, enabling him to utilize insects for connectivity. This advancement had exponentially expanded the range of his reconnaissance capabilities. He could now create a vast web of insects within a designated area, ensuring that no one could escape his line of sight. Meanwhile, one of the attendants pondered, why did Lord Kai assign us to partake in such a rudimentary task? It seems far too simplistic and trivial. Uchiha Yamashita found himself utterly disinterested in the examination at hand. They had already ascended to the halfway point of the mountain, and the summit was within reach. If they so desired, they could arrive there in no more than an hour. At that juncture, once the precise location was clarified, they could simply proceed towards it and escape this wretched place. The sense of ennui stemmed from the fact that they had regained full consciousness upon arrival. To be precise, they had never truly succumbed to unconsciousness. The pills administered had no discernible effect on Suki. Ultimately, they resorted to mimicking the others, feigning unconsciousness upon the ground. As for Yamashita and Hikari, their ruse was even more straightforward. The moment the pill entered their mouths, they enveloped it with chakra and swallowed it whole. They then utilized their chakra to induce a state of unconsciousness, albeit retaining the ability to perceive external stimuli. Thus, they remained aware of everything transpiring outside. However, they had not anticipated that their arrival would involve being sealed within a box, with the seals on the exterior effectively nullifying their perception, leaving them conscious yet oblivious to how they had been brought here. I have a rather simple idea, though I am uncertain of its viability, Suki remarked, a grin spreading across his face as he recalled Yamashita's complaints while munching along the way. What idea? Hikari inquired, her interest piqued. I have a summoning contract with Kai, so the most straightforward method would be to reverse summon ourselves back. wouldn't it? Suki suggested with a smile. Huh? Yamashita's eyes widened in astonishment. This method, if not merely useful, was exceedingly advantageous. After all, no such rules had been established at the outset. If that were the case, while others remained unconscious, they could simply return. Wouldn't that be somewhat akin to cheating? Hikari asked, a hint of concern in her voice. Such a question seemed somewhat superfluous, for from the very beginning, there had been no delineation regarding what constituted cheating. As long as one possessed a means, they could depart at any moment. That was the ultimate objective. Ninjas have always employed various tactics. After all, how many truly rely solely on their strength? In the plaza of Kimogakure, even after the passage of over an hour, Reikage and his companions remained seated, having initially intended to depart as soon as the participants entered the examination. After all, it is improbable to remain here for 3 consecutive days. However, just as the desire to depart arose, the Reikage called out to Uchiha Kai, inquiring if he wished to know who could exit the place in the shortest possible time. This led to the current scene, where everyone sat patiently, awaiting the arrival of the first group. It was evident to all that the Reikage harbored ulterior motives. After all, being in someone else's territory. The Konoha representatives voiced no objections. Fortunately, this competition forbade any fatalities, alleviating concerns for the participants. Although there were suspicions of cheating on the opponent's part, Kai and his companions were genuinely curious about who would first appear in this place. Observing the Reikage's smug demeanor, Kai felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a couple of punches to him. Just an hour had passed when, accompanied by a surge of chakra, the Reikage's anticipation promptly evaporated. In its place was an expression of astonishment, his eyes wide open, mirrored by the incredulous looks on the faces of the elder members of the Cloud Village. Despite having prepared for everything, why did such a situation arise? We should be the first to return, right? The trio, including Suki, suddenly appeared, and the girl, grinning broadly, scanned the surroundings before addressing Uchiha Kai above. Yuan Jesong was initially taken aback, then sprang up in place, pointing toward the Cloud Village with a joyous exclamation that the first to appear was indeed from their side. What could possibly be happening? The elder to the left of the Reikage furrowed his brow and, with a serious demeanor, quietly inquired about this unexpected turn of events. How could someone secure first place in their own territory? Such news would indeed be quite embarrassing. The Reikage himself was bewildered by the rapid return of his opponents. It had only been an hour, and considering the travel time, these individuals should have remained incapacitated for at least another hour. From every perspective, this seemed utterly illogical. Turning to Uchiha Kai, the playful expression on his face only served to infuriate the Reikage further. Yet, in the face of this unforeseen occurrence, he found himself at a loss for words. Just as he grappled with his frustration, 3 figures sprinted toward him from a distance. Upon halting, they revealed themselves to be breathless. Among them was the young man with white hair, who, after catching his breath, raised his hand and loudly declared that they had returned first. The remaining 2 teammates also revealed smiles. However, upon observing the expressions of the higher-ups from their village gathered around the stove, each wearing a frown devoid of any hint of joy, the 3 were momentarily taken aback. It was at this moment that they noticed Uchiha Yamashita and his associates standing not far away. Their eyes widened in disbelief, as if they had just encountered an incredulous sight. Could it be that Kakashi and the others had resorted to cheating? Those participating in the exam might be unaware of the considerable distance involved. However, those present were acutely aware that the examination venue was nearly 20 kilometers away from their current location. It was evident to them that these individuals had been transported back via reverse summoning, a conclusion they could all draw. Yet, the opposing team must have run back. And considering the vast distance, if they had truly lost consciousness, it would have been implausible to return in such a brief period. Even the less astute Might Guy could articulate such reasoning, so how could Kakashi be oblivious? Nevertheless, he maintained a calm demeanor, leaning slightly towards Might Guy and remarking, "What does it matter to you?" "Not that," Guy interjected. "Just look at the expressions on their faces." Kakashi gestured towards the Reikage's direction with his lips pursed, observing their utterly dismayed countenances, which reflected an extreme level of incredulity. However, it seemed that no explicit rules had been established for this competition. Thus, regardless of the method employed, as long as one could return, it would not necessarily constitute a violation. Yet, the indignation of witnessing others claim first place on their home turf, particularly under the suspicion of cheating, rendered the situation quite unjust. Nonetheless, the 3 individuals before them, having ingested the red pills, experienced no discernible effects, as they had previously participated in the exam. Consequently, they were already familiar with the route to exit even before embarking on the journey. Thus, the moment they landed at their destination, they wasted no time in traversing the area to return. Now, it appeared that despite their conviction of securing first place, they returned only to find their rivals composed and waiting here. Reikage, it seems your initial setup for this match was rather lacking. Kaden calmly inquired. The two individuals were seated in such proximity that even the faintest whisper could be clearly heard by one another. That woman surely cannot be a mere genin, can she? And what of the one named Uchiha Yamashita? Reikage furrowed his brow as he posed the question. The woman he referred to was none other than Suki, whose aura and abilities clearly indicated that she could not possibly be a genin. You seem to be mistaken. They are both genin from the Hidden Leaf Village, albeit with slightly elevated prowess. After all, they have never participated in the Chunin exams. Thus, our representatives have committed no transgressions, have they? This statement left Reikage speechless. Indeed, as long as Uchiha Kai has not been promoted to Chunin, he is permitted to partake in such contests if he so desires. This is perhaps the most awkward aspect of this game. As expected, those two need not participate in the subsequent examination. We shall directly confer upon them the status of Chunin. The next round will be an individual competition, primarily assessing strength. Yet should they compete, it would be exceedingly unfair to the others. Nevertheless, I am still curious about that young lady's identity and capabilities. When Reikage returned with Suki and her companions, his gaze remained fixated upon her. It can be said that she exuded a uniquely remarkable aura. However, he failed to notice. And only upon closer observation did he realize the vast differences in essence between them. Is such a fortunate occurrence truly possible? Kai was indeed taken aback. After all, such matters were merely advantageous for him, devoid of any detrimental consequences. His initial purpose for coming was simply to fulfill a formality, and having acquired what he sought, he naturally needed to expedite his remaining time before departing. It was evident that time was of the essence. According to the standard examination procedure, a minimum of half a month was required between the first and second rounds of the competition. That was acceptable. If Lord Reikage believed that their abilities had reached the level of Nin, there would be no necessity for them to participate further. Should there be a desire to bring back a comprehensive report from your esteemed village before their return, it was imperative to present something to the old Hokage. After all, Uchiha Kai inquired calmly. Of course, there should be no further matters at hand. The remaining issues will be handled by our Jonin from the Hidden Cloud Village. Thus, there is nothing more to attend to for the time being. You may return to rest. Once the final results are available, I shall send someone to inform you. Wait. Observing Reikage rise to depart, Kai hastily reached out to halt him. With a slight smile, he inquired, Lord Reikage, have you given any thought to the matter we discussed earlier? What matter are you referring to? Reikage furrowed his brow, ruminating, yet found himself at a loss. Surely you mean the peace treaty between our two villages. We have not yet come to a decision. We shall address it at a later time. He maintained his indifferent demeanor, rising without much expression, still seemingly engulfed in the anger from moments prior. Lord Reikage, I implore you to contemplate this matter with due seriousness. Once we return this time, this issue shall not be revisited. Should a conflict arise between the Hidden Stone Village and yours one day, it could pose a significant threat to your village. If I were the Hokage, I might mediate between us given our relationship. However, I have no interest in that position should such a time come. Therefore, I sincerely hope that Lord Reikage will consider the welfare of your village. Are you threatening me? Reikage's gaze could almost obliterate Kai on the spot, the crackling lightning along his arms serving as testament to his barely contained fury. A threat? That is hardly the case. We have merely been discussing a transaction from the outset. This exchange benefits us both. Let us set aside the matter of the Hidden Stone Village for now. If one day a conflict arises between your side and the Hidden Leaf Village, how capable do you believe you would be in confronting them? Kai maintained a nonchalant demeanor, having expertly gauged the fourth Reikage's disposition in this regard. Reikage inhaled deeply, revealing an expression of helplessness. In that moment, he found himself utterly devoid of options. Had he not witnessed the prowess of Uchiha Kai, he might have mustered a struggle. The presence of such formidable power was palpable. Though he verbally asserted no intent to threaten, the underlying menace was unmistakable. I shall certainly deliberate on this matter and provide you with a response before your departure. With that, he turned on his heel, leaving without a backward glance. Observing the retreating figure, Uchiha Kai involuntarily smiled. It appeared that matters were progressing smoothly. Kakashi approached, taking the seat recently vacated by Raikage, and inquired, "Have you succeeded?" "Not yet. However, we have ample time and numerous opportunities ahead. Confidence. At least, it is confidence in my own abilities." Uchiha Kai firmly believed that the other party would inevitably choose this path. After all, in the entire ninja world, a recurrence of war was improbable before certain events transpired. Several villages had united to sign peace accords, diminishing the likelihood of large-scale conflict. Thus, his actions merely served to expedite matters. Kakashi gazed at Uchiha Kai, overwhelmed by a tide of nostalgia. Recalling the past, he remembered a courteous and obedient child who presented himself well before others. Had he not belonged to the Uchiha clan, or rather, if not for that surname, his future achievements would have been limitless. Yet, that was merely a remnant of bygone thoughts. In the present, he not only bore the weight of the Uchiha legacy but also rekindled the family's former glory within Konoha. Indeed, this radiant existence, when viewed in the current context, eclipsed the splendor of yesteryears. Regardless, an era invariably remembers the names of one or two individuals. Decades ago, there was Uchiha Madara. Today, there is Uchiha Kai. These figures are not merely products of their lineage. Rather, they are the architects of their family's legacy. Everything is transformed. Many matters have been irrevocably altered. Will future events continue to unfold as they once did? Reclining on his bed, Uchiha Kai pondered the changes that had transpired over the past year. While many past events had indeed shifted, none compared to the current state of affairs. Now, he found himself engulfed in uncertainty, contemplating the direction of his future. With a deep breath, he slowly exhaled. Simply close your eyes and endeavor to free your mind from all thoughts. After a few moments, suddenly open your eyes and sit up with haste. Regardless of whose era this is, since we exist in this realm, we must naturally live out our own brilliance. Pursue our desires, and relish the ideals we cherish. Though I have yet to marry, I now find myself blessed with a daughter, which seems to add a delightful twist to life. I couldn't help but smile to myself. Rising to my feet, I slipped on my slippers. My bare torso clad only in loose shorts, yet in the blink of an eye, I vanished from my spot. Upon reappearing, I found myself directly beneath the waterfall. This was not the waterfall behind the Raikage S building. My son had previously spotted it from afar, observing the cascading waters from other mountains. Although I had only glimpsed it from a distance, I sensed that this locale was undeniably breathtaking. It was only upon standing beneath the waterfall that I truly appreciated the cacophony of sound surrounding me. The land of lightning is indeed a realm of extraordinary beauty. Akin to the waterfall before me, towering mountains and flowing waters surround me, with stones aplenty, and the gray marble imparts a unique sensation. Even in this elevated position, it feels like I am atop a mountain. The waterfall's flow isn't particularly voluminous, and below lies a pool of uncertain depth, with overflow creating a gentle stream ahead. Despite the altitude, at least 1,000 meters above sea level, I was astonished to see fish swimming in the pool, a sight that is quite rare. The weather here is neither scorching nor frigid, but rather comfortably mild. As I dipped a foot into the pool, intending to relish the sensation of the crystalline water, the icy chill enveloped me instantly. Looking up towards the peak, the waterfall cascades down from towering heights that pierce the clouds. Below the cloud cover, I could discern a vast expanse of white. The water at my feet must be sourced from the melting ice of the summit. Abandoning the notion of diving into the pool for a refreshing wash, I sought out a sizable, relatively flat and dry stone upon which to sit. I gazed up at the lofty, unattainable mountains while listening to the waterfall's descent. Everything appeared so serene and invigorating. What a delightful experience. Occasionally immersing oneself in such an environment truly is a luxury. I murmured to myself, contemplating how, if possible, Uchiha Kai would love to build a home here. Retreating now and then to unwind and rejuvenate. Such a life is defined by leisure and enjoyment. Snap! Before the fantasy could even commence, a stone suddenly plunged into the tranquil waters of the pond ahead. Kai instantly became alert, swiftly rising to cast a glance behind him. Within a 200-meter radius, he possessed the ability to sense any presence, provided he made a deliberate effort to do so. In such a desolate location, who would activate their senses and waste chakra? After all, he had come here seeking relaxation. As their eyes met, Kai stood frozen in place, utterly astonished that anyone could possibly be here in such an inhospitable environment. To his surprise, it was a young girl, seemingly around 16 or 17 years of age. The question arose, where exactly was this? Adjacent to the hidden cloud village. Merely 20 kilometers away, this area should typically fall within the village's patrol zone. Yet, under these circumstances, an unfamiliar girl had appeared before him. She was concealed behind a large rock, her body mostly hidden, with only her face visible, intently observing Kai as if she were admiring an intriguing specimen. Her distinct, blunt bangs framed her delicate features, while her silky long hair cascaded down her shoulders. Her exquisite visage and fair complexion rendered her undeniably beautiful. "Who are you?" a shy voice called out from a distance. The girl, hidden behind the stone, inquired loudly. The sound of the waterfall in the background was so overwhelming that it rendered her words nearly inaudible. However, Kai was still able to discern her question. What a surprise! There was indeed someone here. As he pondered this revelation, Kai raised his right hand, channeling chakra before pressing it against the ground. This was a technique of earth release, allowing him to utilize minimal chakra to perceive the surroundings through the vibrations transmitted by the earth beneath him. Goodness! There truly was someone residing in this desolate place. Kai felt a moment of embarrassment. He had intended to ignore the girl and leave the area. However, at that moment, she stepped out from behind the rock, revealing her long legs and a striking blue dress, which, due to its brevity, showcased her fair, elongated limbs in their entirety. "Who are you? What brings you to this place?" she inquired once more. Perhaps it was the few steps she took forward or the elevation of her voice. But Kai clearly heard her words. Rising to his feet, he turned to face her. Her appearance caused her cheeks to flush with a charming shyness, reminiscent of Hinata's demeanor. It was quite unexpected to encounter such a delicate and lovely beauty in the vicinity of the Cloud Village, known predominantly for its muscular inhabitants. I merely wandered over to take a look. From a distance, I spotted this waterfall and wanted to see what it was like. I had no idea there would be someone residing here. If my presence has caused any disturbance, I sincerely apologize. Kai smiled serenely and said, "It's quite all right." The young lady, blushing, then raised her finger towards the waterfall and remarked, "The water here is quite cold. You should be cautious in such light clothing to avoid catching a chill." Encountering such concern on their first meeting was a delightful surprise. Despite not knowing each other, she offered such tender words. This kind of gentleness is undoubtedly something most men would find difficult to resist. If one possesses even a modicum of sensibility, such a girl would be the type anyone would wish to bring home. However, as he contemplated how to respond, an ominous sensation suddenly surged within Uchiha Kai. He swiftly moved several meters away, and just as he did, a white tiger materialized in the very spot he had vacated, its fierce gaze fixed intently upon him. The striking red and white stripes gave the tiger an extraordinary appearance. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the tiger opened its mouth wide, and in an instant, as it snapped its jaws shut, a blade of wind materialized. Goodness, is that even possible? Kai's eyes widened in astonishment. This truly fell within the realm of the unbelievable. Moreover, how could there possibly be a tiger in such a desolate place? Xiaohua quickly stopped. Although she had already sensed that Uchiha Kai was no ordinary individual, the girl did not perceive any malice from him. As she witnessed the white tiger preparing to attack once more, she urgently called out. To her surprise, the magnificent white tiger sauntered over, its rear swaying gracefully. "I sincerely apologize for startling you earlier. This is my pet, Xiaohua." The young girl offered a gentle smile, her adorable demeanor shining through, as she promptly extended her apologies to Uchiha Kai. "This creature must be a ninja beast," she mused. Yet it seemed evident that it was not a summoned beast. Although Kai was aware that such a question might be deemed impolite, his curiosity compelled him to speak. "Gur." The white tiger growled lowly, signaling Kai not to approach, its fierce gaze serving as a warning. The intelligence of ninja beasts had reached remarkable heights, often comparable to that of ordinary humans. The creature before him likely did not belong to the category of summoned beasts, for such entities seldom manifested their true forms due to the immense risks involved, which could ultimately lead to their demise in battle. Only those summoned beasts that hold an extraordinary trust in their summoners would dare to present their true forms directly. In this world, numerous summoned beasts had met their unfortunate fates either during the summoning process or in subsequent battles, leaving them with an insurmountable dilemma. Their true forms could not return, forcing them to exist in this realm indefinitely. The white tiger before him did not appear particularly formidable. However, it was indeed a rare sight to encounter a ninja beast capable of utilizing ninjutsu. "This is Xiaohua, a gift from my father. Having lived here for so long, I seldom interact with the outside world, so my friends are primarily these ninja beasts. She is quite obedient, perhaps merely cautious around strangers. So I hope you won't take offense. The little girl spoke, her lips curling into a radiant smile, gazing at this unfamiliar man. She introduced herself without a hint of trepidation, saying, I am Yun. What is your name? You can call me Kai, but this place seems quite desolate. How is it that you live here? Kai curiously inquired. This arrangement was made by my father, and the environment here is quite pleasant, isn't it? Although Yun's words seemed cheerful, the melancholy etched upon his face was unmistakable. Do you live alone? Pretty much, he replied. Most of the time, it's just me here. My father occasionally finds time to visit. However, I've heard he has been exceedingly busy lately, and hasn't he been able to come by at all. Only some other uncles drop by to deliver supplies, but they leave almost as soon as they arrive, leaving me mostly by myself. The expression of solitude became even more pronounced. The loneliness of living alone, especially since the age of 5, weighed heavily upon him. While I remain unaware of this girl's father's identity, it is undeniable that such a situation is profoundly unkind. I understand now. Upon finishing his words, Baihu nudged Yun gently with his snout, perhaps sensing the sentiment being conveyed. Yun smiled slightly and then mounted Baihu. He turned to wave at Uchiha Kai, saying, It's getting late. I need to head back. Oh, then I shall come to see you tomorrow. Kai replied calmly, Really? Of course. What would you like to eat? I can bring some for you tomorrow. If that's possible, I would love something sweet. No one ever brings any when they come, and my father doesn't allow me to have those things. Yun gazed at Kai with eager anticipation, hoping that he would indeed keep his promise and accompany her the following day. In truth, for Uchiha Kai, remaining in the village was an incredibly monotonous affair. With the examination spanning 3 days, they had only just completed the first. Even if they moved swiftly, it was likely they would not emerge until the following evening. With no imminent danger, the overarching responsibilities were primarily entrusted to Kakashi. The reason he was appointed as the team leader was to oversee matters and ensure the safety of his companions. Now that his duties had been fulfilled, taking a leisurely stroll occasionally would not raise any objections. All right, I will bring it for you tomorrow. Kai displayed a radiant smile, simply waving his hand before resuming his seat upon the large stone, admiring the beauty of the waterfall. Have you sent what you prepared? In the office of the Rakage building, the Rakage inquired with a fatigued expression. It has already been delivered. Arrangements were made yesterday, and there will be no issues on that end. Acknowledging this, the Rakage leaned back in his chair, massaging his forehead, and sighed, expressing a sense of helplessness. There should be no significant matters in the next few days, right? Currently, there are no pressing issues in the village. We merely need to await the conclusion of the Nin exams, after which we can address the remaining matters ourselves, Darui asserted. The Nin exams, indeed, require little concern. The primary objective is to ensure the safety of those individuals, or rather, as long as they do not perish, there should be no problem. Rakage, there is a matter I am uncertain whether to disclose. What is it? Lord Wantai is still harboring intentions against the High Ga clan. The girl who has come from the High Ga clan this time should be the princess of the main family. Therefore, her eyes should bear no seals. Lord Wantai, along with several jonin, are contemplating this issue. They have even considered seizing her eyes during this Nin exam. Darui spoke with utmost gravity, observing the Rakage's expression. As anticipated, the Rakage's countenance began to darken, growing increasingly frigid. If you were in my position, how would you address this? The Rakage queried. Though still bearing a serious demeanor, his expression had softened considerably. He scrutinized Darui before him, as if assessing him. I am not in a position to voice my opinion. Darui replied awkwardly. Regardless, it is just the two of us here. Feel free to share your thoughts. Cough, cough. He cleared his throat twice, swallowed nervously, and then spoke earnestly. Were I in your position, I would never allow such a situation to arise. If they refuse to heed orders for the safety of the village, I would not hesitate to eliminate them. It is entirely inappropriate for our village to provoke formidable enemies at this juncture. Based on recent insights regarding Uchiha Kai, another piece of information has emerged. Upon his return to Konohagakure, he altered the upper echelons of the village's hierarchy, which includes the High Ga clan. Their current clan leader has now become an elder of Konohagakure. Therefore, should such an event transpire, irrespective of Uchiha Kai, the mere occurrence of this could lead to an outright declaration of war by Konohagakure. Furthermore, given that Konohagakure and Iwagakure have recently forged a pact, it is highly likely that this could result in both villages besieging us. Finally, let us turn our attention to the present-day Uchiha Kai, a being whose strength borders on the monstrous. It is hard to conceive of any method that could effectively suppress him. Thus, I propose that, if possible, we should strive to avert such conflicts. Darui's words resonate profoundly with the thoughts of the Reikage. In comparison to our Yunin village, Konoha has undoubtedly weakened to a state where they can be effortlessly controlled, and even in the event of war, the impact would be minimal. As for the higher-ups, their intentions are inconsequential. After all, even if circumstances spiral out of control, they possess the confidence to rectify the situation. Unlike the past, Konoha now poses a significant threat to them. The mere existence of one individual has substantially elevated their threat level. Not to mention that Konoha has recently forged a peace treaty with the Wagakure. In such a scenario, harboring any aggressive thoughts would pose a grave danger to our Yunin village. Since you have already contemplated this, proceed as you see fit. Certain individuals are impeding the village's progress. Their presence will inevitably lead the entire village into an irretrievable abyss. Find a way to resolve this without causing a significant uproar. The Reikage hesitated momentarily, but then, with a frigid expression, uttered these words. The underlying meaning was unmistakable. After all, Darui had been by his side for many years and had a clear understanding of his demeanor. Although surprised by the acceptance of his suggestion, he was taken aback by the sudden need to act. Reikage-sama, have you not already contemplated this matter? Execute your plan. I will eventually step down from this position. Moving forward, this village requires a leader who is powerful, responsible, and resourceful. I trust you comprehend this. The Reikage's words were undeniably clear. While Darui typically displayed a calm demeanor, at this moment, he felt a jolt within. Understood, I shall act immediately. It was evident that the Reikage had already begun to groom him as the next leader. Regardless, he was one of their own, and in terms of intellect, character, and potential, Darui was commendable, albeit his current strength was not formidable. Given time, he might achieve remarkable accomplishments. Is it truly you? The following day, as the gentle sunlight bathed the earth, a soft knock echoed through the air. When the door swung open, the young woman was momentarily taken aback. There stood Uchiha Kai at the threshold, holding 2 bags in his hands, eliciting not only surprise, but also a multitude of unexpected emotions. Yesterday, when she had seen him, he had been clad only in baggy shorts, his torso bare. However, today, adorned in a new attire, I feel an extraordinary sense of transformation. The prolonged solitude of living here alone is suddenly disrupted by the sound of knocking at the door and the arrival of this individual, whose name I barely know. It seems as if the stillness of my heart has been stirred by an inexplicable thrill. Did I not promise to come and keep you company today? Kai smiled lightly, raising his hand to gesture with the object he held, and with a hint of resignation remarked, although Yunin village offers a multitude of goods, there are scarcely any places that sell desserts. Given the late hour, it's impossible to procure them. Thus, these are the only items available. However, if it pleases you, I could prepare some for you myself. Really? Yun inquired, his face alight with anticipation and excitement. Certainly. Otherwise, what purpose would my visit serve? Kai stood at the door, gazing at the young lady before him, and spoke. Perhaps she has sensed something? Swiftly, she turned to the side, her cheeks flushed yet filled with excitement. As she warmly invited, I apologize, please come in. Inside the abode, the space was not particularly large, yet it was adorned with exquisite decor. The furnishings were less abundant than one might expect, creating an atmosphere that was strikingly simple. Yet, this simplicity imparted an unusually desolate feeling. Upon entering and surveying the surroundings, Kai could not help but inquire, "It seems you truly reside here all alone?" "Indeed. My father occasionally visits, but he seldom lingers, as he is often preoccupied. Thus, he rarely attends to this place. The rest are merely those who come to deliver items. They simply leave their packages here and depart, sometimes without exchanging a single word." As Yin spoke these words, she did not appear overly forlorn. With her head slightly bowed, she cast a sidelong glance at Uchiha Kai. It truly was a rather solitary existence, but let us not dwell on that today. "Where is your kitchen?" she asked. Kai turned his head to look at Yun and whispered, "Is that over there?" The sound was so faint that only she could hear it. Her bashful visage seemed as if it could drip with water. "Ah, your kitchen is indeed quite simplistic. I truly wonder how you managed to cook alone." Yun remained stationary, while Uchiha Kai had already arrived at what she referred to as her kitchen. If it weren't for the words exchanged, one might struggle to associate this space with a kitchen at all. It was an exceedingly small area, and had he not been informed, Uchiha Kai would have thought it merely a modest storage room. The overall size of the kitchen was scarcely 2 square meters. Turning around inside proved somewhat challenging. Much like the neat and tidy house, the kitchen was also impeccably organized and clean. Everything was neatly stored away in cabinets and boxes. "Do you have any flour here?" Kai crouched in the kitchen, rummaging through the drawers as he called out to Yun. The young woman remained in her spot, but upon hearing his words, she quickly exclaimed, "Yes, yes." She then hurried over and retrieved a glass jar from a side cabinet. While the jar was not particularly large, it contained a powdery white substance. One must say, this young lady truly epitomized the art of living. "Ah, as long as we have flour, the rest of the ingredients I have already brought." As Kai spoke, he promptly removed his coat and handed it directly to Yun without a hint of hesitation. He rolled up the sleeves of his shirt and casually washed his hands. Yun, positioned at the periphery of the kitchen, quietly observed his actions. For her, this entire scene felt akin to a dream. Clutching Uchiha Kai's coat, the residual warmth emanating from the fabric assured her that this was not merely a figment of her imagination, but rather a tangible reality. It seemed all too effortless, as if there was nothing to it. In the small kitchen, Uchiha Kai grumbled while rummaging through the cabinets in search of supplies. In response to his simple complaints, Yun exhibited not the slightest hint of dissatisfaction. Under the constraints of limited resources, this was the best he could manage. After all, there were not many ingredients available. It was merely a few uncomplicated pastries. "Do give it a try?" Half an hour later, Uchiha Kai emerged with a plate in hand, upon which rested a cake that, although simple, appeared quite exquisite. Noticing that Yun still stood outside, clutching his coat, Kai made no effort to be polite. He placed the plate on the nearby glass table and settled himself onto the sofa, then called out to Yun, "What are you still standing there for?" Yun remained motionless, her gaze cast downward as if lost in contemplation. Once again, Kai called out, simultaneously wielding a small knife to slice through the delicacies upon the plate. At the opposite end of the glass table sat a cushion, where Yun leisurely placed his garments aside on the adjacent sofa with utmost care, and then gracefully knelt down in the opposite seat. When he raised his gaze, Kai noticed that the other's face was already streaked with tears. Large, glistening droplets cascaded down his cheeks, leaving Kai at a loss for words, unsure of how to offer solace or comprehend the unfolding circumstances. "Thank you. It has been years since I have savored anything prepared by another's hand." Yun expressed his gratitude, lowering his head as he looked at the piece of cake placed before him, eagerly picking it up and taking a gentle bite. The sensation was exquisite. Suddenly, a resounding bang interrupted the moment. Both men instinctively turned their attention towards the entrance. A burly figure had kicked the door open, fists clenched and body crackling with electrical energy, an expression of fury etched across his face, icy eyes glaring. "Reikage? Uchiha Kai, I can tolerate many things, but this is beyond the pale. I shall end your life." Without further ado, the Reikage raised his right hand, and in an instant, the crackling lightning surged towards Uchiha Kai. Before he could even process the situation, the onslaught had already commenced. Faced with such a predicament, Kai was bewildered, pondering what had provoked the fourth Reikage. In a flash, he teleported to Yun's side, lifting him away from harm. Despite his quick reaction, a searing wound appeared on his shoulder. A single strike. From the nature of the attack, Kai could infer that this was the Reikage's most formidable assault. If he had not intervened, even the Reikage would have faced certain death from a single blow. "Reikage, what on earth are you doing?" Kai held Yun with one hand. Seemingly concerned for her safety, while still in a state of bewilderment, he shouted at Reikage, "You scoundrel." His teeth clenched. Reikage was consumed by an overwhelming rage. The flickering lightning surrounding him began to affect the furniture in the vicinity. "Dad, what are you doing?" Yun suddenly exclaimed. "Dad? You scoundrel. How dare you call him that?" Given that his daughter was still beside the other man, an enraged Reikage hurled a punch, deliberately missing. However, the sheer force of the blow created a massive hole in the wall just a meter away from Uchiha Kai. "Are you two father and daughter?" Uchiha Kai was utterly perplexed. He had never heard of Reikage having a daughter. Setting aside the question of whether he had a daughter, the stark contrast between Reikage's dark skin and robust physique compared to Yun's fair complexion and adorable appearance left him bewildered. The twitching of his lips spoke volumes about his astonishment. "What have you done to my daughter, you scoundrel?" Reikage, who had approached with a hint of guilt, intending to see his daughter, sensed another presence in the room from a distance. He hesitated to enter, but could perceive Yun silently bowing her head, tears streaming down her face. Initially thinking a villager from the hidden cloud had come to deliver something, he peered through the window only to be met with the sight of his daughter in tears, which ignited his fury and impulsiveness. watching the way Kai held his daughter. Reikage resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. Were it not for his daughter's presence, he might have truly unleashed his wrath. "Dad, what are you talking about? Kai didn't do anything to me. Rather, you..." Before she could finish her sentence, Yin suddenly began to cough violently. The immense mental strain caused her body to react dramatically. And like Reikage, lightning began to flicker across her skin, which gradually turned red. "Dad." In agony, she crouched down from Kai's embrace, the lightning around her becoming increasingly pronounced. Even a simple spark that touched the ground left a dent in it. "Uchiha Kai." Reikage bellowed in fury, tears streaming down his face. His massive frame and formidable strength now seemed incongruous as he wept openly before Uchiha Kai. In that moment, he found himself utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Kai gazed at the crouching cloud and inquired of Reikage, "Are you capable of sealing? If so, swiftly confine the chakra within her body." At that moment, Reikage's tone lacked the earlier fury. Instead, it was imbued with a sense of helplessness characteristic of a father. Though the precise circumstances remained unclear, the chakra within the other's body emanated an unsettling aura that left Kai apprehensive. This sensation posed no direct threat to him, but it was evident that the chakra was surging uncontrollably. If it were merely a matter of escalation, it would be manageable. However, the chakra was seemingly transforming into an uncontrollable lightning attribute. This led to a dire predicament. Her body was ill-equipped to withstand such immense power. Should this continue, it would be a matter of mere minutes before the cloud succumbed to the overwhelming force, spiraling into chaos. Even in the initial stages, the arcs of electricity were capable of inflicting substantial damage. Should the situation persist, the force could potentially devastate the surrounding area. Given Reikage's speed, returning to the cloud village would take mere minutes, yet bringing back assistance might result in a cataclysmic outcome. While the chakra within the cloud intensified, threatening to obliterate vast expanses, it was likely that within 10 minutes, she would perish under the strain of such tremendous energy. Reikage's demeanor suggested one undeniable truth. He lacked knowledge of sealing techniques. Conversely, Uchiha Kai was profoundly familiar with chakra sealing, as he currently employed it himself. Raising his hand, he noticed that a formidable layer of lightning began to envelop the cloud. Before he could make contact, his palm and arm were already lacerated by numerous wounds. In the blink of an eye, his skin had been completely torn asunder. Perhaps due to the integration of Hashirama cells, even the injury inflicted by Reikage had entirely healed. Yet, confronted with this scenario, even with extraordinary regenerative capabilities, the excruciating pain that seized him could not help but draw a furrow upon his brow. With a swift motion, he retracted his hand, enveloping it in chakra before forcefully pressing it against Yun's back once more. In an instant, a sealing technique enveloped her entire being. The searing sensation from the powerful current at the moment of sealing caused Yun's garments to disintegrate into dust and fall away in the blink of an eye. The young woman then succumbed to the weight and collapsed onto the ground. Observing this turn of events, there was no need for Uchiha Kai to intervene. As soon as Reikage saw his daughter on the brink of falling, he dashed forward, shattering the glass table in the process. He gently laid Yun upon the bed, and only then did the Reikage manage to temper his earlier emotions. He subsequently entered the now dilapidated living room and chose a relatively intact sofa to settle upon. "How did you come to be here?" Reikage inquired, lifting his gaze toward Uchiha Kai as he took his seat. The initial fury had dissipated, yet his demeanor remained devoid of warmth. "By chance, really. I happened to notice that waterfall from afar while passing by. Thought it looked quite splendid. I had no idea I would encounter Yun." As he spoke, Kai's lips twitched slightly, still grappling with disbelief. "I never imagined that young lady would be your daughter. Such a revelation is truly astonishing." "What is there to be astonished about?" Reikage's temper flared anew, his gaze fiercely fixed upon Uchiha Kai. "Setting that aside, why does she possess such formidable power within her? It is evident that she cannot sustain such strength. It appears that her power had been sealed previously, yet the sealing technique employed was utterly inadequate." Kai was initially perplexed, but soon could not help but voice his thoughts. Rubbish? Reikage had intended to counter, yet upon reflection, he found merit in the observation. However, when he beheld the once mangled right hand of Uchiha, now restored to its former state, he could not suppress a sense of astonishment. Taking a deep breath, he resignedly remarked that not everyone possesses such abilities. This formidable power of his could only be sealed during its eruption, in ordinary moments. The true nature of this chakra remained undetectable. Moreover, Not everyone is endowed with such extraordinary strength and recuperative capabilities to bear the burden of sealing. Several individuals had already perished in the attempt. Furthermore, it was conjectured that if his power were to unleash in its entirety, the resulting explosion at the moment of demise would obliterate all life within a 20-mile radius. This was precisely why she had chosen to live in solitude all this time. If it were feasible, he too would wish to resolve her plight in one fell swoop, even if it meant never becoming a ninja in this lifetime. At the very least, he longed to live like a normal person. Uchiha Kai could discern that Reikage was genuinely expressing his innermost thoughts. After all, who would wish for their daughter to remain trapped in such anguish? The solitude and loneliness of living alone, stifled from expressing emotions, and too fearful to mingle among the masses. For many, this would indeed be a nightmarish existence. The power within her should be capable of being channeled. The sole drawback at present was her inability to withstand such immense strength. More accurately, her body could not adapt to the overwhelming force. However, if this power could be gently guided forth, as her body gradually acclimated, it is conceivable that your daughter might one day surpass even you, the fourth Reikage, in strength. Kai sat there as well, despite the fact that the sofa had been rendered tattered by the earlier commotion instigated by Reikage. However, merely perching on the edge of the sofa posed no significant issue. Upon hearing these words, Reikage's eyes momentarily gleamed with a flicker of hope, only to subsequently dim once more. It sounds simple enough when you say it, but do you think we haven't made attempts before? Ultimately, none of it proved feasible. Consider your own thoughts on the matter. It hardly pertains to me. If possible, entrust it to me. Perhaps I could offer some guidance. Alas, the chakra within the other party has been entirely sealed. Thus, even if emotional fluctuations arise, they will pose no problem. My involvement here is negligible. And with the first examination concluded today, you linger here, you rascal. This predicament is of your own making. Do you truly intend to depart? Reikage rose in anger once more. Uchiha Kai found himself perplexed by this old man's unfounded ire. He had done nothing, and the unfolding events bore no relation to him whatsoever. What do you intend to do? Is her physical strength genuinely entirely sealed? After all this time, Reikage merely wished to ascertain this matter. It left Uchiha Kai somewhat speechless. Sigh. He exhaled, somewhat at a loss for words, yet replied, "Rest assured. I've already stated there's nothing to worry about, so naturally, everything is fine. Understood. Although I am not particularly fond of you, little one, I still thank you for your assistance." Reikage certainly exhibited the demeanor of a stubborn old coot, as his expression, while expressing gratitude, betrayed a hint of resentment. Kai was rather indifferent, merely waving his hand dismissively. His sole purpose for being here was to offer solace to the somewhat lonely girl. Yet he never anticipated that such a series of events would unfold. Although this mishap seemed utterly absurd upon reflection, it inadvertently fostered a modicum of fondness in Reikage towards Uchiha Kai. What began as a promising morning had taken an unexpected turn. The most astonishing aspect was Kai himself. Even after leaving the confines of his mind, he found himself comparing the appearances of Reikage and Yunin. No matter how he pondered, it struck him as implausible that the two could ever be connected. To claim they were father and daughter would likely elicit disbelief from even the most skeptical. Yet, this was the reality, and pondering it proved futile. The location of the first examination was situated within a modest cave, which appeared quite peculiar. As if a massive boulder had been hollowed out to create a cavity. Its depth was approximately 5 meters, with a width of around 3 meters. Although the space was not particularly vast, it served as an excellent hiding place. At this moment, the 12 individuals from Konoha had gathered within the cave, with the exception of the 3 from Uchiha's side who had departed early. Now, on the second day, they had only just managed to convene. Each of them bore a grimy appearance, particularly Team 12, led by Haruno Sakura, who looked as though they had just emerged from a mud pit. Their muddy attire made them stand out starkly against the others. Fortunately, the weather was quite mild, negating the need for a fire. As they sat in a circle against the wall, enveloped in an air of silence. "What shall we do now?" Sakura inquired, her arms wrapped around her knees, an expression of distress upon her face. "Those Yunin villagers are clearly targeting us. They seem intent on preventing our escape. They have united to suppress us, leaving us utterly unable to leave this place." The route to exit had been identified, and the first examination posed no significant challenge for them. However, at least 6 teams from Yunin were lying in wait at the exit, likely anticipating their arrival. As you rightly pointed out, they have blocked all our paths, making it exceedingly difficult to escape. Shino, with his eyes closed, attuned to the vision transmitted by his insects, could distinctly observe the group on the other side of the mountain. They were seated, feasting on grilled meat, quietly biding their time for the arrival of their counterparts. I believe the solution is straightforward. We should simply charge out. Li Rock, ever spirited, rose to his feet and confidently waved his fists, addressing those present with fervor. You fool, they have been waiting for you all along. As of now, there are already 6 teams accounted for. Who knows where the others might be lurking? Leaning against the stone wall, his demeanor appeared somewhat relaxed, yet the gravity of the topic at hand rendered the atmosphere even more somber. We should first share our individual circumstances and determine whether we can make our exit, he continued. We cannot afford to tarnish the reputation of Konoha, so I will begin by outlining our situation. Hyuga Niji surveyed the assembly and then stated, we possess a team endowed with the Byakugan, granting us visual acuity within a radius of 2 kilometers. This means we can perceive any presence within that distance, regardless of obstacles, allowing us to evade everything within that range. Fortunately, both Hinata and I can contribute to this. On the other hand, Lee lacks sensory abilities but excels in physical combat. However, due to severe injuries sustained last year, his capabilities are currently diminished. Then there's S1010, who is adept in close combat and can assume the role of protector for the group. Kiba and Shino also possess sensory ninja traits but lack formidable offensive prowess. The hope now rests upon your shoulders. Our trio primarily specializes in defense, and we can establish basic defensive barriers while maintaining swift mobility. Regrettably, we also lack any particularly powerful offensive capabilities. The speaker, a rugged individual with notably developed muscles, hailed from Team 12, led by Yamanaka Ino. They were not skilled in sensory techniques nor combat, but rather focused on defense and sealing techniques. Upon hearing this, Haruno Sakura lowered her head, her inner frustration palpable. What a coincidence! I can also manage sensory abilities in sealing. Yet, it seems we lack individuals capable of substantial offensive strength. If we cannot engage in combat, we will face a significant disadvantage against those formidable opponents. Ino smiled, revealing little pressure, for she viewed the so-called Chunin exams merely as a formality. She lacked the fervor that others exhibited. The current situation was abundantly clear, as reflected in the expressions of everyone present. This group, if relying solely on their sensory capabilities, would undoubtedly excel. However, they were devoid of any robust offensive capabilities, especially when confronted by the muscular warriors from the hidden cloud village. If captured, would they not be at their mercy? What can we do now? Are we destined for failure once again? Sakura Haruno rested her head upon her knees, murmuring softly as she posed a question. It seemed there was no alternative. We must rely on our perceptive abilities to evade them. Hopefully, among these individuals, there are no formidable sensory-type ninjas, for if that were the case, our escape would be significantly less perilous. Thus, we ought to avoid direct confrontation at all costs, as it would be exceedingly detrimental to us. Should we detect any danger, we must retreat immediately. At the very least, we would have a clear understanding of their positions, which would undoubtedly present us with an opportunity. Niji stood and addressed the group. I apologize. This is all my fault. However, rest assured, should we encounter any peril, I will do everything in my power to ensure your safe passage, even at the cost of my own life. Rock Lee's expression was grave, feeling an immense weight of responsibility for their potential failure to escape. Although it was not glaringly apparent now, the severe injuries sustained during the last Chunin exam lingered in his mind, and if they were to recur, the chances of survival would be slim. This predicament was not the fault of any one individual. At the outset, none of us anticipated such circumstances. From here on, we must strive to avoid every possible skirmish. While the individual strength of the hidden Cloud Village ninjas may not surpass ours, their collective might certainly does, even if one is unharmed. The ramifications of combat under these conditions would be significant for us. Therefore, the most prudent course of action would be to wait until nightfall before setting out. With our exit strategy established, we simply need to bide our time until we can leave. Niji's leadership qualities were evidently superior to those of the others, as his words garnered unanimous agreement. Regarding perception, nearly half of the 12 could take on the responsibility of vigilance. Thus, if we could elude them, escape would come naturally. Shall I lend a hand? Ino Yamanaka suggested as everyone embraced Niji's plan, rising slowly and forming a simple hand seal. In an instant, several shadow clones appeared. As each clone raised their hand, identical figures manifested before them. I can utilize the shadow clones to divert their attention, since those rascals aim to prevent our departure. Once they are drawn away by these clones, we can exit with far greater ease. Ino tilted her head, seeking their approval. Impressive. Isn't that Naruto's multi-shadow clone technique? Tintin exclaimed, excitement evident in her demeanor. This method was exceedingly familiar to them. After all, it was the signature move of Naruto Uzumaki. How did you master the multi-shadow clone technique? Is it that Naruto fellow who taught you? Niji inquired curiously as he stood up. Naruto? You mean the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Uzumaki Naruto, right? Ino asked. You don't know him? Rock Lee questioned. I've heard of him, though I have yet to see what he truly looks like. Lord Guy mentioned that he does not belong to the pure Uzumaki bloodline, yet he is said to possess an immense reservoir of chakra. However, I have not heard about his abilities. The multi-shadow clone technique was taught to me by Lord Guy. Ino elaborated. People are coming. 2 teams from the Cloud Village are approaching us, approximately 1 kilometer away. Shino, responsible for the perimeter watch, immediately alerted the group as they were engrossed in conversation. Byakugan. Nichi and Hinata of the Hyuga clan swiftly activated their Byakugan to scout the area. Their gazes could penetrate all obstacles, allowing them to perceive chakra signatures from afar. Wind release. Wind detection. Ino swiftly formed hand seals, and a gust of wind surged from the cave. Where could we possibly find the people from Konoha in such a vast area? Those guys actually expect us to locate the other teams. Excluding ourselves. We still need to find 2 more teams. Once we do, we can leave this place. Even if they manage to discover the exit, they will have lost. The sound echoed, showcasing the greatest advantage of wind detection. Regardless of who uses a sensory ability, including the Byakugan, they can only ascertain the movements of others, but cannot overhear their conversations. However, wind-based detection can convert the vibrations from speech into comprehensible language. It seems we must find a way to hasten our departure from this place. Those individuals have already gathered at a location from which they can escape, waiting for us to fall into their trap, while simultaneously searching for the remaining teams to prepare for departure. Ino remarked, why don't we go out and defeat those guys? Rock Lee suggested, brimming with confidence and eager to engage. Not yet. They surely have a means of contacting the other teams. Once we initiate combat, those individuals will likely arrive swiftly, Niji replied, then turned to Ino. Use your clones to lure them away, ideally within their line of sight. Only under such circumstances can we ensure that the remaining teams know to escape inward. We simply need to lower their guard. From the current situation, it appears that those blocking the way lack sensory abilities, so we should be able to slip away quietly without much issue. Understood. No problem. As Xianglin spoke. In the next instant, 5 or 6 clones dashed swiftly out of the cave. However, from the outside, it was impossible to discern anything within the cave without perceptive abilities. To an outsider, the cave appeared no different from an ordinary mountain. This was the ingenious work of Team 12 under the guidance of Yuan Yisong. The individuals from Konohagakure, observing several figures racing up the mountainside, elicited a reaction from one of the members of the hidden Cloud Village, who promptly pointed towards that direction and exclaimed loudly, Indeed, those are the people from Konoha. We must inform the others immediately. Another individual, intrigued, grinned widely and quickly instructed one of his companions, then turned to the others, declaring, Let us pursue them. If we can capture those from Konoha, this exam will undoubtedly be ours. Except for one relatively weaker member who retreated, the remaining 5, invigorated as if on adrenaline, hastily followed suit. Little did they realize that as they sped away, the previously concealed cave returned to its normal state, and all within had quietly departed the area. Hinata Niji led the charge at the forefront, while the members of Team 12 brought up the rear. Niji was tasked with surveying the area ahead, while also keeping an eye on both flanks, ensuring that they could avoid a direct encounter with the members of the hidden Cloud Village. The presence of Team 12 at the back was a precautionary measure, as they possessed the capability to create barriers, providing essential defense should any unforeseen circumstances arise. There is a team 3 kilometers to the right. Shino reported from the central right position, primarily responsible for observing the situation in that direction. For their group, a distance of 3 kilometers posed no significant concern. The purpose of the report was to confirm their positioning. The team continued to advance methodically, for there were many places in the land of lightning where they could conceal their location. Towering mountains and dense forests could easily obscure their figures. Ahead, a weary team was visible, and it seemed we could not bypass them. 1 kilometer to the right front, there were 2 teams, while a single team was located further to the left, with the closest one ahead comprising 3 individuals. Hinata, Kiba, you will handle the one on the far right. Lee, Tintin, you two will deal with the person in the middle, while I take on the last one. Shino, maintain vigilance. Team 12, remain alert for any potential issues and be ready to provide defensive support. The rest must adapt as necessary. We need to resolve this swiftly. It is imperative to exercise restraint. This exam does not permit any fatalities. Just incapacitate them and take control. As Niji led the group swiftly onward, he articulated their strategy. The arrangement was indeed quite reasonable, considering the number of individuals present. There was no necessity for such a multitude to confront merely 3 adversaries. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived above the trio, who ambled along nonchalantly, seemingly oblivious to the urgency of the situation. Go. With Niji's command, the designated individuals rushed downwards. Rock Lee, brimming with impatience, darted forward at remarkable speed, raising his leg to deliver a powerful blow to the opponent's head. Bang! To their astonishment, as his foot descended, it met only a wooden dummy. The other 2 adversaries had similarly resorted to the substitution technique. Meanwhile, concealed within the underbrush, 3 figures could not contain their laughter, already concluding that none of the Leaf Village's shinobi were of any worth. However, outnumbered, the 3 men remained hidden, hesitant to reveal themselves. Just as they began to relax, they sensed a shadow looming above them, obscuring the light. One of the men cautiously parted the foliage to glance upward, only to discover that a circle of shinobi had them ensnared within the brush. Before the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, what hope did they have of hiding? The Byakugan could see through all illusions. Surely, such meager ruses would not deceive them. Niji stood before the trio, fixing them with a steely gaze. With 3 individuals facing a dozen, and all possessing the same rank of genin, the disparity of power was unmistakable. After all, this was merely an examination, not a battle. The 3 men, recognizing their predicament, stood up obediently. Among them, one particularly frail-looking individual, devoid of any noticeable muscle, ventured to speak. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is truly formidable. I wonder if such eyes would be equally effective in other sockets? Bang! Niji furrowed his brow, his gaze unwavering on the speaker. Almost instantly, a punch landed squarely on his nose, silencing him. Enough of the chatter. After delivering a pointed look to Rock Lee, bang! Without further ado, the other 2 were swiftly knocked unconscious, collapsing to the ground. This direction should lead us to the exit. Based on our bearings, we estimate we have about 10 kilometers left to reach safety. Now, let us hasten our pace. In the village of Cloud Hidden, the 3 individuals continued to recline in the grass. Without hesitation, Hyuga Niji promptly instructed the others to advance. Just as they departed, 2 figures suddenly emerged at the spot where the trio had been lying. A man and a woman gazed in the direction of the departing individuals from the Hidden Leaf Village, then glanced at the 3 sprawled in the grass, their lips curling into a smirk. The woman, revealing a considerable expanse of her bosom, remarked that their actions were indeed commendable. However, given that this matter concerned the reputation of Cloud Hidden Village, should they not lend a hand to those young ones? Or perhaps it was best to refrain. If this was discovered, would not Uchiha Kai be inclined to flay them alive? The man promptly dismissed the idea, asserting that such occurrences were unlikely during any examination, as instructors would not assist their students. Yet, contemplating the embarrassment their village would suffer if all candidates were to fail the first hurdle, he sighed softly and suggested that a brief notification would not be deemed a violation, would it? If one were to consider the rules of the exam, violations abound, with the first transgressor likely being the Reikage himself. Thus, let us proceed as you propose. I shall dispatch a shadow clone to inform the young ones ahead. As she spoke, the woman raised her hand to her mouth and whistled. Shortly thereafter, a bird soared down from the treetops to perch upon her shoulder. With her lips slightly parted, she seemed to murmur something inaudible. Upon concluding her words, the bird took flight once more, darting swiftly toward the direction of Niji and his companions. All set, let us escort them out, the woman declared, pointing at the 3 individuals on the ground. She bent down, effortlessly lifting one of them by the collar, as though he were a mere chick. The man observed without comment, bending to mimic her action and grasping the other 2 by their clothes, hoisting them with ease. Meanwhile, the advancing group ahead had spotted them and altered their course toward another location, as Shine alerted them. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan could perceive only within a 2-kilometer radius, but Shine's sensory abilities extended across the entire area, detecting chakra responses within a 10-kilometer range. Indeed, 6 teams were rapidly approaching from a distance of 3 kilometers ahead. Shino promptly confirmed Shine's observation. Change direction and remain vigilant, Niji commanded, leading the way as they swiftly veered to the right. The opposing teams continued their advance toward them, suggesting that either sensory ninjas accompanied them, or they had been under constant surveillance. Xianglin once again called out, reminding everyone. Their group was already moving at a considerable speed, constantly observing the direction in which the people from Yunin village were headed. However, they were astonished to find that the deviation angle was so significant. Yet that group continued to pursue them in a straight line. That bird overhead. Zeno glanced up while moving. They had noticed a bird circling above them earlier, and now it still hovered over their heads. The only connection they could think of was with this creature. Yet, the problem lay in the fact that none of the numerous individuals present could do anything about the entity in the sky. This is troublesome, Haruno Sakura exclaimed, breathless as she leaped onto a large tree, pausing momentarily. I will create a clone to divert the bird's attention. I will provide cover. Xianglin raised her hand, instantly preparing to conjure a clone. Simultaneously, Tsukiyomi also halted, closing her eyes. As a trait of their clan, they did not require hand seals to unleash techniques akin to ninjutsu. In an instant, their surroundings were enveloped in thick mist. Even the bird hovering in midair perceived only a pale expanse below. Suddenly, 3 identical groups of several individuals began sprinting in different directions. Faced with this situation, they had anticipated completely shaking off the bird's pursuit. To their astonishment, however, 2 puffs of smoke appeared in midair, and the birds swiftly multiplied into 3. With 1 bird tailing each group. 2 kilometers away, a formidable gathering of several individuals formed. The men from Yunin village exhibited fierce expressions, most of them burly, with several even bare-chested. They leaped among the rocks and trees, hastily advancing towards their target. Wait! At that moment, a small bird perched on one man's shoulder suddenly opened its beak and emitted a series of sound waves. Immediately, this man called out to the advancing crowd. Everyone halted, their gazes turning back, as the man wearing a headscarf stated that their opponent had utilized shadow clones, now divided into 3 teams, with 2 running inward while 1 rapidly moved outward. What shall we do? What should we do? Divide into 3 routes and pursue them. A muscular man without a shirt suggested without hesitation. No, if we do that, our forces will be completely scattered, and we will certainly be outmatched by their numbers. Thus, everyone converged in one place, focusing solely on the team preparing to depart. If I am not mistaken, it must undoubtedly be the true essence of that group. The white-haired individual promptly articulated his analysis, clearly possessing considerable influence among the crowd. Upon seeing the others nod in agreement, the young man with white hair immediately gestured with his hand, instructing the man in the headscarf to move ahead and ascertain the direction, striving to reach them first. Understood, replied the man in the headscarf earnestly, swiftly crouching down before propelling himself upward and leaping into the thicket. The remaining individuals followed suit without a moment's hesitation. A mere 10 minutes later, in the area where the crescent moon had conjured a dense fog, the mist dissipated, revealing several tiny insects returning from the distance. Shortly thereafter, a layer of barrier above them opened instantaneously, leaving a dozen individuals still stationed in place. While employing such abilities in agricultural pursuits, the trio from Class 12 quickly joined forces, commencing the release of the barrier. This barrier, capable of isolating all chakra perception, flawlessly concealed their presence, rendering the area indistinguishable from its surroundings when viewed from above. They were enveloped within, leaving no trace whatsoever. They moved forward. Now, they all advanced towards the left front, indeed trailing behind our portion of shadow clones, and all we needed to do was follow the route they had previously taken to exit. Shino, drawing from the feedback provided by the insects, promptly delineated the standard route. One must admit, the Oil Girl clan's method is undeniably effective. To prevent being detected by enemies through chakra sensing, everyone had been instructed to refrain from expanding their perception. However, this clan operated differently, by retracting their chakra. All the insects would remain in their original positions. Upon reconnecting with their chakra, they could swiftly obtain information through the visual perspective of those insects. Currently, we have at most 20 minutes left. After that, they should realize that all the teams are merely clones. At that point, they will surely return and obstruct our path forward. Therefore, our next objective is clear, to swiftly navigate through their previous location while adhering to the previous strategy, Niji remarked, now unconcerned with fatigue, as a dozen individuals began to swiftly traverse the area. They observed the path taken by their earlier companions leading outward. These fools, Not long after the inhabitants of the wood village departed, 3 individuals suddenly appeared in the very spot they had just vacated. 2 men and 1 woman. The latter being the previously noted rogue Janine from the Hidden Cloud Village. With a resigned sigh and a touch of sarcasm, she lamented that she had sensed something amiss from the very beginning. Based on the residual chakra signatures on the ground, it was not difficult to deduce how the young ones from the Leaf Village had executed their plan. One cannot entirely blame them. It is indeed surprising that this generation of talents from Konoha has emerged in such numbers and with such remarkable abilities. It seems that this time, resistance may very well be futile. The man, crouching beside the woman, examined the ground before shaking his head in resignation. Should we assist them further? The woman inquired of the other 2. You must be joking. We have already breached protocol once, and you even lent your summoning beast to that group. If this matter is pursued, it could lead to unforeseen complications. This is merely a CH9 exam, not a war. Thus, there is no need to take such matters too seriously. We would only tarnish the reputation of our village, Kumogakure. The man, who had been silent until now, suddenly cast a disdainful glance. Is the current batch of participants in the CH9 exam truly weak? That is far from the case. Their own individuals may not be lacking in strength, yet they possess a significant flaw. Their perceptual abilities are severely lacking. This is not entirely their fault, as there are very few sensory ninjas in Kumogakure. Consequently, when Kumogakure's ninjas engage with those from Konoha, they are often detected long before they can approach, which proves to be exceedingly detrimental. Regardless of their strength, what use is it if they cannot even catch a glimpse of their opponents? Such battle missions are rendered utterly futile. Success. Within a shadowy underground chamber, the air was thick with dampness, decay, and the scent of potions. The dim lighting lent an eerie ambience to the surroundings. Gazing at his creation, Orochimaru could not restrain a triumphant shout. For him, this was undeniably a moment that compromised his image, yet the results were indeed worthy of such exhilaration. Beholding his brand-new body, Orochimaru felt an indescribable satisfaction. Even in his nakedness, as he surveyed himself in the mirror, he raised his right hand to feel every inch of his skin. However, his appearance remained pale, as if he had crawled out from a grave, devoid of any color. Yet, Orochimaru was not concerned about this. What truly mattered was that his hands could move normally once more. From this moment onward, all that he had once taken pride in, including his experiments, would return to their former glory. Uchiha Kai honored their mutual agreement. It must be acknowledged that the 4th Hokage undeniably ranks among the most intelligent individuals in the world, perhaps even standing at the pinnacle of human intellect. In just a matter of months, he has managed to unravel the greatest enigma surrounding the Shinigami's confinement, the means by which one can escape death itself. Previously, Uchiha Kai had suggested the simplest method, utilizing another to carve open the Shinigami's belly, a tactic that posed virtually no risk and allowed for the retrieval of one's own hands. The crux of the matter lies in Orochimaru's long-standing distrust of others. Not only does he hesitate to gamble on such significant matters, but he also questions the functionality of the mask, fearing it may be a one-time use. Should that be the case, the only option for him might lead to failure. Thus, it is preferable for him to take risks and devise his own solutions. This time, he has once again exploited the Shinigami's flaw. Orochimaru gazes with exhilaration at his current state, as if experiencing a resurrection. Not only has he regained his hands, but he has also personally conducted research on a body more suited to his own, feeling a strange familiarity and yet an alienness to it all. He casually retrieves a cloth from a nearby table to wrap around his form, simultaneously testing the dexterity of his hands, as if he has returned to his most exalted condition. After completing this, he turns to observe the petri dishes behind him, where blue liquid is housed alongside an array of corpses, all cultivated from Hashirama cells, intended for his future bodily replacements. Approaching the laboratory door, he channels chakra and places his hand against the wall. As the seals writhe, the door begins to creak open. Lord Orochimaru, a few individuals, who had been waiting at the entrance, witness his transformation, yet none display any signs of astonishment. After years of following their master, they have become accustomed to his frequent changes in appearance. However, the aura he emanates, from beginning to end, retains an unsettling scent of blood. Kisame, it is time to address the impending troubles regarding your body. You two wait outside for a moment. You will accompany me inside. At this juncture, Orochimaru harbors no interest whatsoever in the body of Kagaya Kisame. Nevertheless, the other party had followed him for several years, and every action taken was witnessed. Orochimaru treated him as if he were his own son. Now that the physical troubles had been resolved, the remaining tasks were merely trivial for him. Jumuru, without a moment's hesitation, slightly bowed his head and quietly trailed behind Orochimaru into the fragrant chamber. As soon as they entered, the stone door behind them closed with a sudden finality. The light before Jumuru dimmed instantly, yet he remained steadfastly behind Orochimaru, not even casting a glance around. Such was his absolute trust. This is the substance that can heal you, though I cannot guarantee its success rate to be 100%. Thus, whether it succeeds now rests solely upon your fate. Upon entering the designated area, Orochimaru retrieved a vial from the table, delicately holding it in his hand before turning to present it to Jumuru. The potion bore the same opaque white hue as the one previously given to Kai. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. Should any mishap occur, I shall repay your kindness in my next life. If all goes well, I shall promptly obey any command you give. When faced with the prospect of potential death, Jumuru exhibited no hesitation. He lunged forward, intent on violently twisting open the test tube, seemingly preparing to consume its contents. Orochimaru, witnessing this, raised a hand in a gesture of restraint, stating, "The substance is meant to merge with flesh, not to be ingested." Ah? Jumuru responded, bewildered. In the past, while following his master, he had sampled various potions, all through similar methods. Why, then, was this instance different? Fear not. Allow me to assist you. Seeing that Jumuru was genuinely confused, Orochimaru took the vial and grasped Jumuru's arm with his other hand. Lord Orochimaru, your hand. Jumuru exclaimed in astonishment, noticing that Orochimaru's hands had indeed returned to normal, though the latter offered no reply. Lacking the meticulous control over ninjutsu that Uchiha Kai possessed, he promptly retrieved a dagger from a nearby table. Without hesitation, he swiftly made an incision on Jumuru's arm, as blood flowed rapidly from the wound. Orochimaru then uncapped the vial and poured the white liquid over the laceration. Do you feel anything? He inquired eagerly, almost impatiently. Perhaps the time is too brief. I feel nothing yet. Jumuru responded with a perplexed expression. Upon hearing the words of his companion, Orochimaru realized that perhaps he had been overly eager. Just as Jumuru's voice faded, before Orochimaru could inquire further, Jumuru suddenly underwent a transformation. He abruptly clutched the wound on his arm, and an excruciating pain surged through his entire body. Even this remarkably resilient individual could not hold himself up and collapsed to the ground, beads of sweat and dark circles appearing on his forehead. He had initially intended to endure the torment without a cry. Yet the intensity of the pain swiftly overrode his will, and his anguished screams echoed in the surroundings. Jumuru, all I can do is this. The rest must rely on your fortitude. No one can predict the true effects of this medicine. If you endure, you will undergo a profound transformation. If not, it signifies that your time has come. Orochimaru, standing by, felt no twinge of compassion at Jumuru's cries of agony. At this juncture, even if he had a change of heart, it was too late to alter the course of events. He could only stand there, speaking to him, uncertain whether Jumuru could still comprehend his words. An hour later, the cries gradually subsided. There were now only two possibilities. One was that he had survived the perilous phase. The other was that he had succumbed and perished here. Yet reality often defies the latter. Jumuru was fated to endure. Leaning against the table, though visibly weakened and gasping for breath, he appeared to have indeed persevered. Congratulations. Orochimaru, having changed into a fresh attire reminiscent of his usual style, approached Jumuru and, bending down, offered him a glass of water with a slight smile. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. Jumuru's voice was faint, almost inaudible. The wound on his arm had nearly healed. This was the remarkable power of Hashirama's cells, capable of rapidly mending most ailments and injuries in an instant. Rather than merely being a type of cell, it could be described as an extraordinary remedy. Enough of the thanks, Orochimaru replied. You are still quite weak. Return and rest properly. Here, take this. Once you are certain of your well-being, deliver this to Konoha and personally hand it to Uchiha Kai. Orochimaru turned and retrieved a red box from the nearby table, handing it to Jumuru. Yes, despite his weakness, Jumuru's hand trembled as he raised it. However, this individual resolutely accepted the task at hand. At that moment, Jumuru inquired of Lord Orochimaru, Am I stronger than that fellow? Despite his evident weakness, his words carried an unexpected firmness. Orochimaru, slightly taken aback, responded with a nonchalant smile. Who are you comparing yourself to? Uchiha Kai, he exclaimed. That fellow? I would advise against such comparisons. Apart from the former Uchiha Madara, I have yet to encounter anyone of his caliber within the Uchiha clan. The aura he exudes is terrifying, surpassing your imagination, although Orochimaru's statement may have seemed exaggerated. The previous encounters suggested that the opponent appeared to possess an unsettling understanding of everything, as if no secrets could be concealed in his presence. This sense of the unknown naturally instilled a sense of dread. Weakly closing his eyes, Junmaru let out a resigned sigh. He lacked even the strength to stand, remaining seated on the ground to regain some semblance of vitality. Several hours later, having nearly restored his normal state, Junmaru departed from the laboratory that had granted him a second life. Upon stepping outside, he was astonished to discover that this place was not the Sound Ninja Village. The time outside had progressed to the afternoon, with the scorching sun illuminating their surroundings. The cave was astonishingly situated directly in the midst of a cliff. Below, a sheer drop of over 100 meters awaited, while the area above also reached nearly the same height. The inconspicuous entrance was established here, and unless one scrutinized closely from below, they would hardly notice its existence. Clutching a red box, Junmaru's expression betrayed little joy. Although he had been reborn and would no longer need to worry about his physical form, his gaze fell upon the red box, and he pondered Orochimaru's words. Was Uchiha Kai truly as formidable as he claimed? A person of such strength that even his imagination could not fathom? Yet, this thought was fleeting, quickly replaced by a resolute gaze and clenched fists that spoke volumes. In the square of the hidden cloud village, 3 jonin had gathered early, tasked with overseeing the safety of the students during the examination. Upon noticing a group approaching from a distance, their faces reflected a shared expression, particularly that of the woman among them. We offered to assist them, yet you refused. And now look where we stand, she lamented. While it was indeed a matter of pride, it did not imply that they would lack advantages in the subsequent second examination. As one of the 5 great ninja villages, adhering to your suggestions truly tarnished our village's reputation. With a sigh, the man beside him spoke with a sense of uprightness. The first exam had concluded, and the following afternoon, although the remaining teams in the Hidden Leaf Village appeared somewhat disheveled, they had managed to fulfill the requirements of the initial test. For them, this examination was but a trivial challenge, devoid of any significant difficulty. Possessing formidable sensory abilities, as long as they gathered together, there was virtually nothing left to impede their progress. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kai ambled along the street, yawning, his expression betraying exhaustion. Regardless of the circumstances, as a formidable outsider, he was always accompanied by 2 individuals wherever he roamed. Although they maintained a considerable distance, Kai paid them little mind. In stark contrast, his companions, Kakashi and the others, were reveling in their moment of leisure. As the 3 mentors lounged within a room, they sprawled on a small bed, bare-chested, clad only in loose shorts. Observing their blissful expressions, had Uchiha Kai been present, he might have relished the opportunity to give them a good scolding. Oh! Just as these individuals were wallowing in their enjoyment, Might Guy suddenly shouted. The exclamation even caused the young woman from the Hidden Cloud Village, who was giving him a massage, to blush. Kakashi, rising from his prone position, sat there in bemusement, fixating on Might Guy. After all, he had finally managed to enjoy a moment of respite on the bed, only to be disrupted by Guy's exuberance. Could you refrain from shouting? Who knows what you might be up to? Ah, Kakashi, it's simply too comfortable. I can hardly contain myself. Might Guy replied with a broad grin. Try to hold back. Your incessant shouting is ruining our mood. Matsuno, still sprawled out, conveyed his exasperation through his words. My sincerest apologies. I shall endeavor to restrain myself from now on. Kai could only respond awkwardly as he lay there. The 2 of them could only exchange silent glances while listening to the agonizing cries. Who would have thought that a girl's massage could elicit such sounds? When even enduring a beating would not provoke a single cry. Not to mention, aside from the initial discomfort of settling into the new environment, everything in Union Village was rather pleasant. The culinary delights and the overall ease of life here were significantly more comfortable than in Konoha. After all, the lifestyles and rhythms of the 2 villages were entirely different. Konoha was characterized by its fast-paced existence, whereas the slow tempo of life in Union Village was indeed refreshing. Unbeknownst to them, a month had already passed since their arrival. Although the village had not particularly exhibited any hospitality, it also did not reveal anything exceptionally remarkable. Today, however, marked a particularly lively occasion, the commencement of the second and final round of the Chunin exams. While the square was not vast, it was certainly ample for the village's standards. Surrounding the central area, which featured a platform of over 1,000 square feet, were tiered spectator stands. Both the ground and the stands were specially reinforced for protection. Moreover, a barrier was established between the arena and the stands to safeguard the audience from any residual forces unleashed during the battles. From early morning, a multitude of attendees had gathered, ready for the individual combat matches, which would see participants randomly selected to face one another. The advanced technology of Union Village was indeed more impressive than anticipated. A massive screen loomed above the square, and sound equipment, including microphones and speakers, was strategically placed around the venue, imparting a distinctly modern atmosphere. As Kai ambled into the arena, appearing rather lackadaisical and without the chance to fully survey his surroundings, a loud voice called out to him. "Oh, what a surprise. Who would have thought that in just a month? You've already caught the attention of another girl in Union Village." A group that had arrived together heard the exclamation, and the woman, "You," unabashedly raised her hand to tease Uchiha Kai, her tone dripping with sarcasm as she inquired, "With such a beautiful woman by your side, why bother with anyone else? Wouldn't you agree?" Kai affectionately draped his arm around Yu's shoulders, pulling her closer with a display of intimacy. "Who is that girl?" Ing inquired, pouting with a hint of jealousy. "Oh, you mean her? She is the daughter of the Reikage." In an instant, Kakashi, Might Guy, and Nara Shikamaru widened their eyes in astonishment. While others may not have felt much, for these three, the revelation was quite significant. "I hadn't heard that the third Reikage had a daughter." Might Guy scratched his head in confusion. "Not to mention, I hadn't even heard of him getting married." The trio exchanged remarks, but the young lady standing on the high platform had already made her way down. Tonight, Yu wore a flowing white dress, her hair meticulously styled. Her fair complexion was further enhanced by a subtle touch of makeup, adding an extra layer of elegance to her already exquisite appearance. "Let us go." Although Kai was quite curious about why this girl had suddenly appeared in the public eye today, he nonetheless proceeded with the others towards the interior. While speaking, he also noticed that Hinata was keeping her head down, seemingly feeling downcast due to the situation. What is she thinking? The battle is about to commence. One must be fully alert. I believe you can overcome this challenge, and even if you do not succeed, it is the effort that counts. Placing his hand gently on Hinata's head and giving it a light squeeze, Uchiha Kai bent down and encouraged her. With just that single word, the girl appeared to be instantly revitalized, her previous gloom vanishing in an instant, replaced by a slight blush and a cheerful smile as she nodded enthusiastically. "Kai, it's been such a long time." Yun ran to a distance of about a meter from the group, pausing momentarily, slightly out of breath. Her gaze was almost entirely fixed on Kai, while the others seemed to fade into the background, rendered almost invisible. "Indeed, it has been quite a while. However, today is truly surprising. I never expected you to be here. Why haven't you come to find me?" Looking at Uchiha Kai, Yun pouted playfully, adopting a teasing demeanor. "Come to find you? Your muscular father would probably be after me." As Kai reflected on the previous encounter, he recalled how the fourth Reikage, that brawny figure, charged in without a hint of strategy, opting instead for brute force. This incident marked one of the rare occasions in his life as an Uchiha when he sustained injuries, albeit minor ones that held little significance for him. Yet, one could only wonder what the Reikage might do if provoked further. "Do I look good today?" Yun suddenly shifted the topic, lowering her gaze slightly, a hint of blush coloring her cheeks as she shyly inquired of Kai. She seemed oblivious to the subtle reactions of those around her, whose lips twitched in response. Not only them, but the Reikage's entourage had also approached from another direction, their clenched fists and quickened breaths betraying their rising tension. Darui and the others took a couple of steps back, astonished that their princess would boldly venture into the realm of nature. This unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard. Kai certainly noticed the arrival of Reikage and his companions, yet when faced with the young lady's words, he could not help but respond, "You are truly stunning, today. In this venue, none can overshadow your radiant beauty." "Really?" Yin exclaimed with excitement, rushing towards Uchiha Kai as if to leap into his arms. Ahem. At that moment, Reikage quickly cleared his throat, prompting Yin to halt abruptly and turn her gaze towards him. Father, are you unwell?" It was fortunate he had not been injured, for such a remark might have been perilous. Hey, Kai, you are not fulfilling your role as a teacher properly. It's evident from that expression that you haven't taught him well. Just look at your student, little Kai. His skills in charming the ladies are truly exceptional." Yamato stealthily approached Might Guy from behind, and while they were conversing, he wrapped his arms around Guy, whispering into his ear, Well, if Kai possessed such abilities, he wouldn't still be a bachelor at this age. Kakashi interjected with a sharp remark. Huh? Kakashi, how can you both dare criticize me when you are no different? Might Guy sought to retort loudly, but noticing others engaged in conversation, he quickly lowered his voice, directing an angry shout at the two. Teacher Kai, what type do you prefer? If we encounter someone suitable, I can introduce you. Rock Lee exclaimed, his face beaming with enthusiasm. While Tintin and Niji Hyuga leaned in to listen intently. As for me, Might Guy fell into contemplation, hesitating momentarily, seemingly lost in thought, before breaking into a grin. This scene left others feeling quite speechless. On the other hand, Uchiha Kai, although Reikage was conversing with his daughter, felt the intense gaze of wrath fixed upon him. It seemed as though Reikage harbored ill intentions towards his daughter. The emotion of paternal love swelled within him, exacerbated by the increasing number of arrivals. As the leader of the Hidden Cloud Village, Reikage could not afford to display his feelings openly in such a setting. Just wait a moment, it will begin soon. Perhaps you should return for now, the fourth Reikage gently suggested to his daughter. I wish to stay and watch. She declared. No problem, I will protect her. Yun's words were barely out before Darui, standing behind Reikage, chimed in. I don't want that. My brother will keep me safe, right? She turned, wrapping her arms around Uchiha Kai's. In that instant, the fury born from paternal love seemed to reach its zenith. Kai himself felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, wearing an expression of utter disbelief. Yet, at this moment, any explanation seemed utterly feeble. Haha. In a moment, the event will commence. Let us proceed. He offered an awkward smile, then gestured towards the seats at the very top. Although these seats did not afford the best view, they undeniably held a position of utmost significance. Today marks the second round of the annual Nin exam, the rules of which differ from those of previous years. This year, due to the influx of ninjas from Konohagakure, the combat format has been altered. The battles today will follow a selection mode, wherein opponents will be matched randomly. A total of 20 teams will participate, with Uchiha Yamashiro and Suki from Konohagakure exempted from this round due to their exceptional prowess, as decreed by Lord Reikage. Consequently, 58 participants will compete in this examination. The exam is divided into 3 stages: the preliminary rounds, the semifinals, and the finals, a decision made by Lord Reikage himself. In the preliminary rounds, half of the participants will be eliminated, allowing 30 individuals to advance to the semifinals. The first preliminary round will see 28 contenders eliminated. The format of the preliminaries entails random matchups. Those who lose will be immediately disqualified from this Nin exam. The semifinals will see 16 participants advance, with 8 ultimately achieving the rank of Nin, thus necessitating utmost effort from all involved. However, unlike the first round, this examination demands that every participant exhibit their full strength. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, the attending jonin will intervene promptly to ensure that no one faces life-threatening danger. All personnel are now in position, and from the elevated platform, a ninja from Kumogakure is explaining the rules of engagement with a microphone in hand. His explanations are thorough and quite clear. In essence, this examination is remarkably straightforward, significantly easier than those conducted in Konohagakure. Nonetheless, this combat style aptly suits the brawny ninjas of Kumogakure. As the large screen above flickers, within mere seconds, the names of all combatants are delineated. No one can ascertain whether there was any deliberate manipulation involved. The first match pits Inazuma from Kumogakure against Taya. Both sides hasten to enter the arena. The host, after confirming the combatants for the first match from the screen, promptly announces to the arena with great enthusiasm. The current venue is not as crowded as one might envision. Although it can accommodate 2,000 to 3,000 spectators, it seems that only around 300 to 400 are present. Brother Kai, those participants are about our age. Are you not also going to join the fray? The first pair has already leaped into the arena. At that moment, however, Yi Yun, who was seated beside the Reikage, abruptly rose and approached Uchiha Kai from behind. With both hands resting on the back of his chair, he curiously inquired, "This is a Chunin exam. To put it differently, I have already completed my assessment, thus I am not required to partake in the current battle." Kai turned his head slightly and smiled, saying, "I see. I thought you would join the battle as well, leaving me to anticipate an event for nothing. Come back here. If you are not interested in watching, you may as well go home." The fourth Reikage was once again at a loss for words. The battle below had already commenced. Yet his daughter chose to engage in conversation with Uchiha Kai instead of observing the fight. This scene was far from what he, as a father, wished to witness. Go on. Pay close attention to this battle, and afterward, I shall treat you to lunch. What do you say? Kai comforted Yun and asked, really? However, I long to taste the cake you made with your own hands last time. I barely had a taste, and I couldn't savor its flavor. Would you be able to make it for me once more? Yun eagerly maneuvered from behind to the front, leaning in closer to Kai. This girl seemed utterly unconcerned with her father's expression. His clenched fists and anger-laden eyes were nearly bloodshot, as if he felt that Uchiha Kai was attempting to whisk his daughter away. Of course, Kai gently extended his hand, intending to caress the head of his companion. However, Reikage was already emanating arcs of electricity, and his piercing gaze seemed to convey a clear message. Should you dare to touch me, I shall eliminate you on the spot. Faced with such a daunting situation, Kai could only helplessly remark, Are you satisfied now? Return to your seat. With a face brimming with excitement. Reikage's paternal instincts were at a loss for words to express the tumult of emotions within him. Initially inclined to scold, he found himself softened by the sight of his daughter's joy, ultimately opting for a gentler reprimand. With so many people around, you must be mindful of your image. What will others think of your father if you get too close to that fellow? I'm going to have cake for lunch, and it's always your fault. If you hadn't barged in unexpectedly, I could have savored it properly. Smack. Reikage was left speechless, utterly astonished that his daughter had completely disregarded his words, even going so far as to blame him for a previous mishap. He raised his hand and gave himself a firm slap on the forehead, feeling an overwhelming sense of exasperation. To his surprise, the ninjas from the hidden cloud village exhibited such formidable prowess. Kakashi had even removed his eye mask, employing the Sharingan to observe the fierce battle unfolding in the arena. The movements of the two combatants were beyond the realm of naked eye perception. Yet the arena was ablaze with flashes of lightning, signifying that their speeds were nearly equal, and their terrifying attack capabilities spoke volumes. Each bolt of lightning that struck the ground left behind a charred mark. Uchiha Kai, who had initially shown little interest in such combat, found himself curious after hearing Kakashi's remarks, and thus opened his eyes to witness the spectacle. If this intense battle were to continue for another half hour, he might very well doze off in his seat. Indeed, it was quite impressive. It seemed the new generation of young talents from the hidden cloud village possessed commendable strength. Kai did not hesitate to offer a compliment. I believe it is you, Brother Kai, who is truly remarkable. Despite our similar ages, you are able to occupy this esteemed position, which undoubtedly showcases your superiority. Speaking out of turn, at an inopportune moment, when he heard Uchiha Kai's praise, Reikage initially wore a smirk. However, he was taken aback when his daughter, Yun, instantly perked up, rebutting the remarks made by Kakashi and Kai. While her words held a semblance of truth, they pierced his heart like a dagger, evoking a sense of helplessness. Even Darui, standing at a distance, sighed in resignation, lowering his head, covering his face, leaving one to wonder if he was laughing or simply speechless. Could you please be quiet and refrain from speaking? Reikage rolled his eyes at his daughter, questioning her. They truly are quite weak. If Brother Kai were to take the lead, this would likely have concluded long ago. Wouldn't it? Ignoring her father's words once more, Yun continued unabashedly. Uchiha Kai, you scoundrel, you better provide an explanation for what you have done to my daughter. The Reikage's voice was not loud, yet it brimmed with suppressed fury. The two were seated closely, separated only by a narrow aisle, making it clear that anyone with functioning ears could hear his words. What are you planning? If you have feelings for Brother Kai, I shall not acknowledge you anymore. You scoundrel, your words are quite clear. Faced with his daughter's retort, the Reikage finally lost his composure, disregarding the decorum and loudly confronting Yun. He was left speechless. When they spoke privately, she wouldn't even listen, yet when it came to topics concerning Uchiha Kai, her responses were swift. Pouting, she displayed a look of grievance. Tears began to well in her large eyes, threatening to spill over at any moment. You promised Mother you would take care of me. Yet you left me alone for so many years, and now you are yelling at me over such trivial matters. It's my fault, my fault. Forgive me this time. Father, the Reikage hastily apologized, disregarding his dignity upon witnessing her distress. The commotion above had not gone unnoticed by those below. Regarding Yun's identity, anyone from the hidden cloud village was well aware. After all, she was the grand princess of their village. Although many had never met her, they were at least cognizant of her existence. For many, this was indeed their first encounter. More importantly, many recognized that the Reikage, despite his outwardly robust and hardened demeanor, had a softer side. Yet, beneath the surface, it is merely a case of a father's obsession with his daughter. Although they witnessed the scene, No one dared to utter a word in the end. Even whispers of discussion did not emerge within the gathering, as if they completely disregarded the theatrical bond between father and daughter. Yoon, would you like to visit Konoha Village for a while? The home of the Kai family is quite spacious, and there should be plenty of vacant rooms. If you are inclined to go, I can send a message to Lord Hokage. It should not pose any issues. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, what on earth are you talking about? At a moment when the father and daughter were still providing each other solace, Kakashi chose this inopportune time to make his remark. Keaton's eyes widened in disbelief. He certainly did not wish for his home to devolve into such chaos. Is that true? The tearful Yoon, who had just moments ago been on the verge of tears, instantly demonstrated the art of a dramatic transformation. As for his father's apologies, they were of little concern to him. He contemplated rising from his seat but, mindful of the current atmosphere, merely leaned forward to inquire, is that not permissible? No. Reikage interjected, raising his hand to interrupt Yun's question, casting a threatening glare towards Uchiha Kai and the others. His response was unequivocal, leaving no room for debate. It was one thing for Uchiha Kai to be dismissed, but to think that even Kakashi, the so-called copy ninja, would entertain notions regarding his daughter was utterly preposterous. Such matters would never be tolerated in the Hidden Cloud Village. Dad, I too wish to explore the world beyond. I do not want to remain confined in this place. May I? With tear-filled eyes. Yoon could easily win an Oscar for her performance, having spent the majority of her life in solitude over the past several years. Perhaps it was this monotony that had rendered her temperament so capricious. Nonetheless, Reikage remained firm, admonishing her against such folly. If you continue to act recklessly, you shall live there alone, and do not even think of returning to the village. His words were stern, his expression gravely serious. He then turned to face Uchiha Kai and Kakashi, warning them to refrain from harboring any intentions towards her. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to act. What are you saying? We harbor no such thoughts. Reikage, please do not misconstrue our intentions. For now, let us focus on observing this examination. Kai calmly shifted the topic, raising his hand to point into the distance. The ongoing battle was undeniably captivating. The two combatants appeared to have expended a significant amount of chakra and strength, standing several meters apart and gasping for breath. One of them had blood beginning to seep from his forehead, while the other's clothing was nearly in tatters. The fight had reached a near stalemate. On the edge of the arena, two jonin observed the situation intently, their purpose being to avert any potential danger. The one on the right is about to lose, Kakashi remarked, diverting his gaze back to the two fighters. The current state of the battle was nearly transparent. The one named Yen, despite the blood trickling from his forehead, seemed relatively unfazed overall. In contrast, the other fighter appeared normal, but the slight tremor in his legs indicated that he might struggle even to move in the forthcoming exchanges. Allow me to send you off in style. Yen suddenly shouted, summoning all his strength to charge at his opponent. The crackling lightning between his fingers suggested that he was about to unleash his final chakra-powered attack. However, at that moment, the two vigilant jonin vanished from their positions, reappearing to swiftly carry away the immobile fighter, while one of them shielded against Yan's assault. The outcome of the battle had become evident, despite the distance. The nuances were discernible. The victor of the first match is Yan, the host declared, microphone in hand, his voice resonating loudly. He is a formidable opponent. Many who follow may find themselves unable to contend with him. Kai Jonkin remarked thoughtfully. After all, judging by the opponent's earlier speed and combat style, their prowess was undeniably formidable. Even now, having attained the rank of Chunin, it was likely that this individual possessed capabilities well beyond the norm. In peacetime, unlike the chaos of war, such strength could very well qualify one for the rank of special jonin during times of conflict. Uchiha Kai, what is your perspective on this battle? The Reikage inquired calmly, turning to face Uchiha Kai. In the second round of the exam, Hyuga from Konohagakure faces off against Run from Kumogakure. As Kai pondered over how to respond, the host had already seized the microphone, announcing the next group of participants to take the stage. It was at this moment that Uchiha Kai leisurely remarked on their commendable prowess, asserting that achieving such a performance was indeed impressive. With further training, it was conceivable that during this era of peace, they could ascend to the rank of elite jonin, exhibiting remarkable speed and sharp attack techniques. Such individuals would be well suited for intelligence work. However, their temperaments still bore a certain roughness that, with a bit of refinement, could transform them into an exceptional asset. Well said. Reikage responded with an approving nod. He was well aware of the capabilities of those within his village. particularly the outstanding talents. What's so impressive? They're roughly the same age as Big Brother Kai, yet I doubt they could withstand even a minute against him. Yunin could not help but interject. Her voice was not loud, but it was audible enough for those nearby. Reikage was left speechless by his daughter's remarks. Not only was she undermining her own comrades, but she was also praising others. Niji is quite remarkable. It seems he intends to end this swiftly, initiating with a powerful move right from the start. Upon witnessing his student take the stage, Mike Guy had already risen from his seat. If circumstances permitted, he would have dashed onto the arena to cheer for his student, yet, being in another village and bound by the rules, he could only stand there, intently observing. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan was indeed impressive. It was unexpected that Niji had harnessed it to such an extent. Darui stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a blade of grass between his lips, also watching the duel unfold. Niji Hyuga wasted no time and unleashed the 8 trigrams 64 palms, offering his opponent from the Cloud Village no opportunity to recover. The overwhelming offensive forced the adversary to retreat continuously, clearly indicating that defeat was inevitable. Setting aside other matters, one could not help but envy your Konoha village. Despite possessing such abundant resources, look at the state of affairs over the years. The Senju clan now appears to be dwindling, with no one remaining apart from the 5th Hokage. The Uchiha clan faces a similar fate. Once the strongest in the shinobi world, now only a few of you remain. It can be said that the once great clans of Konoha will eventually fade into obscurity. Uchiha Kai, what are your thoughts on my daughter? Perhaps you should come to our Yunin village. I could arrange for her hand in marriage to you, and eventually pass this position on to you. What say you? Silence. In an instant, everyone fell silent. No one could have anticipated that the Reikage would suddenly utter such words. Those present above were left utterly astonished. While jesting can be lighthearted, it was unexpected for this father to make such a statement. Wasn't this situation getting rather absurd? Standing beside the Reikage, Yin stared in disbelief at her father, unable to fathom that he could express such a sentiment. Slightly ahead, Dalu twitched at the corners of his mouth, wearing an expression of incredulity. After all, in such a setting, he hastily stepped forward to advise the Reikage, saying, Lord Reikage, this is not an appropriate occasion for such humor. What humor? The Reikage replied earnestly. I do not indulge in such jesting. As long as Uchiha Kai is willing to come to my hidden cloud village, I shall bestow my daughter upon him. Even if it means passing on the position of Reikage to him in the future, I would have no objections. The gravity of his declaration left several individuals from the Leaf Village at a loss for words. Wasn't he this utterly ridiculous? Even Yun gazed at Uchiha Kai with an expression brimming with hope, yearning for him to agree. Yet, faced with such a predicament, how could Uchiha Kai possibly acquiesce? He simply raised his hand to silence her, stating, Apologies, but I must decline. The Reikage erupted into laughter upon hearing this response. This was precisely the outcome he desired. It seemed his daughter had already developed feelings for this young man, and now she was intent on heading to the Leaf Village. Even if he were to obstruct her now, what of the future? After contemplating for a considerable time, he finally devised a plan. Let Uchiha Kai be the one to refuse her. Once that was settled, any subsequent conversation would flow more smoothly. If the young man agreed, there would be no loss on his part. His daughter liked him, and this fellow was undoubtedly exceptional. From any angle, bringing him to the Hidden Cloud Village would be advantageous. This was truly a case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He was fortunate that his muscles could still conceive such a strategy. Since you are unwilling, so be it. Although I am quite fond of you, my dear boy, it seems we must attribute this to a lack of fate. These words were, in essence, directed at Yun, regardless of whether she accepted or declined. The Reikage would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Though Yun's face betrayed little emotion, disappointment flickered in her eyes as she slightly lowered her head. This old rascal. When did he become so astute? Kai gazed at the smug expression on Lei Ying's face, realizing that he had unwittingly fallen victim to his machinations. The situation had escalated to this point, and even a fool could discern the fellow's intentions. Indeed, it was evident that fate had not favored them. Had it not been for the numerous ties binding him, what harm would there have been in venturing to Yunin village? Alas, the first half of his life had not been spent here, and he was far from being a solitary wanderer. It was simply inconceivable to abandon everything he held dear. Kai reclined comfortably in his chair, crossing his legs nonchalantly as he offered a thoughtful response. His words bore significant weight, prompting me to refrain from undue insistence. Reikage believed victory was already within his grasp, Anything uttered by Uchiha Kai had become inconsequential. However, it was essential to note that Kai's words were not directed at this elderly gentleman. For a man of his stature, hearing such sentiments posed no offense. It merely served as a rationalization. Yet, these words were intended for the young lady beside him. When it came to the art of courtship, Uchiha Kai had yet to encounter a rival, especially not with those innocent and simple-minded girls. The moment she laid eyes on him, she was utterly captivated, her gaze sparkling with admiration. As she turned to look at Uchiha Kai, she perceived him as embodying the very essence of responsibility. Precisely the qualities she sought in a man. Brother Kai is right. His past life was not spent in our vicinity, and he must have brothers, friends, and family by his side. If he were to forsake all that merely for me, I would hardly hold him in esteem, she exclaimed, visibly moved. Rakich's lips twitched as he slowly turned to face Uchiha Kai, his clenched teeth audibly grinding in frustration. Focus on the battle. Refrain from discussing such trivial matters here. After a moment of inner turmoil, he abruptly shifted the conversation. It was he who had initially broached the topic, yet now the situation had taken a turn. Within the Hidden Cloud Village, Lord Killerbee, you seem quite leisurely today. Why not attend the match? The Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killerbee, was a character fond of revelry. With several blades secured at his sides, he ambled along the street, casually rapping in his own clumsy style. He was a well-known figure throughout the village, undoubtedly a celebrity in the Hidden Cloud. As he strolled leisurely, a figure suddenly leaped beside him, peering curiously at Killerbee. With white hair, skin as dark as coal, and clad in a hoodie, this individual bore a long sword on his back, presumably another ninja from the Hidden Cloud. However, he appeared quite youthful, likely no older than 18 or 19. Ah, it's Omoy. What brings you here? Killerbee inquired, tilting his head at the youth, who seemed even more laid back than himself. I have my own mission, but I happened to pass by and saw you, Lord Killerbee, so I thought I'd stop to say hello. I see. Then off you go. I wouldn't want to disrupt my creative flow. Upon hearing this, Killerbee casually waved his hand, slipping his hands into his pockets, and turned to leave. However, Omoy was not one to let him go so easily. After accompanying him for a few steps, he asked, Today is the second round of the Chunin exams. With such an exhilarating battle taking place, why aren't you going? Huh? Not interested. Indeed, but Lord Kurabi, are you not the one who revels in excitement? Omoy truly lacks perception. As this fellow fell into contemplation, Kurabi swiftly began to depart. By the time Omoy realized that the other had already distanced himself, he could only helplessly shrug and mutter to himself that it was better to attend to his own matters. Meanwhile, Kurabi had already sprinted into the woods beyond the village. He found a large rock and reclined upon it, gazing at the clouds in the sky, letting out a resigned sigh. Hey, Kurabi. You wish to join in the revelry too, don't you? Is it because of that individual? The voice of the Eight-Tails resonated within him, unhesitatingly pinpointing the crux of the matter. Although reluctant to admit it, the mere thought of Uchiha Kai instilled an inexplicable dread within Kurabi. This fear was not solely his own, it stemmed from the Eight-Tails itself. That individual was truly terrifying, despite not feeling afraid. His legs would involuntarily tremble upon approaching him, a sensation he had never encountered before. Even in the presence of the third Raikage, he had never felt this way. Kurabi expressed his distress. Indeed, such a predicament was unprecedented. However, ever since the last complete manifestation of the Eight-Tails was ruthlessly defeated, this seemingly post-traumatic response had arisen. In truth, this may have little to do with you. The Uchiha Madara I once encountered possessed a similar level of power. Thus, that little one now firmly stands at the pinnacle of this world. Such formidable beings are bound to emerge from any clan. Yet, you need not overthink it. I sense that he harbors no malice towards you. The Eight-Tails reassured him once more. Though spoken with such words, internally, it contemplated the terrifying individual, pondering the futility of any confrontation. Never mind, I've heard he will not linger for long. After this examination concludes, he should be gone, and at most, it will be 6 or 7 days. I can endure this brief span. After all, it is not a matter of great significance. He consoled himself, smiling broadly. Alas, with a heavy sigh, Yabi found himself wishing that the individual in question would take his leave sooner rather than later. The battlefield at that moment had already witnessed several rounds of combat, with a total of 58 participants, of whom over 40 hailed from the Hidden Cloud Village. Consequently, the earlier skirmishes primarily featured their own ranks. However, this particular bout pitted Uchiha Hikari against an opponent from the opposing side. Hikari exuded an aura of confidence, not even bothering to remove her outer garment, opting instead for a simple apron, her most frequent attire. Leaping down from above, she observed her adversary, a boy appearing to be around 15 or 16 years of age, who also seemed quite self-assured. I typically harbor no inclination to engage in combat with young ladies, especially one as attractive as yourself. How about you join us in the Hidden Cloud Village, and in a few years, I shall marry you. The boy with black hair wore an expression of arrogance that made Hikari's fists clench with the desire to strike him. Very well. Should you emerge victorious, I shall comply. However, the price for losing will be steep. Hikari refrained from retorting, instead smiling as she extended her hand. The host atop the platform inquired if both parties were prepared, a customary question before each match. The Hidden Cloud participant nonchalantly raised his hand in acknowledgement, and Hikari mirrored his gesture. The second round of the Chunin exam preliminaries, 6th match, commences. As the host's voice faded, the boy from Hidden Cloud maintained his dismissive demeanor, presumably confident in his own capabilities. He raised his hand to begin forming seals, but in that very instant, Hikari vanished from sight, with a cloud of dust rising. The boy from Hidden Cloud stood in shock. He hastened his hand movements to complete the seals, yet Hikari had already closed the distance between them. With the tip of her left foot touching the ground, she spun around, delivering a rapid kick to his chest. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the spectators were left in stunned silence, awestruck by the spectacle. The boy collided forcefully with the edge of the barrier, ricocheting back before crashing heavily onto the ground, sending dust swirling around him. Is there truly a need for ninjutsu in such close combat? Hikari remarked, unable to resist embellishing her words as she gazed at her fallen opponent. This is not merely a matter of killing. It is a thorough annihilation. Can you rise again? As soon as the words left her lips, she noticed him making a slight movement, beginning to slide backward while gradually lifting his body. She prepared to launch another attack in the same manner. Before she could even begin, the two elite ninjas assigned to protect her swiftly rushed into the arena. One commenced a rapid assessment of her injuries, while the other hurriedly shielded Hayu. Goodness, that girl's kick was exceptionally fierce, remarked the healing ninja, unable to suppress a comment. He then rose and called out to the officiant above, "It's decided. We concede. 7 ribs are fractured, the sternum is shattered, and even the internal organs have sustained severe damage. She cannot possibly continue the fight." Upon hearing this, the other ninja restraining Hayu couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Casting a glance at her, he noted that she appeared to be only around 13 or 14 years old, yet her combat prowess was astonishingly formidable. Among the remaining members of the Uchiha clan, her strength was truly terrifying. Now, I declare the winner of the 6th round of the second preliminary match of the Chunin exams to be Uchiha Hayu from the village hidden in the leaves. This match was undoubtedly the swiftest of the 6 battles. The officiant, who had initially intended to sit back and enjoy the spectacle, found himself astonished. He had scarcely turned around, barely settled in, when he witnessed his own combatant sprawled on the ground. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, the elite ninja had already conceded on behalf of their side. This was undeniably the fastest bout of all. The fight had ended before it had truly begun. Remarkable. At that moment, the spectators from the Leaf Village widened their eyes in disbelief. Wei-Gyur, in particular, couldn't contain his excitement, grinning widely. The most astonished of all was Rock Lee, for the opponent's attack was purely taijutsu, devoid of any chakra utilization. Was that the 8 gates? Niji Hyuga, who had not witnessed the entirety of the encounter, pondered aloud. Considering that Uchiha Kai was known to employ the 8 gates, it seemed plausible that those around him might possess similar capabilities. However, his own understanding of the 8 gates was limited, prompting his inquiry towards Lee. No, that was simply pure combat taijutsu, Lee replied, shaking his head emphatically. He was well aware of the distinguishing features of the 8 gates, as their activation was always accompanied by a unique aura. Yet, the opponent had not exuded any of the expected energy associated with the 8 gates. This battle left them dumbfounded. It ended abruptly with a single kick. Not only the spectators, but even the Reikage seated at the highest vantage point was taken aback. Is this a genin? She belongs to the Uchiha clan, a lineage historically known for its abysmal taijutsu skills, although commendable in ninjutsu. Yet, the most daunting aspect remains in those eyes. What a sight to behold. Upon entering, they were rendered utterly useless, one swift kick incapacitating them. Such a confrontation was beyond the imagination of all. When Ing heard the host declare her victory, she did not exhibit excessive exhilaration, but instead gazed at Uchiha Kai in the distance, raising her hand in a peace sign, exclaiming a joyful yay. The second round of the Chunin exam commenced, with the seventh match featuring Raijin from the Hidden Cloud Village and Inuo on the opposing side. The host, microphone in hand, bellowed the announcement. All participants had long since taken their places in the nearby stands, eagerly awaiting the bout. As the sound of the microphone faded, one contender stood up abruptly. Meanwhile, the opponents, seated together, had been engaged in light-hearted banter before the match, indicating a previously amicable relationship. However, they were unexpectedly paired against one another due to the random selection. Are both sides prepared? The host inquired. Ready, they replied simply, prompting the host to declare. Then let us begin. The host appeared rather casual and unceremonious in this moment, as both competitors raised their hands in acknowledgement. The host swiftly turned and returned to their seat, a look of enjoyment crossing their features. What is that scent? Just as the expression of enjoyment surfaced, a sudden aroma wafted into their nostrils. With determination, the individual inhaled deeply twice, then rubbed their nose and complained, "Who is responsible for such an overpowering perfume? Did you catch that? Where is this delightful fragrance emanating from?" Uchiha Kai also detected the scent, but unlike the host, he sensed something was amiss and promptly inquired. Raijin, seated beside him, had also noticed the fragrance, but before he could voice his thoughts, the two combatants in the arena, having gathered their chakra in preparation for battle, unexpectedly collapsed to the ground in perfect synchrony. As confusion rippled through the onlookers regarding the bizarre turn of events, several individuals in the stands succumbed to unconsciousness. "Do not utilize chakra." A voice rang out, the sudden shout echoing ominously. "It appears we may have been poisoned," Kakashi remarked calmly, uttering a rather alarming statement. "No need for speculation. It must be the fragrance that wafted over. Which scoundrel is responsible?" Raijin, undeterred, began to channel his chakra. But as soon as the lightning flickered on his arm, it extinguished instantaneously. He slumped in his chair, seemingly drained of all strength, yet he remained conscious. What is this substance? Observing the fate of those who had acted rashly, the remaining participants hesitated to employ their chakra. Uchiha Kai furrowed his brow, murmuring uncertainly about whether the attack was aimed at him or the entire Hidden Cloud Village. "Kai-sensei, are you all right?" Kai directed his gaze towards Might Guy. Although this fellow possessed chakra within him, it was not abundant, and he primarily relied on taijutsu in combat. Thus, facing such a situation might have some impact. Yet the effect would undoubtedly be minimal. "Oh, rest assured, it will only limit my strength by at most 20%. There should be no significant repercussions." Might Guy raised his hand in an okay gesture, grinning widely to reveal a dazzling smile. As for the others, while they appeared unaffected on the surface, having not utilized chakra from the beginning, the moment danger arose and they were compelled to act, their response would likely be no better than the rest. "All individuals from Konoha, swiftly gather here. No one is permitted to employ chakra," Uchiha Kai proclaimed loudly as he rose to his feet. In truth, there was no need for him to reiterate this. Upon sensing something amiss, the inhabitants of Konoha had already begun to converge toward this direction. There were merely a handful of individuals, just over a dozen. Even without the use of chakra, their taijutsu was not as lacking as one might presume. It was merely their speed of movement that was somewhat sluggish. "What do you intend to do?" Kakashi also stood up to inquire. Although chakra was restrained, his eyes required no such energy, relying instead on mental acuity. Escaping from danger was not an insurmountable task. Uchiha Kai responded candidly. "Kai, I'm perfectly fine." The first to bounce over was Suki, who immediately wore a beaming smile, seeking praise from Uchiha Kai. "Heh, can you heal?" Kai rolled his eyes and asked speechlessly. "Not yet. I just tried reaching out to those individuals over there, and the toxin has already entered the body. However, this toxin poses no harm to the body. Yet, once chakra is utilized, the situation changes drastically. It is estimated that it will take half a day to expel the toxin completely, and relying on external forces is futile." You pondered for a moment and then shared what she knew. "First, we must ensure their protection. Give it your all. If danger arises, we will leave immediately. Even if it requires reverse summoning into the wetbone forest, we must treat this matter with utmost seriousness." As the team leader, Uchiha Kai bore the weight of responsibility for the lives of his companions. There were multiple ways to escape, so they did not feel an overwhelming sense of crisis at this moment. Uchiha Kai, just after giving his orders, the Reikage, seated in a chair, called out weakly, If danger strikes, I do not ask for your aid in saving us. However, you must ensure that Yun is taken away. She must not be entangled in this perilous situation. This substance was specifically developed by our village of the Hidden Cloud, and as this young lady stated, medical ninjutsu will prove ineffective against it. The Reikich's words came in labored breaths. Despite his formidable strength, the absence of chakra severely limited his capabilities. Dad, are you okay? Yun, still trying to grasp the situation, felt an ominous presence upon seeing the Reikich's condition. This substance had no impact on her, although she too sensed the peculiar aroma. The chakra within her had been sealed, rendering her immune to any harm. Rest assured, if any issues arise, I will take Yun and leave. Kai chuckled softly. And at that moment, his companions had already arrived. Lord Reikich. It was likely that Darui had unknowingly activated his chakra, for at the moment he drew his sword. He instantly knelt on one knee, fortunately bracing himself with his hand against the ground, preventing himself from collapsing entirely. Such a condition, while not life-threatening, could significantly diminish one's combat prowess, even rendering one entirely ineffective in battle. Despite Reikich's formidable strength, he too could only slump in his seat. It was perplexing why the Hidden Cloud village would develop such a terrifying phenomenon. Kai-sama, someone is coming, exclaimed Kei-Rin, and immediately afterward, her body succumbed to weakness. Thankfully, Uchiha Daisuhan reacted swiftly, catching her just in time. Otherwise, she might have tumbled down the high steps. You are tasked with the protection of everyone. It seems you are the least affected here. In the event of an emergency, ensure that everyone is evacuated at once, commanded Uchiha Kai, furrowing his brow. My Kai still possessed some combat capability, but this situation was utterly unsuitable for battle. It appeared to stem from internal conflicts within the Hidden Cloud village. However, there was no time for further contemplation, as a dozen individuals leaped into the arena. Each wore gas masks, yet it was evident that the leader was an elderly figure. Why is it that every village seems to have its own Danzo? Kai expressed his exasperation with a subtle remark. The ensuing events appeared to be quite predictable. Isn't that the slug summoned by Lady Tsunade? A voice from the crowd, unmistakably belonging to Sakura Haruno, shouted with curiosity and surprise. However, the others seemed oblivious to this revelation. I am ready, Suki declared, as a slug ascended onto Uchiha Kai's shoulder. Although he harbored an aversion to such creatures, even finding them somewhat repulsive, there was little choice in the matter. This creature could indeed prove to be a lifesaver in critical moments. In times of urgency, should Suki invoke the summoning technique, they could all instantaneously return to the Wetbone Forest, a location considered relatively safe. Overall, the situation was not as troublesome as one might imagine. In fact, they could utilize this method to return to Konoha as well. After all, it was simple, swift, and posed no physical harm, while also consuming negligible chakra. With preparations complete, they were ready to embark. Calmly, Kai spoke with a gentle smile, gesturing to Kakashi and the others, assuring them not to worry. Next, we shall witness a performance from the Hidden Cloud village. If any issues arise, we can simply depart. His words held a certain wisdom. Typically engaged in missions, this occasion was indeed different, revealing unexpected rewards. Feeling a sense of security, and confident that no extraordinary events would unfold, he settled comfortably into his seat. As for the others, most were perched upon the steps, perhaps lacking confidence in their own abilities. Consequently, a majority chose to remain closely aligned with Kai on the lower steps. Kid, whatever happens, make sure to bring Yun along. I implore you. The Reikich's expression was grave, clearly recognizing the identities of those who had arrived. Kai, wishing not to disturb the prevailing atmosphere, merely raised a hand in a gesture of reassurance before returning his gaze to the group of individuals at the center of the arena. I apologize, Lord Reikich. I never anticipated their appearance. Darui knelt upon the ground, expressing his remorse. Darui, this matter does not pertain to you. It is my own indecisiveness that has led us here. Had I adhered to your counsel initially, these events might have been averted. Reikich bore no trace of reproach, nor did he harbor any guilt. With a deep breath, he adjusted his posture, maintaining an air of authority as he surveyed the scene below. Uehara, what precisely are you intending to do? Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation regarding this affair? Reikich shouted angrily at the elderly man with white hair below. All eyes in the arena focused intently on the old fellow. Great breakthrough, win style. With a casual wave of his hand, the elder commanded the two individuals behind him to conjure wind shields, although this was not an act of aggression. Instead, a colossal gust swept across the entire arena. As the wind subsided, the fragrant air vanished as well. At that moment, the elderly man known as Uehara leisurely removed the mask from his face and, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, "I had anticipated you would inquire about other matters. If you require tape, I can provide it to you right now," Uehara stated simply, then turned his gaze towards Uchiha Kai. Hey, you old man, do not dare suggest that this has anything to do with me." In an instant, Kai felt a peculiar unease under the gaze of the elderly man. The man's eyes, though not large, held a depth that clearly bore the marks of time's relentless passage. This was no longer merely a matter of strength. Humph. Naturally, it is related to you. Shanga scoffed derisively before addressing Reikage. What I once strived tirelessly to obtain now lies before us. Yet, as the fourth Reikage, you choose to disregard these treasures. What makes you think you are still worthy of occupying the position of Reikage? Since your ascension, has our village retained even a semblance of its former vitality? Even a Wagakure once dared to provoke us in a manner they would never have considered in the past. The third Reikage single-handedly could have decimated half their village. Do you possess such capability? Therefore, what I wish to convey is that you need not remain in this position. It should be entrusted to someone more capable, someone who can lead our village back to the pinnacle of the ninja world. You do not mean to suggest that person is yourself, do you? Dalu strained to stand, gripping his knife tightly, his eyes fixed intently on Shang-Ah. That is not entirely out of the question, at the very least. I have the confidence to restore our village to being the most formidable among the 5 great shinobi countries within 3 years. Shang-Ha was indeed lavish in his self-praise. One cannot help but wonder where such audacity stems from. TSK. Behold, the Danzo of Kyomogakure. With a playful demeanor, Kai turned to Kakashi beside him, uttering words that left those around them momentarily perplexed. What connection could there possibly be between the village of Kyomogakure and the likes of Uchiha Kai? Yet, such just was merely his own form of self-mockery. It was entirely normal for others not to grasp it. However, it was unexpected that such melodrama could transpire in any village. In truth, most wars are born from internal strife, a phenomenon that transcends any nation or faction, with scarcely any exceptions to this rule. Shoha, I am intrigued to hear your thoughts on how Kyomogakure could ascend to the pinnacle of this world within 3 years. As the fourth Reikage, I have taken all your suggestions to heart and have endeavored to implement them. If today is to be my last, I am curious about the method behind your claimed 3-year plan, the Reikage inquired, his expression grave and brow furrowed. If it were merely an internal conflict within Kyomogakure, it could be forgiven. However, the presence of Leaf Village members only compounded the embarrassment to a staggering degree. Had he the ability to control his chakra and restore his strength, he would not hesitate to deliver a decisive blow to that old scoundrel. Yet, anger proved futile now, and he could only suppress his current feelings, maintaining a calm demeanor as he addressed Shoha, eager to comprehend the intentions and rationale behind their actions. Curious to know? Shoha replied with a teasing smile, surveying his surroundings. While he lacked the authority to command all the ninjas of Kyomogakure, possessing a few was sufficiently empowering. At this moment, he felt an undeniable confidence, convinced he had seized control of the situation. Thus, he spoke deliberately, "Our village possesses formidable strength, and our first objective is to eliminate the weak. At that juncture, the entire ninja world will be subject to our will. What concern would we have for remaining at the pinnacle? Once the most powerful village, Konohagakure has now diminished. The only thing we lack is sensory ninjas, upon their arrival. We would have promptly dealt with that Hyuga clan member and seized his eyes. This will be pivotal for our future endeavors. As for this so-called Uchiha Kai, who is purported to rival the Uchiha clan, he is but a mere child, hardly a threat to us. Iwagakure is left with only the third Tsuchikage. How much longer can that old man survive? As for Kirigakure, the village hidden in the mist, its strength has surely waned from its former glory. Lastly, Sunagakure is now led by a mere child. What can he truly accomplish? Thus, for Kyomogakure, this is an unparalleled opportunity to unify the entire ninja world. Yet, as the fourth Reikage, you squander such a chance without a care, bringing shame to the legacy of your predecessors. What purpose does a person like you serve in this position? Clap, clap. Kai clapped his hands enthusiastically, a smile gracing his face. For a moment, the sudden turn of events left everyone bewildered, even prompting Reikage to cast a glance in his direction. His words were indeed captivating. One could not deny that this old fellow had a keen insight into the situation. The current strength of Konohagakure pales in comparison to its former glory. while Iwagakure seems to rely solely on the wisdom of an elderly leader. As for the other two villages, there is little worth mentioning. The might of Kirigakure is likely now inferior even to that of Takigakure, which is hardly a notable village. Your analysis is undeniably astute and incisive. Yet, I am left wondering what this young lad finds regrettable. Listening to Uchiha Kai, Uehara quietly inquired, "Would you consider signing a peace treaty with Konohagakure? If so, we could assist you in resolving your current crisis. What do you think?" Uchiha Kai did not rush to respond to the elderly man's proposition. Instead, he seized the opportunity to slyly glance at Reikage and provocatively asked, "Is this truly the time to be discussing such matters, you scoundrel?" Reikage roared in anger, his voice echoing despite his waning strength. "Of course it is. Otherwise, you, the fourth Reikage, might very well meet your demise here. What do you say? This is quite a lucrative deal." Uchiha Kai pressed further. "What do you intend to do to help? We are currently unable to utilize chakra." Kakashi quietly reminded from the sidelines. "Patience. Just watch and learn from Teacher Kai." "Huh? Me?" Might Guy looked utterly perplexed. While he could still muster 80% of his strength, the pressing question remained. Who would protect them? "Well, have you made up your mind? If you have, speak swiftly. If not, we shall take our leave. I would rather not have your Yunin village's troubles fall upon us later." I suspect this old man intends to eliminate everyone present and dispose of the bodies of our Konohagakure comrades, shifting the blame onto us, before conveniently assuming the Reikage's position and waging war against other villages. Regardless of the outcome, it is certain that the strength of your Yunin village would diminish significantly, perhaps even to the point of annihilation. This intimidating mixture of coercion and temptation left Reikage, who was already not the sharpest, glancing uneasily at Uehara, his heart sinking. "Quite clever. I never imagined you would perceive such intentions. I wonder what backup plan you have to escape this predicament, but it matters little. Whether you choose to stay or go is inconsequential. In the end, all that is required is to place the blame squarely on your shoulders." Shanghi displayed a lewd expression, a sight that made Kai wish to strike him down. "I accept your terms. Under no circumstances must the village be plunged into war. However, I am most curious about your proposed solution. Do you truly possess the capability to resolve such matters?" Reikage inquired. "It's quite simple." Kai waved his hand with calmness, then leaned on the chair and gazed at Reikage, saying, "There are two approaches. One is to simply incapacitate them all and wait until you have fully recovered before confronting them again. The other option is to create a greater commotion to attract other ninjas. However, I am uncertain if the old man has arranged for others to be waiting outside. If it were up to me, I would choose to directly incapacitate them. What do you think?" He laughed heartily. "This is truly the most amusing thing I have ever heard. However, it seems the matter can be resolved by eliminating them all." With a booming laugh, he then commanded the dozen ninjas who had followed him. Those accompanying him appeared devoid of their own will. Upon receiving the order, they swiftly spread out in all directions. Each individual wielded a kunai, and the 4 exits of the venue had been completely sealed off. Some attempted to use ninjutsu to escape, but the moment their chakra was activated, they instantly collapsed. Witnessing this one-sided massacre, Reikage clenched his fists in fury and, feeling powerless, turned to Uchiha Kai and shouted, "You bastard! I have already consented. Why have you not made your move?" "Oh, you make a valid point." Kai here is utterly unperturbed, for it is not their kin who face peril. "Teacher Kai, I entrust the remaining matters to you. Rest assured, you shall assist you. As long as the 8th gate remains untouched, no harm shall befall you, regardless of the confrontation." Uchiha Kai had never contemplated taking matters into his own hands, for he too possessed chakra. Even when employing sage techniques, the prerequisite is the utilization of chakra for research. Thus, he currently finds himself no different from others. "What if I accompany him? What will become of you?" Yu inquired, a hint of concern in her voice. "Do not worry. I shall handle the remainder." Kai, with a serene smile, waved his hand dismissively. Although he might not be able to unleash even half of his former prowess, he was certainly not one to be easily vanquished by such a motley crew. "All right, leave it to me." Might Guy took a deep breath and leaped into the center of the arena. The 7th gate, the Gate of Shock, opened. In an instant, white steam erupted from Guy's body, and a tremendous force began to sweep through the area in the blink of an eye. While his strength was far from its peak, physical techniques did not consume chakra, rendering the poison employed by his opponents virtually ineffective against him. Boom. He vanished from his original spot, reappearing to deliver a powerful kick that sent a ninja, poised to slaughter others, flying. "Guy, could you possibly control your trajectory?" Kakashi lamented. having done nothing to provoke the calamity that ensued. The ninja sent hurtling through the air was on a direct collision course with Kakashi. Yet the speed of the attack was so swift that they seemed to dance through the midst of their fellow ninjas. In mere moments, dozens had fallen, most meeting their end by a swift cut to the throat, and the pungent scent of blood began to permeate the air. Even the old man Urahara would not have fathomed that, despite being poisoned, such formidable combat prowess still resided within Guy. Change of strategy, someone shouted, urging all to attack that individual immediately. They were all high-ranking ninjas. Caution was paramount. The Raikage, though reluctant, called out a warning. "Ah, this is the essence of youth," exclaimed Might Guy, his expression filled with exhilaration. He darted through the throng of adversaries, effortlessly kicking 2 or 3 more aside. Yet, in his fervor, as he bent down, he unexpectedly discovered a wound had appeared on his abdomen. Kakashi could only shake his head in disbelief. Has this prolonged battle dulled his instincts? But in the next moment, the wound on Guy's shoulder began to emanate power, healing almost instantaneously as if by magic. Senjutsu, infinite healing. Moon clasped his hands together, and blue natural energy radiated from his body. Those leeches could be considered his true form or his will, possessing absolute power from any perspective. Impressive. Sakura Haruno stood in awe. Even Tsunade's summoned slug could hardly achieve such a feat. She couldn't help but wonder who Moon truly was. All right, now let you all feel the power of youth. Might Guy was once again overwhelmed with excitement, gazing at the wound on his abdomen, which had miraculously healed. His eyes widened in astonishment. Clenching his fists, white steam erupted from his body with renewed vigor. "Come at me. Even if you lose your head, I can restore it," he shouted boldly. A quintessential healer stood behind him, an undeniable force of output, ensuring that no matter the circumstances, they would not lose any health. Even a dozen foes combined would struggle to make an impact. Bending slightly at the waist, with fists resting on his hips, he gathered immense power as a dozen adversaries charged once more. In that moment, Might Guy suddenly unleashed his strength. Both fists thrust forward, and a massive shockwave coalesced into the form of a white tiger's head. Daytime tiger. The powerful force radiated outward, flattening everything in its path, and even creating a vast breach in the arena ahead. Such a commotion would undoubtedly draw the attention of other ninjas from the hidden cloud village, signifying the complete shattering of Shangha's aspirations. Though the old man was taken aback, he quickly turned to face Uchiha Kai, his eyes bloodshot with rage as he leaped into the air. In mid-flight, he bellowed, "Even if I must perish today, I will take you with me." With a thunderous crash, his palms released a torrent of lightning, merging into a blade-like form. As the attack was unleashed, a colossal Susanoo enveloped them all. It must be noted that the elder's power was undeniably formidable. Even the 3-stage Susanoo was breached before him, with cracks resembling spider webs forming around the hole. If one were to claim he lacked strength, few would believe it. Yet, astonishingly, after delivering a single strike, Shangha leapt back down from the air, panting as if that blow had exhausted all his energy. That was terrifying. Thank goodness there wasn't a second attack. Otherwise, defense would have been futile, and I would have had to flee. Kai gazed at the gaping hole and remarked, "That is the mightiest attack of the upper river. The Thunderblade. Such a move could rival even the legendary One Strike. I never imagined you would manage to withstand it." Indeed, the Uchiha clan's Susanoo is the epitome of defense. The Raikage generously praised while elucidating the strength of Upper River. No wonder. It is rare to encounter an attack capable of inflicting such damage on a third-stage Susanoo. Thus, it is evident that this assault is formidable. Synopsis: The Night of Annihilation? What relevance does it hold for me? To be a member of the Uchiha clan means to gaze down upon the entire shinobi world in this lifetime. Reborn into the shinobi realm, the Night of Annihilation departs from Konoha, embarking on a path befitting a sovereign. Uchiha Kai, an extraordinary existence within the Uchiha lineage.